Chapter 1. Konoha 6 years after the Kyuubi attack. 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was walking through the streets of Konoha alone as usual. He had a look of sadness that was always on his face. All his life he's been alone, he's never had any parents, no siblings, no friends. The closest he'd ever had to any kind of relationship is the two nice people who owned the ramen stand he frequented. But other than that, he had no one. What's worse is that he's hated by the villager for some unknown reason. Up until 2 years ago he was in an orphanage, however it was far from a happy home. The children of the orphanage were kept away from him by the ladies who ran the place. They never paid him any attention other than to beat him, scold him or punish him. Most of those nights he spent them in a dark, damp and cold broom closet, and most of those nights he had to go hungry as they didn't bother to feed him. When Naruto was 4, he was kicked out of the orphanage for misconduct. Naruto was thrown out only with the tattered clothes on his back. Just when Naruto thought things were getting better, they began to get worse as now he was attacked by the villagers. He's been pelted with rocks, ran out of stores, beaten until he was unconscious, and even had cigarettes put out on his skin. The worst thing that happened to him so far was that he was captured by some chunin and used as target practice. They missed all of Naruto's fatal points and left him there with dozens of shuriken and kunai in his body. Naruto was so busy thinking about his life that he nearly missed the sound of cries coming from the woods. What's going on? Naruto thought as he ran into the woods. Naruto ran into the woods until he came upon a sight that made his blood boil. "Get up, princess," a boy taunted to a girl who was crying on the ground. "Show us your Byakugan," another said as he kicked some dirt on her. "Yeah, you freak, show us," another boy said. Hinata Hyuga was off playing when a group of boys began to pick on her. They hit her, pulled her hair and threw her to the ground. She was always a shy, timid girl. Her father constantly berated her and her cousin Neji psychologically tormented her to no end. Hinata had no one in her life since her mother died over a year ago, giving birth to her sister. As she got ready for more hits and insults, she heard a voice rise up. "Leave her alone," a voice shouted. Hinata looked up and saw a boy. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker-like birthmarks, and was wearing torn and tattered clothes. "Oh, look at this tough guy," one of the boys said, walking over to Naruto. "What you going to do?" he said with a smile as Naruto reached into his pocket. "Pocket pepper," Naruto shouted as he threw pepper powder into the boy's face. The boy began to scream and cry as the pepper began to burn his face. The other boys, seeing this, charged at Naruto. "You little turd," one of the boys said as he cocked back his fist. The boy hit Naruto across the face, knocking him to the ground. Both boys began to beat Naruto until they stopped a few minutes later, leaving Naruto with bruises and a broken nose. "Hey, grab him and let's go," the boy said to his friend, and he nodded. They both retrieved their friend and leave. Hinata got up and ran over to the blonde boy. "Are you okay?" she stuttered out. Naruto rose up and wiped his bloody lip. "Yeah, I'm fine," Naruto said, sitting up. "I've taken worse beating before," Naruto said with a chuckle, making Hinata flinch. I'm sorry," Hinata said, bowing. If it wasn't for me then you wouldn't be hurt," she said, and Naruto shook his head. "No, it's fine," Naruto said as he got up. "I know what it's like to get picked on. And I couldn't stand seeing it happening to someone else," Naruto said with a smile. Naruto then put out his hand. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said, smiling. Hinata froze for a second and took his hand. My name is Hinata Hyuga," she said, and Naruto shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Hinata," Naruto said as he let go and began to fidget. "Do you want to be my friend?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked at him wide-eyed. "Friend? He wants me to be his friend," Hinata thought. Hinata fidgeted for a minute before nodding. I would like that," Hinata said, and Naruto smiled. "Great, I have to go. Let's meet here tomorrow, okay?" Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. "That sounds wonderful," Hinata said with a smile. "I have a friend now," Hinata thought with happiness. For the first time in a long time, she felt happiness. 6 months later. Naruto and Hinata were sitting on a log in the forest where they met over 6 months ago. Hinata and Naruto grew closer over the past few months. Naruto told her about his life up until that point. Hinata was shocked to say the least. Hinata was always brought up to believe the will of fire, like everyone else in Konoha, but now she was doubting the validity of what she's been told to believe. "Hey Hinata," Naruto said, speaking up, gaining her attention. "What's your dream for the future?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked at him and thought for a minute. I want to be respected," Hinata said. "I want my father to love me, I want my cousin Neji to accept me, and I want to change the Hyuga clan for the better," she said with a soft smile. "That's really nice, Hinata," Naruto said. "I don't have a dream," Naruto said, making Hinata look at him. "I never really had anything to live for," he said before looking at Hinata. but ever since I met you, I've been happy, Naruto said, making Hinata blush. So now I guess I do have a dream, Naruto said. I'll help you be happy and I'll help you change your clan, he said, and Hinata smiled. Really, Naruto, you'll do that, Hinata said with happiness in her voice. Of course, Hinata, you're my best and only friend, Naruto said. Naruto was then grabbed into a hug by Hinata. Naruto, never being hugged before, did not know how to respond. You're my best friend too, Naruto, Hinata said before pulling away. You always have and always will be, she said, and Naruto smiled. Naruto stood up. Well, I'd better go now, Naruto said. See you tomorrow, Hinata, Naruto said as he walked off. Bye, Naruto, Hinata said as he began to make her way to the Hyuga compound. Unknown to either of them, there was a figure hiding nearby. Associating with commoners Lady Hinata, Neji thought with a scowl on his face. Let's see what Lord Hiyashi thinks of this, he thought as he walked off. Later that night, Naruto was in his run-down apartment boiling water for his ramen. Naruto turned off the stove and got ready to add the water to the noodles. Just then the door to his apartment was kicked open and several hooded figures rushed in. Naruto, in a panic, threw the boiling water at one of the figures, hitting him in the face with the boiling liquid. Gah! The man screamed as he began rolling on the ground in pain. Naruto began to run but was hit on the back by another intruder. The intruder only poked him with 2 fingers, but the pain Naruto felt traveled up his spine, sending him to the ground. Little shit, the man said. Grab him and tie up the kid, he said. Naruto tried to turn over but was knocked out when the man kicked him in the face. Outside Konoha, Naruto woke up with a groan as he took in his surroundings. Naruto looked down and saw that he was completely naked and tied to a tree. Naruto tried to shout but couldn't as he realized he was gagged. Naruto began to try and break free but couldn't. Look, he's awake, a voice came, catching Naruto's attention. Well then I guess it's time to start, he said. Naruto saw 6 men walking towards him with kunai and scalpels in their hands. Naruto began to cry and beg but the gag in his mouth prevented anything from coming out. The man punched Naruto in the gut. Shut up, brat, he hissed as he brought the kunai up against Naruto's chest. You have dishonored the Hyuga clan. You should have stayed away from Lady Hinata, he said, and Naruto grew wide-eyed. Hinata, Naruto thought. She may be a useless failure but she's still the heiress to the clan, he said. Now you got to pay, and you'll be paying in flesh, he said. The man then began to drag the knife across Naruto, cutting off a chunk of flesh, making him scream in pain. Come on boys, let's teach him a lesson, he said. The remaining men then began to join in as they began to skin and dismember Naruto. Naruto screamed and struggled as the torture went on. 1 hour later, Kakuzu of Taki, rogue ninja and bounty hunter, was walking through the Fire Country on his way to find another bounty mission. Since his failed attempt to assassinate Hashirama Senju 70 years ago, Kakuzu has been a wandering bounty hunter. He may not be able to control his fate but he can control his money. In Kakuzu's mind, money was the essence of life. Nothing else in his life has ever been a constant. As Kakuzu continued down the road, he saw a light off in the distance. Bandits probably, Kakuzu thought. Pocket change but better than nothing, he thought as he began to sneak over to the light. As Kakuzu approached, he saw a sight that shook him to the core. 6 men surrounding a bound and bloody figure tied to a tree. Judging by the size of the person, he guessed it had to be a kid. Okay boys, one of the figures said, I think that's enough, let's finish him, and he began until he and his comrades were attacked by threads coming out of the ground. The threads dug into their feet and kept them all planted. The threads began to enter their bodies as they began to scream from the pain. What are you scum doing? Kakuzu said as he walked forward, hundreds of threads coming from his body and going into the ground, keeping the 6 men in place. Who the fuck are you? One of them shouted. Kakuzu looked at him and scowled behind his face mask. Kakuzu then proceeded to move the threads inside the man's body and wrapped it around his heart. Kakuzu then proceeded to slice the man's heart to pieces, killing him instantly. What are you doing? Kakuzu said, his tone emanating danger. Getting rid of a demon, another man said, and Kakuzu nodded. Look man, you don't have to do this, you can just, he began, but Kakuzu heard enough. Kakuzu began to run the threads through the men's internal organs, piercing them and scrambling them. Kakuzu recalled his threads and let the bodies fall to the ground. Kakuzu removed their masks and saw their faces. Hyuga branch members, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu walked over to the bound body and looked at it. Poor boy, such a barbaric way to die, he thought as he pulled out a kunai to cut the ropes. The body dropped to the ground and with a wet splat. Groan, Naruto groaned in agony, making Kakuzu looked at him wide-eyed. He's alive, Kakuzu thought in surprise. Kakuzu then knelt down and looked at his body. Half of his skin is flayed, muscles severed, fingers and toes cut off, and Kakuzu thought as he looked down. Kakuzu then looked on in horror and disgust. they even cut off his genitals, goddamn, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu then put both of his hands on Naruto and began to use his threads to stitch him back together. Kakuzu looked over his shoulder at the pile of skin and other body parts lying on the ground and brought them over. Kakuzu began to sew the boy back together little by little. After 20 minutes Kakuzu stood up with sweating and breathing heavily. Kakuzu was able to reattach the boy's skin, ears, fingers and toes, his genitals and fix his muscles. But the boy looked like hell, thousands of stitched across his whole body, he looked more like a homemade doll than a person. Kakuzu picked the boy up and began to walk away. He's lost a lot of blood, and he may still die of infection, Kakuzu thought as he looked down at the stitched boy. What did this kid do to deserve something like this, he thought. Well, boy, Kakuzu said to the unconscious Naruto, I've wasted a lot of time and energy on you, so you better earn your keep with me, he said. You better not die until you repay your debt to me, he said with a chuckle as they walked off into the darkness. Chapter 2. Konoha Council Chambers, one day after Naruto's attack. Hiashi, you idiotic buffoon, Hiruzen shouted towards Hiashi Hyuga who was looking down in shame. You sent a group of Hyuga branch members to torture Naruto, do you know what you done, he shouted. Naruto is a weapon of great military importance, he is our village's deterrent against hostile forces and now he is gone and all we have to show is a pile of dead Hyugas, he shouted. Lord Hokage, Sume Inuzuka spoke up, you told us to keep our children away from the boy and if need be attack, she began but Hiruzen slammed his fist on the table he was at. Yes attack, Hiruzen shouted, give him a beating here, throw a stone at him there, starve him most of the time, then when the time is right, I swoop in and gain his trust, he said. But not torture him, not cripple him, what good is a living weapon as he's crippled or fucking dead, Hiruzen shouted. Minato gave his life up in order to ensure that Konoha has a container in order to keep the village safe, and now this pale-eyed bastard and his clan of inbreeds has gone and fucked up my whole plan, he shouted. Hiashi stood up with an angry look on his face, what did you, he began until he was hit by a wave of killing intent from Hiruzen. Hiashi, sit your ass back down or you'll be joining your wife and brother in the afterlife, Hiruzen said and Hiashi complied. The only thing special about your clan is that dujutsu of yours. Keep that shit up and I'll ensure that your clan pays the price, he said and Hiashi nodded. Now since this is your fuck up, you and your clan are tasked in finding Naruto and bringing him back, he said and Hiashi nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage, right away, Hiashi said and Hiruzen scowled. And Hiashi, Hiruzen said looking at Hiashi, don't you think about punishing your daughter Hinata over this, he said and Hiashi nodded. Last thing we need is for you to lose your heiress over something so petty as this, he said and Hiashi nodded. Lord Hokage, what do you plan to do about the village? Shikaku Nara said, we don't have a container now, he said and Hiruzen sighed. We do have another option, Hiruzen said as he snapped his fingers and a Anbu landed next to him. Send word to Taki. We'll need the 7 tails but don't tell them we lost the 9 tails. If they say no bring up the treaty the first Hokage wrote up, he said and the Anbu nodded. We need that boy back, Hiruzen said, but where the hell is he said. Fire Country farmland, in a barn. Kakuzu was looking down at the boy he saved as the boy's short shallow breaths hummed through the barn. Kakuzu bribed the farmer to let him and Naruto stay in the barn for a few days no questions asked. Kakuzu reached out and put his hand on Naruto's chest and felt his heart beat. His heart is weak, Kakuzu thought, he won't survive if much longer. Unless, Kakuzu thought as he looked down at his chest. It'll cost me a heart and make me vulnerable, he thought as he looked at the boy. Looks like this will be added to your tab too boy, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu placed himself above Naruto, his chest 6 inches above Naruto's. Kakuzu's stitches began to undo themselves as they began to go into Naruto's chest as his fire mask began to be transferred over to Naruto's. Kakuzu was halfway done when he began to feel lightheaded. What is this, Kakuzu thought as his world went black. Naruto's mindscape. Kakuzu woke up feeling himself in water. He sat up and looked around and saw he was in a sewer. Where the hell am I? Kakuzu said out loud. Kakuzu began to walk into the darkness of the sewer. Kakuzu walked until he saw 2 things up ahead. One was Naruto laying on the ground still unconscious and the other was towering bars with a seal planted on them. Kakuzu ran forward and looked down at Naruto. He saw his fire mask on the right side of his chest. Looks like the transplant worked, he said out loud. HMPH, you're the first human to help him and you hardly look human at all, said a dark voice. Kakuzu jumped up and got into a defensive stance as he looked at the metal bars. 2 giant red eyes appeared out of the darkness. I can smell the greed roll off you human, it said. What are you? Kakuzu said unfazed by the sight of the giant monster behind the bars. The monster came out and revealed itself to be a giant 9-tailed fox. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, that boy is my vessel, the Kyuubi said. And who are you? The Kyuubi said. Kakuzu, former ninja of Taki and roaming mercenary, Kakuzu said, so this is why they referred to the boy as a demon. The same sentiment was present when Taki got the 7 tails over 70 years ago, he said, and Kyuubi chuckled. Why save the boy human? What is your gain? The Kyuubi said, and Kakuzu put down his guard. Pity, I know the feeling of betrayal and maltreatment, but also for financial motives, Kakuzu said. I intend to have the boy repay me for saving his life, he said, and the Kyuubi nodded. Well, if you want to help him take off the seal on these bars, the Kyuubi said, and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. If you do so, I can pump my chakra into the boy and repair his body even faster, it said, and Kakuzu looked at it. Nobody does anything for free, so, what do you want in return? Kakuzu said, and the Kyuubi smiled. Smart man, the Kyuubi said, I wish for revenge on Konoha, so, when the time is right, I want the boy to release me on Konoha once more, then the deal will be complete, the Kyuubi said, and Kakuzu nodded. Fair enough, Kakuzu said as the Kyuubi looked at him wide-eyed. I can tell you're telling the truth. Why would you lie? Unless I'm mistaken, you can escape this boy once he's dead, but you want to save him as the seal will be broken, Kakuzu said, and the Kyuubi laughed. I like you human, the Kyuubi said before the laughter died down. Now then remove the seal, it said, and Kakuzu walked forward, reaching his hand out. Before he could grab the seal, his hand was grabbed. Kakuzu turned and saw a blonde-haired blue-eyed man. Minato, they Kyuubi roared. The 4th Hokage, Kakuzu said, astonished. Who are you, and what are you doing inside Naruto? Minato said, and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. I'm nobody, Kakuzu said defiantly, and I intend to save his life, he said as he launched his threads at Minato, who jumped back, escaping the attack. Minato landed and took out several kunai. I'm not scared of you, Hokage, Kakuzu said as he took off his shirt, revealing 4 more masks. I fought the 1st Hokage and survived. You're not even in the same league as him, he said, and Minato scowled. You should have left Naruto where you found him, Minato said, making Kakuzu scowl. He's a citizen of Konoha and a valuable weapon, he said, and Kakuzu growled. The village skinned and mutilated him, Kakuzu growled out. It would have been a mercy if I ended his misery there and then, but I won't do that, he said. Regardless of what happened to him, he is the village's property, Minato said. I know he could endure the pain for the good of the village. He is my son after all, he said. The next thing Minato knew, he dodged a bolt of lightning from one of Kakuzu's masks. I may be a greedy and selfish man, Kakuzu said as hit masks began to leave his body, but I'm not a delusional fool like you, and if a man like you were willing to give away his own son's life, then I guess it's for the best I dispose of you, he said. Minato threw 3 of his special kunai towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu, seeing this, hardened his body, which was the correct move. Minato used his Hirishin to close the distance and slash at Kakuzu's throat. Minato's kunai broke on impact, surprising him. Kakuzu retaliated by grabbing Minato by the throat and slamming him onto the ground, cracking it. Minato threw another kunai and vanished in a flash of yellow. Kakuzu, turning to where the kunai went, brought both his water and lightning hearts together in order to do a combination jutsu. Combination jutsu. Electric river. The water heart launched a water jet and the lightning heart electrified the stream towards Minato. Minato went through hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Water style. Water wall. Minato created a wall of water that blocked the electric attack and threw a kunai up in the air. Minato Hirishin to the kunai but was met by Kakuzu. Kakuzu punched Minato with his hardened fist, sending him to the ground. Your moves are fast, but they are also linear, Kakuzu said as he came down and landed in front of Minato. Minato got back up and ran towards Kakuzu. Minato formed a rasengan in his right hand and sent it towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu dodged the attack but was immediately hit from behind. Minato appeared from behind Kakuzu, hitting him in the back with the rasengan. How did he do that? Kakuzu wondered. Minato landed as Kakuzu got back up. Looks like my marker stuck to him, Minato thought as he placed a marker on the back of Kakuzu's arm when he hit him. Now Minato began until he felt a shift in chakra. Minato turned and realized what Kakuzu was doing. Kakuzu was distracting him while his hearts removed the seal from the cage. Oh no, Minato thought as he tried to rush over to the cage and stop the hearts. However, he felt pain in his legs as he looked down and saw black threads burrowed into his legs. Minato realized he couldn't use his Hirishin while caught like this. You lose, Hokage, Kakuzu said as he looked over and saw his wind heart rip off the seal from the cage and red chakra began to leak out and cover Naruto. Naruto was covered in the chakra as Minato looked on in anger. Damn you, he's Konoha's weapon, you cannot, Minato began until Kakuzu grabbed him by the face and used his threads to sew his mouth shut. Silence, Kakuzu said as he looked at Naruto. This is only the beginning, he said as the process was nearly complete. Goodbye Hokage, Kakuzu said as the world went white. Back in the real world. Kakuzu opened his eyes as he laid on the ground of the barn. He sat up and felt a pain on his back. Kakuzu realized that was where he was hit by the fourth Hokage's rasengan. It wasn't a dream then, Kakuzu thought as he turned towards Naruto and was startled by the changes. Before Naruto looked like a horrific mess, but now Naruto looked a little more normal. Naruto's threads were no longer black but red and his stitched looked more linear and organized than the hasty patchwork that Kakuzu did. Naruto's face had stitches but now had less, as the only ones on Naruto's face were stitched going along his whisker marks and on the corners of his mouth where they cut his cheeks open from the ends to about 4 inches on each side. Kakuzu went over and looked at the stitched along the body and saw they had a pattern of straight horizontal lines running across his abdomen with one line going vertical from the bottom of his throat to his navel. Kakuzu continued to look at him when Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around and saw a man wearing a mask and a muscle shirt sitting beside him. "You're finally awake," Kakuzu said. Naruto looked at him with worry. "Are you going to kill me?" Naruto whimpered out and Kakuzu shook his head. "No, I'm not," Kakuzu said. "I killed those men who were torturing you and repaired your body," he said, and Naruto looked at him confused. "Repair my body?" Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded. Kakuzu went to the other side of the barn and picked up a mirror and held it in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at his face and ran his fingers along his stitches and then moved his hands to his body, feeling the stitches there as well. Naruto then began to cry as his appearance began to scare him. "Oh God," Naruto whimpered out. "Trust me boy, you looked a lot worse before the fox fixed you," Kakuzu said, and Naruto looked at him confused. "Fox? What fox?" Naruto asked, and Kakuzu took in a deep breath. Kakuzu explained what had happened while Naruto was asleep, while leaving out the fact that the fourth Hokage was present, and by the end Naruto was solemn. "So that's why," Naruto said, "why they called me a demon, why they beat me and starved me. Now look at me, I look like a monster now," he said as he wiped his tears. "We are all monsters on the inside boy," Kakuzu said. "I saved your life and now it's time to pay the bill," he said as Naruto looked at him. "You will work for me for 4 years and earn me money. For every job I will receive 50% of your pay until the 4 years are up," he said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. "I will train you, mentor you, and when the time is right you will fulfill your obligation to the fox in there," Kakuzu said. "This is not an offer. I wasted an entire day and lost a heart trying to save you," Kakuzu said. Naruto looked down at his hands and then clenched his fists. "I have nowhere to go home to anyway," Naruto said. "I'm sorry Hinata, I guess this is goodbye," Naruto thought as he remembered his one and only friend. "Where will we go?" Naruto said, and Kakuzu smiled under his mask. "We will need to go to Taki," Kakuzu said. "There is a scroll there that we'll need to steal, and also we will need to steal the hero's water," Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him confused. "Both of the objectives go hand in hand," Kakuzu said. "The scroll will help me train you while the hero's water will help you reach your full potential," Kakuzu said. Naruto nodded. "When do we leave?" Naruto asked. "Tomorrow, so shut up and get some sleep," Kakuzu said as he went over to a stack. "There's water in the barrel over there in an outhouse a few yards away," he said as he laid down and went to sleep. Naruto got up to go and get some water. As he leaned over the barrel, his reflection in the water gave him another look at what happened to him. As he looked on, a small fire of hatred began to burn inside him. "They don't want me, fine, fuck them. I don't need that damn village," Naruto thought as he turned and looked at Kakuzu. "At least with him I'm wanted," Naruto thought as he took a drink of water and found another haystack and laid down on it. "Tomorrow is a new day," Naruto thought, "the first day of my new life," he thought as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 3. Konoha, Hokage office. Hiruzen was going through reports on his desk trying to figure out the situation. It's been a week since Naruto has gone missing and he is getting frustrated because the Anbu have not found any clues as to where he may be. As he combed through the reports, a figure wearing a dog mask landed in front of him. "Lord Hokage," Dog said. "Dog, report, have you found the weapon?" Hiruzen said, and Dog shook his head. "No Lord Hokage, the Kyuubi hasn't been found," Dog said, and Hiruzen frowned in frustration. "It's been over a week, my lord. I think it's time to expand the search. Maybe he ran off west to Suna or south to Tea Country," he said. "It's possible he was taken to the southern forests by the Hyuga," Hiruzen said. "Expand the search. We must find him before the other nations find out and try to capture him," he said. "We are already taking the 7 tails from Taki. The sooner we get him back, the sooner they can have their weapon back as well," Hiruzen said. "I wonder when they are going to arrive. They're a day late," he said. Suddenly the door burst open and another Anbu ran in. "Lord Hokage, it's urgent," the Anbu said, gaining both Hiruzen and Dog's attention. the envoy from Taki has been ambushed, and the package has been taken, he said, and Hiruzen stood up. What? Hiruzen roared. How the hell did this happen? He shouted. At the same time, Waterfall Country. Fu was eating her food while looking at the strange man and the boy that was traveling with him. They both wore masks on their faces, but the boy Naruto seemed to be very uncomfortable around her while Kakuzu seemed indifferent. So far, she has spent a day with them and by far she liked it better than Taki. Hard to believe so much has happened in such a short amount of time. Flashback. Yesterday. Kakuzu and Naruto were walking down the road to Taki in silence until Naruto decided to speak. So Kakuzu-sensei, how long has it been since you've been to Taki? He asked, and Kakuzu hummed, in thought. 60 years, I believe, Kakuzu said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. The last time I was there I was just banished and stole the scroll that gave me my powers, he said. If you stole it, why is it still in Taki? Naruto asked in curiosity. If I took it with me then I would have had an even higher bounty on my head. So, I left it behind, Kakuzu said. I was placed as an A-class missing ninja. If I stole the scroll, I would have been S-class. Ironically though, they put me as AS-class 40 years later due to me being gone for so long, he said. But their information and picture of me is outdated, which is how I'm able to walk around so freely, he said, and Naruto nodded. Wow, that's pretty cool, Naruto said. So what kind of? Naruto began, but Kakuzu held his hand up, stopping him. Hide now, Kakuzu said as he and Naruto darted into the bushes. Conceal your presence like I taught you, he said, and Naruto made a hand sign. Naruto suppressed his chakra and both him and Kakuzu saw what was coming from up the road. A prison cart being pulled by a horse guarded by 4 Taki ninja. Inside the cell was a girl about 2 years older than Naruto. She had tan skin, mint green hair and was wearing tattered and worn out cloths. Naruto looked at her in pity when suddenly he felt something. You feel it, brat, the Kyuubi said. She's like you, boy, a container used as a weapon, it said. Since finding out about the Kyuubi, Naruto has been communicating with it. So far, they have a lukewarm relationship where they both tolerate each other. I should help her, Naruto thought as he looked over to Kakuzu. Kakuzu-sensei, that girl is like me, she has a demon inside her, we should help her, Naruto whispered. No, Kakuzu said, we are not going to waste our time saving some girl, regardless of her circumstances, he said, and Naruto growled. 55%, Naruto said, making Kakuzu look at him. I'll give you 55% of my pay for 4.5 years if you save her, he said. Adding half a year and a 20% increase to what you're paying, Kakuzu said, raising an eyebrow. I'm not going to pass on that deal, Kakuzu said, standing up and walking out into the road. Give me 5 minutes, Kakuzu said, and Naruto smiled behind his mask. Holy crap, it worked, Naruto thought. Never haggled before, but it looks like I did a good job, he thought as he began to sneak to another part of the woods. The Taki Junin was walking point when a earth pillar shot out of the ground and nearly hit him. Ambush, he shouted to his 3 Chunin squad mates. Defend the package, he shouted. 2 Chunin ran forward to assist him and 1 stayed next to the cart in order to guard the cell. Fu looked on and saw 3 of her guards fight the man who just appeared out of nowhere. Kakuzu was allowing the Taki ninjas to attack as he wanted to lure them in. The Jonin threw a volley of kunai at Kakuzu and began to go through hand signs, water style, water bullets. The Junin shot multiple water bullets from his mouth at Kakuzu. Kakuzu easily dodged the kunai and went through hand signs, earth style, mud wall. Kakuzu created a earth wall to block the incoming water bullets. When the water bullets hit, the Junin jumped on top of the wall while his 2 Chunin flanked around the other side. When they reached it they saw nothing. Where the hell did he go? One of the Chunin asked. The next moment he had a hand protruding through his chest. Kakuzu appeared from behind him and pulled his hand out. Kakuzu used another earth jutsu to hide and move underground behind the Chunin. 1 down, 2 to go, Kakuzu said, and both the Junin and the Chunin charged in an attempt to avenge their fallen comrade. With Naruto. Naruto was sneaking around to the wagon to free the girl that was inside the cell. Naruto, still hiding his presence, snuck up behind the lone Taki ninja who was too distracted by the fight happening up ahead. Naruto took out a kunai that Kakuzu gave him and began slowly approaching the ninja to take him out. Naruto drew closer and raised up the kunai. Naruto brought down the kunai into the Chunin's back as he released his breath. Naruto, however, was blindsided when the ninja turned around and elbowed him in the face. "Gah, you little fucker," the Taki ninja shouted. "Did you just fucking stab me?" he said as he started wobbling onto the side of the cart. "If I wasn't wearing my flak vest, I'd be dead right now," he thought as he looked at Naruto. "You're dead, kid," the man said. Before the man could move, Fu grabbed him through the bars and put him in a headlock. "Hey, kill him," Fu shouted to Naruto. Naruto, snapping out of his daze, got up, taking out another kunai and ran up and stabbed the Taki ninja while he was being restrained by Fu. Naruto stabbed the man in the chest, making him cough up blood as he fell to the ground and began to convulse. After a few minutes he stopped moving and laid still. Naruto, looking at the man he just killed, bent over, lifted the bottom of his mask and threw up. Oh god, he's dead, Naruto thought as he kept throwing up. I just killed someone, he thought. Hey, Fu shouted, gaining Naruto's attention. Grab the keys off him and let me out. They put a seal me chakra so I can't do much, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto went over to the dead man while still feeling nauseous and rummaged through his pockets. Naruto took off his kunai pouch, his wallet and a key ring with well over 24 keys on it. Ah, do you know which one? Naruto asked Fu, holding up the keys. With Kakuzu. The Taki Chunin was running towards Kakuzu, kunai in hand, ready to take out the rogue ninja. Kakuzu, seeing this, put his arm up. Kakuzu sent his arm towards the Chunin, using his threads to control the limb and grab him by the neck. Kakuzu proceeded to use earth chakra to strengthen his arm and crush the throat of the Chunin. Kakuzu tossed the man to the side and looked at the Junin. And then there was one, Kakuzu said, and the Junin scowled. I know who you are now, the Junin said. You're Kakuzu, rogue ninja of Taki. Although I'm curious how you are still alive and moving so well, considering you are supposed to be in your 90s, he said, and Kakuzu chuckled. Sadly you will never know, Kakuzu said as he got ready to do battle until he heard a shout. Mister, close your eyes, a feminine voice shouted. Kakuzu and the Junin both looked over and saw the green-haired girl running towards them, going through hand signs. Kakuzu, listening to the girl, closed his eyes just in time as a bright flash of light blinded everything in the area. Gah, my eyes, the Junin shouted as he was too slow. He began to rub his eyes as Kakuzu ran up to him. Kakuzu, using earth chakra to strengthen his fist once more, punched the Junin in the back. Kakazu's fist came out of the man's chest as he coughed up blood. Kakuzu pulled his arm out of the man's chest and he fell to the ground lifeless. Kakuzu turned and looked over to the mint-haired girl and spoke. Thank you, girl, Kakuzu said. You saved me 2 minutes and my time is precious, he said. Naruto walked up and joined the two. What of the other guard? Kakuzu said, and Naruto flinched. I killed him, Naruto said sadly. Fu had a look of sympathy as he killed him to free her, but Kakuzu had no such reservations. It's your first and most certainly won't be your last, Kakuzu said coldly. This is the life of a shinobi, kill and eventually be killed unless you harden your heart. So, get over it, he said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto didn't feel better and felt sick until he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked and saw the girl he saved and she smiled at him. Thank you for saving me, she said sweetly. I'm Fu, how about you, she said, and Naruto perked up a little. I'm Naruto, Naruto said. You're welcome, and my friend wants to talk to your friend, he said as he grabbed her hand. Shared mindscape. Naruto and Fu both stood in a white plain while two giant beasts stood looking across at each other. Kurama, a giant seven-tailed beetle, said. Chome, the nine-tailed fox, said. It's been a while, let's talk, it said. Flashback end. So what do you intend to do back in Taki? Fu asked, and Kakuzu spoke up. We are going back to steal a scroll containing the secret techniques of Taki, Kakuzu said plainly, but first we need to find a way in, as despite how powerful I am I cannot take on a whole village and Naruto here is still in training, he said. I can help you sneak in, Fu said, making both Kakuzu and Naruto look at her in surprise. I used to sneak out of the village all the time to go and find food. I know a secret tunnel we can take, she said. Kakuzu looked at her and then Naruto. Keep the payment you offered me, boy, Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him in surprise. Looks like your thinking has given us a golden ticket into the village, he said, and Fu held her hand up. I'll help you two sneak in, but on 2 conditions, Fu said. What are they? Naruto asked. After we do so I want to come with you 2 inches, Fu said, making them both look at her. I hated my life in Taki. Everyone was mean to me, they threw rocks at me, destroyed my house and even kept their children from me, she said. Fu then looked at Naruto with sad eyes. I know it's not as bad as what they did to you, Naruto, but it's still not nice, Fu said, and Naruto nodded sadly. I understand, Naruto said. That's kind of why I wanted to save you from whatever they were planning on doing to you. No one should suffer like we do, he said, and Fu smiled softly. What's the second condition? Kakuzu said, and Fu spoke. Before we leave Taki there is somewhere I want to go. Just for a minute, Fu said, making Kakuzu confused, and all I'll need is 2 pieces of paper and a pencil, she said, and Kakuzu nodded. As long as you get us inside the village, Kakuzu said as he extended his hand. You have a deal, girl, he said. Fu shook his hand and nodded as the deal was made. Now get some sleep, we will arrive there tomorrow, Kakuzu said as he leaned up against a tree. Naruto handed Fu his blanket. Here here so you don't get cold, he said and Fu shook her head. I can't take it, she said, we can share it okay, Fu said and Naruto nodded. Naruto and Fu both went to another tree and leaned up against it. Naruto draped the blanket over him and Fu and they both closed their eyes. Kikuzu looked over at the two sleeping children had a thought. 2 containers now, both young and have so much potential, he thought. If I train them properly, we can be a nearly unstoppable mercenary group, Kikuzu thought. I guess I can start after we are done here Taki, he thought. Kikuzu closed his eyes and began to sleep. The mercenary and the now 2 mercenaries in training all slept in order to prepare for their heist tomorrow. Chapter 4. Takigakure Outskirts, at night. Naruto, Kikuzu and Fu were all standing in front of a humongous waterfall which was the entrance of the village. While that's one huge waterfall, Naruto said, is this where we enter? He asked Fu who shook her head. No, I'm just retracing my steps, Fu said as she motioned Naruto and Kikuzu to follow her. But yeah, that's the biggest waterfall on the continent. It's also Taki's greatest deterrent. The water flows so fast and so hard that no water jutsu could stop it, Fu said giving Naruto a little history lesson. It came in handy during the water wars against Kiri, Kikuzu said gaining both of their attentions. Kiri got jealous of Taki and its claim to water jutsu, so, they tried to kill us off, he said. We were able to hold them off since they had no way to penetrate our defenses, Kikuzu finished. While you fought in a war Kikuzu-sensei, you're a badass, Naruto said. Naruto was then slapped on the back of the head by Fu. Language, Fu said sternly and Kikuzu chuckled at Naruto's expense. After walking for about an hour Fu led Naruto and Kikuzu to where they were going to enter the village. Here we are, Fu said as she cleared vegetation and revealed a hatch. You use the old sewer system? Kikuzu asked. I thought they sealed all tunnels after the flood over 70 years ago, he said confused making Fu go wide-eyed. Wait, this was a sewer, Fu said, but it's so nice and the water is so oh my god I drank the water from here, Fu said as she began to feel nauseous and dry heave. Ew gross you drank toilet water, Naruto said grossed out. Let's just go in already, Kikuzu said, Fu composed herself. Follow me, Fu said as she crawled through the tunnel followed by Naruto and Kikuzu. All 3 crawled through the sewer for about an hour until they reached the other side. Okay up through here, Fu said pointing to an opening above them. Fu crawled up first followed by Naruto and Kikuzu. After exiting the tunnel Kikuzu looked at Fu and Naruto and spoke. Okay, here is the plan, Kikuzu said. I will go and steal the forbidden scroll. You two go and steal the hero's water, he said and both Naruto and Fu nodded. Okay sensei, Naruto said. Yes Mr. Kikuzu, Fu said. Be back here in 2 hours, if you screw up, get captured or maybe die. Too bad, Kikuzu said as he snuck off into the village under the cover of darkness. Jerk, Fu said before looking at Naruto. Let's go Naruto, she said and Naruto nodded. Both children ran off in the opposite direction. With Kikuzu. Kikuzu found the building holding the forbidden scroll which was also the building of the village council and the village shinobi leader. Now then let's find that scroll, Kikuzu thought as he the darkness to hide his movements. As Kikuzu approached the building he saw 2 ninja possibly Chunin standing guard at the front entrance. Killing them might raise suspicion if they are not there, he thought. Kikuzu then had an idea. He snuck up and hid around the corner of the building. So, what are you going to do this weekend? One of the ninjas asked the other. Not sure, maybe take my girl out for dinner, the other said. Not sure, what do you think might be good? He asked. Why not take her to a movie or how about bowling? He said making his friend confused. Bowling, what's that? His friend asked. It's a new sport from the West, he explained. You get a heavy ball and you. He began but stopped when something grabbed his throat by a disembodied hand. He turned his head and saw his friend being grabbed by the neck by a disembodied hand as well. You two are too distracted to be guards, Kikuzu said in a quiet voice. Complacency creates opportunity to the enemy, he said. Kikuzu proceeded to snap their necks killing them both. As he did so he used his threads to hold the bodies up making it look like they were still alive. Kikuzu recalled his hands and reattached them to his forearms. Now then let's see if my memories of this place is still correct, he thought as he entered the building. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu were now in a secluded part of the village as they walked along a old cobbled road. As they walked Fu looked at Naruto and spoke. Naruto, Fu said gaining his attention. Yeah, what's up? Naruto said looking at her. I know you told me what your village did to you, Fu said looking at him with sad eyes. But why did they do it? You said it was the Kyuubi but there's more isn't there, she said. Naruto flinched for a second. Naruto stuttered out before taking a deep breath. It's because of a girl, Naruto said making Fu go wide-eyed. Her name was Hinata, she was my friend, Naruto said. She comes from a super noble family and is like royalty. Anyway, somehow her clan found out about that and decided to get rid of me, he said as he stopped. Naruto lifted up his shirt and showed Fu the stitches she didn't see. They tied me to a tree and skinned and dismembered me. I passed out 3 times, once when they cut off my fingers, once when they cut off my boy parts, and once when they began cutting my face, Naruto said. Fu looked at his stitched chest and held her hand to her mouth. Fu may have been ignored, shunned and hated, but she was never physically attacked except for the occasional rock throw at her by some kids. Oh god Naruto, I'm so sorry, Fu said feeling awful. I didn't mean to bring up any bad memories, she began until Naruto lowered down his shirt. It's fine Fu, Naruto said softly. Let's get going, he said as Fu began to lead the way once again. Both walked in awkward silence for a few more minutes until they found what they were looking for. There it is, Fu said as she and Naruto to the shoreline of a lake. In the middle of a lake there was a large tree coming out of the water. It's inside that tree, Fu said, and Naruto looked at her with a smile under his mask. Great, so let's, Naruto began as he walked to the lake but was grabbed by Fu. Don't go dummy, Fu said, stopping Naruto. There are no guards here, but look, Fu said as she took out a piece of jerky from her pocket and threw it into the water. Upon contact with the water the meat was attacked by a school of fish, making Naruto jump back. What the heck is that? Naruto asked. Man-eating piranhas, Fu said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. These are special fish made by Taki to defend out water sources since Taki only has so many available ninjas. They also can use chakra. If you walked into that water you'd be dead by now, she said, making Naruto shudder. Ugh, thanks Fu, Naruto said bashfully. So how do we cross then if we can't swim it? He asked. Fu opened the back of her shirt and stretched. Suddenly 4 wings popped out of her back and began to flutter. What the heck, you have wings? Naruto said and Fu nodded. That's pretty cool, Naruto said in awe and Fu blushed. Thanks Naruto, Fu said, blushing from the praise. Okay, I'll grab onto you and then we can go, she said, and Naruto nodded. Fu grabbed Naruto around the waist and began to flutter her wings. Fu lifted up and began to fly about 6 feet above the water. I have to stay low to avoid being seen, so, stay still and don't make a sound, Fu whispered, and Naruto nodded. Okay, Naruto whispered back. The tree was 100 yards away and Fu was going as fast as she could while carrying Naruto. As she flew, Fu suddenly dipped down and Naruto's foot slashed in the water. Crud, my flying eyes still not that good, Fu thought. Fu, are you ga mph? Naruto began to scream but caught himself as a piranha bit his foot. As the blood began to trickle out it attracted more of the carnivorous fish. Fu, fly faster, Naruto said as the fish began jumping out of the water trying to bite them. Naruto kicked the fish away as Fu continued to fly towards the tree. Hold on, almost there, Fu said as he pushed herself to go faster. As she continued, Naruto was bit on his foot once more by a piranha as he clenched his teeth in pain trying not to scream. As they reached the shore, Fu dropped Naruto down and went to his foot trying to pry of the fish. Get off him, Fu said, struggling to open its jaws. Got it, Fu said, removing the fish which spat out Naruto's pinky toe. Fu chucked the fish back into the water and looked at Naruto. Naruto leaned forward and grabbed his bitten off too. Damn, it hurts even worse than the first time, Naruto said, holding his foot. Man, this, he began until something happened. Threads came out of his wound and grabbed his severed toe. The threads then brought the severed digit back to its place and began sewing itself back on. After a few seconds Naruto's pain resided and he and Fu looked at what happened with wide eyes. I had no idea that would happen, Naruto said, pointing at his foot. I guess if you have your parts, you can sew yourself together again, Fu said, not sure she just saw what she saw. Let's just go before I get nauseous again, she said. Naruto got up and began to limp behind Fu. I can't feel my foot, Naruto said, making Fu sweat drop. Naruto and Fu walked into the tree and upon entering saw a small shrine. Fu walked up and opened the shrine, revealing a bottle containing the hero's water. Okay, I got the hero's water, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Good, let's get going, Naruto said, and they both exited as they got what they needed. Now we need to get back across the water, Naruto said. But how do we do that? Naruto said. Fu grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. By using that, Fu said, pointing at a flat-bottom boat. That boat if for whoever gets the water to come back across safely, she said, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, I was hoping to not fly over that death trap again, Naruto said as he walked over to the boat and began moving it to the water. I'll row, you take a break, Naruto said. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu made his way quietly through the hallways of the building in search for the room holding the forbidden scroll. As he turned a corner, he saw a ninja leaving an office. Maybe he knows where it is, Kakuzu thought. In a burst of speed, Kakuzu grabbed the man from behind and covered his mouth. don't resist, just listen, he said. I'm looking for the room holding the forbidden scroll, tell me and I won't kill you, he said, and the ninja shook his head. No, very well, don't blame me for this, he said. Threads came out of Kakuzu's chest as they penetrated the mont's back, the mont's screams were muffled by Kakuzu's hand. Kakuzu's threads dug into the man and found their target. Kakuzu's threads pulled out the mont's beating heart and pulled it into his own body. The ninja struggled for a few more minutes until he went still. Kakuzu leaned him against a wall and left. Well, I got all my hearts now, Kakuzu thought as he continued down the hall. Kakuzu walked for 15 more minutes until he peered around a corner, saw a large steel door guarded by 4 junin. This has to be it, he thought. Kakuzu thought about how to dispose of them and got an idea. Kakuzu detached his wind and water heart and fused them together. The wind and water heart built up their attacks and appeared around the corner, catching the junin off guard. The wind and water heart fired both their attacks at the same time. The water heart fired raindrop-sized water bullets while the wind heart sped them up to an incredible speed. The result was the 4 ninja being shredded to pieces before they could even raise the alarm. Kakuzu refused the 2 hearts back into himself and walked over to the steel door. The door had to open mechanically as it was made of a chakra-resistant metal. Kakuzu looked at the combination lock and took off the cover. He used a single thread on his finger to enter the small opening and began to turn the inner mechanisms. After a few minutes the door unlocked, but Kakuzu decided to not let his guard down. Kakuzu ran threads through the cracks and checked around. He found 4 high explosive tags on the inside that would have leveled the building. Amateurs, he thought as he disabled the 4 tags. Kakuzu opened the door and saw hundreds of scrolls scattered around the room. Let's see here, Kakuzu thought as he looked around the room using his threads to scour the scrolls. Finally Kakuzu found the one he was looking for. Found it, Kakuzu thought as he pocketed the scroll. Before he left he saw a smaller safe in the corner. What is this, he thought as he went over and began to crack the safe. After a few minutes he opened the safe and went wide-eyed. 3 dozen gold bullion, scrolls full of payroll and bonds for village economics. Looks like this came with an unexpected bonus, he thought as he sealed up the gold and bonds into a scroll and took the scrolls of payroll. How fortunate, he thought as he exited the safe to head to the rallying point. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu headed into the woods with Naruto following Fu. Hey, what are we looking for? Naruto asked and Fu pointed up ahead. Them, Fu said as she pointed to 2 gravestones. My mom and dad, she said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. They died when I was really young, so I don't remember them, but from what I was told they loved me with all their hearts, Fu said as she took out a piece of paper and a pencil and placed it over the makeshift headstones. I can never come back, so, I think doing this will be a way for me to remember them, Fu said. Fu began to rub the pencil across the paper. After a few strokes the name on the gravestone began to be traced into the paper. Naruto, seeing this, grabbed a second piece of paper and pencil and began to trace over the second grave. Fu, seeing this, looked at Naruto curiously. I never knew my parents either, Naruto said to Fu. I was always told my mother was some whore who abandoned me and my father was a drunk who impregnated her, he said, making Fu frown. Frankly, you're lucky, at least you know who they loved you, Naruto said as he traced the name. I will never know, not like it would help me now, Naruto said. I'm sorry Naruto, Fu said as she continued tracing her paper, but don't dwell on the past, look to the future, she said, and Naruto nodded. I will, Naruto said simply. Naruto and Fu finished and stood up. Naruto showed her his tracing. Is this good enough? Naruto said as he handed the paper to Fu. Fu took it and looked at it and nodded with a smile. Yes, thank you Naruto, Fu said as she folded both pieces of paper and put them in a waterproof plastic bag. Let's go, best not leave Mr. Kakuzu waiting, he said, and Naruto nodded. Fu gave the graves one last bow and both began to make their way to the rally point. At the rally point, Naruto and Fu arrived to see Kakuzu waiting. You made it with 5 minutes to spare, Kakuzu said. Did you get the hero's water? He asked. Naruto took out the container holding the water and Kakuzu nodded in approval. Good, let's go, he said as he entered the tunnel followed by Naruto and Fu last. A few hours later, Naruto, Kakuzu and Fu were all sitting in an abandoned house miles away from Taki. Kakuzu was going through the spoils of their successful heist. Naruto and Fu were both sitting by the fireplace talking when Kakuzu got up and walked over. Brats, Kakuzu said, gaining their attentions. Looks like you two will be of much use to me, so for a good job here is your cut, Kakuzu said as he threw down 3 stacks of Ryo and a gold bullion for each of the 2 children. Holy crud, Fu said, picking up the small gold bar. She bit down on it and saw the dent. It's real, is it ours? She asked and Kakuzu nodded. Yes, the money can be used as you wish, but do not use the gold unless for emergencies, Kakuzu said. Huh, why? Naruto asked, confused. Some countries like Iron Country, Snow Country and Steam Country old use precious metals for their economies, Kakuzu said. Also gold prices fluctuate so it's good for the long run, Kakuzu said as he packed up his stuff and began to walk away. I will begin training you both tomorrow, so get some rest, Kakuzu said as he walked into a different room and closed the door. Naruto looked at his money and smiled. I think the first thing I'll buy with this money is a hot meal. Naruto said, I never had enough money to eat at a nice restaurant before, maybe now I can, he said and Fu giggled. That sounds nice, Fu said, maybe I could go with you as your date, Fu said jokingly. Sure, sounds like fun, Naruto said oblivious to what he just said. Fu blushed and began to twiddle her thumbs. Fu then looked at Naruto and spoke. Hey Naruto, Fu said gaining his attention. Yeah, what's up, Naruto said. Do you think I could see your face, Fu asked. Fu saw how Naruto flinched and began to backtrack. Sorry you don't have to if, she began. No, it's okay, Naruto said nervously. Naruto slowly raised his hand up to his face and grabbed his face mask. Naruto pulled down his mask and looked at Fu. Fu looked at Naruto's face. She looked at the stitches going along his 6 whisker birthmarks, the stitches going around his mouth and the stitches going from the corners of his mouth to halfway across his cheeks. Fu then smiled softly and looked Naruto in the eyes. I don't know why you hide your face, Fu said surprising Naruto. I mean you kinda cute, she said making Naruto go wide-eyed. You're not grossed or freaked out over it, Naruto asked meekly. I thought I'd look like a monster to people, he said. Fu then leaned in and gave Naruto a kiss on his stitched cheek. No, I'm not, Fu said, besides I can tell you're not a monster, it's normal people who are monsters, she said and Naruto nodded. People like you, me and Mr. Kakuzu are hated because we are special, Fu said. If we are all together, we are normal, Fu said and Naruto nodded with a smile. Thanks Fu, Naruto said, let's go to bed, he said as he began to pull his mask up but Fu grabbed his hand. You don't need the mask around me Naruto, Fu said and Naruto nodded. Naruto removed the mask and put it in his pocket. Let go to bed, she said and Naruto smiled. Okay, Naruto said. Naruto and Fu walked over to the old futon they found and laid down. Naruto covered both himself and Fu with a blanket. Fu crawled over and wrapped her arms around Naruto and closed her eyes. Naruto wrapped his arms around Fu and closed his eyes as well. Both children fell asleep to rest up for the next step of their journey. Chapter 5. Land of Rivers, 1 month after the Taki heist. Naruto and Fu were both sparring in a forest not far from their campsite. Kakuzu went off for a little while and both children decided to spar to kill the time. Naruto charged at Fu cocking back his fist to throw a punch. Naruto threw his punch but Fu blocked it. Fu proceeded to grab a hold onto Naruto's arm and flipped him over her shoulder. Naruto landed on his back but quickly recovered and threw a kick at Fu hitting her in the stomach. Fu was sent stumbling back and Naruto got back up. Naruto proceeded to grab onto one of the threads on his wrist and pulled it out still attached to his body. Naruto then swung the thread like a whip towards Fu's feet. The thread wrapped around her feet and Naruto pulled his thread taking Fu off her feet. Fu fell onto her back and saw her feet bound by Naruto's thread. Got you now, Naruto said rushing over to Fu. Fu smirked as she shrunk down escaping her bondage. Naruto stopped and looked around trying to find her. Where'd you go? Naruto said trying to find his friend. Just then Fu appeared in front of him shrunken down to the size of a crayon. Right here, Fu said with a smile as she cocked back her fist. Fu transformed back into her full size and proceeded to punch Naruto in the face sending him to the ground. Naruto gripped his face as his eyes began to tear up. Fu proceeded to get on top of Naruto and hold him down. I win, Fu said with a smile. Naruto groaned and nodded. Fine, you win, Naruto said and Fu chuckled. Fu got off Naruto and helped him to his feet. Just you wait, I'll beat you next time, Naruto proclaimed and Fu smiled. Well, you have a way to go, Fu said with a smirk. After all we sparred every day for the past month, and what is our ratio? 24 wins for me and 6 you, she said to which Naruto got a tick mark. That doesn't mean anything, Naruto said pointing at her. I will become stronger, just you see, Naruto said. Naruto proceeded to do a backflip and at the same time sent his threads from his ankles upwards until they wrapped around a tree limb. Naruto pulled himself up hanging about 6 feet off the ground upside down from the threads coming from his feet. My control over my threads is getting better. And when I master them, I'll be able to kick you but super duper easy, Naruto said lightly swing from his threads. Naruto be careful, Fu said, you don't know if that tree can hold your, she began, the tree branch holding Naruto snapped and Naruto fell to the ground with a thud. Wait, Fu said with a sweat drop. Naruto stood up rubbing the back of his neck bashfully. I'm okay, Naruto said with a smile behind his mask. Fu giggled at Naruto's antic. Fu and Naruto have been growing closer over the past month they've been together. She enjoyed his company and frankly he was a breath of fresh air from the usual hostility she received from the population in Taki. Both Naruto and Fu were brought out of their thoughts by Kikuzu walking up to them. You were sparring again, Kikuzu said and both children nodded. Good, now enough socializing, time for work, Kikuzu said and both children looked towards him in surprise. You both been with me for a month now, a month worth of food, training and time, Kikuzu said. Now it's time to see if you were worth the effort or a waste of my time, he said. What do we got Kikuzu-sensei? Naruto said in anticipation. Kikuzu produced a scroll and spoke. We are going to be taking out a Kusa ninja camp. We will have to go north through AIM and cross the border into Kusa territory, Kikuzu said making both Naruto and Fu go wide-eyed. Kusa and AIM are currently at war with each other over some land bordering their countries, he said. The person who hired us for the job wants us to work under the table, he said and Fu raised her hand. But why use this when they have their own ninja, Fu said and Kikuzu chuckled. Because why sacrifice your own ninja when you could hire some mercenaries, Kikuzu said. We offer them plausible deniability and if we mess up and die, well it's no skin of their noses, he said. Naruto and Fu both looked at each other nervously for a second, both then steeled themselves as this was the life they chose. Naruto was almost murdered by his village and Fu was an outcast with no real home, they had nothing to lose. Let's do it, Naruto said with excitement and Kikuzu nodded. Pack up camp, we leave in 2 hours, Kikuzu said. It'll take us 2 days to get there and 1 day to prepare, let's not waste out time, he said. Both Naruto and Fu ran to the camp and began to tear it down in order to leave for their mission. Now I can see what the brats are made of, Kikuzu thought as he walked over to collect everything they would need. 3 days later, in Kusa country. Naruto, Kikuzu and Fu were all hiding in a tree line looking at the camp down below. There were dozens of tents and campfires lighting it up as the sun began to set. Kikuzu saw Kusa ninja entering the camp limping and clutching their wounds. They were then escorted by Kusa ninja into the camp and taken to a large tent in the center of the camp. I see, Kikuzu thought. This is a medical camp for all the injured ninja coming back from the battles raging along the border, he thought. No wonder they wanted us to take out this particular camp, Kikuzu thought. We kill their wounded when they are defenseless, along with the medical staff treating them in order to increase the death rates in the future, he thought. Kikuzu turned to Naruto and Fu and spoke. Naruto set up your wire traps along the trees. When you are done come to me and we will work on our pit traps, he said in a whisper. Naruto nodded and spoke. Okay sensei, Naruto said before turning to Fu, let's go and get set up. Naruto said and Fu nodded. Both children went off into the woods. With Naruto and Fu, 1 hour later. Okay Fu last one, Naruto said and Fu nodded. Naruto produced a thread as thin as a hair from his arm. Naruto's threads were different from Kikuzu's in more ways than just color. Naruto's threads were thinner than his and were sharper the thinner he made them. The thread Naruto was producing could cut through an apple with relative ease, only now instead of fruit he was using it on humans. Here you go, Naruto said to Fu. Okay give me a sec, Fu said as she grabbed the thread and brought out her wings. Fu pulled the thread while flying around wrapping it around the trees in a maze at fluctuating heights. Some were at ankle height while some were higher up in the trees in case some ninja hops through the branches to escape. Fu finished her last fly through and landed next to Naruto. Done, Fu said and Naruto nodded as he severed the thread and secured it to the tree he was standing next to. Let's go and find Kikuzu-sensei, Naruto said as he and Fu ran off. They didn't have to look very far as they found Kikuzu going through hand signs. Earth style. Pitfall, Kikuzu said as he slammed his hands onto the ground. In front of him a 10-foot deep and 20-foot wide hole was created. Kikuzu seeing Naruto and Fu approach him spoke. Are the tree traps set? He asked and Naruto nodded. Yes sensei, Naruto said and Kikuzu nodded in acknowledgement. Good now use your wired for the pit traps, I set them around the forest at 10-meter intervals, Kikuzu said as he walked off. Naruto looked over to Fu. Oh boy this is going to take a while, Naruto said as he made more of his thread. He then kneeled down and sent it into the ground until it entered the hole. The threads began to make a spider web type pattern to cover every square inch of the hole. Naruto finished after a few minutes, one down about 1 million more to go. Naruto whined and Fu giggled. Naruto and Fu began to walk around the forest to set up the other traps. Midnight. Kikuzu was standing on the ground while Naruto and Fu hid in the trees. I'll lead the attack, you two take out the stragglers, Kikuzu said and both children nodded. Kikuzu began to walk towards the camp as he began to remove his shirt and both his wind heart and fire heart formed into their thread bodies and combined together. Let's get to work, Kikuzu said. Both the wind and fire heart took in a deep breath as they approached the camp entrance. As they did, 4 Kusa ninja guarding the camp called out. "Hey, stop," Akusa Jonan said. "This is your only warning, put your hands up or—" He didn't get to finish his sentence. The fire and wind hearts both launched a powered-up stream of fire towards the guards, setting all 4 alight as they danced around screaming as the fire engulfed them. Kakuzu saw the flames hit several tents and people began to funnel out trying to escape the flames. "Enemy attack, is it aim, protect the medics and doctors, save the wounded," they all shouted. Akusa ninja ran towards Kakuzu, sword drawn ready to kill him. "You bastard," he shouted. Kakuzu used his earth style to harden his hand and sent it towards the ninja using his threads to guide it. The fist smashed into the ninja's face, splattering his brains all over the ground. Kakuzu proceeded to recall his hand and flick the brain matter off his hands as he casually walked into the camp. More and more ninja came out of the tents, some with wounds, in order to fight him. Kakuzu began to harden his body and prepare for his fight. "Come to me," he thought. In the forest. "Stay with me, Karen," a red-haired woman said to her daughter as she pulled her along. "Mom, I'm scared," Karen said as tears rolled down her face from behind her black-framed glasses. "I know, honey, but stay with me," she said. She never wanted this or for her daughter to be here. She was forced to come here by Kusa to provide her healing services to the wounded. The bandages where they bit here were still bleeding through. She was on the verge of passing out when the camp came under attack. Now she was being escorted by 3 Kusa Chunin as they did not want to lose her, or more accurately her healing ability. "Shut that fucking brat up," one of the Kusa ninjas leading the group said, scaring both Karen and her mom. "If it weren't for you and your healing ability, you 2 outsiders would have been left back in the camp," he snarled. "Now shut the fuck up," and he began until he fell. The Kusa ninja fell into a pit about 10 feet deep. When he was halfway down, he hit a spider web-looking thing hanging from the walls. When he passed through the other side, he fell into literal pieces as the threads cut through him like a hot knife through butter. He landed at the bottom of the pit in a literal puddle of meat and blood. Karen screamed at this and was silenced by one of the Kusa ninjas slapping her across her face. "Shut the fuck up, you little shit," he shouted. Karen crawled over to her mother, who was on the ground, and held her. "If you don't, he began until he choked. The man was then lifted about 10 feet off of the ground by a thread around his neck. The thread cut into his neck, severing the arteries and the windpipe, using his body weight to do so. "Oh god, oh fuck, the last Kusa ninja said as he looked over to Karen and her mother, who were both huddled at a tree holding onto each other. "Fuck you both," he shouted as he began to run back the way he came. He left us, Karen said in a panic. Karen watched as the man ran away. The Kusa ninja ran back. "I got to get out of here," he said to himself. As he did, he noticed something fly in front of him for a split second. The Kusa man fell backwards as he was clotheslined across the neck by the same thread that killed his 2 comrades. The velocity was enough to where it cut his throat open, and he tried to stem the bleeding. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mint green-haired girl appeared and looked down on him. "Coward," she said coldly as she kneeled down next to him. She reached into his kunai holster and took out a kunai and held it at a downward angle. She proceeded to stab the mortally wounded man in the eye socket, twisting the knife to scramble his brain. She then let go of the knife and stood up, looking over to the woman and Karen. Don't worry, honey," the woman said to Karen, who was crying uncontrollably. It will all be okay," she said, her voice beginning to crack as the green-haired girl began to walk over to them. As that happened, another figure came down from the trees using a thread to control his descent. The figure let go and landed in front of Karen and her mother as the girl stood next to him. Both Karen and her mother began to hyperventilate as they approached, and both closed their eyes to not see what was coming. "Are you 2 Oaks?" came the voice of a boy. Both Karen and her mother opened their eyes and saw the bright blue eyes of the figure who talked. "They didn't hurt you too much, did they?" he asked, and both Karen and her mother were speechless. "I don't see a Kusa headband on either of you. Were you not with them?" the girls asked, her face neutral. "No," the woman said. I was forced to work for them as a healer," she said. My daughter has nothing to do with them," she said. Please don't hurt us," she said. "We won't, I promise," the boy said as he looked over to the 3 ninja he killed. "Frankly, those guys were a bund of his." Naruto began until he heard Fu clear her throat. "Not good guys," he said, trying not to curse. He then turned to Karen and took out a handkerchief he had in his pocket. He leaned forward and wiped her bloody lip from where the man hit her and then wiped her tears away. Naruto reached up and pulled down his mask, shocking both Karen and her mother by his appearance. Karen looked at the stitched along his face and mouth and wondered what happened to him. "My name is Naruto, what's yours?" Naruto said with his nicest smile. Karen blushed at this. She was scared of the boy a second ago, but now for some reason she felt a sense of safety emanating from the boy. I'm Karen," Karen said in a whisper. Naruto nodded and turned to her mother. My name is Mie Uzumaki, Mie said to Naruto, who went wide-eyed. Wait, Uzumaki, that's my last name, Naruto said, making both Karen and Mie look at him surprised. How about that, we have the same last name, he said. Are you part of the Uzumaki clan? Mie asked, and Naruto scrunched up his face in confusion. Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side, not sure about all of that, but he began until Fu interrupted. Naruto, we have a mission, Fu said, reminding her blonde friend. Yeah, okay, just give me a sec, okay Fu, Naruto said, pulling his mask back up and standing up. You two stay here and hide. When the battle is done, we will come back for you, Naruto said, and Mie spoke up. Why do we have to stay here? Mie asked. Because we have traps all over the forest, and if you walk around you might walk into one, Naruto said, making both Karen and Mie flinch. Okay, be back in a little while, don't go wandering off, he said as he began to run off with Fu. Mom, Karen said to her mother, who looked down at her. Yeah sweetie, Mie asked. He has very pretty eyes, Karen said. With Naruto and Fu. Naruto and Fu were hopping in the trees looking for more escaping ninjas. They have your last name, it can't be a coincidence, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. Maybe you're from like a rare clan or something, like there isn't much of you left, she said. I don't know Fu, Naruto said, but I saw the way they treated those two, I can tell they aren't bad, Naruto said as he ran ahead. At the very least we could take them away from here, Naruto said. Come on, let's focus on the job, he said, and Fu nodded. With Kakuzu. Get the patients out of the beds, a nurse shouted as she tried to help a double-leg amputee. We have to get them out, she yelled. All around her, doctors, nurses and able-bodied patients were trying to evacuate those who were too wounded to help themselves. As she did so, the tent flaps were opened and she saw a horrific sight. A beast made of threads and seemed to have two heads walked in. Kill it, one ninja shouted as he threw several shuriken at it to no effect. One of the masks it was wearing opened its mouth and began to shoot out water, covering everyone in the liquid. What the hell? A ninja shouted. The other mouth opened and everyone saw lightning began to crackle. The mouth fired a steady stream of lightning at the soaking wet crowd of people. The effects were immediate as the lightning mixed with the water began to electrocute everyone. They all screamed and convulsed as the current ran through their systems. When they all stopped screaming, they fell to the ground smoking as the lightning burnt them to a crisp. Kakuzu recalled his hearts into his body and looked inside the tent. He saw about 80 men and women dead, all with faces of pain and horror. Kakuzu did not even flinch at the sight as he walked out. Kakuzu walked out and saw his other hearts rampaging around the camp, killing all those who stood in his way. Kakuzu continued to walk until he felt his foot get grabbed. Kakuzu looked down and saw a young ninja no more than 14 or 15 holding onto his foot. He was missing both of his legs and had cuts from all over his body, probably a survivor of his wind heart. Why? He groaned out. Why did you do all of this? He asked. Kakuzu pulled his foot away and raised it up while hardening it. Money, Kakuzu said simply. Kakuzu brought his foot down, smashing the ninja's head, killing him. Kakuzu saw two more Kusa ninja run towards him, a male and a female. More of them. They're like cockroaches, Kakuzu thought as he ran towards them. Both ninjas took out a kunai as they tried to avenge their comrades. The woman jumped and came down with her kunai aimed at Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu caught the woman when she got close, holding her hand with the kunai and holding her up by the neck. With a twist of his wrist, he broke the woman's neck, killing her instantly. Momo, the other ninja shouted as he went through hand signs. You bastard, he shouted as he took in a deep breath. Wind style. Greek breakthrough. The ninja shot a powerful gust of wind at Kakuzu, who stood there passively. Kakuzu threw the body of the woman to the side and dodged the wind jutsu, and he rushed towards the man. The Kusa ninja put up his arms to defend himself as Kakuzu threw a punch at him. Kakuzu's hardened punch hit the man's arm, breaking it as it limply hung to his side. Kakuzu pressed on with the attack and kneed the ninja in the gut, making him spit up blood. Kakuzu grabbed him into a headlock and with a swift motion pulled up, breaking his neck. Kakuzu let his body fall to the ground and began walking around again. He stopped when he noticed his earth, wind and fire heart approaching him. Looks like any survivors are dead, Kakuzu thought as he fused his hearts back into his body. Kakuzu began to backtrack in order to find Naruto and Fu. Let's see how the brats did, he thought. With Naruto and Fu. No ple goo, a Kusa ninja begged as Naruto slit his throat with one of his own kunais and he began to gargle his own blood. Naruto stepped back as he looked at the 5 or so Kusa ninja who were trapped in his thread maze. They all ran inside the maze in a panic and got tangled up. Naruto looked at the dead ninja with a sad expression. He did not want to kill them, but he remembered Kakuzu's words, the mission comes first always. Naruto sighed as he began to rummage through the pockets of the dead. Naruto pulled out a wallet and opened it and saw a few hundred ryo. Naruto pocketed the money and looked inside the wallet. There was a picture of the Mon's family showing his wife and 2 kids. Sucks to be y'all, Naruto thought as he threw the wallet on the ground. Naruto heard Fu land next to him and he looked over. Find anything good? Naruto asked and Fu nodded as she held up her pouch. A few hundred ryo, wedding rings and some knick-knacks, Fu said and Naruto nodded. They won't need them where they are going, Fu said putting the sack on her belt. Ready to head back to Karen and Mie? Fu asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, Naruto said as they both ran off. Naruto and Fu ran for about 5 minutes until they found Karen and Mie right where they left them. Hey you 2 inches, Naruto said in a cheerful tone. As he walked up, both he and Fu looked off in the distance and saw Kakuzu approaching. Naruto, Fu, are you done? Kakuzu said and both children nodded. Kakuzu was about to speak again until he noticed the 2 cowering red heads. Who are those 2 inches? Kakuzu asked. Karen and Mie flinched at his voice. Karen could feel the evil and greed rolling off this man in waves. Naruto stood in front of the 2 of them and spoke. This is Karen and Mie, Naruto said. They were forced to work for Kusa. They also have my last name, Naruto said, to which Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki Kakuzu thought as he looked at them. Red hair, pale skin. Seems about right, probably stragglers from the fall of Uzu 30 years ago, he thought. It doesn't matter, let's go, Kakuzu said as he began to walk away. He noticed both Naruto and Fu not following. I said let's go, Kakuzu said more forcefully. We can't just leave them, Naruto said. Kusa was using Mie for her abilities. If we don't, Naruto began until Kakuzu turned around. I don't care, Kakuzu said coldly. We have to collect the payment for the job. They are dead weight, he said. Naruto was about to speak again until Mie spoke up. Wait, Mie said. If it's money you want, I can pay you, Mie said, gaining Kakuzu's interest. Be back where we live about 20 miles north in a small house. We have things, Mie said, a gold bracelet, a platinum locket. And my diamond wedding ring, genuine Uzumaki artifacts, she said. I'll give you all 3 if you take us with you, Mie said. Kakuzu looked at the desperate woman and nodded. Very well, Kakuzu said, turning around. But if you slow us down, you and your daughter will be left behind, Kakuzu said as he turned around. Mie gulped as she helped her Karen to her feet. She then looked over to Naruto, who spoke. Welcome to the group, Naruto said as he started walking after Kakuzu. Kakuzu is a greedy, selfish and evil man, Fu said to Mie. Fu then began to walk after Naruto and Kakuzu. And, Mie said, expecting more. That's it, Fu said as she followed. Mie began to doubt herself as she held onto Karen. Let's go honey, Mie said as she began to lead Karen by the hand. I hope I made the right choice, she said as she followed the 3 mercenaries. The next day, AIM country. Mie and Karen were huddling by the fire in a cave trying to stay warm despite the downpour outside the cave. Fu was also there tending to the fire and cooking some meat she bought. As she was doing so, she heard a noise from the entrance of the cave. Naruto and Kakuzu walked in, Kakuzu holding a briefcase full of money. Payment complete, Kakuzu said as he reached into his pocket and threw a stack of money at Fu. Here's your cut, he said. Fu caught it and put it in her pocket. Kakuzu looked at Naruto and spoke. That was a stupid buy, Kakuzu said, and Naruto snorted in response. I find it hard to like you sometimes, Naruto said, and Kakuzu chuckled. That's the attitude, Kakuzu said. Never trust anyone but yourself, Kakuzu said as he walked to his corner of the cave and began to ignore everyone. Naruto walked up to Mie and Karen. Hey, I got something for you, Naruto said as he pulled out a small box and handed it to Mie. Mie opened it and saw her wedding ring, locket and several pictures of her and her husband from inside her old home. What, how do you have these? Mie asked. These were payment to him, Mie said, pointing to Kakuzu. Naruto smiled behind his mask. I gave him my pay for the job in exchange for those 2 things, and I broke into your house and took stuff that looked sentimental, Naruto said, making Mie and Karen go wide-eyed. I might have to cut back on eating for a while, but it was worth it, he said, kneeling down next to her. Mie wrapped Naruto into a hug and held him close. Thank you so much, she said, crying a little. You have no idea what this kindness means to me and Karen, she said. Naruto, not sure what to do, patted her on the back and she broke the hug. Karen came up next and hugged Naruto. You are a good person, Naruto, thank you, Karen said. She then pulled down his mask and kissed his cheek. Naruto blushed as he sat by the fire next to the 2 redheads. He did miss, however, the annoyed look on Fu's face. Red-haired hussy, Fu thought. Kakuzu walked up and looked at all 4 of his traveling companions. Since you 2 are staying, I expect you 2 to work, Kakuzu said to Mie and Karen. They both nodded. Good. Your training starts tomorrow, Kakuzu said to Karen, who nodded fearfully. Now get some rest, we leave tomorrow, Kakuzu said and Naruto spoke up. Where to now? Naruto asked and Kakuzu spoke without stopping. Suna, there are probably some bounties there, Kakuzu said, we'll head to a town called Karetaki tomorrow. Fu, Karen and Mie will not enter, just me and Naruto, Kakuzu said. It's not a town for women, Kakuzu said, which made all three girls shiver in fear. Naruto hearing this groaned, great, wonder what's going to happen this time, Naruto thought as he picked up his stick of meat and chomped down on it. Chapter 6. Suna Desert, with Naruto, Kakuzu and the others. Naruto, Fu, Karen and Mie were all following Kakuzu through the Suna Desert to their destination, the town called Karetaki. So Kakuzu-sensei, Naruto spoke up as he wiped some sweat from his face, what is this town like? Naruto said and Kakuzu chuckled. It's a criminal's wet dream and a civilian's worst nightmare, Kakuzu said, making Naruto and the others nervous. It's a disease-ridden, crime-infested hellhole. I don't expect all of you to come back alive, Kakuzu said. Outskirts of Karetaki. Hello, welcome to Karetaki, said a young woman at the village gates. Please take this map and explore our fine city, she said. Kakuzu looked on confused while the others looked on in awe. The village was full of bright neon signs, hundreds of tourists, and looked relatively nice. Must have changed ownership last I was here, Kakuzu thought. What happened here? When I came here 10 years ago this place was hell on earth, he said, and the woman giggled. Yes, it was very nasty, the woman said, but when a new business tycoon named Gato came in he tore it down and rebuilt it. Now it's a gambling town with over 100 casinos, hotels and bars, she said. She then looked to Naruto, Fu and Karen, and thanks to our loving new founder Gato we have an amusement park, completely free for kids, she said, making all three of them light up. And for you miss, I have a coupon where you can get in for only 3,000 ryo, about $20, she said, handing Mie a coupon. Alright, an amusement park, Naruto cheered, I never been to one, can we go Kakuzu-sensei, Naruto said looking to Kakuzu who looked uneasy. The world is changing and I don't like it, Kakuzu thought. He turned to Naruto and spoke. Meet me at the town square in 7 hours, Kakuzu said as he walked on ahead. Let's go see this Gato they speak of, Kakuzu thought. Awesome, free time, Naruto cheered as he grabbed both Fu and Karen's hand. Let's go guys, Naruto said as he pulled both Fu and Karen along. Karen and Fu were both blushing from the contact. Mie giggled as she followed Naruto and the girls to the amusement park. Amusement park, hour 1. Naruto and Mie were both sitting on a roller coaster as it was going up into the air, and Naruto, we are really high up, Mie said, nervous and holding his hand. I know, isn't it great, Naruto said, smiling under his mask. It's not that, it's, Mie said as they reached the top. Just then they both descended, Mie screaming while Naruto laughed during the ride. Hour 2. Naruto and Fu were both sitting in a tunnel of love ride. There are a lot of heart around here, Naruto thought as the boat floated down the artificial river. We are now approaching the end of the tunnel of love. The couple should kiss in 5, 4, 3 inches, the automatic announcer said. Kiss, Naruto said, confused. Naruto then had his head grabbed by Fu who looked at him with a mischievous smile. Pucker up, Fu said as they entered the tunnel. When they exited the other side Naruto was fumbling with his mask and Fu was giggling. Good job Naruto, Fu said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto stuttered while blushing and poking his fingers together. When the ride stopped both Naruto and Fu got out and they saw a TV with a picture of them kissing on it. Fu took out her ladybug wallet and handed the photo lady some money. 1 wallet, 1 keychain and 1 8x12 please, Fu said with a smile. The lady handed Fu the photos and she blushed at the pictures. I'll treasure them forever, she thought. Hour 3. Naruto was sitting in between Mei and Karen while Fu sat on the far end on a bleacher as they looked and saw a live circus. Right now, a lady was riding a zebra while doing ballet on it. Whoa, look at her dance, Naruto said while looking on in awe. Karen, who was sitting next to Naruto, began to fidget while taking quick peeks at him. Okay Karen, be a big girl, Karen thought to herself. Karen scooted over and pressed herself against Naruto. There, I did it, she thought in victory. Is Karen cold? Naruto thought looking at her. Well, she is wearing only a thin shirt and it's kinda chilly in here, he thought. Naruto proceeded to wrap his arm around Karen, making her eep and blush. Don't worry Karen, I'll warm you up, Naruto said while rubbing her arm. Karen smiled at this and Mie looked on thinking the whole thing was adorable. Karen then felt malice coming from and Karen stuck her tongue out. Red-haired hussy, Fu thought. Mint green Grinch, Karen thought. This is a nice show, Naruto thought looking at the animals, not realizing the tension between the two girls. Hour 5. Naruto, Karen, Fu and Mie all just got done eating lunch. Burp man, that was some good ramen. Naruto said, rubbing his stomach. And we still have another hour to kill, Naruto said as he walked through the casino he was in. As he was walking he saw a blackjack table and he shrugged. Might as well try, Naruto thought as he walked over. Naruto, really gambling, Mie said. Why not? I have some money, Naruto said as he sat down at the table. Sorry kid, no minors, the dealer said. Naruto smirked under his mask. I'm an adult who suffers from dwarfism, Naruto said. The man was about to repeat himself but he left something tap his foot. The man looked down and saw 6,000 ryo being put into his pocket by a thread. He looked to Naruto who winked at him. Sorry for that sir, 3,000 ryo a hand, 1,000 for blackjack and 1,000 to double if you win, the dealer said and Naruto nodded. Naruto put some money down, 10,000 in the pot, 1,000 in blackjack and 1,000 in double your money. Ha, bad move kid, came a feminine voice. Naruto looked over and saw a beautiful and busty blonde woman with a diamond tattoo on her forehead. You should have done that, the deck is nearly gone, she said as the dealer started dealing. You aren't going to win, she began. Blackjack, pit boss, the dealer announced, making her eyes go wide. Hey, I won, Naruto said pointing. Look, 7, 7, 7 and all are the same shape too, Naruto said pointing. The pit boss came up and looked at the winning hand. Wow, 7 of clubs suited, very rare indeed, he said as he opened up the chips drawer. You win 20 times what you betted, so you win 20,000 ryo, he said as he handed the chips to Naruto. Awesome, Naruto said as he grabbed all his chips. Now what do I do? He asked and the blonde woman looked at him. You can hit or you can stand, you try to get as close to 21 as you can, the woman said. Okay, hit, Naruto said tapping his cards and the woman chuckled. You got luck but, she began. Holy crap, blackjack again, the dealer said making the woman go wide-eyed as he threw down another 7 inches. Congrats kid, your move lady, the dealer said. The woman looked at her cards and winced as she had a 7 and a 3 making 10. Damn, I would double down if I had the money, she said to herself. Is that where you put down your money again for a card? Naruto asked. Yeah, but this is the last bit of my money, she said. Naruto then put down some of his chips on her spot. Go on ahead, Naruto said, shocking the woman. You heard the kid, double down, she said. The dealer shrugged and threw down an ace. Blackjacks all around, the dealer said as he looked at his card. He had a king of hearts. He flipped his other card as shrugged. Queen of spades, winners the both of you, he said. Yay, I won, Naruto shouted as he reeled in all his money, 41,000 ryo in all. Okay, I gotta go, Naruto said, getting up. Bye card guy, Naruto said. Before he could go he was grabbed by the blonde woman who had a smile on her face. Have you ever played craps before? She said with Ryo signs in her eyes. Hour 6.5. Naruto walked out of the casino wearing a nice leather jacket, Fu walked out wearing a silver necklace, Karen had a portable gaming system and Mie had a nice handbag. Wow, that was fun, and now I have more money in my pocket, Naruto said as he turned around. Hey, thanks boob lady, Naruto said until he got a fist on the top of his head. I said my name is Tsunade, you little shit, Tsunade said with a tick mark. But yeah, it was fun, thanks for the help, Tsunade said tapping a briefcase full of money. This will pay off my debts in no time, Tsunade said with a smile. But I'm also in your debt too kid, if you ever see me again just know I owe you a big ass favor, she said and Naruto nodded. Sure thing Tsunade, Naruto said, and my name is Naruto, but keep it on the DL okay, I'm a mercenary you know, he said making his group sweat drop. Tsunade however just laughed. And I'm running away from half the Yakuza on the continent, Tsunade said as she began to walk off. Take care, I have to find my apprentice and her pet piggy, Tsunade said. Okay you three, let's head to the town square, Naruto said as he walked off. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu was walking to the meeting point to see Naruto and the others. He was able to set up a meeting with Gato and he needed to bring Naruto and Karen with him for this particular job. As he walked up he saw them sitting at a cafe table drinking an assortment of drinks. As he walked up he began to speak. Okay, here's the deal. Wait, where the hell did you get that jacket? Kakazu said looking at Naruto. Oh, I won it in a raffle in a hotel casino. It's made of special leather so it reflects heat and keeps cool inside and is the opposite on cold weather, Naruto said. I also won a 3-day stay at that hotel so we have a room now, he said making Kakuzu sweat drop. I left you alone for 7 hours, how did you get so much done? Kakuzu said. He actually only gambled for 1.5 hours, we spent the majority of the day at the amusement park, Mie said. Okay, whatever, fuck it, Kakuzu said. Naruto, Karen, you two and me have a job, Kikuzu said and both nodded. Mie, you two go and wait at the hotel, we three will be back tomorrow morning, Kikuzu said and Mie flinched. Mie looked over to Karen and went up to hug her. Stay next to Naruto and if things go bad run back to us, she said and Karen nodded. Okay I will, Karen said. She then got up and left with Kikuzu and Naruto. Fu saw this and grabbed her hand. Let's go to the hotel, we have cable and movies in the room, Fu said as she walked off with a worried Mie, Naruto, Karen. Be safe, she prayed as she walked off with Mie. Hotel across town, penthouse entrance. Hello there, a bald joyous man said. I'm, no-ho, Haru, would you like a water, juice maybe a beer, he said to Kikuzu, Naruto and Karen. No now take us to Gato, Kikuzu said and Haru nodded. Okay follow me, Haru said as he led them to Gato's office. When they reached a large double door Haru knocked. Gato. Hey buddy, those mercenary guys are here, Haru cheered. I think this guy's might be gay, Naruto whispered to Karen, he seems kind. Frilly, he said. No shit Sherlock, Karen whispered back, I kinda like him though, she said. Me too, he seems pretty chill, Naruto said. The doors opened up and a short man in a nice suit opened up. Thanks Haru, I can always count on you, Gato said and Haru gave a thumbs up. Okay I'm gonna go, me and Natsu have a dance class soon, Haru said doing a little dance and Gato laughed. Go get him my friend, Gato said as Haru walked off. He's a great guy, that's why he's my number 4 inches Gato said as he invited Kikuzu, Naruto and Karen inside his office that had both expensive and illegal furniture and decorations made of animal skins and ivory. Alright then, Gato said sitting down, as you can see this place is pretty damn nice right, Gato said and the three nodded. That's because this is a hub of underground crime, he said looking out the window. I use all these casinos to both make money and launder money, kind of a double win in the underworld, he said. But there is another reason I have this city the way it is. Opium, Gato said and Naruto got confused. What's that? Naruto asked. Drugs kid, hard stuff, Gato said. Suna has a lot of poppy fields in the southern territory, they bring the product here and process it and ship it, Gato said. The railway here to supply the casinos and bars with food and liquor also ships the drugs as far west as the land of lakes to as far north as the land of snow, Gato said, but I ran into a problem, he said. What kind? Kikuzu asked. One of my suppliers hiked up the prices so high I'll be taking a loss, Gato said, have 4 in total so that's 25% in losses and I can't accept that shit, he said. I want you to work with a local mercenary to take out the operation, Gato said. It will give me an opportunity to put one of my guys in place and keep the other 3 suppliers from getting any funny ideas, he said and Kikuzu nodded. How about muscle, ninja, ronin, bandits, Kikuzu asked. About 200 strong, yakuza, ronin and a few ninjas here and there, Gato said. Will that be a problem? Gato asked and Kikuzu shook his head. Good, head outside the city and meet the other guy, Gato said. Oh and there is a bonus if you bring back any dope they have, he said. Very well, Naruto, Karen, let's go, Kikuzu said as he exited the room. Gato looked on in intrigue. If they do a good job maybe I can rely on them for that job in Wave, he thought. Outside the village. Naruto, Kikuzu and Karen all walked to an old shack outside the village. As they approached a large hunched figure wearing a cloak spoke up. Gato sent you, the figure asked and Kikuzu nodded. Yes, he did. Who are you? Kikuzu asked and the figure looked up revealing a brown-skinned man with cornrows and a mask covering the lower part of his face. I am Sasori of the Red Sand, thank you for arriving on time, Sasori said in a deep voice. Naruto flinched at this, he was slightly scared of this new guy. I'm Kikuzu, Kikuzu said. Karen, Karen said nervously. Naruto said confidently. We wasted enough time, Sasori said. Let's get going, if we are quick enough, we should be done by dawn, Sasori said. Sasori led Kikuzu, Naruto and Karen into the desert ready to do the mission. Chapter 7. Naruto and Karen were walking behind Kikuzu and Sasori as they walked to the target of their job. Karen feeling nervous grabbed onto Naruto's hand in order to calm herself. Naruto seeing this held her hand and smiled behind his mask. Don't worry Karen, we'll be fine, Naruto said and Karen nodded. Sasori looked over to Kikuzu and spoke. Who are those two and what are their powers? He asked and Kikuzu looked at him. They are very young, I'm guessing the boy is 6 and the girl is 7. What is so special about them? He asked and Kikuzu spoke. The boy is Naruto, he is my apprentice and has powers like mine, Kikuzu said not giving too much details about Naruto. Karen is 75% Uzumaki and has remarkable sensor abilities, he said and Sasori nodded. A Uzumaki survivor, how rare, Sasori said. I fought against several Uzumaki in my genin days before their country was destroyed. They are quite formidable when trained properly, he said, and Kakuzu nodded. Sasori and Kakuzu both stopped as they walked over a dune. There it is, Sasori said. Naruto and Karen both walked up to the top of the dune and looked in awe. Acres upon acres of poppy plants lined the desert, and in the middle of the plants was an old fort that has been converted to a hideout. Kakuzu looked over to Karen and spoke. Girl, see how many enemies there are in the fort, Kakuzu said, and Karen nodded nervously. Oh okay, Karen said as she closed her eyes. Mind Eye of Kagura. Karen scanned the fort, looking at every life chakra signature inside. After about 5 minutes Karen opened up her eyes. There are 227 people inside the fort. All male and all have malice, Karen said, and Naruto looked at her impressed. Wow, that's pretty cool, Karen, Naruto said, praising her, and Karen blushed. Shut up the both of you, Kakuzu said, shutting both children up. Kakuzu looked at Sasori and spoke. How do you recommend we do this? He asked, and Sasori went into thought. We will sneak through the poppy fields and get in close, Sasori said, and Kakuzu nodded. When we get close, me and Naruto will attack, he said, and Karen raised her hand. What about me? Karen asked, and Sasori looked at her. You don't have much combat training, do you? Sasori asked, and Karen nodded. Sasori took out 2 comm sets and threw one to Karen and one to Naruto. You will stay here and tell us if you see reinforcements. If you see anyone escaping, kill them or call for one of us, he said, and Karen nodded. Okay, Karen said as she put on her comm device. Naruto went up and hugged her. Good luck, Karen, Naruto said, and Karen hugged him back. Sasori for a moment felt something, but just as soon as he did, it went away. Let's go, Sasori said as he, Naruto and Kakuzu entered the fields and began to sneak up to the fort. With Naruto, Kakuzu and Sasori. Naruto, Kakuzu and Sasori snuck through the poppy fields. Naruto looked over to Sasori and whispered, how are you so big and can lay so low? Naruto asked, and Sasori looked at him. Looks can be deceiving, Sasori said. As they all reached an area just outside the fort's wall, Kakuzu spoke. I'll create an opening in the wall. Once it's down, rush in, Kakuzu said, and both nodded. Kakuzu went through hand signs and slammed his hands into the ground. Earth style, earth pillars. Pillars of earth came out of the ground and went to the wall. The pillars proceeded to destroy the wall, and Naruto, Kakuzu and Sasori all ran through the collapsed wall. Naruto ran off to the right towards a small building with steam coming out of it. Sasori ran to the middle of the fort where there was a wide open space, and Kakuzu went into the large building which he guessed was the operations center. With Naruto. Naruto entered the small building and closed the door behind him using his threads to tie it shut. Naruto looked around and saw over 100 men. All the men were working at very long tables with poppy pods, the black powder inside the pods, and blocks of pure opium. Hey, get him, a man shouted, and every one of the men picked up weapons ranging from kunai to machetes. Oh shit, Naruto said as one of the men ran towards him wielding a machete. Naruto caught the man's arm and twisted it down. Naruto grabbed the machete out of the man's hand and proceeded to bring it down into his neck, killing him. Naruto, seeing more men run towards him, used his threads to grab a rafter above him. Naruto, now on a rafter just above the, brought out his threads from his hands, began his attack. Naruto launched 10 threads from each of his fingers to 10 of the opium dealers. Naruto wrapped the threads around their necks. Naruto jumped down from the rafter, proceeding to pull the men up by the neck. Naruto attached the threads to the rafter and landed on the ground as 10 of the opium dealers were left hanging behind him. The sharp threads cut into their necks, severing their arteries as blood rained down. You little shit, we'll kill you, the opium dealers shouted. Naruto picked up a discarded machete and got into his stance. Bring it, Naruto shouted. With Sasori. Sasori was in the middle of the compound using the hit tail to knock away any kunai or crossbow bolts that came towards him. Sasori blocked another crossbow bolt and sent his tail towards the man who fired it. Sasori skewered the man, raising him up into the air as he screamed in agony. Sasori spun around and threw the man at another man running towards him. The 2 men collided and both were killed, one by impact and one by Sasori's tail. Sasori turned his head and saw a mob of 10 men approaching him with various weapons. Sasori got into a crouch and lifted up the mask on his face, revealing a puppet mouth. The mouth opened and fired a volley of poisoned Senbon at the mob of men. The Senbon hit the men and most were killed instantly, but those who weren't were now lying on the ground in agony as the poison entered their bloodstream. Sasori looked around for more targets and saw a single man approach. Sasori got a good look at him and realized he remembered the man. Master Sasori, the man said as he took out a scroll. Surprised to see you here, he said. The man opened up his scroll and took out a puppet. It had orange hair and a single eye on its face and a wide mouth with a nozzle sticking out. I always hoped to battle you, puppet wielder to puppet master, he said. I remember you, you're Kato, Sasori said, remembering the man from his time in the puppet corps. Very well then, Sasori said as he ripped off his cloak revealing his puppet body. Let's fight boy, Sasori said, and Kato got into his stance. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu was running through the large building killing everyone in his path. Kakuzu caught a katana with his hardened hand. Kakuzu proceeded to snap the blade in half and used the part of the blade he was holding to stab the wielder through the eye, killing him. Kakuzu kicked the lifeless corpse away as he continued his rampage. Kakuzu continued moving down the halls but ran into a hallway with 3 different directions. Kakuzu proceeded to separate his fire and lightning hearts and sent them down 2 of the hallways while he went down the other one. As Kakuzu went down the hallway he spotted a room with a nice-looking door. Kakuzu walked up and kicked the door open, revealing a nicely decorated room furnished with a big bed, lights and a desk with papers on it. Kakuzu looked around and looked at the bed. Kakuzu walked over and reached down under. Kakuzu felt an arm and pulled. Kakuzu proceeded to pull someone out but not who he was expecting. Please, please don't hurt me, a young woman begged as Kakuzu dragged her out. Kakuzu looked at her and felt anger. She was naked and had needle marks on her arm, emphasizing the men were forcing her to take drugs. She had multiple bruises and cigarette burns across her body. Kakuzu looked at the woman with anger in his eyes. Where is he? Kakuzu asked and the woman shivered. The girl proceeded to point at a book cabinet. Kakuzu walked over and grabbed the book cabinet. Kakuzu threw it across the room and saw a hidden door made out of steel. Kakuzu hardened his fist once again and punched through the door, grabbing it and tearing it off its hinges. A man wearing only his underwear backed away from Kakuzu as he walked forward and grabbed him. Kakuzu dragged the man out of the panic room and threw high on the ground and pointed at the girl. Who is she? Kakuzu said and the man whimpered. She's just some girl the boys found back in town, he said to Kakuzu. Me and the boys figured that since there are no women here that he began until Kakuzu back-fisted him across the face. I'm a lot of things, Kakuzu said, a traitor, a murderer, a thief, but one thing I'm not is a rapist, Kakuzu said as his threads began to come out of his body. Gato told me to take care of you, Kakuzu said, but I think I'm going to take my sweet time, Kakuzu said as he sent his threads forward and they entered the man's body. The man began to scream in pain as Kakuzu's threads entered his body. The woman who was cowering in the corner was scared of the mysterious mercenary killing her abuser. However, after a few seconds she began to watch as her rapist was pulled from the inside out by the man as blood and gore began to litter the floor. With Karen. Karen was watching from a distance as Naruto, Sasori and Kakuzu tore through their enemies with relative ease. Holy crud, Karen thought as she used her mind's eye to see the 227 chakra signatures be whittled down to about 80 or so, with the majority fighting Naruto or being taken out by Kakuzu's hearts. Karen then sensed a chakra signature approaching her and she opened her eyes. Karen saw 2 opium dealers running through the fields trying to escape. Karen activated her comm set and spoke. Karen, here I see someone running away, Karen whispered. Karen then heard Naruto respond. If you think you can get him, Naruto said and Karen froze. Karen swallowed hard and spoke. I think so, Karen said. Either kill him or hide, you still have my thread right, Naruto said and Karen responded. Yes, I do, Karen said, reaching into her back pocket and retrieving a garrote made from Naruto's thread. Okay, I can do this, Karen said to herself. As the man approached, Karen laid down on the ground as the man approached. As the man ran past Karen, not seeing her laying down on the ground, Karen sprung up and wrapped the thread around his neck while jumping on his back. Karen began to tighten the thread around his neck as it began to cut into his neck. The man began to struggle as Karen strangled him. The man fell onto his back trying to get Karen off his back. Karen felt the man's weight hit her and had her glasses knocked off. Despite this, Karen did not let go as she tightened the garrote around the man's neck. After a few minutes of struggling, the thread finally cut into the man's neck, severing his arteries. As the man finally stopped kicking, Karen let out a breath. She did not know she was holding in. Karen pulled herself from under the now dead man and retrieved her glasses. She proceeded to look down at the dead body and began to cry. Karen walked a few feet away and curled up into a ball and began to cry, waiting for Naruto to return. With Naruto. Naruto had about 30 more enemies left in his fight and so far, he was winning. Naruto, using his speed and training, was able to beat back the untrained thugs with little to no effort. Naruto ducked under another kunai from an enemy and got down low. Naruto proceeded to dig his fingers into the man's abdomen, releasing his threads into his body. The man screamed as the threads entered his body. Naruto wrapped his threads around the man's organs and proceeded to shred them. Naruto jumped back as the man fell to the ground screaming in agony and the other charged at Naruto. Okay then, let's do this, Naruto thought as he opened his jacket. Naruto focused his chakra into his second heart and in a few seconds his second heart detached from his chest and landed on the ground. The form of threads began to stand up and was about the same size of Naruto. It was made of Naruto's red threads and had a fox mask for a face. "What the hell is that thing?" one of the men shouted. "Who cares, just kill it," another man shouted as he raised up his machete to attack the walking heart. The man brought down the machete to kill it but the heart caught it. The heart proceeded to slash the man across the abdomen with its arm, cutting his belly open. The heart then turned its head and charged into the group of men, tearing them apart with its hands. Naruto looked on in horror as this was the first time he ever used this technique in a fight. "Damn, I don't think he needs my help with this," Naruto thought as he left his heart to the rest of the men. Naruto turned around and tried to ignore the sounds of meat being torn apart. Naruto walked into the back of the building. Naruto found a door and opened it and saw literal shelves full of processed opium. Jackpot, Naruto thought as he took out a scroll and opened it. Naruto proceeded to do the jutsu that Kakuzu taught him to seal the drugs into the scroll. "Alright, sweet, extra money in my, oh what the hell," Naruto shouted as he re-entered the room where he left his heart. The heart had turned the entire room red with blood and gore. "Kami above," Naruto said as he tiptoed around the torn apart and mutilated bodies up to his heart, which was standing in the middle of the carnage. "You really went all out, huh?" Naruto said as he opened his jacket. "Okay, back in you go," Naruto said. The heart proceeded to reattach with Naruto and Naruto closed his jacket. "Let's see what else is going on," Naruto said. Naruto took a step forward and accidentally stepped on an eyeball, squishing it and it getting inside his sandal. "Aw crap," Naruto whined. With Sasori. Sasori fired a volley of kunai from a hidden launcher inside his puppet's arm. The volley of kunai sailed towards Kato, who dodged along with his puppet. Kato proceeded to send his puppet to Sasori using his chakra strings to activate the puppet's weaponry. The puppet's mouth widened as the hose became more pronounced and began to shoot out a large stream of fire towards Sasori. Sasori with remarkable speed dodged the stream of fire with little effort. Sasori sent his tail towards Kato, trying to hit him with the poison tail blade. Kato ducked under the tail and ran towards Sasori, brining his puppet with him to attack. Kato began to make his puppet spin around at an alarming speed. As Kato went towards Sasori, two more hoses came out of the puppet's arms as fire began to pour out. The puppet turned into a flaming tornado as it approached Sasori. Sasori, seeing this, knew he could not dodge as the flames would light hit puppet on fire, so he decided to bail out of the puppet just as Kato lit his puppet's body on fire. Kato looked as a figure hopped out of the puppet and saw Sasori standing a few yards away. Sasori turned around and instead of seeing a man in his mid-20s, the Sasori he served with nearly 9 years ago. "How is this possible?" Kato asked. "You should be at least 26 or 27 by now, but you look like you did when we both became Chunin," he said. Kato was alarmed as Sasori still looked like he was a teenager instead of a grown adult. "I'm glad you asked, Kato," Sasori said as he removed his cloak and revealed that the entire right side of his body was now a refined puppet form. "I have been busy over the years, and I'm nearly done with my masterpiece," he said with a smile. "You're a monster, you're not even human anymore," Kato said as he got ready to fight again but was caught off guard when Sasori rushed towards him. Kato readied his puppet, sending it towards Sasori. Kato activated the puppet's wrist blades, revealing two 8-inch poison blades. Sasori smiled as he proceeded to bring out his own blade out of his right arm and rushed towards the puppet. The puppet swung at Sasori, who proceeded to block the blade with his own and parry. Sasori, using his own blade, broke off the puppet's arm and Kato tried to get Sasori with the other one. Sasori jumped back and put away his blade before opening his right puppet arm at the elbow. Sasori had a secret Senbon launcher and shot dozens of Senbon at the puppet. The Senbon hit the puppet and disabled it as the needles got caught in the joints and gears. "Damn it," Kato cursed as he cut his chakra strings and got ready to fight Sasori. Sasori was running towards Kato, who took out a kunai to defend himself. Sasori slashed at Kato, who ducked out of the way and tried to stab Sasori in this chest. Kato aimed for the part of Sasori that was still human and was nearly there. However, Sasori brought up his foot and brought out a hidden blade from within. Sasori stabbed Kato's hand as it neared him and Sasori jumped up. Sasori threw another kick with his other foot towards Kato's head. Sasori brought out another blade from his foot and drove it into Kato's temple. Kato was killed instantly as Sasori pulled both of his blades out of the man as he fell to the ground. Sasori looked over to Kato's puppet and shrugged. "Could be useful later," Sasori thought as he took out a scroll and sealed it up. Sasori pocketed the scroll as he heard footsteps behind him. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Naruto shouted as he got into a stance. Sasori turned around with a smirk. "Why am I not surprised?" Sasori said. "No one has ever seen me in my normal form," Sasori said, and Naruto realized who he was talking to. "Sasori, you're like normal and human and stuff," Naruto said as Sasori's sweat dropped. Little shit, Sasori thought as he began to walk off. Let's go back to that girl up there. Kakuzu should nearly be done, he said. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu rummaged through the bedroom until he found what he was looking for in a wall safe. Here it is, Kakuzu thought. Kakuzu ripped open the safe and saw at least 10 million ryo. Kakuzu smiled as he began to grab the money and place it on the bed. As Kakuzu took out a scroll to seal up the money, he looked over and saw the woman he saved. The woman was looking down at the boss of the group Kakuzu and the others just killed. She was staring blankly at the dead body of her rapist and felt nothing. Kakuzu proceeded to grab 3 stacks of ryo and threw it at the woman's feet. Take it, Kakuzu said. Forget you ever saw me, Kakuzu said as he sealed up the money and began to walk out. Thank you, the woman said, making Kakuzu freeze in place. You're a good man, she said. No, I'm not, Kakuzu said before walking out, leaving the woman by herself. Kareta Key, Gato's office, with Kakuzu. Kakuzu was standing in front of Gato by himself. Gato was pleased with the work and brought up a briefcase. Good job, Gato said, handing him the briefcase to Kakuzu, and here is the extra for the dope the kid brought back, Gato said, throwing Kakuzu a wad of cash for Naruto, and Kakuzu got it. Thanks for the business, Kakuzu said as he began to walk out, but Gato stopped him. Hold it, Gato said, standing up. You are very useful. If I sent my own boys there to take them out, then I would have lost half of them, but you can get shit done, Gato said as he pulled out a business card. I would like to have you work for me part-time, like outsource contracting, Gato said. If I have a problem that needs some more muscle, you and your little entourage can handle it, he said. Kakuzu looked at the card, calculating the risk versus reward, and decided to take it. I'll keep that in mind, Kakuzu said as he walked out of the office. Gato smiled at this. Looks like Wave Country will be mine sooner than I thought, Gato thought as he sat back behind his desk. I need to get my affairs in order first, but I'm sure it can work out, he thought. At the hotel with Sasori and Naruto. Naruto and Sasori were both sitting in the living room of Naruto's hotel room. Naruto had his mask off and showed Sasori what was behind it. Damn, they did all of that to you, Sasori said, and Naruto nodded. Yep, all because I have a demon in my stomach and was friends with an heiress, Naruto said, and Sasori scowled. I never did like the leaf, especially after my parents were killed by Sakamo Hatake, the white fang of the leaf, Sasori said, and from the looks of it my hatred was not misplaced, Sasori said, and Naruto nodded. It's funny, Naruto said. Kakuzu, you, Fu, most of the people who accepted me now are the same as me, he said, and Sasori arched an eyebrow. Me, you and Kakuzu barely look human anymore. Fu has a demon in her too, and Karen and Mie were hated for being outsiders, Naruto said. I think it's ironic. Is that the word I'm looking for? Naruto said, and Sasori chuckled. I think so, Sasori said. Just then the door to the room opened up and Kakuzu walked in. How'd it go? Sasori asked, and Kakuzu raised up his briefcase. Got our payment. You got paid in advance, correct? Kakuzu said, and Sasori nodded. Kakuzu turned to Naruto and threw him his pay and his bonus from Gato. Here's your cut. Where's Karen? Kakuzu asked. She's with Fu and Mie in the room. Her first kill hit her hard, Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded as he threw Naruto her cut. Give that to her then, Kakuzu said before turning to Sasori. So what now? Kakuzu said, looking at Sasori. Our team up is over and I will take my leave, Sasori said, and Naruto whined. What? Oh, come on, can you stay with us? Naruto whined to Sasori. With you, me, Kakuzu and Fu we are nearly unstoppable, Naruto said, and Kakuzu looked at him. We are not taking in every person we come across, Kakuzu said. I agree. What would be the benefit of me joining you? Sasori asked. We'd have 2 S-class ninjas on the same team, so we can charge more for jobs, Naruto said, pulling an answer out of his ass. Kakuzu and Sasori were about to retort but stopped. They thought about it and could not see any flaw in that logic. I already charge a substantial amount for my services, and with Sasori here we can take on more jobs and higher paying jobs, Kakuzu thought. Nobody has really seen my face in 9 years, so it's not like I could get recognized easily, Sasori thought before looking at Naruto, and I have to admit. The kid has kind of grown on me, he thought. That makes sense, Kakuzu said. I see no problem with that, Sasori said. Okay, I'll join you. For now, he said, and Naruto beamed. Alright, another friend, Naruto shouted as Sasori chuckled and Kakuzu groaned in annoyance. Hey Sasori, want to go gamble a little? Naruto said, holding up his bonus. Sasori nodded. Sure, Sasori said as he and Naruto walked out of the room and down to the casino. Kakuzu saw both leave and was left alone in the room. Kakuzu was about to head to his bedroom but stopped. I guess some gambling wouldn't be too bad, Kikuzu thought as he took some money out of his briefcase and headed after Naruto and Sasori. 3 days later. Naruto, Fu, Karen and Mie were following Kikuzu and Sasori out of the village. Karen was feeling a little better but was still a little saddened by killing that man. Naruto reached over and grabbed her hand, making her smile. Fu, seeing this, went over and grabbed Naruto's hand as well, making Karen look at her. Grinch, Karen thought. Hussy, Fu thought as both girls glared at each other with Naruto looking on in confusion. What is with them? Naruto thought, not realizing what the problem was. Naruto decided to break the silence by speaking. So Kikuzu-sensei, where are we heading to now? Naruto asked and Kikuzu spoke. We are heading to Kiri, Kikuzu said, shocking Mie. There is a civil war going on. I'm sure they will be looking for mercenaries to hire, he said, and Mie spoke up. But Kiri is at war over bloodline users, Mie said. There is a genocide going on. Only you and Mr. Sasori here are ninja. I'm just a woman and Karen, Naruto and Fu are just children, Mie said, and Kikuzu ignored her. Sasori walked over to Mie and smiled. Naruto, Fu and Mie are strong enough to protect themselves, Sasori said, and don't worry, if need be, I'll protect you, Ms. Mie, Sasori said. Mie blushed at this and looked away. Thank you, Mie said before Sasori nodded and walked ahead. Mie then heard some chuckling and saw Fu standing next to her. You like him, Fu said, and Mie covered her mouth trying to stop her from talking. Naruto and his group continued walking through the desert in order to make their way to Kiri. In aim. Madara Uchiha, Pain and Konan were all in an empty hall waiting. As they did, a figure appeared out of the ground. Zetsu, report, Madara said, and Zetsu spoke. The 9 tails and the 7 tails are both missing, White Zetsu said. They vanished over a month ago, he said, and Konan became alarmed. How is that possible? 2 containers missing, Konan asked. Konoha tried to kill the container but he escaped, Black Zetsu said. The 7 tails vanished en route to Konoha as a replacement, White Zetsu said. What of possible candidates for our organization? Pain asked. We have found 3 so far, White Zetsu said. Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Kisame Hoshigaki with 3 possible ones. Hidan of Yuga, Kikuzu of Taki and Sasori of Suna, Black Zetsu said, and Pain nodded. However, Sasori and Kikuzu are unable to be found, White Zetsu said, but we will find them, Black Zetsu said. Very well then, continue your search, Pain said, and Zetsu nodded before going back into the ground. We must be careful, Pain, Madara said, looking at him. No one can know about our plans. I'm heading to Kiri to recruit Kisame, Madara said as he vanished in a vortex. Can we trust him, Nagato? Konan said, and Pain spoke. No, but he is useful to us, Pain said as he began to walk away. Besides, no one can withstand the power of a god, Nagato said as he walked away. Konoha at night, with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was walking in the woods of Konoha until he stopped in the middle of a field. He waited for a minute until a voice spoke up. Hello Hiruzen, Danzo said, walking out of the darkness. How may I help you, old friend? Need me to clean up your mistakes again, he said. Hiruzen turned to him with a scowl on his face, his patience running thin. Danzo, if you weren't my comrade for so long I would have killed you long ago, Hiruzen said, to which Danzo didn't even flinch. I need you in your route to find the 9 tails and the 7 tails, Hiruzen said, and Danzo smirked. Our ninja are useless and I'm not willing to wait anymore, Hiruzen said as he turned around. Kill, interrogate, torture, I don't care, just find them, we need our weapons, he said, and Danzo raised an eyebrow. Our weapons, Danzo said, and Hiruzen nodded. Taki has always been at our mercy, they couldn't take back the 7 tails if they tried, Hiruzen said. Find those 2 and bring them here, by any means necessary, he said, and Danzo nodded before walking away. Hiruzen took in a deep breath and began to walk away. Minato, your brat is more trouble than he's worth, Hiruzen thought as he walked away. Chapter 8. Naruto was sitting next to Fu, Karen and Mie as they waited for Kikuzu and Sasori to come back. So far it has been almost 2 hours and Naruto was getting impatient. They traveled to the Land of Frost in order to catch a ferry to Kiri, but since the country is in the middle of a civil war, they need to sneak in. So Kikuzu and Sasori were using their underground connections in order to find a ride to smuggle them into the war-torn country. Holy crud, they are taking forever, Naruto groaned, making Karen look up from her portable gaming system and Fu from sharpening a kunai. I'm gonna die of old age before we get a ride, he said. Fu upon hearing this spoke. Hey, Kikuzu gave you an extra heart, right? Fu said, and Naruto nodded. So does that mean you are going to live longer than a normal person or no? She said. Naruto's eyes widened and he scratched his head. Huh, not sure, never really thought about it, Naruto said. Just then Kikuzu and Sasori walked out of the building they were in. Kikuzu walked up to the others and spoke. We have a ride to Kiri, Kikuzu said, and they all let out a sigh of relief. but we need to do a job first, he said. Huh, a job? What kind? Naruto asked. An assassination job, Kakuzu said. Naruto rose to his feet and sighed. Okay fine, who's the dirt bag this time? Naruto said. Sasori looked at him and spoke. Yukie Fujika's, Sasori said, making everyone go wide-eyed. Huh, the famous actress, Mie said, shocked. Why her? She asked. Don't know and don't care, Kakuzu said coldly before looking at Naruto. Naruto, I have a test for you, he said, and Naruto gulped. What is it? Naruto said, not wanting to hear the answer. I want you, Fu and Karen, to go and kill her, Kakuzu said, making Fu drop her kunai and Karen pale even more than she already was. Why, you can't be serious, Karen said. We are just kids, we may have done things before, but, Karen said, but Kakuzu shut her up with some killing intent. You have 4 days to complete the job, Kakuzu said coldly. She is staying in a resort in hot water country, a day's travel from here. Go there, kill her and retrieve a necklace she has as proof of the kill, Kakuzu said. Once the job is completed, we will be taken to snow country and go to the client, Kakuzu said, and once we meet him, we'll get paid and get smuggled into Kiri, Kakuzu said. Like I said, you have 4 days, Kakuzu said. If you don't succeed, don't even bother coming back, Kakuzu said. Sasori walked next to Mie and spoke. It'll be best if you stay here, he said, stopping Mie from protesting. Naruto scowled from behind his mask and spoke. Fine, he said, shocking Fu and Karen. I will kill her, Naruto said before turning around to Fu and Karen. Let's get this over with, Naruto said. Okay, Fu said, picking up her dropped kunai. Karen only nodded as she got up. Naruto was handed a scroll by Kakuzu and he, Fu and Karen all started to walk away. I'll be waiting back at the inn, Kakuzu said, walking away. Once Kakuzu was a good distance away, Mie looked to Sasori. How could you support something like this? Mie said with tears welling up in her eyes. I thought better of you, it thought you were a better man, she said. Sasori looked around to see if the coast was clear. I don't fully agree with the plan either, Sasori said. If they are not back in 4 days, you and me will ditch Kakuzu and get the kids, he said, and Mie nodded. But you must also realize, Mie, this would have happened one way or another with the children, Sasori said, making Mie look at him. Whether as a mercenary or a shinobi, they would have killed someone who was innocent sooner or later, he said. Mie looked off into the direction Naruto, Karen and Fu walked off in. Please be safe, Mie prayed. The next day, Yuga Resort. Fuck off, Sandayu, Yuki Fujika shouted as she threw a bottle of sake at the man who dodged the bottle. I said, leave me the hell alone. I've been busting my ass for over 3 days here for this damn movie, she shouted. I know, my lady, but, Sandayu said, but was stopped when Yuki grabbed him and shoved him out the door of the room. Now leave me alone, Yuki shouted as she slammed the door. She scoffed as she walked over to the hotel bar that was in her room and opened it. Getting low on sake, Yuki thought as she grabbed a peach-flavored sake and popped it open. Yuki walked over to the couch and plopped down and began to drink. Unseen by her, she was being watched by Fu, who was shrunk down to her smallest size and using the wall walking technique to hand upside down on the ceiling. Fu brought out her wings and flew out of the room through an open window. Fu fly away from the resort for a few minutes until she reached a patch of forest. Fu flew down and saw both Naruto and Karen hiding inside the brush. Fu grew back to her normal size and spoke. She's in her room drinking, Fu said. She's a total bitch, Fu said, trying not to curse. I used my mind's eye to look at the resort, Karen said to Naruto. There are over 500 people there, including the staff and the guests, she said. Naruto clenched his fists. Okay, what floor is she on? Naruto asked. 4th floor, room 407 inches, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. You don't have to do this, you know, she said, and Naruto looked at her. We could just go back and grab Karen's mom and run away, Fu said, and Naruto shook his head. Kakuzu would hunt us down, Naruto said, clenching his fists tighter. I knew he was a cold, emotionless bastard, but I didn't know how much he was one, Naruto said. I'm okay with killing bad guys, but she's not a bad guy, Naruto said. Are you sure you can do it? Karen said, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I can do it, Naruto said sadly. After all, you two shouldn't have to get your hands dirty, he said as he stood up. I'll be back in a few, Naruto said as he walked to the resort. Fu sat down next to Karen and spoke. I feel bad, Fu said. Naruto has been through so much, and now this, Fu said. We'll have to be there for him, Karen said. He needs us as much as we need him, she said, and Fu nodded. In the resort, 20 minutes later. Yuki Fujika's turned off the water to her shower and grabbed her towel from the towel rack. She wiped down her wet body and wrapped the towel around herself. She proceeded to pick up a bottle of sake on the bathroom counter and take a sip. Nothing like a drink after a hot bath, she thought as she grabbed the bathroom doorknob and turned it. Yuki opened the door and walked out. I should order some room sir, she began until she felt a hit to her stomach. Yuki felt like she got punched and stumbled to the side hitting a dresser. Yuki looked down and saw a kunai embedded into her abdomen in the center of her body. She then looked up and saw a kid no older than 6 or 7 wearing a mask standing there with his hand outstretched from stabbing her. Yuki began to cough out blood and fell to the ground and began to drag herself across the floor. Help! Somebody help! She thought inside her mind as she crawled along the ground leaving a trail of blood behind her. Naruto standing up and watching Yuki Fujika's crawl across the floor began to feel sick to his stomach. However, he shook those feelings aside and took out a thread from his wrist and held it in both of his hands. Naruto got on top of Yuki sitting on her back and wrapped the thread around her neck. Naruto proceeded to tighten the thread around her neck and began to strangle her. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Naruto whispered as he continued to strangle the actress. Yuki tried to shake the boy off but couldn't as the blood loss and her intoxication made her weaker than she already was. Yuki Fujika's world began to grow black as memories began to flood her mind. She was Koyuki Kazuhana, princess of Snow Country. Everything played back to her, her father, her escaping the country when her uncle Dodo took power, her years of acting and drinking and finally her faithful servant Sandayu. Sandayu, Koyuki thought before her world turned black. Naruto saw Yuki stop struggling and the blood vessels burst inside her eyes. Naruto took off the thread from around her neck and stood up. Naruto looked down at the now dead actress and began to cry. She didn't deserve this. Naruto wiped his tears and walked over to a nightstand and found the necklace that was requested. He picked it up and headed to the balcony. However, he stopped and looked back at the woman he killed. He turned around and walked over to her. Naruto flipped her onto her back and removed both the kunai and her towel. Koyuki was lying naked on the floor covered in blood. Naruto used the towel to clean up the blood and make her less messy. He then walked over to the bed and took off the blanket. Naruto proceeded to place the blanket over her, only stopping at her neck. Naruto kneeled down and closed her eyes. Naruto, now looking at her, thought she now looked more peaceful, like she was sleeping and not dead. Naruto covered her face with the blanket and stood up. Naruto clapped his hands together and bowed his head. Kami, please forgive me for I have sinned. Naruto prayed, please take her away to the heavens above, he thought. Naruto opened his eyes and spoke. Forgive me miss, Naruto said as he ran and jumped off the balcony to go back to Fu and Karen. 3 days later, boat heading to Snow Country. Naruto was standing on the deck of a boat giving them a lift to Snow Country, looking over the railing at the waves below. Karen, Fu and Mie were all sitting on a bench up against the bulkhead. Sasori walked out from below deck and sat next to them. How is he? Sasori asked. He still hasn't spoken yet, Fu said. He hasn't said a single word since he got done with the job, she said. He's hurting on the inside, Karen said, sensing his chakra, anger, sadness, regret, fear, anxiety. Nothing like how he usually is, she said. Poor Naruto, Mie said. I tried to talk to him but he won't budge, she said. Sasori frowned at this. Damn it Kakuzu, you and your damn test, Sasori thought. I should have done the job like I wanted to. Now look at what happened, he thought. Just then Kakuzu walked up and spoke. We will be landing in an hour, Kakuzu said. Everyone gave him a dirty look. What? He said. Sasori pointed at Naruto and Kakuzu groaned. Wanted to test the boy and I'm the bad guy, Kakuzu thought. Fine, he said. Kakuzu walked up to Naruto and Naruto looked at him with a frown behind his mask. What do you want to say? Kakuzu said. Naruto spun around and took down his mask to show his expression of rage. Fuck you, Naruto shouted. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you ancient old fuck. Making a 6-year-old kill some innocent girl. What the fuck is wrong with you? Naruto shouted. Kakuzu just stood there not saying anything. When this is over and I repay my debt to you, get the fuck out of my motherfucking life, Naruto shouted. Kakuzu stood there steady as a stone and spoke. We land in an hour, get your stuff ready, Kakuzu said before turning around and walking away. Asshole, Naruto said as turned around and looked at the waves again. Sasori, Karen, Fu and Mie were sitting there stunned as they witnessed Naruto's outburst. I think that's progress, Sasori said unsure. Oh god, Fu said, I've never seen Naruto so angry before, she said. Let's go kids, Mie said as she got up followed by Karen and Fu. Naruto, are you coming? She asked. Naruto sighed and turned around. Yeah, Naruto said as he walked over and joined them. Snow Country Port, 1 hour later. Kakuzu led the way up the port with Naruto, Sasori behind him and Fu, Karen and Mie trailing in the back. As they made their way up the dock, as they walked up Kakuzu stopped when he saw a mass of figures up ahead. Dodo Kazuhana, the leader of Snow Country, He was a large man with a square jaw, brown hair and a fancy cloak covering his black chakra armor. Behind him were his 3 bodyguards. Nader Roga the leader, he was a man in his late 20s with long light purple hair and purple tattoos going over his eyes. Mizor Fuyukuma, a large man with short purple hair and dark eyes. And lastly was the youngest and only female of the group Fubuki Kakuyoki. Fubiki was around 16 or so with spiky pink hair coming out of her helmet like pigtails. She had green eyes and had what looked like wings coming from the back of her chakra armor. Lastly there were about 50 snow ninjas behind them as backup just in case of anything happening. So, you are the ones who completed the job for me, Dodo said looking at Kakuzu who nodded. Yes, we are, Kakuzu said, we only did it for passage to Kiri, he said and Dodo nodded. And you earned it, Dodo said, who is the one who did the deed, he said. I did, Naruto said walking forward and standing next to Kakuzu, and I got the necklace that you requested, he said as he tossed the necklace to Dodo who caught it. Dodo and his 3 bodyguards looked at Naruto in surprise. A child killed her, Dodo said genuinely surprised. How old are you kid? Dodo asked. 6 I think, Naruto said, I haven't been keeping track of the days, I was born on October 10th, Naruto said. Ha ha ha, Dodo laughed heartedly, I remember my days as a ninja, such fond memories of battle, he said as he turned around. Follow me to the castle and we can discuss payment and bonuses, Dodo said and Kakuzu nodded. Very well, Kakuzu said as he and the others began to follow Dodo and his ninjas to the castle. Fubuki decided to hang back and walk next to Naruto. So Squirt, you really killed that actress, she said and Naruto looked at her. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto said looking at her with a side eye, and my name is Naruto not Squirt, Naruto said and Fubuki chuckled. Well then, Naruto, Fubuki said, welcome to the land of snow, she said. Fubuki then reached into a pocket and took out a chocolate bar and tossed it to Naruto. And happy belated birthday, Fubuki said and Naruto looked at her. Huh, Naruto said. Your birthday passed yesterday, Fubuki said. Naruto nodded. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said skeptically. Naruto looked down at the chocolate bar and read it. Dark chocolate with Arctic raspberries, he read in his mind. Screw it, Naruto thought as he opened it and took a bite. His eyes then widened in surprise. Holy crap, this is good, Naruto said and Fubuki laughed. Really never tried that flavor before, Fubuki said. Never tried chocolate before, the stores never sold it to me, Naruto said making Fubuki stop laughing and look at him strangely. Seriously, Fubuki asked. Yep, Naruto said as he continued to eat his candy bar. Kazuhana Castle, later that night. Naruto, Fu, Karen and Mie were all in a large and fancy bedroom that had 2 large beds. They were waiting for Kakuzu and Sasori to come in and tell them the news and see what was the next plan of action. It's weird, Fu said touching the sheets to the bed she was going to share with Naruto. Never thought I'd ever sleeping in a castle, she said. We get to sleep in a place with hot water and heating, Karen said looking at her mom. We never had this back in Kusa, she said. Dad would have loved this, Karen said and Mie wrapped her arms around her. I know honey I know, Mie said. Just then the door opened up and Kakuzu walked in with Sasori. So, we have an opportunity, Kakuzu said gaining all their attentions. We can either stick to our original plan and head to Kiri, or we can wait here a while and do some work for Dodo, Kakuzu said and Naruto spoke up. What, he got some more actresses for me to strangle, Naruto said with venom in his voice. As tempting as that is, no, Dodo said walking around the corner. I have a problem with some detestable partisans, he said taking a seat on a nearby couch. And I simply wish to hire you and your company to help my 3 bodyguards deal with them, Dodo said. Frankly they will be dead anyways but I just wish to speed up the process, he said. So, what is the offer, Naruto said and Dodo spoke up. 1 month of assistance, Dodo said. You will be given a room here along with meals, and you will be paid handsomely for your troubles, Dodo said. Naruto took in the words and thought it over. 1 month of living under a roof, a month of not being hunted down by rival mercenaries. Naruto knew he couldn't give this up. Fine, I'll do it, Naruto said and Dodo smiled, but the girls here can stay whether they agree to help or not, he said and Dodo chuckled. Of course, Dodo said before looking at Naruto, let me give you some advice. Naruto was it, Dodo said and Naruto nodded. Everyone is selfish, everyone, from the lowliest peasant, to a daimyo like me, Dodo said, and the thing is if you want something you have to get it at any cost, otherwise, someone else will take it from you, Dodo said as he got up. Now think of this, is it selfish to want to give yourself and others a better life at the expense of another? Dodo said, think about it, he said as he threw a sack towards Naruto who caught it. Naruto opened it and pulled out 2 small gold bullion from the sack. What's this? Naruto asked. Your bonus, Dodo said as he walked out. Naruto looked down at the gold, then at Fu, Karen and Mie. Dodo's words began to bounce around inside his head and he put away his bonus. I'm going to bed, Naruto said as he hopped into bed. We will be starting tomorrow, Kakuzu said as he walked out before stopping. Good job Naruto, Kakuzu said. Naruto laying in bed was now wide-eyed. Good job, Naruto thought as he sat up. Sasori walked out and Mie and Karen entered their bed. Fu entered the bed with Naruto and kissed him on the cheek. Good night Naruto, Fu said as she laid down. Naruto hit the lights and laid down next to Fu. Naruto stayed up staring at the ceiling of the room. Is this wrong? He thought. Whatever, he thought as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 9. Please, please no. You don't have to do this, you ga. Naruto kicked the stool from out of the man as he fell down and stopped a foot off the ground. The man had one of Naruto's threads around his neck tied to a tree branch. The tree was on the side of a road and this is where the execution was happening. Naruto looked up as the man struggled for breath as he hung from the tree. After a minute the man stopped struggling as he stopped fighting. The man was now dead swinging from a tree and Naruto let out a breath. Okay, that's the last of them, Naruto said as he turned around. All up and down the road there were the dead bodies of a group of rebels totaling about 20 in all. Fu wearing winter clothing flew down and landed next to Naruto retracting her wings. Finally, Fu said stretching, I was getting bored, these guys are getting easier and easier to find and kill, she said. That's because the more experienced members have been killed or fled the country already, Roga said hopping down from a tree where he hung another body. I have to say I was a little skeptical about you helping us, but I must say you are a lot more skilled than I gave you credit for, he said. Thanks, Roga, Naruto said with a smile. Over the past 3 weeks he has grown a lot closer to Roga, Mizore and Fubuki. Dodo ordered his 3 most skilled shinobi to exterminate the partisans along with Naruto and his group, and so far, he has enjoyed their company. And I have to say Squirt, Fubuki said landing behind Naruto, you have been pretty fun to hang out with, she said as she grabbed him from behind and pulled him into her. The back of Naruto's head went into Fubuki's breasts and Naruto began to blush and fidget. Fubuki, stop doing that, Naruto whined and Fubuki laughed as she let go. Still so shy around me, Fubuki said, does Whittle Naruto have a CWUSH on me, she said using baby talk and making Naruto blush even more. Sis stop bullying Naruto, Fu said to Fubuki. Fubuki however grabbed Fu and began to give her a noogie. Oh, little sis. So much to learn, Fubuki said. Fu and Fubuki have grown close over the past few weeks. They both bonded over their love of flying and since then Fubuki has been training Fu in aerial combat. Fu sees Fubuki as a big sister and Fubuki sees his little sister in Fu. Okay, enough horseplay, Mizore said walking up to the group. Roga, are we ready to go back? He asked and Roga nodded. Yes, let's report back to Lord Dodo, Roga said as he looked over to Naruto and Fu. And let's make sure to mention the stellar work of our 2 allies, he said and both Naruto and Fu smiled at that. Naruto, Fu and the 3 snow ninja began their journey back to Dodo's castle leaving the bodies of the hanging rebels from the tree to act as a warning to any other who dare challenge Dodo's rule. Dodo's castle, 1 day later, a training room inside the castle. Okay Karen, focus, just like I taught you, Sasori said as he looked on his Karen. You can do it honey, Mie said. Karen nodded as she formed a chakra chain from her right palm and sent it forward. The chain went to a training puppet supplied by Sasori that was laying on the ground. The chain made contact with the puppet and Karen began her technique. Okay, here it goes, Karen said. Karen began to manipulate her hand like she was pulling strings and the puppet began to move. Karen moved her index finger and the puppet sat up. She pulled her middle and ring finger down and the puppet stood up. Oh my god, it's up, Karen said excitedly. Okay, now try to make it walk, Sasori said and Karen nodded. Karen used her thumb and pinky to move the legs as made the puppet walk around. The movements were stiff and wobbly but it was going good. You're doing good, keep it up for as long as you can, Sasori said. Okay Sasori sensei, Karen said as she walked around with her puppet. Mie smiled at this and looked over to Sasori. I appreciate you training her Sasori, Mie said. Mr. Kakuzu isn't exactly the teaching type. Or the kindest, she said and Sasori nodded. Karen is a smart girl, if she was born in Suna she would have been a great puppet user, Sasori said. I'm just merely working on her present skills, he said. Sasori then felt something touch his shoulder and he looked over. Mie put her hand on his shoulder and was smiling. Well, I'm glad that we found someone like you Sasori, Mie said. You're a good man, she said. Sasori looked at her and her hand. Mie then realized what she did and blushed. My apologies, I shouldn't have done that, she said, but Sasori only chuckled. It's quite fine, Mie, Sasori said with a smile. I'm glad to have met you too, he said, and Mie blushed harder. Their moment was interrupted when the doors to the training room and Fu walked in. Hey guys, we're back, Fu said. Karen looked over and began to walk over with her puppet in tow. Hey Minty, Karen said using her nickname for Fu. Where is Naruto, she said. Fu got a tick mark and glared at Karen. Oh, he's probably sleeping after our makeout session, Fu said, making Karen growl. Why are you jealous? He's spending more time with me, you cabbage head, she said, and Karen dropped her puppet. You did not make out with him, you Grinch, Karen shouted. Fu began to grow red from both embarrassment and anger and got into Karen's face. You want to fight, Red? Well, bring it, Fu shouted back. Both Karen and Fu got into a taijutsu battle, punching and kicking at each other. Well, I guess we can skip taijutsu for today, Sasori said, and Mie sighed. Kami above those girls, Mie said, shaking her head. Fighting over a boy who's as dense as a concrete, she said. Bless Naruto's heart, he's a sweet boy, but he's just not that bright, she said. Is that mean? Because I don't want to sound mean, Mie said to Sasori, who just sweat dropped. With Naruto, Fubuki and Mizer, in a briefing room. Achoo, Naruto sneezed into his arm. Bless you, Fubuki said, handing Naruto a tissue. Naruto wiped his nose. You better not be getting sick, squirt, she said. I'm fine, Naruto said. Just as he said that, Kakuzu, Dodo and Roga walked in and closed the door, putting a privacy seal on it. You're all here, good, Dodo said as he walked to a chair at the head of the room. Roga told me about your success in taking out another group of dissidents. Good work, he said, and everyone nodded. But now it's time for us to play our next hand. We have another group for you to take out, he said. Naruto raised up his hand. Yes, Naruto, Dodo said, and Naruto stood up. We have another group of rebels already, Naruto asked. I mean, when we started out nearly a month ago it was mission after mission, but things have been pretty slow lately, he said, and Dodo nodded. So, what will taking out another group do? He asked. Dodo chuckled at this. Because all those other groups were nothing more than unorganized rabble, this group is different, Dodo said as looked over to Kakuzu. My sources on the mainland have been keeping tabs for anything of interest, Kakuzu said, and as of yesterday I was informed of something big, he said. Naruto, do you remember when you assassinated Princess Koyuki? Kakuzu said, and Naruto scowled. Yeah, I remember, even though I don't want to, Naruto said. Naruto was still sore about that mission and hasn't completely forgiven Kakuzu for it. Well, do you remember her assistant? Kakuzu said, and Naruto thought hard. Oh yeah, the old guy she treated like shit. Yeah, I remember. Why? Naruto asked, confused. Roga came up and pulled out a picture of the guy they were talking about. This is Sandayu Isama, former advisor to the daimyo and leader of the rebels, Roga said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. From what Kakuzu's sources told him, Sandayu and a large group of exiled rebels will be launching an attack on the coast of Snow Country, he said. Sandayu has asked for assistance from Kumo in exchange of an alliance and the sharing of Snow Country technology, Dodo said. As far as we can tell, there will be over 300 rebels along with 100 Kumo defectors launching an attack, he said. However, what he doesn't know is that there is a mole in their group who leaked the plans to us, Dodo said, so we will attack them in force when they land, Dodo said. So, what is the plan, my lord? Fubuki said. Roga stepped up and began to speak. Lord Dodo, as 3 and over 200 snow ninjas will assault the rebels when they land, Roga said, and they nodded. We will be assisted by Kakuzu and anyone else who wishes to join in the battle, he said. Wait, wishes to join? What does that mean? Naruto said, and Kakuzu looked at him. I was given an offer to fight, Kakuzu said. However, I will not speak for you, Sasori, Fu or Karen. That decision will be made by you and you alone, he said. Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. Kakuzu didn't volunteer anyone. He's giving us a choice, Naruto thought. The attack will be happening in a week, so make up your minds by then, Kakuzu said as he walked out of the room. Dodo looked at the others and spoke. Prepare for battle, dismissed, Dodo said as he walked out. 2 hours later, with Naruto, Sasori, Fu and Karen. Naruto, Sasori, Karen and Fu were all sitting in a lounge area away from Mie. They were all talking about what Kakuzu and Dodo had told them. I don't know how I feel about this, Karen said. I haven't been in battle like you guys have. I don't think I'm ready, she said sadly. It's not mandatory, Karen, Naruto said. Well, what about you? Are you going to fight? Fu asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I am, Naruto said. The money Dodo is offering is too good to pass up, but I will share it with you guys if you don't fight, Naruto said. I think I will fight also, Sasori said. I already fought in a war. This will be nothing new to me, he said. Okay, so me, Sasori and Kakuzu, Naruto said. Dodo will be pleased with that. After all, we three are the heavy hitters of the group, more or less, he said. I'll think I'll fight too, Fu said, making Naruto look at her. I can see if I can fight in the air with Fubuki. I could help out, she said. Okay, sounds good, Naruto said. Naruto turned to Karen, who looked nervous. Karen, Naruto said. Karen fidgeted for a moment and spoke. I'll think about it, she said, and Naruto nodded. Okay, no pressure, Naruto said as he got up. I'm gonna go, catch you guys later, Naruto said as he walked off. A few hours later, outside in a garden. Naruto was sitting by a fire pit in a garden looking into the flames. Naruto was thinking about how everything came to this. He remembered Konoha, Hinata, his torture, meeting Fu, then Karen and Mie, working with Gato and Sasori, and now here. Naruto's mind was racing so much didn't hear the footsteps until they were right behind him. If I was the enemy, you would be dead, Kakuzu said as Naruto turned to look at him. Without saying a word, Kakuzu sat next to Naruto and looked into the fire. Naruto felt awkward sitting next to Kakuzu. Ever since the assassination he did, they hardly spoke unless it was training or for business. You're not cut out for this type of work, Naruto, Kakuzu said, making Naruto look at him. You're too kind-hearted, you have hopes, dreams and people who care about you, Kakuzu said before looking at him. Me, I'm perfect for this job, Kakuzu said. I have no family, no home, no ambitions for the future. I can live far beyond a normal lifespan, but I cannot live a life, Kakuzu said. Then why do you do it? Naruto asked. Money, Kakuzu said. A ninja's true loyalty is money. There isn't a ninja alive that has done a mission without some kind of payment involved, he said. I could not control my fate. I could not control my banishment, but I could control my bank account, Kakuzu said. I know you hate me, Naruto, but you have to heed these words I'm about to tell you, he said, looking at Naruto. Don't become me, Kakuzu said before standing up and turning around. Once you lose everything you love and cherish, you will become another monster, he said before he started walking away. I don't hate you, Kakuzu, Naruto said, stopping Kakuzu. Kakuzu stood there for a second before he began walking away once again. Naruto turned around and looked back into the fire again as he soaked in Kakuzu's words. Fu, Karen, Mie, Naruto thought, I won't lose you. Any of you, he thought. With Sasori, in his room. Sasori was sitting at a table fixing the puppet he took from Kato. He replaced several joints and bolts and refilled the fuel tanks. What's that? Mie said, walking into the room. Oh, it's an old model of puppet Suna used to use, Sasori said. It's a flame puppet, it shoots fire from these nozzles, Sasori said, showing it to Mie. I'm fixing this for Karen to use. I'm also leaving instructions in order for her to repair and maintain it, Sasori said. Why, you don't think you're going to die, are you? Mie said worriedly. Sasori sighed as he kept working on the puppet. You never know, Mie, Sasori said. I could die in battle or die 60 years from now from old age. You never know, he said. Sasori, Mie said softly, making Sasori flinch. Sasori turned around and saw Mie crying. Please don't talk like that. I, she stuttered out. My husband died a long time ago when Karen was young, Mie said, and since then our lives have been hard, she said, raising up her sleeve showing hundreds of bite marks. I wasn't even a person to them, just a medical tool, and I don't even want to know what would have happened if I died and left Karen alone, she said, sobbing out. But when I met Naruto and he showed me kindness, it felt like all the misery and pain vanished, she said. And when we met you and you started teaching Karen, she began, but Sasori stood up. Mie, Sasori said, walking up to her. I'm not a good man, I killed people, betrayed my village, I'm not even fully human anymore, Sasori said, opening his shirt and showing his puppet side. I'm not a good man, you should find someone else, Sasori said with sad eyes. I don't want anyone else, Mie said, touching Sasori's cheek. I know you're not a perfect man. But you are better than the ones I've met before, she said. Sasori felt the warmth of Mie's touch and reached up with his human hand and grabbed it. Sasori and Mie looked into each other's eyes for what felt like eternity. Mie then leaned in and planted a kiss on Sasori's lips. Sasori's eyes widened but quickly leaned into the kiss. Sasori and Mie kissed for a few seconds as she wrapped her arms around Sasori's neck and he wrapped his arms around her waist. Upon breaking the kiss, they both looked at each other. Are you sure? Sasori asked and Mie nodded. Yes, I'm sure, Mie said. Please, Sasori. Give this a chance, she said. Okay, Mie, Sasori said as raised his hand and sent some chakra strings towards the door. He closed the door and locked it in order to give him and Mie some privacy. The next morning, Sasori woke up and looked to his side. Mie laid in bed completely naked, wrapped up in the blankets. Sasori smiled as he got out of bed, trying not to make too much noise. His human left foot hit the ground first, followed by his puppet right foot. Sasori got up and got dressed as he had to train Karen with her new puppet. Sasori sealed up the puppet and began to walk out. He stopped for a moment and looked at Mie. Sasori smiled and opened the door and stepped out, letting Mie sleep in. With Fu and Fubuki. Fu and Fubuki were both flying around the castle doing aerial maneuvers and circling each other trying to land a blow. Fu spun around clockwise going under Fubuki until she was chest to chest with her with only 3 or 4 inches between them. Fu cocked back her fist and sent a punch towards Fubuki. However, Fubuki used her air brakes to reduce her speed to a point where Fu's punch missed. "Ha, missed me," Fubuki said as she leaned down and began to descend. "Catch me if you can, Minty," Fubuki said. "You won't get away," Fu shouted as she began to chase after Fubuki. Fubuki decided to fly low until she flew into the woods. Fubuki stayed just a few feet below the tree line as to not be slowed down by the thick foliage. Fu began to chase after her as both girls flew between the trees. Fu flew in between the trees trying to keep up with Fubuki. Fu tried keeping track of her as the trees blurred her vision. As she went around another tree, Fu lost sight of Fubuki. "What?" Fu thought. The next moment Fu was attacked from underneath. Fubuki flew down, nearly touching the forest floor. When she saw Fu flew above her, she flew up at max speed in order to attack Fu. Fubuki slapped Fu across the face, making her see stars. Fubuki closed her wings and landed on a tree branch. Fu flew to the side and landed on a tree branch. "OWW. You jerk, that hurt," Fu whined as there was a throbbing red imprint of Fubuki's hand on her face. Fubuki began to laugh at Fu's pain. "Oh, trust me, I was thinking of kicking you in the gut," Fubuki said. "You should be glad all you got was a little love tap," Fubuki said. Fu huffed and crossed her arms. "Whatever," Fu said as she got back up. "Just you watch, next time I'll beat you," she said, and Fubuki smiled. "I'll keep that in mind," Fubuki said. "Come on, let's go and get some food," Fubuki said, and Fu nodded. Both girls took to the air once again as they headed back to the castle. The next week. Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori and Fu all readied their gear as they were about to head to the coast where the rebels were going to land. Naruto clicked his chest plate on and put his winter coat on. Dodo offered Naruto and Fu chakra armor. Naruto's was a medium grade that was well rounded, while Fu's was a lightweight model so it won't hinder her flying. "Alright, let's go," Kakuzu said as Naruto and the other began their journey to the coast. "Wait, hold up," came the voice of Karen. Everyone turned and saw Karen running up with her puppet and wearing medium chakra armor similar to Naruto. "Sorry, I had a hard time putting my armor on. My mom had to help me," she said. Fu smirked and spoke. "So looks like you decided to join us," Fu said. "And here I thought you were too chicken to join us," she said, and Karen stuck her tongue out. "Bite me, Grinch," Karen said. Naruto walked up and gave Karen a hug. "I'm glad you're here, Karen. You can do this, I believe in you," Naruto said as Karen smiled and hugged him back. "Okay then," Kakuzu said, breaking up the moment. "Let's get moving, they land in 6 hours," he said as he began to lead his group to the coast. At the coast, 5 hours later. Naruto was with Dodo, Roga and Mizur along with 75 snow ninja making up the center of the attack force. Karen and Sasori were with 75 other snow ninja on the right flank. Fu and Fubuki were on the cliffs on the left flank with 50 snow ninjas. However, these snow ninja were not the standard ninja as they were all outfitted in chakra armor similar to Fubuki, giving them the ability to fly. Naruto was hiding with Kakuzu and the others as they waited for the enemy to arrive. Currently he was laying down under a white snow blanket that kept him warm and camouflaged. As Naruto let out a yawn as dawn approached and nothing has happened. The next second, however, Naruto's earpiece came to life. "Lord Dodo, this is the Seahawk 1, come in," came the voice of the aerial scout. "This is Dodo, report," Dodo said. "Enemy fleet spotted approaching the shore, ETA 10 minutes, the scout said. "Good, everyone prepare for battle, wait for my command," Dodo said. Naruto clenched his fists as he tried to calm his nerves. Naruto looked towards the sea and saw 10 ships come into view. "Okay Naruto, get ready," Naruto thought to himself. "Time to earn the king's shilling," he thought. Chapter 10. 13-year-old Yugito Ni was standing on the deck of a ship looking at the horizon. Yugito was sent on this mission with 100 other Kumo ninja who deserted in order to help the Snow Country rebels take back their homeland. The fleet was small with only 3 ships and about 400 total fighters. Frankly, Yugito didn't care about that, she only cared about going into battle to prove herself. Yugito was personally selected for this mission by the Raikage himself. The Raikage chose her over his own brother B to participate in the mission. B was a Junin and the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. He was leaps and bounds more powerful than her, but since Snow Country didn't have a Jinchuriki, he didn't think it was necessary to send B. So he chose Yugito instead. While she was a fresh chunin and hasn't mastered her tailed beast, she was eager to prove herself to her cage. This is it, my time to shine, Yugito thought, clenching the rail tightly. Lord Raikijin B-sensei trained me to the breaking point since I was a kid. Now it's time for me to make them proud, she thought with a smile. Careful kitten, Matabi said in Yugito's mind. Don't get overconfident now, you are still untested in real combat, it said, and Yugito nodded. I can't help it, this is so amazing, Yugito thought. Years of training, years of waiting, and the Raikage picked me personally, how could I not be excited, she thought. She was brought out of her thoughts by Sandayu walking up behind her. You seem excited, Sandayu said as he walked up wearing his full suit of armor with his sword at his hip. Is this your first time going into battle, he asked with a smile, and Yugito nodded. No, I fought bandits and stuff, but this is different, Yugito said. This is my first ever ninja battle, it's my chance to prove myself, she said, and Sandayu chuckled. Well, I appreciate what you and your village has done for me, Sandayu said before his face became solemn. Since the death of Lady Koyuki our spirits have been down, but when your village offered support to retake out homeland, we felt something we haven't felt in a long time, he said as he stood next to her. Hope, he said, putting his hand on Yugito's shoulder, when we retake out home, I will make sure, he began, until a large explosion rocked the ship. What the hell, Yugito shouted as she got up and looked over the side of the ship. One of the ships exploded and was cut in half. Men and crew were on fire as they jumped over the sides of the ship. Mother of God, Yugito said, her mouth agape. Aerial attack, the observer shouted from the crow's nest. It's Dodo's flying corps, they found us, he shouted. Yugito and Sandayu looked above them and saw over 50 figures circling the ships like buzzards over a carcass. Sandayu growled as he got up. Archers, ready your bows, shoot them out of the sky, Sandayu shouted. The archers hastily got their bows and began to fire into the air. A few minutes prior, with Fu and Fubuki. Fu and Mubuki were flying in formation with the other snow ninjas as they spotted the enemy fleet. Okay people, it's show time. Fu and first group follow me, she shouted over her communicator. Copy, Fu shouted back. Fubuki and Fu both lowered their flight goggles in order to keep the wind out of their eyes and began their descent with 10 other snow ninjas. Fubuki, Fu and the others were in a direct dive towards one of the ships. As they got closer, they all took out yellow and red scrolls. Okay, on my mark, Fubuki said as she and the other got ready to open their scrolls. Now, she shouted. Fubuki, Fu and the others all opened their scrolls at the same time. Each scroll carried a 200 pounds high explosive incendiary bomb and all were sent towards the ship. As they released the bombs, they arced up in order to avoid the blast. 1 second it was quiet and the next there was a thunderous explosion that nearly made Fu and the others lose control. Holy cow, that was wicked, Fu said in awe as the ship was now cut in half and on fire. Good hit on target, Fubuki said over the comms. All groups break formation and engage the hostiles, she said. As she did, she and Fu broke off as they all began to circle the ships and ready their explosive kunai and other weapons. With Yugito and Sandayu. Sandayu and Yugito were both ducking down as explosions erupted all over the ship. God damn it, Yugito shouted as she covered her ears. Yugito looked at her hands and saw she was bleeding from her ears as the explosions burst her eardrums. Keep fighting, men, Sandayu shouted. We must reach the shore, he shouted. The archers kept firing their arrows into the air trying to knock the flying ninja out of the sky. Most of the arrows missed and didn't even get near the ninjas. After a few minutes only one had been shot down when he got too close to the ship. As the ship neared the shore, Yugito got up and looked ahead. As she did, she saw a man standing on the water. Hey Sandayu, look, there's someone on the water, she shouted, gaining his attention. Sandayu looked out using the aid of a telescope and paled. Oh my god, Sandayu said as he dropped the scope. Everyone to the lifeboats, he shouted. With Roga. Roga was going through hand signs as he looked towards the 2 remaining ships. Such a beautiful display, he thought as he finished his hand signs. Ice style. White whale jutsu, Roga shouted. A giant white whale made out of ice jumped out of the water and slammed into one of the ships, making it bend in half, cracking the hull. HMPH. Let's see you escape now, Roga said as the ship began to sink until the ship hit the bottom of the bay, effectively grounding it. Now for the other one, Roga said as he began going through hand signs once more. In a lifeboat, with Yugito and Sandayu. Yugito and Sandayu were in a boat with about 30 other people as they rowed to shore. As they rowed away from their burning ship, a white whale shot out of the water and slammed into their ship just as it did with the other ship. The whale cut the ship in half, sending a large wave that nearly capsized the boat. Water splashed up and soaked Yugito with the freezing cold water. Damn it, how could this have happened? Sandayu said as they made their way to shore. Sandayu looked around and saw dozens of other lifeboats around. Damn it, we have lost nearly half our force, and we haven't even set foot on land yet, he thought. As the lifeboats approached land, Sandayu took out his sword and began to shout, "Prepare for battle, this isn't the end," he shouted. "Very well said, Sandayu," came the voice of Dodo from a loudspeaker. "You should have stayed away, Sandayu, you would have lived longer," he said. "It's a shame really, you're fighting for a kingdom that has fallen, for a royal family that is all but whipped out, and for what honor? Loyalty?" he asked. "You will never understand, Dodo," Sandayu shouted to the hillside. "Our will to free our country from your rule, we'll see us though to the end," he said. Let's test that, shall we?" Dodo's voice said. As he said that, Dodo, Naruto, Kakuzu and his army of snow ninjas stood up and looked down at Sandayu and his depleted force. "My fellow shinobi, let's end this rebellion once and for all," he shouted. All the snow ninja roared in agreement as they all charged down the hill to meet Sandayu, Yugito and the others. As Yugito got ready for battle, Matabi spoke. "Kitten, no, I think I sense the Kyuubi up ahead, but he's different, something is wrong here," Matabi warned. "Are you kidding me?" Yugito thought. "What is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails doing here? Isn't Konoha?" she began, but Matabi interrupted. "Not just that, but I also thought I sensed Chome here as well," Matabi spoke. "There are two Jinchuriki here, and we don't know how powerful they are. We must find a secluded area to fight them," it said, making Yugito frown. "Damn it, fine," Yugito shouted, making Sandayu look at her. Just then Yugito felt a strange sensation crawl up her spine and she felt and urged to go somewhere secluded. Yugito began to run off into a direction away from the battle that was about to begin. "Yugito, where are you going?" Sandayu shouted. He saw Yugito run off to the woods and was about to go after her. However, he decided to turn his attention to the army of shinobi charging at him and his remaining forces. With Naruto and Kakuzu. Naruto felt a tingling in his stomach as he rushed down the hill towards the enemy force. He saw a figure running away from the battle and realized it was coming from that person. "Kit, you feel that?" the Kyuubi said. "That is a Jinchuriki you are sensing, go and give chase," it said, and Naruto nodded. "Okay," Naruto thought. Naruto looked over to Kakuzu and spoke. "Kakuzu, the fox just spoke to me, there is another Jinchuriki here other than me and Fu," he said. Kakuzu snapped his head over to Naruto and spoke. "Go and eliminate them," Kakuzu said. "I will inform Fu to go and join you. We cannot allow them to live, they could turn the battle in the enemy's favor," Kakuzu said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto split off and ran after the other Jinchuriki, and Kakuzu got on his comms set. "Fu, come in, we have a problem and Naruto needs you," Kakuzu said. With Naruto. Naruto chased after the enemy Jinchuriki through the woods trying to catch up. "Man, this is my first time fighting someone like me," he thought. "I mean, I sparred with Fu, but this is for real," he thought. Naruto ran into a clearing and stopped as he saw the person he was looking for. She was an older girl with a long blonde hair tied into a ponytail, cat-like eyes, and wearing a scratched Kumo headband. "I can't believe it," the blonde girl said. "You're just a kid. How old are you?" 6 inches, she said, and Naruto scowled from behind his mask. "I'm 7 inches," Naruto said. "Now please surrender, I don't like to kill unless I have to," Naruto said, and the blonde girl scoffed. "I'm not going anywhere," she said, getting into a stance. Her nails began to extend, turning into claws. "My name is Yugito Ni, remember it for when you go to the afterlife," she said. Naruto sighed as he took off his jacket, revealing his chakra armor and his bare arms. "Fine then, it's your funeral," Naruto said. "Don't say I didn't give you a change to leave," he said. The threads on Naruto's arms began to come undone and began to act as tendrils, much like Kakuzu's. "Looks like my training is going to be put to the test," he thought. Yugito rushed at Naruto with her claws ready to strike. Yugito swung her claws at Naruto's head, trying to decapitate him. Naruto leaned back as the claws passed his face. Naruto sent his threads towards Yugito to restrain her. Naruto wrapped his threads around Yugito's arm and pulled her towards him. Yugito, caught off guard, stumbled towards Naruto, who cocked back his fist. Naruto slugged Yugito across the face, making her spit blood onto the frozen ground. Yugito quickly recovered and used her other hand to cut the threads holding her. Yugito used her claws to sever the threads and kick Naruto away. Yugito immediately went through hand signs. Fire style. Mouse hairball. Yugito fired a mouse-shaped hairball that was covered in blue fire at Naruto. Naruto skidded to a stop just in time to see a ball of fire coming towards him. Naruto jumped out of the way and the flaming hairball hit a tree behind him. The tree was set on fire and Naruto looked at Yugito. "Did you seriously spit out a flaming hairball? That's super gross, lady," Naruto said, and Yugito got a tick mark. "It's my jutsu, runt. Don't insult me," Yugito shouted, and blushing from embarrassment, I swear I'm going to kill this kid, she thought. Naruto realized he needed more help, so he opened his armor and brought out his second heart, which formed into its thread body and had its signature fox mask. Yugito saw this and recoiled as she saw a thread monster form after detaching from her enemy. What the fuck is that thing? Yugito thought. What is this kid? She thought. With Sasori and Karen. Sasori and Karen were both fighting on the flanks of the main battle, keeping the enemy from escaping. Sasori was using the blades hidden in his puppet parts while Karen was using her puppet to launch fire attacks towards the enemy. Sasori ducked under a slash from an enemy's katana and countered by slicing open his stomach with his arm blade. As the monster's guts spilled onto the ground, Sasori came up and stabbed the man from under the chin, piercing through to the top of his head. Sasori took out his blade and looked over to Karen. Karen was hopping from tree to tree, avoiding arrows and kunai being sent towards her. Karen took cover behind a tree for a second before coming back out. Karen then sent her puppet towards a group of archers and used her chakra chain to open the mouth of the puppet. With a twitch of her finger, Karen unleashed a firestorm onto the group of archers. The fire engulfed the group of 8 men, setting them on fire as they danced around in a panic, trying to put the fire out as it burned their flesh and burned away the oxygen in their bodies. Karen pinched her nose as the smell of burning hair and flesh made her a little nauseous. Oh god, that smells bad, Karen thought. Karen jumped down and landed next to Sasori. Good job, Karen, Sasori said, looking at her. Let's head back to the battle, he said. But before they could go, Fu flew up and landed. Karen, I need you to follow me, Fu said, and Karen looked at her. What is it? Karen asked. Kakuzu contacted me. There is a Jinchuriki like me in Naruto here, Fu said, making both Sasori and Karen go wide-eyed. Naruto is fighting them to the west. We have to help him, she said. Karen, go and help Naruto, Sasori said, and Karen nodded. Okay, sensei, Karen said. Be careful, okay, Sasori said as he ran off to join the main battle. Let's go, Karen, Fu said, and Karen nodded. Both Fu and Karen ran west in order to help Naruto. With Naruto and his heart both charged at Yugito from both sides, trying to get her off guard. Naruto reached her first and threw a punch at her, to which Yugito dodged and kicked Naruto in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. Yugito brought up her claw in order to slash Naruto but was stopped when her hand was grabbed. Yugito turned around and saw Naruto's heart holding her hand. The heart proceeded to hit her in the face, sending her skidding on the ground. The heart then opened its mouth and a ball of wind began to form. Yugito, seeing this, went wide-eyed. Oh shit, Yugito thought. The heart fired a ball of compressed wind at her and Yugito jumped out of the way. The ball of wind flew by her and hit a tree, breaking it in half and sending it to the ground. Yugito got up and looked at Naruto, who was back on his feet. Yugito was about to charge back in, but she heard something whooshing through the air behind her. Yugito turned around and was greeted with a foot to the face, courtesy of Fu, who was flying at max speed. The kick sent Yugito flying across the field with a broken nose. As her vision refocused, she then saw a orange-haired puppet flying towards her with a red-headed girl controlling it. Karen manipulated her puppet and opened its mouth and aiming its arms at Yugito. Karen twitched her index, middle and ring finger and activated the flamethrowers. Karen fired a stream of fire at Yugito, who got up and ran. Karen turned the puppet at follow Yugito, who was trying to avoid the fire. The fire stopped and Karen recalled her puppet, much to Yugito's relief, but it was short-lived as Naruto ran up and began throwing punches and kicks at Yugito. Yugito began to block and dodge the attacks, until she found an opening and uppercut Naruto. Yugito was going to follow up but was stopped when Fu came up from behind and kneed her in the kidney. "Ga, you little shit," Yugito shouted as she spun around in an attempt to elbow Fu, who ducked under and swept Yugito's feet. Fu proceeded to kick Yugito once more, sending her skidding back near a cliffside. Yugito stopped just before she fell over. As Yugito regained her balance, she heard a shout. "Karen, combo time," Naruto shouted, and Yugito looked over and saw Naruto going through hand signs. Naruto stopped on the last sign, wind style. Great breakthrough. Naruto fired a wall of wind at Yugito. Karen, seeing this, readied her puppet. Karen, using the last bit of her puppet's fuel, fired a stream of fire that mixed with Naruto's wind jutsu. The result was a wall of fire that Yugito could not avoid. Yugito was hit by the combination jutsu and fell off the side of the cliff, only being saved when she sunk her claws into the cliff side. Fu then walked up and produced a kunai with an explosive tag. "See you next fall," Fu joked as she threw the kunai just above Yugito. The explosion knocked Yugito off the wall and sent her down to the freezing water below. Fu let out a sigh as she turned around and began to walk back. Fu walked back to Karen and smiled. "Well, that was something," she said, and Karen nodded. "Karen, Fu," Naruto shouted, gaining both of their attentions. Naruto ran up and grabbed both girls into a hug. "Oh man, I'm glad you both came. That girl was super strong," Naruto said, squeezing them tightly. Naruto then let go and stepped back. You should have seen it. She spat out flaming hairballs and did crazy acrobatic stuff and had these super long claws and Naruto began until Fu stopped him. Okay, we get it, Fu said giggling. We're just glad we could help, Karen said with a smile. Well girls, I appreciate it, Naruto said as he took down his mask revealing his smile. Naruto then went in and kissed Fu on the cheek, then he proceeded to kiss Karen. You both rock, he said with his foxy grin. Both Fu and Karen blushed and fidgeted for a moment making Naruto chuckle. Okay girls, ready to head back to the battle, he said and Karen stopped him. I need to refuel my puppet, Karen said as she laid her puppet on the ground and opened a scroll containing 3 canisters of napalm, gasoline and nitrogen. Give me like 5 minutes, she said and Naruto nodded. Alrighty then, Naruto said. Hey, let's reform again, Naruto said and his heart ran over. Naruto opened his armor and spoke. Girls, could you look away for a bit? Naruto asked and both Karen and Fu turned around. They both heard the squishing and popping and shivered. Ew, they both thought as Naruto rebounded with his heart. With Kakuzu and Dodo. Kakuzu stepped over the corpses of the dead and walked to Dodo. Look who I found, Kakuzu said as he dropped Sandayu bound with thread in front of Dodo. Ah Sandayu, good to see you again, Dodo said with a smile. Go to hell, Sandayu spat out before being kicked in the face by Dodo. Fool, Dodo said as Roga, Fubuki and Mizur walked up. Take him to the castle, I'll deal with him later, Dodo said and they nodded. Roga picked up Sandayu and walked off with Mizur back to the castle. Well Kakuzu, looks like you and your team earned their pay today, he said, although I didn't see Naruto in the fight, he said and Kakuzu spoke. Believe me, Naruto probably saved us, Kakuzu said. If he didn't distract that Jinchuriki, then our battle would have been more of a bloodbath, he said and Dodo looked surprised at this. A Jinchuriki, here, Dodo said before gaining a scowl. So Kumo said one of their lap dogs he said. Hey Kakuzu, Naruto shouted as both Kakuzu and Dodo looked over and saw Naruto, Fu and Karen running towards them. What happened, is it over, he asked and Kakuzu nodded. Yes, it's over, Kakuzu said and Naruto went wide-eyed. Aw man, I missed the battle, Naruto whined. Stupid cat girl, Naruto pouted as he crossed his arms. Karen and Fu began to comfort him and Dodo chuckled. Well then, good work everyone, Dodo said. This failed invasion will be remembered for years to come, Dodo said as he began to walk away. Tonight, we celebrate out victory, Dodo said. Tell you what Naruto, I'll have my chef prepare a special bowl of ramen. Just for you, Dodo said and Naruto cheered up. Hell yeah, Naruto cheered. Kakuzu chuckled slightly before speaking. Let's go, he said as he, Naruto, Fu and Karen all followed behind Dodo as the snow ninja began to clean up the bodies of the fallen rebels. With Yugito. Yugito was pulled out of the freezing water into a small boat. Don't worry, I'm here to help, came the voice of a boy. The next thing Yugito knew, he was taking her clothes off. Hey, Yugito shouted, slapping his hands away. I need to remove your cloths, otherwise, you will get hypothermia, he said. Yugito scowled and took off her cloths and was now naked. The boy took off his jacket and draped it over her. Here, take this, he said and Yugito wrapped it around herself. And here is a blanket, he offered. Yugito snatched it and wrapped herself. Thank you, Yugito said while shivering. Yugito looked at him and saw he was wearing a Kumo uniform with a scratched out headband. INN never seen you, she said and the boy smiled. Yeah, I work in the hospital mostly, the boy said as he adjusted his glasses as he rowed the boat. Save your strength, it'll be at least half a day until we reach Kuno's shores, he said and Yugito nodded. What's your name? Yugito asked and the boy smiled. Kabuto Yakushi, nice to meet you, Kabuto said with a smile. And you are Yugito ni correct, he asked and Yugito nodded. I thought so, your beauty precedes you, Kabuto said making her blush. But aren't you the Two Tails host? How did you end up this way? He asked curiously and Yugito huffed. You wouldn't believe it, but there were 2 other Jinchuriki there, Yugito said making Kabuto go wide-eyed. They were not wearing any headbands but my tenant recognized them as the 9 Tails and the 7 Tails. The girl had green hair and tan skin, the boy was blonde but I don't know, he felt off, Yugito said. Really, Kabuto said with a smirk. Tell me more, he said. Chapter 11. Naruto was laying down in a hammock with Fu and Karen on either side of him as they all laid down enjoying the nice weather. The day after the invasion, Dodo found the Koyuki family treasure, which was a heat generator. The land closest to the generators and the castle were now in spring-like conditions while the rest of the country was still covered in snow. Dodo was pissed at first but soon afterwards just said, fuck it, and moved on. Dodo paid the group their cut for assisting in holding off the invasion but decided to give Naruto a little bonus. Dodo had a small cabin built for him near where the Koyuki family generator was, to which Naruto gladly accepted as his new home. Currently Naruto was relaxing with both Fu and Karen by his side as both of his new girlfriends were asleep. Naruto still remembered how it all happened. Flashback 2 weeks ago. Naruto was sitting down in a chair as both Fu and Karen stood over him. So what is it you want to talk about? Naruto said and Fu stepped forward. Naruto, we've been together for a while now, Fu said and Naruto nodded, and well. Over that time I grew. Feeling for you, Fu said with a light blush and Naruto nodded. Okay, well I don't understand, Naruto began until Karen stopped him. Naruto, I also like you. For a long while now, Karen said blushing as well. Wait, so you both like me? Naruto said and both girls nodded. Yes, Naruto, we both like you, Fu said, so that's why we want to ask you a question, Fu said and Naruto listened. Do you like us back? Fu asked as both she and Karen looked on in anticipation. Naruto looked down and nodded. Yeah, I do, Naruto said looking at both Karen and Fu. You both are great girls, you care about me and you treat me well, Naruto said as he pulled now his mask. You don't see me as a monster or are frightened by my looks, you both see me as me, Naruto said with a smile. Other than Hinata back in Konoha, you two are my only two friends I have, he said and both girls smiled. We're glad to hear that, Naruto, Karen said with a blush. The reason we are asking you is because both me and Fu want to ask you something, she said. We are both wondering if we could be your girlfriends, Karen asked and Naruto went wide-eyed. We don't have to follow the old rules, Fu said, we are outlaws, we answer to nobody, so, who cares, she said. We just wanted to ask you, you don't have to if you don't want to, Fu said as both she and Karen grabbed Naruto's hands, but we would be happy if you did, she said. Naruto looked at the both of them and nodded, okay sure, Naruto said and both girls smiled. But I'm not going to play favorites, I'll like you both equally, Naruto said. The next thing Naruto knew he was tackled by Fu and Karen. Both girls gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek making it official. Flashback end. Naruto still smiles at the memory as now he has not one but two girls who care about him. Having a little vacation, Blondie, came a familiar voice. Naruto sat up not waking up Fu and Karen and saw Gato and two bodyguards standing a few feet away. How's it going? He asked. Naruto got off the hammock and walked up to Gato. Hey Gato, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, and how did you find me? He asked and Gato smirked. Straight to the point, I like it, Sasori told me you live out here, Gato said. I need to speak to you, Kakuzu and your two girls there, Gato said pointing at Karen and Fu. I have a job and I think some extra muscle would help out a lot, Gato said and Naruto nodded. Okay, give me a minute, Naruto said as he walked over to wake up Karen and Fu. 1 hour later, Naruto's cabin. Naruto, Kakuzu, Fu and Karen were all sitting in Naruto's cabin one side of a table while Gato and his two bodyguards sat on the other side of the table. I have to say when I heard of your exploits here, I was very impressed, Gato said. To be honest, I had a feeling I struck gold when I hired you last. Looks like I was right, he said. How did you know we were here? Naruto asked and Kakuzu answered. Obviously our reputation grew for working with Dodo, Kakuzu said making Naruto, Fu and Karen look at him. News travels fast in the underworld. The more jobs we do the more our reputation grows, which means more clients, he said. Bingo, Gato said. Now then, the reason I'm here. I have a job that needs to be done and I want the three kitties here to handle it with my other guy, Gato said. What's the job? Naruto asked. How much is it going to pay? Fu asked. And who are we working with? Karen asked. Damn, you kids act like more like adults than most adults, Gato said with amusement. The job is in Wave Country. I want to expand my business but the damn people there are fighting back. They have a union of dock workers and one asshole in particular Kaiza is a considerable pain in the ass, he said. The pay will be 1 million ryo for each of you. It's not much, but to make it up on the back end I will also give you the same amount in stocks for my companies, Gato said and Karen nodded. Okay, the pay is at most medium but the stocks will be more than enough to compensate, Karen said as she did mental math. I don't see nothing wrong with it, she said and both Naruto and Fu nodded as they trusted Karen's intuition and intelligence. Lastly, you will be working with two rogue mist shinobi. They are trying to raise money for the rebellion going on in Kiri, Gato said as he got up. So, what do you say? Gato asked. Naruto, Karen and Fu all looked at each other and nodded. We'll do it, Naruto said and Gato nodded. Great, meet me at the docks in 2 days, Gato said as he got up and walked out with his bodyguards. Naruto looked at Kakuzu and spoke. Well, looks like we have another job, Naruto said and Kakuzu nodded. Naruto, make sure you get in good with those Kiri ninja, Kakuzu said, making Naruto confused. If we are lucky, they could introduce us to the leader of the rebels and we can go to Kiri for work, he said and Naruto nodded. Alright Kakuzu, Naruto said as he got up. I'm going to pack my stuff, Naruto said. I'll help, Fu said as she walked over and began to help Naruto pack his backpack. I'm going to go and tell my mom about the mission, Karen said as she got up. Kakuzu, do you know where she is? Karen asked and Kakuzu went wide-eyed. Ah, Kakuzu said. Dodo's castle, with Mie and Sasori. Sasori and Mie were both naked in bed as they both relaxed with each other. Mie had her head on Sasori's chest and Sasori had his arm around her. This is nice, Mie said, snuggling into Sasori, and Sasori nodded. You know Mie, I feel a little guilty, Sasori said, making Mie look at him. Karen is my apprentice and I'm sleeping with her mother. I've done some bad things but I actually feel guilty, Sasori said and Mie giggled. Okay, so murder, treason and human puppets are okay, but sleeping with a student's mom is where you draw the line, Mie said and Sasori flicked her forehead. Shut up, Sasori said, besides you're the one who came onto me, he said and Mie laughed. Mie leaned up and kissed Sasori on the cheek. And I don't regret it, Mie said as Sasori pulled her in closer. Neither do I, Sasori said with a smile. 2 days later, Snow Country docks. Naruto, Fu and Karen were walking along the docks with their backpacks looking for Gato, after walking for about 10 minutes until they saw Gato. Naruto walked up with Fu and Karen and greeted. Hey Gato, Naruto said, where are the others? Naruto asked and Gato pointed to the ship. They're on board, let's go and I'll introduce you, Gato said and Naruto along with Karen and Fu followed. All four walked onto the ship and Naruto was greeted by the sight of 2 people. Naruto, Karen, Fu, meet your partners for this mission, Gato said. Zabuza Momochi and his apprentice Haku, he said. All 3 children looked and saw a tall man with bandages wrapped around his mouth sitting down on some crates with a humongous sword on his lap, HMPH. So these are our partners, Zabuzu said, they look greener than Haku, he said. Naruto and the others turned and saw his partner Haku. Naruto's cheeks reddened behind his mask and both Karen and Fu felt slight jealousy. Haku had long black hair running down the back of her dark gray kimono. She had pale skin, large brown eyes and was holding what seemed to be a white rabbit. Lord Zabuza, please be nicer, we will be working with them, Haku said and Zabuza groaned in annoyance. Haku walked up and bowed. Hello, my name is Haku. I'm 10 years old, apprentice to Lord Zabuza here and despite my appearance I'm a boy, Haku said, making Naruto and Fu's jaw drop. What, are you serious? Fu shouted. You look cuter than I do, Fu said. Well, at least I don't have to worry about Naruto being interested in him, she thought. Seriously, you're a guy, Naruto said and Haku nodded. That's a lie, Karen said, adjusting her glasses as Haku and the others looked at her. Your chakra signature is that of a girl, and besides looking like that there's no way you're a girl, Karen said and Haku sighed. You ruined my fun, Haku said, a little let down. I love saying that and messing with people, Haku said, and both Naruto and Fu got tick marks. Zabuza however was analyzing the 3 kids, so the redhead is a censor, huh? Interesting, the blonde kid and the mint-haired girl must be combat types, he thought. Okay, enough chit-chat, you have a job to do and people to kill, Gato said as he walked away. As he did, Haku walked up in front of Naruto, Fu and Karen. Well, you 3 seem like nice people, I hope we get along, Haku said before presenting her rabbit. Do any of you want to hold him, she said with a smile. Bunny, Fu cheered as she took the rabbit and began to pet him. Oh, he's so fluffy, she said as Naruto and Karen chuckled. So how did you end up getting in this line of work? Zabuza asked the 3 children. I mean, I thought Haku here was young but you 3 seem to be even younger, he said, and Naruto sighed. It's a long sad story, Naruto said. How bad could it be? Zabuza said, not expecting it to be that bad. At sea, 2 hours later. Naruto, Karen and Fu were sitting on deck with Haku, Zabuza and Gato. Holy fucking shit, that is bad, Zabuza said, looking at the 3 children in front of him. So your village skinned and dismembered you for associating with a girl, Zabuza said to Naruto and he nodded. Yep, cut off my skin, my fingers. My boy parts, Naruto said, which made Zabuza and Gato grab themselves. If it wasn't for Kakuzu I would be dead or wish I was dead, he said. And you were being trafficked to another village to be a weapon, Gato asked Fu, who nodded. Yeah, Naruto and Kakuzu saved me before I could make it there, Fu said, and I've been with them ever since, she said. And you and your mother were being used for medical purposes, Haku asked and Karen nodded. Yeah, if you bite me or my mom it'll heal you but at the cost of our own health, Karen said, my mom was about to die until Naruto, Kakuzu and Fu raided our camp and liberated us, she said. Haku was looking at all three of them and had a thought, and I thought I had it bad, she thought. I may be a despicable bastard but even I have limits, Gato said. I've done worse, Zabuza said as he leaned back, but to be honest if your villages treated you like that then they deserved you three abandoning it, he said. But you know you kids seem to be a little too trusting, after all you're telling this to three wanted criminals, Zabuza said pointing at him. Haku and Gato and Naruto shrugged. I mean it's not like you three could go to the police, and if you did who'd believe you, Naruto said. Kid has a point, Gato said, oh howdy ho officer, I ran into three children acting as mercenaries and two of them have demons sealed in them, Gato said. Well, I mean, if you put it like that, Zabuza said rubbing the back of his head. Haku stood up and bowed down. I appreciate your trust in telling us this, Haku said and Naruto grinned. No problem Haku, you seem like a nice person, Naruto said making Haku blush, unlike Mr. No Brows here, Naruto said pointing at Zabuza. Zabuza was about to retort but stopped, I'll give you that, Zabuza said. Gato got up and stretched. Well, I'm heading to my cabin, we'll be in Wave Country in 2 days, so get comfortable, Gato said as he walked off. After Gato walked off Karen looked at Zabuza and Haku, so what are your abilities and specialties, Karen asked, so we can work together better, she asked. Zabuza and Haku looked at her not entirely trusting her, I don't mean specifics but just the general stuff, she asked. I'll go first, Naruto said raising his hand, I use my threads as my main fighting style but I also have wind release, he said confidently. Fu stood up next, I have water release and I can fly, Fu said as she brought out her wings making Zabuza go wide-eyed and Haku look starstruck. Oh my god, Haku said running up and looking at Fu's wings, they're real, you almost like a fairy, she said and Fu chuckled. Thanks, Haku, Fu said, when we get to Wave, I can take you on a flight, she said and Haku nodded vigorously. I'm next I guess, Karen said as she opened a scroll and brought out her puppet, I'm a puppet user but I'm still new at it, I'm also a censor type, she said. Zabuza looked at the three children in thought, they really just told us their secrets he thought, fine, Zabuza said. I specialize as the hidden mist jutsu, kenjutsu and water release, Zabuza said keeping his skills vague. Haku seeing this stood up and a few feet away, I can use water and wind release jutsu but also, Haku began as she raised her hand in front of her. Haku proceeded to make a single ice mirror before walking into it to the astonishment of Naruto, Fu and Karen. I can combine both elements to use my Kekkei Genkai, ice release, Haku said. Holy crud, Naruto said as he got up and walked up to the mirror and tapped it with his knuckles, that is so cool. No pun intended, Naruto said making Haku giggle. Hey you know we just came from Spring Country, they have literally thousands of different kinds of ice jutsu, Naruto said, maybe you can come visit and can learn some. I only know one basic one, he said and Haku looked at him surprised. You have ice release Kekkei Genkai, Haku asked and Naruto shook his head. Nah I don't, Naruto said, Snow Country ninja just combine wind and water chakra like you, but it's more like mixing water and earth to make mud jutsus, he said and Haku nodded. Can we go to Snow Country Lord Zabuza, Haku asked and Zabuza thought about it. We'll see, Zabuza said making Haku smile before he got up, I'll be below deck in our cabin, don't get in too much trouble, he said as he walked away. Haku was left with Naruto, Fu and Karen and unsure what to do. Well, we have 2 days until we reach Wave, let's do some training on the deck, Naruto said as Karen and Fu got up. Do you want to join us Haku? Naruto asked. Haku hesitated for a minute until she nodded. Sure, Haku said as she got up and followed her new friends to do some training. 2 days later, Wave Village docks. Kaiza was standing on the docks of the village with over 100 dock workers as he saw Gato's ship dock. He was holding a sledgehammer in his hand as he saw Gato, his 2 bodyguards Waraji and Zori, a large man carrying a huge sword on his back and what looked like 3 children. What are those kids doing here? Kaiza thought as Gato and his group walked forward. Gato and his group stopped a little bit away from Kaiza and his group of dock workers and spoke. I have never seen a sorrier sight in my life, Gato said. Kaiza, you are a damn fool. I offered you money, power and a better life and yet you still stand in my way, he said and Kaiza pointed his sledgehammer towards Gato. Your offer is tainted by the blood of the innocent, Kaiza said and Gato frowned. You want take over Wave and move that opium crap throughout ports, selling poison to innocent people, we will have none of it, he said and the crowd behind him cheered in agreement. Supply and demand Kaiza, I don't force people to use it, they buy it of their own free will, Gato said. I can tell you and your army of backwater bumpkins are not that smart so I will make it simple, he he said, tapping his cane on the concrete dock. Go back to your shacks and don't come back until I tell you to, and when I do you all will be under my employment and move my product, Gato said. And with what army? I see 3 men on your side, and who are those kids? Kaiza said. Are you going to hide behind them like a shield? He said, and Gato groaned. Motherfucker can't make this shit easy, Gato said as he turned around. You brought this upon yourself, Kaiza, Zabuza, Naruto. I want Kaiza alive, he said, and both nodded. And kill half the dock workers, just to show them what happens when you don't follow the rules, Gato said as he walked back with his 2 bodyguards. Okay brats, you heard the man, Zabuza said as he grabbed his sword. Naruto nodded and took off his jacket and placed it on a nearby crate. Time to earn our pay, girls, Naruto said. Fu got into her taijutsu stance, Karen summoned out her puppet, and Haku took out her senbon and donned her Kiri Anbu mask. Naruto, Zabuza and the other charged at Kaiza and his group of dock workers, ready to end the workers' revolt. With Naruto, Fu and Karen. Naruto, Fu and Karen were working together as they both charged towards a group of about 50 dock workers. Karen, combo time, Naruto said, and Karen nodded. Naruto went through hand signs as Karen got her puppet ready. Karen proceeded to fire a stream of fire at the dock workers as Naruto finished his jutsu. Wind style. Wind bullets. Naruto fired a dozen wind bullets at Karen's fire stream and created a dozen overpowered fire bullets. The dock workers never seen anything like this and were caught completely off guard. All 12 of the fire bullets hit a dock worker, either killing them or setting them alight. The group of now 40 or so men scattered as Naruto, Fu and Karen charged in. Karen used her puppet to slam and hit the dock workers to render them unconscious. One dock worker carrying a crowbar came up from behind and was about to hit her. However, Karen sensed him and was able to strike first. Karen turned around and ducked under the wild swing from the worker. Karen jumped up and kicked the man under the chin, making him spit up blood. Karen, while still in the air, spun around and kicked him on the side of his head, knocking him out. Karen then landed and proceeded back to using her puppet like nothing happened. Naruto, however, was currently plowing his way through the group of dock workers like they were nothing. Naruto was able to learn the basics of Kakuzu's earth style and was able to harden his body with earth chakra. Naruto drove his hardened fist into a worker's gut, breaking his ribs and sending him to the ground. Another dock worker tried to hit Naruto in the head with a metal bar, but Naruto stopped it by bringing his hand up and catching it, making a loud clang as he did so. Naruto grabbed the bar and pulled it towards him along with the man. Naruto proceeded to backhand the man, breaking his jaw and sending him to the ground. Fu was also fighting, but unlike Naruto, wasn't using brute force but her speed and flexibility to weave her way through the group of men she was fighting. Fu kicked one man in the knee, breaking the limb, sending him to the ground holding his limb. Another man ran towards Fu holding a meat cleaver, and Fu took out a kunai from her holster. Fu parried the meat cleaver and jammed the kunai into the man's wrist. Fu then dragged the kunai up his arm, severing veins and arteries. The man fell to the ground and grabbed his arm in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Fu ignored the man's pain-filled cries and ran back into the fight. With Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza, using his giant sword, cleaved through 3 dock workers who tried in vain to stop him. This is completely below me, Zabuza thought as he brought his sword back and got ready for another attack. I fought the Mizukage and lived. Now I'm fighting a bunch of untrained civilians, he thought. Screw this, Zabuza thought as he jumped back and went through hand signs and stopped. Water style. Water vortex. Zabuza, using the ocean around him, made a water vortex and sent it towards the group of workers. The workers panicked and tried to run away but were too slow as the water jutsu washed them off the dock, sending most of them into the water. Haku, however, was not killing any of the dock workers as she threw her senbon precisely at them in order to incapacitate them. One worker tried to punch Haku but she ducked under the punch and jammed a senbon into his elbow joint, making the arm useless. Before the man could scream, Haku jammed another senbon into his neck, knocking him out. Haku got up but immediately dodged a sledgehammer courtesy of Kaiza. Damn it, we are outmatched, Kaiza thought as he tried to hit Haku with his sledgehammer. Haku was dodging the strikes and countered, trying to hit him in the neck. Kaiza, however, dodged and kicked Haku in the gut, sending her skidding across the ground. Haku recovered and got back into her taijutsu stance. He's different, he's not trained but he's still skilled, Haku thought. I cannot fail, she thought as she went through hand signs. Ice release. Ice spikes. Haku slammed her hands onto the ground, using the water already present to create ice spikes and sending them towards Kaiza. Kaiza went wide-eyed as he saw the spikes coming toward him but steeled himself. Using his strength, he used his sledgehammer to destroy a spike just as it formed in front of him. However, he then felt his legs give out from under him as he fell to the ground. Kaiza reached behind him and looked at his hand and saw blood. You play around too much, Haku, Zabuza said. Just take him out, he said, and Haku ran up. Sorry Lord Zabuza, he's more skilled than the others, Haku said looking at Kaiza. Zabuza used his sword to sever Kaiza's spine, immobilizing him from the waist down. Naruto, Karen and Fu all ran up as they finished beating the dock workers. So that's the last of them, Fu said as she looked around and saw half of the workers dead and the other half in the water or injured. Kind of boring, she said, and Karen shrugged. Who cares, we get paid either way, Karen said. So what do we do with this guy? Karen asked. We make an example out of him, Gato said as he and his 2 henchmen walked up. We need to put the fear of God in these people, to ensure they never pull this sorry shit again, he said. Naruto, do you have any ideas? He asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I do, but it won't be pretty, Naruto said. Wave Town Center 30 minutes later with Tsunami, Inari and Tazuna. Tsunami was holding her 4-year-old son Inari as she and her father Tazuna looked on in horror with the rest of Wave at the sight they were seeing. Kaiza was bloody and beaten, being held up by his arm by a red-haired girl using glowing chains that seemed to be coming out of her back. Gato was standing on a platform in front of Kaiza and several others. People of Wave, look at what happens when you defy me and my company, he said. This didn't have to happen, but you forced my hands. Now you will pay the price, Gato said as he walked away. Do it, kid, Gato said to a blonde boy wearing a mask. Naruto was shirtless as he walked up to Kaiza and grabbed his shoulders. Kaiza looked at him, his eyes full of defiance. Sorry dude, Naruto said as the threads on his chest became undone. The threads then shot out and buried itself into Kaiza's chest, making him scream out in pain. Tsunami, Tazuna, Inari and all of Wave all looked on in horror at the display. Naruto's threads then proceeded to remove Kaiza's heart while it was still beating and pulled it inside himself. The heart was transplanted and the threads began to sew themselves back into Naruto. Kaiza was alive for a few more seconds until he fell to the ground dead with a gaping hole in his chest. Naruto stumbled back as Fu and Haku grabbed him and Karen walked up to help him stand. Gato, seeing the deed was done, walked up. You brought this upon yourselves, it didn't have to be this way, Gato said. Now take a good long look at your so-called hero and remember this day for as long as you live, and remember my rule is absolute, Gato said as he turned around and walked off the stage with the others. Naruto was walking with the others as he heard the crying of a child. Naruto turned and saw Inari crying in his mother's arms as his mom tried to comfort him. Naruto then saw the old man standing next to her and both locked eyes. Tazuna glared at the boy who killed his son-in-law with eyes full of hate and contempt. You damn monster, Tazuna thought. One day you will pay for your crimes, he thought. Naruto turned away as he couldn't stand the look he was given. He just silently followed Gato back to the ship to go back to Snow Country. On the ship a few hours later, with Naruto. Naruto was looking over the rail of the ship holding his chest. He felt the beating heart of Kaiza in his chest and felt the phantom pains of the technique. He was so far in his thoughts he didn't hear Zabuza until he was right next to him. That was pretty brutal, brat, Zabuza said, but I can tell your heart's not into it, no pun intended, he said, and Naruto nodded. I've killed a lot of people, some deserved it and some didn't, Naruto said as an image of Koyuki flashed through his mind. That Kaiza guy didn't deserve it either, he said. That's what it means to be a shinobi, kid, Zabuza said. Kill what makes you human in order to complete the mission. The mission is all that matters, he said before looking at Naruto. What is your mission, kid? Zabuza asked. Naruto thought and saw Karen and Fu both smiling. Karen and Fu, Naruto said, they are my mission. They lived shit lives and the least I could do is make it to where they can live long happy lives in peace, Naruto said, and Zabuza chuckled. Then that's it then, Zabuza said as he got up. Don't let anyone get in your way of your mission, he said. Are you coming back to Snow Country with us? Naruto asked and Zabuza stopped. For a little while, Zabuza said, Haku begged me to go so she can learn ice jutsu, but I think she just wants to be around you and the girls, he said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. After a little while me and her are going to Kiri to help out with the civil war there. You are welcome to come along, Zabuza said, and Naruto smiled. I'll talk to Kakuzu and Sasori, but I think we can make it work, Naruto said, and Zabuza nodded as he walked off. Naruto smiled as he looked up at the sky. Zabuza and Haku joining us, man started out with me and Kakuzu and now we are even bigger now, Naruto thought. I have so many friends now, Naruto thought before he got a sad look on his face. I wonder how Hinata is doing, he thought. In Konoha that night, Hyuga compound. Hinata got out of her bed and was going to get a drink of water. It has been months since Naruto's disappearance and she has been growing more worried by the day. She has been hoping and praying that one day Naruto would return to Konoha. As she walked down a hall, she heard shouting and recognized it was her father. Hinata ducked down and hid her presence and listened. Damn it, how hard is it to look for a corpse? Hiyashi roared as he looked at 4 branch members kneeling before him. We should have found him by now, he said, and one of the branch members spoke up. Lord Hiyashi, we've been looking for months, the branch member said. If what they say is true that Naruto boy should have died from his wounds, he said. He most likely was eaten by wolves or scavengers shortly after the branch member began, until Hiyashi activated his seal and he began to roll around in pain. I don't want excuses, I want results, Hiyashi shouted as he stopped the seal. I want his corpse or some part of his body to prove that theory, and if you can't do that then the consequences will be dire, he said. I already have the Hokage breathing down my neck about this and we cannot afford to look weak and foolish, Hiyashi said. Begone. Start the search again tomorrow, Hiyashi said. The branch members got up and made their way to the door. Hinata, hearing this, silently ran back to her room before they exited. No one heard or saw her as she closed her bedroom door and fell to her knees. Father, why? Hinata thought as she closed her eyes and began to cry silently on the floor of her room. Why would you kill Naruto? He didn't do anything wrong, Hinata thought as she got up and went to her closet. Hinata lifted a floorboard and pulled out a piece of paper. On the paper there was a sketch of Naruto that Hinata made from her sketchbook. She made it after Naruto went missing and prayed over it for his safe return. Hinata cried as she held the sketch to her chest. Naruto, I'm so sorry, she thought. At the same time, on the ship, Naruto shot up in his bunk and looked to both his sides and saw Karen and Fu still sleeping. Naruto was sweating as he had an unusual dream and thought he heard a familiar voice. It then clicked in his head who the voice belonged to. Hinata, Naruto whispered. Chapter 12. Konoha, 7 years after Naruto vanished, Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was looking at a map of the elemental nations and there was multiple X's marked all over the map. So Iwa was a bust to Jiraiya, Hiruzen said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was standing in the office with his arms crossed and leaning on the desk. Yeah, I looked into all my sources, Jiraiya said. No sign of the kid or the 7 tails, he said. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so, Jiraiya said. If you let me take and train the runt, I could have brought him back completely obedient and on a short leash, he said. Hiruzen sighed and picked up his pipe. I get what you're saying, Jiraiya, but he's Konoha's weapon, Hiruzen said. He'd be no use to us if he wasn't here in case Iwa or Kumo attacked, he said. So, Suna, Iwa, Taki, Kusa, T and Rivers have all been busts, Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, sadly, there are several countries I can't get to, Jiraiya said, pointing at 4 different areas. Snow Country because I don't have spies in there yet. Wave because there's jack shit there and some asshole crime boss took over. Kumo for obvious reasons, and that new country Oto, he said. Why not Oto? Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya leaned in close. From what I hear Orochimaru might be hiding in that country, Jiraiya said, and Hiruzen grew wide-eyed. It's just a rumor but I'm going to check it out, he said. Focus on finding Naruto and the Taki Jinchuriki first, Hiruzen said. If we have both of them then we could handle Orochimaru and any other threat no problem, he said, and Jiraiya nodded. I also heard about this new group that popped up. Nothing yet but I'm also looking into it, Jiraiya said as he turned around and began to walk out. Minato had the right idea, seducing Kushina and knocking her up to ensure we have a weapon for the future, Jiraiya said, but his plan fell to shit, and we are left to clean up the mess, he said as he walked out the door. Hiruzen sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Fucking brat, where is he? Hiruzen thought. Hiruzen then began to look through the newest missions that came in. Okay, let's see. Tazuna the bridge builder, he thought. Konoha Academy, with Hinata. Hinata was sitting in class with her head down as she waited for her Jonin sensei Kurenai Yuhi. At the age of 13 she was now a ninja of Konoha, but she did not feel the pride or the sense of duty as others in her class. After hearing her father admit that he was responsible for Naruto's murder, Hinata became withdrawn from everyone and everything. Over the years Hinata felt isolated and lonely, and her clan didn't make it any better. Her father disinherited her heiress status and gave it to her sister Hanabi. Hanabi had been brainwashed from a young age to believe that Hinata and anyone who wasn't a Hyuga was weak and worthless. Lastly, Neji has been as physically and mentally abusive as possible to her, mocking her and saying she was a failure. Hinata had thought about ending her life on multiple occasions just to escape the torment. However, before she could do it, she thought about her dearly departed friend Naruto. Hinata decided she was going to live, even if it was to only keep Naruto's memory alive in her heart. Hinata was brought out of her thoughts when she felt a hand touch her shoulder. Hinata looked up and saw the green eyes and pink hair of her only other friend in the world. Hey Hinata, you're awake right? Sakura said with a smile. Hinata nodded and sat up. Yes Sakura, Hinata said in her whisper voice. I was just lost in my thoughts. Sorry, she said with a small smile. Sakura was the only person in class who even bothered to talk to her. While not best friends, it was better than nothing. Is it about your team? Sakura asked. I'm lucky, I got Sasuke and Sai on team, Sakura said with a fangirlish smile. I get to be with the boy of my dreams, Sakura said, and sadly you are stuck with that horny mutt Kiba and cold corpse Shino, she said as she pointed at Kiba and Shino behind her. Hey, Kiba shouted, I'm way better than that pretty boy Sasuke or creep Sai, he said looking over to said individuals. Sasuke was by the window brooding like always, Sasuke as in a sense an arrogant bastard. After Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan leaving only his brother alive, Sasuke became obsessed with revenge. Over the years Sasuke got a superiority complex and believed because of his clan and its Kekkei Genkai he stood above everyone. He even received extra training by order of the Hokage since for the time being Sasuke was a symbol of Konoha's history. Sai however was a mystery as he never talked to anyone other than Sasuke, he just mostly drew in his notebook and remained silent. Whatever dog boy, Sakura said making Kiba and his partner Akamaru growl. Just then the door opened up. A beautiful woman with black hair, red eyes and a red and white outfit entered. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, leader of Team 8 Inches, Kurenai said. Yahoo! Finally, Kiba cheered as he got up. Shino got up and walked down as well not saying a word. Finally, Hinata got up and Kurenai focused on her. So, this is Hinata, former heiress of the Hyuga clan, Kurenai thought as she looked at the gloomy looking girl. Her life hasn't been easy, especially with Lord Hiyashi and that clan of hers. I better be there for extra support for her, she needs a positive role model, she thought. Hinata, Kiba and Shino all lined up in front of Kurenai and she smiled. Welcome, let's go to the roof and begin our day, she said. Kurenai turned around and began to walk out. Bye Hinata, Sakura said waving to Hinata. Hinata turned around and waved back. Good luck Sakura, Hinata said. Holy crap you can talk, Kiba said which annoyed Hinata who walked past him. Fine, whatever weirdo, he said. On the roof, with Team 8. Okay time for introductions, Kurenai said looking at her 3 genin. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, I'm 23 years old and I'm a genjutsu specialist. I hate perverts, rapists and roaches and my dream is to become a genjutsu master, she said proudly. Now how about you 3 inches, Kurenai said and Kiba stood up. I'm Kiba Inuzuka, I'm 13 and a taijutsu specialist. I hate traitors and that damn fox that killed my dad when I was a kid, Kiba said with slight anger. Kurenai and Hinata both looked at him as they knew what he was referring to. And my dream is to become the best tracker in the Inuzuka clan, he said and Kurenai nodded. Okay, now then. Shino, Kurenai asked. Shino adjusted his glasses. Shino Aburame, Shino said. Shino did not say anything for a few seconds and then it turned to minutes. Okay, Kurenai said a little put off. Now then Hinata, would you kindly, she asked. Hinata went wide-eyed and gulped. I'm Hinata Hyuga, I'm 13 years old and a taijutsu specialist, she said stuttering at first. I rather not say, Hinata said as her clan and her father passed through her mind. And my dream is to live on and remember my one true friend, Hinata said making Kurenai raise an eyebrow. One true friend, Kurenai thought, I'll make a note of that for later, she thought. Okay then now on to business, Kurenai said, in order to make sure you 3 are able to become Konoha ninja I will need to give you a test, she said gaining their attentions. If you pass you will become full-fledged genin, if you fail you will have to go back to the academy, she said making all their eyes widen. What? Kiba shouted, nah no way, we are going to pass this, Kiba said and Kurenai smirked. Very well, let's go to training ground 8 and begin the test, Kurenai said. A few hours later, with Sakura. Sakura was in training ground 7 by herself as she waited for her sensei Kakashi Hatake to come back. So far, her day has been less than ideal. During the bell test both Sasuke and Sai performed extremely well and got the bells leaving Sakura without one and tied to the post. After the test concluded Kakashi told her to wait behind in order to figure out what to do. Oh man I screwed up, Sakura thought sadly, I messed up my chance of being a ninja, of being with Sasuke, she thought as a tear fell. Just then Sakura heard the sound of feet landing behind her and she turned around. Yo, Kakashi said as he walked up, so, you didn't get a bell, such a shame, Kakashi said closing his eye. I know, Sakura said sadly, I'm now going back to the academy aren't I, Sakura said. Actually no, Kakashi said making Sakura look at him and she saw Kakashi had an eye smile with his one visible eye. I actually thought it'd be a waste if you went back to the academy, so, I'm going to give you a makeup test, he said and Sakura smiled. Really? Sakura said and Kakashi nodded. Okay turn around and when I say turn around again, we'll begin, Kakashi said and Sakura nodded. You got it, I won't fail this one, Sakura said as she turned around. I'm not going back, I got this Sakura thought. Okay, turn around, Kakashi said. Okay, now what is the, Sakura began as she turned around. When she did, she saw Kakashi with his pants unzipped exposing his genitals while smiling at Sakura. Suck it, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Sakura gasped and took a step back. Kai, Sakura made a hand sign to break a genjutsu but it didn't work. It was real, it was happening. Oh my god, what are you doing? Sakura said, not believing what she was seeing. What does it look like? Suck my dick and you pass, Kakashi said. Oh my god, Sakura said, holding her hand to her mouth. Hey, what's going on? Came a voice. Sakura turned and saw Asuma Sarutobi and Genma Shiranui and ran over. Asuma-sensei, Sakura shouted as she ran over. Help, Kakashi-sensei is. Sakura began until Asuma and Genma both unzipped their pants and exposed themselves as well. Sakura began to walk back until she walked into the training post. Why you're going force yourselves on me? Sakura said, scared out of her mind and about to cry. What no? Kakashi said. He stood next to Asuma and Genma. All we are doing is seeing how far you are willing to go to be a ninja, he said. So, the only way I can become a ninja is if I have sex with you, Sakura said, angry at the three jonin in front of her. Well, I'm sure some people will argue the definition, but yeah, Asuma said. Sakura huffed and walked past them. You three are sick, I'm out of here, Sakura said. Well, I guess you won't be with your precious Uchiha then, Kakashi said, stopping her. Sakura turned around and looked at the three jonin. And keep in mind, I can get you on the team or send you back to the academy. Maybe not even back to the academy at all, Kakashi said. Your choice, Kakashi said. Sakura looked at the three men, her mind racing a million miles a minute. I don't want this, she thought as tears began to form. 30 minutes later, at the river. Wah, Sakura vomited into a bush while crying. I can't believe I did that, Sakura thought. Wah, Sakura vomited again as she stood up and walked over to the river crying. I feel so dirty, she thought. Sakura kneeled down and began to wash her face in the river. Sakura, still kneeling, looked at her reflection in the water and saw how pitiful she looked. Sakura then punched her reflection and began to cry on the side of the river. She, however, was brought out of her crying by the sound of footsteps behind her. Sakura turned around, scared that it was her sensei or one of the other jonin again. However, she saw a purple-haired woman wearing a trench coat and fishnets standing there. Huh? Who the hell are you? Anko asked. Sakura sniffed and spoke. I'm Sakura Haruno, newest member of Team SS, Sakura began but choked as she began to cry. Whoa, calm the fuck down, what happened? Anko asked. Sakura wiped her nose and spoke. It happened after I failed my test, Sakura began. Over the next 10 minutes Sakura told Anko what had happened. How she failed her test, how Kakashi offered her a makeup, and how Kakashi, Asuma and Genma all made her perform oral sex in order to become a kunoichi. By the end of it, Anko had a look of malice and rage. Those motherfuckers, Anko snarled as she walked over and kneeled down to Sakura. Anko began to fix her hair in her cloths. Don't you ever let them see you like this, she said, and Sakura nodded. And don't go to the Hokage or anyone else, Anko said, and Sakura went wide-eyed. Why not? Sakura asked. Because two things will happen, Anko said, nothing or something bad. For you, she said, and Sakura began to shake. But what do I do? Sakura asked, and Anko got up and looked at her. I'll lend you a hand, kid, Anko said. As kunoichi have to look out for each other, she said with a smirk, and Sakura nodded. I'm Anko, nice to meet you, Anko said. Training ground 8. Later on in the day, with Hinata and Kurenai. Kurenai and Hinata were sitting together on a log enjoying a treat of tea and cinnamon rolls. Kurenai was trying to see if she could crack Hinata's shell and bring out the closed-off girl. So Hinata, from what I've read you haven't been very talkative or active in your class, Kurenai said, and Hinata looked at her. From what I've heard you've only talked to one other girl, she said. Sakura, Hinata said, we are not the closest of friends, but she talks to me sometimes and I do the same, she said. Kurenai furrowed her brow as she never expected to meet such an introverted person. So, what was your dream again? Kurenai said, making Hinata flinch. To live and remember your one true friend, was it? Kurenai said, and Hinata nodded. Who is it, if you don't mind me asking? Kurenai asked, and Hinata fidgeted a little. Hinata, Kurenai said, putting a hand on her shoulder. I'm your sensei, you can trust me, Kurenai said. I'm an ear outside your clan and away from the village. I swear on my name and title as a jonin, she said with a smile. Hinata poked her fingers together and swallowed hard. Kurenai sensei, Hinata said, making Kurenai smile. I think I've gotten through, Kurenai thought. Yes, Hinata, she said. Kurenai was sure she could handle whatever Hinata was about to say. How bad could it be? Can you keep a secret? Hinata said as Hinata began to tell Kurenai her story in the empty training ground. Chapter 13. Snow Country, with Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes to see the ceiling of his cabin as daylight entered through his window. Naruto sat up with a yawn, stretching his arms. Morning already, Naruto said as he got out of bed and looked at himself in the mirror. Over the past couple years Naruto had grown taller as he was now 5 feet 2 inches and slightly muscular due to years of training with Kakuzu, Sasori and Zabuza. Naruto's hair was also longer and his stitch expanded over his body as he grew. I think I should have Mie cut my hair again, he said as he walked over to his closet and get his cloths. A few minutes later Naruto walked out of his room wearing his leather jacket, black pants, blue shinobi sandals and a dark orange muscle shirt under his jacket. While he normally wears a mask, he doesn't wear it in his home as it's unnecessary. Naruto smelled the air and began to walk to his kitchen. Something smells good, Naruto thought as he walked in. Naruto, you're up, Haku said as she was cooking breakfast. Haku was wearing the pink kimono she wore whenever she wasn't wearing her shinobi gear. Just in time, I was making breakfast for everyone, she said. Naruto smiled and walked over to Haku, giving her a kiss on her cheek, making the ice user blush. A year after they met, Haku asked Naruto if she could be his girlfriend along with Fu and Karen. Naruto said yes, but only if Fu and Karen agreed, as he did not want to cause tension. Haku asked both Fu and Karen, who accepted as they both liked Haku and saw her as sister. Since then, Haku has been living with Naruto. Morning Haku, where's Fu and Karen? Naruto asked before the door opened and both Fu and Karen walked in holding baskets. Never mind. Hey girls, Naruto said. They both walked over. Morning Naruto, Fu said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Fu's wearing her canon outfit. Morning love, Karen said, doing the same. Karen is wearing her outfit from her Kusa Genin days. Hey girls, what you got? Naruto asked and both Karen and Fu showed him 2 baskets with about a dozen eggs each. Damn, that's a lot, he said, and Fu nodded. Yep, my babies are laying more eggs than ever, Fu said with pride. Didn't I say it? Chickens for eggs, rabbits for meat and a vegetable garden sure cut down on our grocery bills, she said, and Naruto nodded. You got that right, Naruto said as both girls walked over and placed the baskets down next to Haku. So Haku, when are you and Zabuza going to leave off for that mission? He asked. Soon, but I'm not sure, Haku said as she placed another pancake on a plate. Gato said he'll inform us on when we should go, she said, and Naruto nodded. What was the mission again? Karen asked as she sat down at the table. You mentioned it but I forgot, she said. Some old man from Wave Country is building a bridge and Gato wants us to kill him, Haku said, and Fu got a thoughtful look. Wave Country. Why does that seem familiar? Fu said, and Naruto shrugged. Who knows, if you don't remember it's probably not important, Naruto said, and Fu shrugged, not caring. Well, just let us know when you're about to go, he said, and Haku nodded. Of course, Haku said. Now then, time for breakfast, Haku said in a sing-song voice as she placed the food on the table. Oh man, my favorite meal of the day, Naruto said. Hey Karen, can you pass the syrup? He asked, and Karen nodded and did so. In another cabin, with Sasori. Sasori was working in his puppet workshop performing necessary maintenance on his body when he heard the door open up behind him. Sasori turned around and smiled. Morning honey, Mie said as she walked in holding a little girl's hand. Morning daddy, Toka said with a bright smile. Toka was the daughter of Sasori and Mie and the sunshine of Sasori's life. She was 4 years old and looked like Sasori when he was human, except she had pale skin and red hair, the same as Mie and Karen. Morning sunshine, Sasori said, walking over and picking her up. Morning Mie, Sasori said as he leaned in and gave her a kiss. What you two doing in here? Sasori asked, and Mie smiled. A messenger hawk came in. Kakuzu needs to see you at Dodo's castle in an hour, Mie said. He didn't get into specifics, but it seems like there is a job coming up, she said, and Sasori nodded. Well, I best get a move on then, Sasori said as he handed Toka to Mie and gave both his daughter and his wife a kiss before walking out. I'll be back later, he said, and Mie nodded. As Sasori exited his workshop, he wondered what kind of job Kakuzu was calling him in for. Must be a pretty big job if he sent a messenger hawk, he thought. Dodo's castle, a little while later. Sasori, Zabuza and Dodo were all sitting in a conference room looking at Kakuzu, who called them all in for a meeting. I called you all here to inform you that there is a job available and I require all of your assistance, Kakuzu said. Oh, and may I ask why am I here? Dodo said. I'm a ruler of a country, not a mercenary, he said, and Kakuzu looked at him. That's the reason I require your help, Dodo, Kakuzu said, making Dodo raise an eyebrow. I have been contacted by a client in Rice Country and he's asked for me, Sasori and you specifically, he said, making all of their eyes widen. From what the message said, this is no ordinary job nor an ordinary client. Kakuzu said, I don't know who it is or what the specifics of the job is, but if he's requesting all of us it must be big, he said. So, what is your plan? Sasori said, if we are going to do a job, we need to know who we are working for, what the job is, and how much it's going to pay, he said. Yes, which is why I ask that you come with me to Rice Country to meet the client, Kakuzu said before turning to Dodo. I also request you allow us to take Rogo with us to act as a middleman for you, he said, and Dodo nodded. Very well, but remember I never made any promises. If I assist you there better be a something worth my time, Dodo said, and Kakuzu nodded. Very well, I'll come with you, Sasori said. Allow me to inform Mie and Toka. I do not wish for them to worry, he said, and Zabuza chuckled. You got whipped by that redhead puppet boy, Zabuza said, irking Sasori. Well, if anything happens keep me in the loop. I have a job from Gato and I won't be in country, so if you need me send Naruto to fetch me and Haku, he said, and Kakuzu nodded. Understood, Kakuzu said. We will leave tomorrow for Rice Country. We should be back in 2 weeks, Kakuzu said as he began to walk out. I best inform Naruto before we leave, Kakuzu thought. In Konoha, with Team 8. Kurenai, Hinata, Kiba and Shino were all walking to the Hokage office as they were called in for a joint mission. Kurenai and Hinata were walking side by side as they walked to the tower. Kurenai had been with her team barely a month and was surprised when she was told her and her team were being sent on a joint B-rank mission. Kurenai would have been ecstatic, however for the past couple weeks her mind has been elsewhere. Hinata had confided in Hinata a secret that shook her to her core. Hinata told her that her father was responsible for the disappearance murder of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki over 7 years ago, and that Hiashi and the Hokage have been covering it up ever since. Kurenai was like the rest of Konoha, having disdain and prejudice for the Kyuubi container, as she used to believe that he was the Kyuubi reborn. While she never talked to or met the boy, she kept her distance and did not trust him. Now however her beliefs were shaken and she had no idea what to think. Kurenai at first couldn't believe that Hinata would associate with the boy, but Hinata surprised her by defending him. She told her about how they were friends for months and he never did anything malicious. How Naruto was abused at both the orphanage and by the village and how he was a kind person. Kurenai upon hearing this began to self-reflect and now believes she was wrong about the boy. Now Kurenai was disgusted with herself by how she judged Naruto before she even met him, and now was disillusioned with the village and wondering what other dirty secret the village had. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba shouted, snapping Kurenai out of her thoughts. Are you okay? I've been trying to talk to you, he asked, and Kurenai nodded. Oh, sorry Kiba, I was lost in my thoughts. Kurenai apologized. What is it you wish to say? She said. I was wondering what kind of mission we have, Kiba said. I mean a joint mission of 2 genin squads. Must be a big deal, he said. I too am curious, Shino said in his monotone voice. I'm not sure about the specifics, but from what I was told it is an escort mission, Kurenai said, and Hinata looked at her. Do you know what team we will be working with? Hinata asked, and Kurenai spoke. No, we will have to wait until we get to the tower, Kurenai said, and Hinata nodded. Kurenai and her team continued their way to the tower to be briefed on the mission. Hokage office, with Hiruzen and Tazuna. Tazuna and Hiruzen were both in the Hokage office discussing politics while they waited for the teams to arrive for the mission. I'm glad you can assist me, Lord Hokage, Tazuna said to Hiruzen. Gato and his cronies have been squeezing the life out of Wave for over 6 years now, he said, and Hiruzen nodded. Konoha is always happy to help people in their time of need, Hiruzen said. Just remember our agreement. We protect you while you build the bridge, and in return you give Konoha a trade agreement, he said, and Tazuna nodded. Of course, Tazuna said. So who are these people who are supposed to be protecting me? He asked. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. That should be one of the teams, Hiruzen said. Come in, Hiruzen said, and the door opened. Kurenai and her team walked in and stood in front of the Hokage. Team 8 reporting as ordered, Kurenai said, and the Hokage acknowledged her. Welcome Kurenai, Hiruzen said. Tazuna, this is Junin Kurenai Yuhi, Genjutsu specialist and leader of Team 8 inches, he said, and Tazuna looked at her. Nice to meet you, ma'am, Tazuna said, but isn't your group a little young? He asked, and Kurenai spoke. They are full-fledged ninja, Mr. Tazuna. You have no need to worry, Kurenai said. Hiruzen then interjected. Don't worry Tazuna, you will also have a second team with you and they have over a year of experience, Hiruzen said. A few seconds later the door opened once more and a loud voice boomed through the room. Yosh, hello Lord Hokage, Team Guy reporting in, Might Guy said with vigor and a shining smile. Guy was a tall man with a bowl cut, thick eyebrows, wearing a green jumpsuit with a flak jacket over and orange leg warmers. Behind him walked in his 3 genin Rock Lee, Tenten and Neji Hyuga. Lee was 14 and looked very similar to Guy, imitating his haircut, jumpsuit and his smile. While he could not use chakra, he was training to be a taijutsu specialist. Tenten was also 14 and she was the only girl of the group. She was wearing a pink shirt, black pants and had her hair in 2 Chinese buns, which gave her signature look. She was the group's weapons specialist and wished to become as powerful and as famous as her idol Tsunade of the Sannin. The last member of the group made Hinata shrink away and stand behind Kurenai in an attempt to hide herself. Neji Hyuga had an air of arrogance around him as he looked around the room. He had brown hair and the Hyuga's trademark eyes. He wore a beige shirt, brown pants and had his right arm and leg wrapped in bandages. Neji looked throughout the room and saw the person who disgusted him the most, Lady Hinata. Neji said with a scowl, "I'm surprised you're here, normally you'd be off hiding in your room as usual," Neji said. Hinata backed away and looked to the ground, unable to meet his gaze. Kurenai, seeing this, stood in front of Hinata and glared at Neji. "You better watch your tone, Genin," Kurenai said in a warning tone. "I will not tolerate you talking to my student that way," she said. Neji was about to retort but was stopped when Guy placed a hand on his shoulder. "Neji, enough," Guy said, losing his cheerful mood. "I know about your circumstances but you will be respectful," he said, and Neji nodded as he glared at Kurenai and Hinata. "I apologize, Kurenai. I hope our 2 teams get along well during this mission," Guy said, and Kurenai nodded. "As do I," Kurenai said. "Okay, that's enough," Hiruzen said, gaining their attention. "I called you all here for a mission," he said as he gained everyone's attention. "Tazuna here is from Wave Country and he is building a bridge in order to connect it with the main land. However, there seems to be some difficulties in his project," Hiruzen said. "What kind of difficulties, Lord Hokage?" Rock Lee asked. "A criminal tycoon named Gato seems to not want him to complete his bridge," Hiruzen said, "so both of your teams will be responsible for 2 objectives. Protect Tazuna while he completes his bridge and fight off anyone who tries to harm him or his family," he said. "Gato is a powerful man and has a lot of money, so expect both mercenaries and rogue ninja to be on his payroll," he said. "Yosh. Very well, Lord Hokage. We will complete this mission without fail," Guy said. "We should leave tomorrow morning at the earliest convenience," he said, and Kurenai nodded. "I agree, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, go home and pack for an extended mission, 2 months minimum," Kurenai said, and all 3 nodded. "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," they all said as they began to walk out. Hiruzen, seeing this, nodded. 2 Jonin and 6 Genin. "I'd hate to be the poor fools who try and fight them," he thought as he stamped a paper and pressed his intercom. "Yoko, mission 11,232 status is now active," he said. "Yes, Lord Hokage, I'll process it at once," Yoko said over the intercom. The next day, Naruto's cabin in Snow Country. Naruto, Fu and Karen were all sleeping in their shared bed when they heard a knocking at the door. Karen heard it and got up. "What the hell?" she thought as she got out of bed, and Naruto opened his eyes. "What's going on?" Naruto asked, yawning. "I'll check it out. It's probably Mom bringing Toka over," Karen said as she walked out of the room to the front door. Karen opened the door expecting to see her mom but saw Zabuza, Fubuki and Haku standing there instead. "Huh. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Weren't you going to Wave Country today?" she asked, and Zabuza nodded. "Yeah, we were, however, we ran into a little problem," Zabuza said, making Karen confused. "Get Naruto and Fu, we're going to need your help," Zabuza said, and Karen nodded. A few minutes later, Naruto, Fu and Karen were all sitting on a couch in their pajamas looking at Zabuza, Fubuki and Haku. "So, what's up?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza spoke. "I got a report from Gato about our target," Zabuza said. "He went to Konoha and hired 2 teams of ninja in 8 total as escorts and bodyguards," he said. "If it was 1 team of a Jonin and 3 Genin it would be no problem," Haku said. "However, with 2 Jonin and 6 Genin we are not taking any chances," she said. "So, we are asking that you 3 join us on the mission." Fubuki here volunteered to join, she said, and Fubuki smiled. "It's been a while since I've been in combat and I wouldn't mind a good fight," Fubuki said, and Naruto chuckled. Okay, I'll help," Naruto said. "So when do we leave?" Naruto asked, and Zabuza smiled. "Tomorrow, pack your shit and get ready for battle," Zabuza said. "It'll take the target 5 days to get to Wave. However, it will take us 3, so we will have plenty of time in order to prepare," he said. "Alright, cool, sounds like a plan," Naruto said. "Awesome, another job," Fu cheered. "Man, I was getting kinda bored. I haven't been on a job since Yuga," she said, and Karen groaned. "You are too energetic for this line of work," Karen said, adjusting her glasses. "However, I am interested in using my new puppet," she said with a smirk. "Well, it's settled then, we got ourselves a mission," Naruto said. "I better get packing." Naruto said as he got up and walked to his room with Haku following him. It's been a while since we've been on a mission together, Naruto, Haku said with a smile. Yeah, it's been how long? 4 months, Naruto said. Well, once we are done with the mission, we can go on a ramen date, Haku said, making Naruto produced a face-splitting smile and had twinkling in his eyes. I'm going to hold you to that, Naruto said, making Haku chuckle as he entered his room and began to pack his stuff. Now then, what do I need? Naruto said as he began grabbing cloths and equipment. Konoha front gates. At the same time, Hinata was standing with her team at the front gates waiting to leave off for her first mission outside Konoha. Her cousin Neji's team was also waiting at the gates as both Kurenai and Guy went to go and get Tazuna. Hinata adjusted her forehead protector tied around her neck and looked at the back. Hinata looked at the small piece of writing on the back and read it, for Naruto. Hinata smiled at this, which didn't go unnoticed by Neji, who was standing across. What is she smiling about? Neji thought. Before he could speak, he turned and saw Kurenai, Guy and Tazuna walking to the gate. Sorry everyone, I had to do some last-minute paperwork, Kurenai said. Are we all ready? She said, and everyone nodded. Yosh, by the power of youth, let's succeed in this mission and return home safely, Guy boasted loudly as he walked ahead. Follow me everyone and stay alert for any unyouthful enemies who will try to attack us, he said. Is he always so loud? Tazuna asked Kurenai, and she rolled her eyes. Trust me, this is nothing, Kurenai said as she walked with her team surrounding Tazuna in a protective formation. As Hinata walked out of the gates, she closed her eyes and said a silent prayer. Naruto, watch over me and keep me safe, Hinata thought as she opened her eyes. Unknown to Hinata, her prayer will be answered sooner than she expected. Shores of Wave, with Team Kurenai and Team Guy. Kurenai was in the front of the boat when it approached the shore line. The fog lifted just enough for her to see the shore line. Looks like we arrived, Kurenai said as she turned around and looked at Tazuna, her team and Guy's team. Okay everyone, I want a tight formation, Kurenai said with a tone of authority. Me and Guy will guard Tazuna. Kiba, Lee and Neji will take the front while Shino, Hinata and Tenten take the rear, she said, and they all nodded. Neji, Hinata, use your Byakugan to scout ahead, Guy said to the two Hyugas, who both nodded. Kiba, use your senses, and Shino, use your insects as well, he said, and both nodded. Let's get this mission underway, he said with a gleaming smile. As they approached the shore, Neji looked over to Hinata. Try not to be a burden, Lady Hinata, Neji said, making her flinch. Your record of failures outweighs your successes, he said. Kurenai, hearing this, was about to say something, but someone else spoke up. Neji, Lee said, gaining his attention. I know of your disdain for the main house, but do not insult Hinata, he said. It's most unyouthful, Lee said. Neji, hearing this, scoffed and turned away. Hinata looked at Lee and spoke. Thank you, Lee, she said softly, and Lee smiled at her. No problem, Hinata, Lee said with his good guy smile. Kurenai, seeing this, smiled. Looks like Hinata might have another friend, Kurenai thought. Just then the boat pulled up onto the beach and stopped. This is as far as I go, the boat captain said. Good luck, Tazuna. You're going to need it, he said. Thanks for the load of confidence, Ko, Tazuna said as he disembarked the boat with his ninja escorts. Okay people, let's move. If we're quick we can be at my house by sundown, he said. Down the road, 30 minutes later. Hinata and her group were walking down the road, which was still covered with fog. Using her Byakugan to scout around, she was keeping watch from the back of the formation. Damn this fog, Kiba said from the front of the group. I can't see shit, Kiba said, and Akamaru barked in acknowledgement. Kurenai went up and slapped him on the back of the head. Language, Kiba, it's ungentlemanly to curse, she said. As they continued to walk down the road, the mist began to thicker and both Hinata and Neji stopped the group. Guy-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Neji said, gaining their attention. This is not natural mist, it's chakra-based, he said. Can you two see the source? Guy asked, and Hinata spoke up. No, it's blocking us from using out Byakugan, Hinata said as she looked around. Hehehehe, came a dark chuckle from the mist. Look what we have here, Konoha shinobi, been a while since I've fought some, the voice said. Diamond formation, Kurenai shouted. The entire group proceeded to get into a diamond around Tazuna on guard. Keep your eyes peeled, Kurenai said. Suddenly out of the mist, two hands being controlled by threads came out. They grabbed onto Kiba and Lee by their necks. What the hell, Kiba shouted. Barely a second passed and both Kiba and Lee were pulled into the mist, making everyone go wide-eyed. Lee, Tenten shouted as she saw her green-clad teammate disappear. This distraction, however, costed her as Tenten was lifted off the ground by a black blur and went into the mist. Tenten, Guy shouted. Hinata, go after her, Guy said, and Hinata nodded. Yes, Guy-sensei, Hinata said as she ran off after Tenten. Hee, Lost half your number already, came the voice once again. However, we won't kill them if you listen to our demands, it said. Give us the bridge builder and there will be no unnecessary loss of life, the voice said. We do not negotiate, Kurenai said. However, her resolve was shaken. Kiba, Lee, Hinata and Tenten were now gone, leaving only her, Guy, Shino and Neji to defend Tazuna. Don't say I didn't try, the voice said. The mist lifted slightly and a figure appeared. A tall muscular man with an extremely large sword appeared out of the mist. Kurenai and Guy both recognized who it was. Zabuza Momochi, rogue Kiri ninja and member of the Seven Swordsmen, Kurenai said, narrowing her eyes. Zabuza chuckled at this. My reputation precedes me, I guess, Zabuza said. Quite a formidable opponent, Guy said, getting into his taijutsu stance. However, you are out of your league. You cannot possibly beat a taijutsu and a genjutsu master, he said. Zabuza smirked under his bandages and chuckled. True, however, I'm only fighting you, Zabuza said. She will be fighting the woman, Zabuza said, confusing them both. Who's she? Kurenai said. I am, came a voice above them. Both Kurenai and Guy looked up and Kurenai was blindsided by a kick that sent her flying and rolling down the road away from the group. Kurenai flipped and landed a few dozen yards away from the group and stood up. A figure landed. It was a young woman with pink hair popping out of her hat. She was wearing Snow Country chakra armor and had what looked like mechanical wings on her back, so this is a Konoha Kunoichi. You're pretty, I'll give you that, she said. However, you don't look that tough, she said. Kurenai scowled at this. I'll show you, I'm Konoha's genjutsu mistress, do not take me lightly, Kurenai said. Ha, sure thing lady, the woman said. I'm Fubuki, now let's get busy, Fubuki said as she opened her wings. With Kiba and Lee. Kiba and Lee were being held by the arms as they flew through the air. Suddenly both boys were kicked in the stomachs and sent flying back. Kiba coughed up blood as Akamaru fell out of his jacket and Lee got up seemingly unfazed and got into his taijutsu stance. Gah! What the fuck? Kiba shouted as he got up. As he did, he saw the arms reconnect to the owner. What the fuck? Kiba said. There were two masked individuals standing there. One had a balaclava-type mask showing only his blue eyes while the other wore an Anbu mask with a Kiri symbol on the forehead. Well, my love, which one do you want? Haku asked Naruto. I'll take the green guy, you take the one with the dog, Naruto said as he took off his leather jacket and tossed it aside. Naruto's threads started to come out and act as tendrils all along his arms. Okay then, Haku said, taking out some senbon and holding them in her hand. It's most unyouthful to attack someone out of the blue, Lee said as he prepared himself. Prepare for battle, scoundrels, Lee said. Akamaru, get ready boy, Kiba said as he got on all fours. We're gonna cream these guys, Kiba said as his teeth and claws extended. With Tenten and Hinata. Tenten was released from whatever was holding her and was dropped on the ground, tumbling a couple of times. Tenten, Hinata shouted as she ran to help her up. Are you okay? Hinata asked. I'm fine, Tenten said, getting up. What the hell was that? Tenten asked. Me, came a voice. Both Hinata and Tenten looked and saw a girl with mint green hair flying with what seemed like insect wings coming from her back. Hey look, I'm not going to kill you, but I am going to knock you both out, Fu said as she landed. So you want to do this the easy way or the hard way, she said. Tenten grabbed a scroll and opened it. Tenten brought out two tonfas and got into a stance. No way bitch, she said. Hinata also got into a stance. Please leave and there will be no violence, Hinata said, trying to reason with her. Sorry, but we have a job to do, Fu said as she got into her taijutsu stance. Sorry in advance, Fu said as she charged both Hinata and Tenten. With Zabuza. Zabuza swung his sword at Guy, who ducked under the large blade and retaliated with a kick to Zabuza's midsection. Zabuza dodged and spun around, swinging his sword. Guy rolled out of the way and grabbed a few shuriken from his pouch. Guy threw the shuriken at Zabuza and Zabuza had to go on the defensive. Zabuza put his sword in front of himself to act as a shield against the incoming projectiles. The shuriken clanged against the side of the sword and fell to the ground. Before Zabuza could move, Guy closed the distance. Guy, running at his max speed, jumped and threw a flying kick. Dynamic entry, Guy shouted as he flew through the air towards Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes went wide and he blocked the kick with his sword. The kick landed and Zabuza was sent flying back from the force of the blow. Zabuza corrected himself in midair and stuck his sword into the ground to slow himself. Zabuza stopped the momentum and looked up. Zabuza saw his sword had and saw cracks, spider webbing from the spot where the kick landed. Holy hell, if that hit my head, I'd be dead, Zabuza thought as he looked back at Guy. I'll admit it, you are living up to your reputation, Zabuza said as he put his sword onto his shoulder. But I have a job to do, so, you're going to have to die, Zabuza said, and Guy smirked. Sorry, but that is not going to happen, Guy said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll. Guy opened it and a puff of smoke erupted from the scroll. Guy brought out 2 steel nunchucks and held one in each hand. Our mission is to protect no matter what, so that's what we are going to do, Guy said and Zabuza nodded. Very well, Zabuza said as he began going through hand signs. Water style. Water clones. Zabuza created 6 water clones and cracked his neck. Okay, let's continue, Zabuza said as he and his clones grabbed their swords and charged Guy, who began to spin his nunchucks. With Naruto. Naruto was currently in a fast-paced taijutsu battle with Lee. Naruto was using his earth chakra like how Kakuzu usually does in order to harden his body. However, even with this, Naruto was feeling every punch and kick from Lee felt like he was getting hit by a sledgehammer. Naruto blocked another punch from Lee and countered with one of his own. Lee, seeing the punch, dodged and threw a kick towards Naruto's midsection. Naruto was hit full force by the kick and was knocked back a few feet. Naruto landed and disconnected his arm using his threads once again to control it. Lee, not expecting an attack so soon, was unable to put up a proper defense. Lee was punched in the face by the flying fist, making blood gush from his nose and mouth. However, he was not expecting to be grabbed by the appendage. Naruto retracted his arm once again, pulling Lee along with it. Naruto brought back his other arm and when Lee was close, he threw a punch. Naruto slammed his fist into Lee's gut, sending him back in the opposite direction. Lee went flying but corrected himself and landed. Lee stood up and spat some blood from his mouth. While you were able to take my punch, Naruto said, I gotta say you're a lot tougher than you look, Naruto said and Lee smiled. I appreciate it, you are also a worthy opponent, Lee said, getting back into his stance, but sadly I must defeat you, he said. Hey, whatever you say, bushy brows, Naruto said as he took off his shirt, shocking Lee. Lee saw that there were 2 fox mask-like objects sewn into Naruto's chest. Naruto began to groan as one of his fox masks detached itself and began to take shape. The mask had a body made out of threads standing at Naruto's height. Man, that's aggravating, Naruto said. Lee, seeing this, was wide-eyed. How peculiar, Lee said before shaking his head. Nevertheless, I will defeat you in your whatever that is, Lee said as he charged at Naruto and his mask. With Haku. Haku was a little bit away from Naruto and was fighting Kiba. So far, she was doing well as the Inuzuka lacked the speed to catch up to her. Kiba slashed at Haku with his claws. Haku, however, was merely dodging side to side. Is this your first fight? Haku asked while dodging another swipe. Because you seem pretty inexperienced, she said. Kiba growled and threw a kick. Shut up, Kiba shouted. Haku jumped over the kick and threw 3 Senbon at Kiba and hit in the arm with the all 3 inches. Ga you bitch, Kiba shouted. Haku landed and let out a sigh. Such vulgar language, she thought. Haku then sensed another presence behind her and turned around. Akamaru was mid-air with his mouth open ready to bite Haku's neck. Haku made a single hand sign and made a ice mirror right in Akamaru's path of flight. Akamaru smacked into the mirror at full speed and fell to the ground, shaking his head. Haku then reached down and grabbed the dog by the fur and threw him towards Kiba. Akamaru, Kiba shouted as he jumped and caught Akamaru. Are you okay, boy? Kiba asked and Akamaru whined. Come on, boy, Kiba said as he fed a food pill to Akamaru. Let's waste this bitch, he said, taking one himself. Haku saw Akamaru turn red and Kiba begin to look more feral. Akamaru then jumped onto Kiba's back and transformed into another Kiba. Okay lady, Kiba said, let's dance, he said as both ran towards Haku. Both Kiba and Akamaru jumped into the air and began to spin. Fang over fang, both shouted. Haku, seeing this, went through hand signs as they approached. Ice style. 1000 Needle of Death. Haku slammed her foot onto the moist ground and a large amount of water went into the air. The water froze and became 1000 ice needles. Haku brought down the ice needles onto the 2 vortexes. Both Kiba and Akamaru were hit by the ice needles and both cancelled their jutsus, fell to the ground. Both Kiba and Akamaru had multiple cuts along their bodies. Damn it, Kiba said as he pulled out an ice needle from his left leg. As he did so, he saw Akamaru get up, his fur now white and stained with blood. Boy, are you okay? He said. Suddenly the air got really cold and Kiba looked around. Kiba saw ice mirrors begin to form around him until he and Akamaru were trapped in a dome. Ice style. Crystal ice mirrors, Haku thought as she walked into one of the mirrors. Her reflection was now in every mirror in the dome and she spoke. This will not be pleasant for me or you, she said as she brought out more Senbon. Please forgive me, Haku said. With Kurenai. Kurenai jumped behind a tree as another explosion rocked the area near her, blowing up dirt and rocks. Damn it, Kurenai thought. Kurenai heard whooshing above her and looked up. Fubuki came down with a flying axe kick aimed towards Kurenai's head. Kurenai jumped out of the way as Fubuki's foot crashed into the ground. Kurenai, not wasting any time, took out a kunai and charged Fubuki. Fubuki, seeing this, also took out a kunai and rushed towards Kurenai. Both women locked blades and began to slash at each other, with Fubuki taking the offensive. Fubuki slashed at Kurenai's neck, missing her flesh but cutting off a few strands of her long black hair. Kurenai used her free hand to grab onto Fubuki's hand and pulled her in. Kurenai put her kunai into a reverse grip and brought it down to stab Fubuki. However, she could not see Fubuki smile at this as she focused her chakra. Fubuki sent out a chakra pulse from her armor, blowing Kurenai back a foot before she regained her footing. Fubuki capitalized on this by slashing Kurenai across the stomach, cutting open her cloths. However, Fubuki was caught off guard when Kurenai turned into rose petals. Genjutsu, Fubuki thought as she sent a small pulse through her system. This broke the genjutsu in time for Fubuki to see Kurenai sending a stab from off to her left. Fubuki, in a moment of desperation, put up her left hand. Kurenai's kunai stabbed through Fubuki's palm and exited the other side. Fubuki grabbed onto her hand and pulled Kurenai towards her. Fubuki kicked Kurenai in the face, busting her lip and making her stumble back. Fubuki had an angry look on her face as she took out the kunai from her hand with a wince. "I'm lucky I'm right-handed," Fubuki said. "You're going to pay for that, bitch," she said. Kurenai looked at her with her busted lip and spoke. "Bring it," Kurenai said as both women charged at each other. With Fu went through hand signs. Blue Joro Spider. Fu fired a web-like net at Hinata and Tenten, who both jumped out of the way and charged at Fu from opposite directions. "Take this," Tenten shouted as she swung her tonfa at Fu, who ducked back. Tenten began to advance on her and Fu dodged. Tenten tried to hit Fu with the short end but F caught it. Using a technique Haku taught her, Fu bent Tenten's arm and disarmed her of her weapon. Fu, grabbing a hold of the tonfa, slammed it onto the back of Tenten's head, sending her to the ground, clutching her bleeding wound. Fu was about to hit her again, but Hinata came up from behind. Hinata with her gentle fist launched a palm strike at Fu, who had to dodge in order to not get hit. Hinata went after Fu, who put her hand up to defend herself. Using a precise strike, Hinata hit Fu's arm, sealing a chakra point and making it go numb and making her drop the stolen tonfa. Fu was shocked and Hinata continued her assault. Hinata hit Fu in the stomach, making her lean forward over, but when this happened, Fu grabbed onto Hinata's arm and jumped. Fu proceeded to put Hinata into a flying arm bar and bring her to the ground. Fu began to pull down on Hinata's forearm while pushing up on her elbow. Hinata struggled to fight back as her arm was being bent and felt like it was on fire. "Just give up," Fu said. "Quit being so difficult," Fu said. Hinata gritted her teeth. "No," Hinata said, pulling her arm up. "I'm not going to fail this time," Hinata said as she tried to resist. "Well," Fu said as she gripped Hinata's arm. "Say bye to the arm," she said as she got ready to break Hinata's arm. However, before she had to let go of Hinata and dodge. Tenten's foot landed right where Fu's head was. Fu jumped and landed a few yards away and looked at both Hinata and Tenten. "Are you okay?" Tenten asked, and Hinata got up, nodding and flexing her arms. "Yes, I'm fine," Hinata said as she looked at Fu. Hinata then saw something unusual with her Byakugan. The chakra points she struck on Fu were reactivating. "What? How is she doing that? It should take hours," she thought. "This is getting us nowhere," Tenten said as she dropped her other tonfa and took out 2 scrolls. "Let's get serious," she said. "Right," Hinata said as she got back into her taijutsu stance. Fu sighed as her wings appeared. "This is going to take a while," she thought. With Tazuna, Neji and Shino. Tazuna was standing with both Shino and Neji guarding him as Kurenai and Guy fought their battles about 100 yards away on opposite ends. "How could this go so wrong?" Tazuna thought as he looked at Nyaho. "Shouldn't you be helping them?" he asked. "It's now wise," Neji said. "What is there's another enemy waiting for us to split off," Neji said as he tried to scan around with his Byakugan, but the chakra-infused mist was making it difficult. "I agree," Shino said. "If one of us leaves, there could be another enemy who will attack. We should stay put," he said. "Kurenai-sensei and Guy-sensei are Junin for a reason," Shino said. "They will prevail," he said. Tazuna grit his teeth. "Damn it, I just wanted to go home," Tazuna thought. At Tazuna's house, Inari was reading a book while his mom was cooking dinner. Grandpa should have been back by now, Inari thought. Inari over the past few years has been cold and jaded. After his father Kaiza was killed by that blonde child all those years ago, he has been in a constant state of sadness. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Inari, could you get that?" Tsunami said from the kitchen. "Okay mom," Inari said as he hopped up and walked over to the door. "Maybe it's Grandpa," he thought. Inari opened the door and was confused. "Inari, who is it?" Tsunami said as she walked over. Who are you, miss?" Inari asked, looking at the red-haired girl. "Are you Tsunami and Inari, daughter and grandchild of Tazuna?" Karen asked, adjusting her glasses. Yes, we are. Why do you know where he is? Tsunami asked. Karen let out a sigh. Karen created 2 chakra chains from her back and both Inari and Tsunami got worried looks on their faces. I need you both to come with me, Karen said coldly. Wave country, with Zabuza. Guy threw a kick and dispelled one of Zabuza's water clones. Another one of Zabuza's clones tried to attack from behind but Guy responded before the attack could commence. Guy swung his nunchuck into the clone's head destroying it. The last couple clones all rushed Guy who smirked and got into a low stance. The clones all raised their swords and brought them down on Guy. Guy however jumped at the last second and spun around doing a spinning kick. Guy destroyed all the clones with a kick to the head and landed, just in time to see Zabuza charging at him. Zabuza swung his cracked sword at Guy trying to decapitate him. Guy spinning his nunchuck swung one of it the sword hitting and stopping it with a resounding clang. Guy jumped over Zabuza and landed behind him swinging his other nunchuck at Zabuza. Zabuza not reacting fast enough was hit in the ribs by the weapon and was sent flying across the clearing. Zabuza landed and looked down seeing his ribs now purple and feeling the stinging from the blow. Damn, it felt like I got hit by a wrecking ball, he thought. Zabuza stabbed his sword into the ground and went through hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Zabuza created a massive water dragon and sending it towards Guy. Guy seeing this ran towards the water dragon and brought both of his arms in front of him in an X formation. With a mighty roar Guy jumped towards the water dragon and swung both of his nunchucks. Guy's nunchucks split the dragon into 4 pieces. However, when he did that, he did not see Zabuza coming right behind the water dragon. Zabuza slashed at Guy landing a cut across his chest ripping his flak vest, jumpsuit and causing a large gash to form. Blood sprayed from the wound as Guy kicked Zabuza away and both Jonin landed on the ground and got into fighting stances. You were able to land a wound on me, Guy said looking down at his bleeding chest. You are one skilled opponent, he said. I'm not here for praise, Zabuza said. I'm here for a job, and you are getting in the way, he said as he readied his sword. That was nothing, Guy said as he crossed his arms. First gate. Gate of opening. Open, he shouted as his muscles began to bulge making Zabuza's eyes widen. However, Guy wasn't done yet. Second gate. Gate of healing. Open, he shouted as his wounds healed and a cloud of dust kicked up. Now then, Guy said with a smile, let's get ready to rock, Guy said as he rushed Zabuza at a speed which Zabuza could barely keep up with. With Shino, Neji and Tazuna. Shino and Neji were looking at Guy's battle in awe as this was their first time seeing 2 Jonin fighting. Amazing, Neji said genuinely impressed. So this is a battle between 2 powerful shinobi, Neji said. I wonder if I'm fated to fight someone as power as that, Neji thought. It is an impressive display, Shino said coolly. Impressive, more lie horrifying, Tazuna said looking on. What kind of monsters are those 2 inches he said. With Kurenai. Kurenai threw several shuriken at Fubuki who was flying up above. Fubuki seeing the shuriken performed some evasive maneuvers avoiding the projectiles. Fubuki dodged the shuriken and immediately went through hand signs. Ice style. Ice sparrows, Fubuki shouted. Using the moisture from the light mist around her she created a flock of ice sparrows and sent them towards Kurenai. Kurenai took out a kunai with an explosive tag and threw it at the ice sparrows. The tag exploded destroying half of the sparrows while the other continued towards Kurenai. Kurenai began to run as the sparrows approached. Kurenai jumped as the sparrows neared her. The sparrows hit the ground where Kurenai just was. As Kurenai landed, she saw that there were still several sparrows left. Kurenai took out a kunai and began slashing the remaining sparrows. When Kurenai was done, she looked at Fubuki flying in place looking down on her. I have to admit, you leaf ninja are great at running away, Fubuki said with a smirk. Why don't you use some genjutsu? Oh, wait you can't, I'm too far away for your little party tricks, she said making Kurenai angry. Come down here and I'll show you party tricks, Kurenai shouted as she was losing her patience. How about? No, Fubuki said as she went through hand signs. Fubuki created another flock of ice sparrows and sent them towards Kurenai. Damn it, Karen, hurry up, she thought as she continued to buy time. With Haku. Haku was in her ice mirror in her ice dome looking down at Kiba and Akamaru. Both Kiba and Akamaru were down below covered in senbon and on the ground in pain but still conscious. Please stay down, Haku said tiredly, this is starting to become painful for me to watch, she said. Kiba got on one knee and looked at a mirror that Haku wasn't in but at her reflection. Screw you, Kiba shouted, I will not give up, I will bust out of here and kick you ass, he shouted as he jumped and began spinning. Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted as he went towards one of the mirrors. Haku seeing this rushed from her mirror with a senbon in hand. Coming from the side Haku kicked Kiba disrupting his jutsu midair and sending him back towards the ground. Haku threw her senbon at Kiba's foot and hit him in the Achilles tendon. Gah, you bitch, Kiba shouted in pain as he pulled the senbon out of his foot. Haku sighed in annoyance as she looked off in the distance. I wonder how Naruto is doing, Haku thought. With Naruto. Naruto blocked a kick from Lee and countered with a punch to the green-clad boy's midsection. The punch connected, knocking the wind out of Lee and making him stumble back. Lee barely had time to regain his composure when Naruto's heart charged in and swung its arm at him. The heart extended its arm and hit Lee on his right side, sending him skidding across the ground. Lee corrected himself and got back to his feet. Naruto, seeing this, smiled under his mask. Hot damn, this is fun, Naruto said. You are the first person who's put up such a great fight, Naruto said, complimenting Lee. Naruto was genuinely impressed. Over the past few years most shinobi he has fought have been low-level grunts. But Rock Lee was different, he was an actual challenge. I appreciate your kind words, Lee said, being a good sport. Lee began to unwrap his bandages and let them fall to the ground before crossing his arms. However, I must beat you in your whatever that thing is, Lee said to Naruto in his heart. First gate. Gate of opening. Open, Lee shouted as his muscles began to bulge. Second gate. Gate of healing. Open, he shouted as some dust began to kick up. Naruto, seeing this, became alarmed as Lee was now fully healed. What the? Naruto began. Lee rushed Naruto in a burst of speed and kicked him under the chin, sending him up into the air. Naruto's world was rocked for a quick second as he went up into the air. Naruto was suddenly grabbed and restrained by something. Naruto looked down and saw that he was wrapped in Lee's bandages with Lee behind him. I hope you can forgive me for this, Lee said. Lee turned him and Naruto down and began to descend to the ground at a rapid pace. Lee began spinning at an incredible speed towards the earth. Forward Lotus, Lee shouted. Gah, Naruto shouted in fear as he saw the ground fast approaching. Naruto undid stitches all along his body. Naruto used his stitches to cut through Lee's bandages as fast as he could. Naruto got out just in time as the bandages ripped open and Naruto fell out from Lee's grasp. Naruto's relief was short-lived as he continued to fall to the ground. Oh shit, Naruto shouted. Naruto thought his life was over until he saw a blur of red from the side. Naruto's heart, seeing its owner in danger, ran over with its arms outstretched. The heart caught Naruto like a football and skidded on the ground. Naruto's eyes were closed until he opened them and saw his heart holding him. You saved me, Naruto said, and the heart nodded its mask head. Naruto heard a crash and looked over and saw that Lee has crashed. Lee was in a crater in the ground trying to get back up on shaky legs. Nice try, bushy brows, Naruto said, but it'll take a lot more than that to beat me, Naruto said. I will win, no matter what, Lee said as his stinging muscles made it painful to move. Come at me, Lee shouted, and both Naruto and his heart charged Lee once again. With Hinata and Tenten. Fu was flying in the air using her wings well above Tenten and Hinata. Hinata felt useless as she was a close-range specialist. Hinata, Tenten said, gaining her attention, I'm going to knock her out of the sky. When she's on the ground, take her out, she said, and Hinata nodded. I'll knock her out for interrogation, Hinata said, and Tenten shook her head. No, kill her, Tenten said, we don't know how many are attacking, we need to eliminate them to ensure no one else will come after us, she said. Hinata, hearing this, began to doubt herself. I can't kill her. Can I? Hinata thought. She hasn't tried to kill us. It won't be right. We should. Hinata began, but Tenten took off. Fu, seeing Tenten run towards her, began to become suspicious. What's she up to? She thought. Tenten stopped and took out 2 scrolls. Tenten then jumped into the air and began to spin while opening up her scrolls. Twin rising dragons, Tenten shouted. Tenten summoned out a kunai and threw it at Fu. Fu, seeing this, dodged the projectile and looked at Tenten. However, she then had to dodge a spiked ball. Kami above, Fu shouted as she then had to avoid a meat cleaver. Tenten began summoning all her weapons at a rapid pace. She threw everything from shuriken and kunai to swords and maces. Hinata looked up from down below at the vast arsenal Tenten was sending towards Fu, who was barely able to avoid being hit by taking evasive maneuvers. How many weapons does she have? Hinata thought. How many weapons do you have? Fu shouted as she dodged a naginata spear that cut the front of her shirt. A lot, Tenten shouted as she summoned out 2 chained swords and sent them towards Fu. Fu did a somersault in mid-air but miscalculated the time. Fu's right wing was cut off, making her scream in pain. Fu began to fall towards the ground and Tenten shouted, Hinata now, she yelled. Hinata gulped and rushed towards Fu, bringing back her palm to strike. This won't kill, but, Hinata began but stopped. Fu was going through hand signs. Water style. Water bullets. Fu fired a large volley of water bullets at Tenten, who could not dodge mid-air. Tenten was hit by over a dozen water bullets, being knocked out and falling towards the ground. Tenten, Hinata shouted as she veered off from Fu to go and catch Tenten. Hinata jumped and caught Tenten just before she hit the ground. Tenten. Wake up, Hinata shouted in worry. Fu smacked the ground hard and groaned in pain as her wings receded. Ow, that hurt, Fu said as she clutched her side. Fu stood up and looked over at Hinata and Tenten, and then there was one, Fu said slightly angry. Hinata put Tenten down and looked over at the angry Fu. Hinata wanted to run away and find Kiba or Shino to help her but she couldn't. Hinata got into her taijutsu stance and spoke. I will not let you hurt Tenten, Hinata said, her voice stuttering as she was reverting back to her old ways. Your choice, Fu said as she clenched her fists and ran towards Hinata. With Guy, Shino, Neji and Tazuna. Guy was fighting Zabuza and was winning over the Kiri swordsman. Guy swung his nunchuck at Zabuza's head, nearly hitting him, but Zabuza ducked at the last minute. However, Zabuza was kicked in the chest and sent flying into a tree. Zabuza slid to the ground as he groaned in pain and looked at Guy. Well, Zabuza, Guy said, looks like, Guy began but he heard a noise. Hold it, a young woman's voice shouted from the mist. Touch Zabuza and the bitch dies, she shouted. Out of the mist an object was thrown and hit the ground. A young woman was tied up in strange glowing chains and had a gag on her mouth. About damn time, Zabuza said weakly. Tsunami, Tazuna shouted in panic. That's not all, the voice said, I even have the little brat here as well. Inari right, she said. You monsters, Guy shouted, taking a woman and child as hostages, he shouted. Shut it, buddy, the woman shouted. Here's the deal, Tazuna, walk off to your right into the mist and let Zabuza get up and leave. Once you do, I'll let the brat and the woman go, she shouted. You're bluffing, Neji shouted. You won't, he began. The chains began to tighten around Tsunami, cutting through her cloths and cutting her skin. I can pop her like a toothpaste tube, the woman shouted. Hurry up or I'll kill her and the brat, she shouted. Okay, I'll do it, Tazuna shouted to Guy. Neji and Shino's surprise, just don't hurt them, he said as he began to walk. Tazuna, don't, Guy shouted, they'll kill you, he said. Better me than my baby girl and my grandson, Tazuna said as he continued to walk before stopping. Tsunami, he said to the bound woman. Tell Inari I love him. And I'm sorry, Tazuna said as he began to walk. Tsunami tried to speak but couldn't as she saw her father walk into the mist. Guy was shocked until he was pulled out of it by Zabuza chuckling. Till next time, Zabuza said as he vanished in a water shushin. Guy, Shino and Neji all stood there for a few minutes as the mist lifted, the chains around Tsunami dispelled and she got up taking out the gag. Dad, Inari, Tsunami shouted. Mommy, came a child's voice. A young boy ran out of the woods crying as he ran into his mother's arms. Mommy, mommy, he cried. It's okay baby, Tsunami said crying herself. You're safe now, she said. Guy clenched his fists in anger. Fuck, he shouted in anger. Neji looked at Guy in surprise. Guy-sensei cursed, Neji thought. He never uses profanity, he thought. Guy looked over at Shino and Neji. Go and find the others, I'll give chase, Guy said as he ran in the general direction they left off in. I'll go to Kurenai-sensei, Shino said. Hurry, we could still find them, he said as he ran off. Neji nodded and ran off to go and find Lee and Kiba. How could this happen? Neji thought. We were fated to complete this mission, he thought. With Naruto and Haku. Naruto and Haku were both fighting until they heard their comms go off. Naruto, Haku, this is Karen. Karen's voice sounded. We got the bridge builder. Get Fu and evac to the rally point, she said. Very well, Haku said as she undid her ice mirrors much to Kiba's surprise. What the, Kiba said panting and in pain from the dozens of Senbon in his body. You have a lot of work to do, Haku said as she rushed over. Haku planted her fist into Kiba's gut sending him to the ground. Take care, Haku said turning around and leaving the wounded Kiba and Akamaru behind. Fuck, you, Kiba said before losing consciousness. Naruto was panting as he looked at Lee. Both he and Lee looked like hell as their battle took a toll on their bodies. Hey man, Naruto said putting up his hand. Look, we can fight or you can go and help your friend there, he said pointing at Kiba. My mission is over, let's just call it quits for the day, Naruto said and Lee nodded. Very well, Lee said as he got out of his fighting stance. If we ever meet again, I want a rematch, he said and Naruto smirked. Okay, bushy brows, Naruto said as his heart went back into his body. Very well, Stitches, Lee said hesitating on the nickname. A little lame, but a good attempt, Naruto said as Haku got next to him. Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist and waved. Later, Naruto said as he and Haku vanished in a swirl of ice. With Kurenai. Kurenai blocked a punch from Fubuki who descended down on her. Kurenai grabbed her arm and swung her towards the ground to slam her. However, Fubuki landed with on her feet and retaliated with a kick to Kurenai's face. Kurenai's head cocked back from the blow as she stumbled. Fubuki was about to push the attack but stopped when she heard Karen's voice. Fubuki, objective complete, Karen's voice said over the radio built into her helmet. Head to the rally point ASAP, Karen said and Fubuki cursed. You got lucky, Fubuki said to Kurenai who was holding her bleeding nose. I gotta go, see you later, Fubuki said as she opened her wings and flew off. Kurenai seeing this got a bad feeling. What was that, she thought. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Shino rushing towards her. Kurenai-sensei, they have Tazuna, Shino said shocking Kurenai. They took his family hostage and used them to get him to surrender himself, he said and Kurenai cursed. Where are the others, Kurenai asked. Gai-sensei is in pursuit, Neji is going to get Lee and Kiba and I'm not sure of Hinata and Tenten, Shino said and Kurenai nodded. Let's get Hinata and regroup, Kurenai said as both ran off in the direction Hinata and Tenten were last seen heading off. With Hinata. Hinata sidestepped a punch from Fu and countered with a palm strike which Fu dodged. Fu grabbed Hinata's arm and pulled her in. Fu elbowed Hinata on the chin. Hinata recovered quickly from the blow and performed a kick which nailed Fu in the gut. Fu had the wind knocked out of her and stumbled back. Hinata steeled herself and charged at Fu. Fu was still recovering as Hinata began her attack. Hinata sent palm strikes at a fast pace which Fu could barely keep up. After several failed strikes Hinata landed a blow on Fu's right shoulder. Fu felt her arm go numb and panicked. No, Fu thought. Hinata advanced and landed a strike on Fu's stomach making her cough up bile. Hinata finished her attacks by performing a sweeping kick and landing a strike to Fu's chest sending her flying and skidding across the ground. Fu was holding her midsection in pain as she laid on the ground. How could this happen? Fu thought. Hinata reached into her pouch and produced ninja wire. Please stay still, Hinata said softly. I'm going to restrain you, I promise all. Hinata began until she spotted something out of the corner of her Byakugan. Hinata jumped back as a volley of Senbon landed where she was standing. A masked figure landed next to the Fu and crouched. Are you okay? Haku said to Fu. I'm hurt pretty bad, Fu said. Hinata paused. Hinata landed and got ready to fight the newcomer until she saw a figure approach from behind her. Spinning around she got ready to strike. When she did it seemed, time slowed down. Naruto paused. Naruto ready to punch to the back of the girl's head. The girl began to spin around as Naruto hardened his fist. Sorry girlie, he thought as time seemed to slow. Third person paused. Naruto and Hinata were about to hit each other until at the last minute they stopped. Naruto's hand was inches away from Hinata's face while her palm was inches away from one of his hearts. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized her, the lavender eyes, pale skin, short blue-black hair. No, Naruto thought. Hinata's eyes widened as she looked at the person who was about to hit her. Most of his head was covered by the ask but his eyes. Those cerulean blue eyes and that chakra signature, there was no doubt. Naruto, Hinata said in an almost whisper but loud enough for Haku and Fu to go wide-eyed. What? Haku thought. How does she know his name? Fu thought. Both Haku and Fu were then stunned a second time as they saw something they never seen before. Naruto was backing away in fear. No, 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 Naruto thought in a panic. His mind was racing as he walked backwards and Hinata followed him. Naruto was so distracted he walked into a tree and was trapped. Hinata walked up now inches away and reached for his mask. Stop, please, no, Naruto thought in a panic. Hinata grabbed his mask and pulled it off and was shocked. His mouth and whisker marks had a network of red thread stitches running through them. But the eyes, the blonde hair, the slightly tanned skin, it was him. It is you, Hinata said, tears welling up in her eyes. Naruto, Hinata shouted as she embraced him in a hug and began to sob. I thought. Hinata cried as she could not find the words. Hinata, Naruto said making her stop and look at him. Please forgive me for this, Naruto said making her confused. Naruto proceeded to chop her on her neck knocking her out. Naruto caught Hinata before she could fall to the ground and held her bridal style. Damn it, why Hinata, why here, why now, he thought in frustration. Naruto looked at Haku who was helping Fu walk. Naruto, how does she know you? Who is she? Haku asked Naruto who was clearly panicking. Naruto began. I'll explain later, let's go, Naruto said as he began to run off towards the rally point. What is this? Fu said. What's going on? She asked Haku who shook her head. Not sure, Haku said, but I think it means trouble, she said as she and Fu chased after Naruto. About 1 minute later Kurenai and Shino landed and looked around. Kurenai-sensei, Shino said pointing an unconscious Tenten. Both Kurenai and Shino ran over and checked her. She's unconscious, Shino said. Wait, Kurenai said looking around in a panic. Where's Hinata? Kurenai said as both she and Shino got panicked looks on their faces. Hinata, Kurenai shouted, but only heard her voice echoing in the forest. Konoha, Hokage's office, 3 days after the wave mission. Kurenai and Guy along with the remainder of their teams were standing in front of the Hokage as they returned from their failed mission. Kurenai finished her report while trying to keep her composure. Over the past 3 days it has been hard on her, Kiba and Shino. After the ambush and Tazuna being taken they have not found a single trace of Hinata anywhere. Akamaru couldn't get a scent, Neji couldn't see her with his Byakugan and Shino could not find her using his bugs, and to make matters worse the partially constructed bridge was blown up. Tenten analyzed the rubble and found several high-explosive tags with seals that were unknown to her. Hiruzen was trying to keep his composure as he looked at the teams. Tenten, he said making the bandaged weapons user flinch. You said a green-haired girl with wings attacked you and Hinata, and during the fight you were knocked out, he said and Tenten nodded. Yes sir, Tenten said and Hiruzen nodded. Guy, you said that Tazuna's daughter was being held by a strange glowing chain, Hiruzen said and Guy nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage, Guy said, I have never seen anything like it, he said and Hiruzen nodded. And Kurenai, you fought a kunoichi in snow country armor, Hiruzen said and Kurenai nodded. Yes my lord, Kurenai said, she did not have a headband, so she might be a rogue ninja, she said and Hiruzen sighed. I see, Hiruzen said folding his hands in front of him. Kurenai, Guy, you both are dismissed, he said coolly. Neji, please inform Lord Hiashi of Hinata, he said and Neji nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage, Neji said with a bow. Kurenai, Hiruzen said looking at the red-eyed Jonin, I will do everything in my power to find and recover Hinata. You have my word, he said with a smile and Kurenai nodded. Yes sir, Kurenai said with a sad nod, I will go and inform her friend Sakura, this will not be pleasant, she said and Hiruzen nodded. Very well, dismissed, Hiruzen said. Kurenai, Guys and the others left out the door and closed the door. Hiruzen made a hand sign and 3 Anbu who were on the ceiling came down. Hiruzen pointed to the first Anbu, find Jiraiya and bring him here, we found the 7 tails and will need him for sealing her, he said as the Anbu nodded and vanished. He looked at the second and spoke, we seem to have found a Uzumaki survivor as well, get a team and head to Wave look for both the Jinchuriki and the Uzumaki, he said and the Anbu nodded. Rules of engagement, the Anbu asked and Hiruzen spoke. Capture the Jinchuriki, any Uzumaki and recover the Hyuga, kill the rest, Hiruzen said, the Uzumaki are identifiable by red hair, look for that, he said and the Anbu nodded and vanished. Hiruzen looked towards the last Anbu and spoke, I need you to go and find any and all snow ninja who matches Kurenai's description, he said and the Anbu nodded and vanished. Hiruzen smirked as he sat behind his desk, seems like fate has smiled down upon us he thought. Hyuga compound training room, hours later, with Hiashi. You damn fool, Hiashi shouted as he whipped Neji across the back with a wooden rod creating another gash. Hinata is missing, a main branch member missing, he shouted as he hit him again. Neji recoiled from the pain as the rod struck his back as he laid curled on the floor. Lord Hiashi, Neji panted, I wasn't there when it happened, I was guarding the clients and Neji began until Hiashi made a hand sign activating the curse mark on his forehead. Silence boy, Hiashi snarled as he let up and let Neji fall to the ground. I have no love for Hinata, she's a failure who cannot hold up to her sister 5 years her junior, Hiashi said. But the fact she was unbranded and is now missing is a slight I cannot ignore, Hiashi said. The Hyuga clan is prized for our ocular jutsu, so with her gone she could have been harvested for her eyes, he said. Or worse, she could be part of another country's breeding program, creating halflings with the Byakugan, putting the village at risk, Hiashi shouted. Hiashi was about to wake the hand sign again making but stopped. Guards, he shouted. 2 branch member guards came in and bowed. Yes Lord Hiashi, one said. Take him away, get his wounds treated, Hiashi said as he looked down at Neji. If you were not my nephew, I would have your head for your failure, he said and Neji nodded. Thank you, Lord Hiashi, Neji said as blood poured from his bleeding back, his back looked more like a slab of raw meat. Out of my sight, Hiashi snarled. Both guards picked up Neji and took him to the Hyuga doctor. Hiashi walked out of the room. Hinata, you prove to be a burden to this clan even in your absence, he said. With Sakura. Sakura was in a training ground crying, she just got told that her friend Hinata was missing by Hinata's sensei. Hinata, I hope you are okay, Sakura thought. Sakura was so distracted that she did not hear footsteps behind her. You feeling a little down, came a voice that made her freeze. Sakura turned around and saw Kakashi standing there. Need an ear, he said with an eye smile. Sakura shook her head and began to walk backwards. No I'm, Sakura began but Kakashi appeared behind her. Sakura then felt one hand on her shoulder and one on her butt. Now, no need to be shy, Kakashi said as he began to squeeze her but making Sakura hyperventilate in terror. It's a sensei's duty to, he began. Hey Cyclops, came a voice. Kakashi stopped and turned and saw Anko standing in a tree with a scowl on her face. Sakura hearing Anko ran over to where she was at and Anko jumped down and put Sakura behind her shielding her from Kakashi. Hey Anko, how goes it? Kakashi said with an eye smile. Anko seeing this scowled even harder. What were you just doing? Anko said and Kakashi shrugged. Nothing, just being there for my student, Kakashi said as he turned his gaze toward Sakura who flinched. Right Sakura, he said. Sakura couldn't answer so Anko did for her. Piss off, Anko said dangerously and Kakashi groaned. Fine, Kakashi said as he turned around. We have team practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Sakura, don't be late, he said as he paused and turned. Especially after all your hard work, Kakashi said with a chuckle as he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Asshole, Anko said. Are you okay Sakura? Anko said as she turned to her ward who was crying in sadness, fear and shame. No, Sakura said while sniffing. I hate him, but I can't give up, or he wins, she said and Anko smiled. Come on kid, Anko said putting her arm around her. Let's get some dango, she said as both walked back to the village. With Kurenai. Kurenai entered her apartment taking off her headband. Home sweet home, she thought. Suddenly she caught a whiff of cigarettes and looked over and saw Asuma on her couch. Kurenai and Asuma have been seeing each other in secret. No one even her friends Anko and Yugao knew about it since they want their privacy. Hey babe, you're back, Asuma said as he got up. I heard your mission went south. You okay? He asked and Kurenai shook her head. No I'm not, Kurenai said as she began to tear up. Hinata's gone, the bridge was destroyed. My first C-rank mission is a Jonin sensei and I lost one of my students, she said as she began to cry. I'm a failure, Kurenai said as she began to cry. Asuma went up and pulled her into a hug. It's okay honey, Asuma said as he stroked her back and kissed her cheek. I'm here for you, he said soothingly as Kurenai hugged him back. Thanks, Asuma, Kurenai said. I'm so lucky to have you, she said and Asuma chuckled. And I'm lucky to have you, Asuma said as he comforted his girlfriend. How can I pass up a piece of ass like you, he thought. Although that Sakura girl from Kakashi's team did scratch that itch when she was busy getting her team organized, he thought as he looked down at Kurenai's smiling face. Kurenai hugged Asuma oblivious to his look of desire pointing towards her. Meanwhile with Hinata, Snow Country. Hinata woke up in a daze as she was looking at a wooden ceiling above her. Where am I? Hinata thought as she sat up and looked around. Hinata felt a throb on her neck and felt an ice pack on her neck. Suddenly everything came back in a rush of memories. Naruto, she thought. The door to the room opened up and Hinata saw a red-haired woman walk in. Oh my goodness you're awake, she said as she ran over. How are you honey, are you okay, she said and Hinata looked at her confused. Where am I, who are you, Hinata asked. Oh, I'm Mie, this is my house, Mie said as she checked Hinata. You've been out for 3 days, she said making Hinata go wide-eyed. 3 days, Hinata said as she looked at herself. She was wearing pajamas that were a little big on her. Hinata felt something strange and opened her pajama pants and looked in. She was wearing an adult diaper and began to grow red. I had to change you twice, Mie said making Hinata even more embarrassed. Where is my team and my sensei, Hinata asked and Mie smiled. They're in the living room, Mie said as she helped Hinata up. They've been waiting for you, she said. Hinata began to walk slowly with Mie as they exited the room and walked down the hallway. Hinata's legs felt numb as they traversed the hallway. Hinata and Mie entered the living room and Hinata saw Naruto sitting in a chair at a dining table. Hey Hinata, Naruto said quietly making Hinata go wide-eyed. Naruto got up and walked over to Mie and Hinata. I got it from here Mie, Naruto said as he took Hinata's hand. Can we please have a minute, Naruto said and Mie nodded. Of course, Mie said as she began to walk to the kitchen. Naruto told me your favorite food is cinnamon rolls. I made some 2 days ago for when you wake up. I'll go get them, she said as she walked to the kitchen making Hinata even more confused. Is this a dream? Hinata thought as she was led to a chair at the dining table. Naruto sat Hinata down and went over to the other side to sit down and face her. Hinata looked at Naruto's face. Despite the stitches on his whisker marks and his mouth he looked like exactly how Hinata imagined how he'd look if he was older. You probably don't even believe it's me, Naruto said with a smile. Don't let all this fool you Hinata, Naruto said pointing to his stitches. It's really me, here, Naruto said. Hinata began to ball up her fists and tear up making Naruto flinch. Where were you? Hinata whimpered out. I waited for you every day for months, I prayed for it to not be true, Hinata said tears falling down her cheeks. Why didn't you come back? Hinata asked. I'm sorry, Naruto said. I'm sorry Hinata, I'm so damn sorry, Naruto said as he couldn't find the words as his face changed to that of regret. I couldn't go back, you have to understand, Naruto said, after I was rescued and healed, I had a debt to pay, besides if I went back to Konoha after those guys were killed it would have happened again, he said. Believe me I wish I could have gone back, but it was impossible Hinata, Naruto said and Hinata nodded as she wiped her tears. Mie came back in and placed the plate of cinnamon rolls and 2 cups of coffee down for Naruto and Hinata before leaving the room without a sound. Hinata took a roll and smelled it, she bit down and tasted her favorite treat. After swallowing her bite, she looked at Naruto and spoke. So, what have you been doing since you left? Hinata asked and Naruto picked up his coffee. I'm a mercenary, Naruto said making Hinata pause. After I was saved me and Kakuzu, Naruto said as he began his tale. For over an hour Naruto explained everything he's done over the past 7 years. How he and Kakuzu rescued Fu, rescued Karen and Mei, met Sasori, helped Dodo take control of Snow Country and how he helped Gato take over Wave. Quote ellipsis. And right now, Zabuza and Haku are getting the payment for the job, Naruto said finishing his story. Enough about me, what about, Naruto began until he says the look of horror on Hinata's face. Hinata began to tremble and Naruto got up and walked over. Hinata, are you okay? Is it your, he began until Hinata slapped his hand away. Don't touch me, Hinata said fearfully, you are not Naruto, Hinata said making Naruto freeze. What are you saying Hinata, it is me, Naruto said thinking Hinata was talking crazy. No, you're not, Hinata said softly, the Naruto I know will never do those things, he's not a monster, you're, Hinata said making Naruto take a step back. Killing innocent people, working with criminals and dictators, it's not right, she said. What you are doing is evil and wrong, and the Naruto I know would never do those things, Hinata said. Naruto was about to retort but paused. Naruto let the words sink in. Hinata was right. Holy shit, Naruto said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Naruto began to go through his mind and think really hard about all he's done. Naruto killed to save Fu, Karen and Mie, but all the others are what got to him. Koyuki Kazuhana, the Snow Country rebels, the people of Wave and the dozens, possibly hundreds of others he's killed, hurt and extorted over the years. It hit him like a ton of bricks. Naruto began until the door opened up making both Hinata and Naruto look over and saw Zabuza, Haku, Fu and Fubuki walk in. Hey brat, we got paid, Zabuza said, and we got a fat bonus from Gato for blowing up that bridge, he said. Zabuza paused and saw that Hinata was awake and trembling in fear of him. Oh, Sleeping Beauty is up, about damn time, he said as he plopped down on the couch. The girls however all had different looks on their faces. Fubuki was curious while Haku was smiling and inviting. Karen adjusted her glasses in skepticism while Fu looked at her with an annoyed look since she was still upset about losing her fight to her. Hello, Hinata is it, Haku said walking up and bowing. I'm Haku, nice to meet you, she said and Hinata went wide-eyed. Oh hello, Hinata said nodding. Sup I'm Fubuki, Fubuki said as she went up and wrapped her arm around Hinata. Pleasure is mine, she said squeezing Hinata. I'm Karen, this is my house, Karen said adjusting her glasses analyzing Hinata. Karen looked at Fu and slapped her on the back. Don't be a child, it was just a fight, she said and Fu pouted. Fu said before getting a smirk. I'm Naruto's first and favorite girlfriend, she said making Hinata go wide-eyed. Wait what, Hinata said. Hey we are all even Fu, Karen said annoyed. Naruto loves us all evenly, don't pull that favorites crap, she said and Fu stuck her tongue out. You two are like cats and dogs, Haku said making both Fu and Karen look at her. Such immaturity, which is why I'm naturally Naruto's favorite, Haku said. Haku didn't mean that but she wanted to get under their skin and so far, it was working. What? Both Fu and Karen shouted. Wait, Hinata said stopping them, you're all Naruto's girlfriends, Hinata asked. Yep, Fu, Karen, Haku and Fubuki said in unison. Fu, Karen and Haku all looked at Fubuki who was smirking. Well, I will be one day, Fubuki said, just gotta get Naruto off the hole. You're like a big sister to me, thing, she said. Ain't that right Naruto, Fubuki said as she turned to Naruto. Naruto however wasn't even paying attention. Hey guys, Naruto said speaking up gaining everyone's attentions. Am I evil? Naruto asked shocking Fu, Haku, Karen and Fubuki. Are you kidding, you're one of the evilest people I know, Zabuza said everyone snapping their heads towards him. I mean you ripped out a guy's heart in front of his family and village. You stopped a rebellion from freeing a county, he said with a laugh. If that's not evil, I don't know what is, Zabuza said. Zabuza was then slapped on the back of the head by Fubuki. "Ow, what the hell?" Zabuza whined before he saw the look on Naruto's face. "Naruto, are you okay?" Karen asked, concerned as she felt Naruto's chakra and felt his inner turmoil. Naruto got up and ran to a trash can and threw up. Karen and Fu rushed over and began to pat him on the back as he spit. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Karen said as Naruto turned over and looked at them wide-eyed. "What have I done?" Naruto said. Haku looked to Hinata and spoke. "What's going on here?" Haku said and Hinata spoke. "Naruto told me everything," Hinata said, gaining all their attentions. "Otogakure. With Kakuzu, Sasori and Roga." Kakuzu, Sasori and Roga were standing in front of Orochimaru, the rogue Sannin and snake summoner as they finished their talks. "So, it's settled then," Orochimaru said as he threw a scroll towards Kakuzu, who caught it. "If you accept the job, come back in 4 months. I'd like to have your whole group, but if it's just you two then it would still be great for my plan," he said. "I will do this job no matter what," Kakuzu said. "Just don't try and cross me, Snake," he said. "Same here," Sasori said. "I'll bring the offer to Lord Dodo, but no promises," Roga said, and Orochimaru chuckled. Of course, Orochimaru said as he snapped his fingers. "Kabuto, can you show them out?" he said as Kabuto came out of the darkness with a smile. "But of course," Kabuto said. "Follow me please," Kabuto said as he began to lead the 3 men out. Orochimaru smiled as he saw the 3 men leave. With this everything will be perfect, Orochimaru thought. Oto, Suna, Yuki and 2 rogue Jinchuriki, who could ask for a better invasion force, Orochimaru thought as he began to walk to his lab. "Sarutobi-sensei, I can't wait to see the look on your face," Orochimaru thought with a dark chuckle. Land of Snow, with Kakuzu and Sasori 3 days after the meeting with Orochimaru. Kakuzu and Sasori arrived back to Snow Country a few hours ago and were walking to Naruto's cabin. They both stopped by Dodo's castle to have Roga inform of Orochimaru's offer. "What do you think Dodo might do?" Sasori asked Kakuzu. "On the one hand, Snow Country has 600 shinobi and could maybe spare 300, however, with the combined forces of sound, sand and snow we could stand a chance," he said, and Kakuzu nodded. "Frankly, I couldn't care less," Kakuzu said. "We will be getting paid whether the invasion succeeds or not," he said as they approached Naruto's cabin. "Let's see what Naruto wants to do," Kakuzu said as he knocked on the door. "After all, he's one of the Big Four, as Dodo says," he said, and Sasori chuckled. "Naruto is only 13 and considered 4th in command of a group of mercenaries," Sasori said. "3rd, Kakuzu said, making Sasori look at him. "Zabuza is an idiot who only likes battle, Naruto is, well, an idiot who can formulate a half-decent plan," he said, and Sasori nodded. The door to the cabin opened and both Kakuzu and Sasori went wide-eyed. There was a girl with short blue-black hair and lavender pupilless eyes holding the door open. May I help you?" Hinata said meekly, snapping both men out of their stupor. "Ah, we are here for Naruto," Kakuzu said. "She's an in-branded Hyuga," he thought. "What the hell, is Naruto just collecting girls now or something?" Sasori thought. Hinata felt a little uneasy under the stares of the 2 men and looked behind herself. "Fubuki, Karen, there are 2 men here," she said. Fubuki and Karen both walked from the living room to the door. "Geez, you two, don't be a couple of assholes," Fubuki said, wrapping her arm around Hinata. "You two are freaking Hinata out," she said. Sasori and Kakuzu both looked at Hinata, who was shaking slightly. "I apologize," Sasori said with a bow. "I am Sasori of the Red Sand," he said, Hinata seeing this bowed as well. "I am Hinata Hyuga, pleasure to meet you," Hinata said before looking at Kakuzu. Hinata felt more frightened by Kakuzu than Sasori. "Where the hell is Naruto?" Kakuzu said, not introducing himself. "Back garden, out, sweet potatoes are in season," Karen said. Kakuzu immediately walked around the house in search of Naruto. "With Naruto, Fu and Haku." "You're coming with me, you sexy bastard," Naruto said as he dug out a large sweet potato out of the ground. "I'm going to turn you into a pie," he said as he put it into a basket. Haku, looking at this, chuckled. "You really are excited of something so small," Haku said, and Naruto nodded. "Hey, I'm just trying to enjoy the little things," Naruto said. As he said this, Kakuzu came around the corner. "Hey Kakuzu, you're back, how did it go?" he said. Kakuzu stopped and spoke. "First of all, why is there a Hyuga in your house?" Kakuzu said, and Naruto gulped. She's Naruto stammered before letting out a sigh. "She's Hinata, the one I got all this for," Naruto said, pointing at his face. "It was either fate or bad luck or something," Naruto said. "Her and her team were escorting that bridge builder that Zabuza and Haku were sent to kill," he said. "And why is she here?" Kakuzu said. "Did you go out of your way to capture her and bring her back?" he said, and Naruto shook his head. No, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, Naruto said. She recognized me from my eyes if you could believe it, he said. I knocked her out and brought her back here to ensure she doesn't rat me out, Naruto said, but she won't. Hinata's life in Konoha has been rough. I offered her a place here which she accepted but… Well, we're not on the best terms, Naruto said. What? Why? Kakuzu asked confused. Because she's revolted by what Naruto has been doing, Fu said walking up, saying things like, killing people is wrong, and, you shouldn't be doing this, it's evil, Fu said. Yeah, like we're evil, Fu said rolling her eyes. We are evil, you idiot, Kakuzu said. We kill people, rob people, extort people, hold them for ransom, work for criminal organizations, all for a payday, Kakuzu said. Well, shinobi do that too, Fu retorted. Of course they do, that's their job, Kakuzu said. Shinobi are no better than us, the only thing separating us from them is the fact they have a village to back them up, Kakuzu said, making Naruto hold his head down. Maybe so, but I have my own morals, Hinata said coming around the corner. I heard it all before. Haku, Fu, Mie and Karen, all told me their life stories and how they suffered, Hinata said. But just because something is done wrong to you doesn't mean you should stoop to their levels, Hinata said. One murder doesn't justify another, she said. Well, that's your opinion, girl, Kakuzu said, but heed my word, when you entered a real battle and it's kill or be killed, then those morals go out the window, Kakuzu said. Enough of this, Naruto, Yumi and Sasori need to go to dodos, we have a job, he said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto and Kakuzu began to walk away, leaving Fu, Haku and Hinata behind. And don't worry, girl, Kakuzu said to Hinata. The people being targeted in this job are not innocent. If anything, they make us look like pickpockets, he said as he and Naruto began to walk away. Later, Hinata, Naruto said with a small wave. Hinata waved back. Hinata looked down, slightly saddened. She understood the point that Kakuzu and the others are trying to make, but she could not accept such a cold approach. Haku, seeing this, walked over and put her hand on Hinata's shoulder. How about we go into the city for a while? Haku asked, and Hinata nodded with a small smile. That sounds wonderful, Hinata said. 1 hour later. Hinata, Karen, Fu, Haku and Fubuki were all wearing winter cloths as they walked through the streets of the snow country capital. Hinata was surprised at how cold it was compared to where Naruto lived. I'm so glad Naruto built the cabin near the generator, Karen said, adjusting her coat. I can't stand this cold, she said. I agree, this is even colder than the winters in Konoha, Hinata said. Hinata was wearing a henge to hide her features to avoid being spotted. While she did not agree with Naruto's lifestyle, she preferred living in a place where she was not despised. The people she missed from Konoha is her old friend Sakura and her sensei Kurenai. Here's the place, Fubuki said as she opened the door to a cafe. After you, she said as everyone walked in. Hinata, Fubuki, Fu, Karen and Haku all sat down. 5 teas please, Fubuki said. Bring sugar, honey and milk, she said to a waitress. So, this is your usual gathering place, Hinata said, looking around at the laid-back atmosphere. A cafe, she said, and they all nodded. Yeah, we love it, Haku said with a smile. Nothing like hot tea on a cold day, she said. That doesn't count here, Haku, Fu said. Every day is a cold day, she said. The waitress came by and placed down 5 cups of tea, sweeteners and complimentary cookies. Hinata took her cup and sipped her tea. So, Hinata, Karen said, adjusting her glasses. How are things between you and Naruto? She asked, making Hinata pause. I don't know, Hinata said. On one hand, I'm glad to have him back in my life. He is my best friend, Hinata said. But I still can't get over the things he's done, Hinata said. I know shinobi are killers and glorified mercenaries, but you still need ethics and morals, she said. I get what you're saying, Hinata, Haku said. I too don't like to kill unnecessarily, which is why I use Senbon, she said. Morals are overrated, Fu said. I was being shipped off to Konoha for God knows what before I was saved. Taki sucked, the shinobi there sucked, they got what they deserved, she said, taking a sip of her tea. I'm glad me, Naruto and Kakuzu robbed them and took their stuff, she said before Hinata looked at her. Wait, that was you, Hinata said, and Fu nodded with a smirk. Oh yeah, and I put that scroll to good use, Fu said. I learned this jutsu given to us from the Akamichi clan. I can shrink down to the size of, Fu began until the area was rocked by an explosion. What the fuck, Fubuki shouted. That came from the post office, she said. Just as she said that, a man ran into the shop. It's the SRA, they just bombed the post office, he said, and Hinata spoke. SRA, Hinata asked, and Haku spoke. Snow Republican Army, Haku said, shedding her coat and putting on her mask. Terrorists, they've been bombing buildings and checkpoints for years, she said. Stay here and protect the store, Me and Fubuki will handle it, Haku said as she and Fubuki ran out. Hinata, Fu and Karen were all standing there in shock as they looked out the window and saw the fires from the burning building. Hinata was shocked as she has never heard of anything like this happening. As she did so, she thought she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. Hinata activated her Byakugan and saw someone running across the rooftop. Someone is escaping, Hinata said, pointing out the window. Fu, seeing this, opened a special flap on the back of her coat and brought her wings out. Let's go, Fu said, and Hinata nodded. Hinata and Fu ran outside and Fu wrapped her arms around Hinata's waist. Hold on tight, Fu said. Fu flew off the ground holding Hinata. Hinata at the same time was using her Byakugan to scan the rooftops for the escaping bomber. There, Hinata said, pointing to a rooftop. Fu turned her head and saw a figure running across. I'll drop you down, take him out, Fu said. Fu descended down and got 20 feet above the roof before letting Hinata go. Hinata fell to the roof and gave chase following the bomber. Halt, Hinata said, which did not stop the bomber. The bomber turned around and took out several kunai. The bomber threw them at Hinata, who dodged the projectiles and closed the distance. Hinata charged her hands with chakra and proceeded to hit the bomber in the stomach. The bomber coughed up blood and fell onto his back as he laid down on the ground. Hinata finally got a good look at the bomber and saw he was no older than 16 or 17. Fu landed a few feet away and glared at the bomber. You're going to pay for what you did, Fu said. Do you know how many people you killed? She said. Sacrifices must be made, the boy said. My death stops nothing, Snow Country will be free, he said. Hinata's eyes widened at this. He's fighting to free his country, but those people, she thought. However, she was pulled out of her thoughts when the bomber opened his jacket, revealing several dozen explosive tags. Down with Dodo, the bomber shouted. Fu immediately grabbed Hinata and jumped off the roof using her wings to fly away. Just as they began to fly, the explosives went off, sending both girls falling to the ground. Just as they were about to hit, Fu was caught by Fubuki and Hinata was caught by Haku. Are you two okay? Haku asked. Hinata was speechless as she looked at the smoke rising from the building. No, not really, Hinata said. Several hours later, Naruto's cabin. Naruto entered the cabin with Kakuzu and Sasori following him. Girls, are you okay? Naruto shouted as he barged in. Calm down, Naruto, we're fine, Karen said. Karen, Hinata, Fu, Fubuki and Haku were all sitting in the living room. Nobody is hurt, she said. Naruto ran forward and gave them all hugs. I'm sorry I came as fast as I could, he said. Dodo is having Roga investigate and hunt down the guys who did it, he said, and they all nodded. Hinata, are you okay? Naruto asked and Hinata shook her head. I don't know what to believe anymore, Hinata said. The man who blew himself killed a lot of people in order to liberate his country, she said. Liberation or not, it was still an act of terrorism, Sasori said. No matter how they try to paint it, they are in the wrong, he said. Then how do we know who's right? Naruto asked. We don't, Kakuzu said. Never mind that, we have other things to discuss, he said. In 4 months Konoha is going to be hosting the Chunin exams, Kakuzu said, gaining Naruto and Hinata's attentions. We have job that will require a lot of planning, he said. So far we have an idea, Sasori said as he pulled out 3 snow headbands. Dodo will enroll a snow team into the Chunin exams, and all they have to do is make it to the finals, he said. Who will be the team? Fubuki asked. Sasori threw a headband. Haku, he said as Haku caught her headband and nodded. Very well, Haku said as she put on her headband. Naruto, Sasori said as he threw a headband towards him. We will disguise you before you go, dye your hair, give you colored contacts and cover up those stitches of yours, he said, and Naruto nodded. Looks like my revenge has come early, the Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind. Don't screw this up, boy, it said, and Naruto scoffed. Shut it, fox, Naruto thought as he tied the headband around his forehead. I'll do it, but only because I made a promise, Naruto said. And lastly, Sasori said. Hinata, Sasori said as he threw a headband towards. Hinata caught it and felt her hair sink. You know Konoha and you might even know who will be competing, Sasori said. You are our ringer in this thing, you have the knowledge to get us the farthest, he said. Hinata was shocked at this. They were asking her to act against her former village. I can't do, she began until Kakuzu unleashed killing intent. If you say no, then we will have no use for you, Kakuzu said. Maybe I'll just sell you to Kumo. I'm sure they'd love to have you to breed the Byakugan into their village, he said. Hinata began to hyperventilate until Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. Over my dead body, Naruto said with a scowl. That can be arranged, Kakuzu said dangerously. Keep that in your mind, girl. Don't screw up, there won't be a second chance, he said as he walked out with Sasori following him. Such a dick, Naruto said before looking at Hinata. You okay, Hinata? Naruto asked as he looked at the shell-shocked Hyuga. Hinata was silent before Haku walked up with a smile on her face. Welcome to the team, she said happily. With Sasori and Kakuzu. You're not going to sell her to Kumo, are you? Sasori asked Kakuzu as they walked away, because if you were, he began. I'm not, Kakuzu said, I was just trying to light a fire under her ass. She needs to get rid of her mindset if she wants to survive, Kakuzu said. Besides, what can she do? Go home, Kakuzu said. She has no home. She's trapped in between a rock and a hard place, he said, and Sasori nodded. Very well, what about Zabuza, is he back from Wave yet? Sasori said, we still need to inform him, he said, and Kakuzu nodded. We'll tell him when he returns, Kakuzu said. In Wave Country, with Zabuza. Zabuza was in a forest surrounded by over a dozen dead root ninja. Zabuza was returning to Wave to handle some business for Gato when he ran into the platoon of blank-masked Anbu. Who the hell were these guys? Zabuza thought as he shouldered his sword and walked over to the captain's corpse. Zabuza looted the corpse and found a file and opened it up. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at what he saw. The file contained info on him and Fubuki and rough sketches of Naruto, who was unnamed, Haku, who was also unnamed, and Fu, who was positively identified as the Seven Tails container. Zabuza looked around and put two and two together. I better head back and warn the others, Zabuza thought. Konoha knows about Fu, he thought as he disappeared in a swirl of water. Land of Snow. 3.5 months later, near Naruto's cabin, with Hinata. Hinata was hanging upside down from a tree using the tree walking exercise. As she did so, she lifted her left sleeve and revealed a wristband that had a seal on it. Hinata tapped it and with a puff of smoke revealed a compound bow. It was a lightweight bow made of aluminum and carbon fiber with a black paint job that doesn't reflect sunlight. Hinata touched a seal on the side and a single carbon fiber arrow with a pointed field tip appeared. Hinata placed the arrow into the arrow rest and placed the knock onto the string and pulled back using a release that was attached to her right wrist. Hinata looked through the small peep sight on her bowstring and saw the 4 brightly highlighted notches verifying various ranges. Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned for her target, which was 100 yards out. Hinata adjusted the angle she was holding the bow at and took in a deep breath. Hinata pressed the trigger on her release and let her arrow fly. The arrow sailed through the air for 3 seconds before finding its target. Hinata's arrow pierced through the left knee of the human-sized target and Hinata nodded to herself. Hit, she said to no one. She deactivated her Byakugan and jumped down. Still not going for kill shots, came the voice of Haku. Hinata looked behind her and saw Haku coming out of an ice mirror. Good for you, Haku said with a smile. Hinata smiled and nodded. Despite my circumstances, I will not kill needlessly, Hinata said, and Haku nodded in understanding. Thank you, Haku, I appreciate your help and support, she said. I only showed you the basics of archery, the rest was all you, Haku said modestly. Over the past few months, Haku and Sasori have been helping Hinata train for her upcoming mission with Naruto and Haku. Since Hinata could not use her original fighting style, she had to relearn everything from the ground up, and so far, she has made good progress. Haku has been training her on taijutsu, archery and basic ninjutsu, while Sasori has been training her on weapons, traps and poisons. Sasori even went as far to make Hinata her compound bow and several different kinds of arrows. But still, considering it's this or the alternative, I think you made the right choice, Haku said, and Hinata flinched at this. Hinata has gotten along with almost everybody except Kakuzu, Zabuza and Dodo for obvious reasons. Hinata sees all 3 men as the epitome of evil with good reason, as one is a ruthless bounty hunter, a psychopathic swordsman and a dictator. She has spoken to Dodo once, Zabuza rarely, and to Kakuzu only for him to ensure Hinata will not run away. I would use the term, right choice, very loosely, Hinata said, as she said that both Haku and Hinata felt a presence coming and looked over and saw Karen's little sister Toka. Hina, Haku, Toka shouted as she ran up. Daddy wants to see you, Toka said, running as fast as her little legs could go. Hinata put up her bow and scooped up Toka. Hello Toka, nice to see you, where's your mom? Hinata asked. Toka, honey, Mie said, running up out of breath, don't run too fast. Mommy's not a ninja, she said as she stopped and began to pant. Mie, how are you? Haku said as she took out a canteen and gave it to Mie, who began to drink the water. What does Lord Sasori need from us? She asked. Naruto, Sasori, Kakuzu, Dodo, Roga, Zabuza and Gato are all waiting back at Naruto's cabin. Mie said, something about it almost being time, I guess for another job, she said, and both Hinata and Haku nodded. We should go, Hinata said. Haku, if you could, she asked, and Haku nodded. Of course, Mie, grab on, Haku said as Haku and Mie both grabbed onto Haku's shoulders. Haku and the others then disappeared in a swirl of ice. Naruto's cabin. 1 hour later. So, it's settled, Kakuzu said looking at Naruto, Haku and Hinata. All three were wearing Snow Country uniforms and headbands. You three will travel to Rice Country with Roga and get the mission briefing from the client. Once you get briefed you will head to Konoha where you will check into the hotel room owned by Gato's corporation, he said looking over at Gato. I hope it's to your liking, Gato said, and remember our deal Kakuzu, he said and Kakuzu nodded. Yes, 3 missions for free done by me, Sasori, Zabuza, Fu and Karen while these 3 are gone, Kakuzu said and Gato nodded with a smirk. I made out like a bandit this time, Gato said. Also, Dodo said as he took out 3 scrolls and tossed them to Naruto, Hinata and Haku, I took the liberty of looking over the rules of the Chunin exams. I modified our nation's chakra armor in order to abide by the rules, he said. Those 3 armors were specifically made for you 3 inches Dodo said, even though you are not really my ninja, you are still representing my country and I will not lose face, he said. But isn't this cheating, Hinata said and Zabuza laughed. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, Zabuza said making Naruto, Hinata and Haku sweat drop. Get ready to embark to the land of rice in 3 days, Roga said, our ship leaves at noon, he said. Alright then, Naruto said as he pocketed the scroll, well might as well have fun for the rest of the time we are here, he said. Hey girls how about we get Fu, Karen, Fubuki and Toka and go to the movies, Naruto said to Hinata and Haku, there's that new movie about that giant lizard that fights that giant moth thing, he said and both Haku and Hinata nodded. That sounds fun, Hinata said. You two can go, I'll catch up, Haku said and both Naruto and Hinata nodded. Okay, we'll be at Mie's place, Naruto said as he and Hinata walked out. When they did Zabuza looked at Haku. What is it Haku? Zabuza said, you only do this when you have something to say, he said and Haku sighed. It's Naruto, Haku said gaining all their attentions, he has a side mission when we go to Konoha, she said. Flashback. 2 days ago. Naruto was staring at his coffee as Haku was washing dishes from that morning's breakfast. Naruto, are you okay? Haku asked as she turned off the faucet and walked over. Naruto, she said and Naruto looked at her. We're going to Konoha Haku, Naruto said, this may be my only chance, he said and Haku sat next to him. Only chance for what? Haku said and Naruto looked her in the eyes. When we are there, I'm going to find out who my parents are, Naruto said making Haku go wide-eyed. I know it's stupid or foolish, but I just have to know, he said. I want to know their names, who they were. You know. For closure, Naruto said and Haku nodded. Tell you what, Haku said grabbing his hand. When we get there, we'll look around, okay, she said and Naruto nodded with a small smile. Naruto leaned in and kissed Haku who returned it before breaking apart. Thanks, Haku, Naruto said, I knew that you'd support me, he said. Flashback end. So yeah, he is a side mission, Haku said. Huh, closure, that's so fucking gay, Zabuza laughed and Haku's jaw dropped. That boy has no sense of priorities, Kakuzu said shaking his head. I keep telling him job first, family second, feeling non-existent, he said and Haku was appalled. Hey don't say that, Sasori said, you have to realize Naruto's point of view about family, he never had a father or, he began until Gato spoke up. So, what, Gato said leaning back, I never had a family, he said. Gato flashback, Kiri Port City. An 8-year-old Gato wearing tatter cloths and a flat cap was standing on a pier with 3 men wearing nice suits looking down in the water. In the water there was his mother and father with concrete blocks on their feet struggling for air as they drowned. This is what happens when you don't pay back what you owe, one man said. Come on kid, you have a new family now, he said as he led a crying Gato away. Gato flashback end. And I turned out perfectly fine, Gato said, now I wear the nice suits, he said. Okay what the hell, Sasori said in horror. And I didn't have a family either and I turned out great, Dodo said gaining his attention. Dodo flashback, Kazuhana Castle bedroom. A 16-year-old Dodo was beating to death the assassin who killed his mother and father as his younger brother Sosetsu cried over their bloody corpses on the bed. You bastard, I'll kill you, Dodo shouted as he began to cave the assassin's head in. Dodo flashback ends. Turns out my brother hired the assassin, Dodo said, something about ending our father's tyranny, or some nonsense. Your father commits one genocide and he's a monster, but murdering him in cold blood makes you a hero, he said with a scoff. I'm glad I killed my brother, Dodo said. Holy fucking shit, Roga said as he, Sasori and Haku were all looking at him in disbelief when Kakuzu spoke up. I only had my father, Kakuzu said, and I hate him with all 5 of my hearts, he said with disdain. Kakuzu flashback, Takik, the day of Kakuzu's banishment. A 21-year-old Kakuzu was standing in the doorway of his home when he looked back and saw his father. His father was drunk, sipping sake out of the bottle as he looked at Kakuzu. "Get out of my house," Kakuzu's father said drunkenly with anger in his voice. "You belong in a fucking garbage can," he said. Both Kakuzu and his father glared at each other in disdain and malice. Kakuzu didn't say a word as he turned around and walked out with only the cloths on his back. Kakuzu flashback ends. "It's funny, I don't think I even knew his name," Kakuzu said, "and I'm proud that I don't know it," he said, and Sasori slapped his forehead in frustration. "Okay, I get it, you all had shitty families, but," Sasori began before being interrupted. "I didn't," Zabuza said, speaking up, gaining everyone's attention. "I fucking loved my parents," he said. Zabuza flashback. Kiri, the graduation exam day. A young 12-year-old Zabuza was walking home with his parents after he just got done with his graduation exam. "Yeah, that's my boy," Zabuza's dad said, ruffling Zabuza's hair as they walked home. "My son killed over 100 students and wasn't even qualified to become a ninja yet," he shouted, walking down the streets. "Oh, I'm going to make you a cake when we get home," Zabuza's mom said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "I'm so proud of you, my little man," she said. "Really, thanks mom," Zabuza said happily. As they continued to walk home, they saw the parents of the fallen students running past them to the academy. "Have fun picking your kids up," Zabuza's dad said. "Or what's left of them," Zabuza's mom said. All three of the Momochi family laughed as they walked home from the carnage Zabuza caused. Zabuza flashback ends. "My parents were fucking awesome," Zabuza said. The room was stunned into silence from hearing Zabuza's story until Haku spoke up. "Just be nice to Naruto," Haku said as she walked out, slamming the door behind her. "What the fuck is the matter with you 4 inches?" Sasori shouted, and Kakuzu, Gato, Zabuza and Dodo shrugged. "I never thought I'd be glad I won an orphan," Roga said as he shook his head. 3 days later, Snow Country Port. Naruto hugged Fu, Karen and Fubuki as he got ready to leave with Hinata, Haku and Roga. "Don't worry girls, I'll be back before you know it," Naruto said as they broke the hug. "Promise you'll be safe?" Fu asked, slightly worried, and Naruto nodded. "Of course," Naruto said with a smile. "Watch out for Hinata and Haku, okay?" Karen said. "I will, Karen," Naruto said, assuring her. "You better make it to the finals," Fubuki said. "I have a bet going on with Mizore. He said you'd fail the second exam," she said, and Naruto snapped towards Mizore. "Get ready to lose that money, buddy," Naruto said to Mizore. "Because I'm gonna win this thing, no problem," he said, and Mizore chuckled. "Sure kid, whatever helps you sleep at night," Mizore said. Hinata was saying goodbye to Mie and Toka. "I'll see you both when I get back," Hinata said, and both Mie and Toka smiled. "I wish you the best of luck," Mie said. Over the past few months, Mie and Hinata had grown close. Hinata sees Mie as a surrogate mother since she lost hers at a young age. "Bye big sis Hina," Toka said, reaching out and giving Hinata another hug and a kiss on the cheek. This made Hinata smile but also feel bad. Toka reminded Hinata of Hanabi before she was brainwashed by the clan into becoming arrogant to outsiders and spiteful towards Hinata. "I'll miss you," she said. "I'll miss you too, Toka," Hinata said, correcting herself. Mie heard it and felt bad for Hinata as she told her about her sister Hanabi. "Good luck, Haku," Zabuza said to Haku, who bowed. "Thank you, Lord Zabuza," Haku said before standing straight up. "Okay, let's get going," Roga said as he, Naruto, Hinata and Haku all walked towards the ship. As Naruto walked away, he felt a hand touch his shoulder. He turned and saw Kakuzu there looking down at him. "If you fail, I'll skin you again and sew you back up again," Kakuzu said menacingly, and Naruto scoffed. "Yeah, screw you too," Naruto said, pulled his shoulder away, and he began to walk to the ship. "But I know you'll succeed," Kakuzu said as he began to walk away. Naruto smiled under his mask. "Old bastard," Naruto thought as he climbed up the walkway to board the ship bound for Rice Country. Rice Country, Otogakure. 3 days later, secret underground chamber. Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Roga all had the bags covering their heads pulled off as the light from the candles made their eyes hurt. They scanned around the room and saw no furniture of any kind, just candles which barely lit up the room. The 4-man team of Sound Ninja took a few steps back, standing near the exit. Naruto began to feel uneasy and was about to speak until a voice spoke up. "So, this is the team Dodo sent," came a voice that sent chills down Naruto and his team's spines. As their eyes adjusted, a figure came out of the shadows of the chamber. He was a pale man with long black hair, snake-like eyes and a mouth with a malicious smile. "I must say I'm surprised," he said. "Lord Orochimaru," Roga said, and Hinata froze. Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, Hinata said, the one who went rogue from Konoha, she said, and Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, so you know who I am, Orochimaru said, looking at Hinata, who began to shake from his stare. Well, I must say it's a pleasure to meet you. Hinata Hyuga, he said, making her go wide-eyed. Oh yes, I know who you are, you're in the Konoha MIA Missing in Action book, Orochimaru said as he walked up close to her. Hinata Hyuga, age 13, height 4 feet 10 inches, currently missing from Konoha, presumed alive, Orochimaru said. You really should wear colored contacts, my dear, your eyes are a dead giveaway, he said, smiling wider. Hinata began to tremble until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Naruto moved her back on, got in between her and Orochimaru. Don't, Naruto said, scowling behind his mask, and Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, no need to be so hostile. Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru said, making Naruto and the others go wide-eyed. Yes, I know who you are. Ever since that little battle in Snow Country a few years ago, he said, making Naruto freeze. Please remove your mask, Orochimaru asked with a smile. Naruto gulped as he reached up and pulled off his mask, revealing his stitches. Across the room, a red-haired girl wearing a hat and carrying a flute looked on with slight unease. Fucking hell, what happened to him? Yuya thought to herself. Blondie must have pissed off the wrong fucking guy, she thought, looking at Naruto. My, look at what they did to you, Orochimaru said, scanning Naruto's features. Oh, the fools of the village, torturing you for what you hold, like torturing a rape victim who is pregnant with her rapist's baby, he said, making Naruto gulp. You know about the fox? Naruto asked, and Orochimaru nodded. I do, Orochimaru said. Just to be clear, I do not care about it, and I do not see you as a monster, he said, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. We are a lot alike, you and me, Orochimaru said with a smile. Naruto slapped his hand away, and as soon as he did that, the four-sound ninja began to charge, but Orochimaru glared at them. He said evenly, but enough to scare them. Yuya and the other walked back as they looked on at the conversation. We are nothing alike, Naruto said, and Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, but we were both betrayed by the same man, Orochimaru said. Oh, what we could accomplish together, he said as he began to walk back a few steps. But that is for another time, Orochimaru said as he, all I need for you now is to assist me with the beginning stage of my plan, he said. And how do we do that? Haku said, speaking up for the first time. Simple, pass the first phase of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru said, making Naruto and Haku suspicious. I cannot tell you my whole plan. I will instruct you as you go along, but all I need from you right now is to participate, he said. Very well then, Roga said, stepping forward. Shall we discuss matters ourselves, he asked, and Orochimaru nodded. But of course, Orochimaru said. Yuya, take Naruto and the ladies to an empty barracks room, and have my disguise scroll and kits ready, he said, making Naruto curious. I believe I can help you conceal your identity with something better than a mask, Naruto, Orochimaru said, and Naruto scowled. Gee, thanks, Naruto said. Okay, you three, follow me and don't lag behind, Yuya said. I don't want a fucking manhunt looking for your sorry asses if you get lost, she said. Such vulgar language, Haku thought as she, Naruto and Hinata followed Yuya. As Naruto, Hinata and Haku followed Yuya, Naruto heard a familiar voice. The time is nearing, boy, the Kyuubi said. Remember our deal, he said, and Naruto frowned. I know, Naruto said as he heard the Kyuubi chuckle. I have a bad feeling about this, Naruto thought. Odo. With Naruto, Hinata, Haku, Orochimaru, Roga and Yuya. Whoa, I look like a totally different person, Naruto said, looking at his face. Orochimaru used a forbidden jutsu to put on a layer of fake skin on Naruto's face. Naruto's stitched and markings were now hidden and he looked different, all inconspicuous as they say, Naruto said. I seriously doubt you know what that word means, Orochimaru said, pinching his nose. Yuya, why did you dye his hair that color? He asked, his patience running thin. Naruto's hair was no longer blonde, now it was purple and no longer spiky as he slicked back his hair with pomade to give him a better chance of not being recognized. The little turd here didn't want to get a normal color, Yuya said, making Naruto gain a tick mark. I suggested black, brown and red, but no. It had to be a different color, she said. Lucky for us we were out of orange dye, that was his first choice, she said. Haku slapped her forehead. Naruto, this is a stealth mission, Haku said. Stealth? Cautious and surreptitious action or movement. You're going to stick out like a sore thumb, she said, and Naruto nodded. Exactly, and draw attention away from Hinata, Naruto said, pointing to Hinata, who was holding a helmet. Hinata's armor came with a helmet specially made for her. It covered her whole head and had a large one-way mirror in the front that blocked anyone from seeing her face while also allowing her to use her Byakugan discreetly. I'm surprised Dodo was able to make this resistant to the Byakugan, Hinata said as she put it on and looked around. At least I won't be spotted, Hinata said. Roga seeing the way the team is began to have doubts. God, this is not going to work, Roga said. We won't even make it through the front gates, he said. Konoha front gates, 2 days later. Welcome to Konoha, Kotetsu said looking at the ID, Mr. Roga, he said handing Roga his ID. Thank you, Roga said with a forced smile. Ms. Haku, Kotetsu said handing Haku her ID. Much appreciated, Haku said with a genuine smile. Mr. Niku, Kotetsu said handing Naruto his ID. Nice hair by the way kid, Izumo said from inside the guard hut. Totally metal, he said and Naruto smiled. Thanks, Naruto said grabbing his ID. And finally, Ms. May, Kotetsu said handing back Hinata her ID, and I may say I'm sorry for your congenital syphilis. I didn't mean to make you feel pressured into taking off your helmet, he said and Hinata nodded. No problem, apology accepted, Hinata nervously said taking her documents. Okay then, enjoy Konoha, stay out of trouble, Kotetsu said. Naruto and his team entered Konoha and were heading to their hotel to check in. Phase 1 complete, Roga said as he and his team walked down the street. Now then all we have to do is wait 7 days for the first exam, he thought. Konoha. Great, Naruto thought. God, I hate this place. I can't wait for this job to be over so I can ditch this shithole, he thought. Well, might as well take a look around, Naruto thought. Training Ground 7, with Sakura. Sakura was standing with Sasuke and Sai as they were being briefed by Kakashi. Sakura dreaded times like this. Over the past 6 months Sakura hasn't been doing well. Aside from the incident, things have been getting worse. Kakashi has always been pushing it with her, a little, accidental, touch here, a sexist remark there and he's constantly been eyeing her. Sakura always felt uneasy but even with Sasuke and Sai around it has been difficult. Sasuke is as cold and distant as ever, he hasn't said more than a few words to Sakura. Sakura usually tried to engage in conversation but Sasuke ignored her. What's worse is that Sasuke has been spending time with Kakashi and Kakashi seemed to be making Sasuke his favorite student. Sai meanwhile is just odd. Over the past few months Sakura has barely heard him speak more than a few words, he's like an emotionless robot. All this mounted to Sakura feeling completely alone. And lastly I would like to announce something, Kakashi said gaining Sakura's attention. I recommended you all for the Chunin exams that's happening in a week, he said as he pulled out 3 applications. If you accept fill these out and report at the academy at noon in 7 days, Kakashi said. Chunin exams, Sasuke thought with a smirk, probably some strong opponents there I could fight, he thought as he clenched his fist and took the application. Lord Danzo told me about this Sai thought, I guess I'll be participating, he thought. Chunin exams, Sakura thought, but I don't know any ninjutsu other than the 3 basics and my genjutsu needs work, she thought. See you there, Kakashi said, and remember, you're only as strong as your weakest link, isn't that right Sakura, he said with an eye smile making her flinch. I know you won't let the team down, right, Kakashi said and Sakura swallowed and nodded. Good girl, he said as he vanished in a swirl of leaves. I better go and prepare, Sasuke said as he turned around and began to walk away. You two better show up, he said before walking away. Sai not saying anything walked away as well leaving Sakura all alone. Sakura now standing in the middle of the training ground began to walk away with her head held down. A few minutes later Sakura found a walking trail and sat down on a bench on the side. Sakura began to lightly cry as he looked down at her application. Why are things getting harder? Sakura thought. Why is no one but Anko helping me? Why am I so alone? Why is this happening to me? She thought. Sakura was so caught up in her thoughts she didn't realize that someone was already sitting on the bench. Naruto was drinking a soda when a random girl sat down and started crying. What the hell? Naruto thought as he finished his drink and spoke up. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked. Sakura jolted from surprise and looked at Naruto. Whoa, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Naruto said waving his hand. You just started crying and You know. Are you good? He asked concerned. Sorry. No, not really, Sakura said as she looked down at her feet. It's just. I worked so hard for something and it all came to nothing and. I was given a second shot, but things happened. My team, my friend. I don't know how to say it, she said. It seems like everything that has happened since I became a ninja has been for nothing, Sakura said. I don't think I even deserve to wear this headband, she said taking off her leaf headband. Hey, don't say that, Naruto said. I know the feeling, Naruto said gaining Sakura's attention. I used to be told I was worthless, a waste of space, I was hated and despised by a lot of people and I felt hopeless, Naruto said remembering his early life. How did you get out of it? Sakura said paying attention. Naruto smiled softly as he remembered everything, meeting Hinata, then Kakuzu, then Fu, Mie, Karen, Sasori, Fubuki, Haku, Zabuza, Toka being born. I found people worth fighting for, Naruto said, friends and loved ones, he said. Some of the things I've done for them will haunt me for the rest of my days, Naruto said, but if it means that they are happy, then I'll carry that weight I guess, Naruto said looking at Sakura with a bright and energetic smile. Sakura couldn't help but smile as well as she looked down at her headband, someone worth fighting for, she thought. Sakura immediately imagined both Enko and Hinata. Sakura put her headband back on and looked over to Naruto wiping her eyes. Thanks, I needed that, she said and Naruto nodded. I'm Sakura Haruno, Sakura said holding out her hand. I'm Niku, Naruto said using his alias. Nice to meet you Sakura, he said. Naruto's stomach suddenly growled and he blushed slightly. I guess I'm hungry, Naruto said. Are there any good ramen places to eat here? He asked and Sakura pondered for a moment. Yeah, I know a place, Sakura said, and the first bowl is on me, for my new friend, she said with a smile. Ichiraku Ramen Shop, a little while later. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, please have a seat, Tyuki said to Naruto and Sakura. Holy shit, this place is still open, Naruto thought as he sat down next to Sakura. As he did, he spotted a picture that made him go wide-eyed. It was a picture of him when he was 5 or so. He could barely recognize himself as it was before he got disfigured. Hey, who's the kid? He like a special guest or something? Naruto asked pointing at the picture of himself. Tyuki looked at the picture and scowled. Oh. Yeah, he said ruefully, he was a kid who came in a couple times. Saw him all alone and cold in the rain so I brought him in and gave him a free bowl of ramen, he began. He used to be the village pariah for some weird-ass reason, Tyuki continued. He was only here a few times, but from what I saw he was a good kid, he said. He went missing a few years ago, haven't seen hide nor hair of him, Tyuki said. I hope he got away from here. Just thinking of how the villagers treated him gives me a bad case of the jaws, he said. I hope so too, said the cook's daughter Ayame who came out of the back. He was such a sweet boy, I can't remember his name for the life of me, she said sadly. I hope he's okay wherever he is, Ayame said clutching her chest. How awful, Sakura said looking at Naruto's old picture. I wonder why the village hated him. He looks pretty normal to me, although those whisker marks are a little strange, she said making Naruto look at her. Maybe he was an outcast in Izuka or something, Sakura said, but that still doesn't excuse anything, she said. Hey, strange indeed, Naruto said as he looked at the menu. They don't know, is it possible that not everyone in Konoha hated me, he thought. Hey, let me go, came the voice of a kid. Naruto turned around and got up. What the hell was that? Naruto said as he and Sakura ran off to see what was the commotion. With Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi. Let me go circus clown, Konohamaru said to the sand ninja holding him. Udon and Moegi were cowering as they saw Konohamaru being held up by his collar. What did you say you little shit? Kankuro shouted as he held Konohamaru hostage. Cut it out Kankuro, Tamari said from behind him. Let the brat go, she said. Stay out of this Tamari, Kankuro said. I'm just going to goo, Kankuro began but stopped as he began to start choking. Kankuro, are you okay? Tamari asked concerned while Konohamaru and the others were confused. Hey makeup boy, came a boy's voice. Konohamaru and crew turned and saw a purple-haired boy with his finger extended. You shouldn't bully little kids, he said as he pulled his finger closer to his palm. Konohamaru looked closely and saw what was going on. The purple-haired boy had a thin wire running from his finger to the sand ninja's neck which was choking him like a noose. Hey, let my brother go, Tamari said as she grabbed her fan. Or what Blondie, Sakura said coming up from behind Naruto. I got your back Niku, she said with as much confidence as she could muster. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon were looking at Naruto with the same thought, so cool. Naruto was about to say something when a swirl of sand appeared in between Naruto and the two sand ninja. Enough, came a monotone voice. Out of the sand a short redhead with dark marks around his eyes appeared. Release Kankuro, please, Gaara said looking at Naruto sizing him up. Sure bud, Naruto said releasing his thread from around Kankuro's throat and allowing him to breathe. You little, Kankuro began but Gaara looked at him. Kankuro, shut up or I'll kill you, Gaara said stopping him before looking back at Naruto. I apologize for my teammate, I am Sabaku no Gaara, he said. Naruto paused for a moment before speaking. I'm Niku, you in the Chunin exams, he asked and Gaara nodded. How about we wait till then to fight? In the streets isn't exactly legal, he said and Gaara nodded. Agreed, Gaara said as he turned around. I look forward to fighting you and your partner, Gaara said, shocking Naruto as he walked away. No damn way, how does he know about? Naruto began until he felt a tug at his sleeve. Hey thanks. Niku right, Konohamaru said and Naruto nodded. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, nice to meet you, thanks for your help, he said and Naruto smiled. No problem kid, Naruto said. Oh crap right, Naruto said as he looked over to Sakura. You still want ramen? He asked and Sakura smiled. While you don't miss a beat to you, Sakura said and Naruto nodded. Sure, she said. Hey can we join? Moegi asked and Naruto pondered before shrugging. Sure, why not? Naruto said and all three children cheered. At the hotel later that evening, with Naruto. Naruto entered his hotel room and upon closing the door he saw Roga, Hinata and Haku all sitting in the living room. Where the hell were you? Roga said annoyed. You were supposed to be back 2 hours ago, he said. Naruto walked over and sat down on the couch and folded his hands. Guys you won't believe this, Naruto began gaining all their attentions. I just hit the information jackpot, he said with a smirk. Chapter 20. Konoha Academy, day of the first exam, with Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Naruto, Haku and Hinata were all standing in front of the Konoha Academy ready to participate in the first exam. So this is the academy? Naruto asked looking to Hinata who nodded. Yes, it is, Hinata said from behind her helmet. Why? She asked and Naruto shrugged. I thought it'd be bigger, Naruto said. How's the helmet? He asked and Hinata looked at him. It's still a little awkward, but I'm getting used to it, Hinata said adjusting the helmet. Naruto, Hinata and Haku were all wearing their snow country armor in order to both give them an advantage and make their story more believable. Haku's armor consisted of blue and black fabric with her armor generator on her left shoulder. Haku had light metal plating on her chest along with 2 holsters on her leg for containing Senbon. Haku was also not wearing her mask as she had no reason to but still had her hair tied up like she did with her snow forehead protector tied on. Hinata's armor was consisted of lavender and black fabric with her armor generator on her back as to not interfere with her using her bow. Hinata's helmet was also a matching color and was connected to her armor so that it could not be taken or knocked off. Naruto's armor was more like Dodo's since he was more of a direct combat type. He had a full chest of armor with the generator in the middle behind a reinforced window of glass. Naruto's armor was black with hints of orange, his favorite color. It was also sleeveless so that he could use his techniques more easily. Okay you two, let's get going, Haku said as she began to walk in with both Naruto and Hinata following behind her. They said the exam is on the 3rd floor, so, let's head straight there, she said and Naruto and Hinata nodded. Lead the way Haku, you're the boss after all, Naruto said and Hinata looked at him. I thought you were the leader on your missions, Hinata said and Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, you see, Naruto began until Haku spoke up. While he does have more say with the others, he is not usually in charge, Haku said. Usually either me or Fubuki are in charge since he and the others have a tendency to go overboard, she said looking at Naruto. I put the fires out, Naruto said making Haku scowl. You made them worse, Haku said as they began to walk up some stairs. Worse, Naruto said holding up a finger, or better, it all depends on your outlook Haku, he said and Haku rolled her eyes. Wait, did you say fires? Hinata said. However, before they could answer they heard a shout. Let me through, Lee shouted as he laid down on the floor rubbing his cheek. Lee, Neji and Tenten were all standing in front of a doorway with several hopeful genin. However, it was being blocked by Kotetsu and Izumo in disguise. If you can't get past us you don't deserve to participate, Izumo said. Naruto, Haku and Hinata all froze and looked on. Oh no, it's the team that was with Hinata in Wave, Haku thought. We better get going before she began. Hey bushy brows, Naruto shouted getting everyone's attention. Lee looked to the purple-haired boy who shouted his name. Hey you remember me, I'm that guy you fought in Wave, come on you remember, Naruto said strutting forward with a smile. You're the thread user, Lee said hopping up and walking towards Naruto. I'm sorry I don't believe I got your name, he said. Haku and Hinata were panicking as Naruto basically threw stealth out the window. It's Niku, Naruto said, and it's Lee right. What are you? Naruto began until Lee was pushed out of the way by Neji. Where's Lady Hinata? Neji said with a scowl. Hinata from behind her helmet was growing more and more nervous. Naruto, please don't, she thought as she was afraid Naruto was about to get into a fight with her former cousin. Who? Naruto said making Neji clench his fists. Oh yeah that quite twitchy girl, Naruto said snapping her fingers. Yeah, she's gone, Naruto said with a shrug. What do you mean, gone? Tenten said walking up. I mean she ran off, Naruto said, something about, my father doesn't love me, and, brother Neji, and shit like that, Naruto said making Neji's eyes widen. Where was she last? Neji asked. Naruto put out his hand and rubbed his fingers together. I don't know, refreshing my memory will help, Naruto said. Damn you, Neji said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out some money and slapped it into Naruto's hand. Where is she? He asked, his patience running thin. She said something about Yuga, you know the hot spring place, Naruto said to Neji before turning around. Shame she left though, she was pretty cute, he said making Hinata blush behind her helmet. Very well, Neji said, be warned however, you will pay for what you did in Wave, he said and Naruto waved him off. Whatever, Naruto said making Neji angry, come on Haku, let go, he said as he and his team walked away. As they did Haku ran up and whispered. Why did you do that? Haku asked and Naruto looked at her. If I used my threads, I would have given myself away anyways, Naruto whispered, besides, I just threw them off Hinata's trail, he said before smirking. Besides, he said raising up his money, I just made 3,000 ryo, I got a bowl of ramen with my name on it, he said making both Haku and Hinata fume in anger. You fool, Haku said as she stormed ahead. I'm upset with you Naruto, Hinata said as she ran after Haku. Crap, Naruto thought, oh come on you two are overreacting, he said as he chased them. With Neji, Lee and Tenten. Neji and his team looked as the three snow ninjas left the area to head to the third floor. Neji was going over everything in his head as he looked on. It's not much, but it's a lead, Neji thought. I don't trust the information one bit, but I don't have anything else to go on, he thought. After the exam I'll inform Lord Hiyashi, Neji thought. Neji turned and looked at his team. Keep an eye on those three, they will be our targets for this exam, Neji said. Neji I get it, you are still sore about Hinata and the mission to Wave, Lee said trying to calm him down, but I can tell he's a good person at heart, we should not be malicious to them, he said and Neji looked at him with a scowl. Grow up Lee, this is the real world, not the world Guy Sensei tries to drill into your head, Neji said looking at Lee with a scowl. Can you both relax and take a breath, Tenten said getting in between them. We won't be doing anything unless we get to the first exam, she said and both Lee and Neji nodded. Fine, let's go, Neji said as he and his team walked to the floor where the exam was being held. Third floor, with Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Naruto, Haku and Hinata were sitting in the room with the rest of the genin participating in the exams. Niku, do you see them? Haku said as Naruto looked around. Yeah, over there, Naruto said pointing to the corner of the room. In the corner there was a Konoha team consisting of 2 boys and a girl. Mie do you know them? Naruto asked and Hinata nodded. The blonde is Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the Yamanaka clan, Hinata said, she's not that strong, she mostly uses her clan's jutsu, she said and Naruto nodded. The 2 boys are Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, Hinata continued, heirs to their clans as well. Shikamaru is lazy but smart and Choji is powerful when angered, she said. I see something interesting, Haku said, those 3 sound ninja, Haku said pointing to the 2 boys and 1 girl in the back of the room. You think they are our allies? Haku asked and Naruto shrugged. Not sure, Naruto said as he scanned the room. Oh crap it's them, Naruto said gaining Haku and Hinata's attention. Sitting a few yards away was Gaara and his siblings. Gaara was looking at Naruto with a smile so bloodthirsty it made Zabuza look like a Buddhist monk. That freak show, stay away from him, Naruto said. Naruto was so busy scanning the room he did not see the newcomers. With Sakura, Sasuke and Sai. Sakura walked into the exam room and was hit with a wall of malice. All eyes were on her and her team and she began to feel nervous. Oh man this is bad, Sakura thought. Sasuke where you been? Ino's voice pierced the room as Ino leapt onto Sasuke's back and began to draw circles on his cheek. Did you miss me? She said. Sasuke scowled in annoyance. Get off, Sasuke said but Ino ignored him. I missed you too, Ino said. Sakura was just about to say something until she heard a voice as well. Hey Sakura, you made it, Naruto said gaining Sakura, Ino and Sasuke's attention. Sakura turned and saw Niku. Niku, you're here, Sakura said walking over. Both stopped in front of each other and began to talk. How've you been? I hope you've been enjoying the village, she said and Naruto grinned. Yeah, it's been okay, Naruto said. How about you, are you doing better? He asked and Sakura nodded. A little, I've been, Sakura began until she felt her shoulder get grabbed. Sakura turned and saw it was Sasuke. Sakura, Who's this? Sasuke said and Sakura spoke. This is Niku, he's a friend, Sakura said. We met a few days ago and Sakura began until she saw the look of rage on Sasuke's face. You've been talking to a foreign shinobi, Sasuke said in anger, making Sakura back up. What have you told him? Have you been telling him about our team? He said as he began to walk towards Sakura. Sakura began to back up in fear until she was grabbed by Naruto and he put himself in between Sakura and Sasuke. Dude, I don't know what your problem is, Naruto said, but you better back off, Naruto said and Sasuke smirked as he activated his Sharingan. Or what? Sasuke said. Or I'll kick your ass 6 ways to Sunday, Naruto said as the threads on his arms began to come undone and began to move. Sai, seeing the fight about to take place, took out his short sword and got into a stance. Haku, seeing what was happening, was reaching down to her Senbon while Hinata was about to get her bow ready. Neji, Lee and Tenten were all sitting down and looking at the fight that was about to start. Kabuto Yakushi and his teammates Yoroi and Misumi were looking on in interest. Aren't those the guys we are supposed to be working with? Yoroi asked Kabuto. Should we interfere? Misumi asked and Kabuto shook his head and adjusted his glasses. No, leave them be, Kabuto said in interest. I want to see how this plays out, he said. Naruto and Sasuke were having a stare down as they were about to fight, but before they could, a puff of smoke appeared in the front of the room. Hey, knock that shit off, Ibiki Moreno roared. No fighting unless either I or a proctor sanctions it, he said. Now back off, Ibiki said. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and scowled. This isn't over, you better watch your back, loser, Sasuke said and Naruto scoffed. I'm shaking, anytime you're ready, pretty boy, Naruto said. Sasuke huffed and turned around. Naruto turned around and looked at Sakura. Some team you got, he's kind of an asshole, I feel bad for whatever girl likes him, he said and Sakura chuckled. Why yeah, same here, Sakura said nervously. Okay people, sit down and shut up, it's time for the written test, Ibiki said and Naruto felt a chill down his spine. Written test? Naruto asked nervously. Ibiki held up a stack of papers with a malicious smile. No. Not a written test, Naruto shouted. 45 minutes later, with Naruto. Naruto was looking down at his blank paper as the clock ran down. Oh man, why a written test? Why couldn't it be Karen doing this? She's like 100 times smarter than me, Naruto thought. Naruto was feeling a sense of dread wash over him. Meanwhile Haku and Hinata were both looking at Naruto nervously. They both knew that despite his combat power, Naruto was still not very educated in anything above basic math, reading and writing. Naruto, think of something quick, Haku thought. Can't use my ice mirrors to help you, she thought as her jutsu would change the air temperature. I wish I could help Naruto, Hinata thought, but if I do I'll get caught. What do I do, she thought. Naruto was panicking on the inside until he heard someone speak up. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, Sakura said raising up her hand. I already finished my test, she said and Ibiki nodded. Fine, head to the back and you'll be escorted, Ibiki said. Sakura nodded and got up. Sakura began to walk to the back and she was walking by Naruto. Sakura then made a hand sign and winked at Naruto, making him confused. As Sakura walked by, Naruto felt a change in his chakra. Wait, is this genjutsu? Naruto thought. He was about to break it until he looked at his paper. Sakura had put a genjutsu on his paper, revealing the answers that she figured out. She put this on here so I can copy it, Naruto realized as he picked up his pencil. Sakura, I owe you a huge ass favor after this, Naruto thought as he began to trace the answers from the genjutsu. 30 minutes later, with Sakura. Sakura was currently walking home from the exam with her head held high and a smile on her face. She was able to give Niku the answers to the test and ensure that he could advance to the next round. Luckily the test was a test within itself and it was unnecessary. Enko came in a few minutes later and announced that the next exam was happening tomorrow at Training Ground 44. After the exam was over, Sakura decided to head home and prepare. As she did, she was stopped when she heard a voice. Sakura stopped and turned around, seeing Sasuke walking towards her. Sasuke, Sakura asked curiously, why are you? She began until Sasuke rushed forward and punched her in the stomach. Sakura fell to the ground vomiting and holding her stomach. You thought I didn't see it, you helping that snow ninja, Sasuke said, making Sakura quiver in fear. You helped out the enemy, he roared as he kicked Sakura in the ribs, making her roll into a fence. You're lucky I need a full team to participate in the exam, Sasuke said. The next time I see you do that, I'm not going to stop, he said. Understand, Sasuke said, and Sakura nodded while in extreme pain. As Sasuke began to walk away, he stopped. By the way Sakura, I know about what Kakashi did to you in training ground 7 inches, he said, making Sakura's stomach drop. Why you do? Sakura said, now scared to her core. I wonder what the village will think. A genie kunoichi exchanging sexual favors to get on a team. Sasuke said, making Sakura panic. Keep that in mind, don't screw up, he said before walking away. Sakura was left there crying in pain as her whole world began to collapse in around her. Chapter 21. Konoha, night before the second stage of the Chunin exam, with Naruto, Haku, Hinata and Roga. Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Roga were all wearing cloaks and waiting in an abandoned training ground hiding in the trees. While Naruto, Haku and Hinata were taking the exam, one of Orochimaru's snakes came by with a message. The message said that one of Orochimaru's operatives will be stopping by in order to provide information for the next stage of the mission. This is taking forever, Naruto groaned in a whisper. Who are we meeting, and why are they taking so long? He asked Roga, who looked at him. I don't know and I don't know, Roga said. Now sit still and shut up, he whispered, and Naruto huffed, crossing his arms. Jerk, Naruto thought before Haku placed a hand on his shoulder. Patience is a virtue, Naruto, Haku said, and Naruto rolled his eyes. A good ninja might have to lie still for days until the target arrives, she said. I agree with Haku, Hinata said. We should be patient, she said. Fine, but I'm not going to like it, Naruto said. Haku leaned in and gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek with a smile. That's all I ask, Haku said. Hinata, seeing this, felt a pang in her heart. Whenever Hinata sees Naruto with Haku, Karen or Fukui, she gets a pang of jealousy. She sees this and doesn't know how to feel about it. They are together, I have no right, Hinata thought before poking her fingers, but Naruto is already dating 4 of them. Maybe I should. No, I would be imposing, she thought. Haku, seeing the look on Hinata's face, began to become curious. I wonder what's going on in her head, Haku thought. We should talk later, I hope nothing is bothering her, she said. As all 4 waited in the trees for another few minutes until they spotted a figure appear in the middle of the field. I guess that's the contact, Roga thought as he looked at his 3 feet genin. Stay back just in case, he said, and all 3 nodded. Roga hopped down and began to walk over to the hooded figure. Are you Orochimaru's spy? He asked as he stopped a few feet away from him. Yes I am, the figure said before he took off his hood, revealing a light blue-haired man with a bandana with a leaf symbol on it. I'm Mizuki, Lord Orochimaru said I'd meet you here, he said as he took out 2 scrolls. Here are your 2 objectives, Mizuki said. I have gathered as much information as I could. Now it's up to you, he said, and Roga nodded as he took the scrolls. Much appreciated, now leave, Roga said as Mizuki began to run away. Hinata, however, was shocked. Mizuki-sensei was a spy for Orochimaru's. The whole time, Hinata thought. Hinata had Mizuki as her Chunin teacher since she entered the academy. She would have never thought he was a traitor. Hinata then felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over and saw Naruto, who nodded. Let's go, Naruto said. Hinata gulped before nodding, and both Naruto and Haku disappeared in a swirl of leaves. With Mizuki. Mizuki was running along the path back toward the village. I hope Lord Orochimaru notices this, Mizuki thought. It took me months to figure out where the scroll was. The Hokage won't know what, Mizuki began. Mizuki never finished his inner monologue as an arrow hit his right temple, piercing his brain and coming out the other side. Mizuki was sent flying until the arrow stuck into a tree, holding him up like a morbid piece of art. Naruto and Hinata ran up and looked at Mizuki. Good shot, Naruto said, walking up before grabbing the arrow and pulling it out. Clean kill, no pain, no suffering, Naruto said. Good John-hin, Naruto began as he turned around. Hinata was currently puking her guts up as she saw Mizuki. Hinata has never directly killed anyone before, and her first kill made her sick. Naruto, seeing this, ran over and began to pat her back. Go on, Hinata, let it all out, he said as Hinata coughed and wiped her mouth. Are you okay? Naruto asked. No, Hinata said. I feel awful. I never killed anyone, she said, and Naruto nodded. I know, I felt the same way when I killed my first person, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. I'll destroy the body. Go back to Haku, he said, and Hinata nodded. Thank you, Hinata said before she started walking away. Hinata, wait, Naruto said, stopping her before walking up to her. Naruto gave Hinata a hug and spoke. We can talk later if you need to, he said. Hinata was shocked for a moment before she returned the hug. I appreciate it, Naruto, Hinata said. Suddenly Naruto gave her a kiss on the cheek, making her turn beet red. Naruto hopped back and began scratching his head. Oh, sorry Hinata, it was my autopilot, Naruto said nervously. I just do that a lot with Haku and the girls, and he began. Hinata immediately turned around and began to run away. Oh crap, Naruto thought. Oh man, I just made her feel uncomfortable, dumbass, he said, slapping himself. Oh yeah, the body, Naruto said as he picked up Mizuki. Okay you fat bastard, let's go, he said as he began to carry off the corpse. Hinata meanwhile was rushing back to Haku at breakneck speed. She was red in the face and not thinking straight. Naruto kissed me, why would he do that? I'm his friend, does he like me? Hinata's mind was racing so fast she did not realize that she ran by Haku and Roga. Huh, where's she going? Roga said confused. Must be about her killing the informant, Haku said. I'll go talk to her, Haku said. The next day, training ground 44, with Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Naruto was looking at Hinata who was avoiding eye contact with him. Aw man, is she still pissed? Naruto thought. It was an accident, I swear, he thought, looking at Hinata with puppy dog eyes. Should I talk to him? Hinata thought. Haku said I should, but I have a mission, but we will have a break at some point. What do I do? Hinata thought. This is so entertaining, Haku thought. I wonder who will break the ice first. Hinata had told her about her and Naruto, and Haku had no ill will. If anything, she found it as a source of entertainment. This is like my romance manga, when two people won't confess to each other even though they are into each other. Drama at its finest, she thought with a smile. Okay people, shut up and listen, Anko shouted as she gained the attention of the remaining teams. So far there were 22 remaining teams totaling 66 altogether. As you can see behind me is where the next stage of the exams will be held, she said as he reached into her pockets and pulled out 2 scrolls. Each team will be given either an earth scroll or a heaven scroll. Anko continued, your objective is to get both scrolls from an opposing team, so by the end of this exam the number of you will be cut in half, she said with a smirk. Bah, quit trying to scare us lady, Naruto said, waving her off. I've dealt with worse, he said. As soon as he said that, he heard a kunai whoosh through the air. Naruto saw a kunai coming towards him and caught it just before it hit his face, however he then felt cold steel touch his neck and blood run down his skin. Anko was behind him and had a kunai to his throat and cut him lightly. Cocky guys like you are always the first to die, Anko said, licking his blood and making Naruto shiver. Haku seeing this was pissed as Anko just hurt and licked her boyfriend, while Hinata was standing there shocked as she has never seen anyone move so fast. A few yards away a grass ninja licked his lips. A disguised Orochimaru was smirking at Anko. Dear Anko, look at you, all grown up, he thought. Don't press your luck kid, Anko said, pulling her kunai away and walking back in front of everyone. Naruto rubbed his neck. Crazy lady, I guess Zabuza was right, the hotter the girl the crazier they are, Naruto thought. Elsewhere. Tsunade and Maiterumi both sneezed at the same time. With Naruto. Naruto left his team and was looking for Sakura. He wanted to thank her for helping him during the written test. As he walked among the crowd he saw Sakura standing next to a tree away from her other 2 teammates. Hey Sakura, Naruto called out. Sakura jolted in surprise as she heard Niku's voice. Sakura saw him walking towards her and she quickly looked over to her team. Sasuke looked at her with a menacing look that sent shivers down her spine. Sakura gulped as Niku stopped a few feet away. Hey, glad I could find you, Niku said with a smile. I just wanted to say thanks for yesterday, you really saved my bacon, he said, keeping his smile. Niku, Sakura said as a frail voice, making Naruto concerned. I shouldn't be talking to you, you're an enemy, Sakura said, making Naruto's heart falter. I no longer want to be your friend, Sakura said as she began to walk away from him and to her team. Naruto was heartbroken. Sakura. Why? Naruto thought. Just then he saw Sakura begin to cry. Wait, what? Naruto thought. Naruto took a look and saw Sakura's teammate Sasuke smirk at this. Is this his doing? Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes. Oh, I get it, he thought. Sakura stood next to Sasuke and Sasuke huffed. About time you ditched that loser, Sasuke said to a sobbing Sakura. Naruto decided to keep his mouth shut and walk away back to his team. It was that pretty boy, he forced Sakura to do that. Naruto thought before smirking. Looks like I have 2 side missions now, find my parents and kick his ass, Naruto thought as he walked away. At a gate, with Hinata and Haku. I'm just saying you should talk to him, Haku said to Hinata, he's already dating 3 of us. Well, I guess you can count Fubuki, but she's not official, she said, and Hinata held her head down. But what if he says no? Hinata asked, worried. What if he only sees me as a friend, and what if Shishi's coming? Hinata said as Naruto was walking towards them. Both Hinata and Haku saw the look on Naruto's face and became concerned. Niku, what's wrong? Haku asked Naruto, who clenched his fists. I think something is wrong with Sakura, Naruto said. She broke off our friendship, but she began to cry and that pretty boy teammate of hers was smirking at the sight, he said, making both girls' eyes widen. I have a bad feeling, I think she might be in trouble, Naruto said. When the exam is over I'm going to question her with Mie here, he said. But, Hinata stuttered, if she finds out who I am Hinata began until Naruto spoke up. You said you were her friend right? Naruto asked and Hinata nodded. She'll tell you everything and she won't give you away. You can just say you ran away for a better life, he said and Hinata nodded. I'll think about it, Hinata said and Naruto smiled. That's all I ask, Naruto said, as soon as he said that a speaker crackled to life. Okay people get ready, Anko said over the speaker, the second stage of the Chunin exam starting. Now, she declared. The gates popped open and Naruto and his team ran through the forest as fast as they could. Haku, we have a heaven scroll right? Naruto asked and Haku nodded. Yes we do, Haku said as they continued running through the forest, so we need an earth scroll. Once we have that we head Tachi Tower, she said and Naruto nodded. Okay, let's find some teams, Naruto said as he looked over to Hinata. Mie, would you kindly, he asked and Hinata nodded as she put her hands together. Byakugan, Hinata activated her Byakugan and began to look around. Nothing yet, hopefully I see something soon, she thought as she began to scan around. 2 hours later, with a random grass team. Damn it, we haven't found shit, the grass ninja cursed as he walked point with his 2 teammates behind him. We should stop and set up a trap, he said. Shut the fuck up, his teammate said in a whisper. Do you want the whole damn forest to find us? He asked as his point man flipped him off. He's right you know, said the third member of the team. We should wait here until, he began until he fell to the ground. Both of his teammates looked back and saw that he had an arrow through his thigh. Holy shit, the first teammate shouted as he began to run towards his fallen teammate. Suddenly he was hit in the calf by another arrow. Fuck, the last teammate shouted as he ran and hid behind a tree. He peered around the tree and heard nothing but the cries of his 2 comrades. Where the hell are you? He thought. His thoughts were cut short when he felt a cold chill behind him. Haku came from behind him in an ice mirror and put a kunai to his neck. Don't scream, Haku said calmly. I won't kill you, I just want the scroll. Give it to us and I'll let you go free, Haku said as the grass ninja gulped. I know you have an earth scroll, she said and the grass ninja gulped. Fine, he said as she slowly reached into his pocket and took out the earth scroll. Take it and go, he said and Haku smiled as she grabbed it. Much appreciated. By the way, our sniper told me to apologize to your friends, Haku said. She aimed for spots that hurt but won't cause any permanent damage, Haku said before slipping back into her mirror and vanishing. Fucking shit, he cursed as he ran towards his comrades. He skidded to a stop to his teammate and cursed. I need a, he began until he was hit in the back twice. He turned around and saw 2 tourniquets with strings attached to them. He immediately grabbed them and began to wrap it around his friend's leg. You guys are assholes, he shouted, but thanks, he said. With Naruto, Haku and Hinata. That went pretty well, Haku said holding the scrolls. Good shooting by the way Hinata. It's a shame you couldn't get the last guy, she said and Hinata began to poke her fingers together. Well as I shot the other one then he wouldn't be able to transport his friends to safety, Hinata said from behind her helmet. Naruto went up and patted Hinata on the back. Well I thought you did a good job Hinata, Naruto said making Hinata smile from the praise. Okay girls, let's hunker down for the night, he said and both Hinata and Haku nodded as they left the area. In a hollowed-out tree nightfall, a few hours later, with Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Okay, my threads are set up, landmines placed and stabilized our tracks, Naruto said as he entered the tree. Sasori, I owe you big for those mines, Naruto thought. Both Hinata and Haku were setting up their bedrolls when Naruto entered. Glad to hear it, Haku said. Okay let's hit the hay, Haku said and Naruto nodded. Naruto walked over and laid down on the bedroll with Haku and Hinata lying next to him. Naruto looked over to Hinata puzzled. Ah, Hinata, why are you sleeping here? Naruto asked. Hinata flinched and began to poke her fingers together. Hinata said as Haku listened closely. Go on, say it, Haku thought, because you want to, she thought. I want to sleep next to you, Hinata began as she began to grow red behind her helmet, because I'm scared of the forest, Hinata said. Haku smacked her forehead. Oh, okay, Naruto said believing the excuse. I get it Hinata, don't worry, me and Haku are light sleepers, we'll keep you safe, right honey, he said and Haku nodded. Of course, Haku said before looking at Hinata in disappointment. You blew it, Haku thought and Hinata lowered her head. I blew it, Hinata thought as she laid her head down on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto then wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer while doing the same with Haku. Night girls, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Good night Naruto, good night Hinata, Haku said as she closed her eyes. I guess we'll have to try again later, Haku thought. Gee, good night, Hinata said. Hinata laid her head against Naruto and smiled from behind her helmet. I guess this is fine for now, she thought as she fell asleep. The next morning. Slowly, Naruto said as he unscrewed a cap on a mine. Gotcha, Naruto said as he took off the cap revealing the fuse. Naruto reached in and unscrewed the fuse and took it out and put it in his pocket. How you girls doing? Naruto said looking over to Hinata and Haku who were undoing his thread traps. Fine, should be done soon, Haku said as she cut another thread. I'm almost there, Hinata said as she wound up Naruto's thread for her to use later. Naruto really needs to learn how to recycle, she thought. Okay, let me know when. Naruto began until he froze. Naruto felt a dark and ominous feeling in his gut and he stood up. What the hell is that? Naruto thought. Both Haku and Hinata were looking at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, are you okay? Haku asked. Naruto ignored her as the feeling got worse. I got a bad feeling about this, Naruto thought as he looked at Hinata and Haku. You guys stay here, I gotta check this out, Naruto said as he began to run off in that direction. Nah, Niku, wait, Haku shouted, but Naruto was already gone. Come on, let's go after him, Haku said as both Hinata and Haku began to chase after Naruto. With Sakura. Sakura was bruised, bloody and exhausted as she kneeled on the ground. Near the beginning of the exam she and her team were attacked by someone named Orochimaru. During the fight Sai was wounded and Sasuke was bit on the neck leaving a weird tattoo. Both Sai and Sakura moved Sasuke to a location for the night. However, their relief was short-lived as both she and Sai were attacked by the Sound team. As of right now Sai was on the ground bleeding from his ears after being hit by Dosu. Sakura was beaten by Zaku and had to cut her hair after being captured by Kin. But all that paled as she saw Sasuke emerge from the tree where they were hiding it with a dark aura and black markings across his body. Sasuke immediately attacked Zaku and Kin, breaking Zaku's arms and knocking Kin out. Only Dosu was left and Sakura felt helpless as she thought Sasuke was going to kill the Sound Genin. What is going on? Sakura thought in a panic. This is bad. Lord Orochimaru didn't say anything about this, Dosu said as he prepared for battle. Sasuke smirked evilly as he cracked his knuckles. And then there was one, Sasuke said as he focused on Dosu. Sasuke charged at Dosu who got prepared for the attack. However, before Sasuke could reach him he was knocked to the side. Sasuke hit the ground hard as he looked up. Who did that? He shouted. Naruto was standing there looking at him with a scowl. Niku, Sakura shouted with hope in her voice. Naruto looked at her with a smile. Sup Sakura, Naruto said. Sit there while I handle your teammate here, Naruto said as he looked at Sasuke. Hey mummy guy, grab your friends and leave, Naruto said and Dosu nodded. Thanks, Dosu said as he ran to pick up Zaku and Kin before leaving. You idiot, they were my opponents, Sasuke shouted and Naruto scoffed. Shove it pretty boy, Naruto said as his threads began to pop out of his arms. You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight, he said. Chapter 22. Forest of Death, with Naruto and Sakura. Sakura was looking on in fear as she did not know what to do. Niku arrived just in time as Sasuke was about to kill the Sound team. Now Niku was about to fight Sasuke who at this point has lost his mind and looked like a crazy person. What do I do? Sasuke is, Sakura began but stopped. Sasuke is, Sakura tried again but couldn't find the words. Niku is a foreign ninja, if I help him then Sai will tell Kakashi, Sakura thought as she shuddered at the thought. Damn it, Sakura thought in anger. Damn, pretty boy here looks messed up, Naruto thought as he looked at Sasuke. What's up with those tattoos, he thought. What's wrong? Afraid to make the first move, Sasuke said as he reached into his pouch. Fine, I'll do the honor, he said as he threw several shuriken at Naruto. Naruto avoided the shuriken and Sasuke used the opportunity to rush Naruto. Sasuke threw a punch at Naruto and landed the hit square on his jaw. Naruto's head recoiled back from the hit but he was now out of the fight. Naruto recovered and countered with a kick to Sasuke's stomach, knocking him back a few feet. Naruto then detached his arm using his threads to control it. His hand balled up into a fist as it went towards Sasuke. Sasuke saw the fist but was unable to dodge. Sasuke was punched in the face, breaking his nose as Naruto recalled his fist. Sasuke was now glaring daggers at Naruto. You damn commoner, Sasuke spat as he went through hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke launched a fireball towards Naruto, making his eyes widen. Oh crap, Naruto said as he raised both his arms and detached them, sensing them up and grabbing a overhead branch. Naruto pulled himself up just as the fireball passed under his feet. Crazy bastard, he shouted as he jumped back down while going through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough, Naruto fired a powerful gust of wind towards Sasuke. Sasuke saw this and made a hand sign. Sasuke used the substitution jutsu and traded places with Sakura. Sakura, who was caught off guard, could only look on in horror as Naruto's jutsu came closer. Sasuke, Sakura thought in horror. He didn't, Naruto thought in terror. I can't stop, it's Naruto thought. Sakura, seeing the attack, closed her eyes and waited for the impact. Suddenly there was a change in the air temperature as Sakura felt cold. Sakura then opened her eyes and saw a wall of ice and someone standing in front of her. Ice style, ice shield, Haku thought as she held up the ice wall. Are you okay? Haku said, looking to Sakura. Why, yeah, I'm fine, Sakura said, astonished. Haku smiled and nodded before looking over to Sasuke. How dare you, to your own comrade, Haku shouted in anger. Sasuke, seeing Haku, became enraged. She's nothing but a worthless girl, Sasuke said. The only thing of value from her is her mouth, he said, and Sakura felt her stomach drop at this. Whatever feeling Sakura had for Sasuke, whether romantic or platonic, was stomped out right then and there. Sasuke was about to speak again until he caught something with his Sharingan. Sasuke twirled, reached out and caught an arrow. Hinata was in a tree 50 yards away. She took up a sniper position in order to use her bow to its full extent. Sasuke smirked as he looked over at Hinata's position. Nice try, Sasuke said, but with my Sharingan Sasuke began. Suddenly a rush of electricity rushed through Sasuke's system, causing him to seize up. Lightning arrows, Hinata thought. One of Snow Country's newest weapons, she thought. When Hinata was given her bow, she was given several different arrow types. Hinata had regular broadheads, lightning, fire and explosive arrows. Hinata's specialty arrows had special metals in them that react to chakra, which activated the special abilities. Naruto, seeing an opportunity, charged his fist with earth chakra and hardened it. Naruto charged at Sasuke and cocked his fist back. Sasuke was completely helpless when Naruto neared him and punched him in the gut with full force. Sasuke coughed up blood as he flew into a tree, splintering it. Sasuke fell to the ground, still ready to fight. God damn it, Sasuke shouted as he got to his feet and went through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he shouted as he launched a flurry of fireballs at Naruto and his team. Hinata, seeing the fireball, jumped from her tree just as the fireball hit. Hinata was hit by flaming shrapnel as she fell to the ground. Hinata winced as she landed as she looked down at her leg. She had several splinters in her leg and she had minor burns. Haku saw the fireballs coming towards her and was preparing to put up another ice wall, but was tackled from her side. Sakura jumped at the last minute and tackled Haku out of the way as the fireballs hit where they were just at. Are you okay? Sakura asked and Haku nodded. Yes, Haku said before smiling. Thanks for returning the favor, she said, making Sakura smile. Naruto had the most amount of fireball going towards him with a total of 3. Naruto went through hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style, mud wall, Naruto created a mud wall in front of him. The first fireball hit the wall, shattering it, and Naruto jumped back from the flames as the second fireball neared. Naruto jumped to the side as the fireball missed by a foot as it flew by and hit a tree, setting it alight. However, Naruto could not avoid the final fireball as it hit him dead on. Hinata, Haku and Sakura all looked on in horror as they saw Naruto get hit. However, their worries was quickly replaced with relief as they saw Naruto on the ground patting himself. Hot, 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 Naruto shouted as he patted out the flames on his pants and arms. Naruto stood up and looked over his body. Other than some minor burns on his arms and legs, he was okay. Holy crap, I guess this armor really does work after all, thanks Dodo, he thought. Haku, seeing that Naruto is fine, got up and took out several Senbon. Haku created a ice mirror and stepped into it and disappeared as it shattered, surprising both Sakura and Sasuke as they never seen a technique like it. What? Where did she go? Sasuke shouted as he looked around frantically. Sasuke suddenly felt cold and saw his breath. What? He thought. Haku was in an ice mirror above Sasuke with Senbon in her hands. Haku threw the Senbon at Sasuke, nailing him with 4 Senbon. Sasuke was hit in the arm, shoulder, neck and chest, making him yelp in pain as he jumped away. Sasuke landed and threw several kunai at the ice mirror Haku was in, but the kunai bounced off harmlessly. Sasuke was about to go through hand signs in order to create a fireball, but was stopped when he was shot in the hand by an arrow. Hinata used her bow in order to stop Sasuke from beginning another jutsu. Naruto charged at Sasuke in order to press on the attack. Sasuke barely pulled the arrow out of his hand by the time Naruto closed the distance. Naruto cocked back his fist and punched Sasuke in the jaw. Naruto followed up by grabbing Sasuke by the shoulders and kneeing him in the gut. Naruto finished his assault by spinning around and kicking Sasuke, sending him skidding across the ground. Sakura, seeing as how Sasuke was close to her, made a hand sign. Sasuke's paw. I will not lose, Sasuke said standing up. I will not lose to a bunch of backwater peasants, he shouted. However, Sasuke looked around and saw no one was there. Where did you go? Sasuke shouted. Foolish little brother, came a familiar voice. Sasuke turned and froze in fear as he saw Itachi standing there. You rely on foreign power in order to get stronger, Itachi said as he approached Sasuke. You're such a disappointment, Itachi said as he pushed Sasuke to the ground. Itachi wrapped his arms around Sasuke's neck and began choking him. Sasuke began to fight back but was powerless against Itachi. Itachi cocked back his fist and began to punch him in the face. Sasuke's was being beaten and chased by Itachi for what felt like a few minutes until he finally passed out. Regular paw. Use me as a shield, Sakura shouted as she punched Sasuke while straddling him. I even loved you, Sakura shouted as she punched him again. Sasuke was already unconscious, so essentially she was doing nothing. I hate you, Sakura shouted. Naruto seeing this one up and grabbed Sakura's shoulder. Sakura, calm down, and Naruto began. Sakura turned around and punched Naruto in the nuts, making him stop. Sakura, realizing what she did, immediately got off Sasuke. Oh god Niku, I'm sorry, Sakura said as she kneeled next to Naruto. Are you okay? She asked. Naruto looked at Sakura like a beaten puppy with tears in his eyes. I'm fine, Naruto said in a whimper and a thumbs up. I think she popped my nut, he thought. Haku and Hinata ran up and kneeled next to Naruto. What happened? Haku asked as she looked at the unconscious Sasuke. He just froze and then you started choking and beating him, she said, and Sakura spoke. I used a sensory genjutsu, Sakura said. While his Sharingan can see through genjutsu, there is also several ways around it, she explained. Not only was he not focused due to pain but his mental state was compromised, Sakura said, and Hinata looked at her surprise. And you used those two factors to cast a genjutsu on him when he was vulnerable, Hinata said, and Sakura nodded. That's genius, she said, surprised at how her friend could come up with such a plan on such short notice. Sakura blushed as rubbed the back of her neck. Well, I am kind of a brainiac, I read a lot of books, Sakura said. It was mostly for Kakashi though, she thought. Okay then, Naruto said, getting back up on shaky legs. Let's tie up pretty boy and your other friend there, Naruto said, pointing at Sai. Sai apparently passed out, making Sakura sigh in relief. Haku, Mie, take Sakura and those guys to the tower, he said, handing both Hinata and Haku some thread. What are you going to do? Haku asked, and Naruto smiled. I'm going to find the scroll that Sakura here needs, Naruto said, making all three women widen their eyes. She still needs to pass. Besides, I know it was Dick Face over there that forced you to say those things, right? Naruto said, and Sakura nodded. Yeah, Sakura said, slightly saddened, but, well, we kinda need both scrolls, Sakura said, surprising everyone. A guy named Orochimaru attacked us and put that weird mark on Sasuke. He also burned our scroll, Sakura said, making Naruto and friend take a step back. What? Snakeface is here, why the hell is he here? Naruto thought before clearing his throat. It's cool, I have a perfect way to get them, Naruto said as he began to walk away. I'll be back as soon as possible, Naruto said as he darted off into the woods. Oh dear god, Haku said in horror. Tie them up quick, I don't want to be here when he comes back, Haku said as she began to tie up Sasuke, leaving both Sakura and Hinata confused. 1 hour later, in the tower, with Anko. Holy crap, that was a good plan, Anko said, looking at the monitor. That Niku is something else, that's some genuine outside-the-box thinking, she said as she looked at the monitor. Naruto was currently rummaging through the pockets of 16 unconscious shinobi. Naruto had the bright idea of setting off large explosives in the middle of the forest to make noise. And 4 teams fell for it, thinking there was a battle. The 4 teams beat each other bloody until Naruto came in and finished off anyone who remained. Anko saw Naruto begin to jump for joy as he found 4 scrolls and began to make his way to the tower. I have to meet this kid at some point, she said. 2 more hours later, with Hinata, Haku and Sakura. All 3 girls were standing outside the tower with the unconscious Sasuke and Sai at their feet waiting for Naruto. I'm a little worried, Sakura gaining their attentions. Niku has been gone for 3 hours and then there were those explosions. Do you think we should look for him? She said, and Haku shook her head. No, if my hunch is right, he probably set off those explosions, Haku said, making Sakura's eyes go wide. He'll be fine, Sakura, Hinata said, looking to her old friend. I'm sure he'll be here in no time, she said reassuringly, and Sakura nodded. Okay, Sakura said. All 3 girls waited a few more minutes until a figure appeared. Hey girls, I got the scrolls, Naruto shouted, making all 3 smile as he jogged forward. 3 heaven and 1 earth scroll, he said, making all 3 confused. Wow, You know what, I don't even care, Haku said as she grabbed the scrolls and handed them to Sakura. Here you go, she said and Sakura smiled. I can't tell you how much this means to me, Sakura said. I can't thank you enough, she said. Sakura went up and hugged Naruto who returned it. You're the nicest person I know, Niku, she said and Naruto frowned at this. If only you knew the real me, Naruto thought before putting on a fake smile and breaking the hug. Let's just head inside, Naruto said, he said, and they nodded. A few days later, Hokage's office, with Sakura. Sakura was standing in the Hokage's office next to Anko with her team of Kakashi, Sasuke and Sai on the other side of the room. The exam finished and there were 6 teams that passed. Team Roga, Kakashi, Baki, Guy, Asuma and the sound team that attacked Sakura and Sai. After reaching the tower, Anko pulled Sakura aside and kept her away from her team. Anko told the Hokage what happened in the forest, and to say the Hokage was pissed was an understatement. Hiruzen was sitting at his desk in silence as he looked over everyone in front of him. Anko, Hiruzen said, you're in charge of Sakura for now on. Take her home and prepare her for the finals in a month, Hiruzen said and Anko nodded. Yes sir, Anko said as she wrapped her arm around Sakura. Come on kid, you're with me now, she said and Sakura smiled as she and her new sensei left the room. As the door closed, Kakashi spoke up. Lord Hokage, Kakashi began but didn't finish. In a show of speed, Hiruzen came out from behind the desk and punched Kakashi in the gut, making him crumble to the ground. You useless, worthless, bastard, Hiruzen shouted as he kicked Kakashi in the face while on the ground, making Sasuke and Sai flinch in fear. I swear, if Sakuma was alive he'd be ashamed of what you've become, he said. Sasuke was so caught off guard by this that he did not see Hiruzen's fist when it contacted his face. Sasuke was sent to the ground with a busted lip, and the apple doesn't fall far, Hiruzen shouted. Using your own teammate as a shield, if it wasn't for your Sharingan I'd have you drawn and quartered for cowardice, Hiruzen roared. Sai was shaking in fear as he thought he was next. However, Hiruzen walked behind his desk and looked at the 2 groaning men on the ground. Jiraiya is coming back in a few days and he will seal that mark on Sasuke's neck, Hiruzen said as he sat down. Kakashi, you have 1 month to train Sasuke and Sai for the finals, Hiruzen said. You better get your shit together, this is an important economic and strategic show of force, he said. If you fail I will not hesitate to cut out that eye from your head and find someone else to wield it. Am I clear? Hiruzen said, his anger barely contained. Why yes Lord Hokage, Kakashi said as he and Sasuke rose to their feet. This is your last chance for the both of you, Hiruzen said. Dismissed, he said, but no one moved. Get the fuck out, Hiruzen roared and all 3 ran out in fear. Later that night, with Sakura. Sakura arrived home after being out with Anko. Sakura was more happier now than she has been in months. She was no longer on that team with Sasuke, Sai and him. Sakura felt like there was a giant weight off her shoulders. Sakura walked through her empty house. Guess mom and dad are out, Sakura thought as she walked upstairs to her room. Upon reaching it she opened the door and pulled out a kunai. Hey Sakura, how goes it? Naruto said and Sakura scowled. Damn it Niku, what are you doing in my house? Sakura shouted and Naruto smiled. Naruto and Hinata were both in Sakura's room. And why is Mie here? She said. Naruto walked behind Sakura and closed the door before putting up a privacy barrier, making Sakura a little worried. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, Naruto said as he walked back a couple steps. Naruto then turned to Mie and spoke. You can take your helmet off, no one can see you, he said. Sakura looked over to Mie who hesitated for a moment before pressing 2 seals on her neck, undoing the helmet. She then grabbed the helmet and pulled it off. Sakura's mouth dropped open as she saw who was under the helmet. Hinata looked over to Sakura with a smile that was a mixture of happiness, sadness and regret. Hi Sakura, Hinata said softly. Hinata, Sakura said, dropping her kunai onto the floor. Sakura rushed over and hugged Hinata as both girls began to cry. Naruto smiled at this and decided to open the window and climb out, closing it behind him. How's the reunion? Haku said, sitting on the roof. Lots of crying, Naruto said, making Haku chuckle. After a few seconds both became serious. So you have the plan right, he said, and Haku nodded as she took out her Anbu mask and put it on. Yes, Haku said, getting up. I'll head to the Hyuga Manor while you head to the Hokage Tower, Haku said, and Naruto nodded. Okay then, let's get started, Naruto said as both he and Haku went their separate ways. Chapter 23. Outside the Hokage Tower, with Naruto. Naruto was wearing a black hoodie, ski mask, pants, sandals and gloves as he waited in a tree outside the Hokage Tower. Okay, from what the info said the scroll will be in the southeast corner of the tower, Naruto thought as he walked up to the wall of the tower. Naruto looked around to see if there were any sentries and saw that there were none. Naruto reached into his pockets and produced 2 climbing claws. Can't risk using chakra, Naruto thought as he put them on. Naruto began to climb up the wall slowly and quietly. Naruto was making slow but steady progress as he aimed to reach the top of the tower before working his way down. Slow and steady Naruto, just like how Roga taught you, he thought. Naruto reached the top of the tower about 30 minutes later and looked around not seeing anyone. Alright, time to make my move, Naruto thought as he went to the door leading to a staircase. When he reached it he scanned it. Naruto saw a locking seal on it and scanned it. Okay, let's see, Naruto thought as he reached into his pouch and took out a notebook. Naruto opened it and it revealed a multitude of pre-made seals. Fire, locking, privacy barrier. Aha, Naruto thought as he found the unlocking seal and tore it out. Thank you Karen, you're a life savior, Naruto thought as he placed the seal on the locking seal. The unlocking seal began to sizzle before burning away both seals. Naruto smirked as he turned the doorknob and was greeted by a long hallway with no light. Got my entrance, he thought as he quietly snuck in. Naruto walked down the hallways looking at each door. Mission room, messenger hawk room, where the hell is the vault, he thought as he continued to walk. Just then Naruto heard a noise and ducked behind a corner. 2 chunin were walking by making their rounds as they conversed. So who you betting on for the finals? One chunin said, I'm going with the Uchiha, apparently the strongest in his generation, he said and the other scoffed. I doubt that, said the other, I'm going with the redhead from Suna. I have a funny feeling he's going to wipe the floor with everyone, he said. Both chunin walked by Naruto not seeing him due to his dark clothing. Dumbasses, Naruto thought as he walked down the hallway where they just came from. Outside the Hyuga compound, with Haku. Haku was in a tree looking at the Hyuga compound examining the patrols roaming around. Haku knew that this wasn't going to be easy as the guards had their Byakugan activated. Haku decided to bypass them and look around for a way of entry. Haku then saw what she was looking for, an open garden that was barely lit. Haku made a hand sign and made an ice mirror behind her and went in. Haku used her ice mirror to take her to the garden where she landed in a crouch and the ice mirror melted. Haku crawled on the ground before she reached the entrance to the manor. Okay, I got in, now I got to find their library, Haku thought as she began to sneak through the compound. Nearly everyone was asleep except for a few sentries outside the walls of the compound. As Haku snuck through the halls she heard a noise from her left. Haku saw a young Hyuga girl with long brown hair rubbing her eyes. Huh, Hanabi said as her eyes focused before she realized what was going on. Hanabi began but was stopped when she was hit in the neck by Tsusenbon by Haku. Hanabi fell backwards but Haku was able to catch her before she fell. Haku quickly took her back into the room and put her in her bed. I'm sorry about that, Haku said as she pulled out the Senbon. Haku then looked down and saw that Hanabi had peed her pants. Oh, so she was going to the restroom, Haku thought as she began to remove Hanabi's bottoms. Well, it's the least I can do to apologize, Haku thought. Haku quickly changed Hanabi's underwear and pants before leaving the room and continuing her mission. Haku walked through the halls before she stumbled on a door with a padlock. This must be the library, Haku thought as she checked the lock. Haku lifted her mask began to charge her lungs with chakra. Haku blew freezing cold air onto the lock icing it over. Haku then snapped the lock and put it in her pocket. Haku entered the room and closed the door. Haku looked around and saw dozens upon dozens of scrolls. Found it, she thought as she began to scan the scrolls. Haku began to grab advanced scrolls on taijutsu, the Byakugan and other Hyuga techniques. As she grabbed over a dozen scrolls she spotted a single scroll on a table. Haku went over and picked it up and read the label. To Hitomi Hyuga from Kushina Uzumaki. Haku read before going wide-eyed. Uzumaki, could she be related to Naruto? Haku thought as she pocketed the scroll. Haku scanned around and grabbed a few more scrolls before taking one last look. 24 scrolls, hopefully this can help Hinata, she thought. Haku created an ice mirror and walked inside before it shattered leaving no trace that she was there. With Naruto. Naruto was in front of the scroll and archive vault with 2 unconscious Anbu by his side. Naruto using his threads was able to choke and subdue the Anbu and was now using his ears to crack the vault combination lock. Naruto was turning the dial listening for clicks as he tried to figure out the code. As he turned the combination one more time he heard a final click. Sweet, Naruto thought as he pulled the vault upon and went inside. Sitting in the middle of the room there was a giant scroll. I guess this is the sacred scroll. Naruto thought as he grabbed it and slung it over his shoulder. Naruto pulled out his scroll and opened it producing a replica scroll and placing it down. Alright, now to find my file, Naruto said as he began looking around. I was this village's Jinchuriki, so they must have a file of some kind on me, he thought as he began to scour the dozens of scrolls. Uchiha, Uchiha, Uchiha. Uzumaki, Naruto thought as he grabbed the scroll. Ha, Mito Uzumaki, Naruto thought as he pocketed it, Kushina Uzumaki. Fine, I'll take it. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto thought as he grabbed it. Naruto opened it and began to read. Top secret, Naruto Uzumaki, status, unknown, declared deceased, age, 12 or 13, if alive, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, parents, Kushina Uzumaki, mother, and Minato Namikaze, father. Naruto read. So Kushina is my mother, he thought as he looked at the scroll he grabbed. Let's see if I can find my dad, Naruto thought as he began to scan around. Nara. Damn, no Namikaze, Naruto thought until he noticed 4 scrolls with pictures under them. Huh, who are these guys? Naruto thought as he began to walk over. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato Namikaze, he read as he looked at the picture of the blonde-haired blue-eyed man. No way, the 4th Hokage is my father, Naruto thought as he reached out a shaky hand and grabbed the scroll and picked it up. Naruto pocketed it and began to walk out. As he did, he placed 2 tags on the unconscious Anbu as the seals burned into their skin. When you wake up you won't remember a thing, Naruto thought as he closed and locked the vault before sneaking away just as the Anbu began to wake up. With Hinata and Sakura. Hinata was sitting on Sakura's bed mortified at what she just heard. Over the past hour her and Sakura have been talking and Sakura just told Hinata what happened during her graduation test. Sakura had a look that was a mixture of sadness, anger and disgust as she fought back her tears. And after they were done they just left me there, Sakura said as she clenched her fists. I can still taste it in my mouth no matter how many times I brush my teeth, she said. They assaulted you, Hinata said and Sakura nodded. All 3, she said and Sakura nodded again. The only people who know are those 3, Enko-sensei and now you, Sakura said. I felt so dirty because of it, she said as she began to cry. Hinata went in and wrapped Sakura into a hug. I'm sorry Sakura, Hinata said with tears flowing down her cheeks. I'm sorry I didn't help you, she said and Sakura sniffed. It's fine, Sakura said. You're lucky, she said making Hinata confused. You got to escape this hellhole, Sakura said as she curled into a ball. I'm stuck here, I have to watch my back every second of every day, she said. Hinata clenched her fists and looked at Sakura. Hinata stuttered until she gained her composure. When the finals happen, there will be a lot of people in Konoha, Hinata said. You can sneak out in the crowd, she said and Sakura looked at her with sadness in her eyes. I don't know, I don't think I can, Sakura said. Just promise me that you'll see me one more time before you leave again, Sakura said and Hinata nodded. I promise, Hinata said as she hugged Sakura. I have to go, stay safe and train hard, Hinata said as she left from the window. Sakura got up and walked to the window closing it. You're also lucky because you have Niku on your team, Sakura thought. I can just tell he's not like the others, Sakura thought as she smiled at the thought. Konoha countryside 2 hours later with Hinata. Hinata was running through the woods so she can meet at the rally point where Naruto and the others were waiting. As she ran through the woods she heard a loud crash. What was that? Hinata thought as she ran in the direction. As she ran she found Haku and Roga with a look of horror on their faces while Naruto was a few yards away. Motherfuckers, Naruto shouted as he punched another tree shattering it. They did that to me, my own fucking father, fuck him, Naruto shouted as he picked up a boulder and threw it. Hinata ran next to Haku and Roga and spoke. What happened? Hinata asked. Why is Naruto like this? She asked and Haku looked at her with shock on her face. Naruto found out who his parents are, Haku said as she handed Hinata a scroll. It's pretty bad, she said. Hinata looked at the scroll and read it. Kushina is only a few days away from giving birth to our child. I cannot believe how far we have gotten. At first this was nothing more than a mission, seduce the Uzumaki girl, impregnate her and produce a powerful Jinchuriki to protect the village. However I have seemed to veer off mission, I wasn't supposed to. But I fell in love with her. Her smile, upbeat attitude and her support have changed something in myself. However Master Jiraiya and Lord Third told me to not lose sight of the mission. Once the child is born I will ensure nothing jeopardizes the plan. I will have to kill the woman I love, the mother of my unborn child. I still say this is for village, that we need our weapon. But frankly I cannot fathom how it came to this. Hinata dropped the scroll and looked at Haku. No matter what happened Naruto's mother was to be killed the night he was born, Haku said shocking Hinata. And that's not all, Roga said as he handed Hinata a scroll. This was at the Hyuga compound, he said as he handed Hinata the scroll. Oh my god Hitomi, I'm only a few days away from giving birth to my son, I cannot believe this. And in 2 more months you're giving birth to your daughter, we're going to be mom friends. We should make sure my son and your daughter grow up together, they could fall in love and we could be sisters. I know Hiyashi is still a stubborn asshat, but he could be persuaded to say yes to an arranged marriage. I mean the Hyuga heiress and the Hokage's son, that's a storybook relationship right there. Just like me and Minato. Hinata was wide-eyed. Me and Naruto were supposed to be in an arranged marriage, she thought as she heard another crash. Naruto was breathing heavily as he was kneeling on the ground, and both Hinata and Haku both walked towards him. Naruto, are you okay? Hinata asked. Naruto looked up to both Haku and Hinata with tears in his eyes. Was I just born to suffer? Naruto said as tears streamed down his face. If things were different. Then what? Naruto said. My mother who loved me was to be killed before I was to even know her. Naruto said. My own father never saw me as a son, only as a future weapon he could exploit, Naruto said as he looked at Haku and Hinata. And for what? A village that treated me like dog shit that got stuck to the bottom of their shoes, Naruto said. It's not fair, Naruto said. Both Hinata and Haku grabbed Naruto and pulled him into a hug as he began to cry. Roga looked on but did not stop it. I'll give him a minute, but we have to head to Oto as soon as possible, he thought. Otogakure 3 days later with Naruto. Naruto was outside sitting on a log looking up at the sky. Ever since the revelation of finding out who his parents were, Naruto has been feeling angry. Hinata and Haku have been trying to keep him calm, but he told them he needed space. Even from birth Konoha was going to screw me, Naruto thought. Damn village, he thought as he slammed his fist onto the log. So angry. I love it, came a voice. Naruto whipped around and saw Orochimaru come out of the darkness. Hello Naruto, he said with a sinister smile. Naruto scowled and turned around. Piss off snake, Naruto said, and Orochimaru chuckled. I heard about your little problem, Orochimaru said walking closer. So you finally found out about Minato and Sarutobi sensei's plan. You're taking it better than I thought, he said, and Naruto looked at him. You knew, Naruto said, and Orochimaru nodded. Of course, Sarutobi sensei and Jiraiya told me when Minato became a genin, he said as he sat down next to Naruto. Minato was a damn fool for following sensei and that pervert Jiraiya, Orochimaru said. Minato seduces a girl and knocked her up for the future of the village, and he's praised as a hero, but when I conduct human experiments I'm called a monster, he said as he wrapped his arm around Naruto. We have a lot in common Naruto, Orochimaru said, and Naruto swatted his arm off. We are nothing alike, Naruto said, and Orochimaru became serious. We are both victims of the village, Orochimaru said. We were both hated and ostracized for things out of our control, and we only have one person to blame, here's in Sarutobi, he said as he looked at Naruto. Which is why I want you in my plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru said, smiling. You can unleash the fury and anger that has been building up inside you for all these years, he said. All I care about is my people, Naruto said. The money I make from this job is going to keep them safe and fed, he said, and Orochimaru laughed. Do you really think you can protect your people with your wallet? Orochimaru said. You will always have a target on your back, dear Naruto. You'll need more than just money, he said as he leaned in closer. What you need is a power, Orochimaru said as he got up and began to walk away. What kind of power? Naruto said as Orochimaru stopped and turned around. Take a look at me and at Dodo, Orochimaru said with a smile. Use that brain of yours and find out what we have in common, he said as he vanished into the darkness. Naruto turned around and looked back up at the sky and pondered. Him and Dodo, Naruto thought before he realized what he meant. Naruto realized what Orochimaru meant. Can I do that? Naruto thought as he got up and began to walk away. Maybe, Naruto thought. As Naruto walked back to his sleeping quarters, he began to formulate a plan inside his mind. A plan for security, not just for him but for those he held dear. Chapter 24. Kakuzu, Fu, Karen and the others were all following the female member of the Sound 5 to Yuya down the halls of Oto as they were looking for Naruto and the others. A few days ago Roga arrived and reported into Dodo to give him an update on the mission. When that happened, Kakuzu and the others all decided to travel over to Oto to see Naruto and the others. Man, this place is confusing, Karen said looking around. How is all this built? She said, and Tayuya turned upon the bodies of all the other unfortunate fucks who couldn't hack it, Tayuya said, making Fu frown. Don't use bad language, Fu said, and Tayuya flipped her off. Fuck off Greenie, Tayuya said, making Fu growl and Karen chuckle. The day I take orders from you is the day Tayuya began until Kakuzu spoke up. Shut up and keep walking, Kakuzu said, making Tayuya stop talking. Otherwise I'll sew your mouth shut, he said, making Tayuya gulp. This fucker has the same feel as Orochimaru, Tayuya thought as she looked to Kakuzu. The redhead guy and the bastard with the sword have that feeling as him as well. Who the fuck are these fuckers, she thought. After walking for a few more minutes they reached a room. This is it. If you need anything else just give some asshole a call, Tayuya said as she walked away. Karen, Fu and Fubuki opened the door to the room where it revealed a large training center. Naruto was currently lifting weights while both Haku and Hinata sparred in a ring. 98, 99, 100, Naruto said as he racked the bar on the bench press. As Naruto sat up he saw Fu and Karen and hopped up in excitement. Fu, Karen, Fubuki, you guys are here, Naruto said as he ran over. Both Haku and Hinata paused their training and began to walk toward them as well. Naruto, Fu cheered as she wrapped her arms around him and gave him a kiss. Naruto parted and smiled. I'm so happy to see you again, she said. I missed you too, honey, Naruto said before walking over to Karen and kissed her on the cheek. How's it going, Karen? Naruto asked. Everything is fine, doing jobs for Gato has been keeping us busy, Karen said, but I'm glad to be with you again, she said and Naruto nodded. I'm glad for you to be back too, Naruto said. Naruto was about to walk away before he heard a sound. Ahem, Fubuki cleared her throat. What about me? Fubuki said pointing at herself. Naruto groaned at this and spoke. But, Naruto began before he saw the looks of disapproval from Karen and Fu. Naruto turned around and looked at Haku who nodded. Fine, Naruto said as he walked up to Fubuki. Naruto planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Missed you too, Naruto said making Fubuki smile. One step closer to joining the group, Fubuki said. Enough of this, Kakuzu said as he walked forward. Did you complete your objectives? He asked and Naruto scoffed. Yeah I did, Naruto said. I also found out who my parents were too, he said making everyone's eyes open. Really? Who were they? Sasori asked. Naruto hesitated for a second before speaking. My mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto said, the previous owner of the 9 tails, he said shocking Fu. Seriously, your mom? Fu asked. How did that happen? Was it planned? She said making Naruto flinch. Who was your dad? Zabuza asked and Naruto began to rub the back of his head. Well, Naruto began, I don't know how to explain it, Naruto said until Kakuzu spoke up. His father is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kakuzu said shocking everyone including Naruto. He was the one who sealed the 9 tails into Naruto, he wanted to make him into a human weapon for Konoha, he said. Naruto looked at Kakuzu and spoke. You knew. This whole time, Naruto said as his temper began to flare, and you didn't tell me, Naruto shouted. You, Naruto began until Kakuzu rushed forward and punched Naruto in the gut knocking the wind out of him and sending him to the ground. Stop while you're alive boy, Kakuzu said as he began to walk away. Sasori, we need to find Orochimaru and figure out what's next, Kakuzu said as he walked away. Naruto are you okay? Hinata said as she kneeled down next to him and began to rub his back. Naruto nodded as he began to slowly rise to his feet. Both Hinata and Haku helped Naruto up to his feet. Fucking asshole, Naruto groaned as he held his stomach. The more I'm around him the more I wish I turned him into a puppet, Sasori said as he began to follow Kakuzu. With Kakuzu and Sasori. Kakuzu and Sasori were both looking at Orochimaru who was sitting in his throne. Naruto has performed swimmingly Kakuzu, Orochimaru said, you must be so proud of your little apprentice, he said. If he failed the mission and died I couldn't care less, Kakuzu said coldly, all that matters is that he got paid and I get my cut, he said. Sasori turned to Kakuzu and shot him a dirty look. Are all of your hearts made of stone or just your main one? Sasori said making Kakuzu scoff before looking at Orochimaru. So we have completed the first part of the plan, what is the second part? Sasori asked and Orochimaru smiled. That's why I wanted you to come here Sasori, Orochimaru said, I have another job for you, Naruto and 2 of my best agents to handle, he said. Later that night, outside Oto, with Naruto, Hinata, Haku, Fu, Karen and Fubuki. Naruto was sitting on a log looking at the fire in front of him as he, Haku and Hinata finished telling Fu, Fubuki and Karen of what happened in Konoha. To say they were shocked was an understatement. This Sasuke guy used his own teammate as a replacement, Fu said and Haku nodded. Yes he did, Haku said, if it wasn't for me then she'd probably would have been injured or killed, Haku said with a sigh. And that girl Sakura is Hinata's friend, Karen said and Hinata nodded, and she was raped by her Jonin sensei and 2 others, she said and Hinata nodded. Yes, Hinata said looking down at her hands, Sakura is trapped in a horrible situation, I just wish to help her escape it, she said. Damn, Konoha sounds like a real shithole, Fubuki said, no wonder Orochimaru wants to destroy it, she said and Naruto spoke up. I felt the same way too, Naruto said gaining everyone's attention. When I found out the truth I was half tempted to go back and unleash the Kyuubi on the village, Naruto said making everyone's eyes widen. But I had a talk with Orochimaru, Naruto said. And what did he say? Fu asked. Naruto looked down at his hands and twiddled his thumbs. He said that. Naruto began but paused before looking at Hinata, Haku, Fu, Karen and Fubuki. He said that I won't be able to protect you all, Naruto said. What does he know? Karen said. We made it this far and Naruto is the one to thank for it. If it wasn't for him I'd still be in Kusa and Fu still be some village's weapon, she said, but Naruto shook his head. No, he's right, Naruto said, taking a breath. I can't protect you all by myself. What I need is more power, Naruto said. And I know just the way to do it, Naruto said. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Fubuki said. What is it, some crazy jutsu or a secret technique, she said, but Naruto shook his head. No, nothing like that, Naruto said. I can't tell you yet, but I'm going to need Orochimaru's help with it, he said, making them all go wide-eyed. I don't like it, but if it's to keep you all safe then I'll do whatever it takes, Naruto said. Unseen by Naruto and the others, Orochimaru was standing behind a tree listening intently with a smile. Looks like my words got through to him, Orochimaru thought with a chuckle. Let's see how this goes, could be entertaining, he thought before walking away. A few hours later, with Naruto. Naruto was still by the fire now by himself as he looked at the embers of the log he threw in. Naruto felt a sensation behind him and hardened his hand with earth chakra. Naruto turned in time to grab the executioner's blade before it contacted his neck. Kikuzu, Sasori and Zabuza had walked up behind Naruto. Good senses, kid, Zabuza said as Naruto let go of the blade. You remembered to never let your guard down, he said with a chuckle. Can't you guys leave me alone? Naruto said, especially you Kikuzu. I'm still pissed about earlier, he said with a frown. Shut up, Kikuzu said as he walked over and sat on a log to Naruto's left. Zabuza sat on a log across from Naruto while Sasori sat to the right. How are you doing, Naruto? Sasori asked and Naruto sighed. Just peachy, Naruto said as he looked to the ground. It seems like everything has been against me from the beginning, he said. My mom was going to die regardless, my dad's an asshole, the village I escaped from is still making people miserable and now I'm helping a possibly pedophilic madman, Naruto said. Well, when you put it that way, Sasori said, not able to find an argument. And what's worse is had a horrible realization, Naruto said. That guy right there, he said pointing towards Kikuzu. Choose your words carefully, brat, Kikuzu said and Naruto scoffed. This miserable, cruel, five-stone-hearted, greedy bastard, Naruto said before putting his hand back down, is the closest thing I ever had to a father, he said, making Sasori and Zabuza go wide-eyed and Kikuzu scoff. I couldn't give less of a damn about you, Kikuzu said. My one act of kindness resulted me in getting in loudmouth, bleeding heart, polygamous, dipshit, little brat annoying me every moment of every day until he pays off his debt, he said, narrowing his eyes. Fuck you, Naruto said. Fuck you too, Kikuzu said. Such a heart-chilling relationship you two have, Sasori said sarcastically. Anyway, Naruto, I came here to tell you something, he said, gaining Naruto's attention. Orochimaru wants you and me on a mission tomorrow, Sasori said and Naruto nodded. We will be assisting 3 of Orochimaru's ninja in an assassination. There will be good pay for the job, he said and Naruto nodded. Okay, Naruto said as he got up. I'm going to see the girls. See you tomorrow, he said as he began to walk away. As he did, Zabuza turned to Kikuzu and spoke. Hey, like father like son Kikuzu, Zabuza said and Kikuzu looked at him. He's a paycheck, nothing more, Kikuzu said and Zabuza chuckled. Whatever helps you sleep at night, old man, Zabuza said as he got up and began to walk away. I gotta get ready to train Haku and the Hyuga for the finals, see you around, he said. Sasori looked at Kikuzu and spoke. Think whatever you want, Kikuzu, Sasori said, but Naruto thinks of you as a father figure, as sad as that may be, he said, making Kikuzu growl. But I know somewhere in those things that pump that sludge through your veins that you feel the same way, Sasori said as he got up and left. Kikuzu was now alone and began to think. He remembered training Naruto, teaching him how to read and count money and all the jobs he took Naruto on. What kind of father does that, Kikuzu thought. The boy is such a fool, he thought. The next day, outside Oto, with Naruto and Sasori. Naruto and Sasori both walked into the forest outside Oto looking for the 3 people they were supposed to do the mission with. Did you say goodbye to everyone? Sasori asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I ate breakfast with Fu, Karen and Haku, Hinata, Fubuki and Zabuza were training, Naruto said and Sasori raised an eyebrow. Not Kikuzu, Sasori said and Naruto scoffed. He can eat a bowl of dicks for all I care, Naruto said and Sasori sighed. Teenagers and parental issues, I'm not looking forward to it, Sasori thought. As they walked they noticed 3 figures under a tree. There was a pale boy with white hair in an open-top kimono, a boy with glasses and silver hair and glasses, and that foul-mouthed girl with the hat. About goddamn time, Tayuya said, annoyed. Can we get a move on? I want to get this shit done ASAP, she said, and Kimimaro sighed. Such a foul-mouthed Tayuya, Kimimaro said before walking forward. I am Kimimaro, leader of the Sound 5, the girl is Tayuya, he said, and Tayuya scoffed. Fuck off, Tayuya said before the boy in the glasses walked up. And I'm Kabuto, Kabuto said. I look forward to doing this mission with you both, he said, and both Naruto and Sasori nodded. Okay, so who are we killing? Naruto said, and Kabuto smirked and looked over to Sasori. I understand you keep tabs on Suna, correct? Kabuto said, and Sasori nodded. Yes, I do. Is the target a Suna shinobi? Sasori asked, and Kabuto nodded. Yes, the most important one, Kabuto said, making Sasori's eyes widen in surprise while Naruto became confused. What information can you give me on Rasa? He said. Who's Rasa? Naruto asked, and Sasori's eyes narrowed. The leader of Suna, Sasori said, making Naruto's eyes widen. Our target is the fourth cage, Sasori said. Chapter 25. Naruto was sitting by a campfire with Sasori and his allies, although he uses the word very loosely, so they have been with Orochimaru's 3 cronies for about a day now and he has thoughts about them. Kimimaro is very mission-focused and loyal to Orochimaru to the extreme. He has no doubt that Kimimaro will either succeed in the mission or die trying. Kabuto gave Naruto a very unsettling feeling, and that's saying a lot considering he works with Kakuzu and Zabuza. Kabuto seems like more of a snake than Orochimaru, like he's always trying to find an angle on someone. The last one was Tayuya, and Naruto found her a little suspicious. She hasn't done anything to him but he constantly feels her gaze on his back. Naruto shook his head and began to refocus on the conversation that Sasori was having with Kabuto. So the cage uses gold dust, Kabuto said, intrigued, and Sasori nodded. Yes, it's a bloodline that runs in the cage's family, Sasori said. The third cage, the one I killed, used iron sand. The fourth cage used gold dust and his son Gaara used regular sand, he said, and Tayuya whistled. I'm fucking grateful that you're on our side, Tayuya said, leaning back on her log. If we didn't know this we could have gotten our shit rocked by this asshole, she said, and Naruto looked at her. Language, Naruto said, out of habit since Fu, Mei and Karen constantly harp on him about his use of profanity. Fuck off, blonde, Tayuya began but remembered that she dyed Naruto's hair purple for his disguise. You perp, damn it, fuck you, I can't think of a comeback, she said, crossing her arms, and Kimimaro raised an eyebrow. Tayuya not being able to insult someone, Kimimaro thought in curiosity. Never thought I'd see the day, he thought. Kimimaro stood up and spoke. We best turn in for the night. We still have long way to the ambush point, he said, and everyone nodded. Me and Naruto will take the first 4-hour shift, then Tayuya and Kabuto, he said. Very well, Kabuto said as he laid down on the ground. You better not wake me up until 5 minutes before my shift starts, Tayuya said, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Good night, Naruto, Sasori said as he huddled under his cloak. 3.5 hours later, with Naruto. Naruto was sitting next to Kimimaro on a log and was feeling uncomfortable. They have been sitting together for over 3 hours and Kimimaro hasn't moved, spoke, or even made a noise. Lucky me, I find the only guy in the world who talks less than Kakuzu, Naruto thought as he glanced over to Kimimaro. Come on dude, give me a cough, or clear your throat, even a fart will do. Just say something, you mute bastard, Naruto thought. Okay fine, I'll say something, Naruto said, catching Kimimaro's attention. Why are you so quiet? You got a problem with me? He asked, and Kimimaro tilted his head to the side. I do not, Kimimaro said. I just thought it'd be rude to interrupt your staring at me, he said, and Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fists. You antisocial bastard, Naruto thought before speaking again. So how did you end up with Orochimaru? I mean, he doesn't exactly scream, hey come work for me, I'm a good bosses, he said, and Kimimaro looked up at the sky. He saved me from a horrible fate, Kimimaro said, catching Naruto off guard. My clan, the Kagaya clan, attacked the hidden mist village. They were all wiped out. Except for me, he said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. Kimimaro produced a bone blade from his hand, making Naruto's jaw drop. I have a bloodline that allows me to use my bones as weapons. I was originally supposed to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel, however fate intervened, he said. How so? Naruto asked, and Kimimaro looked at him. I have tuberculosis. I'm dying, Kimimaro said, shocking Naruto. Despite that, I'm still going to serve Lord Orochimaru until my final breath. He is the man who saved me from a life of emptiness, he said, and Naruto pursed his lips together. Huh, kind of like me and Kakuzu, Naruto thought before nodding. I guess me and you have something in common, Naruto said, and Kimimaro looked towards him. Kakuzu saved my life, he trained me and taught me how to be a ninja, Naruto said, even though we hate each other more often than not. I still respect the bastard, for some weird reason, he said and Kimimaro nodded. I understand, Kimimaro said as he went back to looking at the stars, I believe we have an understanding, he said. Friends through unforeseen circumstances, Naruto said and Kimimaro smiled. I guess so, Kimimaro said. The next day, Suna Desert with Rasa. Rasa the fourth Kazekage was walking through the Suna Desert with his 6-man Anbu team in order to meet up with Orochimaru in order to finalize the plan to invade Konoha. He was able to disguise this visit as a diplomatic visit in order to not draw any suspension. As Rasa continued to walk through crater and boulder-filled valley he could not but help to feel uneasy. Rasa suddenly stopped and took in his surroundings. Boulders spread out with 20 yards of gap, Rasa thought as he looked down to the ground and used his hand to try and raise some gold sand from it but all but a few flakes came out, not a lot of gold, he thought as he grew more suspicious. Lord Kazekage, the Anbu captain said as he walked up, is there a problem, he asked and Rasa held his head down. Looks like I made a miscalculation, Rasa said as he shed his cage robes revealing his shinobi garb with a large scroll on his back. He grabbed the scroll and opened it revealing a small mountain of gold dust. I just led us into an ambush, Rasa said and his team got on guard. Rasa and his team were in a circle formation scanning around for the enemy. Suddenly they all felt rumbling under their feet. Scatter, Rasa shouted and everyone scattered just as a bone spike appeared out of the ground. Rasa was now alone and his team split up into 3 teams of 2. With Sasori and Kimimaro. Sasori and Kimimaro both came out from their hiding spots and decided to flank Rasa from both sides. Kimimaro brought out a bone sword for each hand while Sasori used the cable hidden under his cloak. Rasa looked at both of his opponents and used his hand to begin his manipulation of his gold dust. Rasa first sent the gold dust towards Sasori who jumped over it and was able to launch his cable at Rasa. Rasa immediately used his gold sand to make a shield in front of him stopping the cable from harming him. Sasori cursed as he called back his cable. As he did so Kimimaro closed the distance and attacked Rasa from behind. Kimimaro slashed at Rasa with both of his swords but Rasa was one step ahead. Rasa sent his sand towards Kimimaro hitting him in the chest sending him skidding back across the sandy ground. Kimimaro stopped himself and pointed both of his hands at Rasa. Kimimaro fired all 10 of his fingertips towards Rasa but Rasa simply put up a shield to block the oncoming projectiles. The bone bullets fell to the ground and Rasa looked to both of his opponents. Sasori of the red sand, Rasa said looking over to Sasori, you haven't aged a day since you disappeared, how have you been? Being the biggest disgrace to Suna must have been tiresome, he said and Sasori smirked. Rasa, how nice to see you again, Sasori said with a smirk, I've been fine, I even got married and had a kid, he said and Rasa raised an eyebrow. Interesting, Rasa said in nonchalant tone before looking over to Kimimaro, and you are one of Orochimaru's men, why are you attacking me, he asked and Kimimaro at him with no readable emotion. I was ordered to kill you, Kimimaro said as he opened the top of his kimono and his curse mark began to spread over his body, and I will, he said as his curse mark covered his whole body. By the time it was done Kimimaro was in his final curse mark form with dark skin, bones protruding from his back and a tail. Kimimaro then proceeded to reach back and remove his spine and held it like a lance. Sasori followed suit as he took off his cloak revealing his puppet body with his stomach cable and 2 bladed wings on his back. Such a vulgar display, Rasa said looking at the Sasori and Kimimaro, I'll happily dispose of you both, he said as his gold sand began to float around him. With Naruto. Naruto seeing the team scatter went after one of the groups rushing from the boulder he was hiding behind. Both of the Anbu looked toward Naruto and both took out their swords. Naruto proceeded to throw off his jacket revealing his chakra armor underneath. Naruto's threads began appearing out of his body making both Anbu stand on edge. Okay 2 Anbu, shouldn't be that much of a problem, Naruto thought as he focused on his enemies. Okay, let's get this bastard, one of the Anbu said and the other nodded. Both Anbu rushed towards Naruto who got into his stance. The first Anbu closed the distance pretty fast and took a swing at Naruto's neck with his sword. Naruto had already hardened his body with his earth chakra so he had nothing to worry about. The Anbu's sword hit Naruto in the neck and the sword broke on impact making the Anbu gasp in horror. My turn, Naruto said as he threw a punch with his hardened fist. The punch connected with the Anbu's head shattering his mask and launching his head back. The whiplash was so bad that it ended up breaking his neck and killing him instantly. The Anbu fell back dead and his partner decided to stop his attack and jump back. The Anbu took out several kunai and threw them towards Naruto. Naruto proceeded to grab the body of the Anbu he just killed and use it as a shield. The kunai hit the corpse and Naruto threw it to the side before he realized that one of the kunai had an exploding tag on it. Naruto jumped away just as the tag exploded but was greeted by the Anbu who decided to charge him. The Anbu charged his sword with wind chakra and Naruto decided to not take the hit head-on despite the hardening of his body. Naruto ducked back from the first slash as went across his chest, he then had to dive under another slash that was about waist level. Naruto attempted to perform a sweep kick on the Anbu but the Anbu jumped over Naruto kick. Naruto seeing his opportunity sent one of his arms towards the Mon's neck using his threads to control the limb. Naruto's hand slammed into the Anbu's neck making him drop the sword and grab onto Naruto's arm in an attempt to break free. Naruto not hesitating proceeded to crush his windpipe before tossing him aside to die from a lack of oxygen. Okay, these guys are done, Naruto thought. I'll go and help Sasori, he thought as he ran to where he last saw Sasori. With Tayuya. Tayuya was sitting behind a boulder as she saw two Anbu near her. Perfect, Tayuya thought as she took out her flute and put it to her lips. Tayuya began to blow into the flute and play her melody just as the Anbu heard her. Anbu Pa. Both of the Anbu heard a melody being played and turned to see where it was coming from but soon felt their worlds behind to shift into a red world with bones littering the watery ground. Both men then felt their limbs be grabbed and pulled away as they were forced onto their knees. What the hell is this? One of the Anbu said in a panic. Don't panic, the other said, this has to be a genjutsu, he said as he looked at his friend. His friend nodded in agreement. Why yeah, he began but stopped as he saw a horrible sight. His friend's flesh began to melt off his body leaving only his bones where he used to be. His friend began to scream in agony as his flesh fell off his body into a puddle on the ground. No, 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 the Anbu thought as he looked to his side and saw the flesh begin to melt off his arm. Oh God, please help me, he shouted in his mind but no one could hear. Regular Pa. Tayuya slit the throat of the second Anbu who was still under the effect of her genjutsu. The man gagged on his own blood as he slumped forward and Tayuya took a step back before getting down on one knee and began to wipe the blood off her kunai on the shirt of the second Anbu she killed. Man, for a Anbu protection detail, these guys fucking suck, Tayuya thought as she stood back up and walked away. With Kabuto. Kabuto was standing in front of the last two of Rasa's Anbu who both had their swords drawn. Kabuto adjusted his glasses as he looked at the two Anbu. Gentlemen, there is no need for us to fight, Kabuto said with a smile plastered across his face. How about you both give up and let us take the cage, he said, and both of the Anbu deepened their stances. Did you really think that'd work? One of the Anbu said and Kabuto shrugged. Worth a shot, Kabuto said as he created chakra scalpels on his hands and got into his taijutsu stance. Both of the Anbu rushed toward Kabuto who allowed them to get closer before he launched his attack. As the first Anbu prepared to attack, Kabuto rushed in to deliver the first blow. Kabuto used his chakra scalpel for a low slash taking out both of the Anbu's knees sending him to the ground. Kabuto came up with his other hand and sliced open the Anbu's throat. The Anbu grabbed his neck as he tried to stop the bleeding while his partner came up and tried to stab Kabuto. Kabuto used his chakra scalpel to block the sword shocking the Anbu. Kabuto proceeded to use his other chakra scalpel to sever both of the Anbu's hands making them and the sword dropped to the ground. The Anbu began to scream as he fell to his knees as his blood began to pool under him. You have no one to blame but yourselves, Kabuto said as he began to walk away leaving the Anbu to bleed to death. Use the next few minutes to reflect on your choices, he said as he walked away with a smile. After walking for a few minutes, Kabuto saw Tayuya running up. Kabuto, what the hell is that? Tayuya asked as she pointed to the Anbu still alive and screaming. You know what, I don't give a fuck, she said and Kabuto smiled. Hello Tayuya, Kabuto said as he then heard the screaming stop and he looked back to see the Anbu has finally died. Oh, he's dead, only took 3 minutes, he said as he and Tayuya began to walk to where Kimimaro and Sasori were. Now then, let's go see how Kimimaro and Sasori are faring, he said and Tayuya nodded. Kabuto and Tayuya both rushed over to where Kimimaro and Sasori were battling Rasa and as they did so they climbed to the top of a boulder. Okay, let's ambush this fucker, Tayuya said as she was about to go in and attack. Before she could, Kabuto grabbed her shoulder. What the fuck, she said and Kabuto pointed. Look, Kabuto said as he pointed towards Naruto who was rushing over to help. Let's sit back and see what happens, he said making Tayuya go wide-eyed. Why the fuck would we do that, Tayuya said and Kabuto smirked. I want to see what Naruto is capable of, Kabuto said. With Sasori and Kimimaro. Sasori was using his wings to fly above Rasa and pointed both of his arms at him. Sasori's arms produced 2 nozzles and he fired 2 streams of fire towards Rasa. Rasa seeing this used his sand to create a dome above him protecting him from the flames. As the flames died down, Rasa sent his gold dust towards Sasori. Sasori attempted to dodge but his left arm was grabbed by the gold dust and it was slowly encasing his arm. As the dust reached his shoulder, Sasori jettisoned his arm to avoid being taken down. Rasa cursed as Sasori got away but was immediately refocused as Kimimaro attempted to attack him from behind. Kimimaro sent his spine towards Rasa in an attempt to wrap it around him. Rasa put up a shield around his body, stopping the spine while allowing Rasa to launch his counter-attack. Rasa created a gold dust spear and sent it towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro was hit in the chest and was sent flying back until he landed. Kimimaro had a softball-sized hole cut into his chest, revealing a solid piece of bone underneath. If I didn't harden my chest, I'd probably be dead, Kimimaro thought. Kimimaro was about to rush back in but stopped when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. Naruto was rushing up behind Rasa, going through hand signs. Water style. Water bullets. Naruto fired a dozen water bullets out of his mouth towards Rasa, who hastily put up a shield blocking the oncoming water bullets. Naruto used this opportunity to harden his as he neared Rasa. Naruto cocked back his fist and rent it towards Rasa's shield. Naruto's fist punched through Rasa's gold dust and was only 4 inches away from his chest. Foolish boy, Rasa said as he got ready to crouch Naruto's arm. You shouldn't have, he began until Naruto's arm detached and went forward and grabbed Rasa. What in Kami's name? Rasa began to think until he began to be pulled forward. Got you, Naruto shouted as he began to pull with all his might. Naruto proceeded to throw Rasa towards a rock formation. Take that, dick, Naruto shouted. Rasa was heading towards the rock formation until he pulled his gold dust towards him. Rasa created a cushion then softened his blow. Rasa shook his head and looked at Naruto as his arm reattached and was stitched back on. A living puppet, a man who uses his own bones as a weapon and a kid who can stitch himself together, Rasa said. I'd be doing the world a favor by killing you freaks of nature, Rasa said as he gathered his sand around him. Who you calling a freak? Naruto shouted and pointing at him. Both Sasori and Kimimaro ran up beside Naruto. These two look less human than I do. Hell, Sasori has a cable in his gut and Kimimaro has a tail, Naruto said as he looked to Kimimaro in confusion. Ah, did I miss something here? Naruto said and Kimimaro looked at him. I'll explain later, Kimimaro said before he covered his mouth and let out a cough. Kimimaro looked at his hand and saw a little bit of blood. Damn, not now, he thought. Naruto, I'll attack him from a distance. You attack him with Kimimaro at close range, Sasori said and Naruto nodded. Okay, you ready, Kimimaro? Naruto asked and Kimimaro nodded. Naruto and Kimimaro both ran towards Rasa, who got ready to defend himself. Kimimaro pointed both of his hands at Rasa and fired the bones from his fingers. Rasa in return put up a shield to protect himself. As he did so, Naruto hardened his fists and launched both arms towards Rasa using his threads to control them. Rasa, using his shield to protect himself, felt 2 hard thuds against his shield and was about to grab Naruto's arm, but Rasa heard something above him. Rasa looked up to see Sasori above him using his wings to fly. Sasori quickly sent a volley of Senbon towards Rasa, who had to pull some of his gold dust away from his shield. Rasa tried to make a dome above him but was unable to stop all the Senbon as 2 hit him on his shoulder. Naruto, seeing an opportunity, pulled back one of his fists and sent another punch through the shield, hitting Rasa, who was sent skidding across the ground. Rasa stopped and sat up as he battened to breath heavy. Poison, this isn't good, Rasa thought as he saw both Naruto and Kimimaro rushing towards him. Okay, let's finish this bastard, Naruto said to Kimimaro as he looked over. Hey, what's wrong? Naruto said, worried. Kimimaro was coughing up blood and fell to a knee as his curse mark began to fade. No, why now of all times, Kimimaro thought before he fell to the ground and began to violently convulse. Kimimaro, Naruto shouted as he stopped his attack and ran over. Are you okay? Naruto said. Naruto, look out, Sasori shouted as he rushed down towards him as fast as he could. Gold dust kunai, Rasa thought as he launched 6 gold dust kunai at high speed towards Naruto. Naruto hardened his whole body to deflect the kunai. The 6 kunai hit Naruto's armor and went through like it wasn't even there. The kunai pierced Naruto's chest and shot out the other side. Sasori stopped as he saw Naruto get hit. Oh no, Sasori thought, worried. Naruto was on the ground looking up at the sky and coughing up blood. My hearts, Naruto thought, T2 are gone. O1 is nicked. I'm not going to make it, Naruto thought as his eyes grew heavy. Naruto had a thought of Hinata, Fu, Karen, Fubuki and Haku. Gee girls, I'm sorry, he thought as his world went black. Naruto's mind escaped. Naruto was laying on the ground in the water unconscious as the Kyuubi looked down on him. Hehehehe, the Kyuubi laughed. Foolish boy, I won't let you die so easily, it said as its red chakra began to encase Naruto. You still have a deal to fulfill to me, it thought as Naruto's wounds began to heal and his stitches began to glow. Outside Mindscape, with Tayuya and Kabuto. Fuck, Blonde just got his ticket punched, Tayuya said wide-eyed looking down at the battle as Sasori continued to fight Rasa alone. I guess he wasn't as imp. Kabuto began but stopped when he and Tayuya were hit by a force of chakra that felt like rogue winds from a hurricane. What the hell is that? Kabuto shouted over the wind as he tried to shield his face. Kabuto moved his hands for a moment and saw that the winds were originating from Naruto, Kami above, Kabuto thought in genuine horror. With Sasori and Rasa. Sasori and Rasa were both fighting until they were hit by a powerful surge of chakra coming from Naruto. Don't tell me the Nine Tails is loose, Sasori thought as he looked at Naruto. What is this? I haven't felt such malice since the time Gaara went insane on his first mission and the Rasa began until he stopped as he had a horrible realization. Don't tell me this boy is a Jinchuriki as well, he thought. Naruto got to his feet slowly as his chakra armor began to crack and break off until he was completely shirtless. Naruto's stitches were now on full display as they began to glow, unbind and move on his body like tendrils. Naruto looked towards Rasa with slotted red eyes that showed nothing but madness and hate behind them. Naruto opened his mouth revealing his elongated canines as the stitches on his whisker birthmarks began to stretch. The stitches became undone as more threads came out of his mouth. Naruto let out a ear-piercing roar that shook the ground and Sasori decided to gain some distance from Naruto leaving Rasa there alone. Rasa swallowed his fear and steadied his resolve. You horrid abomination, Rasa said as his gold dust began to circle him. Come at me and face death once more, he shouted. Naruto roared once more as he charged at Rasa in a feral and uncontrollable rage. Chapter 26, Stitched Kitsune 26. Tayuya has seen a lot in her 14 years of life. She's seen men killed in various brutal ways, either by battle or by Orochimaru's cruel and deranged experiments. Tayuya in her own personal opinion was the toughest kunoichi in Odo, she thought nothing could shake her. Tayuya was now pissed terrified as she saw Naruto, the blonde-turned purple-haired mercenary she met only a few times rushed towards the cage in a feral fury. What the fuck, Tayuya said sweating, is this that loudmouth little shit we were talking to yesterday? What the fuck happened to him? She asked Kabuto who was looking a little bothered himself. I think I might know, Kabuto said making Tayuya look at him. You ever heard of a Jinchuriki? He asked and Tayuya flinched. Those weirdos who have demons sealed in them, Tayuya said in shock. You're saying that little shit has one in him? She asked and Kabuto nodded. Yes, he is, Kabuto said as he adjusted his glasses. Tayuya, get your flute ready, he said making Tayuya go wide-eyed. We might need you in a few minutes, Kabuto said. With Naruto. Naruto roared as he charged towards Rasa kicking up sand. Rasa seeing this swallowed hard as he felt his body and vision waver. Damn it, this poison is already affecting me, Rasa said before he raised up his hand. Nevertheless, I will prevail against this rabid dog, he thought as he sent a wave of gold dust towards Naruto. Naruto jumped above the gold dust in an attempt to avoid the attack, however the gold dust rose up and proceeded to swat Naruto out of the air and onto the ground. The gold dust began to cover Naruto lifting him up into the air as Rasa opened his hand. Sand coffin, Rasa said. Sand burial, Rasa said as he closed his hand quickly. The gold dust quickly compacted and Rasa smirked. However his smirk vanished when a red thread popped out of the gold dust, then another and another. The gold dust exploded apart and Rasa looked on in horror and Naruto stood up. Naruto's body was mangled as one of his arm was ripped off, his jaw was barely hanging on, and he had dozens of bones protruding from his body. The flowing red threads began to shoot out and stitch Naruto back together, reset his bones and stitch his wounds. Naruto roared once more and rushed towards Rasa at full speed while cocking back his fist. Rasa raised up a gold dust shield in an effort to protect himself from Naruto's oncoming attack. Naruto slammed his fist into the shield, punching through and hitting Rasa square in the chest sending him skidding across the sandy ground and spitting up some blood. Naruto extended his arm using his threads to control it and grabbed Rasa. Naruto quickly pulled Rasa towards him but Rasa regained his bearings. Rasa called up some of his gold dust and used it to create a golden spear. Rasa gripped the spear as he neared Naruto and sent a thrust towards him. Rasa stabbed Naruto in the head sending a stream of blood onto the ground. With Sasori. Sasori just barely dragged Kimimaro away and got done stabilizing him before he saw Naruto get stabbed by Rasa's gold spear. Oh shit, Sasori thought as he thought Naruto just got killed. However his horror was then replaced by even more horror. Oh shit, he thought. With Naruto. Rasa's eyes were wide as he just realized what happened. Naruto in his feral rage moved his head slightly to where the spear went through his mouth and pierced through the back of his neck about 3 inches from his spine. Naruto in a homicidal rage proceeded to bite down on the spear just as Rasa attempted to pull it out and use it once more. Naruto then punched Rasa once more sending him into the air. Rasa while in mid-air called for his gold dust in order to make a platform for him to stand on. Rasa now using his platform looked down at Naruto and saw Naruto grabbing the golden spear. Naruto ripped the spear out of his mouth and threw it towards Rasa like a javelin. Rasa moved his platform in an evasive maneuver in order to avoid the spear and then looked down at Naruto. Rasa made a hand sign and out of his platform came 100 gold shuriken. Rasa sent the gold shuriken down towards Naruto, immediately began to run to avoid the oncoming projectiles. Naruto ducked and dodged, and when several of the shuriken were about to hit him, his threads responded. Several of Naruto's threads came out of his back and swatted the shuriken out of the air just as they neared him. Naruto stopped and turned towards Rasa, who was still in the air. Naruto got on all fours and got low to the ground before jumping into the air towards Rasa. Rasa, seeing Naruto coming towards him at high speed, needed to act fast. Rasa changed the bottom of his platform into long and sharp gold spikes. Naruto, seeing the spikes, used his threads to form a shield in front of him. Naruto hit Rasa's platform, knocking him off. As Rasa was falling to the ground, he attempted to pull his gold dust towards him but was then grabbed by Naruto. Naruto, using his threads to control arms, pulled Rasa close and both fell towards the ground. Naruto landed on top of Rasa, who slammed into the ground full force and was now coughing up blood. "D-damn monster," Rasa choked out as Naruto looked down on him. Naruto was completely gone as his eyes were vacant of humanity and he was drooling blood. Naruto raised up both of his clawed hands and slammed them into Rasa's ribcage, making him scream in pain. Naruto dug his elongated nails into his chest and began to pull apart as Rasa's ribs cage began to pop. Naruto, in a shower of gore and blood, ripped open Rasa's chest, revealing his still beating heart. Naruto, who was now bare-chested, sent his threads down and they wrapped themselves around Rasa's heart. Rasa's heart began to be pulled from his body as a coldness began to overtake him. Who would have imagined such a monster could exist, Rasa thought as his body began to grow cold. Rasa died a few seconds later as his chest was open and his heart was transferred over to Naruto. Naruto stood up panting like a wild animal as he now had two hearts and his wounds began to heal faster. Suddenly Naruto was hit from behind by a hail of Senbon. Sasori fired his last volley of poisoned Senbon towards Naruto, hitting him. Sasori then sent his cable towards Naruto, wrapping him up as he began to thrash around to get free. "This is bad," Sasori thought. "Both my Senbon and my cable are poisoned. He shouldn't be awake right now, let alone thrashing like this," he thought. Naruto began to snarl and growl like a feral animal trying to fight the reinforced metal of Sasori's cable. As he did so, Naruto began to hear a soft melody. Naruto stopped thrashing for a moment and looked to see where it was coming from. Tayuya was walking slowly towards Naruto, playing her flute in a soft and gentle way. Naruto looked towards her in a daze as his eyelids began to grow heavy and his thrashing stopped. "That's it, Blondie, keep on listening to my little lullaby," Tayuya thought as she was now in front of the disoriented Naruto. Tayuya finished the final note of her song and stood above Naruto. "Go the fuck to sleep already," Tayuya said before a pair of feet landed behind Naruto. Naruto turned around and was quickly hit in the neck by a syringe. Kabuto injected the drug into Naruto and Naruto began to struggle for a few seconds. Naruto's red threads receded and his eyes slowly began to turn blue once more as his head began to sway from side to side. Naruto fell unconscious a second later and Kabuto let out a sigh. "I was planning on using this drug to calm down Jugo," Kabuto thought as he looked down at an unconscious Naruto, "but I guess this is essentially the same thing," he thought as Sasori and Tayuya both walked forward. "Okay," Tayuya said, letting out a breath. "Let's never do this fucking shit again," she said before looking over to Kabuto. "How long will he be out?" Tayuya asked and Kabuto leaned down and opened Naruto's eye and looked at his pupil. Kabuto used his chakra to scan Naruto and he looked to Sasori and Tayuya. "He suffered a lot of damage," Kabuto said as he stood up. "He won't be up anytime soon, but we need to get him back to Oto," he said and Sasori nodded. "I'll get Naruto," Sasori said as he picked up the unconscious Naruto. "Tayuya, go and get Kimimaro," he said and Tayuya nodded before running off. "I'll handle things from here," Kabuto said to Sasori. "Hurry back to Oto and tell Lord Orochimaru that the mission is a success and I'll begin phase 2, he said and Sasori nodded. "Very well," Sasori said as Tayuya came up with a barely alive Kimimaro over her shoulder. "Let's get the fuck out of here," Tayuya said. Both Tayuya and Sasori began to walk back to Oto and Kabuto began to work on the Casecage's body. Kabuto stopped however when he noticed Rasa's gold dust. I wonder," Kabuto thought as he went through hand signs. Kabuto slammed his hand onto the ground and summoned out a small snake. "Gather up a pound of this gold dust and deliver it to Oto," he said. "I think I have a new experiment," he thought. Time skip, in Oto, with Naruto. Naruto was lying in bed as he awoke with a groan as he looked at the concrete ceiling above him. OWW what the hell, Naruto thought. Naruto, that Kami you're awake, came a voice. Naruto looked to his side and saw Hinata, Fu and Karen next to his bed. We've been so worried, she said and Naruto winced in pain. How long? Naruto said with a hoarse voice. About 4 days, Fu said reaching out and grabbing his hand. Sasori and the Tayuya returned with you and Kimimaro, both of you were half dead, she said and Naruto nodded. How is Kimimaro? Naruto asked and Karen spoke up. He's in the ICU, Karen said, they say he has maybe 3 months left, but he's basically on death's door, Karen said before she raised up her sleeve. Here, bite me, Karen said and Naruto shook his head. And no, Naruto said, I promised you I'd never do that, Naruto said and Karen leaned in closer. Naruto, I'm letting you do this, Karen said firmly, bite me, she said and Naruto grimaced. Naruto leaned in and bit Karen on her arm making her wince as she began to feel her chakra leave her body. Naruto after a few seconds let go and felt the chakra flow through his system. Naruto's pain began to slowly ease up and he felt less pain. Thank you, Naruto said to Karen who nodded. Just then the door to the room opened. Everyone looked over. In the doorway there was both Kakuzu and Orochimaru standing there. Hello Kakuzu, Lord Orochimaru, Hinata said nervously and Orochimaru chuckled. Dear little Hinata, there is no need to be afraid of me, Orochimaru said while putting his hand on her shoulder. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have do so already, Orochimaru said making Hinata tremble in fear and make both Karen and Fu swallow hard. Enough, Kakuzu said annoyed, you three get the hell out, Kakuzu ordered and all 3 girls ran out in order to get away from Orochimaru. Such terror in their eyes, so delicious, Orochimaru said while licking his lips. He then focused on Naruto who was glaring dagger at him. How are you my dear Naruto, recovering well I assume, he asked. I feel like hammered crap. But sure, Naruto said, what the hell happened, why am I here, and why am I so banged up, he asked and Kakuzu spoke. Sasori said that during the fight with the Kazekage you were mortally wounded, Kakuzu said making Naruto's eyes go wide. As you were dying Sasori said your threads and stitches began to glow red and you went into a fury. Most likely it was the work of the Kyuubi, he said before sitting in a chair. Despite being nearly killed you were able to kill the Kazekage and transferred his heart to yourself, he said. I must say it was an impressive report, Orochimaru said. Raso was already poisoned and weakened from Sasori, but you a 13-year-old Jinchuriki finished him off, he said and Orochimaru chuckled. How exciting. Although if Raso wasn't weakened, there is no doubt in my mind you'd be dead 10 times over, Orochimaru said and Naruto sighed. Kami above, Naruto said as he couldn't believe it, the fox got control over me. Damn it, he said in frustration before taking a breath. So what now, am I going to be able to participate in the finals, Naruto asked and Kakuzu nodded. Yes and the plans have been finalized, Kakuzu said before looking to Orochimaru who nodded. We will be helping in the invasion of the leaf. Our job is to target places of strategic value, he said and Naruto went wide-eyed. What kinds of places, Naruto asked and Orochimaru smirked. The armory, the clan compounds, the academy, the hospital, Orochimaru began but Naruto glared at him. I won't attack a hospital nor will I attack a damn academy full of kids, Naruto said in anger. Either you scrub that from the list or me and the others are walking, he said and Kakuzu glared at him. A job is a job, Kakuzu said as he stood up. You will do it, he said menacingly but Naruto didn't back down. Fuck you, Naruto said back in defiance. Both Kakuzu and Naruto looked like they were about to fight but Orochimaru's chuckle broke the tension. Very well Naruto, Orochimaru said surprising both Naruto and Kakuzu. I must say for a mercenary, you have a lot of morals, he said and Naruto scoffed. I'm trying to not as big of a piece of shit as this guy, Naruto said pointing to Kakuzu who glared at Naruto. What else is there? Naruto asked and Orochimaru smirked as he pulled out a canvas bag. Orochimaru opened the bag and poured the contents onto the bed on Naruto's lap. Naruto, use your earth and wind chakra together to move this, he said. Naruto looked at it and realized it was the gold dust from the Kazekage. Okay, Naruto said skeptically. Naruto focused his chakra with all his concentration as his hand hovered over the gold dust. The gold dust began to rise off the bed making Kakuzu and Orochimaru raise an eyebrow. After a few seconds the gold dust fell back down onto Naruto's lap. I can't do any more, Naruto said and Orochimaru chuckled. Just as Kabuto thought, Orochimaru said, looks like when you take someone else's heart you can gain their abilities. To a certain extent at least, he said and Kakuzu nodded. I knew that having a heart from someone with a different chakra nature increased the power of my jutsu, Kikuzu said, crossing his arms, but it seems Naruto can use the Kage's bloodline, probably due to the 9 tails, he said, and Naruto frowned. Fox, is this you're doing? Naruto said in his mind, and the Kyuubi chuckled. No need to thank me, brat, the Kyuubi said, and Naruto sighed. Looks like you're right, Naruto said to Kikuzu. Anything else, he asked, and Orochimaru nodded. Actually yes, Orochimaru said with a smile. Come in, he ordered as the door opened. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Tayuya said as she walked in. Hey Blondie, looks like you're not brain dead, she said. Oh, what's she doing here? Naruto asked, and Orochimaru chuckled. She's here as a precaution, Orochimaru said, in case you lose control again. She can play genjutsu in order to calm you or put you to sleep, he said, and Naruto's jaw dropped. You mean she's my babysitter? Naruto shouted. No damn way, nope, not happening, he said, and Tayuya glared at him. It's not a cakewalk for me, fuckface, Tayuya said. I'm a Jonin-level ninja and I have to spend the next few weeks with a loud-mouthed little shit stain, she said, and Naruto grew red in anger. Shut it, you foul-mouthed gremlin, Naruto shouted, and Tayuya became furious. What the fuck did you say to me? Tayuya shouted. Looks like they are getting along swimmingly, Orochimaru said. Kikuzu, shall we leave? He said, and Kikuzu nodded. Both Kikuzu and Orochimaru left the room and began to walk away, leaving Naruto and Tayuya to argue. Just letting you know from personal experience, Kikuzu said to Orochimaru, there's a 50-50 chance that they'll become a couple, he said, and Orochimaru chuckled. I wouldn't doubt it, Orochimaru said as they walked away. Now then, shall we go over the plan? He said, and Kikuzu nodded. Yes, Kikuzu said, also find a candidate for Naruto, he needs to replace his third heart, he said, and Orochimaru nodded. Very well, Orochimaru said as both men walked away to discuss the upcoming invasion. Chapter 27. Outskirts of Konoha, one day before the finals, with Naruto, Haku, Hinata and Roga. Naruto was in his disguise sitting on a log looking at the gold dust in his hand. Naruto focused his chakra and began to manipulate it into different shapes. Naruto formed the gold dust into a sphere before changing it into a pyramid. Naruto flattened the gold dust and formed it into a golden dagger. The golden dagger had a handle that his palm perfectly and had a 5-inch double blade on each side. I'm getting better at this, he thought. Naruto over the past several days has been practicing with the gold dust, trying to learn how to use it. He had half a pound of gold dust in order to have some at all times. Ironically, he made the gold dust from the gold bar that Kikuzu gave him after his first mission with him and Fu back in Taki. Kikuzu thought it was a waste of money, but Naruto saw it as an advantage. Niku, are you ready? Hinata said, walking up wearing her helmet. Haku and Roga are ready to move out. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Mie, give me a second, Naruto said. Naruto manipulated the gold dust and it went to both of his hands. Naruto created 10 gold rings for each of his fingers and 2 bracelets for each of his wrists. There we go, all inconspicuous, he said, and Haku chuckled. You've been reading that book Karen gave you, Haku said, and Naruto smiled and rubbed the back of his head. She wants me to brush up on my vocabulary and start using big word, Naruto said. No wait, sorry. More sophisticated words. Haku and Hinata both chuckled at this and Roga groaned in annoyance. Let's hurry up, I want to be at the village by noon, Roga said as he and the others all got up and began to walk to Konoha. A half an hour later Naruto heard a voice inside his head. This is it, brat, this is what I've been waiting all these years for, the Kyuubi said in Naruto's head. You have 3 hearts now, thanks to the snake Sannin, are you ready? Naruto frowned. Like I have a choice, Naruto said in his mind. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. As much as I don't want to. They Kyuubi chuckled at this and went silent. Naruto sighed. Me and my damn promises, he thought. Just then the walls of Konoha came into view and Naruto clenched his fists. Konoha. Your biggest mistake has returned, he thought. Konoha training ground. With Sakura, Anko and Kurenai. Sakura was breathing heavily on the ground as she tried to catch her breath as she just got done sparring with Anko and Kurenai. Sakura rolled over and got to her knees and looked at the 2 smiling Jonin looking at her. I lost again, Sakura said, and Anko chuckled and walked over to Sakura and placed her hand on her shoulder. Maybe so, but your taijutsu has improved a lot, Anko said, making Sakura smile weakly. Not to mention your genjutsu has improved as well, Kurenai said with a smile of her own. Well, I hope it'll be enough, Sakura said, getting to her feet. I don't know who will be my opponent until tomorrow, but I'll definitely try my best, she said with determination. Anko smirked and leaned in. Who knows, maybe it'll be that Niku boy, Anko said, making Sakura blush. I've seen the way you've looked at him. Sakura backed away and began to wave her hands. It's not like that, Sakura said before calming down, it's just. He's different from the others, he actually treats me with respect and dignity. Kurenai smiled at this, kind of like me and Asuma, she thought, well Sakura, just remember he is a foreign ninja, you shouldn't get crushes for anyone outside the village. Sakura blushed harder, it's not like that, Sakura protested and Anko laughed. Don't take it personally kid, Anko said before looking at Kurenai. Kurenai here is head over heels for some guy, hell she hasn't even told me his name or where he works. Kurenai crossed her arms and pursed her lips, my private life is none of your concern, Kurenai said and Anko rolled her eyes. Whatever, Anko said before she started leading Sakura and Anko out of the training ground, let's go and get some sweets. Hokage Tower, with Hiruzen, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sai. Hiruzen was sitting at his desk looking at Kakashi, Sasuke and Sai. Hiruzen folded his hands in front of his face and spoke. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam finals, you understand what this means correct? Hiruzen said and all three nodded, there will be dozens of high-ranking officials and wealthy clients there to witness the fights. I trained these two to the best of my ability, Kakashi said, I'm sure they can handle whoever they get put up against. Hiruzen nodded and spoke. Good because here is a little secret, the fights will be rigged, Hiruzen said surprising all of them, Sasuke and Sai will be fighting two particular shinobi while another, Neji Hyuga will be fighting another. Hiruzen pulled out a roster, Sasuke vs Gaara, Sai vs Dosu and Niku vs Neji, he said before Sasuke spoke up. And why are we fighting them? Sasuke asked and Hiruzen spoke. You are fighting them because they are the best of the rival villages, Hiruzen said, if we have 3 of our finest genin beat 3 of the best genin of the other villages then we will basically be winning the finals no matter who is at the end. I see, quite an interesting idea, Sai said with a smile, a show of Konoha's might and a way to project power to the other villages. Hiruzen nodded and spoke, go and get well rested, tomorrow is possibly the most important day of your careers. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and scowled, they better not fail, or it's your head, Kakashi gulped and nodded. Yes Lord Hokage, Kakashi said nervously and Hiruzen nodded. Leave, I have work to do, Hiruzen said. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sai all left the room leaving Hiruzen alone. Hyuga compound, with Neji. Neji was kneeling in front of Hiyashi and the Hyuga elders as he was summoned by them. Neji had been training hard for the past month and believed that he was ready for the exams. Neji, Hiyashi said getting the boy's attention, the Hyuga clan is the most noble clan in Konoha, we are the shining beacon of perfection in both the shinobi and martial arts. Tomorrow you will be facing many opponents, the last Uchiha and the Kasuke's son, Hiyashi said. I will not fail the Hyuga clan, Neji said and Hiyashi nodded. You better not, Hiyashi said, ever since the disappearance of Hinata the prestige of our clan has gone down. You must erase her failure by winning the exams, no matter the cost. Yes Lord Hiyashi, Neji said and Hiyashi stood to his feet. You are dismissed, Hiyashi said. Neji got up, bowed and left the room. Neji left the room with a scowl on his face. I will win these exams, but not for the glory of the main house, Neji thought, this is because it's my destiny. The next day, Chunin Exam Stadium. Naruto, Hinata and Haku all entered the Chunin Exam Stadium as the patrons were filing in. A lot of people here, Naruto said and both Hinata and Haku nodded. Hey Niku, came a voice. Naruto, Hinata and Haku turned around and saw Sakura running up. You made it, I'm so glad, she said and Naruto smiled. Hey Sakura, how's it going? Naruto said, are you ready to kick some butt and show your stuff? Sakura nodded with determination and smiled. You bet, I'm going to give it my all, Sakura said before looking at Hinata. How about you, Mie? Sakura said with a wink and Hinata smiled from behind her helmet. I'm ready for whatever comes my way, Hinata said. What about you, Haku? Did I get it right? Sakura asked as she hasn't formally met Haku other than their time in the forest. Yes that's me, Haku said with a smile, and I'm ready as I'll ever be. Well let's get going, this thing starts in 5 minutes, Naruto said as the other nodded. All 4 walked through the hallway towards the arena, ready to begin their matches. In the arena. Naruto was standing in the middle of the arena with the other finalists as the stadium was in an uproar of cheering. Naruto looked to his side and saw the other contestants. Team Baki consisting of Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. Team Asuma consisting of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. Team Kakashi consisting of Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha and Sai. Team Guy consisting of Neji Hyuga, Tenten and Rock Lee. And Orochimaru's team of Dosu, Kin and Zaku. I wonder who I'll fight first, Naruto thought. He was brought out of his thoughts when the proctor came out. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Genma Shiranui and I'll be the proctor of the Chunin exam finals, Genma said as the crowd went up into a round of applause. Now then we will decide the first matches at random, each subsequent match will be against the previous winner. Now then, let's take a look electronic board and we'll select our first 2 fighters, Genma said. Everyone looked to the electronic board and it powered on. A second later the names of the contestants began to flash across the board. About 5 seconds later 2 names appeared, Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Sakura went wide-eyed. I'm first, she thought. Suddenly she was patted on the back nearly knocking her off her feet. Hell yeah Sakura, congrats, Naruto said, you're so lucky. Sakura smiled at this. Thanks Niku, Sakura said. Sasuke looked at this in disgust but before he could voice his opinion Genma spoke up. Alright, everyone except for the 2 who were called leave the arena, Genma said. Everyone began to file out except for Sakura and Ino who stayed behind. Cage booth, with Hiruzen in the case cage. Orochimaru was disguised as the case cage and was looking down at the arena as to not give away his presence to Hiruzen. A Yamanaka, Orochimaru said in his disguised voice, one of Konoha's shinobi clans, but who is the other girl? Sakura Haruno is a kunoichi from a civilian family, Hiruzen said, she has an aptitude for genjutsu. Although her other skills are lacking. I don't have high hopes for this fight, Hiruzen thought. In the arena, with Sakura. Okay you two, get ready, Genma said as he looked both at Ino and Sakura. Sakura flinched away and Genma got confused. Huh? Why's she scared of me? Hey Haruno, are you okay? Genma asked concerned. Sakura's face morphed into a look in between disgust and anger. Be back off, Sakura stuttered out and Genma got even more confused. Did I piss her off somehow? Whatever, Genma thought. Ino had a smirk on her face as she looked towards Sakura. You might as well give up billboard brow. Ino said, you can't beat me, not in a fight, nor for Sasuke's heart. Sakura scoffed, you can keep that arrogant asshole, Sakura said, I'm not fighting for me and me alone. Sakura got into her taijutsu stance and Ino followed suit. Okay then, Genma said as he raised up his hand, let the first match begin. Genma dropped his hand and jumped away. Ino was looking at Sakura and was about to make her move when she saw Sakura rush to her at a speed she could barely even see. Sakura cocked back her fist and threw a punch. Sakura's punch connected with Ino's nose making blood spray as her head cocked back. Sakura followed up with another punch to Ino's stomach making her cough up her breath. Sakura finished her combo by throwing a roundhouse kick to Ino's ribs. Ino was sent skidding across the ground away from Sakura who was in her taijutsu stance. What's wrong Ino, I guess you were all talk, she said. In the competitor's box. Yeah kick her ass Sakura, Naruto shouted, and do it quick, I bet a lot of money on you. Haku reached out and grabbed his ear pulling him towards her. You're betting on the fights, Haku hissed in a whisper, we are on a mission. Ow, 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 I know, Naruto said as Haku let him go. I just thought I'd make a little extra money while we were here, besides. I had someone else make the bet. Hinata looked at him, who did you get? At the betting booths. Fubuki, Roga and Mizore were all at an area in the arena where there were monitors and betting booths looking at the fights. So far Fubuki was looking on at the fight Naruto told her to bet on. Oh man this is too good, Fubuki said rubbing her hands together. I'm going to buy myself a mink coat with these winnings. Both Roga and Mizore looked at their fellow snow ninja in disappointment. She's really betting, god. Niku's greed has rubbed off on her, Mizore said and Roga nodded. He is very persuasive, Roga said before looking at the clock. 2 more hours until the invasion, he thought. With Sakura. Ino got back to her feet and wiped the blood from her bleeding lip and glared at Sakura. You're going to pay for that, Ino shouted as she reached behind herself and took out several kunai. Ino threw the kunai at Sakura who took out a kunai of her own. Sakura used her kunai to block Ino's as they clattered to the ground. Ino used this opportunity to rush towards Sakura while taking out a kunai. Ino closed the distance and slashed at Sakura. Sakura dodged but was still cut across her stomach ripping open her shirt and leaving a small cut. Sakura countered by sending a stab towards Ino. Ino dodged to the side and grabbed Sakura's hand and pulled her closer. Sakura was pulled towards Ino and Ino was about to stab Sakura. Sakura in a desperate move went toward Ino. Ino's kunai overshot Sakura as Ino went wide-eyed. Sakura tackled Ino to the ground slamming into her at full force. Sakura mounted Ino and knocked the kunai out of her hand. Sakura used her free hand to punch Ino in the face. Sakura proceeded to roll Ino on her stomach and grab her by the ponytail. Ino yelped as her head was lifted up. Sakura moved her kunai to Ino's neck and spoke. Give up Ino, Sakura said and Ino growled. No way, you don't have the guts, Ino said. Sakura raised up her kunai and brought it down onto Ino. Ino braced for the pain but was greeted by the ground when she got a face full of dirt. Ino felt Sakura get off of her and she looked up and saw something in Sakura's hand. Sakura had used her kunai to cut off Ino's long ponytail that she took a lot of pride in. "You bitch," Ino roared as she rushed towards Sakura. Sakura proceeded to kick Ino in the face, sending her back to the ground. Ino jumped back to gain some distance. Ino was panting in rage as she made a special hand sign. Sakura, realizing what it was, began to run as to not give Ino a clear shot. Ino aimed at Sakura in an attempt to use her mind transfer jutsu. Sakura began to run to the side as Ino tried to stay on her long enough in order to perform her jutsu. "I can't let her get a clear shot," Sakura thought as she went through hand signs. Sakura created 4 clones and Ino cursed. "Damn," Ino thought as Sakura and her clones began to run towards her. Ino took out some shuriken and threw them towards Sakura and her clones. The real Sakura ducked and rolled while her clones vanished. "Got you now," Ino shouted as she ran towards Sakura and threw a powerful kick towards Sakura's head. When it connected, Sakura turned into cherry blossom petals and Ino went wide-eyed. "What the hell?" Suddenly a tree came out of the ground and its branches wrapped around Ino, restraining her. "What the hell is this?" Ino shouted as she tried to break free. "This, Ino," came Sakura's voice as she came out of the tree trunk behind Ino holding a kunai, "is the power of genjutsu." Sakura brought down the kunai and hit Ino on her temple with the ringed side, knocking her out. Ino fell to the ground as the genjutsu was cancelled and Sakura was left standing. Winner of the first match is Sakura Haruno, Genma announced, and the entire arena went up in applause. With Anko and Kurenai. "Haha, that's my girl," Anko shouted from the stands. Anko turned to Kakashi and Asuma and flipped them off. "Choke on that needle, dicks," she gloated. Both Kakashi and Asuma were furious for different reasons. Kakashi because Sakura won despite him not training her, and Asuma because Ino lost to Sakura, making him look bad. "Hey Anko, don't talk to them like that," Kurenai said. "What have they done for you to speak to them like that?" Anko wanted to tell her about what they did to Sakura but she held her tongue. "They're assholes who think women can't fight." "Now I know that's not true," Kurenai said, looking to Asuma with a smile. "Thanks Kurenai," Asuma said. "You better watch it, snake bitch, otherwise you and Pinky down there will end up in an early grave." With Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Yes, Sakura won. "I'm going to be rich," Naruto shouted, and both Hinata and Haku sweat dropped at this. "Hey, that's our teammate down there," Choji said. "I mean, she may not have won but there's no need to be rude." Naruto, hearing this, looked sheepish. "Sorry dude, I just got caught up in the moment," Naruto said. "What a drag," Shikamaru said. "I know Ino just a dumb girl but she could have done a lot better." Shikamaru then felt killing intent come from 4 different sources. Haku, Tenten, Tamari and Kin were all looking at him. "Want to repeat that?" Haku asked as ice formed around her. "Say that again, pineapple boy," Tamari said, grabbing her fan. "Do you wanna lose your nuts?" Kin said, taking out a kunai. "You better shut your mouth," Tenten said. Shikamaru gulped until he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. "Hey guys, did you see that?" Sakura cheered as she entered the box. "Hey Sakura, good job down there," Shikamaru said, running over with a smile. "You sure showed Ino who's boss, great job. Fight the patriarchy," he said, trying to save his hide. "Huh, fight the what?" Sakura said, confused. "In the cage booth." "My, what a interesting fight," Orochimaru said. "That Sakura girl is more than meets the eye. She was able to do hand signs and projected genjutsu while doing a roll." Hiruzen nodded. "I'll admit it, I'm just as surprised as you," he said. "I might want to put her under Kurenai's tutelage." In the arena. "Okay, next contestants will be," Genma announced as the board went through names once more. The board stopped a few seconds later and showed 2 names. "Niku and Neji Hyuga, come on down," Genma announced. With Naruto, Hinata and Haku. "Oh yeah," Naruto said excitedly as he looked over to Neji, who was walking out. "Oh you prick, oh you asshole, you're the reason I got cut up all those years ago, you're the reason I had to leave this village." Naruto clenched his fists. "You are going to pay, Hyuga boy." Niku," Hinata said as she got Naruto's attention. Hinata leaned in and whispered, "I know you hate him, but please don't kill him, he's my family despite everything." Naruto was about to say no but Hinata grabbed his hand. Naruto groaned in annoyance. "Fine, I won't kill him," Naruto said as he walked away, "but I am going to kick his ass." Hinata sighed at this. "I guess that's the best I can ask for," she said. Sakura put a hand on Hinata's shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, Niku keeps his word," she said, and Hinata nodded. "Unless he kills him accidentally," Haku said, gaining both of their attentions. He could accidentally cause a brain bleed, he could fall down and break his neck, he might even die if he kicks him in the stomach and ruptures an organ. There's all kinds of ways that, Haku began as she turned around but stopped when she saw both Hinata and Sakura looking at her. Sakura had a face of shock, and despite Hinata wearing her helmet, Haku could tell she had a look of shock too, but… I'm sure it'll be fine. Shut up now Haku thought to herself. In the arena. Both Naruto and Neji were looking at each other. Neji had a look of confidence while Naruto had a smile on his face. HMMPH, look at this peasant, Neji thought. I can't wait to show him to know that fighting a Hyuga is futile. Look at him, he's probably terrified of me, Neji thought. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. Naruto sung to himself in his head. Yumis, shurikens, katanas, clubs and knives, and all these pussy niggas hating trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let him do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. A little spiritual warm-up is always a good idea, Naruto thought with a foxy grin. Hey kid, are you okay? Genma asked Naruto, you seemed a little spacey. Yeah, I'm good, Naruto said. Alright then, Genma announced as both Naruto and Neji got into their stances. Match 2, Niku vs Neji Hyuga, are you ready? Genma announced and both boys nodded. And, begin, Genma shouted as he dropped his hand. Chapter 28. Outside Konoha. With Fu, Karen and Sasori. Fu, Karen and Sasori were all looking at the Chunin exams on a portable laptop that was supplied by Orochimaru for them to see what was going on inside the arena. Currently they are looking on at Naruto's match against Neji. Come on Naruto, Fu said looking at the screen in anticipation, win this fight. He's got this in the bag, Karen said, besides he hasn't used any of his techniques, so he has the element of surprise. Sasori however looked on in worry. Naruto, don't lose control again, he thought. In Konoha. With Kakuzu. Kakuzu wearing a disguise was currently sitting in a bar looking at a TV. Kakuzu looked on as Naruto's match was beginning. As the entire began to cheer on the Hyuga, Kakuzu remained silent as he looked at the screen. Kakuzu had small sense of pride seeing Naruto standing in the middle of the arena. He spent years training Naruto, honing skills and instructing him on the shinobi arts. You better win boy, Kakuzu thought. Chunin exams arena. With Naruto. Naruto was in the arena looking at Neji as he was trying to figure out his first move. Okay, if what Hinata told me was true, then he's a close-range fighter. I'll attack him at medium range and stay on my toes if he gets close, he thought. Neji using his Byakugan was overlooking Naruto and was frankly disgusted. Does he have 3 hearts? What kind of freak of nature is he thought. Neji shook his head as he refocused on Naruto who was just standing still. What's wrong? Too scared to attack? Neji said with a smirk. Then allow me. Neji rushed towards Naruto who hardened his body with earth chakra. Neji closed the distance and threw a strike towards Naruto's chest. Naruto blocked Neji's attack and retaliated by throwing a punch towards Neji. Neji dodged to the side and used his other hand to deliver a finger strike to Naruto's arm. Neji's fingers contacted Naruto's arm and it felt like he hit a brick with his finger. The next moment Naruto launched a kick towards Neji, but Neji jumped over the kick doing a front flip over Naruto. Neji used his right foot to kick Naruto in the back of the head, making him fall forward. Naruto hit the ground and turned seeing Neji was about to land. Naruto detached his arm and sent it towards Neji. Naruto's fist was about to hit him, but Neji ducked forward using his Byakugan to see behind himself and rolled away. Neji took out several shuriken and threw them towards Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side avoiding the shuriken and getting back into his stance. Naruto recalled his arm and stitched it back to his body. Well, that didn't work, Naruto thought. Neji turned around and spoke. What repulsive technique, he said to Naruto, are you even human? More human than some people, Naruto said, but if that freaks you out, how about I do this instead? Naruto moved his hands over his gold rings and bracelets and turned it into gold dust, surprising Neji and the crowd. Naruto created his golden dagger and showed it to Neji. What's wrong? Too scared to attack? Naruto said, mocking Neji's previous remark. Then allow me. Naruto charged Neji as the crowd began to murmur. In the competitors' box, with Haku, Hinata and Sakura. How is Niku able to do that? Sakura asked Haku and Hinata, does he have a Kekkei Genkai or something? Niku has earth and wind chakra natures, Haku said, he is able to only use gold since it's a pure metal. Niku has a lot of abilities, Hinata said, he mostly uses his threads though since it's his family technique. And that's really stretching the word family, Hinata thought. Unseen by Hinata and Haku, the Sand siblings were looking at Naruto in suspicion. Hey Tamari, Kankuro whispered, isn't that similar to father's technique? Temari looked at him and whispered back, "Yeah, I see it," he said. "It can't be our family Keke Genke, can it? Did father sleep with a woman outside the village or something?" "Kankuro, Temari, shut up," Gaara said in his monotone voice. Both Kankuro and Temari looked at Gaara and were hit by a wave of fear. Gaara was smiling like a maniac, completely focused on Naruto. "He's like me, a monster in the body of a man," Gaara thought. "I want to fight him. I must fight him, to prove my existence." With Naruto. Naruto rushed toward Neji and Neji got into a defensive stance. Naruto slashed at Neji and Neji took a step back, avoiding Naruto's blade. Neji retaliated by attempting a palm strike to Naruto's chest, but Naruto blocked the attack with his other hand. Naruto sent a kick toward Neji's stomach and the kick connected. Neji coughed up his breath and was momentarily stunned, and Naruto slashed at Neji once more. Naruto slashed Neji across his cheek, drawing blood. Naruto once more went in for a slash, but Neji began to spin around and a physical barrier of chakra began to form. Rotation, Neji shouted as rotation gained both speed and size. Naruto was hit by the rotation and was sent skidding back across the ground until he stopped. Naruto stood up with a groan. The entire front side of his chakra armor was destroyed along with the shirt underneath. "Damn it, I only brought the one shirt," Naruto thought as he took off his broken armor and ripped off the remainder of his shirt, showing off the stitches on his body. "Now do you understand?" Neji said to Naruto. "No matter what tricks you try and pull on me, your skills pale in comparison to the power of the Hyuga clan. What I understand is, I'm about to pound you so hard, my girlfriends up are going to get jealous," Naruto said, pointing to the competitor's box. "With Haku, Sakura and Hinata." "Oh, can you not say that, Hinata?" Haku and Sakura all shouted at the same time. Both Haku and Hinata looked at Sakura, who began to blush from embarrassment. "I mean for you." "Of course," Sakura said to Hinata and Haku. "Aw crap." With Naruto. Neji scowled at this. "Do you think this is a game?" he said, and Naruto shook his head. "Not just business," Naruto said as he cracked his neck. "I'm here for the land of snow, nothing more, nothing less." "Now then," Naruto said as one of his hearts began to come out of his chest, disturbing Neji along with the crowd. The heart popped out of his chest and took its form. "Let's see how you deal with two of us." Naruto and his heart both rushed Neji from both his left and his right. Neji got on guard as Naruto's heart attacked first, shooting its limb toward Neji, who dodged out of the way only to be greeted by Naruto. Naruto slashed at Neji, who dodged and delivered several strikes to Naruto which hurt but didn't disrupt his chakra network due to the hardening of his body. Naruto attempted to back fist Neji, but Neji jumped back and Naruto, putting his gold dagger between his teeth, went through hand signs. Earth style. Earth spikes. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground and a column of earth spikes made their way to Neji, who began to jump backwards in order to avoid them. Neji landed and began to spin around once more. Rotation, Neji shouted as he began to spin around as the earth spikes crashed against his chakra dome. After a few seconds Neji slowed down as the jutsu subsided. But just as Neji stopped, Naruto's heart was right on top of him. Naruto's heart punched Neji, sending him bouncing off the ground before he went into the air. While Neji was in the air, Naruto ran and jumped up with a flying kick toward Neji. Neji, seeing this, put up his arms in defense as Naruto's foot made contact. Naruto's kick sent Neji flying into the arena wall with a solid smack. Neji coughed up blood as he hit the wall before falling down to the ground and getting to a knee. Naruto recalled his heart back to him as it began to once again enter his body. "I have to save this for later," Naruto thought as his heart stitched itself back into his chest. "You bastard," Neji cursed toward Naruto. "How dare you humiliate me?" Naruto scoffed at this and spoke. "Shove it, dude," Naruto said. "Maybe you're not as strong as you think you are. Maybe you Hyuga are all dog and pony show." Upon saying this, Neji and every other Hyuga in the audience became enraged. "You will not insult the Hyuga clan," Neji growled. "Whatever," Naruto said as he gripped his dagger and charged towards Neji. Neji, seeing Naruto coming towards him, got into a particular stance, making every Hyuga in the audience stand on edge. With Hiashi and Hanabi Hyuga. "Father, isn't that?" Hanabi began while looking at her father. "Yes it is," Hiashi said, enraged. "How on earth did he learn that technique?" With Naruto. Naruto entered Neji's 8 trigrams and Neji launched his attack. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, Neji shouted as he lunged forward and stuck Naruto twice, stopping his attack. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Neji stuck Naruto repeatedly and viciously as he spun around and delivered his final attack. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Neji roared as he hit Naruto once more, sending him flying back. Naruto was sent back skidding across the ground and the whole arena held their breath. "Oh man," Naruto groaned as he got up. "That hurt like hell." Naruto said as he stood up on shaky feet. How the hell are you still up? Neji shouted. That was the Hyuga clan's strongest technique. Naruto spit some blood onto the ground. I don't know, Naruto said as he wiped away the blood, but when I find out I'll let you know. Neji growled as Naruto gripped his gold dagger and crushed it into gold dust once more. Let's see if this works, Naruto thought. Naruto created 4 gold shuriken and charged them with wind chakra. Take this, Naruto shouted as he threw the shuriken at Neji at an incredible speed to which he couldn't dodge. Neji began to spin around once more to use his rotation. As the dome of chakra formed, the gold shuriken penetrated the dome and hit Neji. Neji's jutsu was cancelled when he stumbled as 2 of the 4 shuriken hit. Neji was hit in the left shoulder and the right leg, and Naruto, seeing his opportunity, charged in and recalled his gold dust. The gold dust come back to Naruto and Naruto formed it onto his right hand, creating a gold knuckle duster. Grit those teeth, Naruto shouted as he threw his punch. Naruto slugged Neji across the face, making him spit up teeth and blood onto the ground. Naruto raised up his left foot and kicked Neji in the chest at full force, cracking his ribcage and sending him into the wall once more. Neji smacked the wall and Naruto brought back his fist for one final punch. Naruto punched Neji right in the nose, breaking in a shower of blood and smacking the back of his head against the concrete wall. Neji was rendered unconscious as he fell to the ground with the back of his head bleeding as he had a skull fracture. Naruto took a step back and was breathing heavy as his gold knuckle dusters turned back into rings and his bracelets and his body turned back to normal. Naruto winced as he looked at his chest and saw it was purple due to bruising. Crap, Naruto said as he felt his chest. Ah damn. It's tender. Genma came into the ring and looked over Neji. He can't fight anymore, Genma said. The winner is Niku. There was a light applause from the audience, mostly from non-Konoha spectators. However, the majority of the Konoha civilians and shinobi looked down in anger as one of their strongest genin was beaten by some unknown snow ninja. Cage box, with Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Hiruzen was looking down at the arena as mild annoyance and surprise. Annoyance in the case that Neji, one of the best genin his village ever produced, was beaten by Niku. But he was also very surprised in the techniques Niku employed during the fight, as he has never seen techniques like the ones he used. My, what an interesting fight, Orochimaru said to Hiruzen. I'm surprised that the Hyuga lost. From what I was told, the Hyuga are nearly unbeatable in close combat. Hiruzen nodded at this and spoke. Skill doesn't trump arrogance, Hiruzen said. Neji underestimated his opponent, those strange threads, the way he used gold, and in particular the technique to harden his body. I think it was mostly that technique that kept him in the fight, Hiruzen said. If it wasn't for him hardening his body, then Neji would have won earlier. I agree, he is an interesting genin, that's for sure, Orochimaru said. Hiruzen watched Niku walk off the field, slightly staggering from his chest wounds. I should have Jiraiya investigate the boy, maybe even bring him to Konoha. We can use a Kekkei Genkai like that, he thought. With Naruto, Haku, Hinata and Sakura. Ow, 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 Naruto whined as Hinata put medicine on Naruto's heavily bruised chest. I'm sorry Niku, just give me a moment, Hinata said as she put the last bit of the medical gel onto Naruto. There we go, Haku, would you kindly? Yes, Haku said as she put her hand over Naruto's chest. Haku used her technique to create a thin layer of ice on Naruto's chest. There you go Niku, how do you feel? Like I got hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, Naruto said, but the medicine and the ice is helping a little. Don't worry brat, the Kyuubi said, I'm healing you as well, although I'm doing it slowly as to not bring too much attention. Gee, thanks Naruto said unenthusiastically. Naruto then looked over and saw Rock Lee walking towards him. Niku, that was a very entertaining and spectacular match, Lee said with a smile. You defeated my rival Neji, now I must win my match in order to avenge his loss. Naruto smiled at this and chuckled. Well, I'm ready whenever you are. Bushy brows, Naruto said as he extended his hand and Lee shook it. Lee then walked away and Sakura looked to Naruto. Looks like I'm not the only leaf ninja that's your friend, Sakura said, and Naruto chuckled. I guess so, he's alright, Naruto said. Also, I'm not going to lie. I kinda want one of his spandex suits. Hinata, Sakura and Haku looked at him like he was crazy. What? It looks comfy, he said. Down in the arena. Okay everyone, time for the third match, Genma announced as the names began to shuffle on the electronic board until it landed on 2 names. Shikamaru, Nara and Mie, come on down, Genma announced. With Naruto and the others. Yeah, congrats Mei, Naruto said, patting Hinata on the back. You got this, he said, and Hinata nodded. Thank you Niku, Hinata said as she began to walk away. Wish me luck, she said as both Haku and Sakura gave her a thumbs up. What a drag, Shikamaru said as he began to walk down. "Hey Choji, keep a bag of chips ready for me." "Sure thing buddy," Choji said as Shikamaru left. Choji looked over and saw Niku, Sakura and Haku all standing together. "I guess it wouldn't hurt." Choji began to walk over and spoke. "Hey guys," he said. "Can I help you?" Haku asked curiously. Choji took out a scroll and opened it, revealing chips, drinks and other snacks. "No reason we can't chow down while watching the match. Go on, take some," Choji said with a smile. This is suspicious, Haku thought. Why would he offer us food out of the blue? Does he suspect something? Is it poisoned? Is it? Haku began but stopped. "Aw man thanks, I was so thirsty," Naruto said, drinking a soda. Haku smacked her forehead in annoyance at how easily Naruto took the food that was offered. "Niku, how could you take it so easily?" Haku said, and Naruto shrugged. "He could have poisoned it or something." "What kind of monster poisons food?" Choji said in horror. "No self-respecting Akamichi would ever do that." "Yeah babe, chill out and have some snacks," Naruto said as he picked up a bag of chips. "Look, sour cream and onion. Your favorite." Naruto began shaking the bag and Haku felt her will to resist slip away. "Fine," Haku said, taking the bag, "but I have my eye on you Akamichi." "Is she always this paranoid?" Choji asked Naruto. "She's always on high alert," Naruto said as he opened a bag of chips. "That's why I don't give her a kiss while she's sleeping. She nearly knocked my tooth out last time." "That's why you don't sneak up on me," Haku thought in annoyance as she ate her chips. Down in the arena, Hinata and Shikamaru were looking across at each other as Genma was in between them. "Okay, are you two ready?" he asked. "Yes sir," Hinata said, and Shikamaru yawned. "Sure, whatever," Shikamaru said lazily. "Alright, third match," Genma announced as she raised up his hand. "Mie vs Shikamaru Nara, begin," he shouted, starting the match. Chapter 29. Chunin Exam Arena, with Hinata. "Begin," Genma shouted before jumping back, leaving Hinata and Shikamaru alone in the arena. Hinata was looking at Shikamaru using her Byakugan hidden under her helmet. She was looking at his chakra flow to see any fluctuations. Hinata, not wanting to give Shikamaru an opportunity to strike first, hit the seal on her wrist, bringing out her bow and an arrow. Hinata fired a single arrow towards Shikamaru and Shikamaru quickly took out a kunai. Shikamaru blocked the arrow, cutting it in half before throwing it towards Hinata. Hinata simply sidestepped and grabbed the kunai. However, Hinata realized that the kunai had a sizzling explosive tag on it. Hinata threw it back towards Shikamaru, who caught it, making Hinata go wide-eyed. What is he doing? Hinata thought. The tag was still lit but did not explode as Shikamaru simply took it off, crumpled it and threw it to the ground. She's a long-range fighter, Shikamaru analyzed. That bow shoots about 50% faster than an average ninja can throw a kunai. Looks like I have two options. Fight her at close range or possess her with my shadow, Shikamaru thought. I'll try with my shadow first. Shikamaru made a hand sign. Shadow possession jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow shot out towards Hinata, who began to run off to Shikamaru's left. Shikamaru turned and followed Hinata in order to properly aim his jutsu. I can't let him capture me, Hinata thought as she touched her seal and produced two more arrows. I have to keep him moving. Hinata fired one arrow at Shikamaru, who dodged in place, still keeping his feet planted and his hand sign up and proper. Hinata fired her second arrow towards Shikamaru, who got ready to dodge. Suddenly the arrow exploded about 10 feet away from Shikamaru. Hinata adjusted the fuse in the arrow so the arrow doesn't kill him. However, the concussive force of the explosion and the blinding light stunned Shikamaru and Hinata rushed in. I have an opening now, Hinata thought as she closed the distance. Hinata put up her bow and clenched her fists and getting ready to engage in taijutsu. But before she could engage Shikamaru, Hinata had to jump away as Shikamaru's shadow began to go after her once more. Hinata jumped away until Shikamaru's shadow stopped several feet away. Hinata looked on as Shikamaru got back up. Damn it, I thought I had her, he thought as he got back to his feet. Shikamaru came up with a plan to capture Mie when she got close to him. Now he was back to square one. I've used up a decent amount of chakra. What a drag, Shikamaru thought. With Naruto, Haku and Sakura. Damn, he nearly got her, Naruto said, looking down in the arena. This guy is good, Choji, who was beside him, nodded. Shikamaru may not be the strongest in terms of power, but he's a great strategist, Choji said as he munched on his chips. He took an IQ test and got over 200. Both Haku and Sakura looked on shocked, but Naruto closed his eyes and rubbed the back of his head. Ah, what's an IQ and is 200 like good? Naruto asked and Sakura smacked her forehead. IQ means intelligence quotient, meaning how smart you are, and 200 is extremely high, Sakura said, dumbing it down for Naruto. Oh, I get it now, thanks Sakura, Naruto said. I bet you got a high IQ too, probably like 100 or something. Sakura sweat dropped at this but smiled. Thanks Niku, Sakura said, take the compliment Sakura. He means well. Haku shook her head at Naruto's attempt to compliment Sakura. I swear, besides fighting he is a total dunce, Haku thought, but I guess that's one reason I love him. Haku smiled at this and looked over to Naruto. You're very special, she said, and Naruto smiled at this. Back with Hinata. Hinata looked at Shikamaru and was weighing her options and brought out her bow once more and took out a fire arrow. Hinata fired her arrow towards Shikamaru, who dodged out of the way as the arrow hit the ground and lit the ground where Shikamaru just was on fire. Shikamaru took out several shuriken and threw them at Hinata, who dodged as the shuriken flew past her and into the stadium wall. Hinata ran and began using the wall walking jutsu in order to stick to the walls and began to run at her full speed. Hinata took out another regular arrow and fired it towards Shikamaru, who dodged and took out several kunai with explosive notes attached to them. Shikamaru began to throw the kunai but not at Hinata but in front of her. When the kunai hit the walls and detonated, the wall began to crack and crumble with pieces to the ground. Hinata's grasp on the wall began to slip as the uneven surface of the wall made her jutsu less effective. Hinata jumped off the wall and landed in a crouch while taking out 2 more arrows. Hinata fired another arrow at Shikamaru, who dodged to his left, avoiding the first arrow. However, he was then knocked to the ground as the second arrow buried itself in his calf. Shikamaru winced at the arrow in his calf but didn't give up as he took out more kunai and shuriken and threw them at Hinata, who took out a kunai herself. Hinata proceeded to knock the small volley of weapons out of the air and loaded her bow once more. Hinata began to pull back her bowstring ready to fire another arrow but stopped as he body seized. I can't move, Hinata thought in fear. Shadow possession complete, Shikamaru said as he stood up with a limp. How did you get me? Hinata said, and Shikamaru groaned. I used the rubble from the wall and the weapons you knocked out of the air to extend my shadow, Shikamaru said. Take a look for yourself. Shikamaru allowed Hinata to move her head and she looked down and saw that Shikamaru's shadow was stretching to its limit as it was connecting to several larger pieces of debris and a kunai that was only a foot away from Hinata. I played right into his hand, Hinata thought as she looked at Shikamaru, who looked bored despite the arrow in his leg. Since my shadow was too slow to reach you, I just had to find a way capture you when you thought you were out of range, Shikamaru said. Alright then, now to end this. Hinata got scared as Shikamaru began to limp forward and Hinata began to limp forward as well. Please don't take off my helmet, Hinata thought in worry as she stopped in front of Shikamaru, who raised up his hand. Here it comes. I give up, Shikamaru said, shocking everyone in the crowd. I used up too much chakra. Also, I have an arrow in my leg. If I continue I will only hurt myself more. Shikamaru cancelled his jutsu and began to limp away from a stunned Hinata. You did okay. Just work on your strategy next time, he said. What a drag. Asuma and Ino are not going to let me hear the end of this. Hinata was stunned but nodded at the advice. Thank you, she said. Gemma came down to the arena and spoke. Winner by forfeit, Mie, Genma said, and the crowd began to clap at the fight. With Anko and Kurenai. Well, looks like your lazy ass Genin is worth a damn, Anko said, looking at Asuma. He's lucky that girl wasn't trying to kill him. If she was, he would have been done for. Looks like you haven't rubbed off on him too much, Anko said. Asuma scoffed. Shikamaru knows when to get serious, besides he may have lost the match but he won the battle, he said. I agree, Kurenai said. While his drive isn't great, his intelligence and strategy is impressive. He would make a good chunin. With Naruto, Haku and Sakura. Heck yeah Shikamaru, you did great buddy, Choji cheered. Man, that was an interesting fight, not as bloody as yours but still entertaining. Yeah, it was good. Mie may have won but that Shikamaru did an awesome job, Naruto said. Unseen by everyone, Naruto's stitches went back into his body and Haku but away as Senbon she took out. That was close, Haku thought. If he took off Hinata's helmet then we would have been exposed. Good thing he quit, otherwise we'd be fighting our way out of here right now, Haku thought. A few seconds later Hinata entered the box with her head down. I'm sorry, even thought I won, I should have done better, Hinata said to Naruto and Haku. Hey, no problem, Naruto said, walking up and patting her shoulder. You'll do better next time, you nearly had him. A win is a win, Haku said with a smile. Just enjoy the fact that you are moving on to the next round. Hinata, feeling the support, perked up and nodded. Thank you both, Hinata said. I really appreciate it. With Orochimaru. A fight of wits and strategy rather than one of brute force and blood, Orochimaru said to Hiruzen. I must say that Nara is quite brilliant if somewhat lazy. He gets it from his father, Hiruzen said. Damn Nara's. Too lazy even to WN. Orochimaru looked to his right and saw a lone Anbu wearing a black cloak on the top of the roof of the stadium. It's almost time, Orochimaru thought, time to give the signal. Orochimaru pressed a switch hidden in his cloth sending a signal out. With Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Sakura. Naruto was leaning on the rail when a beeping noise went off in his pocket. Huh, Naruto said as he reached in and pulled out a digital watch. Damn alarm, how do I turn you off? You have a watch, Niku, Sakura asked in curiosity, why don't you wear it on your wrist? It get uncomfortable after a while, Naruto said pressing a button and stopping the beeping. I need to go to the restroom, be right back. Naruto began to walk out of the box and looked both ways. Looks like it's game time, Fox. Are you ready? Naruto said in his mind. Yes I am, the Kyuubi said, I've waited a long time for this. Down in the arena. Okay everyone, time for the fourth match, Genma said as the board began to run through the names once more before stopping on two names. Can Kinsuchi and Tamari come down? Kin and Tamari were both about to walk down but stopped when they saw someone walk into the arena. Niku, what are you doing down here? Genma asked confused, you're not fighting for another few matches. Yeah I know, Naruto said as he extended his fist towards Genma blindsiding him and sending him skidding across the dusty ground, but I'm not here for that. Naruto turned and looked at the massive crowd. People of Konoha, I have an announcement to make, Naruto shouted gaining everyone's attention. My name is not Niku, Naruto began as he made a hand sign. Naruto's hair changed color back to his golden blonde. My real name is Naruto Uzumaki, former resident of Konoha and container of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto reached to his face and tore off the fake skin covering his whisker birthmarks. Immediately upon saying this the crowd began to shout vulgar obscenities at Naruto. He's back, the damn demon is back, why couldn't you stay dead? People shouted in a confusing mess. Hiruzen was looking on wide-eyed at the revelation. He was here the entire time. Konoha's lost weapon, he thought. Anbu, surround him, he shouted. Suddenly a dozen Anbu jumped into the arena surrounding Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, stand down and surrender at once, Hiruzen shouted as he stood up, or we will kill you where you stand. Naruto looked up to the cage booth. I don't even know who the fuck you are, Naruto shouted. The Anbu were about to go in and kill him but were stopped when four figures landed on Naruto's sides. Hinata, Dosu, Kin and Zaku were in a square formation around Naruto keeping the Anbu from coming closer. You want him? You have to go through us, Dosu said as he raised his sleeve revealing his gauntlet while Hinata took out her bow. Zaku pointed his arms towards the Anbu and Kin took out some Senbon. Get on with it kid. Thanks, Naruto said. Now then, time for the main event. Let me introduce you to a very special guest. Naruto made a hand sign and began to focus his chakra. Naruto's stitched began to glow red and his whole body began to become covered in a strange red chakra. Naruto began to scream in agony as all his chakra went to one of his hearts. Naruto fell to his knees as the heart began to exit his body. Everyone in the stadium looked on at the horror show Naruto was putting on and people were all having various reactions. Sakura held her hand to her mouth in horror at what she was seeing in Niku. What's going on? She thought in fear. Kami above, Kakashi thought as his hand hovered over his kunai holster. It's back, the demon that killed Sensei. No matter what happens I'll kill that thing, for you Sensei, Kakashi thought as he raised up his forehead protector revealing his Sharingan. This chakra, don't tell me, Hiruzen thought as he looked down in horror. He's crazy, he wouldn't dare release it. Would he? Gah, Naruto shouted as his heart forcefully launched out of his chest and landed in a pile of messy threads. Naruto fell to the ground as he clutched his bleeding wound. Our deal is complete, he said to the pile of threads. You have in 3 hours Fox, enjoy it while it lasts, Naruto said in between pained breaths. That's all I need, the pile of threads said as it began to take shape. It started by rising up on all fours as its long claws dug into the earth as 9 small tails began to sway behind it. The body formed into a long and sleek body as the threads continued to take shape. The head was the last thing to form as it took the shape of a fox with 2 long ears, 2 slitted red eyes and a smile full of fangs. The creature only stood at 4 feet tall but had an aura of death and destruction that resonated throughout the arena. Filth of Konoha, the Kyuubi said in a demonic and menacing voice, your day of retribution is here. I have been your slave for nearly 80 years, now it's time to pay. I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, the Kyuubi said, and I am back. The Kyuubi unleashed a monstrous roar that shook the ground and nearly burst the eardrums of everyone in the arena. Everyone looked on in horror except for Orochimaru who was smirking under his disguise. Shall we get started then? Orochimaru said no longer using his disguised voice. Hiruzen looked at him in disbelief as he recognized the voice, Sarutobi sensei. The cage box went up in an explosion covering the entire area in smoke. The whole arena went up into a panic as shinobi struggled to their feet to fight and the civilians attempted to run away. Naruto got to one knee as the arena went up into pandemonium as screaming filled the air. The Kyuubi began to dash towards the stands at full speed while the sound of battle began to erupt from around the village. The invasion of Konoha has begun. Chapter 30. Chunin Exam Stadium Roof, with Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Hiruzen jumped to the roof of the Chunin Exam Stadium in order to avoid the explosion that just went off. Upon landing he was standing across from the cage, who was laughing maniacally. "Was this a good surprise, Satobi-sensei?" Orochimaru said as he shed his disguise. "Which one did you like more, me or Naruto? If you say Naruto, I don't blame you." "Damn it, Orochimaru," Hiruzen said, "I should have known you were behind his disappearance." Orochimaru laughed at this and spoke. "My dear sensei, I've only known Naruto for less than 3 months, Orochimaru said, making Hiruzen's eyes narrow. "He's no more than a mercenary, he's here for a paycheck, not revenge." They Kyuubi on the other hand, well, who can blame it, Orochimaru said, and Hiruzen grit his teeth as he removed his robe and summoned out King Enma, who turned into a bow staff. "You're insane if you think you can beat me alone, Orochimaru," Hiruzen said. "Who says he's alone?" came a deep voice. Hiruzen turned around and saw a man in a black muscle shirt and a mask with tattoos and stitches on his arms. "Kakuzu, you made it, how fun," Orochimaru said. "Sound 4, he roared. Tayuya, Jirobo, Ukin and Kitamura all came out of hiding and formed a perimeter around the 3 men. All 4 began to go through hand signs until they reached the final one. "Ninja art, 4 flames formation," they all shouted. A rectangular barrier was erected entrapping Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Hiruzen inside, preventing anyone from interrupting. "Damn it," Hiruzen thought as he looked in between his 2 opponents. "It's ironic," Kakuzu said, speaking up as he hardened his body. "I've been to Konoha twice in my life, and both times were to kill the Hokage. I may have failed to kill Hashirama, but killing you will cover my past shame," Kakuzu said. With Naruto, Hinata and Team Dosu. Naruto was in the middle of the arena as the battle raged around him. His wound was slowly closing up, but he still felt weak. Naruto got to his legs shakily and breathing heavily. As he got up, one of the Anbu rushed towards him with his sword out. "Die demon," he shouted. Naruto was about to counter the attack when he was hit from the side by a powerful wind blast. The Anbu was sent flying into a wall, smacking his head and breaking his skull, killing him instantly. "Hey kid, get the fuck out of here," Zaku said to Naruto, "we got these guys." Hinata ran over and picked up Naruto by putting his arm over her shoulder. "Naruto, we need to go and find Karen," she said, and Naruto nodded. "Okay," Naruto said as they began to rush out of the arena to find medical attention. In the competitor's box, with Haku and Sakura. Choji was frozen in place as he couldn't comprehend what was going on. "Hey, what the heck is going?" he began before Tsusenbon flew into his neck. Choji was rendered unconscious as he fell to the ground. Haku had her hand outstretched as she successfully incapacitated Choji, leaving only Sasuke, Lee, Sai and Tenten in the box still able to fight. Sakura looked to Haku and shouted. "What the hell are you doing?" Sakura shouted before she heard chirping behind her. Sakura turned around and saw Sasuke running towards her with a Chidori in his hand. Sasuke was aiming his attack at Haku as he aimed to take her out. "Now die," Sasuke shouted. Sakura in a moment of clarity pushed Haku out of the way, making Sasuke miss her while hitting Sakura instead. Sakura was grazed across her right ribs by Sasuke's Chidori, cutting her and burning her skin. "You stupid bitch," Sasuke shouted as he proceeded to kick Sakura in the chest, sending her into the wall. Sakura hit the wall and fell to the ground holding her wound as she groaned and cried from the pain. "Sakura," Haku shouted as she punched Sasuke in the face before grabbing him and throwing him from the opening of the box to the ground below. "Don't worry, Sakura, I'll get you help," Haku said as she picked Sakura up and began to run out of the box. "Oh no you don't," Tenten shouted as she rushed forward only to be met by a puppet rushing up from behind her. Tenten turned around, taking out a kunai and blocking a slash from the puppet's blades. "Your fight is with us," Kankuro said as he and Temari got ready to fight. "No," Gaara said, making them all look towards him, "my fight is with that Naruto boy. Take care of this rabble," Gaara said as he disappeared in a swirl of sand. "Gaara wait," Temari shouted as he left. "Damn it, we're outnumbered now." As both Kankuro and Temari began to reconsider their plan, 2 more individuals came in. "Well, looking here," Fubuki said as she walked in with Mizore, "looks like you could use some help." "I'll take on the pale one," Fubuki said, pointing to Sai. "I'll take the green kid," Mizore said, looking at Lee. Lee, Tenten and Sai were now alone as they now had to face 4 opponents. This isn't good, Lee thought, if only Neji or Shikamaru were here to assist us. With Sasuke. Sasuke flipped in the air and landed on the arena floor below with a scowl on his face. Damn it, Sasuke thought. Sasuke heard a pair of feet land behind him and he turned ready to fight only to see it was Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai and Anko. Hey kid, where's Sakura? Anko asked and Sasuke spoke. Stupid girl got in my way and got injured, Sasuke said with a tone that made Anko's blood boil. That Haku girl took her away. I'm going to find her, Anko said. I'll go with you, Kurenai said. Let's go Asuma. Asuma hesitated for a moment as he saw the look Anko was giving him. Alright, Asuma said as Anko and Kurenai began to run ahead to find Sakura. Damn it, why do I have to do this? Kakashi looked at Sasuke and spoke. Sasuke, go and find Naruto and kill him, he said. Who? Sasuke said and Kakashi narrowed his eye. Niku or whatever fucking name he's using, Kakashi said. Kill him, anyone that's helping him and if you get the opportunity Sakura too, he said making Sasuke go wide-eyed. I have a feeling she's has some part in this, Kakashi said and Sasuke smirked. Say less, Sasuke said as he ran off. Damn, were all you leaf ninja so cold-blooded, came a voice. Kakashi turned and saw a face he hasn't seen in a long time. Kakashi, it's been a while, Roga said. Roga landed a few feet away from Kakashi and smirked as he saw him. Roga, last time I saw you was in the land of snow, Kakashi said as he lifted up his forehead protector revealing his Sharingan. Looks like we can finish what we started. Indeed, Roga said as he got into his taijutsu stance. Let have it shall we. With Naruto and Hinata. Naruto and Hinata were in a training area a good distance away from the fighting. The sounds of battle were all around the village's sound. Sand and Snow Ninja were in the village fighting the enemy and destroying military targets. Hang on Naruto, we're almost there, Hinata said as she helped Naruto along. As they continued into the training ground several figures jumped out of the trees. Naruto and Hinata got on guard and Hinata pulled out her bow. Whoa, hold up, it's us, Fu said waving her hands as Karen and Sasori came out with her. Fu, Karen, Sasori, thank goodness, Hinata said relieved, please help us, Naruto is wounded. Naruto was placed on the ground as Fu, Karen and Sasori all ran up. Oh my god, what happened? Karen asked as she looked at Naruto's wound. Why isn't it healing like it usually does? The fox heals me, now that's he out the chakra does it, only a lot slower, Naruto said, and have to say that it was the second most painful thing in my entire life. Karen pulled up her sleeve and looked at Naruto. Okay Naruto, take a bite, she said. Naruto sighed as he leaned in and bit Karen. Karen gasped and Naruto felt her chakra flow into his body. His wound began to heal and Naruto began to feel better. Naruto jumped to his feet and looked more lively. Oh yeah, I feel a hell of a lot better, Naruto proclaimed. Thanks Karen, I appreciate it. Okay guys now let's. Naruto began but was stopped when he heard the sound of feet landing behind him. Sasuke appeared with a smirk on his face. Looks like I found you, Sasuke said as he activated his Sharingan. Hey. This is your group, a bunch of girls and a single guy. Killing you all will be a piece of cake, Sasuke said and everyone looked at him like he was insane. Is this guy for real? Fu asked Naruto who shrugged. Do you really think you can face us all by yourself? Sasuke nodded at this and spoke. Of course, no one can beat me, Sasuke said. Now then let's fight, he said. Naruto sighed and looked towards Sasuke. Fine, don't cry when I kick your shit in, he said. No, came a voice. Everyone was confused until a vortex of sand appeared in between Naruto's group and Sasuke. Back off Uchiha, he's mine, Gaara said. What the hell are you doing here? Naruto said. You were supposed to be fighting at the arena. Gaara looked at Naruto with a creepy smile. I don't care about the plan, I only care about fighting you, Gaara said. I want a challenge, someone to push my limits, to prove my existence. Naruto groaned at this. Fan-freaking-tastic, Naruto thought. Not only do I have to fight this Uchiha, I also have to fight this psycho. Naruto then had an idea and smirked. Wait, you can't fight me yet, Naruto said to Gaara who narrowed his eyes. And why not? Gaara said. Because I'm not at 100%, Naruto said. Everyone looked at him in confusion until Sasori realized what he was doing. Is he doing what I think he's doing? Sasori thought. I lost one of my hearts, lost some blood, my chakra is still drained and the Kyuubi is outside my body. If you fight me you'll win easily, Naruto said with a smile, so if you want a challenge you'll have to wait for me to heal. Fu was looking at Naruto wide-eyed. Are you crazy? There's no way he'll fall for. I see, that is a valid point, Gaara said nodding his head. A victory will be meaningless if I fight a weakened opponent. Are you freaking serious? Fu mumbled to herself. Okay cool, so how about you kill this prick while we postpone our fight for another time? Naruto said with a nervous smile. Please fall for it, he thought. Shut the hell up, Sasuke said as he held his hand out and created another Chidori. You won't be getting away from me. Sasuke charged at full speed towards Naruto and his group ready to strike them down. Before he could even make it halfway, Sasuke was nearly hit by a wave of sand. Sasuke dodged out of the way at the last minute, avoiding the attack. You won't get by me, Uchiha, Gaara said as he glared at him. Naruto smiled and waved to Sasuke. Have fun, dickhead, try not to die. Or die, I don't care either way, he said before he, Hinata, Fu, Karen and Sasori all jumped away. Fuck, Sasuke shouted before he dodged a hail of sand shuriken. Don't focus on them, Gaara said with a sadistic smile. Focus on me, you're my appetizer until I can fight him. Konoha streets, with Haku and Sakura. Hold on Sakura, Haku said while carrying Sakura, who was trying to keep pressure on her wound. I'll get you a doctor, just stay with me. It hurts, Sakura said in a whimper. Haku carried Sakura for several more minutes until they turned a corner. When they did, Haku was hit in the head by a flying object that impaled her in the left cheekbone. Gah, Haku shouted as she dropped Sakura before rolling away. Haku got to her feet and pulled out the object, which turned out to be a senbon. I missed, I was aiming for your eye, Gemma said as he picked up Sakura holding her bridal style. You got lucky girl, he said with a scowl. Sakura looked up and saw that it was Gemma who was holding her and her heart began to race. No, no, not him, not him, Sakura began to breath more erratic as Gemma focused on Haku. Calm down Haruno, Genma said trying to calm her down, I'll deal with her and then I can. Genma felt a slap on his chest and a sense of warmth run down his jacket. Genma looked down and saw a kunai sticking out of his chest. Sakura in a panic took out a kunai and stabbed Genma in the chest. Sakura was shuddering as she realized what she did. Oh god, what did I do? Genma dropped Sakura and fell backwards holding his wound. Genma looked to Sakura with a look of shock and betrayal on his face. Why? Genma choked out. Why? Sakura said, her anger rising. After what you, Kakashi and Asuma did to me, you have the nerve to ask, why? Sakura's anger quickly subsided as she saw the look of confusion on his face. I never met you before today, Genma said, and Sakura became confused. Genma began to tear up. Mom. Genma muttered his last word before falling dead. Haku and Sakura were both shell-shocked at what happened, and Haku ran over and felt his pulse. He's dead, she said. Sakura felt her stomach churn and leaned over and puked. Oh god, I killed him, Sakura whimpered out. Sakura, came a shout. Sakura and Haku looked over and saw Anko, Kurenai and Asuma all looking on shocked. What did you just do? Anko said. Sakura stuttered out. You little bitch, Asuma roared as he took out his trench knives. I'll kill you, what you did was unforgivable. Sakura looked to him and became enraged once more. What I did was unforgivable, what you and your two buddies did were unforgivable, she said. Kurenai hearing this spoke up. What is she talking about? Kurenai asked and Asuma froze for a second. Don't listen to this traitor, Asuma said. Tell her Sakura, Anko said, making Asuma look at her. On graduation day, Asuma, Kakashi and this asshole fucking raped me to pass my genin exam, Sakura said. They made me perform on them so I won't get sent back to the academy. Anko found me just a few minutes after. Kurenai hearing this looked over to Asuma in horror. Asuma, she said, hoping it wasn't true. However, the look Asuma was giving her proved his guilt. Kurenai, wait, Asuma said as he began walking towards her. Let me explain. Asuma tried to grab her but she swatted her hand away. You did that to her, Kurenai said, horrified as tears rolled down her cheeks. While we were together, you did that to her while we fuck. What the fuck, she shouted. Wait, this asshole is the guy you were dating, Anko said in surprise. Holy fucking shit, Asuma turned to her. You shut your fucking mouth, you, Asuma began but wasn't able to finish as he was kicked and sent flying down the street. You goddamn monster, I loved you, Kurenai shouted. Asuma, came a shout. Everyone turned and saw a platoon of Jonin and Chunin coming towards Asuma. What's going on? Asuma in a moment of clarity spoke up. Anko, Kurenai and Sakura are helping the enemy, Asuma said, making all three women go wide-eyed. They murdered Genma, we can't let them escape, he said. Damn it, Haku thought. Haku picked up Sakura and ran over to Kurenai and Anko. Grab on, hurry. Anko and Kurenai without hesitation grabbed on. No you don't, Asuma said as he threw a kunai. Haku created a ice mirror and pulled everyone in as the kunai hit the mirror, bouncing off. The ice mirror shattered as all four women vanished. Fucking fuck, Asuma shouted. With Naruto, Hinata, Fu, Karen and Sasori. Naruto, Hinata, Fu, Karen and Sasori were making their way through the village searching for their target. Should be around here somewhere, Sasori said as he led the group. As they landed on a rooftop they spotted a familiar face. About time you showed up, Zabuza said as he hid on a rooftop. You ready to start this? Naruto and the others nodded. Yeah, let's do this thing, Naruto said as he walked to the edge of the roof. Naruto looked across the way as he and the others all looked at three separate compounds closely built together, the Akamichi, Nara and Yamanaka compounds. Naruto looked at everyone. Remember everyone, no killing kids and non-combatants, he said and Zabuza scoffed. You're still too soft kid, Zabuza said before Naruto gave him a look. Don't push it, I'll kill you if I have to, Naruto said in a tone which Hinata never heard before. Haku will be sad for a while, but I'm sure she'll get over it. Zabuza however chuckled at this. Look at this mean motherfucker, Zabuza said, to which Naruto was not amused. Fine kid, have it your way. Okay then, Sasori said speaking up. Hinata, Karen, stay up here and provide overwatch. Both Hinata and Karen nodded. Naruto, Fu, Zabuza with me, we are on a timetable, no more than 15 minutes. Copy that, Naruto said as he cracked his neck. Let's do this. With the Kyuubi. Where are they? The Kyuubi said as he picked up another wounded shinobi off the ground. No, please, the shinobi begged, but the Kyuubi wasn't listening. The Kyuubi dug its claws into the mon's stomach and proceeded to disembowel him, spilling his guts all over the ground. The Kyuubi tossed him over its shoulder as he landed with a wet splat. Behind the Kyuubi there was a road covered in blood and gore from the Kyuubi's previous victims. None were being spared: men, women, children, the elderly. The Kyuubi was not discriminating against anyone. In its mind everyone in Konoha was a legitimate target for its wrath. I must be getting closer, I can feel it, the Kyuubi said. As it turned another corner the Kyuubi was greeted by what he was looking for. Up ahead was a large and elegantly built compound with the name, Hyuga, proudly posted on the door. Finally. In the Hyuga compound, with Hiyashi. Hurry up and get ready, Hiyashi barked as him and his fellow Hyuga scrambled to gather weapons and armor. We need to be ready for the counter-attack, he said. As soon as he said that there was a bang at the front gate, everyone stopped and looked at where the knock came from. Another knock hit, shaking the heavy wooden door, making everyone inside flinch. On guard, Hiyashi ordered. All Hyuga present, 25 total, all in their taijutsu stances, waited in silence. Suddenly the heavy wooden doors were hit once again, but this time with enough force that they were sent flying. Hiyashi and the other jumped out of the way, but two Hyuga were not fortunate and were hit by the doors. Hiyashi focused on the entrance and he along with every other Hyuga looked on in horror as the Kyuubi entered the compound with an evil aura surrounding it. They Kyuubi looked around and saw Hiyashi with a look in between horror and anger. Found you, the Kyuubi said. Chapter 31. Nara, Yamanaka, Akamichi compounds, with Naruto, Fu, Zabuza and Sasori. Naruto, Fu, Zabuza and Sasori all rushed towards the combined compounds of three of the strongest clans in Konoha. Naruto while running hardened his body as he approached the large door of the compound. Naruto punched the doors full force, knocking them off their hinges and sending them to the ground. When this happened a large group of Nara, Akamichi and Yamanakas all looked at Naruto and his team in surprise. Good afternoon, Naruto said. All of the Naras, Yamanakas and Akamichis were scrambling to get on their armor and weapons in order to defend the village. All that came to a halt when Naruto and the others came. One Nara seeing this spoke up. Shit, kill those bastards, a Nara shouted as the entire clan rushed towards Naruto and the others. Naruto, not wasting any time, sent his fist towards a Yamanaka who was nearing him, punching him in the face. Let go everybody, Naruto shouted as his group rushed forward. Zabuza brought back his sword and swung it towards a Akamichi holding a Kanabo club. The Akamichi put his club in front of him in order to protect himself. Zabuza's sword cut through the club with no effort and bisected the Akamichi. Zabuza chuckled as he saw the top half of the mont's body fly away from his lower half. Fat fucker, Zabuza said as he ran off to find another opponent. Fu blocked a punch from a Yamanaka and kicked him away to give herself some room. As she began to move she was suddenly halted by an unknown force. A Nara had captured Fu in his shadow possession jutsu. Got you now, the Nara thought. Someone, get, the Nara's knee exploded in a shower of blood as he fell to the ground clutching his knee. The arrow that hit his knee stuck in the ground behind him. Fu smiled at this and she prepared for her next attack. Fu went through hand signs before stopping. Hidden Roppongaku no Jutsu, she shouted. A bright light flashed and blinded everyone who was looking at her. Fu, seeing that she blinded the enemy, brought out her wings and flew up into the air. Fu flew down at a fast speed with her right leg in front of her. Fu sent a flying kick into a stunned Yamanaka, making his head turn sharply to the side, breaking his neck and killing him instantly. Hinata, using her Byakugan, was scanning around after saving Fu with another arrow in her bow ready to fire. Karen was beside her with her eyes closed, using her sensory abilities to find more targets. Hinata, new target, Karen said, gaining Hinata's attention. 200 yards at your 2 o'clock, on the roof. Hinata looked at the spot where Karen told her to look and saw a Nara on the roof with several kunai with explosive tags attached. Got him, Hinata said. Hinata let her arrow fly and it found its mark a second later. The arrow hit the Nara in the pelvis. The Nara dropped his kunai with a live explosive note attached to his side. The result was an explosion that blew up the Nara and ignited the roof of the building he was standing on. Hinata felt a pang of guilt but swallowed it as she covered Naruto and the others. Spot the next target, Hinata said softly. Karen, feeling the turmoil in Hinata's chakra, looked at her for a moment and felt a little pity for the former Konoha ninja. Karen then refocused and began to spot more targets. Sasori saw the explosion off to his right as bits of shrapnel and wood fell from the air. Nice shot, Sasori thought. Sasori, seeing a group of 10 ninja exit the building, aimed both of his flamethrowers at them and unleashed a firestorm. The flames hit the group of ninja, setting them ablaze as they began to scream and flail around in an attempt to put out the fire. Sasori was about to move on when he felt disturbance in his chakra. Sasori turned around and saw a Yamanaka looking at him, making a specific hand sign in an attempt to use his mind transfer jutsu. You fool, Sasori said as he aimed his hand at him and fired a volley of poison Senbon at him. The Yamanaka was hit and fell to the ground as the poison began to take effect. You can't possess a wooden body. Naruto was a few feet away fighting an Akamichi. The Akamichi, seeing him, made a hand sign and expanded his body into a large round mass. Human boulder, he shouted as he began to roll to Naruto at high speeds. Oh crap, Naruto said as he manipulated his gold into a golden knuckle duster on his right hand. Naruto got into a stance and brought back his arm. Naruto threw a punch with full force at the Akamichi, hitting him with all his strength. Naruto punched elbow deep into the Akamichi before he bounced back into the building. The Akamichi crashed into the building and it collapsed on top of him. Naruto looked around at everyone fighting and began to think. This is getting intense, Naruto thought. 10 more minutes and then we bail. We're only to take out a couple of them. Kakuzu and Orochimaru better hurry up, Naruto thought as he turned his knuckle duster into his dagger before rushing back into battle. Chunin Exam Stadium, with Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Orochimaru slashed at Hiruzen with his Kusanagi sword, attempting to land a poisoned blow on the old man. Hiruzen used his staff to block the sword strike and was walking backwards as Orochimaru continued to strike at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, knowing about the Kusanagi's poison, continued to dodge and block the attacks from his former student. Hiruzen blocked once more before spinning his staff, knocking the sword out of the way. Hiruzen proceeded to send a powerful blow to Orochimaru's ribs, making him cough up blood before he was knocked away. Hiruzen was about to continue his attack when he was attacked from behind. Hiruzen turned around to see Kakuzu closing in. Hiruzen spun around, swinging his staff at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, with his hardened body, put up his arm and blocked the staff with his forearm, stunning Hiruzen as he didn't expect this. Kakuzu brought back his fist and delivered a powerful punch to Hiruzen's stomach. Hiruzen had his breath knocked out of him and was sent stumbling back a few steps until he regained his composure. Hiruzen jumped back and while in mid-air went through hand signs. Fire style. Dragon Flame Bomb. Hiruzen fired a powerful fire jutsu at Kakuzu and Kakuzu went through hand signs. Earth style. Mud Wall. Kakuzu slammed both of his hands onto the ground and created a earth wall to protect him from the oncoming fire jutsu. The fire jutsu collided with the wall and Kakuzu got ready to go out and fight once more but was stopped when the wall exploded into a pile of burning rubble. Hiruzen used his staff to destroy the weakened wall and attack Kakuzu head-on. Hiruzen spun his staff and used it to uppercut Kakuzu, making his head snap up. Even though Kakuzu had hardened his body, he still felt some pain comparable to a hard punch to a normal person. Hiruzen followed up by using his staff to sweep Kakuzu off his feet. Hiruzen proceeded to drop-kick Kakuzu into the roof of the stadium, making it crack and spider web. Kakuzu coughed up his breath as Hiruzen brought up his staff to attack once more. Kakuzu put his arms up to protect him, but before Hiruzen could attack he was stopped. Orochimaru elongated his body and was coming towards Hiruzen at full speed, and Hiruzen decided to break off his attack to block the Kusanagi before it could hit him. Hiruzen jumped back to gain some distance from his two opponents. You okay, Kakuzu? Not to hurt, are you? Orochimaru said in a tone that pissed off Kakuzu. Shut up, Kakuzu said as he got back up, and Orochimaru chuckled. Touchy aren't we? Orochimaru said and Kakuzu scoffed. Hiruzen was looking at Orochimaru and Kakuzu and breathing heavily. He's been behind a desk for too long and was feeling his age affecting his movements. I won't let you and Hiruzen said, I sacrificed too much for my village to fall. I will not let the legacy of my senseis end here. Hiruzen made a hand sign and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hiruzen created 30 shadow clones and Orochimaru chuckled. Calling for reinforcements Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru said with a smile, I guess I will as well. Orochimaru began to go through hand signs before stopping on the last one. Edo Tensai, Orochimaru shouted much to Hiruzen's shock. Orochimaru don't, Hiruzen said, but it was too late as a coffin popped out of the ground. The coffin opened up revealing Hashirama Senju. Hiruzen, is that you? Hashirama said bewildered, you've gotten old. Hashirama looked to his side and saw Kakuzu. Hey, you're that guy who tried to kill me all those years ago. How you been? I hope life's been good to you. Hashirama said with a smile. Kakuzu looked at him with a look that was between angry and confused. I was banished from my village, on the lam for nearly 70 years, been working as a bounty hunter and have been cleaning up your students' fuck-ups, Kakuzu said. Hashirama looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Hashirama said, and Orochimaru laughed. Sarutobi-sensei here has sullied the legacy of Konoha, Orochimaru said. He betrayed Uzu by letting it be destroyed. He allowed the Uchiha clan to be exterminated and betrayed not one but two containers of the Nine Tails. Hashirama hearing this had a look of horror and betrayal on his face. Hiruzen, Hashirama said looking at Hiruzen. Hiruzen didn't say anything nor did he have to as the look on his face said it all, but, the will of fire, we were supposed to be a shining beacon, a change in the ninja world, an example for everyone to follow. He didn't listen, Kakuzu said to Hashirama. The container of the Nine Tails, Naruto, was left alone in the village as an orphan. He was abused, beaten, starved and ostracized by the whole village. When I found him he was skinned alive because he was companions with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Kakuzu said. Hashirama felt his spirit get crushed at this. I only did what I had to for the village, Hiruzen said, if not we. Enough Hiruzen, Hashirama said stopping him, Mr. Kakuzu was it. Kakuzu nodded and Hashirama continued. Can I talk to this Naruto? I wish to say my piece, Hashirama said and Kakuzu nodded. Sure, after we are done here, Kakuzu said and Hashirama nodded. Hiruzen, Hashirama said as he made a hand sign, you're a disgrace to Konoha. Hiruzen felt his heart shatter at this and Hashirama focused his chakra. Wood clone jutsu, Hashirama shouted. Out of his back 10 wood clones emerged and got into taijutsu stances. I will do what I must. Training grounds, with Gaara. Is that all you have Uchiha? Gaara shouted like a madman as he sent another wave of sand at Sasuke, come and fight me. Sasuke dodged the wave of sand and jumped away before going through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke fired a volley of 10 small fireballs towards Gaara who formed his sand into a dome. The small fireballs hit the dome and Gaara was completely protected from any damage. The spots where the fireballs hit were turned to glass due to the heat and Gaara began to chuckle. Pathetic, Gaara said as his dome fell. You got to try harder. Gaara launched a volley of sand shuriken at Sasuke and Sasuke attempted to jump away. Sasuke avoided all but one of the sand shuriken as he was hit in the side causing a wound to appear. Sasuke landed and held his wound. Fucking psycho, Sasuke said. I don't have time for this shit. I got to go and kill that Naruto bastard and Sakura. Sasuke with his Sharingan glowing charged at Gaara and took out some shuriken. Sasuke threw the shuriken at Gaara who put up a wall to protect him. The shuriken hit the sand wall and Sasuke continued to close the distance. Gaara sent a wave of sand towards Sasuke and Sasuke jumped over it and reached Gaara's position. Sasuke threw a kick while still in mid-air towards Gaara and Gaara's sand immediately reacted by coming up and protecting him. Sasuke landed and threw several more punches which were all stopped by Gaara's sand. You're boring me, Gaara shouted as he sent his sand towards Sasuke hitting him in the chest and sending him flying. Sasuke landed and coughed up blood. Sasuke began to feel his hate and malice increase and he felt a burning sensation on the back of his neck. Sasuke's curse mark began to spread over his body. That's it, Sasuke said as he ran through hand signs. Sasuke stopped and held out his hand creating a Chidori which began to crackle. Die freak, Sasuke shouted as he bolted towards Gaara. Gaara seeing this created a wave of sand and sent it towards Sasuke who merely cut through it with his Chidori as he continued to run towards Gaara. Sasuke pumped more chakra into his jutsu in order to keep it going as he neared Gaara. Gaara put up a sand wall to protect him from Sasuke but it was too late. Chidori, Sasuke shouted as he plunged the jutsu into the wall. The Chidori cut through the wall and hit Gaara in the shoulder. Gaara used his sand to knock Sasuke away and Sasuke landed a few yards away. What is this? Gaara said in horror as he looked at his wound. Sasuke stared at Gaara before hearing a shout. Sasuke! Sasuke turned and saw Kiba, Akamaru and Shino running up. Are you okay? We were training and what the hell is going on with your face? Shut up Kiba, Sasuke growled out. I have this handles you can just. Sasuke, Kiba, Shino and Akamaru all were surprised when they heard screaming. Ah, blood, I'm bleeding, Gaara screamed. As soon as he did sand began to swirl around him at an incredible pace. I won't die. I won't die. Holy fucking hell, Kiba shouted as all four looked on in horror. Gaara's right side was now morphing into a demonic form as his right arm, leg, and back were now covered in sand. Gaara's sand on his back formed a tail and he began to breathe heavily. Gaara looked over to Sasuke, Kiba, Shino and Akamaru and spoke. Uchiha, Gaara said in a feral growl, I want you to be the first of my victims. Sasuke gulped at this as he didn't expect this to happen. Kiba cleared his throat and spoke. You want out help now? Kiba asked. It would be wise, Shino said adjusting his glasses. We will assist, Shino said. Sasuke huffed in frustration. Fine, Sasuke said as he got back up. Just stay out of my way. Sasuke took in a breath and got into his stance. I will not lose here, Sasuke thought. With Naruto and the others. Naruto punched a Yamanaka away before spinning around and delivering a kick to a Nara who was coming up behind him with a sword. Naruto hearing a beep on his watch jumped onto the roof of the compound and shouted. Fall back, Naruto shouted to his friends down below, who hearing this flew away while Zabuza and Sasori stayed down below. I'll leave you all with a little present, Sasori said as he pulled out a scroll and opened it. Sasori revealed about 20 small puppets in the shape of fireflies. Enjoy. Sasori sent the fireflies puppets flying into different directions and they hit all three compounds before exploding. The explosions created raging fires that quickly began to burn the wooden structures. Both Zabuza and Sasori used the surprise attack to run away and Zabuza looked over to Sasori. Kamikaze puppets, Zabuza said and Sasori nodded. Fireflies, Sasori said with a smile. My little Toka inspired me to make them. She has a little wooden firefly she plays with and she crashes it into stuff. Zabuza laughed at this. A weapon created from a child's toy, never thought I'd see the day, Zabuza said as they made their way away from the compound. After reaching the rally point Naruto looked around. Okay, we did our job. Now for the secondary objectives, Naruto said. Me, Fu and Karen will go to the Hokage Tower, Sasori, Zabuza and Hinata will go to the East District and help out Dodo's men. Hey, you're sounding like you're in charge, Zabuza said and Sasori looked at him. He is. By Orochimaru's order, Sasori said and Zabuza scoffed. We'll be on our way, Sasori said and Naruto nodded. Naruto looked over to Hinata and gave her a hug. Be safe okay, Naruto said and Hinata nodded. Naruto let go and ran off with Fu and Karen. Konoha streets, with Naruto, Fu and Karen. Naruto, Fu and Karen all ran across the rooftops as they tried to make their way to the Hokage Tower. Naruto looked around and saw the entire village in chaos as smoke and the sounds of battle raged all around. This is intense, Naruto said, kind of reminds me of when we fought off that army in Snow Country. Yeah, except we don't have a crazy cat lady trying to kill us, Fu said as she ran alongside Naruto. Well, there is that Gaara boy, he has the tanuki inside him if what Lord Orochimaru said was accurate, Karen said and Naruto nodded. I'd rather not think about him, he wants to kill me, Naruto said. Naruto and the others ran along until they heard screaming. What the hell? Naruto looked to his side and saw three kids running from a group of sound ninja. Naruto recognized them as Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi. Crap, Naruto shouted. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon were running away from a squad of sound ninja as they tried to find a way to a shelter. Keep on running, Konohamaru shouted. As they turned a corner they ran into a dead end. Oh no, he said. All three kids turned around and saw the squad of sound ninja approach. Nice try kids, now hold still, one of them said. Konohamaru swallowed hard and took out a kunai. I won't back down, Konohamaru said scared out of his mind. Hey, look here, he's trying to play hero, a ninja said before charging at Konohamaru. Konohamaru. No, Moegi shouted as the sound ninja took out a kunai and slashed at Konohamaru only to hear a clang. He saw a hand stopping his blade and he couldn't move. The sound ninja looked up and saw the enraged face of Naruto. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Naruto said in an even tone. Naruto with little effort snapped his arm breaking it and making him scream. Niku, Konohamaru said with hope in his voice. Naruto looked at him with a smile. Hey Konohamaru, "1 sec, okay bud," Naruto said before looking at the squad of sound ninja. "I may be an asshole, but kids are off limits." "Girls, would you kindly," Naruto said. Fu flying above the squad came down with 2 kunai in her hands. She stabbed through the crowns of their skulls, killing them instantly. The other 2 ninja were shocked until they heard clicking behind them and saw a puppet. Karen, using her puppet, opened its mouth and fired a volley of poisoned senbon out its mouth towards the 2 ninja, hitting and killing them. "All done, Naruto," Karen said. "What do we do with the kids?" Naruto looked at Konohamaru and the other, who were all obviously scared. "There's Ichiraku's about a block from here, we'll drop them off and head out," Naruto said. "Wait, Naruto, I thought Niku was your name," Udon said. "That's your real name?" Naruto slowly nodded. "Yep, Naruto Uzumaki, former Jinchuriki of Konoha," Naruto said, and all 3 went wide-eyed. "Wait, he's the one Grandpa was always talking about. Why is he helping us?" Konohamaru thought. He was brought out of his thoughts when he got picked up by Naruto. "Fu, Karen, grab them and let's go," Naruto ordered. Fu and Karen picked up Udon and Moegi and they all ran to Ichiraku's. Upon reaching the destination, Naruto put the kids down and spoke. "Get inside and hide," he ordered as he began to walk away. "Wait, Naruto," Konohamaru said, stopping him. "Why did you help us? Aren't you our enemy?" Naruto looked at him with a smile on his face. "Because even professionals have standards," Naruto said to Konohamaru. "Get inside, Konohamaru. And don't be like your grandpa." Konohamaru was confused but couldn't speak as Naruto. Fu and Karen all jumped away. "What does he mean by that?" Konohamaru thought. A second later, the side door to the shop opened and Tyuki and Ayame poked their heads out. "What the hell are you kids doing out there?" Tyuki shouted. "Get in here, hurry," Ayame said. All 3 children ran inside the small ramen shop to avoid the fighting in the streets. Hyuga compound. With the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi ripped apart another Hyuga clansman and threw both halves to its side. He. The Kyuubi laughed as it looked around. So far it killed several Hyuga, but they were not letting up on attacking him. Hiyashi was a few yards away with the 20 remaining Hyuga as they all looked on nervously at the rampaging Biju. Hiyashi scowled at the Kyuubi as he knew why the Kyuubi was attacking them. He failed to kill it all those years ago and now it has come back to get revenge. "Stand your ground," Hiyashi ordered as he stepped forward. "The Hyuga clan is the mightiest in Konoha. We will not let some monster sully our legacy." Hiyashi and the other Hyuga heard a dark chuckle coming from the Kyuubi, who looked at them. "I'll let you know what your legacy shall be," the Kyuubi said. "A pile of corpses. Although I guess the boy's other female could restart the clan, but I doubt that." Hiyashi, hearing this, became alarmed. "Wait, other female?" Hiyashi asked. "Who are you talking about?" "What does that matter to a dead man?" the Kyuubi said. The Kyuubi in a burst of speed rushed towards Hiyashi and the other Hyuga. One Hyuga rushed to the front in an attempt to stop the rampaging Kyuubi. The Hyuga began to spin around quickly and form a dome of chakra around him. "Rotation," he shouted as the Kyuubi was only a few feet away. The Kyuubi, seeing this, swung his claws at the spinning chakra dome. The Kyuubi's claws cut through the chakra dome like it was a piece of paper and found the Hyuga inside. The spinning Hyuga was hit in the stomach, and as he spun around he essentially peeled off his flesh and guts. When the Hyuga stopped spinning he fell to the ground dead, and everyone saw that from his pelvis to his lower ribcage there was nothing. The only thing still connecting him was his spinal cord. "Okay, that was stupid," the Kyuubi said. "Anyone else wants to play hero?" Every other Hyuga began to slowly back away and the Kyuubi chuckled. "What's wrong? The party has only started," it said. The Kyuubi jumped high into the air and landed behind Hiyashi and the Hyugas in a crouch. The Kyuubi opened its mouth and a small ball of fire formed. Hiyashi, seeing this, shouted. "Scatter," Hiyashi shouted. As soon as he said that, the Kyuubi fired a stream of fire at the group of huddled Hyugas. The half of the Hyuga avoided the fire, but the other half were hit and engulfed in the fire. Hiyashi and the other Hyuga who got away all took out kunai and shuriken and began to throw them at the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi, seeing the oncoming projectiles, turned its head to one side and opened its mouth once more. The Kyuubi unleashed a powerful wind from its mouth and sent it towards the kunai and shuriken coming towards it. Upon reaching the kunai and shuriken, the wind jutsu sent all the projectiles flying backwards back towards the throwers. The result was the Hyuga being shredded by their own weapons. The other volley of kunai and shuriken hit the Kyuubi but did not result in any pain. The Kyuubi looked over to Hiyashi and his remaining Hyuga and chuckled. "Tickling me won't do any good," the Kyuubi said as it shook off the weapons and rushed towards Hiyashi and the others. As it approached, they all got into their taijutsu stances and waited. The Kyuubi jumped and pounced on a Hyuga before sinking its claws into his chest and ripping open his rib cage. Two Hyuga on either side of the Kyuubi charged in with their hands blazing with chakra. Both Hyuga began to vigorously strike the Kyuubi all over its body in an attempt to subdue it. The Kyuubi however didn't react as it swung its tail to the Hyuga on the right. The Kyuubi's tail hit the Hyuga in the head and destroyed it in a shower of blood and gore. The Kyuubi grabbed the headless corpse and swung into towards the other Hyuga like a club. The weight of the corpse and the speed of the swing resulted in the Hyuga's body being ripped in half. The Kyuubi dropped the corpse and turned to see Hiyashi in a familiar stance. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, Hiyashi shouted as he lunged towards the Kyuubi, striking it twice, making it howl in pain. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With the final strike, the Kyuubi was sent flying into the compound's wall, creating a large crack. Hiyashi smirked at this. Even though he was the only survivor, he was able to defeat the Kyuubi. However, when the Kyuubi began to get up and shake off the dust and debris from its body, he realized he wasn't even close. "My turn," the Kyuubi said. The Kyuubi's body began to unravel as numerous threads began to appear. The Kyuubi went its threads towards Hiyashi, who began using his gentle fist in order to protect him from the attacks. Hiyashi ducked and dodged the threads as they whipped at him, cutting his cloths and skin but not leaving any serious damage. Hiyashi continued to defend himself until a thread embedded itself into his leg. Hiyashi grunted in pain as he used his gentle fist to sever the thread but was hit once more in his arm. This continued as more and more threads began to enter his body and slowed him down. Hiyashi fought until he could no longer move and he was brought to his knees by the Kyuubi's threads. The Kyuubi began to walk over before getting only a few inches away from Hiyashi. Hiyashi, gritting his teeth, looked at the Kyuubi. "Go on ahead and kill me, monster," Hiyashi spat out. "The Hyuga clan will avenge me." The Kyuubi merely laughed. The Kyuubi put another thread around his neck and began to slowly choke him. "I'm not here to kill you, Hyuga," the Kyuubi said as Hiyashi began to struggle for breath as his blood and oxygen was being restricted. "I have other plans for you." "Hehehehe," the Kyuubi chuckled. Hiyashi fought as much as he could until his world began to fade. The last thing Hiyashi saw was the Kyuubi until his world went black. Chapter 32. With Naruto, Fu and Karen. "No, don't," a leaf Chunin begged before Naruto kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backwards. The Chunin fell over the edge screaming as he plummeted to the ground down below. Naruto, Karen and Fu began to run once again as they no longer had any pursuers who wanted to play hero. "I told you to leave, dude. Not my fault you didn't listen," Naruto shouted as he continued to run along the edge of the cliff. Naruto turned and looked behind him. "You girls doing okay?" "I'm fine, I just want to get this over with," Karen said, adjusting her glasses, "and to be honest it seems a little unnecessary." "Oh come on, we're getting paid extra for this," Fu said as she ran beside her. "Besides, it will be a final FU to Konoha. I still never forgave them for almost bringing me here. I'm a victim of human trafficking," Fu said with a slight scowl. "I feel you there, Fu. They screwed up my childhood and mutilated me. Now it's time for payback," Naruto said as he and the girls stopped, "and I'm going to hit them where it hurts." Naruto, Fu and Karen all looked down the edge of the cliff and saw that they were on top of the Hokage monument and looking down on the Hokage tower. "This is perfect," Naruto said as he took out a scroll and opened it, revealing hundreds of explosive tags. "Fu, start putting them on the 3rd Hokage. I want to put these on that a-hole." Naruto pointed at the 4th Hokage. "Karen, watch for anyone coming in our direction." "Okay, I will," Karen said as she began to use her sensory abilities. "You ready to get started?" Fu asked and Naruto nodded. "Let's do it," Naruto said with a smile. Chunin Exam Stadium roof. With Kakuzu, Orochimaru and Hashirama. Kakuzu ducked under a strike from one of Hiruzen's clones and retaliated with a punch to the stomach of the clone. The clone dispelled, but just as soon as that happened another clone attacked. The clone threw 5 shuriken at Kakuzu before going through hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken went from 5 to 50 and Kakuzu saw them coming towards him. Kakuzu with his hardened body merely put up his arms to defend himself. The shuriken hit Kakuzu and bounced off him with a pinging sound. Kakuzu reached down and picked up several shuriken and charged them with wind chakra. Kakuzu threw the shuriken at Hiruzen's clone and the clone used its bow staff to protect itself. These clones are becoming bothersome, Kakuzu thought as he began to go through hand signs, lighting style, rolling thunder. Kakuzu began to shoot lighting from his fingers that went up into the air before coming back down at an angle. The clone jumped away to avoid the attacks as Kakuzu tried to figure out what to do next. Orochimaru however was fighting the real Hiruzen and both were trying to gain an upper hand. Orochimaru slashed at Hiruzen with his sword and Hiruzen used his staff to block the attack. Hiruzen parried the sword to the side and Hiruzen spun the staff around and brought it down on Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru yelped in pain before Hiruzen brought back his staff and proceeded to send it to Orochimaru in a stabbing motion. Orochimaru attempted to jump back but Hiruzen elongated his staff and it slammed into Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru was sent back a few feet before he landed and went through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru launched a wind jutsu at Hiruzen and Hiruzen began to go through hand signs himself. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Hiruzen launched a fireball at the oncoming wind jutsu and both collided. The wind jutsu increased the power of the fireball as it continued towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru cursed as he went through hand signs once more. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Orochimaru shot a fire dragon out of his mouth as it went towards Hiruzen's fireball. Both fire jutsus collided and cancelled each other out but Hiruzen pressed on with his attack as he went through hand signs. Earth style. Mud river. Hiruzen began to shoot mud out of his mouth and onto the roof of the Chunin exam stadium and it headed straight to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seeing the river of mud coming towards him, jumped over the roaring river only for the mud to reach out and grab him by his foot. Hiruzen manipulated the mud in order to restrain Orochimaru and he saw a chance to attack. Enma, Hiruzen shouted as he let go of his staff as it turned into the monkey kind once again. Let's go, Hiruzen said as he and Enma rushed forward towards the restrained Orochimaru. Orochimaru was struggling to break free as he saw Hiruzen and Enma charging towards him. He went through hand signs in a hurry before biting his thumb and slamming it onto the ground. Summoning jutsu, Orochimaru said as a puff of smoke erupted. A 30-foot-long red snake appeared and coiled itself around Orochimaru in order to protect him from Hiruzen and Enma. You won't hurt my master, the snake hissed as Hiruzen and Enma both began to attack the snake. Hiruzen had to dodge a strike from the snake's tail as he jumped up over it before throwing several kunai at the snake's head. The snake avoided the projectiles and went down for a bite but before it could get Hiruzen it was stopped. Enma jumped onto the snake's head and began to punch, kick and bite it, making the snake focus on Enma. Orochimaru broke free and jumped out from the snake. Our fight is now Private Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru shouted as he began to attack Hiruzen who no longer had his staff. Hashirama and his clones meanwhile were fighting Hiruzen's clones. So far half of the clones on both sides were destroyed and Hashirama was making good strides. Hashirama ducked under an attack from a Hiruzen clone's staff and retaliated with a sweep kick. Hashirama kicked the clone into another clone, dispelling them both. Hashirama saw another one of his clones get taken out and he decided to engage once again. Hashirama made a hand sign and a tree root grew out of the ground up until his waist. The tree root opened up revealing a wooden kunai and Hashirama grabbed it. I wonder if this will be enough, Hashirama wondered as he charged towards a Hiruzen clone. The clone, seeing Hashirama, swung its staff at him and Hashirama used the wooded kunai to block the staff. The kunai didn't break or bend from the hit and Hashirama nodded. Well, what do you know? He said in surprise. Hashirama ducked down and performed a slash across the clone's stomach, dispelling it. Hashirama looked at the kunai and impressed. Well, now I know that works, Hashirama said. Hashirama looked around and saw through the barrier that the entire village was burning. There were dozens of battles, giant snakes crushing buildings and the screams of the dead and dying echoing through the air. How did it come to this? Hashirama thought before re-engaging in combat. With Sasuke, Kiba and Shino. Ha 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 ha, Gaara laughed as he launched another wave of sand. Insects at my feet, I'll crush you like the ants you are. Sasuke and Shino both jumped away and Shino aimed his hands at Gaara. I take offense to that statement, Shino said as he launched two swarms of his insects at Gaara. Gaara launched his sand at the insects, shredding them before they even got close. My insects cannot get close enough, Shino said. Gaara was about to attack Sasuke and Shino again until he heard a shout. Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted and Gaara looked up. Kiba and Akamaru were both spinning gray vortexes heading straight for Gaara, but Gaara was not worried. Gaara aimed one of his transformed arms at the vortexes and fired a volley of sand bullets. The sand bullets hit one of the vortexes and the jutsu stopped. Akiba emerged, but it turned out to be Akamaru who fell to the ground wounded from the attack. The other vortex barreled towards Gaara who spun around and used his tail to knock Kiba to the side and into a tree. Kiba cut through the tree before landing in a crouch. Akamaru, are you okay, boy? Kiba shouted and Akamaru got back up and ran towards him in obvious pain. Kiba grabbed Akamaru and held him. You're going to pay for hurting my dog, freak. Bring it on, Mutt. I'll kill you and your dog at the same time, Gaara said. Sasuke was growing even more angry as no one was able to land any hit on Gaara since he transformed. Fucking freak, why won't he just die? Sasuke thought as he went through hand signs once more. Chidori, Sasuke created a Chidori in his hand and focused on Gaara. I already used the Chidori twice already, this is my last one, Sasuke thought as he got ready to charge towards Gaara. Sasuke ran towards Gaara at full speed with his Chidori crackling in his hand. Gaara, seeing Sasuke coming towards him, attempted to stop him by hitting him with his transformed arm. Sasuke, seeing Gaara's arm coming towards him, used his Chidori to cut through it. Since Gaara's sand was earth-based, his lightning-based Chidori cut through it easily as he continued running forward. Sasuke closed the distance and aimed the Chidori at Gaara's chest. Gaara was hit once more by the Chidori and howled in pain as the transformed half of his body began to crumble. Sasuke jumped away and Sasuke spoke. "Shino, get him now," Sasuke shouted as he jumped away. Shino nodded and sent a swarm of his insects towards Gaara. When the insects attacked Gaara, they immediately began to drain him of his chakra and Gaara began to scream in agony. "Now then, all we have to do is wait," Shino said. "My insects will drain him of his chakra," and Shino realized that his insects were dropping dead around Gaara. "What?" Shino said in confusion. Gaara began to scream as more and more sand from the surrounding area began to cover him. The sand covered him until he was transformed into a small tenuki with only his legs showing that he was once human. Gaara let out a loud and ear-piercing roar as Sasuke, Kiba and Shino looked at the no longer human Gaara. "Crap, what do we do now?" Kiba shouted. "Akamaru is wounded and Shino used up most his insects." Kiba looked over and spoke. "Sasuke, can you use your lightning?" Kiba began but didn't get to finish as he and Shino saw Sasuke turn tail and run away and shouted, "Get back here, you gutless shit." Sasuke kept on running away as his curse mark began to recede. "Sometimes you have to sacrifice some pawns to protect the king," Sasuke thought. "Better for you two lesser clans to die than for me too." Sasuke turned his head and saw Gaara bolt past Kiba and Shino as he focused solely on chasing Sasuke. "Where you going, Uchiha? We're not done," Gaara said manically as he began to chase Sasuke back to the village. "Should we help him?" Shino asked Kiba, who gave him a dirty look. "Fuck him, he abandoned us," Kiba said. "Let's get going." Kiba and Shino began to run to get medical attention as they left Sasuke to fight Gaara alone once more. Chunin Exam Arena, with Roga. Roga and Kakashi were both trading blows at an incredible rate and both seemed to be evenly matched. Roga blocked a punch from Kakashi and retaliated with a kick to Kakashi's head. Kakashi ducked under the kick and performed a leg sweep, knocking Roga off balance. Roga fell to the ground and Kakashi raised up his foot to stomp on Roga. Roga made a hand sign, ice style, ice spikes. All around Roga several ice spikes shot out of the ground and towards Kakashi. Kakashi, seeing this, pulled back his leg but not before he got a spike through the foot and a cut along his calf. Kakashi jumped back and went through hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi fired a fireball at Roga but Roga bought back up and went through hand signs as well. Ice style, ice wall. Roga created an ice wall in front of him that protected him from the fireball and went through hand signs soon after. Ice style, ice sparrows. Out of the ice wall several ice sparrows shot out and flew towards Kakashi. Kakashi, tracking them with his Sharingan, began to run to avoid them as they began to follow him. Kakashi took out several shuriken and kunai and began to throw them at the ice sparrows. Kakashi was able to take them all out before they could reach him and focused on Roga. Kakashi went through hand signs and his hand began to crackle with lighting. "Reikiri," Kakashi shouted before he charged at Roga. Roga, seeing Kakashi rushing towards him, and got ready. Kakashi reached Roga and Roga timed his attack just right. Roga jumped over Kakashi and made a hand sign. Ice style, ice bullets. Roga in mid-air fired several ice bullets from his mouth towards Kakashi's back. Kakashi cancelled his jutsu and attempted to jump away. Kakashi avoided the majority of the ice bullets but was hit in his right shoulder by one, ripping through his flak vest and scoring a minor hit. Kakashi and Roga landed and looked at each other. "Seems like your skills aren't what they used to be, Kakashi," Roga said, and Kakashi growled. "I haven't begun to fight," Kakashi said as he took out a kunai and charged towards Roga. With Kakuzu, Orochimaru and Hashirama. Hiruzen dodged another slash from Orochimaru's sword and retaliated by throwing a punch at him. Orochimaru dodged the punch and slashed Hiruzen across the arm. Hiruzen jumped back and clutched his wound. Enma, who was still fighting Orochimaru's snake, saw this and shouted, "Hiruzen." Enma disengaged from the snake and ran back beside Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked at his wound and saw it was already turning purple. "What's wrong, sensei? Getting cold feet," Orochimaru said with a smirk. "Don't worry, soon your body will be cold as well." Hiruzen looked at him with unbridled hatred. "Damn, the poison is already flowing through my veins," Hiruzen thought. "I won't go down alone." Hiruzen looked to Enma and spoke, "Enma. Thank you, for all you've done." Enma looked confused until he realized what Hiruzen was doing. "I understand," Enma said. Enma charged at Orochimaru while Hiruzen began to go through hand signs. Enma charged towards Orochimaru and slashed at him with his claws. Orochimaru dodged and slashed at Enma, who dodged out of the way before charging back in and kicked Orochimaru in the chest, sending him skidding across the ground. Enma turned and saw Orochimaru's snake and charged towards it to keep it occupied. Orochimaru got back up and was about to attack Enma when he heard movement behind him. Orochimaru turned and saw Hiruzen coming towards him, going through hand signs. Orochimaru readied his sword and sent a stab towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen was stabbed through the gut as he finished his final hand sign. Orochimaru smiled as he thought he finished the fight. However, his smile vanished as he noticed the look on Hiruzen's face. Sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal, Hiruzen shouted as he grabbed a hold of Orochimaru and held him in place. Behind Hiruzen a ghostly figure appeared. It looked like it was plucked straight from hell and placed on earth. It had a pale body and a tanto in its mouth and beads wrapped around its hand. What is that? Is it death itself? Orochimaru thought in a panic. Suddenly the Shinigami reached down and reached through Hiruzen with its ghostly hand, which went through his back and out his abdomen. The hand reached out and went into Orochimaru, and Orochimaru saw the Shinigami grab onto something and begin to pull it out. Orochimaru got a good look at it and realized it was his soul. No, I won't allow this, Orochimaru thought as he began to use his own willpower to pull back his soul and began to shout, I won't die here, not with you. Kakuzu destroyed another one of Hiruzen's clones when he felt an ominous chill run down his spine. Kakuzu looked over towards Orochimaru and Hiruzen and felt his blood freeze at what he saw. Behind Hiruzen was a ghostly figure that was reaching through him and pulling something out of Orochimaru. What is that thing? He thought in horror. Hashirama destroyed the last of Hiruzen's clones and turned to see what was going on. When he did, he saw the Shinigami behind Hiruzen and he realized what was going on. The Shinigami, Hashirama thought. My Kami, it's just like how Mito explained it. Hashirama looked over to Kakuzu and shouted. Mr. Kakuzu, kill Hiruzen, I'll get Orochimaru, hurry, Hashirama shouted in panic. Kakuzu hearing this snapped out of his stupor and began to run over. Hiruzen barely able to keep his focus, saw both Hashirama and Kakuzu approaching. He looked at Orochimaru and spoke, I may not get to take your life, but I will take away the next best thing. As soon as he said that, the Shinigami raised up its tanto and brought it down. The tanto slashed into Orochimaru's soul as one part went through Hiruzen and the other part went back into Orochimaru. Orochimaru dropped his sword and stumbled backwards. His arms began to turn purple and began to feel numb. What did you do to me? Orochimaru shouted at Hiruzen. I sealed your arms, Hiruzen said weakly. I win. Hiruzen died a second later and Orochimaru began to feel his fury rise. Kakuzu and Hashirama both approached Orochimaru just as the Shinigami disappeared. Damn him. Damn that old man, Orochimaru shouted. Sound 4, drop the barrier and sound the retreat. As soon as he said that, the barrier was cancelled and the Sound 4 ran up and grabbed him. Tayuya helped Orochimaru walk as she began to carry him away. What the fuck happened? Did that other old bastard just die of old age or some shit, she thought. Stop right there, and Anbu shouted as he came up with a platoon of 25 men. Kakuzu stood in between them and Orochimaru. Go, I'll catch up, Kakuzu said as his hearts left his body and stood beside him. You better, Hashirama said, and I still wish to speak to that boy. Hashirama ran off with Orochimaru as Kakuzu stayed behind. With Roga. Roga and Kakashi locked blades and were fighting when a boom erupted above them. Both looked and saw it was a black flare. Roga seeing this smiled and kicked Kakashi away. Looks like it's a draw again, Roga said making a hand sign. Until next time, Roga disappeared in a swirl of snow leaving Kakashi fuming. Come back and fight, coward, Kakashi shouted. Konoha streets, with Gaara. Gaara was looking through the ravaged village in search for Sasuke. Damn Uchiha, Gaara growled. As soon as he said that, a black flare erupted above his head. HMPH. Looks like it's time to retreat. Gaara took in a deep breath before shouted, Run Uchiha, run and live like the coward you are. Gaara proceeded to run west, leaving the area. Sasuke was breathing heavily as he laid on the roof of a building as Gaara left the area. Sasuke was pissed on so many levels. He lost the fight, ran away, Sakura betrayed him and he realized all of what he's done amounted to nothing. It was in that moment Sasuke realized he was not as strong as he thought he was. Fuck, Sasuke shouted as he pounded his fist on the roof. Hokage Mountain, with Naruto, Fu and Karen. Naruto, Fu and Karen were all waiting on a roof across from the Hokage Mountain. As they all waited, when they saw the black flares in the air they knew it was time. Finally, took them long enough, Fu said as she looked over to Naruto, are you ready? Yes I am, Naruto said as he looked at the mountain. This is going to be awesome. Naruto made a single hand sign. All at once the mountain erupted into a series of explosions as the faces of the third and fourth Hokage were blown apart by hundreds of explosive tags. The rubble from the explosions began to rain down onto the Hokage tower, crashing into the building and causing serious damage. It only lasted for a few seconds, but for Naruto it was like an eternity. "Wow, what do you know?" Naruto said with a smile, and both of his girlfriends looked at him. "What is it?" Karen asked, and Naruto looked to her with a smile. "Revenge feels freakin' awesome," Naruto said. Naruto leaned in and gave her a kiss on the cheek before doing the same to Fu, "And I'm so glad you two were here with me when it happened." Both Karen and Fu blushed at this, and Karen spoke up. "We should get going," Karen said, and both Naruto and Fu nodded. All three left the area as fast as they could so they could avoid anyone who wanted to fight. 1 hour later, north of Konoha, with Naruto, Fu and Karen. Naruto, Fu and Karen have been running for an hour and they finally reached where they were looking for. A few hundred yards ahead they saw a combined sound, snow and sand camp. "Finally we made it," Naruto said as he and his girls went to the camp. Upon entering they began to look around for their comrades. The sounds of the wounded and dying echoed through the air, and Karen began to feel uneasy from all the negative chakra around her. "I hope we leave here soon, I can't stand it," Karen said, and Naruto wrapped his arm around her. "Don't worry, we'll head back to Oto as soon as possible," Naruto said, and Karen nodded. "Hey look," Fu said as she pointed. Up ahead at a tent there was Hinata, Haku, Zabuza, Sasori, Fubuki, Roga and Mizore. Naruto ran up with a smile on his face. "Hinata, Haku, Fubuki," he shouted in happiness. "Naruto," Hinata said in relief as she got up and hugged him. Haku walked up with a smile on her face. "Welcome back Naruto," Haku said before looking to Hinata. "Don't hog him all for yourself Hinata." Hinata eeped, and jumped back blushing. "I'm sorry," Hinata said apologetically. "I was just so happy to see you Naruto." Naruto blushed at this and rubbed the back of his head. "Aw shucks," Naruto said before looking at Fubuki. "How are you Fubuki, any good fighting?" That bun-haired girl was okay, but that green guy was a freak of nature," Fubuki said, crossing her arms, making Naruto chuckle. "By the way, that green guy with the bowl cut told me to tell you something," Fubuki said, which got Naruto's attention. He said, "Next time we meet let's fight at full power. I wish to show you the power of youth. He's a little weird." Naruto smiled at this and chuckled. "I swear if we weren't from different villages we would be the best of," Naruto began but stopped when he looked inside the tent. Inside there was Sakura unconscious and with her side wrapped up in bandages. "Sakura," Naruto shouted as he ran forward and kneeled next to her. "What happened to her? Why is she here?" "Long story kid," came a voice. Naruto turned around and saw two women. One was a purple-haired woman wearing a trench coat while the other was a black-haired woman wearing a white dress that had thorn-like patterns on it. The black-haired woman was crying uncontrollably into her hands while the purple-haired woman was holding her. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked, confused. "I'm Enko, this is Kurenai," Enko said, pointing to the sobbing Kurenai. "It's not been a good day for us." "Crap, how can this get any more confusing?" Naruto said. Just then the flap to the tent opened up. "Ho ho, so you must be Naruto," said a man. He was wearing red armor and had long black hair. He didn't look right as his eyes were black except for the corneas and he seemed extremely pale. Yeah I am. Who are you?" Naruto asked, even more confused. "I am Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage," Hashirama said with a smile. "I came to talk to you, could we speak in private?" Naruto's eyes were nearly popping out of his head when he heard this. Did I miss something?" Naruto asked everyone but no one had an answer. Undisclosed building, with the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi looked at its handiwork with pride. Masterful, a work of art if I may be so bold. In front of him was the half-dead body of Hiyashi Hyuga. The Kyuubi took its time with him as it wanted to ensure Hiyashi's painful punishment. Hiyashi was being held up by threads that were stuck to the walls. Hiyashi's right arm laid on the ground, severed just above the elbow. They Kyuubi wanted to ensure that if Hiyashi could never fight at his full potential ever again. Hiyashi's face fared no better. The entire left side of his face was ripped and mangled as the Kyuubi dragged its claws, tearing flesh off. They Kyuubi ensured to destroy his left eye, as this would be the ultimate insult to a Hyuga, as their eyes were treasure by the clan more than anything else. Lastly, all along Hiyashi's body there were long claw marks that stripped the skin from his body, damaged muscles, and will leave deep and noticeable scars. And as a final insult and to give the Hyuga a taste of what Naruto went through, the Kyuubi even severed Hiyashi's genitalia. They laid on the floor in pools of blood like discarded meat scraps. The Kyuubi made sure to crudely seal up the wounds as to ensure that Hiyashi didn't die. "Well Hyuga, it's been fun. if you live I hope this serves as a reminder. The Kyuubi leaned in and spoke softly, don't touch my vessel. The Kyuubi's body began to fall apart as it fell to the ground. The glowing red threads began to lose their shimmer until all that was left was a pile of black threads. He's got to be here somewhere, came a shout. A few seconds later 2 individuals ran in along. It's their dogs. Oh my god, Sume Inuzuka said as she held her hand to her mouth. Sume, Henna and their dogs were tracking down scents when Sume picked up on Hiyashi's. It led them to an abandoned building in the old industrial district. Henna turned to the side and vomited as she looked at the mutilated Hyuga. Oh my god, she said wiping her mouth. Sume walked up and touched Hiyashi's neck. Gah, Hiyashi shouted before he coughed up blood all over Sume, who jumped back. Holy shit, he's alive, Sume said as she used a kunai to cut the threads. Hannah, help me, we need to get him to the hospital. Hannah, coming out of shock, ran up and helped her mother as they began to drag the half-dead Hyuga away. Chapter 33. Otogakur, 5 days after the Konoha invasion, with Naruto. Naruto was in his room lying down on his bed looking up at the ceiling. It has been several days since the battle in Konoha and Naruto's mind was racing. He got paid for the job and him along with the rest of his crew were going to leave back to the land of snow. However, one thing has been running through his mind for the past 5 days. He has been going over in his head about what the first Hokage Hashirama and him talked about. Flashback, 5 days prior, with Naruto and Hashirama. Naruto and Hashirama were both walking a little bit outside the Oto camp in order to talk in private. As they walked, Naruto felt a shock to his system and heard a voice. Miss me kid, the Kyuubi said from inside his mind. I just got my revenge on that Hyuga, and it was so what the fuck is he doing here? Naruto's head jerked to the side as the sound of the Kyuubi's booming voice echoed in his head. Kill Hashirama, kill him now, make him suffer, the Kyuubi roared and Naruto spoke inside his mind. Quit yelling, damn it, he just wants to talk, Naruto said internally, just shut up and watch. Fine, the Kyuubi said before cutting connection. Are you okay? Hashirama asked looking at Naruto curiously, you look a little angry. Just the voice in my head shouting at me, Naruto said before he realized what he just said. Crap, now he's going to think I'm crazy. I understand, Hashirama said. I hear the screams of the dead and dying every once in a while as well. The doctors call it soldier's heart. Thankfully my wife and children fixed it for me. Mostly. Hashirama stopped and turned to Naruto. He went through hand signs and created 2 stumps facing each other. Sit down please. Naruto sat down on one while Hashirama sat on the other. What do you want to talk about, Lord? First? Call me Hashirama, please, Hashirama said before taking a breath. I will first like to apologize on behalf of my village. Naruto went wide-eyed at this. Wait, an apology? From a cage, Naruto thought. When I started the Leaf Village I hoped to create a new way of life, a place where children were no longer sent off to war, where families and clans can prosper, Hashirama said. I taught of the will of fire, a way for all of those civilian or ninja to live by. But it looks like it did not work how I wanted to, Hashirama said. Yeah, no shit, Naruto said as he looked at the stitches on his bare chest. If they were willing to do this to their most valuable weapon, I wonder what they would have done to their enemies. You know, my wife Mito Uzumaki was the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Hashirama said and Naruto nodded. The whole village knew, they did not fear her, they respected her and her clan. When I heard about what they did to you I was sickened to my stomach, Hashirama said. You were no demon but an innocent boy, and the Kyuubi is not some evil or malicious creature but a powerful force of nature. That's why I captured it along with the rest of the tailed beasts, in order to ensure a deterrent, in order to ensure lasting peace, Hashirama said, and it seemed to have worked to a certain extent. It did, but 3 world wars still happen, Naruto said and Hashirama nodded. But what is 3 wars compared to the hundreds I fought in? Hashirama said. I fought the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi and dozens of other clans by the time I was a teenager. Sounds like you had it as rougher than I did, Naruto said and Hashirama chuckled. The difference was that I had people to support me, Hashirama said, my brother, my clan. You however, were all alone. But you did find people to love and cherish. Right? Hashirama asked. Naruto nodded. Yep, Hinata, Kakuzu, Fu, Karen, Mie, Sasori, Hiku and Zabuza. I found people, and I'd do anything to protect them, Naruto said. Call me greedy but I'd trade the entire world for their safety, and I'd kill anyone who threatened them. Hashirama smiled at this. I one too, Hashirama said and Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, considering that unlike everyone else from Konoha you haven't tried to kill me yet, Naruto said making Hashirama chuckle, I guess so. Well then may I make a request? Hashirama asked and Naruto nodded. I wish for you to reignite the will of fire." Naruto went wide-eyed at this and Hashirama continued. "I see that you have suffered a lot in life, but unlike a lot of people you have not went down a path of darkness and evil," Hashirama said. "You can become the difference in this horrible world." Naruto sighed at this. "I am down a dark path," Naruto said. "I've killed for money, I helped evil individuals, subjugated a country. All kind of things that took Hinata throwing it into my face to realize was wrong. I am not a good person, Hashirama. I'm evil and wicked," Naruto said, "and it's going to haunt me for the rest of my days." "A truly evil man would not feel guilt over those kinds of things," Hashirama said. "I have also killed as well, men, women, children, people from rival clans and even a few from my own. I even had to kill my best friend, Madara," Hashirama said with some guilt. "The world of the ninja is cold and unforgiving. You cannot become a true ninja without getting blood on your hands," Hashirama said, "but that does not mean you become an animal who only thirsts for power and bloodshed. When you go there, that is the path of no return." "I get what you're saying," Naruto said. "Alright, I'll do it." Hashirama smiled at this as Naruto stood up. "I have a plan to rid the world of a certain evil. But it's more for power and revenge if I was honest," Naruto said. "There is little difference between justice and revenge," Hashirama said. "May I ask what it is?" Naruto nodded and Hashirama leaned in close and whispered it into his ear. Hashirama went wide-eyed and nodded. "I don't condone revenge. But that does sound very justifiable," he said as he stood back up. "Whatever it is you do, just remember why you do it, and do it with a clear conscience," Hashirama said. "I will, thank you," Naruto said as he reached out his hand. Hashirama shook it and both smiled until they let go. "Okay, now then, I have one last favor to ask," Hashirama said as he grew another tree out of the ground. The tree turned into a wooden club. The club was about 1.5 feet long with several knots on the head that protruded out like spikes. The handle was long and halfway up the length it began to twist into the head. "Ah, what's this for?" Naruto asked confused. "Oh, I need you to bash my head it so I can die," Hashirama said as he got to his knees. "I want to see my wife once again, so would you kindly? The seal should be in the middle of my head." Naruto's sweat dropped at this and raised the club. "Just like in Old Yeller," Naruto said as he took in a breath. "Thanks, Hashirama. I appreciate it." Hashirama smiled as Naruto swung the club down on him. Flashback end. Naruto laying on his bed reached over and grabbed the wooden club and looked at it. "At least I got another weapon now," Naruto thought as he sat up. "I'm going to get some food." Naruto exited the room as his thought continued to go through his mind. In another room, with Hinata, Kurenai and Anko. "Kurenai-sensei, please, you must slow down," Hinata begged as Anko stood beside her. Why the hell should I slow down?" Kurenai said, slurring her words. Kurenai was heavily intoxicated as she sat on the bed with several various liquor bottles at her feet. "Can't you see, my life is fucked?" Kurenai grabbed a bottle, stood up and threw it at the wall, breaking it. "The man I loved raped a genin. My village thinks I'm a traitor. I have no home, no money, no pride." Kurenai sat back down and looked over at Hinata and Anko. "But I have you two here at least," she said with a weak smile before grabbing another bottle and began to drink. "Geez. Straight-laced Kurenai acting like this is crazy," Anko said, rubbing the back of her head. "Do you regret bringing us here now?" "Because I think the only reason she didn't go back to Konoha to kill Asuma was because of you," Anko said. "I don't regret it," Hinata said. "I have to make up for leaving her. I just didn't know it would be like this." Hinata began to remember what happened 5 days ago. Flashback, 5 days prior, with Kurenai and Anko. Anko and Kurenai were in the tent with an unconscious Sakura. Naruto had just walked off with Hashirama, leaving both women alone. Kurenai was currently crying her eyes out while Anko held her. I trusted him, I loved him," Kurenai sobbed out. "There was even talks about marriage." "Asuma, how could he?" Anko held her tight and rubbed her shoulder. "I don't know what to say," Anko said. "I always thought he was a douche. I mean those ears, gross." Kurenai lightly chuckled at this as she wiped her eyes and looked at Sakura. "When she wakes up I need to apologize," Kurenai said. "I had no idea something so horrible happened to her, and from Asuma no less. I need to." "You will, just calm down," Anko said. Just then someone walked in. It was a girl wearing a helmet. She had 2 bottles of water and slowly walked forward. Would you like some water?" Hinata asked and Anko nodded. "Yeah thanks kid," Anko said as she took them. "You're Mie, right? I saw you in the exams. How did you get wrapped up in this?" Hinata flinched and fidgeted for a moment. Well, you see. I'm here on a job and I was chosen because I was from Konoha," Hinata said, and Kurenai looked at her. "You're from Konoha?" Kurenai asked. "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," Hinata said, and Kurenai froze at that. Hinata reached up and took off her helmet, revealing her face to Kurenai and Anko with a sad smile. It's been a while. WWHW, Kurenai stuttered out in shock while Anko sat there with her mouth open. I was taken by Naruto and I've been in the land of snow, Hinata said. I'm a mercenary now. Kind of. And when we were chosen to help out Odo, I was chosen to come with Naruto and Haku. Hinata swallowed when she looked at Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata began but couldn't finish as Kurenai grabbed her. Kurenai pulled her in and buried Hinata's face into her chest. I knew you were alive. I never lost hope, Kurenai sobbed out as she looked at Hinata. You grew up a little. Hinata hugged her back. I missed you a lot, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said as the both of them hugged, upon breaking the hug. How have you been? Kurenai asked, wiping her tears and leading her to a seat. Tell me everything. Hinata began to tell her tale and for a moment helped her sensei forget the heartbreak she just suffered. Flashback end. After Hinata and the others arrived at Odo and Kurenai has been getting worse, the slight bit of relief of her reuniting with Hinata faded away and Kurenai fell back down into a spiral. When Kurenai found out there was alcohol in Odo, she did not hesitate to sell some valuables to but some. Kurenai sold a gold necklace Asuma gave her, her leaf headband and even Konoha's social security number, because in her own words, why do I need my identity in Konoha, I can't go back anyways. When she got her liquor she began drinking every moment she was awake, and the whole thing broke Hinata's heart. Hinata looked at Kurenai as what a kunoichi should be. Proud, feminine, powerful and unrelenting in her strides to improve herself. Now looking at the drunken mess of her sensei she could only feel pity. Damn, I'm out, Kurenai said as she dropped the bottle she was holding. Kurenai was about to grab another one but before she could grab it she passed out on her bed. Kurenai had drank herself into a stupor once again. She began to snore softly and both Hinata and Anko looked at her. Grab the trash can, I'll tie back her hair, Anko said and Hinata nodded and walked over to get the trash can. We need to do something, she'll drink herself to death if she keeps going on like this. I know, Hinata said sadly, I'll think of something, she said as she put the trash can next to Kurenai. I just hope it's soon, Hinata thought. Meanwhile in Konoha, in the council chambers, with Jiraiya, Danzo, Homura, Kaharu, the shinobi and civilian council. I leave to find the Nine Tails and come back to this, Jiraiya said in anger as he walked in the middle of the room. Sensei dead, the village destroyed, a clan head in critical condition and not one but two Jinchuriki under Orochimaru's control. How the hell did this happen? Are you people so stupid you could not see this? Jiraiya shouted as he looked around. How were we supposed to know that this would have happened? A civilian said. We were only doing what was, he began but didn't finish. Jiraiya rushed over and kicked him in the face, snapping his head back, breaking his neck and killing him. Everyone but Danzo was frightened by this as Jiraiya had a scowl on his face. I warned that Odo might be harboring Orochimaru and we shouldn't allow them to participate. Same with Snow Country, Jiraiya said in anger. Because of your incompetence the village is in ruins and now I must pick up the pieces. What we need is a new cage, Homura said. I recommend Danzo, he's the most qualified since you don't want it. Not just no, but fuck no, Jiraiya said looking at Danzo. Unless I'm mistaken Root didn't even bother defending the village. Hiruzen ordered my Root to never get involved inside the village. I was only following the Hokage's orders, Danzo said with a smirk that made Jiraiya's blood boil. We do need a Hokage, but not Danzo, Jiraiya said, and there is only one person who can turn this village around. She can be a new face to rally behind if we can convince her to come back. You're not seriously considering Tsunade, are you? Kaharu said. She abandoned the village decades ago. She has no love for this place, hell she doesn't even keep her money in a Konoha bank. She is a descendant of the first Hokage, an incredible medic and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya said. If she isn't Hokage I don't know who else to ask. Very well then, Danzo said speaking up. How about a deal? If you convince her to come back I won't become Hokage, but if you come back empty-handed I will take the position. Very well you decrepit old bastard, Jiraiya said as he began to walk out. Give me 1 month, I'll bring her back one way or another. Lord Jiraiya, may I make a suggestion? Homura said stopping him. How about taking someone with you to train? We don't have a Jinchuriki anymore so we need someone to fill the void as our deterrent. Who are you thinking about? Jiraiya asked. Sasuke Uchiha, Homura said. Teach him what you know and buy his loyalty. His loyalty is on a knife's edge, so if you can give him the power he desires he could be of great use to the village. And Uchiha, fine I guess, but if he pisses me off I'm sending his ass back, Jiraiya said as he walked out. Danzo seeing him leave narrowed his eye. Tsunade. She could be a problem, if she doesn't come back we should get rid of her, he thought. Tenzo, Fu and Torun should be enough if it comes to it. Odo, One day later, with Naruto and crew. Naruto along with Kakuzu, Sasori, Hinata, Fu, Karen, Haku, Sakura, Zabuza and Anko were all standing in front of Orochimaru, who was sitting in his throne. Orochimaru's arms were wrapped in bandages and the man looked like he was in serious pain. Naruto turned to his side and spoke to Sakura. "Hey Sakura, how's the wound?" he whispered. "I'm fine. Not 100%, but fine," Sakura whispered back. "Thanks for getting me out of Konoha. Haku may have carried me but I wouldn't be here without you." Naruto smiled and nodded. Before he could say anything, Orochimaru spoke up. "As you can see by my appearance, my wounds have taken a toll on me," he said. "Really? Because from where I'm at it's a thing of beauty," Anko said with a smirk. "Seeing your arms hang like that is a refreshing sight." Orochimaru looked at her with a scowl. "Watch it, girl, I'm still able to kill you," Orochimaru said. "Bring it on, cripple," Anko said. "Woman, shut up," Kakuzu said, and Anko huffed. "What do you want, Orochimaru? We completed the mission and got paid." "And now I have another mission for you," Orochimaru said. "My arms need healing and there is only one person to do it, my old teammate. The mission is simple, find her and bring her to me to heal my arms," Orochimaru said. "The pay won't be as high as it was for the invasion but should be substantial." I don't think me, Sasori or Zabuza would be the best choices for this kind of mission," Kakuzu said before looking at Naruto, "but this should be simple enough for Naruto. Find an old lady and bring her here. Should be an easy paycheck," Naruto said as he scratched his head. "I think me, Fu and Karen should be fine. Haku and Hinata could use a break from being on the last mission for nearly 2 months." "I want to come too," Sakura said, making everyone look at her. "What? Why?" Naruto asked and Sakura blushed. "Well, I kinda have no money and nothing better to do," Sakura said. "Besides I know Fire Country pretty well and I can keep us away from Konoha's outposts." "Okay, cool, me, Fu, Karen and Sakura," Naruto said, but before he could continue Hinata spoke up. Naruto," Hinata said, speaking up and gaining his attention, "can you take Kurenai-sensei with you as well?" "That drunk lady who puked on the floor, hell no," Naruto said, not wanting to take her. "Please, she's in a bad place right now and she needs help. I think a mission could bring back the Jonin hidden under all that alcohol," Hinata said. Naruto looked hesitant but Hinata folded her hands in front of her. "Please. For me." Naruto looked into her big hopeful eyes and groaned. "Fine, why not?" Naruto said, making Hinata smile. "Anyone else? How about Karen's little sister, or some random jobber?" Just then the door opened up and Tayuya walked in. "Sorry I'm late, the medical bay is jammed with a bunch of wounded fuckers and Kabuto needed my help," Tayuya said. "So Lord Orochimaru, how can I help?" Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a smile. "Tayuya will be tagging along to ensure the mission gets done," he said. "Is there a problem with that?" Naruto groaned in frustration. "No," Naruto said as he turned around. "We leave in an hour. Hinata, go get the drunk lady," he said as he walked out. 1 hour later, with Naruto, Fu, Karen, Sakura, Kurenai and Tayuya. Kurenai groaned as she rubbed her temples. "This is not pleasant." "A hangover will do that to you," Naruto said as he led the group. Naruto looked over to Tayuya and spoke. "So who is this lady we are looking for?" Tayuya shrugged as she pulled out a file. "She's some hotshot medical ninja, royalty of some famous clan." "I don't fucking know, I'm just a grunt." "No bad language in the group," Fu said sternly, making Tayuya look at her in annoyance. "Well, she must be something special if Orochimaru wants her," Karen said as she took the file and read the name, Tsunade Senju. "That sounds familiar. Yeah, I think I heard it before. Crud, where did I hear it?" Fu said, scratching her head. "Well, open it up," Naruto said in mild anticipation. "I wanna see the old hag." Karen groaned as she opened the file. Naruto, Karen and Fu all stopped cold, making Kurenai, Sakura and Tayuya stop as well. What is it?" Sakura asked as she looked at their faces. All three had faces of shock and surprise as they looked at the picture. A beautiful woman with blonde hair, a diamond tattoo on her forehead, and large breasts. Are you guys okay?" Sakura asked. Is that?" Karen stuttered out. "Boob lady," Naruto, Karen and Fu shouted at the same time. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, 2 figures in dark cloaks with red clouds stood in front of 6 holograms as one of them began to speak. "As you all know that 6 days ago Konoha was attacked by the combined forces of Suna, Oto and Snow Country. The result was the defeat of the Leaf," the hologram said as it looked over to one of the figures. "I'm sure you heard. Right, Itachi?" Itachi Uchiha stood in the darkness with his Sharingan piercing through the darkness. "I heard, but I do not care," Itachi said coldly. "Hey, you were never sentimental, Itachi," said the other figure, why would you care, especially after what you did? That is not important Kisame, Itachi said to the newly revealed Kisame, is there anything about the battle that is noteworthy? After the battle 2 reports appeared which leaked out of Konoha, said the hologram, one was of a boy who uses threads to fight, he claimed to be Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The same one who disappeared all those years ago, Kisame said in mild surprise, he fell off the radar, now he's back. And that's not all, the hologram said, according to reports a girl with green hair, tan skin and able to sprout wings from her back appeared as well, and that matches up with the 7 tails that disappeared from Taki. 2 Jinchuriki working together, Itachi said in interest, and 2 of the most powerful ones at that. Itachi looked at the hologram and spoke. What are our orders? Itachi asked. Search around Fire Country for them, check every village not matter how small, the hologram said, once we capture them bring them in for the ritual. Leave at once and leave no stone unturned, he said. Yes Lord Pain, we'll leave at once, Itachi said to the now revealed Pain. Pain and the other holograms disappeared leaving only Itachi and Kisame. Let's go Kisame, Itachi said as both Akatsuki members exited the area in search for the 2 rogue Jinchuriki. Chapter 34. Fire Country Town, with Naruto, Fu, Karen, Sakura, Tayuya and Kurenai. So far it's been 1 day since Naruto and the others have left Oto in search for Tsunade. Naruto was walking down the road with a little pep in his step as he was excited. He hasn't seen her since that time he was gambling in that casino and he wanted to see her again. Oh man, this is too good, Naruto said as he and his group walked through the town. I hope she's doing okay, it's been a few years. I still can't believe you met a legendary Sannin and called her, boob lady, to her face, Sakura said, I mean. How could you not know? Oh come on, I was like 7 at the time, Naruto said. I was 8, Fu said. I was 7 as well, Karen said, and it was just by chance, we just thought she was just another gambling addict. Well either way this is going to help us, Kurenai said as she walked in front of them. You said she owes you a favor right, so that'll make the convincing her to come with us a lot easier. Anything that keeps Lord Orochimaru off my ass is fine with me, Tayuya said with a shiver, I'd rather not think about. Never mind. Well either way we should, Fu began until she bumped into Naruto. Naruto what the heck, don't just stop in the middle of the road. Naruto ignored her as he ran over to a board and looked at some flyers. Guys, you might want to see this. Everyone walked over and looked at the board and both Sakura and Kurenai went wide-eyed. On the board was a wanted poster for Sakura, Kurenai and Anko, all of them had a bounty of 500,000 ryo each. Wanted. Sakura Haruno, age, 13, charge, murder, desertion and treason, Sakura read in her head. Wanted. Kurenai Yuhi, age, 23, charge, desertion, conspiracy and treason, Kurenai read in her head. All 3 wanted posters had pictures on them showing their faces. Kurenai and Sakura grabbed their posters and put them into their pockets. Crap, what do we do now? Sakura said looking around. What if we get spotted? Karen had an idea. Karen reached into her pocket and took out a picture of her and her family. Here turned into my mom and my sister, she said. Kurenai grabbed the picture and both women ran into a nearby alley and there was 2 soft puffs. A few seconds later Kurenai came out looking like Mie while Sakura came out looking like Toka. Kurenai can't. Sakura walked back and spoke. We can't have henges on all day every day, Sakura said. What do we do now? Naruto snapped his fingers. I have an idea, Naruto said as he looked over to Tayuya. Do you still have that hair dye you used on me? Tayuya nodded. Yeah I do, she said and Naruto nodded. Okay, me and Tayuya will dye Sakura and Kurenai's hair, Naruto said before looking at Fu and Karen. Fu, let Sakura have some of your cloths. Huh, why me? Fu asked. Because you're both simulator and you body types, Naruto said. Suddenly both Fu and Sakura looked at him with death glares. Would you care to elaborate? Sakura said cracking her knuckles. Yeah honey, explain it to be, Fu said making Naruto swallow hard. Well, you're both thin and have similar figures, Naruto said trying to phrase his words right. Shit, did I just step on a landmine? Oh okay, Fu said smiling, I thought you were about to go somewhere else with that. You should have just led with that, Sakura said smiling as well. Tayuya was looking at this chuckled, dodged and Kunai there blondie, she thought. Okay but Kurenai will need some cloths herself so you guys will need to get her some, Naruto said and Kurenai nodded. I'm a medium shirt size and medium pants, Kurenai said, also if you can I get some sunglasses, my eyes stand out, both Fu and Karen nodded. Alright, where should we meet? Karen asked. The other side of town, there should be a river, Naruto said. We'll set up camp there temporarily. Both Fu and Karen nodded and walked off. Okay, let's go, Naruto said as he, Tayuya, Kurenai and Sakura walked off. 2 hours later, by the river, with Naruto, Sakura, Tayuya and Kurenai. Naruto was sitting on a log watching Tayuya dye both Sakura and Kurenai's hair in order to disguise them. Naruto watched as Tayuya looked at her watch while Sakura and Kurenai had their hair wrapped in a towel. Okay, you two should be good, Tayuya said as she walked away from both Kurenai and Sakura. Okay, let's see how it looks, Kurenai said unenthusiastically. The last bit of my pride was my hair. Now I dyed it. Both Kurenai and Sakura began to take off their towels, and when they fully removed them, Sakura spoke up. So how does it look? Sakura asked. Sakura's short and straight pink hair was now blonde like Naruto's and curly since Sakura thought it would help her disguise. Wow, you look good, Sakura, Naruto complimented, making Sakura blush. Look at that, now we got two blondes in the group. And you're still the dumb one, Tayuya said, making Naruto gain a tick mark. How about me? Kurenai asked. Naruto looked at Kurenai and blushed himself as he looked at her. Kurenai's wavy black hair was now a dark chestnut color and it flowed down her shoulders. Naruto, Kurenai asked, snapping him out of his stupor. You look beautiful, Kurenai, Naruto said, and Kurenai smiled slightly due to the comment. A few minutes rolled by and everyone heard footsteps and turned to the direction. Everyone relaxed as they saw both Karen and Fu walking up with 3 scrolls. Okay, we got come clothes, Fu said. Sakura and Kurenai, here you go. Fu threw 2 scrolls over to them and they caught them. Tayuya, here you go, Karen said, throwing the 3rd scroll. Why the fuck do I need cloths? Tayuya asked, and Karen adjusted her glasses. Look at you, you stick out more than all of us, Karen said as everyone looked to Tayuya. Tayuya was still wearing her slightly tattered and oversized Oto uniform. You look like a homeless person. Piss off, glasses, Tayuya said, flipping her off. Oh come on, just change, Naruto said, it'll help us stay under the radar. Fine, Tayuya said. Tayuya, Sakura and Kurenai all walked behind some shrubbery and began to change. Karen and Fu walked over to Naruto and sat down. So what's the plan? Do we head back into town and look around? Fu asked, and Naruto shook his head. Nah, there's no casinos here, Naruto said. She likes to gamble, right, so we just need to look at the next town that has a casino. Fu and Karen nodded, and Karen took out a map and began to look at it. The next town in only 3 hours away. We could reach it by sunset if we hurry, Karen said. Do you think Gato has a hotel there? Naruto and Fu both shrugged, and Fu spoke. Probably, he has his hands in nearly everything, Fu said. It wouldn't surprise me if he owned half of the casinos in town. A few seconds later, Sakura, Kurenai and Tayuya all walked out from behind the trees wearing their new cloths. Sakura wore a simple pink shirt with a light yellow hoodie over it. She had on white shorts and was wearing her blue sandals. Kurenai was wearing a dark red shirt with a jean jacket over it. She wore blue jeans and had on shin-high sandals that were partially covered up by her pants. She also had on a pair of black sunglasses in order to hide her ruby red eyes. Tayuya was wearing a slightly large black shirt with an album cover picture on the front and the words, Cannibal Corpse, over the picture. She had on black pants with tears in the knees and had on a black beanie instead of her regular hat. Wow, you guys look great, Naruto said. Sakura, liking the hoodie. Sakura smiled at this before Naruto turned to Kurenai. Kurenai, jean jacket and jeans, good combo, Naruto said, and Kurenai nodded. And Tayuya, looking pretty metal. It's funny, I actually like this band, Tayuya said, giving Fu and Karen a thumbs up. Okay everyone, we should get going, Naruto said as he got up. We still have a ways to walk until the next town. Everybody nodded as they all began to leave the area. In Oto, with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru was sitting on his throne as Kabuto replaced the bandages on his arms. Under the bandages the flesh looked a sickly purple color that made Kabuto worry. Orochimaru's arms were slowly decaying and he wondered how much longer he had. At this rate the arms will need to be amputated in a month, unless Lord Orochimaru switches bodies again, Kabuto thought. After a few more raps Kabuto finished, all done my lord. This pain is getting unbearable, Orochimaru said in pain. Naruto and those women better get Tsunade here as soon as possible. Suddenly a puff of smoke erupted and a snake appeared. Lord Orochimaru, I have some news SS, the snake hissed. Your old organization ISSS on the move again. They are after Naruto, they sent Itachi and Kisame. Orochimaru froze at this as he realized what was going on. So Pain is making a movie. Looks like they weren't all talk, Orochimaru thought before he spoke to the snake. Find and inform Kakuzu, he shouldn't be far from Oto, he left yesterday, Orochimaru ordered. The snake nodded and vanished. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru. My lord, what is going on? Kabuto asked and Orochimaru grit his teeth. My old comrades are interfering with my plans, Orochimaru said. Land of Rice, eastern border, with Kakuzu, Zabuza, Sasori, Hinata, Haku and Anko. Kakuzu and the others were walking along a road making their way to the land of hot water in order to catch a ferry back to Snow Country. Suddenly in the middle of the road a puff of smoke appeared and everyone got on guard. A small snake showed itself and Kakuzu looked at it with narrowed eyes. What? What does Orochimaru want now? Naruto and the others have only been gone for a day, Kakuzu said and the snake spoke. Lord Orochimaru wishes to warn you, the snake said. 2S class ninja are hunting Naruto down. He has no idea and we can't find his chakra signature and the others are either not strong enough or too unfamiliar to find. Upon hearing this everyone went wide-eyed and Kakuzu spoke up. Sasori, Zabuza, with me, we are going to find Naruto, Kakuzu said before turning to Haku. Haku, take these two back to Snow Country and wait there. Before Haku or anyone else could say something Kakuzu and the others ran off back the direction where they came in order to make their way to Fire Country. Wait, Hinata said before Haku grabbed her shoulder. Hinata, don't let them handle this, Haku said. If what we just heard was true then we won't be much help. She's right kid, we should go, Anko said as much as she didn't want to since Kurenai was also in danger. Oh okay, Hinata said sadly as she and the other began to walk away. Naruto. Be safe. With Kakuzu, Sasori and Zabuza. How the hell can't they find them? Naruto's chakra sticks out like a sore thumb, same with Fu, Zabuza said and Kakuzu looked at him. His chakra changes every time he gets a new heart, Kakuzu said. He just got a new one yesterday in order to replace the one he lost in Konoha. And Fu conceals her chakra in order to not get found by Konoha or Taki, Kakuzu said. Naruto doesn't have to use it since his chakra is evenly distributed to his hearts. Damn it, then how the hell are we going to find them? Sasori asked. None of us are trackers, and we don't have Karen here to help us. We'll just have to find their trail. I know the first town they said they'd stop at, Kakuzu said. All we have to do is hope nobody finds them first. Fire Country, with Jiraiya and Sasuke. Sasuke was walking down the road with Jiraiya in search of some woman to bring back to the village. So far Sasuke has been underwhelmed by the whole thing. Sasuke would rather be training with Kakashi than walking with this old man. All Jiraiya has done the whole time was stop every once in a while to peek at a hot spring. You don't say much do you, Jiraiya said to Sasuke who looked at him. This is a total waste of time, Sasuke said walking beside him. I should be training not on some scavenger hunt for some woman. Geez, this kid's a prick, Jiraiya thought. If it's training you want I can train you while we search, trust me kid I'd rather be doing this alone. Hey, what can you train me, Sasuke said dismissing him. You don't have the Sharingan like Kakashi. The Sharingan will only take you so far, don't rely on it, Jiraiya said making Sasuke scowl. Besides, if the Sharingan was so great then an entire clan of users wouldn't have been killed in a single night. Sasuke took out a kunai and slashed at Jiraiya who ducked under and kicked him with his wooden sandals. Sasuke flew into a tree and Jiraiya smiled. Temper kid, Jiraiya said not even angry by the attack. By the way, to me, that attack was like it was in slow motion. You have talent kid, but frankly with how you act and respond. You'll be killed, Jiraiya said and Sasuke scowled. I'm an Uchiha, I'm an elite, Sasuke began before Jiraiya put a stop to it. Jiraiya flared his chakra and Sasuke fell down to his knees as he looked at the aura that was around Jiraiya. You're a pompous, arrogant asshole Sasuke, Jiraiya said coldly. Let me put it in simple terms. With how you are now, if you train for the next 30 years of your life, you'll still never be able to beat Itachi on his worst day. Jiraiya calmed his chakra and looked at the stunned Uchiha. Enough, he said as he continued down the road. By the way I'm an S-class ninja and a legendary Sannin, and if me and Itachi fought we'd probably both die. Sasuke gulped and got back to his feet and followed Jiraiya. What does he know? Sasuke thought as he walked beside Jiraiya, but if he can teach me some things then I guess this trip will be worth it. 3 hours later, Casino Town, Gato's hotel, with Naruto, Tayuya, Kurenai and Sakura. Okay let's check in, Naruto said as he and the others walked into the lobby of the hotel casino. Sakura looked around and spoke up. Naruto, why are we here when you told Fu and Karen to go and check into other hotels? Sakura asked. Naruto looked at her and spoke. Oh it's just to cover our trail, Naruto said making the other look at him in curiosity. Every place we go to we check into 10 hotels using a different alias for each one, so that way if somebody finds out where we are, they'll have a hard time finding out which one you're in, Kurenai said and Naruto nodded. Exactly, Gato and us have a good relationship so we stay at his hotels for free, Naruto said as he walked up to the front desk. He has a lot of clients who like to remain anonymous so we are never on the books here. Naruto turned to the receptionist and took out a card. I'd like a room please, Naruto said with a smile as she took the card. Yes sir Mr. 14,118,212,015 spells out Naruto, the receptionist said, for how many and how long? 6 in total and we are staying for 2 days, Naruto said. Yes sir we have a room available, the receptionist said as she took out 6 keys and handed them to Naruto. Please enjoy our fine hotel and casino and have a wonderful day. And ladies there will be complimentary comforts for you all, she said and the others nodded. Thanks miss, Naruto said, okay let's go. A few minutes later, Naruto opened the door to the room and walked in with Sakura, Kurenai and Tayuya following behind them. The hotel room was very spacious as there was 3 rooms, a bathroom and a common area. Holy crap this place must be expensive, Tayuya said as she began to look around. Hey look, Tayuya pointed to 3 baskets sitting on a table. What are those, Tayuya said and Naruto scratched his head. Not sure, every time I've been to one of Gato's hotels they never gave me a basket, Naruto said. Maybe that's what the desk lady was talking about complimentary comforts. Kurenai, Tayuya and Sakura all walked over and opened the baskets and both Sakura and Kurenai went wide-eyed at what they saw. Inside the baskets were various small bottles of liquor and sake, cigarettes, bags full of marijuana and cocaine, pills and other kinds of things. What the hell is this? Sakura said unsure how to feel about it. I don't know, Kurenai said. Aw sweet, Tayuya cheered as she pulled out a bag of weed and papers. I never smoked weed before, I got to try it out. It's okay, Naruto said shocking Kurenai and Sakura. Me and Fu tried it when we were on a mission in Tea Country with Zabuza and Fubuki, you'll be hungry as hell later. Kurenai reached over and grabbed the bag from Tayuya. Hey, that's mine, Tayuya shouted. Drugs are bad Tayuya, Kurenai scolded. What is this, why would they give this to us? How do I explain it? Naruto said rubbing his chin. A lot of Gato's business partners come to his hotels to cut loose. Drugs, sex, gambling, business deals and such. I was mostly with Fu, Karen, Kakuzu and Haku though, Naruto said, but I guess when they saw you guys they might have assumed since I've never been here before. Kurenai picked up the baskets and opened a scroll. I'm confiscating these, Kurenai said as she sealed up everything. I will not have such drugs and alcohol flowing around the room with children present. Technically we're adults when we become ninja, Naruto said but a look from Kurenai shut it down, but yeah. Drugs are bad. Kurenai walked into a room and Sakura rubbed her temples. I'm going to use the restroom, Sakura said. When she exited the room Naruto looked at Tayuya. You still have something don't you? Naruto said and Tayuya nodded and raised up a second bag of weed. Wanna smoke it later? Tayuya said with a smile. Naruto looked around and nodded. Let me get Fu and we go to the roof, Naruto said and Tayuya nodded. 1 hour later, in the hotel room. Naruto and the others were sitting around waiting until they heard a knock at the door. I think that's them, Naruto said as he hopped up and walked to the door. Naruto opened the door and both Karen and Fu were there. Hey girls, you're back, Naruto said before leaning in and giving both girls a kiss on the lips before letting them in. Sorry it took us a while, we spaced out every hotel so nobody can't pinpoint us, Karen said as she walked in. So what's the plan? We're going to rest up for the night and head out to look for Tsunade in the morning, Naruto said. We'll split up into 3 teams, Karen will take Tayuya, Fu will take Sakura and I'll go with Kurenai. Sakura looked at Naruto. Why split us up like that? Sakura asked. So that way if we run into Tsunade there will be one person there who she can recognize easily, Naruto said and Sakura nodded. Okay sounds good, Tayuya said. I'm going to hit the hay, see you assholes tomorrow. Wait hold up, Kurenai said stopping her. There are 3 rooms here with 3 beds and 6 people. Yeah so, Fu said confused. Kurenai pointed at Naruto and spoke. I can't allow any of you girls to sleep in the same bed with a boy, Kurenai said. I cannot condone any kind of fornication or debauchery. Oh come on, nothing will happen, Naruto said and he looked around. You think any of these girls and me will try something? I won't, Fu said crossing her arms. Me neither, Karen said adjusting her glasses. I'm waiting until marriage, Sakura said. I would, Tayuya said making everyone look at her, just to piss you off. Besides, Tayuya looked over to Naruto and winked. I kinda dig the scars, Tayuya said making him blush. Both Fu and Karen stepped in front of Naruto. Back off potty mouth, Fu said and Tayuya chuckled. Anyway, I will not allow it so here's what'll happen, Kurenai said. Tayuya and Sakura will share one room, Fu and Karen another and Naruto will be in a room alone. I will sleep on the couch to ensure nothing happens, Kurenai said. Naruto, Fu and Karen groaned. Oh come on, we've been together since we were 7, Karen said and Kurenai looked at her. End of discussion, Kurenai said with finality. Later that night, Kurenai was sleeping on the couch as the door to Fu and Karen's room opened up. Both Fu and Karen exited the room and began to sneak over to Naruto's room. Who does she think she is? Fu thought. Naruto would never do anything to us. Man, how did we get a stick in the mud like her on this mission, Karen thought. As they neared the room they began to feel their world began to shift and they began to lose their balance. What's happening? Karen thought. Both Karen and Fu fell to the floor unconscious and Kurenai sat up. Really? Trying to sneak past a Jonin, Kurenai thought as she released the hand sign to her genjutsu. Should I put them back in their room? Nah. Kurenai laid back down and pulled her blanket over her and fell back asleep. The next day, with Naruto and Kurenai. Naruto stretched and adjusted his mask as he and Kurenai walked down the busy roads of the town. Man, I'm not going to lie, I slept pretty good, Naruto said. I guess I got so used to Fu, Karen and Haku sleeping with me I forgot what it was like to have my own bed. By the way, wasn't it kinda weird how Karen and Fu were both sleeping on the floor? I mean, I heard of sleepwalking but that never happened to them before, Naruto said and Kurenai shrugged. Probably a one-time thing, Kurenai said. Okay, so there are 60 casinos and bars in this town, so we'll need to check them all. Let's start at the high-end ones and work our way down. If we each check 20 we should be done by dusk, Kurenai said and Naruto nodded. Sounds good to me, Naruto said giving her a smile. Kurenai saw the smile and felt a little guilty. Let's check out there first. Naruto pointed at another hotel and casino and both he and Kurenai walked over. Upon entering Naruto spoke, I'll go left and you go right, if you see her come and get me. Okay, Kurenai said as she and Naruto both split up. Naruto was walking through the tables looking for anyone that matched Tsunade's description. Man, there's a lot of people, Naruto thought. This is going to take. Naruto lost his train of thought when he bumped into somebody. Oh sorry dude, I wasn't watching where I was going, Naruto said to the older white-haired man. No problem kid, just be careful next time, Jiraiya said as he walked away from the blonde teen that just bumped into him. Well, this casino is a bust, still got another 56 to go. Jiraiya exited the casino and began to walk down the road once more. I hope the Uchiha is sitting in that hotel room like I ordered, he thought. Naruto looked around the casino at the poker, black, jack and roulette tables. Nothing still. Better try the slot machines. Naruto began to make his way to the slot machines when he heard an alarm go off. Winner, 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 the automated voice said over and over. Kurenai was walking around the slot machines when she accidentally pulled a lever on one that still had a credit on it. Suddenly the machine began to blare and everyone began to look at her. Hey Kurenai, what happened? Naruto said as he walked up. I don't know, I hit the lever by accident, it began to spin and it gave me 3 cherries, Kurenai said. Suddenly the machine spat out a card and Kurenai took it. What's this? Kurenai read it and it said, 263,502 ryo. Naruto, what does this mean? It's how much you won, Naruto said. You won that much ryo, all you have to do now is cash it in at the booths before you leave. Naruto pointed at a booth and Kurenai walked over and handed the man behind the bars her ticket. Congrats ma'am, you're a winner, the man said as he handed Kurenai 3 stacks of cash and several coins. Wow, this is a lot, Kurenai said as she pulled out a scroll and sealed the money inside. Looks like you have some luck on the slots, Naruto said walking up. You know what? Screw it, let's gamble a little. Kurenai looked at him and gawked. What, gamble? No way, it's immoral, this was an accident, Kurenai said and Naruto scoffed. Oh come on, lighten up a little, Naruto said. How about this, we play some blackjack and a few slots and then get going. Okay. Kurenai bit her lip at this. All her life she's lived a life by the straight and narrow. She drank but only on occasion, she never did drugs, never gambled or ever had a one-night stand. But she broke one of those rules in Odo when she was in her depression. Now Kurenai was conflicted as to whether her morals still applied. Okay fine, Kurenai said making Naruto smile, but only for a little while, we have a mission. Only an hour, Naruto said and Kurenai nodded. Come on, let's hit up some tables. Both Naruto and Kurenai walked off into the crowd of gamblers as they decided to have a little fun. A few hours later, Gato's hotel, with Naruto and Kurenai. Naruto and Kurenai entered the hotel room and noticed it was empty. Well, we didn't find her. Now all we can do is wait for the others, Kurenai said as Naruto closed and locked the door. Oh come on, it wasn't all bad. Naruto said as he walked in and sat on the couch. We had some fun gambling, didn't we? Kurenai smiled at this and nodded. Yes, it was a little fun, and now I have a little pocket money, Kurenai said. Kurenai's smile faded and she looked at Naruto. Naruto, now that we are alone, can we speak? Naruto became concerned and nodded. Yeah, what about? Naruto said. Kurenai sat down next to Naruto and folded her hands in her lap. Naruto, I wish to apologize, Kurenai said, making Naruto confused. What for? Naruto asked. I was, like a lot of the villagers, before you left, Kurenai said, making Naruto's eyes widen. I didn't hate you, but I did have some prejudice against you even though I never seen or spoken to you. It wasn't until Hinata got onto my team and told me about your friendship that I realized I was wrong, Kurenai said with a tear falling down her face. I was stupid and hurt by the death of my father that I blamed you. I never assaulted or attacked you, but I didn't help you either. And when I see you with Fu and Karen, I see a young man who loves them and wouldn't ever dare to hurt them in any way, Kurenai said as she looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Naruto looked at her before taking off his mask, revealing his face. You never hurt me in Konoha, he asked, and Kurenai nodded. No, I've never even seen you until the Chunin exams, Kurenai said, and Naruto nodded. Then you have nothing to apologize for, Naruto said, making Kurenai's eyes widen. Words and glares hurt for sure, but being skinned alive and having your boy parts cut off is a pain worse than you can ever imagine. I'm not a good person, Kurenai, but Hinata is trying to make me better. I'm trying to be better, Naruto said. I have no hard feelings towards you, Kurenai, but thanks for saying all that, it means a lot to me. Kurenai smiled and went in and hugged Naruto, and Naruto hugged her back. I can see why Hinata's in love with you, you have a good heart. Or hearts, Kurenai said with a chuckle. Suddenly Naruto pushed her away and looked her dead in the eyes with a bewildered expression. Hinata loves me, Naruto shouted. Kurenai paled as she just realized what she said. As a friend, Kurenai said, trying to backtrack, but Naruto shook his head. No, you said she loves me, Naruto said as he got up and began pacing around the room. Oh man, she loves me, Hinata loves me, oh shit, oh man. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Oh man, this is just. I don't even know, Naruto said as he unlocked the door, expecting to see Karen, Sakura, Fu, or Tayuya. Huh, who are you two? Naruto said, confused. Across town in another hotel, with Sasuke. Sasuke was reading a scroll that Jiraiya left for him in order to begin his training, rasengan. It's a lot like the Chidori, Sasuke thought as he read through the scroll again. If I can learn this, I can have an edge against anyone I face, maybe even Itachi. Sasuke was so deep into reading the scroll that he almost missed the knock at the door. Guess he's back from looking around, Sasuke said as he got up and opened the door. Excuse me, is your neighbor Niku? Itachi paused as he looked at the person who opened the door. Itachi and Kisame both entered the hotel because they found out that someone with Naruto's alias had signed into the hotel. Sasuke, what a coincidence. It's been a long time, Itachi said, and Sasuke froze in fear. This is your kid brother Itachi, Kisame said with a smirk. Well, what are the odds? Itachi, Sasuke muttered out. Suddenly a wave of anger crashed over Sasuke as he activated his Sharingan and formed a Chidori in his left hand before letting out a roar. Itachi. With Naruto and Kurenai. Naruto was looking at two women standing at the door of his hotel room. One was a busty blonde woman with a haircut similar to Hinata's. She had a tanto attached to the small of her back and had a cool expression on her beautiful face. The other was a woman with longer blonde hair, wearing a black and purple blouse with black pants, and had dark eyes that were very cat-like. Her eyes were simmering with rage and anger, and Naruto felt a little uneasy. Can I help you, miss? Naruto said nervously. You don't remember me, the blonde woman said. You don't remember what you did to me 7 years ago. Naruto gulped at this and stuttered. Did I kill your boyfriend or something? Naruto said. Suddenly the woman's nails extended and she took a swipe at Naruto. Naruto jumped back and Kurenai got up, taking out a kunai. The other woman rushed forward with her tanto as she and Kurenai locked blades. Yugito, handle the boy, I'll take care of this woman, she said as the now named Yugito nodded. Thanks Samui, Yugito said as she looked at Naruto. It took me years to find you, kid. Yugito took a step forward as her two tails chakra began to leak out. Now you are going to pay for what you did to me in Snow Country, Yugito shouted as she charged at Naruto, who got into a stance. Who the hell is this chick? Naruto thought as he got ready for battle. Chapter 35. Yugito was in a room of her house looking at a board that she constructed. As she was looking at it, the door to the room opened up. Yugito, it already started, are you coming or what? Samui said as she walked in to see her best friend. Upon entering the room, Samui sighed as she say her, "Damn it, you are still on this." Yugito turned and looked at Samui. Samui just listened, Yugito said as she walked over to a map. In the map there were hundreds of different colored strings going to various different points. I think I may have pinpointed another area where they were just at. Yugito pointed at the land of waves with a smile. A report leaked out of Konoha not that long ago that a green-haired girl was seen and she attacked a group of Konoha ninja. She said before pointed at a picture. There were 3 crudely drawn sketched of Naruto, Fu and Karen on the wall being held up by scotch tape, and she matches the description of the girl I fought back in Snow Country. Samui rubbed her temples. I'm sure there are literally hundreds of green-haired girls in the world. Samui said, Yugito, I get it, it was humiliating to be defeated by a group of children, but you have been obsessing over this for years. Yugito frowned at this. I mean, isn't it time to let it go? This is so not cool, she asked. Because of them I was sent back to the academy and stripped of my Chunin title, Yugito said. The reputation I spent years building was ruined in the span of one mission. I had to beg Lord Raikage to be reinstated, and even then I had to get training from his annoying brother. I don't care if this seems obsessive, they nearly ruined my career, Yugito said before pointing at the picture of Naruto, especially him. Samui walked over and grabbed her hand and began to pull her out of the room. Yugito, I love you like a sister, but you're acting like a crazy person, Samui said as she led her to the living room. You need to get over it already, your obsession is never going to go anywhere. Samui sat Yugito down on the couch. Now let's just sit down and watch the Chunin exam finals in Konoha. Samui turned on the TV and upon doing so Yugito went wide-eyed at what was just happening on screen. My real name is Naruto Uzumaki, former resident of Konoha and container of the nine-tailed fox, Naruto shouted on the TV. Samui's jaw dropped as Yugito hopped up and ran over to the TV and pointed. It's him, he's in Konoha, Yugito said, and Samui looked at Yugito who had an angry look on her face. Yugito grabbed her forehead protector and tightened it on her. I have accumulated 63 days of paid vacation, I'm going to Lord Raikage to use all of them right now. Yugito turned and ran out the front door. Samui cursed as she turned off the TV and chased after her. Yugito wait, Samui shouted. Raikage office, with A, Yugito and Samui. So let me get this straight, A said looking at the panting Yugito and Samui. You want to use your paid vacation time to hunt after the kid who kicked you ass 7 years ago, find him, beat him up, for your revenge. Yugito nodded and spoke again. You do know that I cannot allow this since you are a Kumo ninja. Yugito took off her forehead protector and put it on the desk. I'll do this on my own then, off the books, Yugito said. If you let me do this then I will gladly drag his ass back here so we can have the 9 tails. Hearing this A had a change of heart as a smile grew on his face. Who am I to get in between a woman and her revenge? A said as he stamped her vacation paper, be back by the end of the month. Wait, she can't go alone, Samui said and nodded, let me go as well. Fine, A said as he pulled out another paper and stamped it, but just be aware if you two screw up and get captured or killed then that's your problem. Thank you Lord Raikage, Yugito said, now I will finally have my revenge. Flashback end current time, hotel room, Fire Country, with Naruto and Kurenai. Die you little fucker, Yugito shouted as she took a swipe at Naruto with her claws. Naruto ducked back and her claws narrowly missed Naruto's chest. You will pay for what you did to me. I don't even know you lady, Naruto said as he began to harden his body as Yugito took another swipe at him. Naruto put his arms up in order to defend himself as the claws hit his arms. Yugito's claws hit Naruto's arms with a resounding clang and Yugito's hand bounced off. However, Yugito was not done as she kicked Naruto in the chest sending him flying backwards. Naruto crashed through a window and was sent falling down. Kurenai who was clashing bladed with Samui saw this and shouted. Naruto, Kurenai shouted as she blocked another slash from Samui's tanto. Kurenai parried Samui's tanto, following up with an elbow to Samui's face and grabbing her by the collar. Yugito seeing Samui get hit began to rush over, only for Kurenai to throw Samui into Yugito before running and jumping out the window. Kurenai landed on a rooftop and looked around. Naruto, where are you? Kurenai shouted. Kurenai heard a noise and looked to her right and up. Naruto landed on a water tank and put a dent into the metal body. Arg, arg, Naruto groaned as Ri rolled over off of the tank and fell about 6 feet landing next to Kurenai with a thud. Oh man my back, Naruto groaned. What did you do to those women? Kurenai asked and Naruto looked at her. Hell if I know, I've pissed off hundreds of people, Naruto said as he got to his feet. Suddenly from the hotel room blue fire began to erupt out of the windows making Naruto go wide-eyed. Crap. Naruto looked at Kurenai and spoke. Kurenai, let's split up, we'll divide them into 2. Kurenai had no ideas and nodded. Okay, be safe, Kurenai said. Naruto began to run east while Kurenai began to run west. Out of the hotel window Samui and Yugito jumped down. Yugito was in her two-tailed cloak while Samui stood beside her. Go after the woman, Yugito said in a growling voice. He's mine, Samui nodded and turned to the west. Have fun, and make it quick, we're drawing a lot of attention, Samui said and Yugito nodded. Both Kumo Kunoichi ran off in different directions in order to find their targets. 5 minutes earlier, across town in another hotel, with Sasuke. Itachi, Sasuke roared as he aimed a Chidori at Itachi's heart. As his hand neared Itachi reached up and grabbed his hand stopping the lighting jutsu. Sasuke's anger quickly turned into fear as Itachi looked down on him with his cold Sharingan eyes as his Chidori began to die down. Was that really all you could think of? Itachi said as he pulled Sasuke in. Itachi proceeded to knee Sasuke in the gut making him cough out his breath. Itachi then grabbed him by the back of the collar and threw him across the room into the wall. Sasuke smacked against the wall and the wall began to crack. Sasuke fell to the ground holding his gut as he looked up at the door. Sasuke then realized that Itachi and Kisame were not gone and he slowly got back up. Sasuke began to walk towards the door and upon reaching it began to look around but saw that Itachi and his partner was gone. Itachi, get back here, Sasuke shouted. Outside the hotel Itachi and Kisame were running across rooftops as their latest tip was a bust, so that's 4 hotels down and 6 more to go, Kisame said as he ran beside Itachi. Are you sure he's even in this town? I mean informants are wrong more times than not. He's here, I know he is, Itachi said. What I didn't expect was my little brother to be here, Kisame chuckled at this and spoke. It was pretty funny, him attacking you like that, Kisame said. No strategy, no thought, just, Itachi. Kisame began to laugh as Itachi looked at him. Why didn't you just kill him? Familial bonds, Kisame asked with a smirk but Itachi didn't show any emotion. No reason to kill him, he's no threat to us, Itachi said. Now focus, we need to find our target. A few seconds after he said that there was a loud explosion erupted from across town and both Itachi and Kisame looked over. Black smoke was emanating from a building and both Itachi and Kisame stopped. You don't think, Kisame said as he looked towards Itachi. I think it is, Itachi said. Let's hurry up and find him. Both Itachi and Kisame began to run towards the smoking hotel. With Fu and Sakura. Fu and Sakura were running across town as they tried to make their way towards the hotel. Both girls were in a casino when they heard the explosion and both girls began to make their way back to the hotel to see Naruto and Kurenai. What was that? Fu said as she ran beside Sakura. It sounded like a bomb went off. Sakura looked to Fu with a worried look on her face. You think it's Konoha? Do you think they found us? Sakura asked worried and Fu shook her head. No, no way, Fu said. If we were being attacked by Anbu or Hunter Ninja then they would have hit all of us at once while we were separated. I think it's somebody else, Fu said and Sakura began to get a bad feeling. Who is it? Did you guys piss someone off? Sakura asked and Fu groaned. Who haven't we made mad over the past few years? Fu said making Sakura go wide-eyed. The people of Wave, the Snow Rebels, Konoha, Kusa, Suna, could be anyone at this point. As Fu and Sakura landed on the next building they both began to feel an intense heat from their right sides. Both girls turned just in time to see a fireball coming towards them. Move, Sakura shouted as she and Fu jumped apart and the fireball shot past them and hit another building setting it on fire. Sasuke landed on the roof with his Sharingan activated and with a scowl on his face. Sasuke looked towards Fu first and then turned to a blonde girl. It Sasuke only a fraction of a second to realize who he was looking at. Sakura. I should have known it was you, Sasuke said in anger. Where is he? Sasuke knew Sakura had something to do with the explosion and had a hunch that she was responsible for the explosion. Tell me now, Sasuke roared. Sakura flinched at this as a thought ran through her mind. He's after Naruto, he knows he's here. Sakura swallowed hard and spoke. I'm not telling you a damn thing, Sakura shouted. Same here, Fu said as she got into her taijutsu stance. Just turn around and go home buddy. Sasuke's scowl deepened until a smirk crossed his face. You don't want to fight me do you Sakura? I'm your Sasuke, right, he said. Sakura scowled at this and got into her taijutsu stance as well. I lost those feeling when you tried to fucking kill me, Sakura said. I hate you and I regret ever loving you. Sasuke chuckled at this and made a hand sign. Well since you can't hate me more than you already do right now, how about I give you one final gift, Sasuke said, from one teammate to another. Sasuke puffed into smoke obstructing him from Sakura and Fu. As the smoke cleared Sakura saw what Sasuke did. Sasuke hanged into Genma Shiranui and spoke, Bring back any fond memories, Sasuke said, shocking Sakura and making Fu confused. Yep. It was me. Flashback, Genin graduation day, with Sasuke. Sasuke was walking back into training ground 7 in order to meet with Kakashi for some reason. As he entered he saw Kakashi and Asuma waiting by a tree. What do you want, Kakashi? I'm busy right now, Sasuke said, and Kakashi smiled. What, can't a sensei spend some time with his pupil? Kakashi said, and Sasuke frowned. I was just discussing a little bet with Asuma here. What kind of bet? Sasuke said, and Asuma spoke up. I bet Kakashi here if he could get that little pink-haired genin of his to blow us, I'd owe him a bottle of sake, Asuma said. Kakashi here said that she'd do it, but I have doubts. Sasuke went wide-eyed at this. You can't be serious, Sasuke said, and Kakashi chuckled. Yeah we are, and I thought I'd name-drop you to make her do it, Kakashi said, and Sasuke rolled his eyes. Also, as a little welcome to the team gift, we decided to give you the opportunity to partake. Seriously, Sasuke said, surprised. Sasuke thought about it for a minute until he shrugged. Sure, why not? Kakashi and Asuma smiled as Asuma pulled out a photo. Henge into our friend Genma, so she doesn't get suspicious, Asuma said, and Sasuke nodded. Sasuke made a hand sign and hanged into Genma. Alright then, wait here, Kakashi said as he began to walk into a clearing. Sakura was waiting by herself and Kakashi began to smile. Bottle of sake, here I come. Flashback ends, with Sakura and Fu. Upon hearing this, Sakura began to shake and feel nauseous as the revelation began to affect her. A bottle of sake, Sakura muttered out, that's what I was worth. Sasuke smirked at what he just did as he undid the henge, and not even the top shelf stuff either, Sasuke said with a smirk. Like I said before, only thing valuable about you is that mouth of why. Fu using her wing flew forward in a blur of speed and kicked Sasuke in the gut, sending him flying. Sasuke was kicked off the roof and fell to the streets down below. Fu turned to Sakura and spoke. Sakura, snap out of it, we have to take him out before he reaches Naruto, Fu shouted. This snapped Sakura out of her daze. Sakura's fear and anxiety began to morph into unbridled rage and fury. You fucking asshole, I'm going to kill you, Sakura shouted as she rushed past Fu and jumped to the streets below. Fu seeing this was surprised at the change in Sakura. Wow, maybe I should let her take the lead on this, Fu thought as she flew down to the streets below. With Naruto. Naruto made his way to a park and he currently had Yugito chasing after him while running on all fours. Yugito was focusing on Naruto as she tried to stop him. You won't get away, Yugito thought as she charged her chakra, fire style, mouse hairballs. Yugito fired several fireballs shaped like mice towards Naruto. Naruto seeing this jumped out of the way as the hairballs hit several trees, setting them on fire. Wait, blue fire, hairballs, Naruto thought as he found an area and stopped, turning around to face her. Yugito landed and was in a crouch as she looked towards Naruto. I remember you now, you're that cat girl I fought in the land of snow all those years ago. That's right, it's me, Yugito said as she got on her feet. The woman you humiliated, you now remember me, you remember my name. Naruto nodded and got into his taijutsu stance. Yeah I do, and I will defeat you, Naruto said. Come at me Yakitori, Yugito looked at him wide-eyed. Yakitori, Japanese chicken on a stick, Yugito said as she looked to Naruto. Yugito's chakra began to fluctuate and her eyes became solid white. You don't even remember my name. Oh crap, Naruto thought. Yugito charged at Naruto on all fours and Naruto hardened his body as she neared. Yugito began to slash at Naruto with her claws and Naruto put up his hands in defense. Yugito's claws clashed against Naruto's hardened body and clanging sounds and sparks began to fly off from the friction. Kit, don't you remember, this is the Jinchuriki of the two tails, the Kyuubi said inside Naruto's mind as he ducked under a slash. You're going to need the red head and her chains in order to beat her. Naruto dodged another slash from Yugito and countered with a punch to her face which resulted in her head cocking to the side. Thank for the info Fox, Naruto said sarcastically in his mind. Too bad she not here to help me, Naruto said as he jumped back and made a hand sign. Naruto turned his gold jewelry into gold dust to form his gold dagger. She's off somewhere else in the town. Well you have no choice then, the Kyuubi said as it began to concentrate. I'm lending you my chakra boy, don't die, especially to her. Naruto began to feel a surge of chakra flow through his body. Naruto's eyes became slitted as his body was covered in a red chakra. Naruto looked down to his golden dagger and saw that it was acting like a conductor for his chakra. Okay, that's new, he thought. Yugito charged at him once more and swung her claws. Naruto swung his dagger in an attempt to block her claws. It came as a shock to both of them when Naruto's dagger cut through her claws like they were paper. Naruto, not missing a minute, spun around and kicked Yugito across the face, sending her skidding across the ground. Holy shit, I love this thing, hot damn, Naruto said, looking at his golden dagger. Yugito got back to her feet and glared at Naruto. Matabi, how was he able to do that? My claws can cut through swords no problem, Yugito said in her mind. It's the Kyuubi's chakra kitten, I think his chakra is reinforcing that knife of his, Matabi said inside Yugito's mind. Focus my chakra into your claws, then it should no longer be a problem. Yugito began to focus her chakra as her cloak began to shrink slightly. Yugito's nails regrew and had a slightly bluish hue to them. Thank you Matabi, Yugito said in her mind. I'll only use our final form as a last resort, Yugito thought. I'd rather not bring more attention than I already have. With Karen and Tayuya. Karen and Tayuya were running through some back alleys on their way to the hotel. Up until a few minutes ago everything was fine. But now there were multiple battles going on and there were 2 large surges of chakra. Holy fuck, did you just feel that shit? Tayuya said as she and Karen ran towards that 2 massive spikes of chakra. One of those is Blondie for sure, I remember it from the Suna mission. But what the fuck is the other one? I'm not a sensor type at all but I can feel it from here, Tayuya said. I don't know but it seems oddly familiar, Karen said as she was using her sensory abilities. Where have I felt this? Karen opened her eyes quickly as she looked to Tayuya. Tayuya, we have a large chakra signature closing in fast, Karen said and Tayuya went wide-eyed. The next thing they knew a volley of water bullets came shooting off from their left. Karen and Tayuya both jumped out for the way and landed. Karen summoned out her puppet while Tayuya took out her flute. And where are you 2 ladies going? Kisame said as he came out an alley with Samahata unwrapped. You 2 wouldn't know what all this ruckus is, right? Fuck off fish face, Tayuya said as she began to play her flute. Tayuya's 3 doki appeared and Kisame whistled. You got one hell of a mouth on you girl, Kisame said with a snarky grin. How about I rip it off? Karen, no longer wanting to waste any time, sent her puppet towards Kisame. Karen, using her chakra chain, activated the puppet's Senbon launcher. Karen's puppet fired a volley of Senbon towards Kisame. Kisame went through hand signs as the Senbon was fired. Water style. Water wall. Water appeared out from under the street and formed in front of him. The Senbon hit the water, stopping it from hitting Kisame. Tayuya, seeing this, began to play her flute and controlling her doki. Tayuya sent in her club and claw doki while keeping her third one in reserve. Both doki charged towards Kisame and Kisame got into a defensive stance. The club doki raised its club and swung it down towards Kisame in an overhead strike. Kisame raised up Samahata and held it horizontally over his head to block the club. The club hit Samahata and Kisame was knocked several inches into the concrete. Kisame knocked the club to the side and swung Samahata at the doki. The sword hit the doki, knocking it away and ripping a chunk out of the side of it. The doki crashed into a building and Tayuya cursed in her mind. Fucking fuck, that better not have destroyed it, Tayuya thought as she sent in her claw doki. Tayuya's claw doki began to slash at Kisame, who began to jump back and dodge the attacks. This one's faster than the other one, Kisame thought as he blocked a strike before receiving a hit to the gut. Kisame was knocked into a building but landed on the wall and stood there using the wall walking technique, but doesn't hit as hard. Kisame heard clacking and looked to his left and saw Karen's puppet coming towards him. Ha, do you think your little dolls can help you? Kisame shouted. Karen opened the puppet's mouth and pointed its hands at him. More Senbon, I'm so scared. Karen, with a click of her fingers, began to use the puppet's hidden flamethrowers and fired 3 streams of fire at Kisame. Oh shit, Kisame shouted in surprise. Kisame jumped away from the building but not before his cloak got set on fire. Kisame landed the street and ripped off his burning cloak as the puppet continued towards him. Kisame took a swung at the puppet but Karen was able to move it out of the way in time before the sword hit. Tayuya, using her flute, ordered all 3 of her doki in front of her as she walked towards the battle. This guy's tough, Tayuya thought as her curse mark began to glow. Tayuya's curse mark began to cover her entire body and she began to transform. Tayuya's skin began to darken as the white of her eyes became black. Her eye color changed to a dark gold and she began to grow horns. Karen, seeing this, began to feel uneasy as Tayuya's chakra became more violent and malicious. Hey glasses, Tayuya said, snapping Karen out of her stupor. Get you ass in gear, we're going to need to go all out to beat this guy. Karen nodded and focused on Kisame. Okay, let's do this, Karen said. Naruto, please hold on. With Kurenai. Kurenai and Samui were on top of a roof of an apartment complex, clashing blades as both women tried to gain an upper hand. Kurenai slashed at Samui, who blocked with her tanto. Samui parried the kunai and then punched Kurenai in the face with her free hand. Kurenai's head was knocked to the side but Kurenai was not out of the fight. Kurenai brought up her leg and kicked Samui across the face, making blood fly out of her mouth. Kurenai jumped back and began to go through hand signs. Samui looked towards Kurenai and took out several shuriken. Samui charged the shuriken with lightning chakra before throwing them at Kurenai. The shuriken pierced through Kurenai, who then dispelled into rose petals. What? A substitution, Samui thought. The rose petals began to surround Samui, who began to look around frantically. Samui was cut across her back as she turned around with a slash. However, there was nothing there, and upon realizing this, she was cut across her right calf, making her wince. Genjutsu, Samui realized as she began to focus her chakra. Lightning pulse, Samui shouted. Samui fired off a weak pulse of lighting chakra from her body, which spread out a few feet from her. This did two things: it broke her out of the genjutsu and made Kurenai, who was on her left, jump back. Kurenai landed a few feet away and got into a stance. Damn, I didn't work fast enough, Kurenai thought. Kurenai looked to her abdomen and saw that her shirt was burnt and she had a small electrical burn on it. So you use genjutsu, huh? Samui said as she looked to Kurenai. Interesting, I'll have to be more careful now. Samui focused her chakra into her tanto and her tanto began to crackle with lighting. Let's see how you fare against me now, Samui said as she rushed towards Kurenai. Kurenai got ready as Samui approached, starting her attack with a slash. Kurenai dodged to the side and tried to stab Samui in the neck, but Samui used her arm to block the stab. Kurenai with her hand caught saw an opportunity to gain an edge. Kurenai sent a kick toward Samui's other hand, hitting her wrist and knocking the tanto from her grasp. Samui as distracted for a moment and Kurenai used the opportunity to attack again. Kurenai with a flick of her wrist threw the kunai in her hand towards Samui's head. Samui realized this and moved her head at the last moment. The kunai flew past her head, cutting her cheek and taking off a few strands of hair. Samui retaliated by using her free hand to punch Kurenai in the face before pulling her in and kneeing her in the gut. Kurenai coughed up her breath but immediately got back into the fight as she wrapped her arm around Samui's leg. Kurenai lifted Samui up and slammed her onto the roof, making her cough up blood. Kurenai got on top of Samui and began to punch and elbow her. Samui put her hands up to defend herself, but several strikes got through and Samui was hit a few times. Samui caught a punch from Kurenai and then pulled her in before headbutting her in the nose, breaking it. Samui rolled to the side and threw Kurenai off of her. Samui got to her feet and began to look around for her tanto but couldn't find it. Kurenai got to her feet as well while holding her broken nose. Kurenai snapped it back into place as blood began to drip down from her nose onto her cloths. Do you want to give up? Kurenai asked. I really don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight either, Samui said, but you have no idea what it's like living with a crazy woman whose entire life revolves around vengeance against someone who wronged her. You don't know what it's like, Samui said. You don't know what it's like to be the responsible one. An image of Anko flashed through Kurenai's mind and she let out a sigh. I kind of do actually, Kurenai said as she got back into her taijutsu stance, but I can't let you kill my favorite students. Sort of, boyfriend. Well then, I guess we should continue then, Samui said and Kurenai sighed. I guess so, Kurenai said. With Naruto. Naruto blocked another claw strike from Yugito with his gold dagger. Naruto kicked Yugito in the face, knocking her away and into a tree. Yugito got back up and began to gather her chakra. Okay, screw this, I'm done holding back, Yugito shouted as her blue fire cloak began to spread over her body. I'm ending this now. Yugito began to transform and by the end she turned into a giant blue flaming cat with two tails. Yugito opened her mouth and fire began to form in her mouth. This is not going to end well, Naruto thought as he began to go through hand signs. Cat flame roaring fire. Yugito fired a massive fireball towards Naruto and Naruto finished his hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Mud wall. Naruto created a thick earth wall in front of him and the fireball collided. Naruto thought he was safe until the wall began to crack. The mud wall exploded and Naruto was sent flying backwards until he crashed into a lamp post, bending it. Naruto groaned as he got up and patted out the multiple small fires on his body. Kit, you need more power, the Kyuubi said as it began to pump more chakra into Naruto. Naruto's threads began to glow red as his chakra began to morph around him. Naruto began to grow a chakra tail as two ears formed on his head. Thanks Fox, I'm gonna need it, Naruto said in his mind. Yugito seeing this began to growl as another fireball formed in her mouth. Naruto got ready as Yugito launched the fireball towards Naruto. Naruto was about to go through hand signs but before he could another fireball hit Yugito's. What the hell? Naruto shouted as he looked around. Who did that? Yugito said as she looked around. I did, said a figure that landed in the area. Itachi stood there and looked at the two who were battling. Why is the two tails Jinchuriki here, and why is she fighting the nine tails? Who the hell are you? Naruto shouted as he pointed his golden dagger at Itachi. I'm Itachi Uchiha, I'm a member in organization called the Akatsuki, Itachi said as he looked to Naruto, and I came here to collect you Naruto, please come with me. Same with you, surrender and there will be no blood shed, Itachi said to Yugito who growled at him. Naruto groaned as he heard this and he began to grit his teeth. Great, how did I piss these guys off, Naruto thought until he and Itachi heard a roar. You better leave here now, Yugito growled, the boy is mine, I will not have you interrupt my revenge. Itachi narrowed his eyes at this and sighed. Looks like I'll have to do this the hard way, Itachi said as he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes his Sharingan morphed into his Mangekyo Sharingan and he spoke a single word, Susanoo. Upon uttering those words a red chakra skeleton formed around Itachi making both Naruto and Yugito stand on edge. Oh man, now this guy wants to fight, Naruto thought. Screw it, I'll take you both on, a three-way battle is nothing, Naruto shouted. Don't count your chicken before they hatch, came another voice. Suddenly a large puff of smoke appeared and as it cleared Naruto saw another unusual sight. Jiraiya arrived standing on a rather large toad and looking around at all three opponents. I was waiting for one of you two to take each other out, Jiraiya said looking to Naruto and Yugito. Oh and what for huh, Naruto said as he remembered Jiraiya, isn't this the guy the first bumped into earlier? To capture the one who remained, Jiraiya said as he looked at Naruto, I've been looking for you for a long time Naruto, and from what I see you've been busy. And now look at this, a traitor and another Jinchuriki, Jiraiya said, when I take you back to Konoha I'll ensure that your punishment won't be as severe as it should be. After all regaining a lost weapon and finding another is calls for a reward, Jiraiya said. Naruto hearing this gulped, this asshole is with Konoha, this isn't good, a four-way battle is not something I'm prepared for, he thought until his eyes opened in realization. Hey yakisoba, a Japanese noodle dish, Naruto shouted towards Yugito who glared at him. That's not my name, Yugito roared back. Just shut up and listen, these guys want to capture us, Naruto shouted, let's call a truce and fight these guys together. Yugito growled at this. I will never work with you, Yugito said and Naruto groaned. It's either work together or die, Naruto shouted, make up your mind lady. Yugito paused for a few seconds until she finally relented. I'll fight with you, Yugito said surprising Naruto and shocking Jiraiya and Itachi, but when we dispose of them, we continue what you started. Whatever, Naruto said. Both Naruto and Yugito jumped and landed beside each other and faced opposite directions. Naruto was facing towards Jiraiya while Yugito faced towards Itachi. You ready? Naruto asked. Let's do this, Yugito said. Both Naruto and Yugito charged at their opponents as their battle was put on pause and another battle began. Chapter 36. With Naruto and Yugito. Naruto charged at Jiraiya while gripping his gold dagger in his hands and Jiraiya waited as Naruto closed the distance. Naruto threw the dagger at Jiraiya who moved his head to the side. The dagger flew by and Jiraiya smirked as Naruto just threw away his weapon. Not a smart move kid, Jiraiya thought from atop of his toad summon. You just lost. Jiraiya paused and heard something coming from behind him. Jiraiya jumped off the toad as the gold dagger came back from behind him. Jiraiya saw that he got a cut on his shoulder and then the dagger returned to Naruto. Naruto caught the dagger in his right hand and continued charging at Jiraiya. Didn't expect that did you dick face, Naruto said as he began to attack Jiraiya. Naruto threw a punch with his left hand but Jiraiya dodged the punch. Naruto spun around sending a spinning kick to Jiraiya's head but Jiraiya caught his leg and held it. Naruto jumped while Jiraiya held his leg and aimed his right arm with the dagger clenched towards Jiraiya. Naruto detached his arm and sent it towards Jiraiya trying to stab him in the face. Jiraiya moved his head and avoided the attack as it flew past him. Jiraiya using his free hand formed a rasengan and pulled Naruto towards him. Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted as he plunged the chakra sphere into Naruto's stomach. Naruto using both his hardening ability and his Kyuubi chakra cloak lessened the blow but the attack still hurt immensely. Naruto was sent flying backwards until he was caught by Jiraiya's toad's tongue. The toad's tongue wrapped around Naruto in order to restrain him. Jiraiya seeing Naruto's chakra cloak fade nodded and spoke. Hold the brat while I deal with Itachi and the two tails, Jiraiya said and the toad nodded. Jiraiya turned around and was about to go to the other battle when his toad began to scream. Jiraiya turned around and saw that Naruto had undid his stitches and they wrapped around the toad's tongue. Get this thing off me, Naruto growled as he quickly used his threads to sever the toad's tongue allowing him to fall to the ground. When Naruto landed the toad began to scream and gush blood like a fountain from the severed tongue. Naruto reached into his pocket pulling out a scroll and then opening it. With a puff Naruto's wooded club gifted from Hashirama appeared and Naruto began to funnel earth chakra into it making it glow slightly. Naruto jumped into the air and raised the club. With all his strength, Naruto brought down the club onto the toad's head with a loud and resounding crack. The toad's skull split in two and its eyes popped out before falling to the ground twitching. "Hot damn Hashirama, this thing is awesome," Naruto said, speaking to no one in particular. Jiraiya, hearing this, went wide-eyed. "Wait, Hashirama, the first Hokage, there's no way," Jiraiya thought as he looked at the club. "Without a doubt, that is a product of Lord Hashirama's Mokudan, seems to be reactive with chakra." Jiraiya was about to attack until Naruto turned around. Naruto took off his jacket, throwing it to the side before taking off his shirt, revealing two masks. Both of Naruto's masks shot from his body and onto the ground before taking the shapes of two humanoid figures and stood next to Naruto. "Okay asswipe, let's see how you handle 3-on-1, he said. "Hey Fox, be on standby, I have a bad feeling about this guy," Naruto said, and the Kyuubi inside Naruto spoke. "For good reason, this man is the master of him," the Kyuubi said in Naruto's mind, and Naruto went wide-eyed. "He was the one who pushed Minato to learn Fuinjutsu and court my previous host." Naruto scowled at this and spoke in his mind. He was the master of the fourth Hokage. Now I can kill him without feeling bad, Naruto thought. Naruto and his two hearts charged at Jiraiya, who got into his stance. Meanwhile, Yugito and Itachi were both fighting not that far away in a burning forest. Yugito dodged an attack from Itachi's Susanoo as the Susanoo's fist smashed through a tree. Yugito began to run through the forest using the trees for cover, and she flanked around Itachi. "Matabi, looks like I'll need to use our final form. I don't like it, but I see no other way," Yugito said in her mind. "Okay kitten, just keep your head," Matabi said as chakra began to pour into Yugito. Itachi was annoyed as he essentially had to fight with one hand tied behind his back. He could not use his sword of Totsuka due to the fact he could not risk sealing the two tails. He could however use his Yata mirror to block any attack. Itachi was using his Sharingan to track Yugito, however the fire and smoke obscured his vision. Suddenly out of the fire a giant blue cat made of fire appeared out of the burning forest. Yugito in her Matabi cat form opened her mouth and a ball of fire began to form. Cat flame roaring fire, Yugito fired a massive fireball towards Itachi, and Itachi raised up his Yata mirror to defend against the fireball. The fireball hit and the Yata mirror changed its chakra nature and countered the attack. Yugito, now within range, elongated her claws and slashed at Itachi. Yugito slashed Itachi on cross his Susanoo's chest, creating a large gash, surprising him. Itachi used his Susanoo's other hand to create a chakra sword and slashed at Yugito. Yugito ducked under the sword, which only severed off one of her chakra tails. Yugito immediately ran back into the burning forest and out of Itachi's sight. "I see, she was probing me," Itachi thought as his Susanoo began to repair itself. "She was trying to gauge my defenses. She now knows about my mirror, and her attacks using her Biju chakra can damage my Susanoo." Itachi saw Yugito slowly prowling for a second until she disappeared back into the fire. "Clever girl," he thought as he readied his defenses. With Kurenai. Kurenai was fighting Samui in a fast-paced taijutsu battle as both women seemed to be equally matched. Kurenai threw a right punch which was blocked by Samui before following up with a roundhouse kick with her left leg. Samui ducked under the kick and did a spinning sweep kick that took Kurenai off her feet and onto the roof they were fighting on. Samui raised up her leg in an axe kick and brought it down onto Kurenai. Kurenai put her hands in front of herself and blocked the kick before grabbing Samui's leg and putting both of her legs around it. Kurenai proceeded to roll over, taking Samui off balance and put her into a leg lock, putting pressure on Samui's knee and threatening to break it. Samui, feeling the pain, began to struggle for a few seconds until she made a hand sign. Samui created a thin chakra cloak which shocked Kurenai long enough for Samui to create on opening. Samui used her other leg to kick Kurenai away and create some distance. Samui looked to her sides and saw that to her left her Tanto was under an air vent. Samui scrambled to her feet and rushed over to the Tanto. Samui grabbed the Tanto and looked over to Kurenai, who recovered and got to her feet. Samui charged Kurenai, who was unarmed, and Kurenai reached to her pouch. Kurenai threw several shuriken at Samui and Samui used her Tanto to knock the shuriken away as she closed the distance. Samui slashed at Kurenai, who dodged the blade as Samui relentlessly attacked her. Kurenai dodged attacks as Samui applied pressure, pushing her back. Kurenai was hit by the Tanto as she was cut across her abdomen, creating a minor flesh wound which stung immensely. As Kurenai felt the pain, Samui sent a stab towards Kurenai's chest in an attempt to kill her. Kurenai however jumped away and made a quick hand sign as Samui rushed towards her. Samui slashed once more and thought she was about to hit her. However, when her blade passed through Kurenai, Samui realized it was another genjutsu. The Kurenai she saw faded and Kurenai appeared off to the right and grabbed her hand holding the blade. Kurenai, grabbing onto the limb, sent a rising elbow strike and hit Samui in her elbow. The strike hit and broke Samui's arm, making her drop the Tanto. Kurenai quickly grabbed the tanto in mid-air and sent it towards Samui in a stab. Kurenai stabbed Samui in the chest, sinking the blade up to the hilt into her chest. Samui coughed up blood as she looked down to her own blade in her chest. As she began to fall, Kurenai caught her and began to drag her to a nearby wall. Kurenai leaned Samui against the wall and Kurenai spoke. "If you pull that tanto out, your chest will fill with blood and you'll die in minutes," Kurenai said, breathing heavily as Samui looked at her. "Leave that in and apply pressure. If you get to a doctor, you'll live." Kurenai got back up and pulled out a roll of bandages and threw them to Samui. "You're lucky I don't kill needlessly. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be so kind," she said. Kurenai jumped off the roof, leaving Samui there alone. Samui grabbed the bandages and began to put them around the wound to apply pressure. Samui got up feeling weak and began to slowly walk away, leaving a small trail of blood behind her. "Why Yugito?" Samui said as she began to walk away. With Sakura and Fu. Sakura and Fu were fighting Sasuke in the streets of the town, and the streets still had multiple civilians looking on from surrounding buildings as they saw the ninja fighting. Sakura took out several kunai and threw them towards Sasuke, who jumped out of the way. The kunai hit a wall behind him and Sasuke began to go through hand signs. Sakura, recognizing the hand signs, realized what Sasuke was doing. "Sasuke, stop, don't," Sakura began but was too late. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke launched a massive fireball towards Sakura and Fu, using her wings, flew over and grabbed her. "Move, dummy," Fu said as she pulled Sakura away as the fireball flew past. The people inside the building behind where Sakura just was looked on in horror as the fireball approached. The fireball hit the building, igniting it, shocking both Sakura and Fu as the screams of the people inside began to fill the air. "You freaking psycho," Fu shouted to Sasuke, "you just killed a bunch of innocent people." "Collateral damage," Sasuke said simply as he took out some shuriken and threw them. Fire style. Phoenix flow jutsu. Sasuke spat out multiple fireballs, hitting the shuriken, igniting them as they went towards both Sakura and Fu. Sakura and Fu jumped apart as the flaming shuriken passed them. Sakura, however, was hit in the shoulder by a shuriken and screamed as she pulled it out and looked at the wound. The wound was burnt and there wasn't much blood. The wound was cauterized. It should be fine, Sakura thought. Fu rushed towards Sasuke, sending a flying kick. Sasuke, using his Sharingan, tracked the attack and put up his defenses. Sasuke blocked the kick and grabbed Fu's leg before attempting to slam her onto the ground. Fu used her wings to slow her descent down and put both hands on the ground. Fu spun while Sasuke held her leg and threw a spinning kick towards his face. Sasuke's jaw was hit by Fu's attack and stumbled a little bit. Sasuke was so stunned he didn't realize Sakura had gotten close and she threw a punch, nailing him in the gut. Sakura followed up with a left cross, hitting Sasuke in the face once more before throwing a kick with her right leg. Sasuke caught the leg and pulled Sakura closer and elbowed her in the abdomen, making her cough up her breath. Sasuke spun around while holding Sakura and threw her towards Fu. Sakura slammed into Fu full force as both girls crashed into a shop through the glass window. Sakura and Fu got up groaning as they picked pieces of glass out of themselves. Sakura pulled a large shard out of her arm while Fu pulled one out of her leg. Sasuke jumped through the broken window and saw both Sakura and Fu get back up. Fu made a hand sign and shouted, "Rinpungakure no jutsu." Sasuke prepared himself but was caught off guard when a blinding light flashed him. "Gah, fuck," Sasuke shouted as he held his eyes. Sakura, seeing an opportunity, took out a kunai and charged Sasuke. Sakura sent a stab towards Sasuke but Sasuke put his hand out and Sakura's kunai pierced his hand. "I can still her, bitch," Sasuke said, basically ignoring the pain. Sasuke twisted Sakura's arm and kicked her in the face before throwing her back into the streets. Sasuke took out the kunai and threw it at Fu, who dodged and used her wings to fly past him and next to Sakura. "Sakura, are you okay?" Fu asked and Sakura spat up blood. Sakura was about to speak until she and Fu heard chirping. They both turned around and saw Sasuke with a chidori in his hand. "Die," Sasuke said, his eyes full of malice. Sasuke, using all his might, rushed towards Fu and Sakura at max speed. Fu, in a moment of desperation, grabbed Sakura and threw her to the side, however she was not clear enough to avoid the attack. Sasuke pierced Fu in her lower abdomen with his chidori, running her through. Fu coughed up blood as Sakura looked on in horror. "Fu," Sakura shouted as she took out a shuriken and threw it at Sasuke. The shuriken hit Sasuke in his arm right at the elbow, hitting both nerves and tendons. Sasuke screamed as he pulled his arm out of Fu and cursed. Sakura, seeing this, made a hand sign. Sasuke pulled out the shuriken and looked over to Sakura, however she wasn't there. Sasuke looked around until he felt something rumble from under his feet. Sasuke saw roots begin to appear out of the ground and begin to restrain him. As they did so, Sakura appeared out of the vines and held a kunai in her hand. This is the end, asshole, she said. Sakura sent the kunai towards Sasuke, but Sasuke bit his lip, causing the genjutsu to break. Sakura's kunai was inches away from Sasuke's face and Sasuke moved his head at the last moment, however he wasn't fast enough as the tip of the kunai cut his right eye. Ah! Sasuke shouted as he kicked Sakura in the chest, knocking her away. You bitch, Sasuke said as he held his eye for a few seconds. Sasuke refocused and looked to where he kicked Sakura. However, he saw that Sakura was gone and he looked to where Fu was. Fu was also gone and Sasuke began to seethe in rage. You pink-haired bitch, Sasuke shouted as he ran off. When I find you, I'll skin you alive, you will not humiliate me. As Sasuke ran away, Sakura undid her genjutsu. Sasuke was in such a rage he did not detect Sakura's basic genjutsu. While Sasuke was in pain, Sakura ran over and got on top of Fu and used another genjutsu to camouflage themselves. Despite him having his Sharingan, his unstable mindset made it difficult for him to realize he was under a second genjutsu. Sakura picked up Fu and began to run. I'll kill you later, Sasuke, I swear it, she thought as she looked at the seriously wounded Fu, but saving her life is more important. Sakura kept running in the opposite direction of where Sasuke was going in order to get outside the village to help Fu. With Karen and Tayuya. Karen sent her puppet towards Kisame using her chakra chains to maneuver it. Karen using her fingers made the puppet point its arms towards Kisame. With a flick of her ring finger, Karen activated the puppet's hidden blades hidden in the wrists. Karen began to spin the puppet as it went to Kisame at an intense speed. I hope this works, she thought. Kisame, seeing the puppet come towards her, smiled as he readied Samahata. Child's play, Kisame thought as he swung Samahata at the puppet. Samahata hit the puppet, shattering it into hundreds of splinters. However, as this happened, liquid from inside the puppet splattered over Kisame, making him spit and sputter. Gosh shit, Kisame shouted as he wiped his face. Kisame then smelled what was on him and went wide-eyed. Wait. Is this kerosene? Got you, Karen thought as she used her chain to grab an ignition cartridge on the ground and crushed it, causing a spark. Kisame was immediately engulfed in flames and Karen smiled. Tayuya, seeing this, looked over to Karen. Hell yeah, Karen, you cook his bitch ass, she shouted in excitement. Suddenly Tayuya and Karen heard laughter as the fire died down. Both girls saw Kisame completely wet, but not from the fuel but from water from his previous water jutsus. Kisame used a jutsu to cover himself in water and appeared to have no damage from the flames. You were saying, Kisame said with a smirk. Tayuya looked over to Karen and spoke. Karen, you fucking suck donkey dick, Tayuya said, making Karen gain a tick mark as Tayuya began to play her flute once again and sent all three of her doki to go fight Kisame. Kisame waited as the club doki approached and raised its weapon and swung down at Kisame. Kisame raised up his sword and blocked the blow, not even fazed by the force of the hit. The claw doki came up from the side and took a swing at Kisame while he was resisting the club. Kisame jumped over the claws and performed a flip. While doing the flip, Kisame swung his sword and hit the club doki in the head, destroying it. The club doki dispelled and Tayuya began to get angry. Fucking fuck, Tayuya shouted as she moved in her last doki to engage him. The doki sent a kick towards Kisame, hitting him dead on and sending him flying back towards the claw doki. The claw doki got ready to attack, but Kisame was already ahead as he quickly went through hand signs. Water style. Water wall. A wall of water appeared and Kisame landed against it as the doki's claws hit the other side of the wall, unable to break through. Kisame immediately went through another set of hand signs. Water style. Water shark bomb jutsu. The water wall morphed into a water shark and bit down on the claw doki. The crushing jaws of the water shark caused the claw doki to dispel as well. Tayuya, seeing this, recalled her last doki in order for it not to be destroyed. Crap, I'm down to one doki, Tayuya said as she looked at Karen. Tell me you have another puppet. Karen shook her head at this and Tayuya felt dread. No, that was my only one, Karen said as she created 2 chakra chains. Looks like I'm using my chains. Kisame, seeing that Karen and Tayuya were running out of options, smirked, since for nearly the whole fight he's had the advantage. Now with Karen no longer having a puppet and Tayuya only having one doki, he knew the battle was close to finished. As Kisame was about to rush both Karen and Tayuya, he saw something float in front of his face. Upon closer inspection it looked like a rose petal. What the hell, he thought. Suddenly more and more flower petals began to fall in front of him and began to surround him. Both Karen and Tayuya saw this too and became confused. Are you seeing this shit? Tayuya said and Karen nodded. What the hell is going on? Karen then felt a familiar chakra signature. Kisame was so distracted by the flower petals he almost didn't see Kurenai come out of the flower petals with a kunai in her hand. Kurenai sent a stab towards Kisame's heart and was nearing the target. Kisame using his left hand hit Kurenai's hand, changing the point of contact. Kurenai was aiming for mid-chest but ended up hitting Kisame in his lower right chest instead. Kisame coughed up blood and raised up his sword and swung down towards Kurenai. Kurenai jumped backwards as her genjutsu was dispelled due to Samahata's chakra-eating ability. Kurenai landed next to Tayuya and Karen spoke. "Kurenai, what are you doing here? Where's Naruto?" she asked and Kurenai spoke. "We got attacked and we split up," Kurenai said and Tayuya spoke up. "So Naruto is fighting this dickhead's friend?" Tayuya asked and Kurenai looked at her confused. "What? No, he's fighting a Kumo Kunoichi," Kurenai said, making them both confused. "Kumo Kunoichi?" Karen asked confused. Karen thought hard until she remembered. Wait, was she blonde with cat-like eyes? Kurenai went wide-eyed and nodded. "How did you know?" Kurenai asked and Karen groaned. "Lucky guess, we kicked her ass years ago," Karen said. Kisame hearing this spoke up. Well, looks like I hit pay dirt," Kisame said. "I was planning on killing one of these girls and getting the other to tell me where the Nine Tails is. But it looks like I just need you," Kisame said pointing to Kurenai. Kurenai scowled and got into her taijutsu stance. "You girls better get ready," Kurenai said and both Tayuya and Karen nodded. With Naruto. Naruto and his two hearts were attacking Jiraiya and so far they not making much progress. Jiraiya was basically running rings around them and they haven't been able to land a single hit. Naruto slashed at Jiraiya with his gold dagger and Jiraiya ducked under the blade and Naruto followed up by swing his club down at him. Jiraiya caught the club with his hand surprising Naruto. "What the I used this thing to kill that toad earlier," Naruto thought. Jiraiya pulled Naruto towards him and kicked him in the chest once more. Naruto felt some of his ribs crack from the blow as he was sent rolling across the ground. Damn. He hits hard, Naruto thought. I can take punches and kicks like nothing, but this guy hits like a wrecking ball. Jiraiya after kicking Naruto away was attacked by his two hearts. One of his hearts opened its mouth and a ball of wind began to form. Jiraiya seeing this began to go through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Jiraiya fired a wind jutsu just as the Naruto's heart fired its ball of wind. When the two jutsu collided and blades of wind scattered in all directions, the other heart closed the distance and attempted to hit Jiraiya. The heart swung its arm at Jiraiya and Jiraiya jumped over the attack. Jiraiya doing a flip landed on the other side of the heart and formed Rasengan. Jiraiya spun around and shoved the Rasengan into the back of the heart. The Rasengan cut through the heart killing it. "Gah!" Naruto shouted in pain as he grabbed his chest. Despite the heart being out of his body he could still feel the phantom pain. Naruto looked to his other heart and shouted, "Get back over here." Naruto's other heart ran over and stood in front of Naruto. Naruto's heart went back into his body and Naruto looked at Jiraiya. "Damn it, I got to think of something, this guy is kicking my ass," Naruto thought. Jiraiya seeing the weakened Naruto smirked. "Kid's on his last legs, time to end this." Jiraiya held out his hand and on each of his fingers small flames began to flicker. "Just have to slap this seal on him and he's all mine." With Yugito. Yugito ran from cover to cover in the burning forest running circles around Itachi in order to not be still. Yugito ran out of cover coming from Itachi's right side. Yugito opened her mouth and got ready another attack. Fire style. Mouse hairballs. Yugito fired dozens of small blue balls of fire towards Itachi and Itachi turned as quick as he could. Itachi put up his Yata mirror in defense against the fireball and most were destroyed. However several made it through and when it hit Itachi's Susanoo the hairballs exploded and the fire covered the Susanoo obscuring Itachi's vision. Yugito pounced onto Itachi's Susanoo and began to claw and tear at the chakra exoskeleton causing massive damage to it. Itachi now having Yugito at close range readied his chakra sword. Itachi stabbed his sword into Yugito's Matabi form and Yugito screamed in pain. Itachi used his other arm to backhand Yugito off of him sending the large flaming blue cat skidding across the ground. Yugito hit a tree as her cloak began to fade. Yugito had a wound in her lower abdomen and had a hand there holding pressure. Itachi began to walk closer to Yugito and he began to speak. "You put up a good fight," Itachi said, "now it's time to end this. I should use Tsukuyomi to put her under, then rest my eyes," Itachi thought. "I've strained my eyes enough for one day." As Itachi prepared to put Yugito in a genjutsu he heard something behind him. Itachi turned around and saw a massive black pyramid coming up from behind him. Itachi put his Yata shield in front of him but the pyramid fell apart into black sand and went around it before hitting Itachi's Susanoo. The black sand broke through the Susanoo and Itachi jumped away. When he landed he looked at where the black sand had come from. "Who are you?" Itachi said to the intruder. Sasori came out from behind a burning tree with a smile on his face. "The last person you're going to see before you die." Sasori grabbed his cloak and tore it off throwing it aside. Both Itachi and Yugito were stunned to see Sasori's puppet body. "Tell me, does your genjutsu work on someone who isn't human anymore?" he asked. Sasori using chakra strings called down the puppet of the third cage and began to manipulate its iron sand. I will very much like to add you to my collection, he said. Itachi cursed as he deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and began to use his regular version. Damn it, why now of all times, he thought. With Kurenai, Karen and Tayuya. Kisame took a swing at Kurenai, who jumped over Samahata doing a backflip and landing. Kurenai took out several shuriken and threw them at Kisame. Kisame blocked the shuriken with his sword and smirked. Tayuya using her flute sent her last doki towards Kisame. The doki opened its mouth and a strange kind of demonic worm began to come out. What the hell is that? Kisame asked, slightly disgusted as the worm began to go towards him. Fuck it, I don't care. Kisame slashed at the worm, cutting it in half, however it reformed and kept on chasing him. Kisame cursed as he once more went through hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Kisame used the water on the ground to form a water dragon and sent it towards Tayuya and her doki. Tayuya jumped out of the way into time but wasn't able to move her doki fast enough and it was destroyed by the water dragon. Fucking hell, Tayuya thought as she no longer had her doki. Kisame charged at Tayuya but was met by 2 chakra chains. Karen began to attack Kisame with her chains and Kisame was dodging the attacks. Karen whipped her chains at Kisame and Kisame put up his sword in defense. The chains wrapped around the sword and Karen smirked as she tried to pull away. However, she realized too late that Kisame was leagues stronger than her. Kisame swung his sword, taking Karen off her feet and swung her hard. Karen flew for a few seconds and smacked into a pole back first as a loud crack echoed through the air. Kurenai and Tayuya looked on in horror as they heard the sound of Karen's back breaking. Kisame charged at Karen in an effort to finish her off and both Kurenai and Tayuya went in order to stop him. Kisame raised up his sword and was about to kill the crippled Uzumaki until his blade stopped. Kurenai and Tayuya stopped as they saw who stopped Kisame. Hey fish face, it's been a while, Zabuza said as he held back Samahata with his executioner's blade. Zabuza kicked Kisame in the gut, knocking him away. Zabuza reached down and picked up Karen before throwing her towards Kurenai. Kurenai caught her and looked at Zabuza. What are you doing here? She asked and Zabuza spoke. Saving your skin, now get out of here and head out of town. Zabuza said, we ran into Sakura and Fu, they're fine, I'll hold off Kisame. Kurenai nodded and Tayuya spoke. You're a badass motherfucker, Tayuya said as she and Kurenai ran off. Kisame seeing this began to chuckle. You know you can't beat me, Zabuza, Kisame said as Zabuza got into his stance, you'll die here. Maybe, Zabuza said as he gripped his sword tighter, but, I can hold you off long enough for the other to escape, and that's as honorable of a death as shinobi could ask for. Kisame began to laugh hysterically at this. Honor, are you really the Zabuza I remember? Kisame asked and Zabuza smirked under his bandages. Yeah, a better Zabuza than the one you knew, Zabuza said. Enough talk, let's fight. With Naruto. Jiraiya rushed towards Naruto with his fingertips ablaze and Naruto gripped his club and dagger tight. As Jiraiya approached, Naruto took a swing with his club but dodged the attack. Naruto followed up with a slash from his dagger but Jiraiya caught it with his free hand before hitting Naruto in the gut. Sealing Jutsu, 5-pronged seal, Jiraiya shouted as he hit Naruto. Naruto felt his entire chakra system go haywire as it felt like his insides were on fire. Naruto felt weak and awkward as his hardened body began to go back to normal. Jiraiya proceeded to punch him across the face, making him see stars. Naruto hit the ground hard as he was barely awake now. Naruto looked up to Jiraiya standing over him. You made this more difficult than it had to be, kid, Jiraiya said. Time to pack it in. Before Jiraiya could do anything else, he heard something behind him. Jiraiya turned and saw a creature much like Naruto's heart appear and take a swipe at him with its claws. Jiraiya jumped away but the heart opened its mouth and a ball of electricity began to form. Jiraiya went through hand signs himself. Wind style. Air bullets. Jiraiya began to fire air bullets at the heart but to his surprise the heart cancelled its attack. Another heart came out of the woods and fired a stream of fire towards the wind bullets. Both jutsu combined and the stream of fire was magnified. Jiraiya landed and jumped out of the way, receiving a small burn wound on his left arm. Jiraiya patted out the small fire and looked at the two creatures. What the hell, how did he make those? Jiraiya thought. Naruto was barely conscious as he looked to his side as another figure stood over him. He recognized the pants, the tan skin and the green eyes that pierced whatever they were looking at. Kikuzu, Naruto said with a small smile. Kikuzu kneeled down and looked over Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto. Kikuzu asked in concern. Hey, you came, I hope. That, Naruto began but passed out halfway through. Kikuzu groaned and made a hand sign. An earth clone appeared and picked up Naruto. Take him outside the village, Kikuzu said and the clone nodded before running off. Jiraiya seeing this began to seethe in anger until Kakuzu looked at him with a death glare. "You hurt my apprentice and destroyed one of his hearts," Kakuzu said as his other 2 hearts exited his body and took their humanoid shape. "Yours should make a fitting replacement." "The boy belonged to Konoha," Jiraiya said scowling at Kakuzu. "He is our weapon, our property." "He's no one's weapon, he's a free man," Kakuzu said. "Enough talking, there's nothing more to say." Kakuzu and his hearts charged at Jiraiya, who got into his defensive stance as another battle was about to begin. Chapter 37. Sasori vs Itachi. Sasori using his cage puppet manipulated the iron sand and formed thousands of sand senbon in the air. Sasori with a flick of his wrist sent the senbon down towards Itachi. Itachi using his Sharingan tracked the senbon as they came towards him and began to dodge the incoming senbon. Itachi began to dodge, jump and flip as the senbon landed around him. When the volley was done, Itachi began to go through hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi fired a massive fireball towards Sasori. Sasori using his wings flew low and fast across the ground and flew straight towards Itachi. Sasori pointed both of his arms towards Itachi and 2 nozzles appeared. Sasori shot 2 streams of fire towards Itachi and Itachi dodged to the side before rushing towards Sasori. Sasori seeing Itachi wanting to come in for close combat activated 2 hidden blades in his arms. Itachi pulled out a scroll and opened it, revealing his sword from his Anbu days. Itachi jumped into the air and spun around, sending a slash towards Sasori. Sasori blocked with his arm blades before pulling one away and slashing at Itachi. Itachi twisted in mid-air and sent a slash from behind. Sasori expecting this adjusted his wings and they moved slightly so they got in the way of the blade. Itachi's sword was snapped in half when it contacted the spinning wings. Sasori smirked as he turned to Itachi and kicked him away, sending him skidding back several yards. Itachi's Sharingan began to morph into his Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu, Itachi said as his eye began to bleed. Itachi launched black fire towards Sasori and Sasori prepared his defenses. Sasori using the cage puppet made an iron sand wall that protected him from Itachi's flames. Sasori morphed the flaming sand into iron sand shuriken and sent them towards Itachi. Itachi cancelled the Amaterasu flames and jumped out of the way but wasn't fast enough and one shuriken cut his arm. Itachi landed a few yards away and looked at his wound and saw it was starting to turn purple as a burning sensation traveled up his arm. Poison. I must end this fight, Itachi began to think until he began to cough violently. No. Not now. Itachi's coughing caught Sasori off guard. What is going on? My poison just entered his body, Sasori thought. It shouldn't be affecting him yet. Unless, Sasori went wide-eyed at the revelation. He's sick, that's why he's reacting like this. Sasori closely at Itachi who was coughing. He saw blood in his hand. Seems like some kind of lung disease, TB, lung cancer, maybe pulmonary embolism. Either way, this will help me in this battle, Sasori thought as he got into a stance. Itachi stopped coughing and looked at Sasori. Itachi's vision was getting more and more blurry. He already fought against Yugito and used a lot of chakra. Fighting Sasori was taking its toll on him and he had to end the fight soon because if he tried to run he would be killed due to his exhaustion and failing health. Itachi took out a kunai and got into a fighting stance. I can't die here, Itachi thought. I still have so much to do. Kakuzu vs Jiraiya. Kakuzu threw a punch at Jiraiya and Jiraiya blocked the punch. Kakuzu not wanting to give up the momentum threw a kick at Jiraiya. The kick connected to Jiraiya's chest and Jiraiya coughed up blood as he was sent tumbling back. Kakuzu began to go through hand signs as Jiraiya recovered. Earth style. Bedrock coffin, Kakuzu shouted as he slammed his hands onto the ground. Jiraiya recovered from the hit and felt the earth rumble as 2 stones appeared on either side of him. Both stones quickly came together in order to crush Jiraiya who was in the middle. However, Jiraiya was fast enough to jump up and out before the 2 rocks could crush him. Jiraiya landed on the top of the 2 rocks and was about to attack Kakuzu. Before Jiraiya could even make a single hand sign he had to jump away as a stream of fire came towards him. Jiraiya jumped onto the ground and saw that Kakuzu's fire and wind hearts were side by side. Both hearts combined together and both formed 2 balls of wind and fire. Jiraiya seeing this went wide-eyed. Oh shit, Jiraiya said before both hearts fired a wind-enhanced fire jutsu at him. The large pillar of flames rushed towards Jiraiya who went through hand signs, earth style, mud wall. Jiraiya formed a wall in front of him which protected him from the jutsu, however the jutsu began to crack and crumble and Jiraiya cursed. When the jutsu died down Jiraiya jumped up from behind it and went through hand signs. Water style. Water bullets. Jiraiya fired a volley of water bullets at the combined wind and fire hearts and both of the hearts separated in order to not be hit. Jiraiya smirked as he rushed towards the fire heart and formed a rasengan in his hand. As Jiraiya neared the heart reached out with its arm in order to catch him. Jiraiya ducked under the attack and shoved the rasengan into the heart's center. Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted as his jutsu drove into the heart before it cut through and Jiraiya appeared out the other side. Kakuzu clenched his chest in pain as one of his hearts was destroyed. Damn it, Kakuzu thought as he charged in and hardened his body. Kakuzu approached Jiraiya and Jiraiya turned around in order to engage him. Earth style, Earth spear, Kakuzu shouted as he sent a blow to Jiraiya. Jiraiya formed a second rasengan and sent it to stop Kakuzu's attack. Both attacks collided and both jutsu grinned against each other. Jiraiya's rasengan won out as Kakuzu's arm was torn off and sent flying. Jiraiya spun around and sent a kick to Kakuzu's stomach sending him rolling across the ground. Jiraiya was about to rush in but before he could make a move he was hit from behind by several electrified water bullets. Jiraiya fell to the ground and looked back and saw Kakuzu's water and lightning hearts were combined. The water heart fired water bullets while the lightning heart electrified them. Jiraiya's back was smoking from the hit as he got up. As he did so he saw Kakuzu walk over to his severed arm and pick it up. Kakuzu then proceeded to reattach it to his body making Jiraiya repulsed by the sight. Good as new, Kakuzu said before looking at Jiraiya, you destroyed my heart. It's been a while since someone has done that. Shut up, Jiraiya said as he got back to his feet, you're not going to win, you'll just die trying. Why do you care about the boy so much? Jiraiya asked, I know of you, you're a famous mercenary, ruthless, efficient. So why do you care about Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Kakuzu thought for a second and spoke, because he's like me, Kakuzu said making Jiraiya raise an eyebrow. We were wanted for our power, but when we were no use to the village we were tossed out like garbage. In another world me and Naruto would be enemies, he's too kind-hearted, Kakuzu said, but he was hated and mutilated by his village, I was humiliated and scorned for failing an impossible task. Let me ask you this, Kakuzu said, if he was such an important weapon, why was he beaten, abused, starved and tortured? If that's all he knew then he would have turned eventually, Kakuzu said. So me, Hiruzen and Kakashi could swoop in and gain his trust, Jiraiya said and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. A beaten dog will obey anyone who shows it a little kindness, he would have never have a family, nor a future or friends. All he would know is the village, Jiraiya said and Kakuzu growled. And I thought I was rotten, Kakuzu thought as he got back into his stance, I'm going to enjoy killing you. Zabuza vs Kisame. Zabuza swung his sword at Kisame and Kisame put his sword in front of him and blocked Zabuza's attack. Kisame parried the sword to the side and proceeded to kick Zabuza in the face. Zabuza's head was knocked back and Kisame went on the attack. Kisame slashed at Zabuza and Zabuza put up his defenses. Kisami's attack was blocked but he angled his sword the right way and pulled down. Samahata became more jagged and sharp as the sword ripped off some of Zabuza's flesh from his arm. Zabuza jumped back and looked at the wound. There were several deep cuts in his arm but none of the arteries were hit. Zabuza stabbed his sword into the ground and began to go through hand signs, water style, water vortex jutsu. Zabuza launched a water vortex at Kisame who raised his sword into the air as it neared. Kisame then cut the vortex down the middle as it reached him but soon went wide-eyed as he realized Zabuza planned it. Zabuza came out of the vortex and slashed at Kisame. Zabuza landed a good cut across Kisami's chest but it was not deep enough to damage any organs. Kisame shouted in pain before grabbed into Zabuza's arm and pulling him in. Kisame opened his mouth and proceeded to bit Zabuza on his right trapezius making Zabuza scream. Ah, you fuck, Zabuza shouted as he proceeded to knee Kisame in the gut. Kisame bit off a chunk of flesh from Zabuza as he was knocked away. Kisame spat out the chunk of flesh and Zabuza grabbed his wound. You psychotic bastard, Zabuza shouted. There is no honor in battle Zabuza, Kisame said as he began to go through hand signs, there is only victory or death. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu, Kisame shouted as a shark made of water appeared and went towards Zabuza. Zabuza himself began to go through hand signs as well. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Zabuza shouted as a water dragon formed and went towards the shark. Both jutsu collided and destroyed each other. Zabuza then made a very familiar hand sign. Let's see how well you do with this, Zabuza said as he put one hand above his head and held one in front of his face. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Mist began to form from the water vapor and the whole began to get covered in a thick mist. Zabuza disappeared from Kisami's sight and Kisame began to focus. Kisame closed his eyes as that entire area was dead quiet. Kisame spun around very quickly and swung his sword. Zabuza was behind Kisame and ducked under the blade before swinging his own sword landing a glancing blow on Kisami's leg before jumping away. Well, looks like your silent killing has improved, Kisame said, but I can smell your blood, even though it's faint. He, I expect no less from you, Zabuza's voice said disembodied from the mist, but it doesn't matter, I'm here just to distract you, and so far I'm doing a damn good job. Now then, Zabuza said from Kisami's side before taking a swing. Kisame ducked and slashed back at Zabuza, who jumped back into the mist. Let's see who can cut each other to ribbons first. Outside the village, with Kurenai, Tayuya and Karen. Kurenai was carrying a wounded and unconscious Karen in her arms as they ran outside the village, like how Zabuza told her. As they ran, they saw 3 figures hiding amongst some trees. Sakura was doing first aid on Naruto and Fu, who were unconscious when she heard a noise behind her. Sakura took out a kunai and turned around ready to fight. Whoa, hold up Pinky, it's us, Tayuya said. Sorry we're late, we got sidetracked and what the fuck happened to them? Both Tayuya and Kurenai were looking down at Fu and Naruto, who were unconscious at Sakura's feet. Me and Fu ran into Sasuke in the village on the way to find you, Sakura said before looking at Fu. Fu got hit by his Chidori. I stopped the bleeding but she needs a doctor. Naruto was brought here by an Earth clone. He lost a heart but other than that he has no injuries, Sakura said. Then why is he unconscious? Kurenai said as she put Karen down and looked over Naruto. She put her hand on him and sent a pulse of chakra. Naruto's seal appeared on his stomach but it seemed different as it had 5 extra seals around it. Fuinjutsu, Kurenai said. Let me see if I can break it. Kurenai went through hand signs and slammed her hand onto Naruto's stomach. Release, she said. Suddenly Kurenai was sent a shock through her system and jumped away. What the hell was that? Tayuya asked and Kurenai rolled her wrist. The seal rejected my jutsu. The seal is more complicated than I thought, Kurenai said. We need someone with more knowledge of Fuinjutsu. Fuck, Red here is the Fuinjutsu expert and she's knocked the fuck out, Tayuya said as she kneeled over Karen. Tayuya rolled her over and looked at Karen's back. There was a large dark bruise in the middle of her back and Tayuya winced as she put Karen back in place, and her back is screwed up, either broken or slipped a disc. What do we do now? Sakura asked and Kurenai spoke. You two provide first aid, I'm going to find the others, Kurenai said as she began to run back towards the village. As Kurenai ran at full speed she began to pray, please let me arrive in time. Sasori vs Itachi. Yugito opened her eyes on the ground with her head pounding and her back aching. Damn, Yugito said as she sat up slowly. Yugito looked and saw an unusual sight. The black-haired man she was fighting was not fighting a red-haired man, but the red-haired man looked unusual as it seemed like he had metal blade wings coming out of his back and had an opening in his abdomen with a metal cable inside. What the hell? Yugito said in confusion as she got to a knee and began to speak in her mind. Matabi, do you hear me? Yes kitten, I hear you, I'm glad you woke up, I was worried, Matabi said in relief and Yugito nodded. I need your chakra again Matabi, Yugito said in her mind as she looked at the red-haired man. I don't know who he is but if he's fighting that black-haired man then he's an ally. For now. It'll take a few minutes kitten, just be patient, Matabi said as she began to gather her chakra. Sasori sent the cage puppet towards Itachi with the iron sand on either side of it. The iron sand formed into 2 crescent-shaped blades and were launched at Itachi. Itachi seeing the blades coming towards him jumped up and over them as they passed underneath him. While in mid-air Itachi went through hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu, Itachi fired a fireball at the cage puppet and scored a direct hit on the puppet. The puppet crashed to the ground with the entire right half of the puppet destroyed. That was my favorite puppet, Sasori said with an angry look on his face. Sasori launched his cable at Itachi and Itachi dodged the cable as it embedded itself into a tree. As soon as the cable got stuck in the tree Sasori used the cable to pull himself towards Itachi at incredible speed. As Sasori neared he stuck his foot out and sent a flying kick into Itachi's stomach. Itachi coughed up blood as he was sent flying back into a tree. Sasori pulled out the cable from the tree and rushed towards Itachi. Sasori activated his wings and did a spin in order to hit Itachi with the rotating blades. However Itachi jumped out of the way as the wings hit the tree he was up against and began to shred the trunk. Itachi got behind Sasori and kicked him in the back and into the tree. Upon doing this Sasori's wings got locked up in the bark and he had to detach them from his body. Sasori spun around, pointed her right arm and fired several senbon from a hidden compartment. Itachi ducked out of the way and kicked the arm breaking it off. Itachi followed up with a punch to Sasori's face which cracked and shattered the left side of his head. Sasori dazed was unable to defend himself as Itachi proceeded to punch Sasori right in his core. The core was knocked out of his puppet body and fell onto the ground. Itachi then spun around and sent a spinning kick to Sasori's puppet body's midsection. The kick bisected the body sending the upper half off to the side. Itachi was breathing heavily as the overuse of his Sharingan, his disease and chakra exhaustion was getting to him. Damn, that was harder than he began but was cut off. Itachi was tackled from behind by Yugito who was in her two-tailed cloak form. Damn you, Yugito shouted as her nails extended and she sunk them down into Itachi's back. Yugito dragged her claws down Itachi's back, ripping flesh and tearing muscle, making him scream in pain. Yugito raised her right claw into the air and sent a slash towards Itachi's mid-back. Her claws severed Itachi's spine and he felt everything below his waist go numb. Yugito put her hand on his head and put it to the ground and leaned in and hissed in his ear. "I got some questions for you," Yugito said before raising her hand. Yugito chopped Itachi on the back of the neck, hitting the brain stem, knocking him out. Yugito, seeing Itachi was unconscious, got up and walked over to Sasori upper half. "I'm sorry, Mr. Red-haired man," Yugito said as she leaned down and looked at the damaged puppet and began to tear up. "You're my savior, and I never even got to learn your name." Suddenly the puppet's damaged head turned to her and spoke. "My name is Sasori of the Red Sand," Sasori said, scaring Yugito. "Kya!" Yugito screamed like a little girl as she jumped up. "I thought you were dead." "He only knocked out my core. As long as it's in one piece I'll live," Sasori said. "Could you please go over and grab the very bottom scroll from my lower half?" Yugito, still in shock, ran over and grabbed the scroll and came back. "Now open it," Sasori said. Yugito did so and it revealed another puppet of Sasori. "This one is my spare, although it doesn't have as many upgrades as this one." "Okay, so what now?" Yugito asked and Sasori spoke. "I want you to take out my core and out it in the hole in the chest," Sasori said. "Can you do it?" Yugito nodded and kneeled down. Sure," Yugito said nervously as she reached down and plucked out the core from the damaged body. As she held it in her hands, Yugito began to gag. "Oh my god. It's all slimy." Kakuzu vs. Jiraiya. Kakuzu's lightning heart fired a stream of lightning towards Jiraiya and Jiraiya began to run in order to avoid being hit. The lightning herd continued to fire its stream of lightning, cutting apart the trees behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya began to go through hand signs and when he stopped he looked at the heart. Wind style. Air bullets. Jiraiya fired several air bullets from his mouth towards the lighting heart. The air bullets passed through the stream of lightning and hit the heart, knocking it back. The heart was not destroyed but it took some damage and was reforming itself. Jiraiya was about to move in and engage the heart, but before he could, he was hit in the gut by a fist that came from the ground. Kakuzu was several dozen yards away with his right hand in the ground being controlled by his threads. Kakuzu recalled his fist and began to go through hand signs, earth style, flying thrown stones. Kakuzu slammed his hands onto the ground and several large stones were sent flying across the clearing over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped away as the large stones landed where he was just at. As Jiraiya landed, the water heart charged in and attacked him by sending his arm towards him. Jiraiya made a hand sign and shouted, "Secret art, needle jizu." Jiraiya's hair began to grow around him and became a lot more spiky. Jiraiya's hair pierced through not only the heart's arm but also its body as well. Jiraiya undid his jutsu enough to reveal a rasengan in his hand. "Take this," he shouted as she shoved the rasengan into the immobilized heart. The rasengan destroyed the heart and Kakuzu felt the pain in his chest as he fell to a knee. "Damn it, that's two," he said. Kakuzu said as he stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya undid his needle jizu and looked at Kakuzu. "Numbers only count for so much," Jiraiya said as he looked around. There was now only the lightning heart and the wind heart, and the lighting heart was still reforming itself. Only him and two left. This shouldn't take much longer, he thought. Jiraiya began to walk forward and began to go through hand signs when suddenly out of the ground there came several tree roots that began to wrap around his legs as they slowly began to travel up his body and restrain him. "What the hell?" Jiraiya said as he struggled to break free. Jiraiya then realized what was going on. Genjutsu. Jiraiya focused his chakra and released a small pulse of chakra through his body. The genjutsu broke and Jiraiya saw Kurenai in front of him with a kunai in her hand. Kurenai sent a stab towards Jiraiya and Jiraiya in a moment of desperation put his hand out to stop it. Kurenai stabbed Jiraiya through the hand, making him wince in pain. "You traitor!" Jiraiya shouted as he kicked Kurenai in the chest, sending her flying across the clearing. Kakuzu, seeing this, extended his arm out to reach out and grabbed her. Kurenai was caught by Kakuzu and brought back to the ground. "What are you doing here?" Kakuzu said. "Zabuza came and got me, Karen and Tayuya out of our fight," Kurenai said. "I was coming back to help you." Sasori, your head back to Zabuza. Kurenai turned and saw Jiraiya, who just pulled out the kunai from his hand. "So what's Jiraiya of the Sannin doing here?" Kurenai asked and Kakuzu spoke. "He's here to take Naruto back to Konoha. He was nearly successful," Kakuzu said. "I arrived just in time. Did you see the seal on Naruto?" Kurenai nodded and Kakuzu continued. "Well, we need to find a way to get that off of him. Not sure what it does, but it can't be good," Kakuzu said and Kurenai nodded. Jiraiya looked on in anger as he saw Kurenai. "So she's with Naruto's group, why is she with them? She has no ties to him," he thought. "Doesn't matter anyway, I can still do this." As soon as he thought that, Jiraiya saw a volley of Senbon coming towards him. Jiraiya jumped out of the way and looked to where it came from. "You've got to be shitting me," Jiraiya said in anger. Sasori and Yugito came out of the woods. Sasori had his left arm open as he fired a volley of Senbon from a hidden launcher. About time Sasori, have you taken care of that Uchiha? Kakuzu asked and Jiraiya went wide-eyed. Sasori of the red sand, that's him, Jiraiya thought as he looked at him, he should be in his mid-30s by now, he looks like he's in his early teens. Sorry about that Kakuzu, my body was destroyed, I'm using my spare, Sasori said, and I even brought Miss Yugito here as well. Yugito looked and saw Kurenai. Where the hell is Samui? Yugito asked narrowing her eyes. She's alive last I saw, I told her not to pull out the tanto from her chest and find a doctor, Kurenai asked trying to calm Yugito down. Yugito took in a deep breath and spoke. If she dies, you're next on my list, Yugito said and Kurenai nodded. Yugito looked to Jiraiya and spoke, but first we have other priorities. Jiraiya cursed as he looked at his odds, 2S class, a Jinchuriki and a Genjutsu specialist, he thought, I used a lot of chakra already, I don't think I can continue. Jiraiya began to go through hand signs and slammed his hand onto the ground. Jiraiya summoned out a small toad, a tactical retreat is in order. Reverse summon me to Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya said to the toad who nodded. Jiraiya vanished in a puff of smoke and Yugito was about to rush forward. Hey, Yugito shouted before Kakuzu grabbed her shoulder. He's gone, Kakuzu said and she growled, go find your friend and head to the others outside the village, I'll fix her up later. Kurenai, take her to the camp and wait there, me and Sasori are going to get Zabuza, Kakuzu said before he and Sasori ran off. Kurenai looked to Yugito and spoke, let's go, she said as she led to where she last saw Samui. As she ran with Yugito she felt Yugito's gaze pierce her back, please be alive. Zabuza vs Kisame. Kisame swung his sword at Zabuza and Zabuza ducked under the blade before coming up in a rising slash. Kisame dodged the blade and jumped back gaining some distance. Zabuza seeing he now had some room went through hand signs. Water style. Water clone jutsu, Zabuza shouted as 3 water clones appeared and stood next to him. Zabuza and his clones charged at Kisame who got into a defensive stance as Zabuza closed in. The first clone slashed at Kisame and Kisame blocked the attack and decapitated the clone dispelling it. Another clone came up behind Kisame and Kisame jumped up and brought down his sword like an axe. The water clone raised its sword over its head to defend itself but it didn't work. Kisami's sword went through the sword and cleaved the clone in half dispelling it. Zabuza and his last clone both attacked at the same time and both sent a slash towards Kisame. Kisame attacked one of the Zabuzas not sure which one was the original. Kisami's attack connected and the result was Zabuza turning into water as he destroyed the clone. Zabuza sent a slash towards Kisame and gave him a nasty cut across his gut. Kisami's intestines spilled out and Kisame used his free hand to hold his guts in. Kisame swung his sword at Zabuza's back and scored a hit ripping off some of Zabuza's back muscles. Zabuza fell to the ground before getting back up and into a stance. Both Zabuza and Kisame were both bleeding and breathing heavily as they looked at each other. Kisame despite having his guts in his hand was still standing and seemingly not noticing any pain. Meanwhile Zabuza had several chunks of flesh ripped off and was running low on chakra. I'm at my limit, Zabuza thought as he gripped his sword, I have to end this in the next blow. Kid grew up a lot since the last time I saw him, Kisame thought as he looked at his wound, too bad. He had so much potential. Zabuza and Kisame both gripped their swords and rushed towards each other in full speed, both men swung their swords and ran past each other before stopping. Kisame was smirking as he looked behind him and saw his handiwork. Zabuza's sword was snapped in half as one half was lying on the ground and Zabuza still holding the other half. Zabuza coughed up blood onto his broken sword as it began to reform. He looked down and saw a nasty and jagged wound going from his upper left chest to his lower right ribs. Zabuza saw his shredded organs poking out from his ribcage and he began to feel cold and lightheaded. Zabuza held to the ground on top of his sword and his blood began to fall onto the broken blade. Zabuza's blade was being repaired with his own blood as Kisame walked over and stood over him. That was a good fight kid, Kisame said with a bloody smile, it's the most honorable death men like us can ever hope for. Kisame winced as he began to feel the pain from his wound. We can have a rematch in hell, Kisame said as he began to walk away. Kisame vanished in a swirl of water leaving Zabuza on the ground. As Zabuza laid on the ground he had one final thought. He saw a young smiling Haku holding her snow-white rabbit and Naruto holding her hand as they walked down a road. Take care of Haku, brat, Zabuza thought before his world went dark. A few hours later, with Naruto. Ga, Naruto shouted in a startled voice as he sat up and looked around. Naruto, calm down, it's me, Sakura said trying to calm him. Sakura, you're okay, Naruto said giving her a hug. Sakura gave him a hug back before he pulled away. We got to get out of here, there's this old guy and this cat chick who are trying to kill me, Naruto began until he looked around. Naruto saw Kakuzu Kurenai and Tayuya sitting next to Samui. Samui was completely shirtless as Kakuzu was using his threads to seal up Samui's chest wound. Naruto blushed while looking at the topless woman before quickly looking away. Okay, I wasn't expecting to see that, Naruto said blushing, and Samui spoke. Don't worry, he's done, Samui said as she grabbed her shirt and put it on over her newly stitched wound, no need to be shy. Naruto turned back around and looked at Samui. You're friends with that other lady, Naruto said, and Samui nodded. Where is she okay? Yugito is fine, Samui said, she's off with your red-haired friend. Sasori, I think, they're interrogating their prisoner. Wait, Sasori is here too, Naruto said, and Kakuzu nodded. Me, Sasori and Kakuzu came to save you, Orochimaru gave us a warning that someone was out to get you, Kakuzu said, but we didn't expect 3 different groups. Where is Zabuza? Naruto asked. Everyone looked to Naruto with a solemn expression and Naruto felt his stomach drop. Kakuzu pointed behind Naruto and he saw something that made his heart stop. Karen and Fu were both unconscious, laying side by side with IVs in their arms, and a few yards away from them there was a white sheet that was stained with blood. Naruto got up and walked over and stood above the white sheet. Naruto grabbed it and pulled it back, revealing Zabuza's corpse. Zabuza was cold and his skin had no warmth to it. Zabuza had a large chest wound and was caked in blood. Oh god, Zabuza, Naruto said as he fell to his knees and began to cry. Damn it, fuck, everyone looked at Naruto with differing emotions. Sakura and Kurenai felt their hearts break for Naruto. Samui and Tayuya looked on in understanding as they too have lost comrades. Kakuzu however looked on in annoyance at Naruto. What am I going to tell Haku? Naruto said through his tears. She's going to be so heartbroken, how am I going to look her in the eyes after this? Naruto was in the middle of sobbing when Kakuzu came over and kicked Naruto. Naruto was sent flying into a tree and it knocked his breath out and he fell to the ground gasping. Shut up, Kakuzu said, glaring at Naruto. Sakura, Kurenai, Tayuya and Samui all looked on in shock at what Kakuzu just did. Zabuza is dead, he's not alive, he's nothing but a cold corpse. Kakuzu gave Zabuza's body a kick to emphasize the point and Naruto got angry. I'll kill, Naruto began, but Kakuzu stopped him by punching him in the gut, making him fall to the ground again. Just then Sasori and Yugito came running back and saw Naruto on the ground. What the hell are you doing? Yugito shouted and Kakuzu looked at her. Back off, woman, Kakuzu said before looking at Naruto. Yugito was about to charge Kakuzu but Sasori stopped her. Don't, let them hash it out, Sasori said and Yugito scoffed. Zabuza is dead, there is nothing more you can do for him, Kakuzu said and Naruto spat at his feet but he ignored it. But you have 2 other priorities now. Kakuzu pointed at Fu and Karen who were both out cold. Fu has massive organ damage and Karen's spine is fractures. They need a skilled doctor, he said. You and your group were looking for Tsunade, now you have more incentive to find her. So wipe those damn tears and get your ass in gear and save them, Kakuzu said, or I can just take their hearts as payment for the 2 of mine that were destroyed. What will it be, boy? Fuck you, Naruto said looking at Kakuzu with a hateful gaze. Naruto stood up and looked at him. I'll get Tsunade and heal them both. You better, Kakuzu said before looking at Sasori. I'll be taking Fu and Karen back to Odo, stay with Naruto and the others. Very well, Sasori said as he looked at a corpse scroll. It'll give me more time to plan on what I'm going to do with Itachi here when we get back home. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya was breathing heavy as he leaned against a tree at the far end of the village. This was not how I expected the day to go, Jiraiya thought. As he leaned against the tree he heard rustling and he turned around. Jiraiya saw Sasuke with several cuts, bruises and a damaged right eye. Damn kid, you look worse than I do, Jiraiya said making Sasuke growl. What happened to you? Sakura. That traitor, Sasuke said catching Jiraiya's attention. She was here, I was chasing Itachi and I ran into her and a green-haired girl with wings. My eye is damaged, she ruined my Sharingan, Sasuke said clenching his fist. Jiraiya hearing this got back up. So, 2 S-class ninja, 2 rogue Konoha Kunoichi and the 7 tails Jinchuriki, quite a group you have Naruto, Jiraiya thought before looking at Sasuke. We'll take a few days to rest and recuperate, Jiraiya said making Sasuke look at him. Naruto and his group are too powerful for us to take on by ourselves, we have no choice but to let them go. We need to kill them for what they did, Sasuke said and Jiraiya nodded. In due time Sasuke, Jiraiya said, first we need to find Tsunade and have her heal your eye, then we bring her back to Konoha. After that we train and hunt them down, Jiraiya said and Sasuke smirked. Naruto and the Seven Tails are the only ones we need alive, we can kill the rest. Sounds good to me, Sasuke said and Jiraiya spoke. Let's go, Jiraiya said as he and Sasuke began to walk south. The next day, north of the village, with Naruto and the others. Naruto, Sasori, Sakura, Tayuya and Kurenai all looked at Yugito and Samui who stood a few feet away. Kakuzu left with Fu, Karen and Zabuza's body earlier leaving them to continue the mission. I would like to say thank you, Samui said looking to Kurenai, you could have killed me but you didn't, and you even stitched up my wound. Samui bowed to Kurenai, I thank you Kurenai, she said and Kurenai bowed as well. No problem, I hope we can put this all past us, Kurenai said and Samui nodded. Samui looked to Yugito who had her arms crossed and she elbowed her in the ribs and gave her a look. Yugito sighed and spoke to Naruto. I'm sorry. I tried to kill you, Yugito said, I hope you can forgive me. I was wrong, Naruto smiled and nodded. Why yeah it's fine, just don't do it again, Naruto said as this was a little awkward for him. Good, now Yugito can finally take down all that stuff in my spare room, Samui said and Naruto looked at her. What stuff? Naruto asked and Yugito began to panic. Samui don't, Yugito said but Samui ignored her. Yugito has been obsessing over you for years, Samui said making Naruto go wide-eyed. She has maps, drawings of you, reports about sightings of you, it's so uncool. Wait a minute, Naruto said looking at Yugito, are you a stalker or something? Yugito began to turn red and spoke. No, I'm not a stalker, Yugito said embarrassed. Sounds pretty stalkerish to me, Tayuya said making Yugito look at her, maybe she just thought she hated you but in reality she likes you. Tayuya smirked at how she was stoking the fire of the situation and Yugito began to speak. I don't like him, I hate him, he nearly ruined my career, Yugito said and Naruto raised up his hands. Hey if you like me that's cool, Naruto said chuckling, but just FYI, you're going to need to discuss it with Fu, Karen, Haku and Fukui first. I don't want them to get jealous, Naruto said jokingly. Yugito was shaking in both anger and embarrassment as she grabbed Samui's hand and began to walk off. Shut up, I hope I don't see your stupid face again, Yugito shouted as she walked off. Both Naruto and Tayuya began to laugh as Yugito and Samui left. Oh man I had a stalker this whole time, this is hilarious, Naruto laughed as he held his gut. Did you see her turn red? Tayuya laughed, oh man that chick has problems. As the laughter died down Kurenai, Sakura and Sasori looked on shaking their heads. Seriously Naruto, Sakura thought. How immature, Kurenai thought. Why did I get stuck with this Sasori thought. Sasori then spoke up gaining their attention, let's get going, we still have to find Tsunade. Everyone looked at him and nodded. They all began to walk down a road heading west and Naruto looked to Sakura. Hey Sakura, what's the next few casinos and gambling towns? Naruto asked and Sakura looked at him. Let me check the map, Sakura said as she pulled out a map. If we go this way we'll hit Shizuoka Village, Hojo Hot Springs and Casino, Tanzaku-gai and then Nobuhara City, Sakura said and Naruto nodded. Alrighty then, Naruto said as he walked down the road, let's find Tsunade everybody. Naruto had a boisterous air around him which lightened the mood and lifted the spirits of everyone as they continued their search. Meanwhile, in a casino, with Tsunade. Tsunade was playing a slot machine while Shizune and her pet pig Tonton stood behind her. As Tsunade pulled the lever and the wheels started spinning and a few seconds later they all stopped. Tsunade hit 3 gold bars and the machine began to spit out tokens like crazy. Lady Tsunade you won, congratulations, Shizune said with a smile on her face. Tsunade however had a bad feeling in her gut. Tsunade waited until the machine stopped, picked up her tokens and got up. We're cashing out and leaving Shizune, Tsunade said and Shizune looked at her confused. Huh, but why, you won, Shizune said and Tsunade nodded. That's exactly why we are leaving, Tsunade said before walking off, when I win. That's when I know my luck is about to get a lot worse. As Tsunade walked off Shizune followed behind her. Whatever it is, I'm sure it couldn't be that bad, Shizune thought. Chapter 38. Hojo Hot Springs outskirts 4 days after the battle with Kurenai, Sakura and Tayuya. Sakura, Kurenai and Tayuya were all waiting on a hillside outside the Hojo Hot Springs resort waiting for Naruto and Sasori. For the past 2 days they've been looking for Tsunade in the village and so far they haven't found her. Kami this is such fucking bullshit, Tayuya said getting Sakura and Kurenai's attention, where the hell is this lady? She's a legendary Sannin Tayuya, Kurenai said, she has power you can only dream of, and intelligence to match. She has stayed hidden for nearly 15 years, Kurenai said and Sakura nodded. I just hope she actually helps us, Sakura said, I mean we're going to take her to Orochimaru, and no offense to Yuya but he's really creepy. To Yuya shrugged, trust me if you seen half the shit I seen him do. You basically made a deal with the devil, she said making Sakura shiver and Kurenai groan. The trio waited on the hill for another few moments until they saw two figures approaching. Naruto and Sasori were approaching at a fast pace with Naruto in particular being in a rush. She wasn't here, let's get going, Naruto said as he walked by Sakura and the others. Hold it Buster, Sakura said grabbing him and stopping him, what's the rush, why don't we just get a hotel here? Well you see I hee, Naruto said as he turned around and took off his jacket revealing his hearts. Naruto's hearts moved from his chest to his back and now Naruto had 3 masks on his back instead of 2. I kinda ran into trouble, Naruto said with a slight chuckle. What did you do? Kurenai asked trying to gauge whether she should be mad or not. Sasori cleared his throat and spoke. We were looking around and asking for information, Sasori said and the women nodded, and we ended up walking into a pawn shop. Flashback, 2 hours ago, with Naruto and Sasori. Naruto and Sasori were both in a pawn shop talking to the owners, 2 fat ugly brokers with lots of gold chains and rings on their fingers. Naruto was holding a picture of Tsunade and speaking to one of them. So you haven't seen this lady? Naruto asked and one of the brokers shook his head. Nope I haven't, he said, but if she's your type one got you covered kid, he said pulling out a box from under the counter. You want big tits I got this baby here, smuggled from Iowa, the fat man said as he held up a bootleg porno. Naruto groaned at this and turned around, let's go and find the others and bail, another dead end, he said as he and Sasori began to walk out. Hey wait I have more stuff in here, at a good price, the fat man said, I got BDSM, anal, girl on dog, girl on horse, Naruto groaned in disgust from the man listing off what he had. Just as Naruto and Sasori reached the door and opened it the man spoke again, how about something a little younger, he said making both of them stop. Hee, got them, the fat man said, this video the girl is about 6 years old, I got another where she's 9, buy one get one half off. Naruto closed the door and locked it before turning off the glowing, open, sign in the window. Naruto and Sasori turned around with looks that showed unbridled anger and rage. Both of the pawn shop owners felt fear and anxiety begin to build inside as Naruto looked to his side and found a cricket bat, picked it up and began to give it some warm-up swings. Sasori, Naruto said and Sasori looked at Naruto, their mind. Naruto began to walk over to the 2 fat pawn shop owners who began to cower as Naruto began to walk over. Naruto's threads began to come out of his body and he began to look like a monster out of a horror movie. Wait hold, one of the pawn shop owners began to beg until Naruto dashed ahead and hit him across the face with the cricket bat. The other pawn shop owner tried to run but Naruto sent his threads to him and restrained him. Where you going? Naruto said in a growl, we're just getting started. Flashback end. After Naruto beat them and took their hearts, we robbed the place and set it on fire, Sasori said as he looked to the village, oh look you can still see the smoke. Sasori pointed and there was a black smoke coming from the furthest edge of the village. Screw those guys, Naruto said as he put on his jacket and everyone looked at him. I may be a murdering, greedy, scumbag, but there are 2 things I'll never accept. Rapists and pedophiles, Naruto said, even assholes like me have limits. Sakura smiled at this and walked over. Sakura then planted a kiss on Naruto's cheek making him blush. Well I'm proud of you Naruto, you killed 2 creeps, nothing of value was lost. But a lot was gained, Naruto said with a smile as he raised up 2 scrolls. I got all the gold, silver and cash from the place, looks like I got a reward. Naruto popped open a scroll and a large pile of gold and silver jewelry appeared. Naruto grabbed a really tacky gold lion head ring and put it on his right middle finger. Maybe Mie was right, Naruto said, maybe there is a god up there and this is my reward for sending those bastards to hell. Either way we can't stay in town now, Sasori said, we can make camp and rest for the night before heading to the next village, what's it called again? Tanzaku Gai, Kurenai said, it's a large casino town with a huge historic castle in the center of the village. Well we better get going, Sasori said as he took the lead and the others began to follow him. Kurenai walked up next to Naruto and spoke. And I must say Naruto good job, Kurenai said and Naruto nodded. Thanks Kurenai, when I heard them talk about those videos I thought about Toka, Naruto said thinking about Sasori's daughter and Karen's sister, that shit made my blood boil. I try to be the best role model for her, I love her like the little sister I never had, Naruto said and Kurenai smiled. And I'm sure you're a great role model for that little Toka, Kurenai said with a smile. Meanwhile, in Snow Country, with Toka. Toka walked out her front door with a fishing pole and a small backpack. "Mommy, I'm going fishing," she shouted. "Okay sweetie, be safe near the water," Mie said as he began to put the laundry on the cloth's line. Toka nodded and began to walk to a nearby stream. After a 5-minute walk, Toka arrived at a small stream and saw down on a log. Toka tossed out the line into the water and put the rod between her legs to hold it. Toka took off her backpack and opened it up. Toka pulled out a CD player and put on some headphones. Toka popped open the player and reached inside her bag and pulled out a CD with the words, "Naruto's Mix," on it. Toka popped it and pressed play, and after a few seconds of static a song began to play. "I don't own this song, NWA does. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground, a young nigga got it bad cuz I'm brown. And not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit cuz I ain't the one. For punk motherfucker with a badge and a baton, to beaten on, and thrown in jail," Toka said as she began to sing along, not understanding what the song was about. "We can go toe to toe in the middle of a cell. In Oto, with Kakuzu, Orochimaru and Kabuto. What is taking them so long?" Orochimaru said through gritted teeth as he sat on a hospital bed. Over the past few days Orochimaru's condition has been getting worse as his arms were decaying faster. "You don't have a right to complain, Orochimaru," Kakuzu said, looking at the wounded Sannin with narrowed eyes. "Because of you not telling us about this Akatsuki group you were a part of, Zabuza got killed, Fu's comatose and Karen's back is broken, not to mention Naruto's chakra is messed up from that seal. How was I supposed to know they would attack?" Orochimaru said, looking at Kakuzu. "Pain was mostly talk. When I was there were only 8 of us. And if Sasori killed Itachi like you said, then they are now down to 6, Orochimaru said, and Kakuzu nodded. "And soon there will be 0, Kakuzu said, making Orochimaru go wide-eyed. "I cannot risk them coming back. We have Naruto and Fu and I have a feeling they won't be giving up. So you are going to help us destroy them," Kakuzu said, and Orochimaru nodded. "I'll help you when I get my damn arms fixed," Orochimaru said, and Kabuto walked up. "Allow me to change your bandages, my lord," Kabuto said, and he walked over to Orochimaru and he began to remove his bandages. As Kabuto removed his bandages, small pieces of purple decaying flesh came off and Orochimaru hissed in pain. "Damn it," Orochimaru said, "they better bring back Tsunade to heal me and Kimimaro, otherwise we'll have an even bigger problem." 2 days later, Tanzaku-gai, with Naruto and the others. Naruto, Sasori, Kurenai, Sakura and Tayuya walked through the gates of Tanzaku-gai and Sasori spoke up. "All right, let's get started," he said. "I'll check the north end of the village, Sakura and Kurenai will check the south side." "Copy that," Kurenai said, and Sakura nodded. "What about me and Tayuya?" Naruto said, and Sasori spoke. "You two will check the center of the village," Sasori said before continuing, "and stay on your toes. After the ruckus we made a few days ago, the heat is still on. Watch out for any Konoha ninja and the Akatsuki," Sasori said, and everyone nodded. Everyone went in different directions as they continued their look for Tsunade. 2 hours later, center of the village, with Naruto and Tayuya. Naruto and Tayuya just walked out of a smoke-filled casino filled with a lot of old people. The entire building was filled with cigarette smoke and slot machines, but no Tsunade. Naruto and Tayuya coughed as they walked out. "Oh man, that was bad," Naruto said as he breathed in some fresh air. "God, I hate cigarettes, I prefer cigars." Tayuya coughed and spoke. "You smoke cigars?" Tayuya asked, and Naruto nodded. "Only on occasions with Gato," Naruto said as he and Tayuya began to walk down the busy street. "When we do a big mission for him, he throws us a huge dinner and we smoke cigars afterwards." Naruto began to chuckle at the memory. "One time we got rid of these opium dealers as hot water country, and to celebrate we had a dinner," Naruto said with a smile. "It was me, Sasori, Kakuzu and Zabu." Naruto stopped halfway through the story as he remembered Zabuza. "Zabuza had made me a bet he could finish a cigar in one puff. I took the bet and he sucked the whole thing down," Naruto said, slightly saddened. "He ended up coughing his brains out. But he won 5,000 ryo off me," Naruto said. Tayuya, seeing how upset Naruto was, felt a little bad. "Damn, this is a real bring down," Tayuya thought. Up ahead there was a restaurant and bar and she had an idea. "Hey, how about we get some food? Not sure about you but I got one hell of an appetite." Naruto smiled, trying to lighten the mood. "Thanks Tayuya," he thought. "Sure, it's on me. But I choose the appetizer." Tayuya nodded and the both of them walked over to the restaurant and opened the door. Naruto began to look around for a spot to sit. "Okay, now where to sit?" Naruto said until he stopped. Sitting at the bar there was a blonde woman wearing a green haori with another woman beside her. Naruto pointed at the woman and Tayuya looked over and her jaw dropped. "No fucking way," she said. Naruto nodded and began to walk forward. Hey boob lady, you still suck at gambling, Naruto said jokingly as he stood behind Tsunade. Tsunade hearing this got a tick mark while Shizune holding Taunton paled at what she heard. Oh god, is it a collector? Shizune thought, we don't have any money. Tsunade turned around and began to shout, who the hell just said? Tsunade paused as she saw a young man wearing a leather jacket. He had spiky blonde hair, blue eyes and what looked like stitches along his mouth and 3 lines of stitches along his cheeks. Tsunade looked at him and felt a sense of déjà vu. What, you forgot me already, after I won you all that money back in Karate Ki, Naruto said with a bright smile. Well, if it isn't Naruto, Tsunade said with a smirk, looks like the runt has grown up since the last time I saw him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, I have been training a lot, Naruto said with a smile. Shizune was looking on in shock. Does Lady Tsunade know him? She thought. Shizune studied the young man from head to toe. He looked to be about average height and his cloths were nothing fancy other than an expensive leather jacket. He also had a few gold rings and bracelets on his hands. But what most surprised her was his face. The scars and stitches on his face were a little unusual, but other than that he looked handsome and normal. So Tsunade, who's the lady? Naruto said, breaking Shizune out of her stupor. Shizune stood up and bowed. My name is Shizune. I'm Tsunade's assistant and apprentice, Shizune said. I'm 20 years old, a jonin and I specialize in medical ninjutsu. Shizune then got back up and showed off her pig. And this is my friend Taunton, I raised her since she was a little piglet, she said with a smile. Nice to meet you Shizune. You too Taunton, Naruto said smiling at the black-haired woman. She seems nice, maybe she and Mie should meet. So brat, what are you doing here with? Tsunade said looking at Tayuya who was standing behind him. Your girlfriend. Naruto and Tayuya blushed and Tayuya spoke up. I'm not his girl melon tits, I'm here on my lord to give you an offer, Tayuya said. Suddenly Tsunade rushed out of the chair and put her finger an inch away from Tayuya's forehead. One more outburst like that and I'll scramble that brain of yours, Tsunade warned and Tayuya gulped. Whoa, chill out, Naruto said as he put Tsunade's head down and pushed Tayuya away. Tayuya is just a little rough around the edges, she doesn't mean anything by it. Tsunade walked back to her seat and sat down. Okay brat, she said, where are the other 3, the green-haired girl and the 2 redheads? Tsunade then saw the look on Naruto's face as it shifted into a worried look and Naruto gulped. We have a lot to talk about, Naruto said, let's do this in private back in our hotel. Wow brat, you should really buy a girl a drink before you invite her back to your room, Tsunade said jokingly, making Tayuya chuckle and Shizune face palm. Grr, fine, Naruto said, the joke going over his head and walking up to the bar. Barkeep, martinis for the girls and a beer for me. Just one. The bartender looked at Naruto and furrowed his brow. How old are you son? He asked and Naruto shrugged. Old enough, Naruto said. Good enough for me, the bartender said, making the girl's sweat drop. Naruto, Lady Tsunade was just, Shizune began until Tsunade covered her mouth. Shizune, don't be rude, Tsunade said with a tone, especially with a free drink. I'm not gonna complain, Tayuya said as she walked over and sat down. Never tried alcohol before, this is a first for me. Oh Kami, Shizune said defeated. In a hotel room, with Naruto, Tsunade and the others. Tsunade was sitting on a couch in the living room with Shizune looking at Naruto, Tayuya and the rest of his group. Tsunade saw a red-haired man, a blonde girl with green eyes and a brunette with red eyes. Okay brat, you got me here. Before you start, who are these people? Tsunade asked and Sasori walked up. I'm Sasori of the Red Sand, Sasori said, making Tsunade and Shizune go wide-eyed. Tsunade didn't let down her guard, but now she was on edge, ready to fight if need be. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight. Sasori backed away and Sakura walked up next. I'm Sakura Haruno, former ninja of Konoha, she said, making Tsunade cock an eyebrow. After a series of unfortunate events, Konoha betrayed me and I'm now with Naruto. Damn, another girlfriend brat, those other 2 might be getting jealous, Tsunade said jokingly and Sakura blushed. I'm just his friend, Sakura said before she began poking her fingers, and Naruto saved me from a dark place, the least I can do is help him. Sakura went back and sat down next to Naruto. Thanks Sakura, Naruto said and Sakura nodded. Kurenai walked up next and spoke. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, Genjutsu mistress and former jonin of Konoha, Kurenai said, shocking Tsunade and making her go wide-eyed. Wait, you're Shinku's girl, Tsunade said and Kurenai nodded. Yes, my father told me stories about you, Kurenai said, about how you saved his life in the last war. So why are you no longer a Konoha ninja? Tsunade asked. What the hell is going on here? Naruto sighed and took in a deep breath. This is going to take a while, Naruto said as he folded his hands, and it's gonna get complicated. Over the next 2 hours Naruto explained his side of the story, how he was hated for being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, how he was tortured and mutilated, how he survived by becoming a mercenary and how he's Kakuzu's apprentice. Sakura told her story about what she went through in Konoha, and this particularly shocked Tsunade and Shizune. Sakura told them about how she was raped by her sensei, Asuma and her teammate, how she was mistreated and abused on her team and how she accidentally killed a Konoha Jonin by accident thinking he was one of her assailants resulting in her going on the run. Kurenai told Tsunade how she was in a relationship with Asuma and how she was appalled by what he did to Sakura, and because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time she was branded a traitor along with Anko and Sakura. By the end of the story Tsunade had a look of anger on her face. Motherfucking motherfuckers, Tsunade said clenching her fists. Sensei. What have you done? Shizune was horrified and looked at Sakura. Oh my gosh, Shizune said as she got up and sat next to Sakura. You poor thing, are you okay? Sakura looked at her and began to shake. No, Sakura said and Shizune wrapped her in a hug as Sakura held onto her. How did it get this bad? Tsunade said. Sensei. Kakashi. What the hell? And that's not all, Naruto said gaining her attention. On the way here we were attacked by 3 different groups. One was 2 kunoichi from Kumo, but we hashed it out and they left, Naruto said. The second were these 2 assholes from an organization called the Akatsuki. We killed one but the other got away. The last one was some old guy with white hair and Sakura's former teammate, Naruto said before lifting his shirt revealing his seal. The guy hit me with a sealing jutsu. I can't talk to the fox now. Tsunade hearing this stood up. Wait, Tsunade said as she reached into one of her pockets and pulled out a picture. Was this him? Naruto took the picture and looked. He saw a younger Tsunade, Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage and the white-haired old man. Yeah, that's him. You know that guy? Naruto asked and Tsunade nodded. He's my teammate Jiraiya. He's also the sensei of the 4th Hokage, Tsunade said and Naruto's anger began to flare. So that fucker is my bastard dad's sensei. Now I have even more motivation to kill him the next time I see him, Naruto said before both Tsunade and Shizune looked at him. Wait, Lord 4th is your dad? Shizune asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, motherfucker put the 9 tails in his own kid, Naruto said, and what's worse he just used my mom as a baby maker for the village. I hate him with all my hearts. Wait, Minato was dating Kushina, Tsunade said in realization, and Naruto looked at Tsunade with worry. What? Naruto asked and Tsunade spoke. My grandmother and your great-grandmother were sisters, Tsunade said making Naruto go wide-eyed. I'm your second cousin once removed, we're family. No way, Naruto said his jaw dropping. I have a family member, Tsunade nodded and walked over. Come here, Tsunade said as she gave Naruto a full embrace. Naruto froze for a second before giving Tsunade a hug back. The 2 of them hugged before breaking apart. Looks like fate is real after all, she said and Naruto nodded. Okay then, you didn't come for a family reunion, what are you here for? Tayuya walked up and spoke. We're here to take you back to Lord Orochimaru, she said making Tsunade and Shizune alarmed. Lord Orochimaru was injured during the Battle of Konoha, we need you to heal his arms. No fucking way, Tsunade said, that man is a monster through and through, why would I help him at all? Because you owe me, Naruto said making Tsunade look at him. You said you owe me a favor all those years ago, so I'm cashing in. Tsunade was about to talk but Naruto continued, but I also need you to help Fu and Karen, he said. What happened? Shizune asked and Naruto spoke. Fu took a lighting jutsu to the chest as was barely alive last I saw, and Karen broke her back while fighting, Naruto said and Tsunade swallowed hard, and not to mention but one of our group died. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Tsunade ate down and took it all in. She was weighing her options. On one hand she could help out her newly discovered family member or she could say no. Damn it, what do I do? Tsunade thought. If I help, what do I get? Tsunade asked and Naruto spoke. Orochimaru has his own payment, but if you help me I can pull some strings, Naruto said making Tsunade look at him. I can give you sanctuary in Snow Country thanks to Dodo and I can ask Gato if he can absolve any debt you have. Tsunade took a deep breath. I don't know, she said and Naruto groaned. Gato is also planning to build a casino in Snow Country. I can ask for you to have a permanent room there when it's done, Naruto said sweetening the deal. No rent, free meals, probably unlimited drinks. Damn, that's a good deal, Tsunade said, her constitution wavering. I'll help you Naruto, Shizune said speaking up making Tsunade look at her in shock. Fu and Karen need a doctor correct, Naruto nodded and Shizune continued. I'm not as good as Lady Tsunade, but I can help them at the very least, Shizune said, as long as you promise to bring me back to Lady Tsunade when I'm done. Deal, Naruto said before looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. Please help us. Tsunade rubbed her temples before taking a deep breath. So it's either my psycho former teammate with a lot of money or my pervert scumbag teammate who tried to capture you, she said. Tsunade stood up and spoke. I like my chances with Orochimaru, she said, and Naruto and the others smiled. We'll leave tomorrow. Alright, Naruto cheered. You two can stay here if you'd like, you can take my bed if you want. Tsunade chuckled, making Naruto stop. Sorry, no can do, Tsunade said, there's something I want from you. Later that night, Naruto and Tsunade were lying in bed in their pajamas with Tsunade holding him from behind. This is so embarrassing, Naruto said as Tsunade cuddled with him. I'm a ninja, damn it, not some little kid. Tsunade bonked him on the head and she spoke. The last time I ever held my little brother like this was so long ago I don't even remember. Tsunade pulled Naruto in closer to her embrace. I just want to hold someone close again. Are you really going to take that away from me? Naruto began to feel bad and spoke. No, Naruto said, and Tsunade smiled as she held him closer, but this isn't going to be a regular thing. I already have 3 girlfriends, one kind of a girlfriend and Hinata who I have to talk to later. Last thing I need is for them to get jealous over a misunderstanding, he said, and Tsunade chuckled. Alright, Tsunade said as she held Naruto and began to fall asleep. Naruto closed his eyes and began to drift off. This isn't so bad, Naruto though, as he fell asleep. The next morning, north gate of the village, with Naruto, Tsunade and the others. Tsunade stood on a hill overlooking the village she was just in. Over the span of a single day the images of her sensei, Jiraiya and Konoha have all been destroyed. Hey Tsunade, Naruto said, making her look over to him. You ready to go? Tsunade nodded. 1 second, brat, Tsunade said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out her old Konoha headband. Tsunade looked at the dull and battle-scared plate. That symbol has caused her more heartache and misery than anything else, and now it was worthless to her. Tsunade used her finger and her super strength to cut a line through the leaf symbol before throwing the plate onto the ground. Tsunade looked at her Naruto, Shizune and the other and had a thought. I guess even a washed-up medic like me can get a fresh start, she thought as she began to walk towards the group. Let's go, I have a psycho teammate to heal. Naruto and the others all started to walk north to Odo for the final leg of their mission. Meanwhile, to the south, with Jiraiya and Sasuke. Jiraiya and Sasuke walked through the south gates of Tanzakugai and looked around at the busy streets. Jiraiya had bandages and medical tape covering his body from the fight a few days ago. Alright then, another town, another search, Jiraiya said before looking at Sasuke. Sasuke had his injured eye covered in bandages and he was looking at a water balloon he was holding in his left hand. Come on, Sasuke thought as he focused his chakra. The balloon began to violently shake until it popped. Fuck, he shouted. Calm down, kid, you'll get the rasengan eventually, Jiraiya said, and Sasuke huffed. Come on, kid, let's look for Tsunade, my sources said she was here. Both Jiraiya and Sasuke entered the village not knowing that Tsunade had already left with Naruto and the others back to Odo. Chapter 39. In Odo, with Naruto, Tsunade and the others. Naruto led Tsunade, Sasori, Sakura, Kurenai, Tayuya, Shizune and Tonton down a corridor in Odo. Tsunade was looking around at the Odo ninja walking around in the multiple dark hallways. Dark, dim, empty, yep, Orochimaru definitely designed this place, Tsunade said, and Naruto chuckled. He's just a little further, keep on following me, Naruto said. Tonton whined and Shizune held her. Don't worry, we'll be fine, Shizune said reassuringly. As they continued walking they reached a pair of large double doors. Here we are, Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Please don't piss him off until after we get paid. Tsunade nodded and Naruto opened the doors and everyone walked in. Orochimaru was sitting on his throne with both Kabuto and Kakuzu standing next to him. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and the approaching group with a smile on his face. Naruto. You made it back, how are you doing? He asked. Oh, I'm doing wonderful, Naruto said sarcastically. Zabuza died, I got ambushed by your former teammate and I got a seal on my stomach. Naruto lifted his shirt and revealed the seal on his stomach. Orochimaru looked at it and nodded. Ah, the 5-pronged seal, Orochimaru said immediately knowing what it was. I can remove that easily, but I'll need my arms healed first. Orochimaru turned his attention to Tsunade and spoke. How are you, Tsunade? It's so nice to see an old friend again, he said. Cut the shit, what do you want? Tsunade asked and Orochimaru chuckled. As crass as ever, Orochimaru said. Simple, you heal my arms and my subordinate Kimamaru. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's face and continued. And if you do, I'll let you talk to your Naoki and Dan again as payment, Orochimaru said, and Tsunade went wide-eyed. You're lying, Tsunade said in disbelief. He's not, Kakuzu said. He used the Edo Tensei to bring back someone earlier during the invasion of Konoha, trust me. He can. Tsunade clenched her fists and nodded. Okay, fine, she said, it'll take me a few days to do it, so we better get started soon. Shizune walked up and spoke. I was told that 2 girls named Fu and Karen require medical attention, Shizune said. I'm a medic as well, where can I find them? Kabuto walked up with a smile. Please follow me, miss, Kabuto said, and Shizune felt a chill go down her spine. And Naruto, can you come with me? Shizune asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, sure, Naruto said, understanding why she didn't want to be alone. Can I come too? Sakura asked. I'm curious about medical ninjutsu, I want to see it firsthand. Sure thing, Shizune said, and Sakura nodded. Naruto, Shizune and Sakura all walked off, leaving Tsunade and the others with Orochimaru. Okay then, Tsunade said, walking up to Orochimaru, let's see the damage. Meanwhile in Konoha, Sarutobi compound, with Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon were in Hiruzen's old clan office searching for anything of importance. Ever since Niku or Naruto or whatever his name was saved them and told Konohamaru, don't be like your grandpa, he's been curious. Was he leaving me a clue to something? Konohamaru thought as he dug through another set of files. What was he walking about? Did you guys find anything? Konohamaru asked, and Moegi spoke up. Nothing yet, Moegi said as she looked through a scroll. What are we looking for? Anything to explain why Naruto attacked the village, Konohamaru said. There has to be a reason, why would he do it? Hey, look at this, Udon said, pulling out a file. This one looks interesting. Udon walked over and laid out a folder on a table, and everyone read the contents. What is this? Moegi asked, and Udon spoke. It's a report, Udon said as he began to read it out loud. July 16th. At 9 p.m. the Nine Tails container was attacked by the Hyuga clan in his home. Both Konohamaru and Moegi's jaws dropped at this. According to Hiashi Hyuga, the Hyuga were going to take Naruto outside the village, and Udon stopped as he went wide-eyed. What? They were gonna what? Konohamaru said, and Udon swallowed and continued. Flay his skin and castrate him for associating with Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Udon said, and both Konohamaru and Moegi paled. Upon find out about this, an Anbu team was dispatched to the scene where there laid multiple dead Hyuga but no Nine Tails. Due to the extent of the injuries, he could have walked away but would have succumbed to his wounds. Udon continued, there have been no traces of his body nor of the Nine Tails being free, so he's most likely still alive. The search will continue until positive body identification, Udon finished. An air of silence fell over the room as Konohamaru walked back until his back hit the wall. Kami above, Konohamaru thought. He got back to his feet and looked around. What else have they done? Konohamaru began to look around again. Keep on looking, guys, who knows what else they did to him, Konohamaru said, and both Udon and Moegi nodded as they began to search again. Hyuga compound, with Hiashi. Hiashi Hyuga opened his single remaining eyes as a bright light bulb overhead shined down light on him. You're awake, Lord Hiashi, Neji said, sitting beside Hiashi, who turned his head to the side to see him. How long? Hiashi asked hoarsely, and Neji spoke. Almost 2 weeks, Neji said. You woke up a few times but I don't think you'd remember it. Hiashi looked to his opposite side and saw what was left of his right arm. His right arm was severed above the elbow and wrapped in bandages. Hiashi felt both anger and sadness as he lost his limb, and he began to growl. The arm was cauterized well and there was not much bleeding, Neji said, speaking up. When it cut off your... Neji was about to explain about Heishi's severed genitalia but couldn't find the words, so he just skipped it. Your eye was damaged to a point where it could not be saved along with the optical nerve, so there's no chance of getting a transplant. Neji continued, the doctors said it'll take a few months but you should make a full recovery, and with some training you should be able to fight again. What about our casualties? Hiashi asked, and Neji clenched his fists. 37 in total, Neji said. 25 were killed defending the compound against the Kyuubi and another 12 were killed in other parts of the village. So about a third of the total amount on Hyuga trained for combat were killed, Neji said, and Hiashi clenched his single fist. Leave me, Hiashi said, and Neji nodded as he walked out. As Neji walked down a corridor back to his room, he began to think. Lord Hiashi is crippled, Hinata is gone, and Hanabi is but a child, Neji thought as he walked. The Hyuga clan has never been this weak before, not to mention. Neji's mind drifted to the scroll from his father that he found. When Minazuka found Hiyashi, they also found his cloths, and in them were a scroll explaining why he sacrificed his life for the Hyuga clan. When Neji read the scroll, it opened his eyes to both the naivety of his father and the hypocrisy of the Hyuga clan. In his eyes, Neji believed his father's sacrifice was for nothing. What should I do now? Neji thought as he walked away. As Neji's footsteps faded from Hiyashi's ears, he looked up at the ceiling and went into deep thought as he remembered what the Kyuubi said. Although, I guess the boy's other female could restart the clan, but I doubt that, the Kyuubi's voice echoed in Heishi's mind. Other female, Hiyashi thought until his single-eyed widened as the answer just popped into his mind, Hinata, she's alive. And with that boy, Hiyashi's heart rate began to beat faster and faster until he calmed down. I should keep this to myself, until the time is right, he thought. 2 weeks later, Land of Snow, with Naruto and the others. Naruto and the others were walking down a road towards his and Sasori's house. Naruto was carrying Fu on his back and Sasori was carrying Karen on his back due to them being too injured to walk for long periods of time. Are you okay, Fu? Naruto asked as he carried his injured girlfriend. I'm fine, still hurting but I'm fine, Fu said, and Shizune spoke up. You did tear your abdominal muscles, it'll take some time to heal, Shizune said before looking to Karen. Same with your back, I'll have to help you both with physical therapy. Thank you, Shizune, we appreciate it, Karen said with a smile. I just can't wait until I see Mom and Toka again, I missed them both. As they walked down the road, Sasori's house came into view, and in a patch of flowers Toka popped her head up with her red hair sticking out like a beacon. Toka got up and turned around and shouted. Mommy, Mommy, Daddy, Sister and Naruto are back, Toka shouted before running towards the group. Mie, Haku, Hinata and Anko all popped their heads out and saw Naruto and the group walking down the road. Daddy, Sister, Toka shouted as she ran up and hugged Sasori around the waist. I missed you so much. I missed you too, darling, Sasori said with a smile. Hey Toka, Karen said looking down to her little sister. I'm a little hurt so I won't be able to play for a while, sorry. It's okay, sister, Toka said. Do you both want to see the puppet I made? Both Karen and Sasori nodded and smiled. Lead the way, honey, Sasori said as he began to follow his daughter. As he did, Mie walked up to Sasori and planted a kiss on his lips. Hello my love. I'm glad you both are okay, Mie said, showing some worry. Karen honey, how's your back? Nothing to worry about, Shizune fixed me up pretty good, Karen said, although it's going to be a while before I get back on my feet. Mie nodded and she along with Karen and Sasori followed Toka into the wood shop. Haku was running up straight to Naruto with tears in her eyes. Naruto, Haku said as she ran up and wrapped her arms around him and gave him a kiss. I was so worried about you, Haku began to sob into his jacket and Naruto began to feel bad. Tsunade seeing this walked up and took Fu off of Naruto's back in order to let him hold Haku. Poor girl, Tsunade thought as she looked on with everyone else. Haku, I'm sorry about Zabuza, Naruto said as he held his sobbing girlfriend. I wish I could have saved him. It's okay Naruto, I don't blame you, Haku said as she broke the hug and wiped her tears, but there is something we have to do. It's what Zabuza would have wanted as his funeral arrangement. Anything for you Haku, Naruto said and she nodded. Hinata walked up to Naruto and Naruto felt his hearts begin to race. Hello Naruto, I'm glad you're back, she said, how have you been? I've been fine Hinata, Naruto said blushing slightly and making Kurenai, Sakura and Tsunade chuckle. Oh by the way, Naruto walked over to Tsunade and spoke. This is Tsunade, she's my relative, Naruto said shocking both Hinata and Haku. Yeah crazy right, we are like very distant cousins or something like that. Wait, you're the Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, Hinata asked and Tsunade nodded. The one and only, Tsunade said with a smile. I joined Naruto because he's family, but also because he told me what Konoha did to him. Tsunade scowled at this and spoke, if I knew what they did to my grandfather's village I would have went back and killed them all, and believe me, I am more than capable. Enko hearing this walked up to Kurenai. Sup Kurenai, looks like you had one hell of an adventure, she said and Kurenai sighed. You wouldn't believe it, Kurenai said. How about we head inside and we can tell you all about it, Naruto said and they nodded. Naruto and his group began to walk to Mie's house in order to tell his tale of what's been going on since they separated. The next morning, Naruto's house, with Naruto, Haku and Hinata. Naruto, Haku and Hinata were all getting ready to go to that garden to gather ingredients for breakfast while Tsunade, Shizune, Fu and Sakura all slept in the house. Okay so what you girls thinking for breakfast, Naruto asked and Hinata spoke up. I'm thinking some omelets and potatoes would be nice, Hinata said and Haku nodded. Sounds good to me, Haku said and Naruto smiled as he reached the door. Okay girls, Naruto said as he opened the door. Let's go in. Naruto paused when he looked outside and saw Gato standing there with his two bodyguards with an angry look on his face. Oh shit, Naruto said. Oh shit is right you little bastard, Gato said, you wreck my hotel and casino. I give you a free room and this is the thanks I get, he shouted. Hey man it wasn't me, Naruto said, blame the two psychos who attacked me and my group. That doesn't pay for the damage you done you little shit, Gato shouted and Naruto groaned. Come in Gato, let's hash this out, Naruto said before looking at Hinata and Haku. Girls, can you go and get the ingredients? Both Haku and Hinata nodded as they walked out and Naruto led Gato to the table. Okay then, how much are we talking? Naruto said. Naruto had a lot of money saved up from being a mercenary so he thought he could afford it. With a destroyed hotel and casino, the loss of business and a tarnished reputation, Gato said looking at Naruto, I'm looking at 16 billion ryo, about $100 million. Naruto's jaw dropped at this and Naruto spoke, what the fuck Gato, I barely have a tenth of that, he shouted, how the hell can I make that much money? You better figure it out you little shit, Gato said, you're lucky I came and asked nicely instead of coming here and killing your ass. Naruto grit his teeth in anger but took a deep breath. Aye, Naruto said before calming down, I have a proposition. Gato raised an eyebrow at this and Naruto spoke. Something came up and I think I can find a way to at least pay half of it off, Naruto said. How so? Gato said and Naruto began to think about what Haku told him about. Flashback, yesterday, with Naruto and Haku. You want to take Zabuza back to Kiri for burial, Naruto said and Haku nodded. Zabuza wanted to be buried in the Seven Swordsmen Cemetery, Haku said. Kiri's civil war ended about a month ago and a new government has been installed. So my plan is we take Zabuza and his sword back to Kiri and ask for a burial, Haku said. Zabuza is a rogue ninja with a $500 million ryo bounty, if we turn in the sword we will get another billion as well. So it'll be a double win, Zabuza will get a proper resting place and we will get a little money for our troubles, Haku said, but mostly it's for Zabuza, I want him to be at peace. Naruto nodded at this and spoke, we can do that, Naruto said, I'll ask Dodo if we can get passage there, I'm sure he'd also like to get a trade agreement and a peace treaty so it'll sweeten the pot and make him do it. Haku smiled and hugged Naruto. Thank you Naruto, you don't know how much this means to me, Haku said and Naruto hugged her back. Flashback end. If we do that then we can get you some of the money, Naruto said and Gato nodded, but along with that I can see if Kiri will allow you to build some businesses there. A new port, maybe a few hotels, Naruto said and Gato looked even more interested, it'll line your pockets and give Kiri some revenue to help rebuild helping out its economy. Okay that could cover half of the cost, but what about the other half? Gato asked and Naruto looked around to see if the coast was clear. I have something planned for the future, Naruto said in a low voice, I can't tell you yet, but Dodo and Orochimaru are willing to help me out, and when I do it I can cut you in and you'll have 2 more places to set up shop. All I ask is for a little time, Naruto said and Gato leaned back. How much time? Gato said and Naruto spoke. 6 months, Naruto said and Gato nodded. Okay brat, 6 months, Gato said as he got back up, we worked together for years so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Gato began to walk to the door and stopped before turning around, just remember, I am a powerful man. Don't fuck me, he said before exiting the room with his guards. Naruto sat back and sighed while rubbing his face. 6 month huh, came a voice and Naruto looked over. Tsunade came around the corner and walked up, what do you have planned in that little blonde head of yours? Naruto sighed and spoke, remember when your grandfather told me to reignite the will of fire, he said and Tsunade nodded, well I have a plan to do that. Tsunade walked over and sat down in front of Naruto. Okay, I'll bite, Tsunade said, what is the plan? Naruto leaned forward and spoke. It's a 2-part plan, and when it succeeds, the world will become a better place, Naruto said and Tsunade raised an eyebrow, here it goes. A few days later, Snow Country Port, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Tsunade, Hinata, Haku and Fubuki. Naruto, Kakuzu, Tsunade, Hinata, Haku and Fubuki were all standing in front of a ship looking at Dodo, Roga and Mizer. Good luck on your trip Naruto, Dodo said and Naruto nodded. Fubuki, make sure that the Mizukage gets that scroll, we could always use more allies in this unstable world. Yes Lord Dodo, Fubuki said, besides I could always use more time with Naruto, since I've been sidelined for too long. Fubuki wrapped her arm around Naruto and he blushed making Hinata, Haku and Tsunade chuckle. We'll be back in a few weeks, Naruto said to Dodo, keep Fu and the others under constant guard. I doubt it but if the Akatsuki or Konoha come here I want to be ready. Fu and Karen are not able to fight, and with only Sasori, Kurenai, Enko and Sakura to defend them, I'll feel a lot better if you watch them, he said, and Dodo nodded. I'll keep several ninja posted by, Dodo said, and Roga stepped forward. Me and Mizer will watch them like hawks, Roga said, and Naruto nodded. Thanks, I appreciate it, Naruto said before he and the others all boarded the ship. A few minutes later the ship took off towards Kiri and Naruto was on the top deck with everyone else, and Kakuzu spoke. You're taking a big gamble, brat, Kakuzu said, and Naruto nodded. You better hope Kiri won't try and kill us for coming with the body of Zabuza. Oh, trust me, I'm well aware, Naruto said with a sigh, because if this doesn't work I'm fucked. And I seriously don't want to piss off Gato. Again, Naruto said before Hinata put her hand on his shoulder. It will work, Naruto, Hinata said with a smile. I can feel it, you just need to stay positive, Naruto smiled and patted Hinata's hand. Thanks, Hinata, Naruto said before turning around. Let's get settled in, we have a few days until we get to Kiri. Naruto and the others all went inside as the ship sailed towards an unknown future. Chapter 40. Konoha Council Chambers. 4 days after Naruto left to Kiri with Jiraiya and Sasuke. You fucking failure, Homura shouted at Jiraiya as he and the other council members and clan heads looked at him. Not only did you not find Princess Tsunade, but you also made contact with the 9 and 7 Tails Jinchuriki and let them slip away. Jiraiya looked towards the old man with a scowl. Watch your damn mouth, old man, Jiraiya said dangerously. I had to fight not only Naruto but also 2 S-ranked missing ninja, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki and Kurenai Yuhi. I'd like to see you in a fight with them and then you can tell me how easy it'll be, Jiraiya said. Along with that, young Sasuke here was injured, which is unacceptable, Koharu said looking at Sasuke. Sasuke had his damaged eye covered with a bandage, but his one good eye was looking at Koharu in contempt. I'm not some damn weakling, you old hag, Sasuke said to Koharu, making her take a step back. I fought and mortally wounded a Jinchuriki, the only reason I'm hurt is because of that traitor Sakura. And yet you got injured by a mere civilian, Hiyashi said as he sat in his chair. Seems the Uchiha were overrated after all. That's funny, Sasuke said looking at Hiyashi. Coming from the man missing an arm and his dick, how's taking a piss, Hyuga? I bet it's a pain in the ass. Hiyashi was now fuming when a hand smelled down. Enough, Danzo roared, silencing everyone. We're getting nowhere arguing with each other. Everyone looked at Danzo, who composed himself. Since Lady Tsunade did not return, we still don't have a Hokage, Danzo said. I hereby as the only viable candidate request the council to elect me. Jiraiya scowled until several people started standing up. Koharu, Homura, Hiyashi, Tsume, Inoichi, Choza and the civilians all stood up showing their favor. However, Shikaku Nara and Shibi Aburame stayed in place. I don't agree, Shikaku said looking at Danzo. Your record has been shady as long as I can remember. I think we should have Lord Jiraiya as our next Hokage. I agree, Shibi said standing up. Along with that, Konoha hasn't been working to better itself or make any kind solutions to our problems. Unless you have all forgotten, I have filed multiple complaints against the treatment of Naruto Uzumaki, but sadly due to Lord Third's decree I was unable to intervene under the punishment of death, Shibi said, and Tsume looked at him. What are you, some kind of demon lover? Tsume asked in a growl, and Shibi looked at her. In my eyes he's no different than an Aburame who holds insects inside himself, Shibi said, making several of the others scowl. He attacked us because he hates us. And I don't blame him. Shibi turned and began to walk out of the chamber, but before he did he turned and spoke once more. We should forget about the 2 Jinchuriki and focus on rebuilding, otherwise I only see destruction in our future. Shibi walked out and Shikaku looked as he left. Your voices have been heard, but the votes are against you, Danzo said as he stood up. I, Danzo Shimura, will gladly take my place as the 5th Hokage. Meanwhile, Kiri docks, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Hinata, Haku, Tsunade and Fubuki. Naruto and the others all walked down the stairs from the ship and onto the docks of Kiri. Naruto and the others looked around and saw the docks and the village in the background were being rebuilt. Naruto looked around in all directions and saw both ninja and dock worker, but none seemed to be hostile. Huh, Naruto said, I half expected us to get ambushed on the docks. Same here, Kakuzu said looking around. Kiri has a different atmosphere than the last time I was here, although that was 70 years and 2 wars ago. You both are being paranoid, Tsunade said, gaining their attention. You are traveling with me, a Sannin who has diplomatic immunity and visas to every country on the continent. Not to mention Fubuki, who is a foreign ninja of a neutral nation, Tsunade said. I'm sure they won't want another war to happen after they just finished their civil war. She's right, Hinata said from behind her helmet. We should be fine. Okay, fine, Naruto said. Let's just go and turn over Zabuza's body. Naruto began to walk across the dock with the other following behind him, and when they reached the exit they were met by a Kiri ninja. "Welcome to Kiri, state your business," the ninja said, and Haku and Fubuki stepped forward. "I am here to return the body of Zabuza Momochi and his sword for proper burial and payment," Haku said, making the ninja go wide-eyed. "And I am here to establish diplomatic relations between the Land of Snow and Kiri," Fubuki said, raising up a scroll. "Oh wow, I didn't know," the ninja said. "Okay then can I please get your medical record and passports?" Naruto and Kakuzu both went wide-eyed at this and saw Tsunade, Fubuki, Hinata and Haku pull out their documents and hand them to the ninja. Gentlemen, your paperwork," he said. Kakuzu and Naruto looked at the man like deer in headlights. Kakuzu was 89 years old, an AS-class rogue ninja, meanwhile Naruto hasn't had any documentation on his since before he left Konoha. They both had fake IDs, but they did not have any medical records of any kind. Naruto said with a chuckle, "We don't have any medical records." The ninja nodded and looked over to an intercom and pressed a button. "We have a code yellow, decontamination and delousing," the ninja said, and both Naruto and Kakuzu went wide-eyed. Naruto and Kakuzu were both naked and standing against wall in a room covering their private parts as Hinata, Haku, Tsunade and Fubuki watched with various expressions. Hinata was trying not to look, Tsunade and Fubuki were both chuckling, and Haku was annoyed that they had to go through this. "Okay then," the Kiri ninja said as he and two of his buddies walked up. "Hold still," the ninja pointed a water hose at them and shot a stream of cold water at them. "Gah, cold," Naruto shouted as he was hit. Kakuzu was hit by the water and groaned. "Damn it, it's like that time I went to prison in Hazuka Castle," Kakuzu thought as the Kiri ninja cut off the water. Naruto and Kakuzu were both soaking wet and the ninja spoke. "Okay, hit them with the powder," he said, and another ninja walked up carrying a bucket of powder. The ninja took out a scooper and took out a large amount of white powder. The ninja threw it at Naruto, hitting him before doing the same to Kakuzu. "Oh, what's with the powder?" Naruto asked, and Kakuzu spoke. "It's to delouse us," Kakuzu said. "They did it to me when I went to prison." "Okay, final step," the ninja said. "Turn sideways please." Naruto and Kakuzu both turned to the left and a final ninja with medical marking walked up. "I'm going to give you both a penicillin shot," the ninja said as he went to one knee and took out a wet wipe and began to wipe a part of Naruto's butt cheek. "Hey, why are you Naruto shouted as the ninja stuck him with the needle and injected him. "Oh my god, that hurt like hell." "Stop complaining," Tsunade said from across the room. "I had to do that to my dumbass teammate who got the clap back in aim." Tsunade remember when Jiraiya came to her and she still chuckled at the memory. "Naruto doesn't even want to know how I tested him," Tsunade thought as Jiraiya screamed like a girl during the swabbing. The ninja went to Kakuzu and gave him his shot next, and Kakuzu grunted as the shot was inserted. After the ninja was done he walked back and the first ninja spoke. "Okay you two, you are good to go," he said as he handed both Naruto and Kakuzu a towel to dry off and get dressed. Naruto looked to Hinata and the others. Can you turn around?" he asked a little embarrassed. Hinata and Haku turned around but Tsunade and Fubuki didn't. "Please." "Fine," Tsunade said as she and Fubuki turned around and began to chuckle. "Did you see his face?" "Priceless," Fubuki said. Naruto could hear both of their chuckling as he and Kakuzu dried themselves off. "Jerks," Naruto said as he had a blush on his face. Naruto and the others exited the customs station and walked out into the streets of Kiri. Naruto was red in the face as he walked ahead of everyone. "That was bullshit," Naruto said as he looked towards Tsunade and the others. "That has to be a human rights violation of some kind, and why the hell did they keep you in the room with us?" "They keep groups together at all times," Tsunade said. "Don't be embarrassed, you don't have anything I haven't seen before." "You've seen a kid with stitched all along his body from his face to his feet?" Naruto asked sarcastically. "Actually yes," Tsunade said, making both Naruto and Kakuzu look at her wide-eyed. "Landmine, aim, Second Shinobi World War, the Chunin stepped on a mine and got blown the hell up. Lost a leg but I was able to save him, required 200 stitches for multiple wounds," Tsunade said. Naruto nodded his head impressed. "Huh, what do you know?" Naruto said as he continued walking. "I have 400 stitches, and I get more the more I grow." "I have 650, Kakuzu said as he walked alongside Naruto. "Let's get to the Mizukage Tower and drop off Zabuza. I don't want to be in this village longer than I have to." 1 hour later, Mizukage Tower, with Tsunade and the others. Tsunade was sitting with her legs crossed in a chair next to Kakuzu while Hinata, Haku and Fubuki played a card game. So far they have been waiting for 45 minutes for the Mizukage. Tsunade was annoyed but she understood as they were asking to meet with the most important person in the village. Wonder who the new Mizukage is, she thought, as she hasn't heard anything about them. A few minutes later Naruto came back from around the corner. While you guys should check out the restroom, the urinals flush themselves, he said, and Tsunade and Kakuzu rolled their eyes. What took you so long, brat? Kakuzu asked, you were gone for nearly 10 minutes. You won't believe it, Naruto said as he sat down. I ran into a supermodel on my way back from the restroom. Everyone looked to Naruto with looks of confusion. No kidding, she was trying to get something out of a vending machine but it got stuck, Naruto said before he raised his hand and extended one of his fingers, controlling it with his threads. But I got it out, she said, you're such a sweetheart, and smiled at me. Yeah right, Fubuki said, believing the story. There's no way a supermodel would be inside the Mizukage building. A few seconds later a Kiri ninja wearing an eye patch walked up. My name is Ao, the one-eyed man said. The Mizukage will see you now. Naruto and the others got up and followed Ao. Hey dude, how did you lose the eye? Naruto asked and Haku smacked him on the back of the head. Naruto, how rude, Haku said, chastising him. No, it's okay, Ao said. I lost it in the last war. Ao then raised his eye patch, revealing a Byakugan, making Hinata gasp. Is that a Byakugan? Hinata asked and Ao nodded. Sharp eye, miss, Ao said as he lowered his eye patch. I acquired this eye from a Hyuga who I killed in the last war. Hinata felt a chill at this as he had plucked the eye from one of her former clan's members. Ao led the group for a few minutes up some stairs before reaching a pair of large wooden doors. I have brought you the group that wished to see you, Lady May, he said. Naruto and the others filled in the room and all were surprised to see who was sitting behind the desk. There was a beautiful young woman with white unblemished skin, green eyes with long auburn hair covering one of them, and a large bust that was barely contained in her blue dress. Naruto's dropped and he pointed at the woman. It's her, the supermodel I helped earlier, Naruto said, and the woman waved at him. Hello again, she said with a bright smile, and thanks again for your assistance. I couldn't have gotten my chips without you. Ao turned to Naruto and shouted, hold your tongue, boy, he shouted at Naruto, who flinched. That is Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, and you will show her the rest. Ao stopped halfway through as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Ao turned and saw Mei with a smile and a frightening aura emanating from her. Ow, Mei said sweetly, shut up. Or I'll kill you. Ao paled at this and Mei shooed him away and walked over to Naruto. Sorry about that, Ao here is a little uptight with regulations, Mei said with a smile which made Naruto blush slightly. Please come in and take a seat. Mei walked back to her desk with Naruto and the others following her. Mei sat down in her chair while Naruto, Haku and Fubuki sat down across from her with Kakuzu, Tsunade and Hinata standing behind them. So how can I help you? I was told by my customs officer that you have an important package for me, but he couldn't disclose it, Mei asked, and Haku stood up. Haku pulled out a scroll and opened it, and with a puff of smoke Zabuza's sword appeared and both Mei and Ao went wide-eyed. That's the executioner's blade. It belonged to Zabuza, she said. Haku nodded as she picked it up and placed it in front of Mei and got a sad face. Zabuza Momochi has fallen in battle, Haku said with a hitch in her voice. I am Haku, his apprentice, and I wish to return both his sword and body for proper burial. Mei looked to Ao and nodded. Ao made a hand sign, and as soon as he did a seal appeared on the ceiling and Ao spoke. Privacy barrier is up, Lady Mizukage, he said. Mei looked to Haku and spoke. What happened? How did he die? She asked, and Naruto stood up and began to speak. It's a long story, Naruto said as he pulled down his mask, revealing his face to Mei, who was shocked by his stitches. Let me go back a few years. Naruto spent the next hour explaining everything, how he and Kakuzu invited Zabuza to join them after the mission to Wave, how Zabuza helped in the invasion of Konoha, and how Zabuza died fighting the Akatsuki member Kisame. By the end of the story, Mei had her hands folded in front of her face with a scowl. Kami above, she said, so these Akatsuki are hunting down the Jinchuriki and any Biju that are free. Yes, Lady Mizukage, Naruto said, they tried to take me and Fu but they failed. And you said Fu is your girlfriend, Mei said, but just them both. Haku and Fubuki cleared their throats and Mei looked at them. Not just her, Haku said, I'm also in a relationship with Naruto. I'm trying to convince him to let me join as well, Fubuki said. I think I'm getting close though. Naruto blushed at this and Hinata behind her helmet blushed as she began to poke her fingers. And as I may ask, how do you fit in this? Mei asked Hinata, who flinched and began to fidget a little. Hinata, you can take off your helmet, Naruto said, and Hinata looked at him nervously before nodding. Oh okay, Hinata said as she took off her helmet, and Mei was floored once again as she saw Hinata's face and eyes. My name is Hinata Hyuga, former heiress of the Hyuga clan. Wait, you have a Hyuga in your group, and an unmarked one at that, how did this happen? Mei asked, alarmed at this as she never expected a main branch Hyuga to desert her village. You see this stitches, Naruto said, pointing at his face, and Mei nodded. Her clan did this to me for containing the fox and being her friend. I almost died until Kakuzu here sewed me back together. Mei looked at Naruto with anger plastered across her face. When we met earlier this year I showed her I was alive and she decided to stay with me, he said. Her family basically abandoned her, her dad is a prick and her sister doesn't care about her. Mei looked at Hinata and had a look of pity and understanding. I know how you feel, being alone, she said, and Hinata smiled. Mei then looked to Naruto and spoke, and I know how you feel as well. I have 2 Kekkei Genkai, lava release and boil release, Mei said. I know what it's like to be hated and discriminated against. I survived the massacres against the bloodline users. As have I, Haku said, gaining Mei's attention. I used to be from northern Kiri before Zabuza found me. My father killed my mother and tried to kill me. Sounds like you've all had it rough, Mei said, and Kakuzu spoke up. You don't even know the half of it, Kakuzu said. We also have Fu, who was almost taken to Konoha to replace Naruto. 2 Uzumaki women who were used for their healing abilities, and another Konoha Kunoichi who was sexually assaulted by her fellow ninja. Mei took in a deep breath and nodded. Just when I thought the world couldn't get any more cruel, she said. Mei looked to Haku and spoke. I will ensure Zabuza gets a proper burial and I appreciate you returning his sword. Thank you, Lady Mizukage, Haku said with a bow, and may I ask that we get the reward of his bounty? We need the money. Mei raised an eyebrow at this and spoke. What for? Mei asked, and Naruto chuckled. I kinda owe a crime boss 16 billion ryo, for destroying his hotel, Naruto said, and Mei's jaw dropped. I need the 1.5 billion for his body and sword to pay him off. I also said that I could try to convince you to open up your ports and allow him to build some hotels and casinos here, Naruto said. If I'm able to do that, then he'd forgive half my debt. Upon hearing this, Mei folded her hands in front of her. Hotels and casinos, huh? Mei said with a smirk before leaning forward. How interesting. Al walked over and made a gesture for Mei to come closer. Mei leaned in and Al whispered in her ear. If we allow that to happen, our economy will recover a lot faster, Al said, and Mei nodded. If we do this, we need to ensure that no drugs, human trafficking or other kinds of crime comes here. Mei nodded and spoke to Naruto. Let's say if I do allow this, will there be any drugs or crime coming here? She asked. After all, as Mizukage, I cannot allow such things to happen in my village, especially after a civil war. I personally would say no, Naruto said, but you'd need to talk to my contact about that. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. You can reach him here, Naruto said as he handed the card to Mei, who read it. Gato's Shipping Incorporated, Mei read before looking at Naruto. I will think about it. That's all I ask, Naruto said, although he wished Mei had said yes right off the bat. And that just leaves me, Fubuki said as she pulled out a scroll and handed it to Mei. My Lord Dodo wishes to sign a non-aggression pact with you and a trade agreement between our 2 countries. After all, 2 black sheep need to stick together, Fubuki said, and Mei nodded. Understandable, Mei said. We just got done fighting a bloody civil war marked by ethnic violence, and your country overthrew its former government. Nobody want to deal with countries with troubled histories, Mei said. All right, cool, Naruto said, clapping his hands. Zabuza will be put to rest. Gato might get his money back, and the Land of Snow has a new ally. This went a lot better than I thought it would go, Naruto said, but before he could celebrate, Mei stopped him. Wait, before you go, I have a request, Mei asked, and Naruto stopped. Sure, what is it? Naruto asked, and Mei spoke. You said the Akatsuki are hunting down the tailed beast, correct? Mei asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, they are. Why? Naruto asked, and Mei got up and looked out the window. Kiri's Jinchuriki Utakata is missing. He deserted at the beginning of the war and hasn't been seen since, Mei said, and Naruto and the others went wide-eyed. And along with that, the last Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, the 4th Mizukage Yagura, was killed and his Biju is missing. So I have a proposition for you, Mei said, and Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. And that would be? Kakuzu asked, and Mei looked at them. I wish for Naruto to go and find Utakata and bring him back to Kiri for protection, Mei said, and Naruto said, wide-eyed, or at the very least warn him of the Akatsuki. Then after that, find the location of the 3 tails and bring me back the location so we can protect it, Mei said. Wait, why me? Naruto asked, and Mei spoke. A Jinchuriki would be the best option to convince another Jinchuriki, Mei said, and Naruto realized what she was getting at. You can relate to each other and it will probably not end with the 2 of you killing each other. I see, Naruto said. Okay then, I guess I can go with Tsunade, Hinata, Haku and Fubuki to look for this Utakata guy. Hey Kakuzu, how do you feel looking for the 3 tails by yourself? Naruto asked, and Kakuzu looked at him. I work faster alone, Kakuzu said before looking at Mei. Just give me a general location and I can find it. I'll stay here and tend to Zabuza's funeral, Haku said to Naruto. It's something I need to do myself. Naruto hearing this nodded and he spoke. I understand Haku, me, Tsunade, Hinata and Fubuki can handle it just fine, Naruto said before looking at Mei. Okay, we're in, but what's our payment? No offense, but we don't work for free. Mei smirked and nodded. Of course not, Mei said. I'll pay off half of your debt to this Gato personally. Naruto went wide-eyed at this and Mei continued. I amassed quite a fortune over the years and got even more from defeating Yagura. I can afford to pay you 8 billion ryo, Mei said. Holy shit, Tsunade said, surprised as she never expected Mei to have that much. When those casinos open up we are going gambling. Mei smiled and, sure thing, and when we do open them up I'm going to make sure I take a cut of the profits, she said, and Hinata spoke up. Isn't that taking kickbacks? Hinata said. That's very immoral and wrong. And as a leader of a village you shouldn't be doing that. Mei looked at Hinata for a few seconds before she began to laugh hysterically. Oh my god, are you serious? You really expect me, a politician, to not make money under the table while I'm in office? Mei laughed and Naruto, Kakuzu and Tsunade began to laugh as well. Wow Hinata, and I thought you were smart, Tsunade said, patting her shoulder making her jaw drop. Welcome to the real world, brat, Kakuzu said, chuckling at her naivety. Hinata, there is no such thing as an honest politician, Naruto said, laughing. You have a better chance finding a unicorn in the woods. Hinata was appalled that Naruto and the others didn't even care that Mei was going to use her position as Mizukage for personal profit. After a few minutes the laughter died down and Naruto looked to Mei. Okay Mei, you have a deal, he said, 1 Jinchuriki and 1 Biju coming up. Chapter 41. Kiri, 3 days after arriving in the countryside, with Naruto, Hinata and Fubuki. Have you seen this guy? Naruto asked as he held up a rough sketch of Utakata the Six Tails Jinchuriki towards a group of men. Naruto, Fubuki said, and Naruto looked at her. Yeah, what's up? Naruto said, and Hinata spoke up next. They won't tell you anything, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What? Why? Naruto asked and Fubuki pointed at them. Look at them, dumbass, Fubuki said in frustration. Naruto turned towards the group of 10 bald men between the ages of 12 to 70. They all wore blue and white robes, prayer beads and 6 black dots tattooed on their foreheads. What? Just because they have cancer doesn't mean they can't talk, Naruto said, and Hinata's sweat dropped and Fubuki slapped her forehead. They don't have cancer, dipshit, they're Buddhist monks, Fubuki said, and Naruto went wide-eyed. They take a vow of silence at like 10, they literally can't talk because of their vows to God. Oh really? Naruto said, looking at the group of monks. I'm so sorry about that. Naruto took out a piece of paper and wrote down, yes and no, on it. Okay then, just point to your answer, Naruto said. Fubuki came up and hit Naruto in the back of the head. Ow Fubuki, what was that for? He whined. Stop it you idiot, Fubuki hissed as she dragged Naruto away. Leave those men of God alone. Naruto was pulled away from the group of monks by Fubuki and Hinata ran up and dug into her pocket. I'm terribly sorry about him, he's not exactly well-mannered, but he means well, Hinata said, and the leader of the men bowed and smiled at her. Hinata took out her wallet and retrieved 5,000 ryo, about $30 USD. Please take this donation, Hinata said, holding out the money and bowing. Give, even if you only have a little, Hinata said, quoting Buddha. The monk took the money from Hinata and took off his prayer beads and handed them to her. Hinata gripped the beads and looked at the monk, who just smiled politely. The other monks all bowed to her and Hinata smiled. May the light of Buddha guide your path to nirvana, Hinata said with a smile as she turned and walked towards Fubuki, who was chastising Naruto like he was a child. Naruto, Hinata and Fubuki were all waiting on the side of the road outside a nearby town as Tsunade went in to see if anyone had seen Utakata. She wanted to go alone because she said that she works faster alone. Geez, what's taking Tsunade so long? Naruto said as he leaned up against a tree. I swear she moves so slow I should start calling her Granny. Naruto, it's only been 2 hours, Hinata said, please be more patient. I mean, it took you a while to find her. Naruto nodded and groaned. Yeah, I did. It also didn't help that I got ambushed by 2 S-rank ninjas in Yugito, Naruto said, and he crossed his arms. I'm glad Sasori killed that Itachi guy, although I wonder what he did with the body. Meanwhile, in Snow Country, with Sasori and Toka. Sasori and Toka were both in the workshop with Itachi's corpse laying on a table. Itachi's eyes, brain, heart and other organs were in jars full of orange liquid and his body was cut open. Sasori took a IV bag full of the orange liquid and replaced the one already in Itachi's arm. Sasori tossed the empty bag into a biohazard bin and looked to his daughter. Okay Toka, we've pumped the body full of the preservative fluid for 6 days, now what do we do? Sasori said and Toka tapped her chin for a few seconds. Oh, I know, we start putting in weapons, Toka said excitedly and Sasori nodded. Very good honey, Sasori said, now put on your gloves and we'll get started. Toka nodded and ran over to another table where she put on an apron and some rubber gloves and walked back over. Okay sweetie, which one do you want to do first? Sasori asked and Toka smiled. I want to do the Senbon launcher in the mouth, Toka said and Sasori nodded. Very well then, Sasori said as he grabbed the Senbon launcher and some screws. Okay sweetie, lead the way, I'll help you if you get stuck. Toka nodded and went to a step stool by Itachi's head. Toka reached out and popped off the top off Itachi's head revealing the hollowed-out skull. Okay Mr. Itachi, please hold still, she said as she picked up the launcher and began to finesse it into Itachi's hollowed-out head. Sasori looked on as his daughter installed the weapon and smiled at the sight. They grow up so fast, he thought. Back with Naruto and the others. Naruto, Hinata and Fubuki waited for a few more minutes until they saw Tsunade walk up the road towards them. Tsunade walked up and spoke to them. No one has seen anyone matching the description of Utakata, Tsunade said and everyone sighed. How did your search go? It went okay, saw some sights, harassed some monks, Fubuki said and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You know the usual. Ah, what? Tsunade asked confused. Naruto tried to get some answers from some Buddhist monks, Hinata said and Tsunade looked at Naruto who was blushing in embarrassment. He didn't know about the vows of silence they take. He, yeah that was my bad, Naruto said and Tsunade's sweat dropped. My god you're dumb, Tsunade said and Naruto got a tick mark. Well then, since there is nothing for us here let's get moving, we can make it a few more miles north and set up camp. That way once the morning comes we can be near the next town, Tsunade said and everyone nodded. Alrighty then, let's get going, Naruto said as he and his group began walking north. Later that night, at camp, with Naruto. Naruto was sitting on a log near a fire as 3 tents were set up. Naruto volunteered to be first watch while Tsunade, Hinata and Fubuki all slept. Naruto was alone with his thoughts as he wondered what this Utakata guy would be like. Naruto has met 3 other Jinchuriki and their personalities due to their biju has varied. He's met Fu obviously since they're dating, Gaara and Yugito, and so far 2 of them have attempted to kill him. Fu obviously was by far the best one he met so far as not only did she befriend him but fell in love with him. Fu has a gentle and bubbly personality that was cultivated by Chome. While she lived a hard life she never became evil or cruel. Sure she did mercenary work and has killed several people, but she has never done it out of malice or pleasure. Yugito was kind of a middle ground as she did try to kill Naruto but forgave him. Sort of. Matabi was an aggressive biju that didn't hesitate to engage in combat or support Yugito in getting payback. However Yugito did not intentionally target innocent bystanders nor did she intend to hurt anyone except Naruto. The only reason her friend Samui tried to kill Kurenai was because Kurenai butted into the fight. Gaara however was a different story and the kind Naruto wouldn't want to meet. Gaara was ruthless, bloodthirsty and completely insane and if he and Naruto fought one of them would surely be dead by the end of the battle. This was in no doubt because of Shukaku's influence. The insanity from the biju no doubt turned Gaara into a killing machine who only wants battle and death. Naruto thought about everything inside. Best case scenario he's friendly like Fu, but hopefully he doesn't fall in love with me like her. Naruto thought with a chuckle. Second best is that he's like Yugito, not friendly but not trying to kill me. At least not anymore. Naruto clenched his fists as he thought about Gaara. Worst case scenario. If he's like Gaara, Naruto thought, I'll fight him and hopefully kill him, but I'll tell the others to go. No reason for them to die for me. Thinking hard over there, Fubuki said snapping Naruto out of his thought. Hey Fubuki, what are you doing up? Naruto asked as Fubuki walked over and sat down next to Naruto. Can't sleep, I don't sleep that much anyway, Fubuki said. What were you thinking about? Naruto sighed and spoke. About how finding Utakata will turn out, Naruto said. I just hope he isn't like Gaara. If he is I'll have to kill him before he kills us. Naruto then looked at Fubuki and spoke. Hypothetically, if I did have to fight him, would you let me fight him alone? He asked and Fubuki looked shocked. What? Hell no, I'd be there right beside you, Fubuki said and Naruto nodded. Even if I asked you to go, Naruto asked and Fubuki nodded. I'd still stay dummy, Fubuki said with an annoyed look. You know I like you, and I don't want anything to happen to you. I haven't even become one of your girlfriends yet either, and I'm not giving up on that, Fubuki said and Naruto blushed. Why do you like me anyway? Naruto asked. I mean, we've known each other for years for sure, but, why me? Fubuki looked at him and had a smile on her face. Simple, because you're a great guy, Fubuki said, and Naruto looked at her. You saved Fu and Karen from their villages and didn't ask for anything in return. When they confessed to you, you were worried about being able to love them equally. Any other guy who had more than one girlfriend would think that they were hot shit, but not you, Fubuki said. You just don't go after any girl with a nice rack or bats her eyelashes at you, you genuinely care about the girls and their feelings. I mean hell, you traveled across the water to help your girlfriend bring her master's body back without hesitation, Fubuki said. Yes, you do some bad things, but you are a good person deep down and you do what's right for those you love. Naruto, hearing this, looked at Fubuki and smiled. You know, it's funny, Fu, Karen, Haku. Their love is what I treasure the most, Naruto said. Money is money, it's something I need to live, but their love is something I can't live without. I guess you can say I'm greed for love, and I want all the love I can get, Naruto said, and Fubuki chuckled. Is that corny? No, Fubuki said as she reached over and gripped Naruto's hand. Naruto and Fubuki looked into each other's eyes and both of them leaned forward. Naruto and Fubuki both kissed each other for a few seconds before they both pulled away. I think it's sweet, and show you have a heart, she said, and Naruto chuckled. Well, I do technically have 4 of them, Naruto said, and Fubuki rolled her eyes. So are we a couple now? I believe so, Fubuki said, and Naruto smiled. Great, I'm glad to have you, and I'm sure Fu's going to be happy too, Naruto said, and Fubuki nodded. She's going to flip when she hears the news, Fubuki said, and Naruto nodded. Okay then, now I have something else to tell you, and please don't be shocked or mad, Naruto said, and Fubuki looked at him seriously. What is it? Fubuki asked seriously. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke. I found out about 2 weeks ago that Hinata likes me, Naruto said. Fubuki went wide-eyed and Naruto nodded. I know, shocking, right? Yes it is, Fubuki said, surprised. You are such an idiot, Naruto got a tick mark at this. Hey, Naruto said, insulted. I already knew that, dumbass, Fubuki said, making Naruto go wide-eyed. Haku knew it, Fu knows it too, so does Karen, Sakura, Mie, Toka, Kakuzu, and everyone else that has half a brain cell. How the hell could you not tell? Fubuki said. Hinata is as easy to read as an open book test. Well, I only saw her as Hinata, my long-lost childhood friend who I got skinned alive over, Naruto said. Not as Hinata, my long-lost childhood friend who loved me for God knows how many years and lived in agony at my absence. Naruto buried his face in his hands. Oh God. Why is this so difficult? I already have 4 girlfriends, so why is Hinata so different, he said, and Fubuki shrugged. I don't know, maybe you loved her all along, Fubuki said. Maybe Hinata was your first love and when you finally reunited you realized it. That makes too much sense to not be right, Naruto said as he dragged his hands down his face. Just then there was some beeping coming from Hinata's tent and they both heard yawning. The tent unzipped and Hinata got out wearing her chakra armor bodysuit as pajamas and rubbing her eyes. Okay Naruto, I'm on watch now, Hinata said as she opened her eyes. Oh Fubuki, you're up, did you have a good sleep? Fubuki nodded and spoke. Yeah, she stammered before reaching for Naruto's hand. Me and Naruto have officially became a couple. Hinata hearing this went wide-eyed. Oh, well, that's great to hear, Hinata said, slightly saddened. Fubuki seeing this got up and walked over. Yeah, but now I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, Fubuki said before she leaned in hugging Hinata and whispered in Hinata's ear. You might wanna confess now while you're alone. Hinata went wide-eyed and blushed as she realized Fubuki knew about her feeling towards Naruto. Okay then, good night you two, Fubuki said as she entered her tent and zipped it up. Naruto and Hinata were both alone and blushing as they looked at each other. So, Hinata. Naruto stammered out as Hinata looked at him. Why yes Naruto, Hinata said awkwardly as she poked her fingers together. Naruto looked at how bashful Hinata was being and began to feel tight in his chest. I just want to say, Naruto stuttered out as Hinata looked at him. Have a good shift, I really appreciate and care about you, he said quickly. Hinata was about to speak until Naruto rushed forward and gave her a big hug. Why you're doing a really good job, he stuttered as he went to his tent. See you in the morning, nighty night. Naruto got into his tent and collapsed onto his bed. Aw man, stupid, Naruto thought as he hit his fists against his head. Why did I chicken out? She's probably feeling super bad right now. In Naruto's thinking I'm doing a good job, Hinata thought with a blush and a smile. He appreciates what I'm doing. Hinata turned around and sat by the fire summoning out her bow and looking around. I won't let Naruto down, he believes in me, Hinata thought with determination. I will watch over everyone and ensure no harm comes. Damn it, things were just getting good, Tsunade thought sitting in her tent, sipping sake and hearing everything that just happened for the past 10 minutes. I wonder when Naruto and Hinata will end this whole, will they, won't they thing. If this was a soap opera I'd totally ship them. Tsunade took one final sip of sake and laid down. Damn, looks like I'll have to wait a little longer, she thought before closing her eyes. The next day, with Naruto, Tsunade, Hinata and Fubuki. Naruto and the others walked down the road towards another village in their search for Utakata. Naruto looked over to Hinata with a slight blush on his face. So Hinata, how was your watch last night? He asked and Hinata looked at him. It went well, I was alert all night, Hinata said with a smile. I wouldn't let anything harm you, Lady Tsunade or Fubuki. Thanks Hinata, I appreciate it, Naruto said before looking away. Damn it. So Lady Tsunade, where are we heading to next? Fubuki said and Tsunade looked at her map. We will be arriving at a place called Tsuchigumo village, Tsunade said. It's near Mount Katsuragi and is home to the Tsuchigumo clan, a clan that was allied with Konoha. Naruto and Hinata went wide-eyed at this and spoke. What, you're taking us to a village that's allied with Konoha, or you're crazy, Naruto shouted before Tsunade bonked him on the head. Stop shouting you idiot, Tsunade said as Naruto nursed his bump and Hinata checked his head. I said, was allied with Konoha. Since sensei is dead the treaty is pretty much dead, also along with that there is only like 10 to 20 members or so, Tsunade said, if we do have to fight, you, me and Fubuki can handle them no problem. Tsunade looked at Hinata. I'm sure Hinata here wouldn't want any unnecessary killing, she said with a reassuring smile and Hinata nodded. I'll only use violence as a last resort, Hinata said and the others nodded. Okay then, let's check this place out, Naruto said as they continued down the road. 3 hours later, Tsuchigumo village. Naruto and the other all walked through the gates of Tsuchigumo village and looked around. This village was very small, even smaller than the village in Wave Country. There were multiple buildings and stalls selling everything from trinkets to fresh produce, but other than that the village looked very small and poor. Wow, this place is pretty small, Naruto said as he looked around. This village looks like maybe 1,000 people live here. Yeah, I'm not keeping my hopes up for this place, Fubuki said as she looked around. Come on you two, we haven't even looked yet, Hinata said and Tsunade nodded. She's right, let's look around, Tsunade said. Naruto, with me, we'll head to the market. Hinata and Fubuki, go check any bars or restaurants for any information. With Naruto and Tsunade. Okay, 1 apple, 1 orange, a bag of beef jerky and a bottle of watermelon juice, a vendor said to Naruto as he and Tsunade stopped by a stall. That will be 856 ryo please. Damn, this place is cheap, Naruto said as he pulled out his wallet and opened it and began to fish for money. Tsunade looked down at Naruto's wallet and looked at it. It was a Kamen Rider wallet and Tsunade spoke. A Kamen Rider wallet, Tsunade said and Naruto looked to her while handing the vendor the money. What's wrong with it? Naruto asked and Tsunade shrugged. Nothing, just never thought I'd see someone with as much money as you have a wallet like that, Tsunade said and Naruto grabbed his bag of produce and began to walk away with her. It was a gift from Mie, for my 10th birthday, Naruto said and Tsunade nodded. She saw it in town and bought it for me, I've been using it ever since. I may have money but that doesn't mean I waste it on designer cloths or other useless crap, Naruto said as he and Tsunade walked through the crowd. I like things with sentimental value, not monetary value. Tsunade smiled at this. Well, it's nice to know where your priorities are, she said. Besides, I only spend money on the girls, Naruto said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow. Me and Fu have a manga collection. Karen likes to play video games with her sister and me and Haku likes to garden and make the house look nice. Hey, now with Fubuki as one of my girlfriends I'm gonna have to keep up with her chocolate addiction, Naruto said with a chuckle. They get me stuff too, collectibles, trinkets, heck Fu likes to polish my leather jacket so it lasts longer. Naruto touched his jacket and despite it being over 5 years old at that point it still looked good. It's the little things that matter the most, he said. Naruto turned his head to the side and saw another stall. Speaking of little things, Naruto said as he walked over, there was a stall filled with hundreds of handmade jewelry. There were jade necklaces, rings, silver lockets and earrings and even wooden object too. Naruto walked up and saw a girl also looking at the stall. Excuse me miss, mind if I get by? Naruto asked the girl. The girl turned and looked at him. She had wavy blonde hair, fair skin and green eyes. She wore a violet kimono top with a black obi, black shorts with a skirt covering it, violet arm warmers and black sandals. Naruto looked at her and thought she looked kind of cute. Oh, Sorry about that, the girl said as she looked towards Naruto and Tsunade. Huh. Never seen them here before, probably mother and son passing through. The girl looked at Naruto and cocked an eyebrow. Wonder why he's covering his mouth with that mask, she thought. Hey buddy, before I buy, can I ask you something? Naruto said as he pulled out the sketch of Utakata and held it open towards the vendor. Have you seen a guy named Utakata around here? The vendor looked at the sketch and shook his head. Sorry kid, he's not local, if he was I'd recognize him, the vendor said. Tsunade was looking on and studied the vendor's body language. He was calm and speaking evenly, so he was telling the truth. However, she then looked over to the blonde girl and saw something that piqued her interest. The girl was wide-eyed and looking away from Naruto. She held her groceries close to her chest and her fingers began to tremble. Damn really, crud, Naruto said as he held his head down. Naruto looked around and found a jade butterfly necklace and picked it up. I'll take this, I'm sure Fu would like it. Naruto then looked over to the girl and spoke, and I'll buy her something too, for cutting in line, he said, and the girl went wide-eyed. No, it's okay, I should get going, the girl said. Oh come on Hotaru, the boy's being nice, the vendor said. One butterfly necklace and one wooden spider ring, 2500 ryo for the necklace and 500 for the ring. Man, I love how cheap everything is here, Naruto said as he pulled out some money and handed it to the vendor. The vendor took the money and gave Naruto the jewelry. Here you go Hotaru, have a great day, Naruto said as he handed her the ring. Hotaru took the ring and smiled. Thank you sir, you're too kind, Hotaru said as she bowed and left. Naruto was smiling with a hint of happiness as he and Tsunade began to walk away. Look at that, I just made her day, Naruto said as he turned to Tsunade. Naruto saw the look on Tsunade's face as it was laser focused on Hotaru, who was hurrying away from the area. What is it? The way she reacted to the picture and you saying, Utakata, Tsunade said, she knows something. We should tail her, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Okay, lead the way, Naruto said as they both disappeared into the crowd. Hotaru left the marketplace and began to run as fast as she could to the eastern village gate. I have to warn Lord Utakata, she thought as she rushed through the gates and out into the countryside. 10 miles east of the village, with Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto and Tsunade were running through a forest, hopping from tree to tree as they were following Hotaru's trail. As they ran through the trees, Naruto was looking around for anything suspicious. Dang, that girl moves fast, Naruto said. I guess trying to save a friend really puts a pep in your step. Yeah, most definitely lit a fire under her ass, Tsunade said as she ran beside Naruto. As they both jumped to another branch, Naruto and Tsunade saw something coming towards them. It was two bubbles floating in the air. Huh, bubbles, Naruto said as he reached out and was about to poke it. Tsunade went wide-eyed and shouted. Naruto, don't, Tsunade shouted as she pushed him away before jumping to the ground. Both bubbles exploded, blowing the tree branch into splinters. Tsunade landed and Utakata ran out from behind a tree going through hand signs. Water style. Wild water wave, Utakata shot a stream of high-powered water at Tsunade, who put her hands together like a spear point. The water hit her hands and spread off into two different directions before dying down. Tsunade, now soaking wet, looked at Utakata, who spoke. I'm not joining you, you can forget it, Utakata said. I will not be a slave to Yagura anymore. Calm down, damn it, Tsunade shouted as she raised her hands. I'm Tsunade Senju, I'm here on a mission. Utakata hearing this went wide-eyed. He was no fool, there was no way he could take on a Sannin. Materumi is now the Mizukage. Yagura has been dead for a while now, Tsunade said. Please, all I want to do is talk. How do I know you are telling the truth? Utakata said. Tsunade sighed and Utakata blinked for a split second. The next thing he knew, Tsunade tapped her finger on his forehead and smirked. If I wanted to kill or capture you, I would have done so already, she said, and Utakata gulped. I see, Utakata said. Well then, let's go and get Hotaru and head back to my home. Just then there was a loud scream and both Tsunade and Utakata looked over. That was Hotaru. Come on, he said as they both ran over. 1 minute prior, with Naruto. Naruto fell to the ground hard as Tsunade pushed him off of the tree branch he was on. As he hit the ground, the bubbles exploded and shoot the area. Holy hell, Naruto shouted as he jumped to the side as wooden shards rained down. As Naruto got to his feet, he heard rustling next to him and turned just in time to see Hotaru jump out of the bushes with her fist cocked back. I got you now, she shouted as she threw a punch. Naruto in a panic hardened his body as Hotaru's punch connected with his cheek. There was a loud crack and Naruto's head was cocked to the side. Naruto felt no pain and turned his head and nearly gagged at what he saw. Hotaru's arm was broken about 3 inches below her wrist as her bone was popping out and her hand was dangling. Her bone did not break through the skin and Hotaru looked at it. Naruto knew that punching him with his hardened body was the equivalent to punching a brick wall. People like Kakuzu, Tsunade, Zabuza and Sasori could do it easily, while Fu, Haku and Hinata could do it with a little difficulty. But to those like Karen, Sakura or anyone else that isn't proficient in taijutsu, the results will be devastating if they hit him barehanded. Hotaru looked at her broken arm, and as the adrenaline wore off she began to breathe heavily and screamed at the top of her lungs as the pain registered to her head. My arm, Hotaru shouted and Naruto panicked. Holy shit, sit down, Naruto shouted as he grabbed Hotaru and sat her down on the ground and looked at her arm. Oh man. Tsunade, get over here, Naruto shouted. He didn't have to wait long as Tsunade and Yudikata ran up and Yudikata went wide-eyed. Kami above, Yudikata said in a panic as he ran up and knelt beside Hotaru. Hotaru, what happened, are you okay? Hotaru had tears running down her face and spoke. I punched him in the face like you taught me, but when I hit him I broke my arm, Hotaru said in between gasps for air. What? Yudikata shouted as he looked at Naruto who spoke. It was my body hardening technique, it hardens my body using earth chakra, Naruto said trying to defend himself. I put it on out of reflex, I'm sorry. She essentially punched a brick wall full force with her fist. If I didn't use it I'd probably be knocked out by now, Naruto said. I'll deal with you later, Yudikata said and Naruto nodded. Lady Tsunade, can you help her? Tsunade nodded and got down onto her knee and looked to Hotaru. Tsunade smiled at Hotaru. Let me see your arm, okay? Tsunade said and Hotaru nodded. Tsunade gently took her arm and looked at it. Displaced about 3 inches below the wrist. I'm going to have to set it and then splint it. Once I do that I can heal it, Tsunade said and Yudikata and Naruto nodded. Naruto, go get 2 long pieces of wood and come back here, I'm going to need your threads. Okay, I'll be right back, Naruto said as he got up and began to look around. Aw man, I just broke the poor girl's arm, she may have attacked me but she didn't deserve that. Oh man, this sucks, Naruto thought. 3 hours later, Yudikata's house, with Naruto, Tsunade, Hinata, Fubuki, Yudikata and Hotaru. Naruto, Hinata, Fubuki and Yudikata were all in the sitting area waiting for Tsunade and Hotaru to come out of the other room. As they waited Yudikata was glaring daggers at Naruto for good reason. Naruto was looking down at the floor awkwardly as he tried to not make eye contact. Okay. So he's not the friendliest guy in the world, but he hasn't tried to kill me yet, he thought. Naruto cleared his throat and spoke. So exploding bubbles, that's kind of cool, how do you do it? Naruto asked nervously. How about I show you and blow your head off? Yudikata said and Naruto winced. I'm all Hotaru has and she wants to be a ninja. If her dream is destroyed because of a broken arm, Yudikata got up and got into Naruto's face. I'll see to it that you pay. Personally, Yudikata said with anger and Naruto nervously chuckled. Oh man, I fucked up, Naruto thought. Please, Mr. Yudikata, I can assure you that Naruto didn't mean to hurt her, Hinata said making Yudikata look at her. Naruto may be a mercenary, but he's also a kind person, he would never hurt anyone out of malice. Yudikata looked at Hinata and was about to speak when he heard a voice in his head. You'd be wise to listen to her, the Rokubi said in Yudikata's mind. I can tell that her words are honest and heartfelt, do not hate the boy for an honest mistake. Yudikata sighed and sat back in his seat. Very well, I'll take your word on it, Yudikata said making Hinata smile before turning back to Naruto, but I will not forget this that easily, and you must apologize to Hotaru. I will do that as soon as I see her, Naruto said. It's okay, I forgive you, Hotaru said coming out of a room with Tsunade and her arm wrapped in bandages but seemingly fixed. Lady Tsunade told me about you and I know that you are not a malicious person. Oh yeah, what did she say? Naruto said and Hotaru spoke. That you are, slightly stupid, ill-mannered, you curses a lot, are troublemaker, hard-headed, possibly dyslexic and a polygamist, Hotaru said and Naruto got a tick mark and both Hinata and Fubuki chuckled and Yudikata raised an eyebrow at the polygamist part. But you are also a well-meaning, honest person who cared about others, Hotaru said and Naruto looked at Tsunade. You couldn't lead with those things first, Naruto said and Tsunade shrugged. Okay, screw it, let's just do what we came here to do. Both Hotaru and Tsunade nodded and walked over. Hotaru sat down next to Yudikata while Tsunade sat next to Hinata. Okay, so here's the deal. Yagura is dead and gone, there is a new Mizukage named Maid Terumi and Kiri, Naruto said and Yudikata nodded. Our mission is to try and convince you to come back to Kiri and take up a position to become the village's Jinchuriki again, Naruto said and Yudikata nodded. And why should I go back? I'm a deserter, Yudikata said looking at Naruto. I abandoned the village because of what I was forced to do in the war, I don't want to be used like a weapon again. Naruto nodded and spoke. I know how you feel, Naruto said. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I was treated like shit by my village and was seen as nothing more than a living weapon. Hotaru hearing this was shocked, but Utakata was unfazed. I knew you were a Jinchuriki, the Rokubi told me he sensed it inside you, Utakata said. There is nothing you can do that can surprise me. Naruto chuckled at this and stood up. Wanna bet, he said. Naruto took off his mask, jacket and his shirt, revealing his face and body, making both Utakata and Hotaru go wide-eyed. This is the result of Konoha torturing me for being friends with her, Naruto said as he pointed to Hinata. Hinata took off her helmet, revealing the trademark eyes of the Hyuga clan. I'm Hinata Hyuga, former heiress of the Hyuga clan. I'm listed as MIA, Hinata said. Naruto was tortured for associating with me, my clansman did that to him. When I found out he was alive, I ran away with him. Her clan skinned me alive for hours, Naruto said as he sat back down. If you want to see something worse, we can head into the next room. Below the belt it looks even worse. I was 6 when it happened, Naruto said, and Hotaru was horrified. Utakata was speechless at this. He knew Jinchuriki were despised, but to attack one, a child no less. Utakata clenched his fist at this as anger rose to the surface. Before he could speak, Hotaru spoke up. Oh my goodness, Hotaru said as she got up and gave Naruto a hug, surprising Hinata and Fubuki. I'm sorry to hear that, it sounds so terrible. Naruto was wide-eyed at how she just hugged him. A few hours ago he broke her arm and now she's hugging him, and to make it even more strange, Naruto hasn't even put on his shirt yet. Upon breaking the hug, Hotaru spoke. I feel your pain, Naruto, she said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Hotaru turned around and opened her shirt and allowed it to drop enough to see her back. Naruto and company saw that there was an implant in middle of her back. It was like a purple sphere in the middle of her back with several veins going towards it. I was implanted this when I was younger, and I never wished to use it, she said. What the hell is that thing? Fubuki asked, and Hotaru spoke. It's a weapon for a powerful jutsu, enough power to destroy an entire village, Hotaru said as she pulled her shirt back on and covered herself, and I never want it to fall in the wrong hands. I have been training her in how to become a ninja, Utakata said. So far she's about genin level but has no combat experience and has only sparred with me. Well, you better get her up to speed, because we have something else to tell you, Fubuki said, and both Utakata and Hotaru looked at the group in worry. There is a group called the Akatsuki. They are hunting down Biju and Jinchuriki, Naruto said, dropping the bomb on Utakata. They are all S-rank ninja. They came after me a few weeks ago, killed one of my friends, Zabuza Momochi. Utakata hearing this went wide-eyed. Zabuza. The Zabuza, Utakata said. He was the leader of Kiri's Anbu and a master swordsman. He was killed. Naruto nodded at this and spoke. Yeah, and we killed one in return, Itachi Uchiha, Naruto said, and both Utakata and Hotaru were floored hearing this. Look, I'm not trying to scare you, but if you won't come back with me, at least hear my warning, Naruto said. They are hunting you down, and these guys are strong as hell. It took an S-class ninja and another Jinchuriki to take Itachi down. Really, who? Utakata said, and Tsunade spoke. Sasori of the Red Sand and Yugito Ni of Kumo, Tsunade said. I wasn't there for it, but I saw the evidence. Itachi Uchiha is dead. Wait, so you have another Jinchuriki in your group? Hotaru asked, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, but not Yugito. She was trying to kill me for ruining her life, Naruto said, making everyone's sweat drop. Her name is Fu. She's one of my girlfriends and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Utakata hearing all this was at an impasse. He could either go back to Kiri and be a weapon again, or stay put and wait for the Akatsuki to come. He was trying to decide what was best for both him and Hotaru. I don't know, he began, until there was banging at the door. Lord Utakata, it's an emergency, came a voice. Naruto put his cloths and mask back on while Hinata put her helmet back on. Utakata ran over and opened the door, revealing the vendor of the jewelry stand. Oh, thank God you're here, he said. Hey, Naruto shouted as he got to his feet and pointed. You lying sack for shit. You did know him, I should kick your ass. Naruto began to march forward until Tsunade and Fubuki grabbed a hold of him. Naruto, shut up, Utakata shouted. What's going on? To the west, in Shimazu village, the renegades are back and raiding the village. There's maybe 100 of them, the man said. They are killing, looting and raping. We need your help. Who are these renegades? Tsunade said as she walked over. Holdouts from Yagura's army, Utakata said as he ran to his room and grabbed his bubble pipe and his ninja tools. These guys don't know that the war is over, they just go around robbing and hurting people. Hotaru, with me, gather your gear, Utakata said, and Hotaru nodded as she ran to her room. Utakata looked at Naruto and his group. I know I have no right to ask this, but please help me. If you do, I'll head back with you and speak to the Mizukage, Utakata said, and Naruto nodded. I'm no stranger to getting my hands dirty, Naruto said as he took off his jacket and threw it on a seat. Let's kill these fuckers, lead the way. Utakata nodded as Hotaru came back into the room with her kunai pouch and shuriken holster. Follow me, Utakata said as he, Naruto and the others all ran out of the house and headed west to help out the village in need. Chapter 42. With Naruto, Utakata, Tsunade, Hinata, Fubuki and Hotaru. Naruto and the others were all running west to reach the village that they were told was being attacked. As they ran along the road, Naruto turned to Utakata and spoke. So you said these guys are Yagura holdouts, Naruto said, and Utakata nodded. Have you ever seen these guys before? Has there been any other attacks? A few in the surrounding area, Utakata said. Most of the time it was squad-sized units, 4 to 5 men. Once I took on a platoon of 20, but this is different. I don't know if he was accurate with the number, but 100. That is a massive problem, Utakata said, and Naruto and the other nodded. The group ran further down the road and they saw the sky was turning red. Dawn, Hotaru said as she looked at her watch, but it's only midnight. That's not the sun, girly, Fubuki said, and Hotaru looked at her. As the group got to the top of a hill, Hotaru saw what Fubuki was talking about. Off in the distance was Shimazu village completely engulfed in fire. There were shouts and screams coming from the burning village. My Kami, Hotaru said, holding her hand to her mouth. Hinata also looked on in shock as she has never seen anything like this. The invasion of Konoha seemed smaller and more tamed compared to the destruction she was seeing. She looked to the side at the other and wasn't even surprised. Naruto, Utakata, Tsunade and Fubuki all looked on with scowls of anger, not looks of fear. They have all seen something like this before and they were not as disturbed as Hinata and Hotaru. Sons of bitches, Tsunade said, clenching her fists before turning to Hinata. Hinata, use your Byakugan and scan the village, try to get an accurate number. Why yes, Lady Tsunade, Hinata said before making a hand sign. Byakugan, Hinata's Byakugan activated and she looked at the village and began searching. It was total pandemonium as civilians and shinobi were running around in a frenzy of killing and looting. Hinata tried to focus on the larger chakra signatures since those were more likely to be shinobi. After about a minute, Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and spoke. I counted 87 high chakra signatures, so that mean there are for sure 87 ninja, she said. And that leaves an unknown number of lower skilled ninja, Naruto said as he looked at the village. Alright then, let's get to work. Hinata should go with Fubuki so they can watch each other's backs, Naruto said, and Fubuki walked over to Hinata and wrapped her arm around her. I'll wear her like underwear, Naruto, Fubuki said. I'll fly above the village with her and provide overwatch. And I'll use my bow to provide sniper support, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. I'll head in from the southern part of the village, Tsunade said as she took off her haori and threw it aside. I can handle myself. I'll go in from the north with Hotaru, Utakata said, and Hotaru nodded. Hotaru then had a thought and spoke up. Wait, who's Naruto going with? Hotaru asked, and Naruto looked at her and smiled. I'm going by myself straight up the middle, Naruto said as he took off his shirt and threw it aside, revealing the 3 masks on his back. It'll be better if you guys aren't near me when I fight. I'll be fine, this isn't my first rodeo, Naruto said as he began walking towards the village. Although this will be my first time saving a village rather than taking one over. Okay then, let go and save the village, Tsunade said as she ran to the south while Utakata and Hotaru ran to the north. Okay Hinata, Fubuki said as she activated her wings and took out a harness. Put this on. Okay, Hinata said as she put her legs through the leg holes before pulling it up and putting her arms through the arm holes. Hinata finished it by connecting it at her chest with a latch and pulling out any slack. Okay, I'm ready. Alright then, Fubuki said as she went right up against Hinata's back and connected herself to Hinata before activating her wings. Let's fly. Fubuki took off into the air and with Hinata and Fubuki. Hinata and Fubuki were both in the air flying above the burning village looking around. Hinata was using her Byakugan to scan the area and Hinata looked to her right towards a large rice paddy. Over there to our right, Hinata said as she brought out her bow. There are villagers escaping to the east with enemy ninja following them. Copy that, banking right, Fubuki said as she flew to the right and away from the village to the rice field. Hinata looking down saw roughly 100 villagers running through the rice paddy while being chased by 20 ninja. The ninja began to throw shuriken and kunai at the civilians, cutting them down. Hinata immediately went into actions and loaded a high explosive arrow. Arrow ready, Hinata said as she pulled back the bowstring and aimed at the ninja down below. Hinata let go of the bowstring and the arrow shot down towards the earth. Shot. About 2 seconds passed until an explosion echoed through the air. Hit, 2 down, Hinata said as she took out 2 ninja at once. Hinata pulled out another explosive arrow as she looked down at the remaining Kiri ninja who were looking around confused. Hinata pulled back her bowstring and aimed. Arrow set, she said before releasing the bowstring. Shot. Another 2 seconds passed by before an explosion happened and Fubuki began to chuckle. Holy shit, I think that guy got blown to pieces, she said. They're running, Hinata said pointing as the remaining 17 enemy ninja began to run north. They're heading north. Cowards. Running away whenever someone fights back, Fubuki said as flew towards the escaping ninja. Fubuki reaching behind her back and into her pouch grabbing a scroll with red markings around the edges and handed it to Hinata. Open it when I say so. Okay, Hinata said as she and Fubuki flew over the group of fleeing ninja when they were at the right spot. Fubuki spoke. Open it now, Fubuki said and Hinata opened the scroll. A puff of smoke appeared and dozens of red-colored grenades fell out of the scroll down towards the fleeing ninja. Hinata was looking with her Byakugan as the grenades impacted the earth and the results were devastating. The grenades were incendiary and they exploded into a firestorm hitting the remaining ninja. The ninja were on fire dancing and flailing around as they tried to extinguish the flames. Hinata readied her bow with a normal arrow but Fubuki spoke. Don't shoot, let them burn, she said. Hinata hesitated for a moment as she looked down to the burning ninja and she begrudgingly put her arrow away. Fubuki seeing this knew Hinata wanted to put them out of their misery, but in Fubuki's eyes they deserved every minute of suffering. Let go somewhere else, Fubuki said as she peeled off to the left back to the village. With Naruto. Naruto was running up the main road towards the village as he planned on doing a direct assault on the enemy. As he entered the village he heard screaming and saw a squad of 4 ninja holding down a woman. They were ripping and tearing her cloths off as she tried to fight them off and one of the ninja shouted. Hold still woman, a ninja said from behind his mask, you're making this a lot. He didn't get to finish his sentence as something grabbed and pulled him away shocking both the woman and his comrades. Naruto sent his arm out using his threads to control it and grab onto the ninja. Naruto pulled back his arm with the ninja flying through the air towards Naruto. Naruto hardened his body while cocking back his fist and threw a punch towards the ninja as he flew closer. Naruto's hardened fist slammed into the ninja's face cracking his skull and killing him instantly. Naruto's arm reattached itself to him and Naruto threw the now dead ninja to the side. Hey you bastards, let that woman go, Naruto shouted at the 3 remaining ninja. The 3 ninja were stunned and the woman found an opportunity to escape as she got up and ran away. Naruto scowled as he made a hand sign and his gold rings and bracelets turned into gold dust before turning into his gold knife. Fine, if you won't come to me, I'm coming to you, he shouted as he rushed forward. The 3 ninja snapped out of their shock and got up taking out some kunai and charging towards Naruto. The first ninja ran up to Naruto and slashed at him with his kunai. Naruto brought up his dagger and blocked the slash as the second ninja approached and sent a thrust towards Naruto. Naruto grabbed the first ninja's arm holding the kunai and pulled him across him. The second ninja proceeded to stab his own comrade in the neck by accident and Naruto took this opportunity to send a stab of his own. Naruto drove his gold dagger into the ninja's temple piercing his brain and killing him. The last ninja was a few feet away and Naruto pulled out his dagger from the ninja's skull and threw it at the last one. The dagger went into the last ninja's eye socket piercing his brain and killing him. Naruto walked over to the ninja and pulled his dagger out and was about to move on when he heard gurgling. The ninja that was stabbed in the neck was on the ground holding his throat and Naruto groaned in annoyance. Naruto reached out and grabbed a discarded kunai and threw it at the wounded ninja hitting him in the chest killing him. Shut the hell up, Naruto said before continuing into the village. Naruto ran to the center of the village and as he did so more enemy ninja saw him and began to chase him. Naruto seeing more and more enemy ninja beginning to follow him smiled as he reached the center of the village. About 50 enemy ninja now surrounded Naruto and he looked around. Whoa, this is a lot of them, he thought, but if they're here then that means they're not killing and looting, hopefully that gives any survivors time to escape. Naruto looked at the enemy ninja and saw their varying array of weapons. The enemy ninja were armed with a varying degree of weapons from kunai and swords to spears and hatchets. Naruto seeing he was surrounded and smiled. Well, this should give me a little bit of a challenge, Naruto said as his threads began to come undone. Naruto's threads came out of his limbs, back and mouth wiggling like tendrils making the surrounding Kiri ninja back up in fear as they saw Naruto. One Kiri ninja swallowed hard, walked forward and spoke. Look boys, we got some kind of bloodline freak here, the Kiri ninja said with bravado. He's no different than all the others we killed. The other Kiri ninja hearing this all began to murmur in agreement and got ready to attack. Let's kill this bastard and, the Kiri ninja began but never got to finish. Naruto shot out his threads from his mouth at the Kiri ninja while he was busy spearing and his threads wrapped around him making him look like a mummy. Naruto used his threads to light the struggling man into the air, holding him above everyone. Naruto tightened the threads as tight as he could in a second and shredded the man into pieces as he fell down to the ground as a sludge. All the Kiri ninja backed up in fear and looked at Naruto. Naruto's red-slitted eyes looked back at them and he spoke, less talking. More dying, Naruto said before he charged ahead at the frightened Kiri ninja who then charged Naruto themselves. With Tsunade. Tsunade was moving through her side of the village looking for any enemy ninja. As she rounded the corner of a street she saw 2 rogue Kiri ninja raiding a small store. The ninja were piling food, water and other things onto scrolls before sealing the items inside. Tsunade looked to the ground and saw 2 dead civilians, a man and a woman. The man was dead by a cut to the neck while the woman had 2 kunai in her back. Tsunade seeing this shouted to the 2 ninja up ahead. "Hey, you 2 come over here and fight me," Tsunade shouted and both ninja looked at her. "Who the hell is this chick?" one of the ninjas said and the other took out his sword and spoke. "Who cares, let's just kill her and get going," the other ninja said as he charged towards Tsunade while wielding his sword. "You picked a stupid time to act brave, lady." The ninja swung his sword at Tsunade who merely raised a single finger. Tsunade stopped the sword with her finger and both ninja went wide-eyed. "You picked a stupid time to attack a village," Tsunade shouted as she threw a punch at the ninja. Tsunade's punch connected with his head and the force of the blow shattered his head and exploded it. The ninja's blood and brains splattered the walls of a nearby building and Tsunade walked forwards to the other ninja who was frozen in place. Wait, we can talk this out and," the ninja began before Tsunade grabbed him by the neck and held him. "Talk it out. You murdered these poor people," Tsunade hissed and the ninja began to cry. I don't want to die," he begged. "Neither did they," Tsunade said. Tsunade flattened her palm into a spear hand and placed her fingers onto the ninja's chest. Tsunade slowly began to push her hand into the mon's chest, tearing apart his muscles and splitting his rib cage. The ninja gasped, engaged in pain as Tsunade pushed her hand in before finding what she was looking for. Tsunade felt the beating of the mon's heart and she put her hand around it. With a quick squeeze Tsunade crushed the organ to pulp as the man's eyes widened upon his death. Tsunade pulled her hand out of the man's chest and wiped the blood on his cloths before dropping him. Tsunade was about to leave until she heard a noise and turned. Tsunade saw that lying next to some more goods was a girl no more than 6 or 7 bound, gagged and scared out of her mind. Tsunade ran over and kneeled down next to her. It's okay, I got you now," she said. Tsunade used a kunai from one of the dead ninja to cut the ropes binding the girl and took the gag out of her mouth. "Are you okay, sweetie? Do you?" The girl ignored Tsunade and ran over to the 2 dead store owners. "Mommy, Daddy," the girl screamed as she began to cry over her dead parents. Tsunade seeing this felt her heart break but steeled herself and walked over to the girl, picking her up and carrying her. Shush, it's going to be okay now," Tsunade said softly, trying to comfort the girl. "Let me get you somewhere safe." Tsunade began to run with her girl back to the edge of the village so that she'd be safe as Tsunade and the others continued to mop up. With Utakata and Hotaru. Utakata and Hotaru were both fighting against a group of 20 rogue Kiri ninja. Utakata put his bubble pipe to his lips and began to blow out a stream of bubbles towards a group of ninja on a roof. The bubbles hit the roof and it exploded, killing 2 ninja and wounding several others with shrapnel. Several ninja threw shuriken and kunai at Utakata in an attempt to kill him. Utakata was about to defend himself but Hotaru got in front of him, going through hand signs. Water style. Wild water wave. Hotaru shot a powerful stream of water from her mouth at the oncoming kunai and shuriken. Hotaru's water jutsu knocked the projectiles out of the air and ended up hitting one of the ninja who threw it. "Thank you, Hotaru, that was much appreciated," Utakata said as he looked to the side and saw a fire hydrant. Utakata launched a bubble at it and the fire hydrant exploded and water began to shoot out of the ground. Utakata began to go through hand signs until he stopped. Water style. Water vortex jutsu. Utakata launched a water vortex towards the ninja and one of them rushed forward going through hand signs. Water style. Water wall. The ninja used the water on the ground to form a water wall to protect himself and his comrades. The water vortex hit the water wall and the result was both jutsu nulling each other. Utakata expected this and he and Hotaru rushed forward towards the rogue ninja to engage them in close combat. Upon closing the distance Utakata went through hand signs again. Water style. Water bullets. Utakata fired a volley of water bullets at the ninja and several were hit and were knocked down. Hotaru took out a kunai and rushed towards a rogue ninja who was the furthest away from the larger group. The ninja saw Hotaru and took out a kunai himself and ran towards her. The ninja swung his kunai at Hotaru who brought up her kunai to defend herself. The 2 kunai clanged against each other and Hotaru followed up with a low kick to the ninja's testicles just like how Utakata taught her. Hotaru's kick hit the ninja in the nuts and broke his defenses. Hotaru used her free hand to hit the ninja's wrist, knocking the kunai out of his hand, disarming him. The rogue ninja, now disarmed, balled up his fist and threw a punch at Hotaru. Hotaru ducked under the punch and thrusted her kunai into the monk's arm. The ninja screamed as he grabbed his arm, and Hotaru followed up with an uppercut to the ninja's chin, knocking his head up. Hotaru finished her assault by jumping into the air and spinning around. Hotaru delivered a spinning kick to the ninja's head, knocking him out before landing. Hotaru looked down at the unconscious ninja and smiled as she defeated her first enemy. Suddenly there was an explosion behind her and she turned around and saw Utakata fighting the remaining rogue ninja. She counted 10 in total, meaning that half of the ninja were either dead or unconscious. Hotaru took out a 2 more kunai and rushed over to help her sensei as their fight went on. With Naruto. Naruto ran towards a group of ninja and extended his right arm holding his gold dagger, using his threads to swing his arm like a whip towards a group of rogue Kiri ninja. "Get down!" one of the rogue ninja shouted as he fell down to the ground as Naruto's arm holding his dagger flew over his head. Some of his comrades were fast and ducked along with him. However, 3 of the ninja were not as fast and the dagger hit them. One was fully decapitated, one had his throat cut, and the last one got the left side of his chest sliced open, cutting his lung and heart, mortally wounding him as Naruto's hand returned to him. "Fucking hell, kill this bastard," a rogue ninja shouted as he and several others began to go through hand signs, water style, water bullets. The ninja and his friends all fired water bullets at Naruto as he ran towards them. Naruto put his arms in front of himself as the water bullets hit. Naruto put his hands down, revealing that the jutsu was basically useless against his hardened body. Naruto, gripping his dagger, slashed a ninja across the gut, disemboweling him. A ninja came in from Naruto's left side and swung his sword down at Naruto. Naruto raised his arm and the sword hit his arm, shattering. Naruto sent a kick towards the ninja's chest, sending him flying into another ninja and both crashing into a building. Naruto morphed his gold dagger into a knuckle duster and rushed towards a heavily armored ninja holding a mace. The ninja swung his club at Naruto and Naruto ducked under the mace before delivering a punch to the ninja's gut. The ninja coughed up his breath but wasn't taken out of the fight. The ninja used the pummel of his mace to hit Naruto in the back. Naruto, despite using his body-hardening jutsu, still felt the hit and coughed out a little blood. Naruto gritted his teeth and sent his threads from his hand into the ninja's body. The ninja screamed in pain and Naruto, using his threads, swung the ninja around and knocked him into several of his comrades before throwing him into a building. 3 ninja took out some kunai with exploding tags and threw them at Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, ran as fast as he could as he dodged the explosion before stopping and quickly going through hand signs, fire style, magistic flame jutsu. Naruto fired a stream of fire at the 3 ninjas, setting them on fire. "This isn't cutting it," Naruto thought. "I'm gonna have to bust them out." Naruto began to groan as the 3 masks on his back all began to move and twist before popping out of his back. Naruto's 3 masks formed their bodies made of his threads and stood up, shocking the 40 or so remaining ninja. Naruto's wind, lighting and his new fire heart all stood next to him and Naruto cracked his neck. "Okay, boys, kick their teeth in," Naruto said. "Kill 10 each and we'll be done soon." The hearts heard this and all ran in different directions. Naruto's lighting heart opened its mouth and fired a stream of lighting at a large group of ninja. The ninja all scattered as the heart followed them with a continuous stream of lightning. 1 ninja was hit and was fried to a crisp and fell down to the ground, jet black and smoking. Naruto's wind heart opened its mouth and began to fire dozens of wind blades at a group of ninja. The wind blades cut through several like a hot knife through butter while some others dodged. The heart ran forward, attempting to get in close and tear apart the survivors. Naruto's fire heart was also engaging the enemy as it was firing a mass volley of fire bullets at a group of ninja, hitting them and setting them alight. One of the ninja felt brave and charged the heart but sorely miscalculated. The heart extending its arm and grabbed the ninja before he could close the distance and pulled him close. The heart grabbed the ninja by his torso and legs and with one swift pull ripped the man in half. The heart threw the pieces to the side and began to once again engage the enemy. "Damn, that one is brutal," Naruto said, looking at his fire heart. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of shuriken coming his way. Naruto reformed his gold into his dagger and used it to knock the shuriken out of the air. Naruto got into a defensive stance as a ninja landed in front of him. Naruto looked at the ninja and realized he was different than the others. He wore a purple chest plate, a mask that reminded him of Haku's, and wielded sword and a tanto. "Huh. I can tell you're different than the others," Naruto said, and the ninja spoke. "They're a bunch of chunin and genin. I'm the one running the show," the masked ninja said. "I'm one of Lord Yagura's personal anbu. I'm not some amateur like those weaklings." Naruto, hearing this, smiled evilly and spoke. "So you're the head honcho, huh?" Naruto said as he reached into his pocket, pulled out a scroll and opened it. In a puff of smoke, Naruto's wooden club appeared. Naruto swapped his dagger into his left hand and gripped the club with his right before getting into a stance. "You're gonna pay for what you did to this village," Naruto said in a growl. "Bring it on, freak," the rogue Anbu said before he charged towards Naruto. "With Hinata and Fubuki." "Shot," Hinata said as she let go of another arrow. Her arrow flew down towards the earth and found its target. A rogue ninja was hit through the back as he ran across a bridge, the arrow severing his spine and making him fall to the ground. The ninja rolled to his side and accidentally rolled himself off the bridge into the water down below. "Well, the arrow didn't kill him, but drowning probably will," Fubuki said as she continued to fly over. "That makes 27 we've killed so far. I think there are a lot more than you counted." "I only looked at the higher than normal chakra levels," Hinata said. "There are a lot of enemies here who have lower chakra levels than what would be expected of a shinobi. Probably genin or low-level grunts," Fubuki said as she banked to the right. "I mean, the civil war went on for about 8 years. These guys were probably bottom of the barrel." Suddenly off in the distance there was a massive explosion and both Fubuki and Hinata looked over. "Holy crap, what was that?" she said. Hinata focused her Byakugan and looked at where the explosion came from. "I see 30 low chakra signatures, 1 high chakra signatures. And Naruto's chakra," she said. "Seems he's fighting the bulk of the enemy with his hearts." "So Naruto is fighting them all by himself?" Fubuki asked and Hinata nodded. Fubuki thought about it for a minute and shrugged. "He probably has it covered." "Anything else out there?" Fubuki asked and Hinata continued to scan. Hinata turned west and scanned and found something. "There's a large group of civilians gathered at the west end of the village," Hinata said and Fubuki nodded. "Okay, let's go and take a look," Fubuki said as she turned west and flew to where Hinata said the civilians were at. Upon getting closer they found out why they were gathered. Tsunade was providing medical aid to a wounded man with a kunai in his chest as both Fubuki and Hinata flew down and landed, startling the civilians. "Lady Tsunade," Hinata said as she ran forward. "Hinata, Fubuki, are you two okay?" Tsunade asked and both girls nodded. "We're fine, we took out over 20 ninja and have been flying around for the past few minutes. What's going on here?" Fubuki asked and Tsunade spoke. "My part of the village is clear of any enemy ninja, so I've been going around looking for survivors and bringing them here," Tsunade said. "I'm not sure why, but my side of the village was basically abandoned." "Probably because of Naruto," Fubuki said. "A large group of enemy ninja are fighting him and his hearts. The ninja from your side of the village probably ran over to fight him since he seems like the biggest threat. Either way, we have an opportunity here," Tsunade said. "While the enemy is distracted by Naruto, we can go in and check for any survivors. I've found over 50 so far." "Okay, Lady Tsunade," Hinata said before looking at Fubuki. "Let's go and see if we can find anyone." Fubuki nodded and both girls ran back into the village while Tsunade kept on healing the wounded. With Utakata and Hotaru. Utakata threw a kick towards an enemy ninja, kicking him in the face and knocking him out. Another ninja came up behind him wielding a sword and swung it towards his head. Utakata spun around and caught the arm wielding the sword. Utakata proceeded to disarm the ninja and grabbed the sword from his hand. Utakata swung the sword and sliced into the neck of the ninja, severing his arteries and cutting open his windpipe. Utakata looked behind him and saw Hotaru was fighting 2 ninja at once and he decided to help her. Hotaru dodged a punch from one of the ninja before the second threw a kick at Hotaru, who jumped back to avoid the hit. As she did, both she and the ninja were caught off guard when another ninja came flying in and crashed into the ninja who threw the kick. Hotaru looked at where he came flying in from and saw Utakata fighting another ninja. Hotaru, realizing the opportunity she was given, took out several shuriken and threw them at the other rogue ninja. The rogue ninja snapped out of his shock, saw the shuriken coming in and took out a kunai. The ninja used the kunai to defend himself against the oncoming projectiles. Hotaru began to go through hand signs. Water style. Wild water wave. Hotaru fired a water jutsu at the ninja who jumped out of the way and went through hand signs himself. Water style. Water bullets. The ninja fired a volley of water bullets at Hotaru and she began to run up the side of a building in order to avoid it. Hotaru ran along the rooftops trying to avoid the water bullets when she was hit on the shoulder by one. Hotaru grunted but kept on running until she jumped off and over towards the ninja. The ninja continued to fire water bullets as Hotaru was in the air. As she got near, he stopped and took out a kunai just as Hotaru landed. Hotaru landed behind the ninja and he spun around, sending stab towards her. Hotaru parried the attack and got in close. Hotaru threw an elbow, hitting the ninja in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and making him lean forward. Hotaru followed up by jumping and throwing a knee, hitting the ninja in the face and knocking him out. When Hotaru landed back on the ground and the enemy fell, Hotaru looked over to Utakata and saw he was done with his fight. Utakata had plunged a kunai into the ninja's chest and pulled it out, letting his body fall to the ground, and looked to Hotaru. "Hotaru, are you okay?" Yudikata asked and Hotaru nodded. "I'm fine," Hotaru said, breathing hard as the adrenaline was wearing off. "I just got hit in the shoulder, nothing serious." Hotaru looked around and saw that about half of the enemy ninja were dead but the others were alive, just unconscious or crippled. "We should restrain them," Hotaru said as she reached into her pouch and took out some ninja wire. "Oh, why would you do that?" Yudikata asked rhetorically. "We should see what the people of this village want to do. They should decide their fates, not us," Hotaru said, and Yudikata nodded and smiled. "Very good, Hotaru. Morals in the ninja world is a virtue very few people have," Yudikata said as he took out some ninja wire as well and began to tie up an unconscious ninja. With Naruto. Naruto blocked a slash from the rogue Anbu with his wooden club and countered with a slash from his golden dagger. The Anbu used his tanto to block the attack and now both of his weapons were being used to defend himself. Naruto smirked as several of his threads shot out from his chest in an attempt to grab the Anbu. The Anbu, seeing this, jumped back before he could get grabbed by Naruto and landed a few yards away. The Anbu looked to his side and saw a well and began to go through hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The Anbu shouted as a giant water dragon shot out of the well and went towards Naruto. At the same time as this happened, the Anbu pushed chakra into his blades. Water from the ground went to his blades and covered them. The Anbu now had a layer of chakra-infused water covering his weapons. Naruto, seeing the water dragon coming towards him, put his club in the waistband of his pants and put his dagger into his mouth, biting down on the handle as he went through hand signs. Earth style. Flying stones. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground and as he did so a large volley of stones shot from the ground towards the water dragon. The dozens of stones hit the water dragon and after about 20 stones hit the water dragon, destroying it. As that happened, the Anbu charged towards Naruto, who was distracted by the water dragon. Naruto grabbed his weapons and began to defend himself as the Anbu swung his sword and tanto. Naruto used his dagger to block a slash from the Anbu's sword and then the two blades connected. Naruto's dagger was damaged. The Anbu's sword cut through Naruto's dagger halfway, surprising him. Even though gold is a soft metal, Naruto's chakra usually reinforced it enough where it could take some serious blows. The Anbu slashed at Naruto with his sword and Naruto put up his club in order to defend himself. When the club and sword collided, Naruto was relived as the wooden club was able to protect him from the attack. The Anbu raised a leg and proceeded to kick Naruto, hitting him under the chin, knocking his head up. The Anbu sent another slash with his sword, aiming for Naruto's left collar. The sword hit Naruto and gave him an inch-deep diagonal cut from his left collarbone to his right hip. Naruto's hardened body stopped the brunt of the attack, but Naruto still felt the pain. Naruto gritted his teeth as he decided to go on the offensive. Naruto sent out his threads once more, making the Anbu jump back, and Naruto chased after him. Naruto began to swing his club and dagger at the Anbu, who was trying to defend himself from Naruto. Naruto swung his dagger and the Anbu used his sword to block the attack. Naruto spun around clockwise, going around to the Anbu's right side and swung his club low. Naruto's club connected with his knee and the result was horrendous. The impact shattered the Anbu's knee, making his leg bend in a direction where it wasn't supposed to, making him fall down. Naruto sent a kick to the ninja's back, sending him skidding across the ground. The Anbu stopped a few wards away and turned around, raising his weapons only for his left hand to be pierced by Naruto's golden dagger. Naruto threw his dagger to stop the Anbu from using his tanto. Naruto swung his club at the sword the Anbu was wielding and knocked it out of his hands. Naruto proceeded to mount the Anbu and the Anbu looked at him with furious eyes from behind his mask. "Go ahead. Finish me off, you monster," the Anbu said, and Naruto smiled. "Alright then, but this won't be nice," Naruto said as he deactivated his body hardening technique. Naruto's threads shot out of his chest and into the Anbu's chest, wrapping around his heart. The Anbu began to scream in pain and horror as Naruto proceeded to rip the mon's heart out of his chest and bring it into his own body. A few seconds after the heart was in, a fourth and final mask appeared on the open spot on Naruto's back. Naruto stood up and looked around as he saw his other hearts. Naruto's 3 other hearts had already finished killing their group of Anbu and were walking back over to Naruto. This was the scene that Yudikata and Hotaru saw as they ran to the middle of the village. Yudikata saw Naruto standing in the middle of the town square surrounded by dead bodies and his hearts walking towards him. Yudikata looked at Naruto as his hearts connected with his body and in a mass of threads. Naruto, surrounded by the dead and the roaring fires, looked like a black figure with glowing red eyes. For one single moment Yudikata saw Naruto and thought that he looked more like a monster than a man. Yudikata looked to his side and saw Hotaru was shaking in fear from what she just saw Naruto did. In Naruto, Hotaru thought in fright. Naruto's hearts finished connecting with him and he let out a sigh as stood back up. "Oh man, I'm tired," Naruto said as he looked around. Naruto stopped when he saw Yudikata and Hotaru standing in the distance. "Hey guys, glad to see you." Naruto jogged over like nothing around him even fazed him, and he stopped a few feet away from Utakata and Hotaru, who were looking at him wide-eyed. "You guys okay? You look a little pale," he said. "What the hell was that just now?" Utakata asked, and Naruto nodded. "Oh, that, I was just getting another heart, now I have 5 in total," Naruto said, turning around and showing the 4 masks on his back. "I now have a fire, wind, lighting and water mask now." Both Utakata and Hotaru looked at Naruto with the same expressions they had. "I get it, first time seeing it, it's not pretty as you can tell, but I was gonna kill him anyways," he said before looking to Hotaru. "Hotaru, sorry if that." Hotaru rushed behind Utakata and hid behind him, shaking like a leaf, and Naruto sighed. "Aw crap. I scared her." Naruto sighed and looked to Utakata. "Let's just find Tsunade and the others." Utakata nodded as he and Hotaru followed Naruto, leaving the horrific scene in the middle of the village. The next day, with Naruto and the others. Naruto stacked the last of the bodies on top of the pile and breathed a sign of relief. "Finally done," Naruto said, wiping his brow. Naruto, Tsunade, Fubuki and Utakata along with several other villagers stacked the dead bodies of the rogue ninja in a giant pile in the center of the village. Altogether there were a total of 88 bodies and a few scattered limbs due to Hinata and Fubuki's bombing run. From what they estimated, there were about 108 enemies killed and 10 who were taken alive by Hotaru and Utakata. Naruto was covered head to toe in blood and grim, and so were the others. Hinata and Hotaru were sitting a few yards away helping an old lady and a young man fix their store. Hotaru was looking at Naruto as he conversed with some of the villagers. "Hey Hinata," Hotaru asked, and Hinata looked at her. "Last night, when me and Utakata walked over and saw Naruto. He looked." Hotaru couldn't find the words. "Is Naruto a good person?" she asked bluntly. Hinata looked at Hotaru and spoke. "I'd like to think so," she said. "Naruto rescued a girl from human trafficking, a girl and her mother from slavery, me and my friend from Konoha. He's done a lot of bad, but he's also done a lot of good," Hinata said. "He's just lost, I say, in the middle, but closer to good than bad. He's good in my book," the young man said, overhearing the conversation. "That blonde kid killed the sons of bitches who killed my granddad. If anything, he's a necessary evil." "Hideki," the grandmother said, and Hideki looked at her. "Come on Gamgam, he couldn't stop the attack with hugs and kisses," Hideki said. "Sometimes what you need to do to mean bastards is find a meaner bastard to take them out." "I wouldn't go that far," Naruto said, walking up. "I'm just a guy with a strange power and a demon inside him, but I'm still just a guy." "I don't know what kind of demons you have inside you, sweetie, but you're the savior of this village," the old woman said, walking up and giving Naruto a hug and a kiss on the cheek, making him giggle in embarrassment. The woman reached into her pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. "Here you go, son. For your trouble," she said. "Nah, I'm good," Naruto said with a smile as he walked over to a shelf and grabbed something before walking over to a fridge and grabbing a bottle. "Some chips and soda is all the payment I need." Naruto walked by and gave the old lady a pat on the shoulder and smiled. "I appreciate it though," he said as he walked back out. The old woman looked at Hinata and spoke. "What did he mean by demon inside him? Like post-combat stress reaction?" she asked. "My husband suffered from that due to his time in the militia, fighting pirates and barbarians like the Kagaya clan." Hinata smiled at the woman sadly and spoke. "He has a lot of scars. Some that will never heal," she said. Hotaru, hearing this, sighed sadly, now feeling bad that she judged Naruto the way she did. A few seconds later they all heard Tsunade speak up and everyone looked over. "Okay Naruto," Tsunade said. "Torch them." Naruto made a hand sign and blew out a stream of fire, setting the pile of bodies on fire. Naruto looked a few steps back as the fire grew. All around, the survivors of the village gathered around to watch the bodies burn. Naruto looked at the body of the Anbu he killed as the mask began to burn. Naruto spit through the fire onto the burning mask. "Rest in peace, you bastard," he said. Naruto looked to Utakata and spoke. "Let's get the girls and get going," Naruto said. Utakata nodded at this. "Very well then," Utakata said. "Let's go meet this Mizukage." Utakata turned around and began to walk over to Hinata and Hotaru. Fubuki walked over to Naruto and put her hand his shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asked. Naruto reached up and put his hand on her shoulder and spoke. "Yeah, I am," Naruto said as he looked at Hinata, Utakata and Hotaru walking over. "Mission accomplished, I guess." Naruto's group all gathered up and Tsunade spoke. "Okay everyone, let's get going," Tsunade said. Tsunade led the group out of the village as the funeral pyre behind them continued to burn. Chapter 43. Kiri Streets, with Naruto and his group. Naruto, Hinata, Fubuki, Tsunade, Utakata and Hotaru were all walking through the streets of Kiri, which were still being reconstructed. Utakata was looking around at the buildings as people were moving around and working. The feeling in the air wasn't like how he remembered it. Utakata remembered the constant feeling of dread and gloom that was a permanent fixture of the village. Now he felt a sense of warmth and hope around as he saw people both ninja and civilian move about rebuilding their homes. Naruto looked at Utakata and spoke. "Anything on your mind?" he said, and Utakata nodded. "This place feels different than I remembered it," Utakata said, and everyone looked at him. He then saw a group of children with ages ranging from 5 to 10 run past them. "I'd never thought I'd see that." Utakata looked to Naruto and spoke. "Happy children, not worrying about war," he said. Naruto smiled at this and spoke. "Wait until you meet the Mizukage, she's definitely a breath of fresh air compared to your last one," he said. Naruto and his group kept walking down the road as the Mizukage Tower came into sight. Mizukage Tower, with Kakuzu, Haku, Mei and Ao. Kakuzu and Haku were both sitting on a couch waiting patiently as Ao and Mei were working on paperwork. Kakuzu was waiting in the Mizukage office with Haku as the both of them waited for Naruto and the others to return. Ao was standing next to Mei and he looked over to Kakuzu and spoke. "How much longer are we going to have to wait, mercenary?" Ao said, catching Kakuzu's attention. "It's been over a week now and your apprentice has yet to return. Was it wise to put a child in charge of a mission like that?" Kakuzu looked at Ao before turning away, not wanting to waste his breath, making Ao scowl. Haku, seeing the tension, spoke up. "Naruto is a very capable shinobi, Mr. Ao," Haku said. "He may not have the best education. Or any formal education in that case, but he's very experienced and always gets the job done to the best of his abilities." Ao looked at her and spoke. "Excuse me for not being ecstatic, but mercenaries are only loyal to coins, not countries," he said. "I don't know that boy." "Ao, shut up," Mei said, not looking up from her paperwork. "Naruto may be a mercenary, but I can tell he's not one to just abandon a mission. He'll be back, I know it," Mei said, and Ao scoffed. "How about we make a bet?" Kakuzu said, speaking up for the first time in days. "If he gets here within the next day, you must pay me 10,000 ryo." Kakuzu looked at Ao. "Unless you don't have the stones," he said, and Ao began to growl. "Very well, you money-grubbing bastard," Ao said, scowling at the chuckling Kakuzu. "Just watch, your apprentice won't." As soon as he said that, there was a knock at the door and it opened up, revealing Naruto. "Hey Mei, how's it going? I found Utakata for you," Naruto greeted proudly as he marched in with Utakata and his group in tow. Naruto looked to the side and saw Haku and Kakuzu sitting on the couch. "Hey Haku, glad to see you." Naruto walked over and gave Haku a kiss on the lips before looking over to Mei and Ao, who was slack-jawed. "What?" he asked. Ao looked at Naruto and Kakuzu began to chuckle even louder, getting his attention. "The first heart I implanted in Naruto was one of mine. I can still sense it when it's close. I sensed it when he entered the building," he said as he got up. Ao began to shake in anger as Kakuzu had swindled him out of his money, but Kakuzu didn't care. "So you found the Six-Tails boy, took you a while," he said. Naruto looked towards him with an annoyed look. "Oh yeah, and how about your search? I bet it was difficult looking for a biju that's been hiding for the better part of a decade," Naruto said, and Kakuzu chuckled. "Not exactly," Kakuzu said. Flashback, 6 days ago, one day from leaving Kiri, with Kakuzu. Kakuzu was currently marching through uncharted hills trying to reach a hidden lake. According to a local who's been this way, he witnessed a monster emerge from the water before fleeing in fear. Kakuzu had his doubts on the monster's claims but decided to check it out anyways. He was 300 miles east of Kiri in the middle of nowhere. As Kakuzu climbed up, he groaned. "I don't even know how creditable this information is, and yet I'm hiking up a hill to look at a lake that might not even exist," Kakuzu thought. With one final stride, Kakuzu stood at the top of the hill and took a breath. "This is probably going to be a dead." Kakuzu paused in his tracks as he looked out into the lake and went wide-eyed. In the middle of the lake was a giant turtle floating at the top, swimming slowly from one side of the lake to another. The turtle had 3 shrimp-like tails, a shell that was gray and spiky, and red flesh poking out from the gaps in the armor. Kakuzu was looking wide-eyed at the giant beast. "It's actually here," he thought in surprise. "Wow, I never expected it to be this easy," he thought. Kakuzu took out his map, which had a crudely drawn trail that he took into the largely blank area on the map. Kakuzu marked down his estimated coordinates and folded the map back up before turning around. "Mission accomplished," Kakuzu said. Flashback ends. "I spent more time hiking to and from the area than actually looking for the damn thing," Kakuzu said, and Naruto ground his teeth in frustration. "And yet I had to go to different towns, save a village and walk my happy ass back," Naruto thought. Screw it." Naruto turned to Mei and spoke. "I got him here and that's what matters," Naruto said, and Mei nodded. "Yes it is," Mei said as she got up and walked in front of Utakata. "Hello Lord Utakata. I am Mei Terumi. I am the 5th Mizukage, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mei smiled at Utakata, who got a slight blush on his face. She's the Mizukage, Utakata thought with wide-eyed. Wow, this place really has changed. Utakata cleared his throat and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Mizukage. I am honored to be back, Utakata said, and Mei chuckled. Please, call me Mei, Mei said, and Utakata nodded as he got back up. I must ask you, Utakata, are you willing to come back to Kiri? I'm not going to force you. But with your power and expertise we could strengthen our defenses and be more prepared, Mei said. Along with that, it'll be a real boost for morale if we have a distinguished war hero on our side. Utakata smiled and nodded. I'd be honored to join Kiri again, he said. I was not going to come back, but Naruto here convinced me. Mei looked to Naruto, who smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Also, before we came here we had a run-in with Yagura's renegades, Utakata said with anger in his voice, and Mei got a frown. I'll join you if you allow me to go and exterminate them. They've been attacking villages and harming farmers. I can arrange that. We are reforming an Anbu in order to handle such problems, Mei said. With your help we can get them trained and out in the field as soon as possible. Mei looked to Utakata's side and saw Hotaru looking at her wide-eyed. And who is this? She asked with a smile, and Hotaru shied away. I'm Hotaru. I'm Lord Utakata's apprentice, Hotaru said, and Mei smiled. Well, I'm sure he taught you a lot, but you still need more training, Mei said, and Hotaru nodded. I can enroll you in the Kiri Academy. We have a new class starting in a month. Hotaru went wide-eyed and spoke. Really? You can? Hotaru said with excitement, and Mei nodded. Hotaru turned and looked to Naruto. Did you hear that, Naruto? I'm going to go to the academy to become a real ninja. Naruto smiled at this and spoke. Well, that's great, and maybe next time when you punch me in the face you won't break your hand, Naruto said, and Hotaru huffed in annoyance. Jerk, Hotaru said with a blush on her face, and Naruto chuckled. Hinata, Haku and Fubuki looked at the interaction and saw Hotaru's body language and mannerisms. They saw that she talked specifically to Naruto, not Utakata, like she was excited to tell him, and also she was comfortable around him. Oh great, another one, Haku thought while rolling her eyes. Seriously, they've only known each other for like 3 days, Fubuki thought in annoyance. Hotaru now too, Hinata thought as she swallowed hard. I have to tell him soon before it's too late. Alright then, now on to our next order of business, Mei said, gaining everyone's attention before looking at Naruto. Naruto, as part of our deal I will pay you the money that's owed, and I will speak to this Gato for our future business dealings. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Oh dear Kami, thank you, Naruto said, relieved. Now I can finally get that gangster off my ass. Mei chuckled before looking at Utakata. But first you and me need to talk about the 3 tails. Kakuzu here found where it was hiding at, Mei said, pointing to Kakuzu. Utakata looked at Kakuzu, gauging his power. He's quite strong, his chakra immense, Utakata thought. If I were to face him I'm not sure who'd come out on top. Kakuzu, looking at Utakata, was analyzing him as well. From what I've heard he's very in control of his biju. If it was just me and my hearts, I'm not sure if I could win unscathed. Kakuzu here found the location, and at some point I would like to go there with you and explain the situation to it, Mei said, and Utakata looked at her. Just to warn it about the Akatsuki and that we are going to be putting security around it, of your choosing of course. Very well then, Utakata said. Alright, the mission is done, Naruto said, relieved. Let's take a few days off before we head back. Naruto looked to Hinata, Haku and Fubuki. You girls wanna go and get something to eat? Naruto asked. Sure, Haku said, getting up. Hell yeah I would, Fubuki said. That sounds great, Hinata said. Naruto nodded before looking at Hotaru. What about you, Hotaru? Wanna join us? He asked. Kakuzu, Tsunade, Mei, Ao and Utakata all looked on as Hinata, Haku and Fubuki all looked at Naruto wide-eyed. Really? I'd love to, but I don't have any money, Hotaru said sadly, but Naruto scoffed. No problem, I got enough, come on, Naruto said as he grabbed Hotaru's hand and began to walk out with her. Hotaru blushed as she walked with Naruto, and the 3 other girls got looks on their faces, although they couldn't tell with Hinata due to the helmet. Is he doing this shit on purpose? Fubuki said to Haku. I swear he's doing this on purpose. Maybe he's doing it subconsciously, Haku said, but it's still annoying. Hinata didn't say anything as she was fuming internally. Just then they all heard chuckling from Mei and they all turned. Mei was smiling mischievously and she spoke. You girls jealous, she said. None of them said anything as they all got up and ran after Naruto. Tsunade looked to Kakuzu and spoke. I bet you 10,000 Ryo Hotaru falls in love with Naruto, she said, and Kakuzu chuckled. You're on, I just found some lying around, Kakuzu said before looking at Ao. Right, Ao scowled as he took out his wallet and took out a 10,000 Ryo bill. Fuck you, Ao said as he handed Kakuzu the money. 4 days later, Kiri docks, with Naruto and his group. Naruto, Kakuzu, Hinata, Haku, Tsunade and Fubuki were all standing on the dock ready to board a ship to head back to the land of snow. Naruto was looking at Mei, Utakata, Hotaru and Ao saying his goodbyes. Well, this is where we part ways for now, Naruto said with a hint of sadness. Even though I came here to bury Zabuza and strike a deal, I'm glad to have met you all. Naruto looked to Mei and smiled. Mei, I really enjoyed meeting you. I hope Kiri gets back on its feet soon. I'd love to come back for a vacation, he said. Mei smiled and walked up to Naruto before giving him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Naruto blushed and Mei looked at him. Thank you for all your help, Naruto. You have done me and Kiri a great service, Mei said before reaching behind her and pulling out a scroll. Here. What is it? Naruto asked and Mei smiled. Zabuza's sword, Mei said, making both him and Haku's eyes widen. We don't have anyone here willing to wield it and I don't want it to collect dust, so you should have it. Thanks for bringing it back though. Naruto looked at the scroll and turned around. Here you go, Haku. Zabuza would want you to have it, Naruto said and Haku's jaw dropped. Really, Naruto, but it's yours and, Haku began but Naruto stopped her. I got no use for a sword, take it, Naruto said. Haku reached out and grabbed the scroll before leaning over and giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Naruto, Haku said and Naruto kissed her back before Haku looked at Mei. And thank you, Lady Mei. Mei smiled politely and back up. Utakata walked up next and spoke. Well, this has been an interesting few days, he said and Naruto nodded with a chuckle, but not necessarily bad. I'm glad to meet a fellow Jinchuriki. And I'm glad you didn't try to kill me. Or fall in love with me, Naruto said, making a joke about the difference between meeting Fu and meeting Gaara and Yugito. You're a cool guy, Utakata. I hope to see you again soon, be safe. I will, with the Akatsuki out there, I have to be, Utakata said and he back up. Naruto looked to Ao who spoke. You cost me 10,000 ryo boy, he said in a bitter tone. Mei slapped him on the back of the head and he spoke again, safe travels. Hotaru was the last one to walk up and she looked nervous. Naruto, she said nervously. Haku, Hinata and Fubuki were all behind Naruto and looked like they were about to blow a fuse. I was wondering, can we still be friends even though we're going to be far apart? Hotaru asked and Naruto smiled. Of course we can, Naruto said. I mean, just because we're apart doesn't mean we stop being friends. Hotaru smiled and pulled out a stack of envelopes and handed them to Naruto. Naruto took them and read them, seeing that they all had Hotaru's name and address on them. I wrote my new address on them. If we can write each other letters, Hotaru said and Naruto beamed at this. That sounds great, Naruto said as he handed the envelopes to Tsunade before taking out a piece of paper himself and quickly writing something down. Here you go, my address. Hotaru took the piece of paper and got a curious look. Rasudo Shakuru photo, Rusty Shacklifford Dale Gribble King of the Hill, she said, making the entire Kiri delegation confused. Who's that? That's my male alias. I'm a wanted man. I can't just give out my name to everybody, Naruto said and they all nodded. I have one for everything. My mail, my comic subscriptions, my phone and electric bill. Heck, I don't even use my real name for my bank account. Hehe, you say Gasukunai. Less vegetables. Ron Swanson, Parks and Recreations, Naruto thought with a chuckle as he remembered his other alias. Well then, Rasudo, I'll be waiting for your letter. Write me when you get back, Hotaru said jokingly and Naruto nodded. You bet, Naruto said. Hotaru went in and gave Naruto a hug which Naruto returned before they both pulled away. Take care, okay, and good luck in the academy. Hotaru nodded and Naruto and the others all began to walk up the walkway to board the ship. That night, on the deck of the ship, with Naruto. Naruto was on the top deck of the ship looking up at the stars. Well, this job took longer than I expected, but I guess all's well that ends well, Naruto thought. Now I got some time to relax, time to think, and no one is coming to me to speak about. Naruto, can we talk? Hinata said out of the blue and Naruto jumped back in fright and shouted. Gah, Hinata, don't scare me like that, Naruto shouted, clutching his chest. Geez, you nearly gave me 5 heart attacks. I should put a bell on you like a cat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Hinata said, apologizing. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke. It's fine, just caught me off guard, Naruto said before clearing his throat. So, what do you want to talk about? Hinata took off her helmet and Naruto said, the nervous look and blush on her face. Since we're alone, I want to talk. About us, Hinata said, and Naruto's hearts began to beat faster in his chest as he looked at Hinata. Unseen by Naruto and Hinata, they had 3 guests who were looking on intently. Haku, Fubuki and Tsunade were all hiding in different locations looking in on Hinata and Naruto. Tsunade was hiding behind a corner trying to listen to the conversation. Haku was above them using her ice mirror staying out of sight, and Fubuki was using the wall walking jutsu to hold onto the side of the ship just a few feet away from them. "What about us?" Naruto said as he tried to keep calm, but his hearts and his mind were going a million miles an hour. "Naruto, I don't know how to say this," Hinata said as she began to poke her fingers together, "so I'm just going to say it. I love you." Naruto's jaw dropped and his eyes widened at this. Even though he already knew Hinata loved him, hearing it come out of her mouth felt like he heard it for the first time. "When we met you were the only person who ever treated me kindly, and didn't call me a failure or a waste of time," Hinata said, "when I thought you died. My world shattered and I was in a dark place. It wasn't until I found out you were alive that I escaped it. When we reunited and I found out you were with Fu, Karen and Haku, I thought I missed my chance, but they told me they would welcome me with open arms if I asked you," Hinata said. "So Naruto, will you let me be your girlfriend?" Hinata looked at Naruto, who was stunned into silence until Naruto swallowed hard. "Hinata. I love you too," he said, making Hinata's heart skip a beat. "All those years I spent out in the world and with Kakuzu, I thought about you all the time. I regretted leaving you behind all by yourself. If I had the ability to go and get you, I would've. When I saw you in Wave Country, I knew I was scared of you seeing me, seeing what I've become," Naruto said sadly, "but I knew that I had to get you out of Konoha, so I can give you a better life." Naruto reached out and grabbed her hand, making Hinata blush harder. "You were the first girl I ever loved, and I'd be happy if you became my girlfriend," he said. Naruto leaned in and gave Hinata a kiss, making her go wide-eyed before she gave him a kiss back. Tsunade was fist-pumping the air as Naruto and Hinata finally made it official. Finally, she thought. Haku had her hands over her mouth and was internally cheering. "This is better than a soap opera," she thought. Naruto and Hinata broke the kiss and looked into each other's eyes and smiled. After years of being separated and months of holding in their feelings, they were finally official. "I never thought this would happen," Hinata said as she wiped a tear from her eyes. "I'm so happy right now." "I'm happy to Hinata," Naruto said with a smile. "I promise that are you fucking filming us?" Naruto shouted. Hinata spun around and they saw Fubuki standing on the side of the ship holding a camcorder. "Hey, don't stop now, things were just getting good," Fubuki said with a smile. "I gotta show this to Fu and Karen when we get back." Hinata blushed harder than she ever had before and ran away in embarrassment. "Hinata, wait," Naruto shouted as he ran after her. Fubuki laughed as she walked up the side of the ship and onto the deck. Tsunade came out of her hiding place and Haku dropped down from her ice mirror and landed next to them. "What did you get?" Tsunade asked and Fubuki smiled. "The entire thing," Fubuki said with a smile. "Let's see it from the beginning," Haku said, and all three of them gathered around the camera to watch a playback. 4 days later, Spring Country, outside Naruto's house. Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Fubuki were all walking to Naruto's house to see Fu, Karen and Sakura to tell them they were finally back. Naruto was currently holding Hinata's hand as they walked down the walkway to the front door. "Home sweet home," Naruto said, looking at Hinata, who was smiling. Naruto knocked on the door and he heard Sakura's voice. "I'm coming," Sakura said as the locks on the door unlocked and she opened the door. Upon opening the door, she saw a smiling Naruto and Hinata holding hands. "Oh my god, you finally did it." Sakura spun around and shouted, "Fu, Karen, Naruto and Hinata finally got together," she said. "About time. I swear if they didn't get together soon I was going to have an aneurysm," Fu said from inside. "Welcome in you guys," Sakura said as she opened the door completely and everyone walked in. Fu and Karen were both sitting on the couch and Fu got up and jogged over. "You guys are back," Fu said, giving both Naruto and Hinata a hug. "You guys are finally a couple now. We've been waiting for a few months wondering if you were going to do it." Naruto and Hinata chuckled and Naruto spoke up. "Not just me and Hinata. Me and Fubuki made it official too," he said, and Fu looked over to Fubuki, who smiled. "That's right girls, I'm part of the group now. Looks like I'm going to be Fu's sister in both spirit and family," Fubuki said. "Oh my god, this is great news," Karen said as she got up slowly while using some crutches and slowly walking over. "I'm so happy to hear that." Naruto leaned in and gave both Fu and Karen a kiss each before speaking. "How are you two doing? Are you girls healing okay?" he asked, and both nodded. Fu nodded and lifted her shirt, showing where she got hit by the Chidori and a 6-inch scar on her abdomen. "I got a scar, but other than that I'm fine," Fu said. Karen frowned as spoke. "My back is healing slowly but surely. It might take a few more months of physical therapy from what Shizune told me," she said. "Don't worry Karen, you'll make a full recovery, I know it," Naruto said, making Karen smile. Naruto turned to Sakura and spoke. how about you Sakura, how you been doing since the mission? I'm doing good, getting settled in here, I really like my room in the attic, Sakura said. Naruto gave Sakura the attic to his house to live in since the other rooms were taken by Hinata, Haku and Tsunade. It's pretty roomy up there. Yeah, because we didn't have anything up there before you moved in, Naruto said. How about your training? Me, Fu and Toka are all training with Kurenai-sensei and Anko-sensei, they've been keeping us busy, Sakura said and Naruto smiled. Well, I'm glad to hear everything is going great over here, Naruto said. Oh yeah, by the way, I brought back souvenirs from Kiri. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his backpack. Let's divide them up and get dinner started, Naruto said as he led the others to the living room to hand out his gifts. Meanwhile in Oto, with Orochimaru, Kabuto and Kimimaro. Orochimaru was sitting in his throne flexing his arms as the feeling was returning to them slowly. Ever since Tsunade healed them, Orochimaru's arms have been regenerating at a steady pace. Orochimaru chuckled to himself as his arms healed. This is good, in another 2 weeks my arms should be fully healed, he said and Kabuto nodded. And what do you intend to do then, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto asked and Orochimaru looked towards him with a sinister smile. Oh, I see no reason to wait Kabuto, how about we speed things along now? Orochimaru said and Kabuto raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro and spoke. How are you recovering, Kimimaro? I am doing well, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro said with a nod. My lungs feel lighter, he head feels clearer and I have not coughed up blood since Lady Tsunade healed me. Orochimaru smiled at this and spoke. Well then, could you go and get to Yuya for me? I have a task for you, Orochimaru said. I'm already here, Lord Orochimaru, Yuya said walking into the throne room. I just got the reports about Konoha's defenses like you requested. Excellent, this is coming together nicely, Orochimaru said. Kimimaro, Yuya, I have a mission for the both of you. Both Kimimaro and Yuya stood at attention and Orochimaru continued. I wish for you to go to Snow Country and make contact with Naruto and his comrades, Orochimaru said. I think I have a job opportunity he cannot resist. Chapter 44. Snow Country, Naruto's house. 4 days after getting back from Kiri with Naruto. The entire house was asleep when there was a knock at the door. Naruto was in his bed with both Hinata and Haku sleeping next to him. Both girls were still asleep as Naruto sat up and crawled out of bed. Naruto was still wearing his pajamas as he walked to the front door. Naruto walked by a table and grabbed his wooden club and walked to the front door. Damn solicitors, I told them I don't want another newspaper subscription, he thought. Naruto looked out the peephole and saw a familiar face. What the hell? Naruto said as he opened the door and saw Gato along with his 2 bodyguards. Gato, what the hell are you doing here? It's 6 in the morning. You beautiful blonde bastard you, Gato cheered as he went in and gave Naruto the biggest hug he ever received. I never doubted you, kid, you met and exceeded my expectations. Get off me, dang it, Naruto said as he pushed Gato off of him, but Gato was still smiling. What the heck are you talking about? I'm talking about your good job in Kiri, Gato said. Can I come in? Naruto groaned as he rubbed his face. Fine, make it quick, and keep it down. The girls are still sleeping, he said as he let Gato and the others in and they all sat at the table. Okay, what the hell are you doing here? I arrived in Kiri a day after you and the others left to come back here, Gato said. I talked to that Mizukage, May, and hot damn is she a piece of ass. Anyway, we got to talking and she agreed to open Kiri's ports to me and let me build some hotels and casinos. And all she asked for was 5% of the profits, a permanent room in the nicest hotel and no drugs, Gato said. Okay, great, so you got your deal. I also transferred the money to your account, so why are you here? Naruto asked, wondering what he was getting at. As you know, the casino and snow resort here in Snow Country will be done in a few weeks and I came here to give you this, Gato said as he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked at it and went wide-eyed. 1,000 shares in your company's stocks, this is twice what I owe you for that hotel, Naruto said, surprised, and Gato nodded. That's right, kid, and with that much money that means you officially own 10% of my company and puts you in my inner circle, Gato said. You'll now have even more resources at your disposal and along with that opportunities to make some serious cash. Kid, with power like this you can get things from other continents across the world, things that'll make stuff here look like dog shit, Gato said as he got back up. Kid, that little spat about the hotel was nothing but a test. I couldn't give a shit about one hotel. It was all a test. Why? Naruto asked, wide-eyed, and Gato smirked. To see if you'd pull through, and you passed with flying colors, Gato said. You have my full support, kid, whatever you need just let me know. Gato was about to walk out when Naruto spoke up. Wait, I do have a request, he said, and Gato looked at him. What is it, kid? Gato asked and Naruto spoke. Do you have people in the hidden villages? Naruto asked and Gato laughed. Fuck yes I do, from Kumo to Iwa, from Yuga to Tani, Gato said with a smile. What you need kid, someone found, someone to disappear. Naruto smiled and spoke. I need information, he said. 3 days later in Dodo's castle, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade. Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade were all walking through the halls of Dodo's castle as they were summoned. It's been 2 days since Gato left to go back to whatever the hell he considers home. I wonder what Dodo wants, Naruto said as he and the others walked through the castle. Not sure, usually he gives us a heads up before giving us a job, Kakuzu said. Maybe something came up last minute, Sasori said and Naruto shrugged. Who knows, Naruto said, this has been a crazy 6 months, could be anything. As Naruto and the others reached Dodo's throne room Naruto went wide-eyed. Kimimaro, Tayuya, what are you guys doing here? Naruto said with a smile as he saw Kimimaro and Tayuya standing next to Dodo. Hey Blondie, Tayuya said with a smile as she saw Naruto. Hello Naruto, I hope you are doing well, Kimimaro said. Naruto jogged over and stood in front of Kimimaro. I should be asking you the same thing, you look good, not coughing up blood or anything. Naruto asked and Kimimaro nodded. I've recovered well and I'm fit for duty, Kimimaro said, all thanks to you and Lady Tsunade. Tsunade smiled at this and spoke, Naruto deserves the credit, if he didn't convince me to come and help neither you or Orochimaru would be healed, she said. So what are you doing here, Kakuzu said and Dodo spoke. Apparently these two have a mission for Naruto, Dodo said, they didn't tell me but it must be important if they came all this way. Actually we came all this way because we don't know where the fuck this kid lives, Tayuya said pointing at Naruto, so we came to you because Lord Dodo has a direct line to you. Lord Orochimaru wants to talk to you personally, he wants to speak to you ASAP, Tayuya said. Okay, well I need a few days to arrange transportation, Naruto said and Kimimaro reached into his sleeve and produced a purple snake from his kimono. No need, we will be reversed summoned to Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro said, I assume you can reverse summon yourself back here. Yes we can, Tsunade said with a nod, Shizune signed the slug contract and she can be a beacon to a reverse summoning. Very well then, please come close and we'll get going, Kimimaro said and Naruto and the others walked over. Man I wish I had a summoning animal, that would be so cool, Naruto said as he stood next to Kimimaro along with the others. The next second there was a large puff of smoke and Naruto, Kimimaro and everyone else vanished leaving Dodo alone. Naruto wants a summoning contract. Dodo thought before getting up and walking out, I think I can help with that. Dodo exited into his hallway and found one of his ninja and spoke, get me Roga, Mizer and Fubuki, I have a mission for them, he said and the ninja nodded, and get me the keys to the Kazuhana treasure and artifacts vault and meet me there. Yes Lord Dodo, the ninja said as he ran off and Dodo began to walk to the treasure vault. Naruto has been a useful ally to me, maybe a show of gratitude would be in order, Dodo thought as he walked through his castle. Meanwhile, in Oto, with Naruto and the others. A puff of smoke appeared in Orochimaru's throne room and Naruto, Kimimaro and the others appeared. That was cool, Naruto said and Kimimaro gave him a slight nod and smile. Ah Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori, Tsunade, you made it, came the voice of Orochimaru who was sitting his throne, welcome back to my humble abode. Enough with the pleasantries Orochimaru, Kakuzu said looking at him, I heard you have a job for us, what is it, where is it and how much are we getting paid? And I thought I was the impatient one, Sasori said making the other man scoff. Time is precious to me, time I could be using to make more money, Kakuzu said. Oh Kakuzu, I'm not asking for you, Sasori or Tsunade, Orochimaru said making all three of them look at Orochimaru, I want to ask Naruto to assist me with a mission I'm planning. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and spoke, alright what do you want me to do? Naruto asked, all I got to say is that the payment better equal the risks. Orochimaru smiled, oh the reward will be worth the risk, Orochimaru said, I want you to do a simple delivery job for me. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and spoke, thank God a normal mission for once, Naruto said with a smile, what am I delivering and to where? It's in Konoha and I want you to bring it to me, Orochimaru said and Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. What? Naruto shouted in disbelief. Back in Snow Country, a few hours later, Naruto's house, with everyone. Naruto was standing next to Kakuzu as he called everyone to a meeting, Hinata, Haku, Fu, Karen, Sakura, Kurenai, Anko, Tsunade, Shizune and Sasori. I called you all here because Naruto has a mission from Orochimaru and needs a squad to do it, Kikuzu said, Orochimaru thinks sending us will be overkill and call for an increased response which might jeopardize the mission. The mission will require sneaking into Konoha, Kikuzu finished and everyone looked surprised. Okay, so who will be going on the mission? Sakura asked and Naruto looked at her. Well, for one, you Sakura, Naruto said and Sakura went wide-eyed. Me? Why me? Sakura said and Naruto smiled. Because you are the one with the information we need, Naruto said. Our mission is a snatch and grab. We will be kidnapping Sasuke Uchiha and delivering him to Orochimaru. Everyone hearing this went wide-eyed and Sakura's jaw dropped. Orochimaru needs him for a specific reason. I can't really explain it but, Naruto said, all I can say is that Sasuke will go to Orochimaru and won't be alive long after we drop him off. And I have to say, it sounds like a pretty messed up way to die, and that's coming from me, Naruto said as he remembered what Orochimaru told him what he was going to do. Sakura walked up to Naruto and looked him dead in the eyes. Are you serious? Sakura asked and Naruto nodded. Yes I am, Naruto said. Look Sakura, I know that you hate the guy and Konoha, and this is probably that last thing you want to do. But I really need you to. Naruto couldn't finish his sentence as Sakura wrapped her hands around Naruto and gave him the biggest hug she could give him. Sakura pulled away and looked at Naruto with the brightest smile she ever had. You just made me the happiest girl in the world, Sakura said before giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek. Naruto was caught off guard by the kiss and how willing she was to help Naruto kidnap and hand over Sasuke. Wait really? Naruto said surprised. I'll gladly help you Naruto, Sakura said not skipping a beat until she got an angry look on her face. Just when the time comes, I want to see Sasuke die for what he did to me. Naruto nodded at this and spoke. Welcome to the team, Naruto said and Sakura smiled as she walked back to the sofa and sat down. Hinata and Haku looked at Sakura giving her a look that made her blush in embarrassment. Haha, Anko laughed as she got up and patted Sakura on the shoulder. Look at you Sakura, going the, I spit on your grave, route, I love it. Sakura chuckled and Anko looked at Naruto. Hey Naruto, can I go too? I've been growing restless sitting on the sidelines. Sure thing Anko, we need someone who knows the area, Naruto said and Anko gave him a thumbs up. Hinata, if you don't mind, can you come too? Naruto asked and Hinata looked at him. Your Byakugan will be very useful in this mission. Sure thing Naruto, Hinata said and Naruto nodded. Okay cool, let's see here, Naruto said tapping his chin. Karen's back hasn't healed yet and Fu's injury hasn't fully healed yet. I'll go Naruto, Haku said raising her hand. With my ice mirrors we can move through Konoha without raising alarms. Okay then, Haku will be my number 4. Now we just need one more, Naruto said as he looked in between Kurenai and Shizune. Either one of you ladies like to join us? Kurenai thought about it for a moment and shook her head. I don't think I should go, Kurenai said. I don't think I can go back to Konoha so soon. No shame here Kurenai, I totally understand, Naruto said and Kurenai nodded. I'll go, Shizune said and Naruto looked at her. You can use a medic, and I'm no slouch with my combat skills either. Also I can sneak into Konoha beforehand as well, Shizune said. I was a Jonin before I left with Tsunade, no one will recognize me. Sounds good, glad to have you Shizune, Naruto said. Alright, so it's me, Sakura, Anko, Hinata, Haku and Shizune. Hell yeah, let's kick some ass, Anko said. When are we leaving? 3 days, pack some stuff and get ready to leave, Naruto said. Prepare for the worst, if we see combat then we should be ready. Alright then, Anko said as she hopped up. I'm going to go and get some gear from Dodo's armory. Kurenai, want to come with me? Anko asked and Kurenai nodded. Sure thing, Kurenai said as she walked out with Anko. Shizune looked to Tsunade and spoke. Lady Tsunade, can you help me prepare a medical scroll? Shizune asked. I want to be prepared for whatever happens. Of course Shizune, Tsunade said as they both walked out. Great, I better go and get my stuff ready then, Naruto said as he walked away into his room. Kikuzu and Sasori both left as well and Sakura spoke up. I better go and get my stuff too, Sakura said as she got up before getting pulled back down by Haku. Hold on a minute, Haku said with a smile. You seemed very happy when you gave Naruto that kiss. Sakura began to blush at this and Haku smirked. Is there something you've been keeping to yourself? Haku said. Sakura blushed even harder as she looked around and saw Hinata looking at her expectingly, Fu looking at her curiously and Karen looking at her calculatingly. Hee, Sakura chuckled nervously as she rubbed the back of her head. Ah crap baskets. 1 week later, in Konoha, with Sasuke. Sasuke breathing heavily was standing in front of a destroyed training post that he had been using for training. Sasuke wiped some sweat from his brow and stood up straight. Finally did it, Sasuke thought, only took me 2 damn months to learn it. Sasuke looked at his left hand and saw how bruised and cut it was. Learning the Chidori was a lot easier than learning this jutsu, and what's worse, he had to figure the second part out for himself as Jiraiya left not that long ago. Flashback. 4 days earlier. Sasuke was in the training ground practicing when Jiraiya came to him to deliver some news. Listen kid, I'm going to be leaving the village for a month, Jiraiya said to Sasuke. I have some things to take care of with my spy network and I can't stay here to train you. Jiraiya reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. Here's a scroll to help you with your rasengan. It's just the basics, the rest you're going to have to figure out yourself, he said. Some damn master you are, Sasuke said taking the scroll. I've been trying to figure this out for the past 2 months already. All you ever do is just watch, and when I fail all you do is criticize. Failure is the best teacher kid. Learning from your mistakes will help you succeed in the future, Jiraiya said before turning around and walking away. Try and master that jutsu by the time I get back, otherwise you might as well give up on killing Itachi. Sasuke growled at this. Old bastard, Sasuke said as he outstretched his hand and began to pour chakra into his palm. I'll master this damn jutsu if it's the last thing I do. A small sphere of chakra appeared in his hand but began to lose control. Suddenly the sphere exploded and cut Sasuke's hand. Damn it, Sasuke shouted before growling and trying again. Flashback ends. Sasuke wrapped his hand in new bandages and looked at the sky. It's about to be night soon, Sasuke thought as he began to exit the training ground. Sasuke walked for a few minutes before getting back to a road and began to walk home. As he did, he noticed a woman with short black hair and wearing a kimono walking toward him. Hello there, nice day today, she said, and Sasuke looked at her as she walked by without a second thought. Huh, never seen her before, Sasuke thought before shrugging it off and continuing down the road. Shizune walked out of range of Sasuke and pressed a button hidden under her sleeve to activate the microphone on hidden in her collar. Naruto, this is Shizune. The target is leaving the training ground and making his way towards his house. How copy over, she said. Outside the village, with Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Anko, Haku and the Sound 5. Naruto was sitting down along with Hinata, Sakura, Haku, Anko, Tayuya, Kimimaro, Jirobe, Sakin, Kidomaru as they were waiting outside Konoha, hiding in the forest when the call came through and Naruto responded. Copy loud and clear Shizune, make your way out before they close the gates, Naruto said as he got up. Alright then, time to get to work. Hinata, Sakura, Anko and Haku stood up as well. Haku, make an ice mirror for a quick exit back to here, he said. Right, Haku said as she made an ice mirror a few feet away. Sakin seeing this got up and knocked on the ice mirror. Cool, Sakin said impressed. Literally, Ukin said while connected to his brother's back and both chuckled. Haku hearing this chuckled as well from the pun. Thank you, Haku said. Naruto chuckled as well before looking at Hinata. Hinata, use your Byakugan to scan around for any threats, don't want to raise any alarms, he said. Alright Naruto, Hinata said as she put her helmet on and secured it. Anko, you're going to use your snakes to knock him out him, Naruto said. You got any constrictors in your summoning arsenal? Anko smirked and 2 snakes appeared out of her sleeves. I got anacondas and pythons at the ready, she said, and Naruto nodded. Good, I'll use my threads to tie his hands and feet, Naruto said before looking at Sakura. Last but most important to the plan, Sakura. Sakura smiled and Naruto could feel the anticipation rolling off her. Okay Sakura, where does this prick live? Naruto asked with a smirk. Follow me, Sakura said as she began to lead Naruto and the others towards Konoha. As they did so, Kimimaro stood up and spoke. We should get ready as well, Kimimaro said. Ready the coffin for sealing and transport. Done and done, Jirobe said, grabbing the cylindrical coffin and placing it on the ground. Kidomaru, set up trip wires. I do not want anyone sneaking up on us, Kimimaro said, and Kidomaru nodded. Right, Kidomaru said as he went off to begin setting up. Tayuya, Sakin, stand guard and wait for them to return, Kimimaro said, and both of them nodded. Be prepared for anything. Copy that, Sakin said with a smile. Let's fucking do this, Tayuya said as she and Sakin took up defensive positions on either sides of the group. Naruto and his group will be back soon with the Uchiha and we can begin the next phase of the plan, Kimimaro thought. Soon Lord Orochimaru will have his new vessel and Konoha will lose its last Uchiha. Chapter 45. Sasuke's apartment, with Sasuke. Sasuke was in the living room of his apartment reading the scroll Jiraiya gave him. He wanted to get a little more studying in before the night got too late. Sasuke yawned before getting up and began to walk to his room while rolling up the scroll. I better get to sleep soon. I have more training to do tomorrow, he thought as he walked to his room. Upon reaching his room he opened the door and walked in, reaching to right side in order to hit the light switch. However, when he thought he was going to touch the wall, he touched something soft instead and the light turned on. Naruto was standing there with Sasuke touching his chest. He flicked the switch on with one of his threads and looked at Sasuke with a smile. "You know, you really should take me out to dinner first if you wanna cop a feel," he said jokingly. Sasuke was in shock and distracted by this. He did not hear nor see Anko, Sakura or Haku on the ceiling. Anko launched a python from her sleeve down towards Sasuke. The snake wrapped around Sasuke, restraining him and began to constrict him, making him unable to scream or escape as it began to choke the life out of him. Sakura, seeing Sasuke restrained, jumped down from the ceiling along with Anko and Haku and spoke, "Hey Sasuke, remember me?" Sakura asked with a sickly sweet smile while cracking her knuckles. "Since I won't get another chance at this, here's a little something to remember me by," Sakura said as she cocked back her fist. Sakura proceeded to slug Sasuke across the face, knocking out some teeth and made some blood splatter on the ground. Sasuke, already feeling lightheaded from the constricting, was knocked out by Sakura's punch. Sakura flexed her hand and Anko spoke, "Damn Sakura, you knocked out pretty boy," Anko said. "Nice, how did it feel?" "Best feeling of my life," Sakura said before looking at Naruto, "and I have to thank Naruto here for the honor." Sakura winked at Naruto, who blushed and scratched the back of his head. "Oh, no, I can't take all the credit for this," Naruto said bashfully. "I mean, sure, I thought of the plan, and thought about bringing you in a bunch of other stuff, but it was a team effort." Speaking of which, Naruto said as he pressed the button on his radio, "Hey Hinata, are you still on the roof? How are things out there?" "Everything is good, Naruto," Hinata said. "No patrols or anyone outside. Did you get the package?" "Yep, we did," Naruto said as Anko let go of Sasuke and he fell to the ground with a thump. "Get ready to get out of here in 15 minutes, we're going to do a sweep and get as much things as we can." "Okay Naruto," Hinata said, and Naruto smiled. "She's such a team player," Naruto said as he looked to the others. "Okay people, start grabbing stuff while I tie up Sleeping Beauty here." Naruto pointed at Sasuke and everyone nodded. "Sakura and Anko, get any kind of bank info, jutsu scrolls and things like that," Naruto said. "I want to take this asshole for all he's worth." "Hell yeah, come on Sakura," Anko said before getting a devious smile, "and while we're at it, might as well raid his fridge." Anko and Sakura walked out and Naruto looked at Haku. "Okay, Haku, look for a safe and crack it open," Naruto said. "A spoiled, rich, pretty boy like him probably has cash, gold or something in here of value, find it and grab it." "Okay Naruto, be quick," Haku said, giving him a kiss before leaving and searching the apartment for a safe. Naruto smiled and began to use his threads to bind and secure Sasuke by the wrists and ankles. Naruto decided to go a step further and sew his mouth shut so that way he could not scream for help. "Think ahead to not end up dead," Naruto thought as he dragged Sasuke a few feet until he found a scroll on the ground. "Huh, what's this?" Naruto thought as he picked up the scroll, opened it and read it. "Rasengan, a sphere of chakra that can be used offensively." Naruto read. He looked at the diagrams and read the instructions. "Cool looking jutsu, I'll save you for later." Naruto put the scroll in his pocket and waited for his team to be done raiding Sasuke's apartment. 15 minutes later Haku came inside the apartment. Sakura and Anko came back with several documents regarding the Uchiha clan's fortune and a few jutsu scrolls, and Haku returned after finding a safe full of money and precious items. Inside it had nearly 1 million ryo in cash and several pieces of jewelry belonging to Sasuke's mother, including her wedding ring. While Naruto was good with taking the cash and the majority of the jewelry, he took the wedding ring and put it in his pocket. He sure that whoever Sasuke's mother was probably a good lady and didn't deserve to have her wedding ring pawned off. "Okay, is that everything?" Naruto asked and everyone nodded. "Okay then, let's go, Haku, time to shine." Haku nodded and made a hand signs. "Ice style, crystal ice mirror," Haku said as she formed an ice mirror and ushered everyone in with a smile. "Please mind your step and keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times." Everyone chuckled at this and Naruto picked up Sasuke and walked through first, followed by Hinata, Sakura, Anko and finally Haku. When everyone went through, the mirror cracked and turned into ice chunks and fell to the ground, leaving the apartment empty. Outside Konoha, with the Sound 5 and Shizune. Tayuya, Kimimaro, Shizune and the rest of the Sound 5 were all patiently waiting in the woods, waiting for Naruto and his group to return with the Uchiha. Tayuya was looking at the ice mirror Haku made, waiting for Naruto and the others to step out. "I wonder what's taking them so damn long," Tayuya said, and Shizune spoke. "Please be patient Tayuya, this is not a mission you can rush," Shizune said. Jirobo, hearing this, looked over to Tayuya and smirked. "What's wrong Tayuya, missing your boyfriend already?" Jirobo said with a snicker, and Tayuya snapped her head to him and spoke. Shut it, you fat fuck, Tayuya said. Naruto will be back soon, I just wished he'd hurry the fuck up. Ukin was standing a few feet away and chuckled. She didn't even protest the boyfriend part. Ukin whispered and Sakin chuckled as well. Looks like little Tayuya has a crush on that Naruto kid, Sakin whispered back. Hey, I heard that, Tayuya said to Ukin and Sakin, who turned away. So what if I do? It's none of your goddamn motherfucking business. Well, Tayuya, at least you picked someone good, Kimimaro said, making Tayuya look at him. But if you break my best friend's heart, I'll kill you. Tayuya began to get flustered and angry at this and crossed her arm. Fuck you all, Tayuya said as she turned away for a second. The next second the ice mirror made a noise and something flew out of it. Sasuke hit the ground right in front of Tayuya, bound by wire and still unconscious, making Tayuya go wide-eyed. Holy hell, she shouted in shock, and everyone looked over to her just as Naruto and the others all exited the mirror. Naruto looked around with a smile and spoke. Okay, I got him. It was a lot easier than I thought, he said. Did we miss anything? Tayuya missed you and wanted you back as soon as possible, Kidomaru said, making Tayuya look at him with a death glare. Aw, sorry Tayuya, I missed you too, Naruto said, not picking up on what Kidomaru said. Tell you what, after this mission we can hang out. Tayuya, growing red and shaking in anger, stomped over to Sasuke and picked him up, Tayuya said as she began to run north with the Sound 5 and Naruto following behind her. Hee, she's kinda cute when she's angry, Naruto said to his group, and they all chuckled as they continued north. 4 hours later, at dawn, Naruto and the others all stopped in a clearing with the Sound 5. Tayuya tossed Sasuke back onto the ground once more. Sasuke was now awake and struggling on the ground, still bound by Naruto's threads. What's up, why we stopping? Naruto asked, and Kimimaro spoke. Lord Orochimaru doesn't have a lot of time, so we have to prepare Sasuke now, Kimimaro said, adding he took out a small bottle filled with black pills. It will take a few minutes for us to complete the jutsu, please keep an eye out for any pursuers. Naruto, hearing this, wanted to protest, but he trusted Kimimaro. In Naruto's eyes, Kimimaro was a smart guy, up there with Kakuzu, Sasori, Tsunade and Haku in terms of intelligence. Naruto trusted him in knowing what to do. Alright then, we'll cover you, Naruto said before turning to his group. I'll take a post in the south, Enko head east, Sakura north and Haku west. Enko, Sakura and Haku nodded before Naruto turned to Hinata. Hinata, stay here and keep watch with your Byakugan. If you see anyone, radio us and we'll handle them, he said before looking at Shizune. Stay with Hinata, Shizune, last thing we need is to get bushwhacked out here. Sure thing Naruto, Shizune said with a nod. Okay Naruto, Hinata said as she took out her bow and loaded an arrow. Naruto turned to Kimimaro and spoke. Make it fast, we're in enemy territory, Naruto said, and Kimimaro nodded before Naruto and his team split up. You heard Naruto, get into position, Kimimaro said, and Jirobo put the coffin down and opened it. Kimimaro picked up the struggling Sasuke and threw him inside. Kimimaro created a bone blade from the tip of his finger and cut the threads binding Sasuke's mouth, allowing it to open. Let me go, I swear to God I'll kill, Sasuke began, but Kimimaro wasn't listening as he shoved the black pills into Sasuke's mouth and held his mouth shut while closing his nose. Sasuke struggled for a few seconds before swallowing the pills. The effects were immediate as Sasuke began to gag and cough. Hinata looked at Sasuke as he began to writhe in pain while in the coffin. After a few minutes, Kimimaro put the cover on the coffin and made a hand sign along with the other Sound 5. The coffin sealed itself and Kimimaro rushed forward and slapped a sealing tag on the top cover. Sealing complete, Kimimaro said, and Hinata spoke up. What did you do to him? Did you kill him? Hinata asked, and Kimimaro spoke. No, but he's in a near-death state, Kimimaro said. He needs to nearly die in order to activate the final stage of the curse mark. He'll live, but we must get going. Hinata nodded and pressed the button on the radio. Naruto, they're done, let's get going, Hinata said, and Naruto spoke back. Alright, we'll be right there, Naruto said over the radio. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Hokage's office with Danzo. Danzo was in the Hokage's office going over several important documents as he sifted through dozens of pages. There was everything from increasing the amount of ninja in the village to diplomacy. Danzo picked up a document from Suna letting him know that they chose a new case since their last one was assassinated by Orochimaru. The document asked if Konoha was willing to forgive them of their past allegiance with Oto and renew their alliance. Suna even offered Tamari for a political marriage. Danzo, upon reading the note, crumpled it and tossed it aside. Good riddance, those traitors are no longer trustworthy, he thought. Let that village burn for all I care. Just then there was a knock at the door and Danzo spoke up. Come in, he said. The door opened and Sai walked in with a sense of urgency. Lord Danzo, I just walked by Sasuke Uchiha's dwelling and he's not there, Sai said, alerting Danzo. I entered his apartment and found signs of a struggle, blood and water on the ground, also the apartment has been ransacked. Danzo stood up and frowned. Damn it, Orochimaru must have come for him. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy and the majority of the Jonin are out of the village, Danzo thought as he clenched his fist. Danzo looked to Sai and spoke. Go and find Tsume Inuzuka, the genin from your academy class and anyone else you can find that is not on a mission, Danzo ordered and Sai ran out of the room. Damn it, Orochimaru made his move, right under our noses, Danzo thought. When I find out who was patrolling the village I'll have them executed for incompetence. 1 hour later. Danzo was in his office looking at Tsume Inuzuka and Henna Inuzuka along with their dogs, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamichi, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Tenten, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame and Sai. A Jonin, 3 Chunin and 7 Genin, not exactly what I want but it's what I have, Danzo thought as he stood up and spoke. As you all know I brought you here for an emergency A-ranked mission, Danzo said and everyone nodded. As of this morning Sasuke Uchiha has been kidnapped from the village, the culprit is most likely Orochimaru or his subordinates. What? How could this happen? Tsume shouted in anger, we have had patrols last night and every night since the invasion. How did they get inside the village? Tsume asked and Danzo spoke. Calm yourself Tsume, we do not know how this happened but it did, Danzo said, and now we have to get Sasuke back. His Sharingan is a powerful asset to this village, and he is also the last of his clan, Danzo said, if we lose him we lose our final connection to our founders and we lose a rising ninja, you must get him back. Kiba scoffed under his breath, please, Sasuke left me and Shino to die in the invasion, if they want him they can take him, he thought. Neji Hyuga crossed his arms and thought, they were able to get into the village and avoid all our patrols, either they have a sensory ninja or they are very experienced in infiltration, he thought. Ino was wide-eyed in horror, Sasuke was taken, how is that possible, he's the strongest in the village. Ino thought as she clenched her fists and got an angry look, I'll save Sasuke myself if I have to, no way the man I love will be taken away from me. Tsume, you will lead the squad as acting commander, Danzo said and Tsume nodded, Hana, Sai and Shikamaru will be your next in command, and you will have the remaining 7 genin at your disposal. Take whatever you need and head out immediately, Danzo said and Tsume nodded. You heard the Hokage, grab your shit and get ready to move, Tsume said, we have to pick up the pace and find a trail. I have one of Sasuke's shirts, can your dogs get a scent? Sai said as he pulled out a scroll containing some of Sasuke's belongings. Yes they can, Tsume said. Danzo looked over to Sai and spoke, Sai, remember your training and do what you have to, he said and Sai nodded. Sai understood what Danzo meant by that, retrieve Sasuke if possible and terminate if necessary. Yes Lord Danzo, Sai said as he and the others left the room to begin the mission. 3 hours later, late morning, with Naruto, his group and the Sound 5. Naruto and his companions were heading north through the forests in order to cross the border into Oto, so far they were halfway through the trip and making good progress. They were not going at full speed since it'll tire them out if they engage the enemy, so they were going a decent pace jumping from tree to tree. Naruto was bringing up the rear with Haku and Anko, Hinata, Sakura and Jiroba were in the middle with Hinata using her Byakugan to keep an eye out for trouble and to defend the coffin. Ukin and Sakin took the left flank while Kitamaru took the right flank. Kimimaro, Tayuya and Shizune were in the front ready to engage at a moment's notice. Even though Naruto was in the rear he wanted to keep an eye out in order to make sure nothing would sneak up on him, though the mission was going too well and felt uneasy. I've been on a lot of missions gone bad, Naruto thought, and I know how things can go from fine and dandy to total shit show in a matter of seconds. Naruto focused his chakra and began to morph his gold jewelry into knuckle dusters as he ran along with the ground. Hinata was scouting around with her Byakugan when finally just at the limit of her field of vision she spotted something. We have a pursuit unit behind us, Hinata spoke up and Naruto looked at her. And back to my regularly scheduled shit show, Naruto thought with a sigh before getting serious, how many are we looking at and who are we looking at? Hinata focused as she scanned the group and even though no one could see it Hinata's eyes widened in horror as she spoke up. I count 11 ninja and 5 ninja dogs in total, Hinata said. We have Tsume Inuzuka the leader of the Inuzuka clan, her daughter Hana and their nin dogs, my old team, Team Guy, Team Asuma, and Sai from Sakura's team. Sakura hearing this went wide-eyed. Sai and Ino are here, she thought as she continued to run through the woods. Should we turn back and fight them? Shizune asked speaking up and Kimimaro shook his head. If we stop now we'll only be giving them time to catch up, Kimimaro said and everyone nodded. We'll have to pull a rear guard action and slow them down. Enko hearing this spoke up. We should send our heaviest hitters first, that way we force them to commit more. She said, Sum and Hana are both extremely strong, way above the levels of the others, they will most definitely commit to fighting the strongest. So who should it be that goes and fights them? Shizune asked and everyone fell silent. I'll go, Naruto said making Hinata, Haku, Sakura, Tayuya and Shizune look at him in shock. Hinata, tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad does Sum hate me? Hinata looked to Naruto and he spoke again. Oh come on, let's be real here, everyone in Konoha hates me, he said. Hinata sighed and spoke. I heard her talking on multiple occasions about how you, or more accurately the Kyuubi killed her husband in the attack 13 years ago, she said, so if was a scale of 1 to 10. I'd say 11. Okay, that settles it, Naruto said as he took off his jacket and sealed it in a scroll. I'll take them on and buy you some time. Wait, don't go alone, Haku protested and Naruto looked at her. I've got 4 masks in my back, Haku, Naruto said with a smile, I'm never alone. Naruto jumped to the next tree branch and stopped as the group continued on ahead. Naruto turned around and looked in the direction the pursuers were supposedly coming from. Naruto took off his shirt and tossed it to the side revealing his 4 masks on his back. Naruto groaned as the wind and the fire mask began move. Both masks burst out of Naruto's back and stood on the tree branch with him. Ow. You never really get used to the pain, he thought as he looked at his masks. Okay boys, let's give them a little welcoming present. Both the wind and fire heart combined together and both opened their mouths. With the pursuit group, with Neji. Neji was using his Byakugan to look ahead at the large group of enemy ninja heading north. He saw that there were 5 sound ninja and several others. Neji saw, Niku, or Naruto, Haku, the 2 traitors Sakura and Anko, an unnamed woman and, Mie, Hinata. We are closing in on them Lady Sum, Neji said as he and the others continued hopping through the trees. We're about 300 yards away from the rear of the formation. Okay Neji, Sum said as she looked ahead, so here's the plan me, Hana, Lee, and Neji will attack head-on. Shikamaru, Tenten, and Shino will attack from a distance using long-range weapons and jutsu, Sum said before continuing, Sai, Choji and Ino will flank them and look out, Choji shouted as he grabbed Ino and Shikamaru and jumped towards the forest floor below and everyone else saw what he just saw. A massive wave of fire war barreling towards them and Sum shouted, everyone get down. Sum shouted as she and the other jumped down as the fire incinerated the tops of the trees. Sum hit the ground with her ninja dog Kuromaru landing next to her. The burning leaves and bark rained down like orange snowflakes as she looked around and saw everyone spread out. Other than a few burnt cloths and some soot they were all fine. Mom, Hana shouted as she was running towards her with her 3 dogs. Are you okay, do you need? Hana was unable to complete her sentence as something burst from underneath her feet and shot up towards her. Naruto shot out of the ground with his body-hardening jutsu active and his hand in a fist and his gold knuckle dusters formed. Earth style. Subterranean voyage. Naruto uppercut Hana in the gut catching her off guard and knocking her away. Hana's triplets seeing Hana get hit all stopped and attacked Naruto. One of the dogs jumped at him but Naruto spun around and sent a kick towards it knocking it into a tree. A second dog bit Naruto in the arm and was surprised when its teeth didn't bite through his skin. Down boy, Naruto shouted as he punched the dog in the ribs and threw it off. The last dog jumped back not wanting to engage after seeing the other 2 get knocked away and Naruto stood in the clearing without his mask on. Hey guys, been a while. Hana, are you okay? Sum shouted to her daughter who got off the ground and onto her feet. I'm fine, Hana said as she looked at Naruto and recognized him. Wait a minute, you're that kid from the Chunin exams, the one who has the 9 tails in him. That's me, Naruto said rolling his neck, and you must be Hana Inuzuka right? Hana growled at this and Naruto smirked as he turned around and looked at Sum. And you must be Sum, the lady whose husband I killed right? Naruto asked striking a nerve with Sum, Hana and Kiba. Oh yeah, just a little more pushing. Holy shit, look at this, we've come full circle, Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. Looks like I'll be able to take out the whole family this time. Sum got to her feet baring her fangs and glaring at Naruto. He killed my husband and he's taunting me with it. He's a fucking dead man, she thought. Shikamaru, take the others and go, Sum ordered. Hana, you and the triplets stay with me and Kuromaru, we're going to tear this fucker apart. And when we're done you're coming back to Konoha. Danzo and the council will love to have their weapon back, Sum growled and Naruto smirked. I'm shaking in my sandals, Naruto said. Mom, Kiba spoke up, please let me stay, this asshole killed dad. No, go with Shikamaru, Sum said, me and Hana got this covered. Kiba was about to speak up again until Shikamaru grabbed his shoulder. Kiba looked at Shikamaru who was shaking his head. Kiba cursed and spoke. Kick his shit in mom, Kiba said. Shikamaru led everyone else away leaving Naruto, Tsume, Henna and the dogs alone. You have a lot of nerve showing yourself here demon, Tsume said. You killed my husband and you have the gall to mock me to my face. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do shit, the fox did, Naruto said rolling his neck making Tsume growl and Henna raise an eyebrow. I'm just a guy who happens to have a demon fox inside himself, nothing more nothing less. Liar, Tsume said, you're the nine-tailed fox in human form, foxes are nothing but tricksters and shapeshifters. Whatever you say lady, doesn't matter what you think of me, Naruto said before looking at her with a death glare, because you're going to die here for how you treated me in Konoha, all you clan heads are rotten to the core. And how are you going to do that? Henna asked, unless you're blind it's 6-on-1. I'm going to put all my heart and soul into it, Naruto said with a smirk. Looks like you're being cute, Tsume said her patience reaching its end. Bitch I'm adorable, Naruto said. Tsume and Henna were about to attack Naruto until Naruto began to chuckle making them pause, and who said I was alone. From underneath Naruto shot out his wind, fire, water and lighting hearts, all four landed around Naruto in a pentagon battle formations. Did I say heart and soul? I meant hearts, plural. Tsume and Henna both backed up as it seems they fell into Naruto's trap. It was now Naruto and his four hearts versus Tsume, Henna and their dogs. Tsume shook her head and spoke. Don't worry Henna, we got this, we can take him, Tsume said and Naruto cracked his neck. That's what they all think at first, Naruto said before getting into his fighting stance, bring it. Chapter 46. In the burning forest, with Naruto, Tsume, Henna and their dogs. Naruto was standing in a pentagon formation with his four hearts as he was surrounded by Tsume, Henna and their dogs while the forest around them continued to burn. He analyzed Tsume with a critical eye. Tsume was a jonin and by far the biggest threat so he decided to take her and her dog on personally while his hearts took on Henna and her dogs. Naruto's gold knuckle dusters began to shift shape again as the edge of the knuckles became sharp spikes. Naruto without saying a word gave orders to his hearts and began his attack. Naruto charged at Tsume and Kuromaru at full speed while his fire and lighting hearts began to fire jutsu from their mouths while his wind and water hearts closed the distance between them and Henna. Henna and her dogs saw the two oncoming streams of lightning and fire and jumped out of the way. Henna jumped off to the left with one of her dogs while the other two jumped off to the right. The wind heart ran towards Henna and her dog and the fire heart focused on her while her other two dogs were attacked by the water heart with the lightning heart backing it up. The wind heart swung its arm towards Henna trying to swat her to the ground but Henna ducked under the arm and went in and delivered a slash with her claws. Henna's claws made contact with the heart's thread body and caused some damage. However it did not take the heart out of the fight and the wind heart swung once more. The heart raised its arm in order to hit Henna but her dog jumped up and bit the heart of the arm using its momentum and weight to knock it off balance. Henna got ready to perform a fang over fang but soon had to dodge a series of small fireballs. The fire heart was backing up the wind heart at a distance by firing a volley of fire bullets towards Henna. Henna jumped back and began to run as the fire heart followed her still firing fire bullets. As Henna ran she was hit in the arm and stumbled but corrected herself before she fell. Henna ducked behind a fallen tree to take cover. Henna looked out from behind the fallen and saw her dog trying to maul the wind heart. The dog was sinking its razor-sharp teeth into the heart's arm ripping and tearing threads as it tried to rip the arm off. The wind heart not feeling any pain extended its arm and proceeded to whip its arm with the dog still attached. The dog's teeth cut through the threads and the dog was sent flying through the air and into a tree hitting a branch. The dog hit the branch and the branch broke impaling the dog to the tree. Henna went wide-eyed as she saw this. She raised all three of the triplets since they were puppies and now she saw one of her dogs screaming and crying as it had bled to death in front of her. Henna seeing red ran out from behind the tree and jumped in the air and began to spin. Henna began to spin so fast she became a gray vortex spinning towards the wind heart. Fang over fang, Henna roared as she sped towards the heart. The wind heart opened its mouth and fired a powerful gust of wind towards Henna. The wind hit Henna and slowed down her attack slightly but not completely. Henna slammed into the wind heart causing a lot of damage and sending the heart to the ground. Henna finished her jutsu and looked at the wind heart. The wind here quickly got back to its feet and looked at Henna. The abdomen of the wind heart showed damage, but it wasn't enough to destroy it. Henna cursed as she looked to both the wind and fire hearts as they both opened their mouths and got ready to launch another jutsu. Naruto meanwhile was on the other side of the clearing fighting both Tsume and her dog Kuromaru. Naruto was throwing punches at Tsume trying to hit her with his knuckle dusters. Naruto threw a jab with his left hand which Tsume dodged by moving her head to her left. Naruto followed up with a right cross aimed at Tsume's temple but Tsume ducked under the blow. Naruto threw a kick with his right foot but Tsume blocked it before going in and tackling Naruto using her weight and height to knock him over onto the ground. Naruto was on his back and Tsume was on top of him straddling him as she raised up her clawed hand to slash at Naruto. Naruto brought up his arms to protect himself as the claws came down. Naruto used his body hardening technique but Tsume's claws were even sharper than a blade and her physical strength was above that of a normal ninja. Tsume's claws cut Naruto's arms and Tsume followed up with a second slash creating even more cuts. Tsume raised her right hand and went for a lower slash and cut Naruto across his chest leaving claw marks from his left pec to his right ribs. However, this gave Naruto an opportunity as he used his right arm to grab her right hand and pull her across. Naruto grabbed Tsume by the back of her head clutching her hair cocking his head back. Naruto head-butted Tsume in the face hitting her in the nose breaking it with a resounding crack as blood spurted out of her nostrils. Naruto then sent a punch to Tsume's ribs with his left hand knocking the wind out of her and knocking her off of Naruto. Naruto was about to get up when Kuromaru ran up and attacked Naruto knocking him to the ground again. The dog was barking and snarling as it tried to sink its razor-sharp teeth into Naruto's neck. Naruto stopped the dog by grabbing onto its neck with his right arm as Kuromaru snapped its teeth at him. Naruto used this moment to form the knuckle duster on his left hand into a push dagger with a 3-inch blade. Naruto sent the dagger into the dog's ribs making it yelp and Naruto with all his strength shot up holding the dog by its neck and spun around. "Down boy," Naruto shouted as he threw the dog towards Tsume who was getting back up. Tsume got back to get feet and wipe her watery eyes just in time for Kuromaru to crash into her and knock her to the ground again. Tsume and Kuromaru both coughed as they sat up and looked towards Naruto who was going through hand size. "Earth style. Stone bullets," Naruto shouted as he slammed his hands onto the ground and dozens of stones shot out at both Tsume and Kuromaru. Tsume and Kuromaru jumped in opposite direction to avoid the jutsu and ran towards Naruto before jumping into the air and began to spin turning into two gray vortexes, fang over fang. Naruto seeing this went through another set of hand signs, Earth style, Earth dome. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground and a dome appeared over him just as Tsume and Kuromaru approached. Tsume and Kuromaru were both masters in their clan's jutsu and their fang over fang had more speed and power compared to Kiba or Henna. The two vortexes slammed into the dome and shattered it but this slowed them down enough for Naruto to jump out and gain some distance. Tsume and Kuromaru landed looking at Naruto and Tsume grabbed her nose with a wince. Tsume snapped her nose back into place before blowing out 2 gobs of blood from her nostrils. "You little shit, you're going to pay for that," Tsume said and Naruto cracked his neck while looking at her. Naruto morphed his second knuckle duster into a push dagger and got into a boxing stance. "Bring it on bitch," Naruto said, "I'm putting you down like the rabid dog you are." Tsume growled at this and reached into her pocket and produced 2 red food pills. Tsume took one while handing the other one to Kuromaru. Both Tsume and Kuromaru began to growl and look more feral as both of their hair began to stand up, their claws got longer and sharper and their fangs became more pronounced. Naruto seeing this narrowed his eyes. "Hey Fox, be on standby. I might need your power if I can't beat them like this," he thought. "With pleasure," the Kyuubi said with a dark chuckle. "I hate dogs, and nothing will bring me a sense of satisfaction more than killing one, or in this case, 2. "Huh, who knew you'd be a dog hater?" Naruto thought with a smirk. "Alright then, let's dance." With the Hinata, Haku, Sakura, Shizune, Enko and the Sound 5. Hinata, her team and the Sound 5 were still rushing through the woods at a faster pace as they headed north. Hinata could no longer see Naruto as he was not out of range of her by a Kugan. Hinata continued to scan behind herself as the group continued through the forest when at the very edge of her range of vision she saw something. "They're back in my field of vision again," Hinata said speaking up. "Tsume, Henna and their dogs are not with them. So that means Naruto is fighting the both of them, just like he planned," Haku said and Hinata nodded. "We need another diversion," Kimimaro said. "We should use long-range attacks to pin them down and move in for close-range combat." "I'll go," Kidomaru said. "My attacks have the longest range among us." "I'll go too," Enko said speaking up. "I'm a mid-range to close-range specialist." "Alright and one more should round us out," Kidomaru said and Haku looked over. "I'll join as well," Haku said. "My ice jutsu is very versatile and I can get Enko within range so she can attack." "Very well then, deal with them and come back at once," Kimimaro said and all three nodded. Enko looked at Sakura and spoke. "I'll catch up soon, don't worry," she said and Sakura nodded. "Good luck Enko," Sakura said. "We'll be right back Hinata," Haku said and Hinata nodded. "Stay safe Haku," Hinata said and Haku smiled. Kidomaru looked to his team but they all didn't notice him. What the hell? Nothing for me, you guys suck, he said and Shizune looked over to him. Good luck Mr. Kitamaru, we're counting on you, Shizune said with a smile and Kitamaru nodded. Wow thanks Shizune, I already like you better than my own team, Kitamaru said and they all looked at him. Go fuck yourself, Tayuya said. I don't care if you die, Jirobo said. I have little faith in you, Uken said. You're easily replaceable, Kimamaro said. Kitamaru got a tick mark and flipped them off with all of his hands and spoke. Screw you guys, he said. Kitamaru, Enko and Haku all landed on a branch and say their group continued to go north. Kitamaru activated his curse mark and it began to spread all over his body. Okay you two, get into position and stay hidden, he said as he took off his forehead protector. I'll launch my attack and then you two jump in, they'll definitely keep some people back to distract us, so pick a good target. Okay then, Haku said with a nod as she reached behind her and put on her mask. Haku had no reason to hide her face, but she wanted to wear it for psychological warfare reasons. Let's go Enko. Let's fuck some shit up, Enko said and Haku chuckled. Kitamaru's curse mark finished activating and now he looked more monstrous than mad as his skins turned into a dark red. He had a third eye on his forehead which was hidden under his forehead protector and he had a mouth full of fang. Holy shit dude, you look evil as hell, Enko said and Kitamaru opened his mouth and some golden substance began to come out of his mouth. Kitamaru used this golden substance to form a bow and an arrow and he looked at Enko. Hee, you ain't seen nothing yet, Kitamaru said before looking to their south. Let's greet the welcoming party. With Shikamaru and his team. Shikamaru, Neji, Shino, Choji, Ino, Sai, Lee, Tenten and Kiba all continued to run through the trees, heading north while Neji using his Byakugan to scout ahead. Three of them stopped and are now looking in our direction, Neji said and Shikamaru looked at him. The others are continuing north. Okay then, Shikamaru said with a nod. We need to split up again and take them on while other continue after the larger group. Who are they? Shikamaru asked. Do you recognize any? Shikamaru wasn't able to finish his sentence as Neji rushed forward and grabbed him and pulled him off to the left just in time as they began to fall to the forest floor. An arrow flew past where Shikamaru just was and Shikamaru went wide-eyed as he realized that if Neji didn't grab him would have died. Neji was about to speak when suddenly the air went cold and with his Byakugan he saw something behind him, an ice mirror formed behind them and two figures appeared from it. Enko and Haku jumped from the ice mirror and attacked them. Haku sent a kick towards Shikamaru knocking him away from Neji while Enko grabbed onto the back of Neji's collar and threw him in the opposite direction of Shikamaru. Neji twirling in the air and landed on the ground and Enko landed a few seconds later and charged towards Neji. Neji seeing Enko rush towards him got into his taijutsu stance, ready for battle. Shikamaru however hit the ground hard and looked up just in time to see Haku land on a tree branch a few yards away with some senbon in her hands. Haku threw the senbon at Shikamaru and Shikamaru jumped out of the way and took cover behind a tree. Damn it, me and Neji got separated from the group, Shikamaru thought. Now they don't have a squad leader or a scout, they'll be blind. Shikamaru thought about what he could do to defeat Haku. From what he remembered she had an ice keke genkai and was good all ranges of combat. Shikamaru sighed as he took out a kunai. This is such a drag. Back with the pursuit team. Shit where'd they go? Kiba shouted as he and the others took cover behind some tree trunks after Neji and Shikamaru got attacked. And where'd that arrow come from? Akamaru began to whine and Kiba pet his head. Don't worry boy, we're gonna be fine, Kiba said. Kiba, shut up and calm down, Shino said to his teammate. We have a hidden enemy sniper up ahead. We have no idea who or what they can do, or where they're at. Can't you just use your bugs to find him? Ino asked worried as she hid behind a tree off to the left. No, I can't, because I already did, Shino said making everyone look at him. My bugs I sent that way were all taken out. I felt their life force end and I cannot risk any more. So now we need to think this through and get ready to fight, Shino said. Who do you recommend Shino? Lee asked as he hid right next to Tenten. If need be, I'll do it and fight him. Don't be stupid Lee, Tenten said, you don't even know where to look. She's right, Shino said, so it'll have to be Kiba to fight this opponent. Kiba went wide-eyed and looked at Shino. What? Why me? Kiba shouted and Shino looked at him. Because you can literally sniff him out, Shino said. Once you get a scent just follow it and engage. Well that's easy for you to say but, Kiba began until Shino fell to a crouch just as an arrow pierced the tree he was hiding behind and flew over his head hitting the ground. Shino grabbed the arrow and tossed it over to Kiba who caught it. Use that and get to work Kiba. We're counting on you, Shino said before looking at everyone else. We'll have to backtrack to get out of range from the sniper, we should go. Shino, Lee, Tenten, Sai, Choji and Ino all began to go back the way they came, leaving Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba took a deep breath and spoke. "Okay boy, it's up to us," Kiba said as both he and Akamaru sniffed the arrow, gaining a scent, and closed his eyes. After a few seconds they got a faint scent trail and Kiba spoke. "Okay boy, let's get him." Akamaru barked in approval and both he and Kiba ran from behind their cover and ran towards Kitamaru as he loaded another arrow. Kitamaru from his perch saw this and smiled. "Seems like this is going to be a game of hide and seek," Kitamaru thought. "I guess whoever sent those bugs to find me left along with the others. Good thing my spiders were out there pulling security." "Okay then, dog boy," Kitamaru said as he pulled back his drawstring. "Let's play." Back with Naruto. Naruto's water heart fired a volley of water bullets towards Hana's two remaining dogs and both dogs dodged the oncoming water bullets, landing a few feet apart. Both dogs began to run in different directions, with one heading to the lightning heart and the other heading towards the water heart. The lightning heart, seeing the dog approaching, opened its mouth and began to shoot a stream of lightning towards the dog. The dog dodged the stream of lightning and began to close the distance quickly while the lightning heart continued to fire the stream of lightning at the dog. The dog got in close enough that it jumped into the air and began to perform a fang over fang towards the heart in a spinning vortex. The heart cancelled its jutsu and put up its arms to defend itself, and the vortex hit it. The fang over fang ground against the heart's arms as threads began to tear and the heart began to be pushed back slightly. After 10 seconds the heart's arms were destroyed and it was knocked to the ground. The dog landed on its chest and began to maul it, but this was its mistake. The lightning heart in that moment began to run lightning through its entire body and began to electrocute the dog. The dog had no way to move as its muscles began to constrict, keeping it in place. As this continued, the dog's organs began to cook, its eyes began to bleed and the dog began to smoke. The heart cancelled this attack and rolled the smoking dog off. The dog had numerous electrical burns and was no longer breathing, leaving the last dog to the water heart. The last dog, seeing its sibling get killed, charged towards the water heart. The water heart extended its arms towards the dog, trying to grab it, but the dog avoided the attack and jumping past and began to head to where Henna was. Henna meanwhile was not fighting the fire heart since the wind heart was now heavily damaged and a lot slower. The fire heart extended its arm trying to grab Henna, but she jumped over it doing a flip. Henna reached out and sunk her claws into the heart's back, tearing thread, and she came down. The heart spun around and took a swing at her, but Henna jumped back. The fire heart opened its mouth ready to unleash some fire when it was hit from behind by Henna's remaining dog. Henna went wide-eyed as the dog knocked the heart off balance and landed next to her. "Good boy," Henna said as the dog stood next to her. "Let's take this fucker out." Henna made a hand sigh and a giant puff of smoke appeared. A large black and white wolf with two heads appeared and began running forward before jumping into the air and spinning into a giant vortex. "Dual wolf fang over fang," Henna shouted as she barreled towards the fire heart. The fire heart was too slow to react as the two-headed wolf slammed into it and ripped it in half, destroying it. Unseen by Henna, Naruto while fighting Tsume felt a sharp pain in his chest, signaling that one of his hearts was destroyed. Henna continued her technique as it went towards the slow-moving wind heart a few yards away, but before she could hit it, she and her dog were hit in the side by a combination jutsu. A few dozen yards away, the water and lightning heart formed together and launched a jet of electrified water towards the spinning vortex. When the stream of electrified water hit, the jutsu collapsed and both Henna and her dog fell to the ground. Henna landed a few yards away from where her last dog hit the ground. The dog was barely alive as it laid there stunned as the wind heart reached out and picked up the dog by the neck. The dog began to bark and snarl at this as the wind heart began to squeeze and Henna went wild-eyed. "No," Henna said softly before getting to her feet. "No." The wind heart snapped the dog's neck, killing it before looking at Henna. The heart dropped the dog and opened its mouth. The wind heart fired a powerful wind jutsu at Henna, sending her flying backwards. Henna flew for about 50 yards before hitting a burning tree and hitting the ground hard. Due to the impact, the tree began to crack and lean forward, and as Henna tried to crawl away, the tree fell down on top of her. The tree fell down onto the back of Henna's legs, hitting her thighs and breaking the bones, making her scream. Henna began to try to push the burning tree off but only managed to burn her hands in the process. "No, not like this," Henna said in a scared tone as she tried to get out from under the tree. On the other side of the clearing, Naruto and Tsume were still fighting and the battle was getting bloodier and bloodier by the second. Naruto with his dual push daggers sent a series of fast jabs towards Tsume, who dodged the attacks with incredible reflexes. Naruto sent a left hook towards Tsume's head and Tsume ducked under the attack and slashed at him with her claws. Tsume cut Naruto across his left ribs, making his let out a shout in pain. Naruto using his right hand sent a punch towards Tsume, who instinctively put up her arm. Naruto's push daggers pierced through her arm, making her ground in pain. Naruto twisted the place causing more damage before raising his foot and kicking her in the chest, knocking her away. Kuromaru attacked immediately afterwards, jumping and landing on Naruto's back. Kuromaru opened his jaws and bit down on Naruto's left deltoid and began to maul him. "Ah!" Naruto shouted as he used his left hand to punch the dog, stabbing it and making it let go. Naruto grabbed the dog and threw it. "You ugly fucker." Kuromaru flipped in the air and landed next to Sume, and Sume spoke up. "Let's go, boy. I go low, you go high," she said, and Kuromaru nodded. Kuromaru puffed into smoke to look just like Sume, and both he and Sume rushed forward. Both Sume and Kuromaru jumped forward. Ike threw were going a front flip and began to spin violently. Both Sume and Kuromaru turned into black spinning vertical discs as they head towards Naruto. "Fang rotating Fang," Sume and Kuromaru shouted. Naruto went wide-eyed at this and shouted. "Oh fuck," Naruto shouted as he went through hand signs before slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth spikes began to shoot out of the ground and towards Sume and Kuromaru. Sume and Kuromaru began to cut through the earth spikes with ease as they approached Naruto. Sume reached him first, aiming to take out Naruto's legs as she went horizontal along the ground. Naruto jumped over Sume to avoid having his legs cut off, but as he did this, Kuromaru attempted to cut Naruto in half. Naruto saw this and, extending his arms towards the ground and gripped the earth, Naruto pulled himself down just as Kuromaru passed by him. Kuromaru cut the lower side of Naruto's back, missing his kidneys by a few inches and making Naruto shout in pain, and he hit the ground and got back into his stance. Naruto began to use his threads to repair his wound as both Sume and Kuromaru stopped a few dozen yards away. Sume and Kuromaru were about to attack again when they both had to jump out of the way as a volley of electrified water bullets came towards them. Naruto looked to his side and saw his lightning, water and wind hearts rushing over. "About damn time," Naruto thought with a smile. Naruto rushed over to there his water heart was and began to go through hand signs. "Combination jutsu. Mud wave," Naruto shouted. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground, loosening the earth while the water heart fired a powerful stream of water. The result was a 15-foot high and 30-foot wide wave of mud shooting towards Sume and Kuromaru at a fast speed. "Fuck," Sume shouted as both she and Kuromaru had no time to dodge, so they both launched forward into two fang over fangs in hopes of piercing through the thick wave of mud before they got crushed. Both Sume and Kuromaru hit the wave as it slowed down their movements as they drilled through the thick mud. To their relief, they both passed through the mud, but their jutsus cancelled due to too much loss of momentum. Naruto, seeing this, quickly brought up earth to his right fist and formed a large fist made of earth style, rock fist. Naruto charged forward just as Sume and Kuromaru pierced through his mud wave along with his wind heart. The wind heart focused wind chakra into its hands in order to create claws made of wind as it charged forward. Sume and Kuromaru were caught completely off guard when on the other side of the wave Naruto and the wind heart greeted them. "Heal girl," Naruto shouted as he slugged Sume across the face with the rock fist. The punch was so hard that the fist broke and the side of Sume's head began to bleed heavily as she fell to the ground. The wind heart used its claws to attack Kuromaru and in one good swing sliced the dog in half. Kuromaru's top and bottom half fell to the earth with a wet splat as blood began to pool on the ground. Naruto landed on the ground and looked at his three remaining hearts. The lighting heart was missing its arms while the wind heart had a lot of body damage, but surprisingly the water had had no visible damage to it. All three hearts walked over to Naruto and upon reaching him went back into his body, and Naruto grit his teeth in slight pain as his back still hurt. Naruto walked over to Sume, who was bleeding on the ground, and looked at her in disgust. The left side Sume's head was a mess. Her eye socket was shattered, her cheek was broken, her jaw was snapped and she had a caved-in skull, but surprisingly she was still alive. "Look at you. Pathetic," Naruto said, breathing heavily as he stood above Sume. Naruto sat on Sume's stomach, making her groan in pain, and leaned in close so they were face to face. "If I was a merciful guy, I'd put you down like the rabid dog you are. But, seeing as I'm down a heart, I might as well give you a final fuck you," Naruto said, looking at Sume. "Any last words?" Sume could not form words, so she did the only thing she could too. Sume spit a stream of blood and saliva into Naruto's face and growled with a look of anger. Naruto didn't even wipe it off as he spoke. "Noted," Naruto said coldly. Naruto sent out several threads from his chest and they buried themselves into Sume's chest as they began to wrap around her heart. Sume couldn't even scream as this happened, and the last thing she saw was Naruto ripping out her heart and it being taken into his body. Naruto's dropped Sume's lifeless corpse and began to walk away while wiping his face, and as a new mask for fire appeared on his back, Naruto undid his body hardening jutsu and began to feel the pain off all his cuts and bruises. "I need a vacation," Naruto said to himself. Before he was able to leave, he heard shouting and turned and saw Henna pinned under a tree. Hannah was screaming as she tried to push the fallen tree of her, but she wasn't strong enough. Gah. Come on, Hannah said as she began to cry. I don't want to die like this. Suddenly there was cracking and Hannah looked to her side as a tree began to fall down towards her. Hannah, seeing this, closed her eyes and looked away. There was a loud crash and Hannah waited for the pain but didn't feel any. Hannah opened her eyes and saw Naruto's water heart holding up the burning tree while hitting it with water, putting it out. There were footsteps to her side and Hannah turned and saw Naruto bending down. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth pillars, he shouted. 3 2-foot-long earth pillars appeared out of the ground and lifted the tree off of Hannah's legs just high enough to clear her. Naruto grabbed Hannah by the back of her chunin jacket and dragged her out from under the fallen tree while the water heart let go of the tree it was holding and returned over to Naruto, going back into his body as he dragged Hannah. Naruto put Hannah down next to the body of her mother and Hannah began to cry as she looked at Sume. Your mom was one tough bitch, I'll give her that, Naruto said as he kneeled next to Hannah, digging though his pouch. So are you, considering you damaged 2 of my hearts and destroyed another, Naruto said as he pulled out a syringe and Hannah went wide-eyed. This is just morphine, this'll dull the pain and knock you out. When you're out cold I'll splint your legs and leave, someone will come and find you. Why? Hannah asked with tears of pain and sadness. Naruto, why did you kill my mom and our dogs but spare me, why did you help me? Naruto looked at Hannah and smiled. Because I didn't see any hate in your eyes, Naruto said as he injected Hannah with the morphine. Your mom and the other clan heads were assholes to me, they're the reason I am what I am. Hannah fell backwards as the drug began to take effect and Naruto went on. Maybe if that didn't happen, if I wasn't treated the way I was, we could have been friends, Naruto said, his voice growing distant to Hannah. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Hannah passed out and Naruto sighed. Naruto spent 10 minutes splinting Hannah's legs before leaving the unconscious girl with her dead mother. Naruto began to sprint through the trees heading north in hopes of catching up. Hold on guy, I'm coming, Naruto thought as he sped on ahead. Chapter 47. Haku vs Shikamaru. Shikamaru jumped out from behind the tree he was using as cover and threw a kunai with an exploding tag attached towards Haku, who was standing on a branch. Haku, seeing the kunai coming towards her, jumped back as the kunai hit the branch. The kunai exploded and Haku landed on another branch and threw several senbon at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, seeing the senbon, took out another kunai and knocked away the senbon before attaching another explosive tag and throwing the kunai at Haku. Haku, seeing this, jumped away as the kunai hit the tree branch. However, this kunai did not explode and Haku realized it was a dud. When Haku turned back to look at Shikamaru, he was already closing the distance between himself and Haku, running up a tree to get to her level. Haku quickly went through one-handed hand signs and aimed at Shikamaru. Ice style. 1,000 needles of death. Haku used the humidity in the air to form a dozen ice needles and launched them towards Shikamaru before jumping away. Shikamaru, seeing the ice needles, jumped up and across to a branch as the ice needles hit the tree and stuck in like a needles in a pin cushion. Shikamaru got down to a knee and made a hand sign. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru said as his shadow began to extend and go towards Haku. Haku, seeing this, jumped back even further as the shadow approached. Haku landed on a branch as Shikamaru's shadow began to slow down. Haku was about to throw some more senbon but realized something. The kunai with the fake exploding tag was in between her and Shikamaru. Shikamaru used the shadow of the kunai's tag to extend his shadow and it got dangerously close to Haku. Haku made a hand sign and formed an ice mirror behind her and walked in, missing Shikamaru's shadow. Crap, Shikamaru thought. Well, at least I have some more info on her fighting style. Shikamaru felt the air temperature drop and he turned around. Haku was behind him, stepping out of a mirror with a senbon in her hand, ready to stab him and disable him. Shikamaru spun around and raised his arm and blocked the senbon from hitting his neck. Shikamaru threw a punch towards Haku with his free hand and Haku caught his fist and gripped it tight. Smart plan, a relay for your shadow, Haku said as she pushed back against Shikamaru. Thanks for the compliment, Shikamaru said before throwing a kick at Haku. Haku used her leg to block the kick before pushing off and jumping to another tree. Shikamaru, seeing Haku land, took out some shuriken and looked at her. I have no chance of winning in a fight against her, but that doesn't mean I can't buy my team some time, he thought. What a drag. Enko vs Neji. Enko threw a series of punches and kicked towards Neji, who dodged with difficulty as Enko's was just as fast as Lee wearing his weights. Neji dodged a punch and sent a palm strike towards Enko, attempting to hit her in the chest. Enko saw this and swatted the palm away before reaching out and grabbing Neji by the collar. Enko pulled him down and kneed him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him before elbowing him in the back of the neck, sending pain running up and down his body. Enko finished her attack by kicking Neji and sending him flying into a tree before he fell to the ground holding the back of his neck. Oh god. My neck, Neji groaned as Anko looked on. Doesn't have to be this way, just leave back to Konoha kid, Anko said, you have no chance of beating me, besides this goes against my beliefs. Neji looked at her and spoke, what beliefs? Neji asked. I believe suicide is stupid, Anko said with a smirk and Neji glared at her. You're quite confidently aren't you, Neji said and Anko nodded. Well yeah, I'm a Jonin who can easily kill you, you're a genin who got his ass kicked by Naruto, who wasn't even going all out, Anko said and Neji got back up and Anko spoke again, alright enough talk, time for more ass kicking. Anko began to go through hand signs, fire style, fire dragon jutsu, Anko unleashed a long stream of fire that transformed into the shape of a dragon as it went towards Neji. Neji seeing this began to spin in place as a dome of chakra began to form around him. 8 trigrams palm rotation, the fire dragon slammed into the chakra dome as Neji felt the heat and the pressure of the jutsu. After a few seconds the jutsu died down and Neji began to slow down as his chakra dome dissipated. However when he did this a pain of snakes shot towards him and bit him on the shoulders making him scream. Anko summoned 2 snakes from her sleeves to go in but Neji. Anko gripped the snakes and pulled toward her with all her might. Neji was set sailing towards Anko who smirked as he came closer. Anko extended her foot and kicked Neji in the chest making him fly back the way he came as the snakes let go and went back up Anko's sleeves. Neji hit the ground and began to cough up blood and Anko spoke. You had enough yet? Anko asked and Neji got back up on shaky legs with blood dripping from his mouth. Not even close, Neji said and Anko sighed in disappointment. Oh well, Anko said cracking her knuckles, time for me to give you some more character development by kicking your ass. Kidomaru vs Kiba and Akamaru. Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru spun in the air in 2 twin vortexes towards Kidomaru who was in a tree. Kidomaru seeing this jumped off of the branch he was on to a branch under him as Kiba and Akamaru hit the tree he just left. As soon as he landed on the next branch he turned and saw both Kiba and Akamaru do a U-turn and come back his way. Kidomaru made a hand sign and took in a deep breath. Kidomaru then spat out a large spider web from his mouth towards the oncoming vortexes hoping to ensnare them. Kiba saw this and veered off course to avoid the web, however Akamaru wasn't fast enough and collided with the web. The web wrapped around Akamaru slowing him down and tangling him up as he fell. Akamaru fell to a tree branch down below and was stuck to it. Akamaru tried to chew through the web but couldn't as it was too tough and sticky. Akamaru, Kiba shouted getting ready to jump down and save his dog. Before Kiba could go he dodged to the side as an arrow flew past him. Kidomaru shot his arrow at Kiba as he closed the distance and landed on the branch Kiba was on. Kidomaru spun around swinging his bow like a staff towards Kiba. Kiba was hit across the face with the bow and Kidomaru followed up with a kick sending Kiba flying off the branch. Kidomaru then bit his finger and slammed it onto the branch. Summoning jutsu, Kidomaru said as a puff of smoke erupted and 4 spiders the size of Akamaru appeared. Take care of the mutt, I'll handle the owner. The spider jumped down to where Akamaru was and surrounded the dog. Akamaru began to bark and growl as the spiders began to circle the small dog. One of the spiders launched out and proceeded to bite down on Akamaru's neck injecting the dog with venom and making it yelp. The other 3 spiders began to attack Akamaru as well and the small puppy's yelps and cries reached Kiba. Get away from him, Kiba shouted as he took out several shuriken and threw them at the spiders in hopes of killing them. Kidomaru saw this and fired another web from his mouth at the shuriken. The web hit the projectiles knocking them to the ground below and Kidomaru looked at Kiba. What's wrong Inuzuka, feeling a little lost without your doggy? Kidomaru said to Kiba who growled in anger, figures, you clan shinobi are all the same, kill one and learn how they fight and the rest are easy pickings. Shut the hell up, Kiba said as he reached into his pocket, pulled out a food pill and ate it. Kiba began to look more feral as he looked at Kidomaru, I'm going to kill you for hurting my dog. Kidomaru chuckled as he tossed his bow to the side. Kidomaru excreted more of the same gold substance from his mouth and began to break it off so a piece was in each of his 6 arms. The gold substance turned morphed and hardened into club-like blunt weapons and Kidomaru gripped them tightly. Well come at me then, he said with a smile. With Hinata, Sakura, Shizune and the remaining Sound 5. Hinata was still with the others as they ran through the woods in order to stay ahead of the pursuit team. So far it has been 20 minutes since Haku, Anko and Kidomaru split off to hold them off. Hinata was using her Byakugan and was still keeping lookout for any approaching hostiles. As she did so she saw at the very edge of her field of vision the pursuit team once again appeared. The pursuit team is back on our trail, Hinata said speaking up. I count 6 in total. Tayuya looked at her and spoke. Fucking shit, how persistent are these assholes? Tayuya shouted, they cannot like this guy enough to be going through all this trouble. Sakura scoffed at this and spoke. Please, he's there, precious Uchiha, Sakura said in a sarcastic tone. He's the last of a great clan. And the strongest up-and-coming genin in the village. God, he's an ass, and all the girls don't see him for the pig he is. Hinata looked at Sakura and spoke. Glad to see your feelings for him have changed, Hinata said, before you were head over heels for him. Now I just want to hang him by his heels, slit his balls off and watch him bleed to death, Sakura said with an angry tone. Kimimaro looked at her and had a thought. What on earth did the Uchiha do to her to make her that angry? Kimimaro thought before clearing his throat. We need another diversion to keep them occupied. To Yuya, Uken, go and hold them off. Very well, Uken said. All right, Yuya said. Hinata spoke up as well. I'll stay as well. I know the pursuers and can set up a proper ambush, Hinata said. Me too, Sakura said. I can at least tie one of them down. All right, go then, Kimimaro said as Jirobo and Shizune kept on going ahead while Hinata and the other stopped. So Hinata, who do you see? Sakura asked and Hinata looked back in the direction of the group. I see Shino, Choji, Ino, Hinata began but Sakura cut her off. I call dibs on Ino, Sakura said raising her hand and everyone looked at her. What? I hate her. You're seriously using this mission to settle your beef you have with some other bitch? Yuya asked and Sakura nodded. Yeah, pretty much, Sakura said. I want to beat the blonde bimbo's face in. It might be the last chance I ever get to do it. Yuya and Uken looked at her with approving smile. That's cold girly, Uken said. I like you more already, Yuya said and Sakura smiled while Hinata shook her head. Okay, then, Hinata said before she looked at Yuya and Uken and spoke. Do you need me to help you pick a target? Hinata asked and they both shook their heads. No, we're good, Uken said. We'll just pick the ones who won't be missed. Besides, Uken began to groan as the head on his back began to move and detach itself from his body making Sakura and Hinata go wide-eyed. He's not alone, Saken said standing beside his brother. We can take on 2 enemies at once no problem. Okay guys, let's kick their shit in, Yuya said as Uken and Saken activated their curse marks until they were in their final forms. Hinata and Sakura looked at Yuya and besides the horns, darker skin and black eyes she looked relatively normal, however they were slightly frightened by Saken and Uken. Saken and Uken both looked like demons with their teeth turned to hands, their skin turning red and a single horn growing out of their foreheads. Hinata gulped before looking in the direction of the pursuit team. Let's get to cover, she said and everyone nodded as they ran off in different directions and hid in the trees. With Haku. Haku threw a kick towards Shikamaru and Shikamaru put his arm up to block the strike. Shikamaru blocked the kick and grabbed onto Haku's leg in an attempt to throw her. But before Shikamaru could Haku jumped up and spun around. Haku sent a spinning kick to the side of Shikamaru's head knocking him off the tree they were both on. Shikamaru was falling back towards the ground when he took out a kunai with a rope attached to the ring on the end. Shikamaru threw the kunai at a tree branch and stuck it in the wood. Shikamaru used this to stop his descent and swing himself to another branch and he looked above. Haku made a hand sign and created another ice mirror and stepped inside before it shattered. Shikamaru seeing this closed his eyes and used his other senses. As he did he felt his feet get cold all of a sudden and cold air rushed up his body. Shikamaru opened his eyes and saw Haku shooting out of an ice mirror right under him trying to stab him in the neck with a senbon. Shikamaru moved his head last minute before sending a punch to Haku's gut making her cough out her breath. Shikamaru followed up with a second punch before sending a kick hitting her and knocking her across the branch into the tree trunk. Shikamaru seeing this made a hand sign and sent his shadow towards Haku while she was down. Shikamaru's shadow connected with Haku and smiled. Shadow possession compel, Shikamaru began until Haku began to crack and her color began to fade. Haku turned to ice and crumpled into nothing. What the hell? Suddenly from behind Shikamaru, running up the tree and threw 2 senbon at Shikamaru, Shikamaru turned around and put up his forearm to block the attack. The senbon hit arm sending pain shooting up to his shoulder as Haku approached him. Haku kicked Shikamaru in the gut knocking him off the tree branch and sending him falling towards the ground. Shikamaru fell down and hit several branches before hitting the ground knocking the wind out of him. Shikamaru scurried behind a fallen tree to take cover as Haku looked on. Good think I used an ice clone before attacking personally, Haku thought. Haku while in her ice mirror created an ice clone and sent it towards Shikamaru while she hid in the trees waiting for an opening, and thankfully it paid off. Shikamaru was behind the fallen tree as he pulled out the senbon with a grunt. Damn it, I'm getting my ass kicked, not to mention running out of chakra, he thought. Shikamaru closed his eyes and got into his thinking stance for a few seconds and came up with a plan. Okay, it's now or never, Shikamaru thought as he opened a scroll. Haku waited for Shikamaru to move out from behind the tree but so far it has been 2 minutes and he had not moved at all. looks like I'm going to have to take a risk, Haku thought as she made another ice mirror and stepped into it. Another ice mirror appeared over the tree Shikamaru was hiding behind and Haku inside the mirror saw him facing where she just was. Haku took out several senbon and threw them at Shikamaru, hitting him in the neck and knocking him down. Haku got out of her mirror and landed next to Shikamaru. I'm terrible sorry about. Haku paused mid-sentence as something felt off. Haku using her for flipped Shikamaru over and then he puffed into smoke and a log wearing his chunin jacket laid there. What? Haku thought in shock. Haku then had a second horrible realization that the log started smoking as there were several exploding tags stuck on. Shikamaru burst out of the other side of the fallen tree having dug his way through the dead tree and made a hand sign. The exploding tags went off and Haku was sent flying back into a tree. Haku smacked into the tree knocking the wind out of her and falling to the ground coughing. Shikamaru was also hit by the blast as he was knocked down and his ears were ringing. Oh man, Shikamaru said getting to his feet as his vision was wobbly and his head pounded. Shikamaru looked over and saw Haku on the ground unable to get up from being hit by the blast. Well, at least you're down for the count, Shikamaru said as he held his ribs. Oh man, I think I broke a rib falling down. Shikamaru reached into his pouch and took out some ninja wire and began walking over to Haku. Upon reaching Haku, Shikamaru began to tie her up to take her prisoner. Sorry about this, Shikamaru said. As he reached down to pick her up he heard a shout. Haku, the voice shouted and Shikamaru turned his head only to see a fist coming at his face. Naruto using his threads to control his limb punched Shikamaru in the face knocking him back before landing and reattaching his limb. Naruto was looking at Shikamaru with an angry glare and he spoke. You fucker, what did you do to her? Naruto roared. Just be grateful I didn't kill her, Shikamaru said and Naruto charged towards Shikamaru who made a hand sign. Shikamaru sent his shadow towards Naruto and captured him. Shikamaru changed his hand sign and a shadow shaped like a hand went up Naruto's body. Shadow strangulation jutsu, he said. The shadow hand wrapped around Naruto's neck and Shikamaru tried to choke him but Naruto stayed still. Naruto looked at Shikamaru and spoke. Nice try shadow boy, but I'm using my body hardening jutsu, there's no way you can strangle me, Naruto said, and I know that Haku was whopping your ass by the looks of you, so you're running out of chakra. And when your chakra is depleted I'm going to beat you for every bruise that's on my girl, Naruto said as he began to struggle against the jutsu and was actually able to move a foot forward and began a struggle walk towards Shikamaru. Damn it, I can't hold him, Shikamaru thought as he tried to keep his jutsu up. I have no choice. Shikamaru reached into his kunai pouch and Naruto narrowed his eyes. This guy is seriously going to use a kunai on me, what an idiot. Naruto thought. Shikamaru took something out and threw it Naruto towards his face and Naruto saw it to be white golf ball sized object. What the hell is? Naruto began until the white ball exploded in a blinding light. Gah, my eyes, Naruto shouted as he covered his eyes now free from the jutsu. Where the hell are you, motherfucker? Shikamaru however was no longer there as he immediately ran away after the flash bomb exploded. I can't fight him while low on chakra. Best chance for me to escape, he thought. I bought the team some time, hopefully they can catch up. Shikamaru while losing the fight won the battle as now Haku was wounded and Naruto was temporarily blinded. Naruto rubbed his eyes as his vision was coming back. Naruto looked around and saw no one but Haku who was trying to get out of the wire that bound her. Damn it, he got away, Naruto cursed as he went over to Haku and formed his gold dagger. Babe, are you okay, are you injured? Haku shook her head as Naruto cut her free. I'm fine, I just feel like an idiot, Haku said as Naruto helped her to her feet. Haku nearly lost her balance but Naruto held her up. He set up a trap and I fell for it. I was close to victory and I blew it over one mistake. If you didn't show up, he would have taken me, Haku said holding her head down. The next thing Haku knew Naruto cupped her chin and raised her head giving her a kiss. Upon breaking the kiss Naruto smiled. Trust me Haku, if he took you, he wouldn't have made it that far, he said and Haku smiled. Let's go back to the group, we need to help them. What about that boy I was just fighting? Haku asked and Naruto shrugged. Fuck him, he's wounded, low on chakra and running scared, Naruto said. He'd be an idiot to fight both me and you in that state. Haku nodded at this and Naruto grabbed her hand. Let's get going, Naruto said as he and Haku began to run north in order to catch up to the others. With Anko. Neji was on his knees bleeding heavily from his mouth and nose, his left eye was swollen shut and he had numerous bruised cuts and abrasions across his body. Meanwhile Anko was standing across from him basically untouched as she looked at Neji. So far she has been beating him for 30 minutes but he hasn't given up yet. You know this was fun at first. But now it's just getting sad, Anko said shaking her head. Are you done getting your ass kicked? Neji spat some blood from his mouth and got to his feet. I won't fail here. I have to find her, he said, and Enko raised an eyebrow. Huh, who? Enko asked and Neji spoke. Hinata, Neji said. This made Enko's eyes widen for a moment but immediately went back to her cold stare at Neji as he continued, that boy. Naruto. I remember him, he was the boy I told Hiyashi about, the one who was with Lady Hinata all those years ago, her friend. I need to ask him where she's at, Neji said. What for? Enko said, you going to kill her, take her back to Konoha. Trust me, even if Naruto knew where she was at, he wouldn't tell you a damn thing. No, not to kill her. To apologize to her, Neji said, making Enko go wide-eyed. I realized I was wrong, she was not weak. I was blinded by my hatred of the main house of the Hyuga clan. I saw the hypocrisy and the irony, Neji said before getting a small smile, and seeing Hiyashi in the state he's in. That broken shell of a body, I knew that everything I've been brought up to believe was nothing more than a lie. Neji had a tear fall from his face and he spoke, my father. Died for nothing, he said. So why do you keep fighting? Enko asked, is it stubbornness or pride? Neji shook his head and spoke. I wanted to beat you and go find Naruto, to ask him about Hinata, Neji said, and if he wants to kill me. So be it, as long as he delivers one final message to Hinata. Enko hearing this spoke to Neji. If you're serious, I can take you to Naruto, to ask him, Enko said and Neji went wide-eyed. Really? Neji asked and Enko nodded. Yes, you just need to do one thing first, Enko said and Neji spoke. Anything you want, Neji said, relaxing his guard just for a moment. Enko took this moment and blurred behind Neji and delivered an elbow to the back of his neck, hitting his brain stem and knocking him unconscious. Just take a little nap, Enko said as she pulled out a scroll and placed it next to Neji. Enko made a hand sign and sealed Neji into the scroll before picking it up and rolling it back up. Enko paused and got a thoughtful look. Is this a wise choice? I mean, Naruto might kill him, or Orochimaru, or Kakuzu. Enko looked at the scroll containing an unconscious Neji and shrugged. Oh well, it's his ass not mine. Enko began to run north to catch up with the group with her new prisoner in tow. With Kidomaru. Kidomaru was still fighting with Kiba as the both of them fought a fast-paced taijutsu battle with Kiba slashed at Kidomaru with his claws and Kidomaru swinging his clubs. Kiba slashed at Kidomaru who dodged and swung all three of his right arms at Kiba. Kiba ducked under the clubs and spun around to perform a sweep kick to knock down Kidomaru. Kidomaru jumped above the kick and spat out another web hitting Kiba in the face. Kiba's eyes, mouth and nose were all blocked by the web as he began to struggle to take off the web from his face as he could not breathe. Kidomaru seeing Kiba struggling launched a series of attacks against Kiba. Kidomaru swung his left clubs at Kiba and hit him in his right shoulder, ribs and hip with the sound of his ribs cracking. Kidomaru went low and used a single club to hit Kiba in the knee causing him to collapse. Kidomaru finished his assault by swinging his club at Kiba's head hitting hard and knocking him off the branch they were on. Kidomaru however saw the blow didn't kill Kiba as the web absorbed some of the force. Kiba slammed back first into another branch and stayed on his back as he used his claws to rip away the web. Kiba finally ripped off the web and took a breath as he began to cough as he opened his eyes. Kiba's relief was short-lived as Kidomaru made another bow and loaded an arrow. Kidomaru fired his arrow at Kiba who rolled backwards as the arrow hit and obliterated the part of the branch Kiba was just laying down on. Kiba got to his feet and jumped up and began spinning, fang over fang. Kiba began to go towards Kidomaru in a gray vortex and Kidomaru got ready to defend himself. Kidomaru fired a web from his mouth towards Kiba but Kiba avoided it and continued forward. Kidomaru loaded an arrow and was about to shoot at Kiba until he realized Kiba wasn't heading towards him. Kiba went towards the trunk of the tree Kidomaru was standing on and Kiba collided with the trunk. Kiba ripped through the tree like a chainsaw and the tree began to fall. Kidomaru lost his balance as the tree began to tip over and fell off the branch he was on and began falling towards the forest floor. Kidomaru shot out a web from his mouth and stuck it onto a branch of another tree keeping him from falling. Kidomaru thought he was safe until he saw Kiba coming towards him in another fang over fang. Shit, Kidomaru shouted as he began to excrete more of his gold substance from his chest and abdomen. Take this, Kiba roared as he collided with Kidomaru. Kiba slashed with his claws as he drilled into Kidomaru until they both hit the ground. Kiba landed just as Kidomaru hit the ground. Kidomaru rolled across the ground a few times before stopping. Kidomaru, still having his bow in his hands, pulled back the arrow and fired it at Kiba. Kiba was not fast enough to dodge as the arrow hit him in the abdomen and sent him flying backwards. Kiba hit a tree with the arrow sticking him to the tree trunk. Gah, fuck, Kiba shouted in pain as he looked at the arrow. The arrow went in through his stomach which was bleeding profusely and came out his back sticking him to the tree about 4 feet off the ground. Kitamura got up slowly, coughing up blood, and hit his chest. Pieces of his gold substance fell off towards the ground as it was broken by Kiba's attack. Kitamura used it as a kind of armor to keep him from sustaining lethal damage. However, from how labored his breathing was along with the pain in his ribs, he could say he broke several ribs. Kitamura limped over to Kiba, who was struggling to get free from the tree. Kitamura stopped in front of him and spoke. "You know, I should kill you right now," Kitamura said to Kiba, who began to growl in anger and pain. Kitamura looked at Kiba's wound and continued, "But dying of a gut shot is one of the worst ways to go." Kitamura released his curse mark and turned back to normal. "I guess I should get out of here," Kitamura said as he began to walk away. Kitamura stopped and turned to Kiba and spoke, "Guess you'll be hanging around for a little while, eh?" Kitamura let out a chuckle before running off, and Kiba shouted, "You bastard, next time I see you I'll fucking kill you." Kiba roared as he tried to break free. "Come on." With the pursuit team, Shino, Sai, Ino, Choji, Lee and Tenten were all rushing through the trees as they tried to catch up with the sound ninja that were ahead. Shino was acting as the squad leader because even though Sai was a chunin, he did not say anything the entire time they were on the move. What is he doing? Shino thought insuspiciously. Why is he not worried about his comrade? Does he have some kind of agenda we don't know about? Shino, however, was brought out of his thoughts when a flute melody began to play and everyone began to look around for the source of the noise. Everyone stopped as their world began to shift and everything began to look slightly inverted, with some of them thinking the branches they were standing on were wobbling. "Is that a flute?" Tenten asked as she looked around. "Where is that coming?" Tenten couldn't finish her sentence as a figure appeared from underneath Tenten and grabbed her by her ankles and pulled her towards the forest floor. "Tenten!" Choji shouted before the same thing happened to him. Ino, seeing Choji disappear, shouted, "It's a genjutsu," Ino shouted as she and the remaining members of her group made a hand sign. "Release!" Everyone except Lee released the genjutsu, with Shino having to do it for him. When everyone was out of the genjutsu, they all were caught off guard by a blur of pink in the middle of the group heading towards Ino. "Suck this, Ino pig," Sakura shouted as she punched Ino across the face and knocked her off the branch to the ground below. "Wait, was that Sakura?" Sai said, surprised. "Sai, watch out," Lee shouted, and Sai turned around just in time to see a club-wielding doki. Sai performed a back-flip over the doki's club and jumped towards the ground below, with the doki following him. Shino and Lee were now alone and looking in all directions for the enemy. "Lee," Shino said, gaining his attention, "we have another sniper in the area. My insect found them, she's aiming at us." "What do we do then?" Lee asked, and Shino adjusted his sunglasses. "I want you to run north as fast as you can. I'll hold her off," Shino said, and Lee nodded. "On my mark, go." Shino launched a swarm of insects off. He went, and a figure wearing a helmet began to run while firing a fire arrow at the swarm, making it disperse. Lee, not wasting a moment, began to rush north as the last member of the pursuit team, while Shino went to face their last opponent. "Now then, let's see if I can find you first," Shino thought as he ran to find the hidden sniper. Back in Konoha, Hokage office, with Danzo, Fu, Torun and Tenzo. Danzo was in his office speaking to three of his most trusted root members who just got back from a mission. Fu, a Yamanaka who was a sensory ninja and skilled in the Yamanaka clan's jutsu. Torun, an Aburame who used his rare nano-sized insects to great effect. Lastly was Tenzo, one of Orochimaru's experiments to recreate the wood-style Kekkei Genkei of the first Hokage. He was the only one to survive and was one of the strongest ninja Danzo had at his disposal. As they were talking, there was a knock at the door and someone walked in. Kakashi walked in and began to speak. "Lord Hokage, I've just returned," and Kakashi began, but Danzo cut him off and stood up. "Kakashi, shut up. We have an emergency of monumental scale," Danzo said, making Kakashi stop in his tracks. "Sasuke Uchiha has been kidnapped from the village by Orochimaru. I need you to take Fu, Torun and Tenzo here to pursue the group." Kakashi went wide-eyed and spoke, "What? Sasuke's been taken? How could this happen?" Kakashi shouted, and Danzo slammed his fist into the desk. "There is no time, Kakashi. Get your ass in gear and head north and find the pursuit team," Danzo shouted back. "Sume Inuzuka is leading the ground, not get going." Kakashi nodded and spoke. "Yes, Lord Danzo," Kakashi said as he looked at the three root ninja in front of him. "Let's go." With Sakura and Ino. Ino crashed into the ground and skidded to a halt as Sakura landed a few feet away from her in a taijutsu stance. Ino got up and went wide-eyed at who she saw in front of her. "Sakura, you're behind this, you kidnapped Sasuke," Ino said, and Sakura looked at her impassively. "This is just another job for me," Sakura said, "although taking him to Orochimaru for whatever he's going to do to him does give me some satisfaction." Ino growled as she reached down and took out a kunai and held it. I won't let you take Sasuke away from me, billboard brow, Ino shouted, I'll die before you take away the man I love. Sakura took out a kunai herself and spoke, I already kicked your ass once piggy, and this time there's no referee to stop us from killing each other, Sakura said narrowing her eyes, you want to die for that prick Sasuke. So be it. Sakura and Ino both rushed towards each other as the sound of kunai began to echo in the forest. With Tenten and Choji. Both Tenten and Choji hit the ground hard and both got up to see two figures land across from them. Ukin and Sakin both stood across from Tenten and Choji and looked at them. Tenten and Choji were both shocked by the appearance of the twin brothers in their final curse mark form. Well brother, looks like we got a big fish. And a little fish, Ukin said looking at Choji the big fish, and Tenten the little fish. You can take the big one brother, Sakin said while looking at Tenten, I think she'll be more of a challenge. Tenten steeled herself as she took out a scroll and opened it, there was a puff of smoke and a katana appeared and Tenten grabbed it. Choji, get ready, we got to beat these guys, Tenten said and Choji nodded. Right, Choji said as he got into a taijutsu stance ready to assist Tenten in fighting the two twin monstrosities in front of them. With Tayuya and Sai. Tayuya was playing her flute controlling her three doki as she used them to attack Sai. Tayuya made her club doki to attack Sai who was several yards away. The club doki swung its weapon at Sai who jumped over the weapon and slashed at the summon with his short sword. Before Sai's weapon could make contact the doki swung its fist punching Sai and sending him to the ground. Sai hit the ground and the claw doki rushed at him and raised its hand to attack Sai. Sai rolled out of the way as the doki's claws punched into the ground as he got back up in the final doki, the one wrapped in bandages and stood backwards rushed towards him and threw a kick. Sai jumped over the kick and landed on the ground and took out his scroll and brush and drew some pictures before making a hand sign. Suddenly from off the paper of his scroll 3 ink lions appeared and rushed towards the 3 doki. However they were all destroyed in one blow from each of them and Tayuya seeing this spoke up, is that all you got shit stain? Tayuya said, because it'll take a lot more than that to beat me. Sai didn't say anything as he began to try and formulate a plan, I have to beat her, I will not fail Lord Danzo, he thought. With Hinata and Shino. Hinata was running through the woods trying to stay as far away from Shino as possible. She did not want any direct confrontation because she didn't think she could beat Shino in a direct fight. Hinata jumped to a tree and activated her Byakugan and looked to the south. To her surprise she saw Shino standing on a branch with his hands in his pockets. What is he doing? Hinata thought. Shino then raised his hands into the air and spoke in a loud and clear voice. I give up, I'm calling to parley, Shino said making Hinata go wide-eyed. Please come out, I will not attack you. Shino waited for a few minutes until he heard a noise off to his right. Hinata wearing her helmet and with her bow in her hand approached slowly at Shino on guard. Keep your hands up, otherwise I'll shoot you, Hinata said trying to act tough but Shino merely looked at her. Really? After all we've been through together? Shino said making Hinata flinch. Shino out his hands down and turned to Hinata slowly and spoke, hello Hinata. You seem to be doing well. Hinata began to panic and Shino continued, please take off the helmet, there is no reason to hide your face, he said in a calm tone. Hinata hesitated for a moment before she reached up and took off her helmet while Shino stood there motionless. How did you know it was me? She asked. I knew ever since the Chunin exams, Shino said making Hinata go wide-eyed as an insect flew over and Shino put out his finger to use as a pitch for it. Despite hiding your face and changing your scent so Kiba couldn't recognize you, you cannot change your chakra familiarity. Now then, Shino said kneeling down before taking a seat on the branch he was standing on. Let's have a conversation, between old comrades. Hinata looked at Shino uneasy but relented. If Shino wanted to beat her he would have done so already. Hinata took a seat on a branch across from Shino with about 4 feet in between them. That sound nice, Hinata said as she and Shino's battle stopped before it even began. What do you want to talk about? You're a smart girl Hinata. You have better judgment than anyone else I know, Shino said before he reached up and removed his glasses and Hinata looked into his dark eyes for the first time. So what I want to know is why you abandoned Konoha. Chapter 48. Sakura vs Ino. The clang of kunai echoed throughout the woods as Sakura and Ino both clashed in their own private duel. Sakura blocked a slash from Ino and parried her kunai away leaving Ino wide open for a counter-attack. Sakura sent a stab towards Ino's chest but Ino sidestepped just in time so that the kunai only cut her cloths. Ino sent a kick hitting Sakura in the side knocking her back and giving Ino some distance. Ino switched hands holding her kunai in her left hand and using her right hand to grab some shuriken from her leg holster. Ino took out some shuriken and threw them at Sakura who got into a defensive stance. Sakura used her kunai to knock the shuriken out of the air and looked at Ino. Sakura began to go through hand signs before stopping on the final hand sign. Ino was looking at Sakura when she finished her jutsu. The next second Sakura faded away from Ino's sight and Ino went wide-eyed. Crap, genjutsu, Ino thought as she made a hand sign. Release, the world around Ino shifted and Sakura appeared in front of Ino and Ino smirked. A weak genjutsu like that won't work on me, Ino said as she sent a stab towards Sakura. Ino's kunai entered Sakura's chest with no resistance and no blood. The Sakura in front of Ino faded away making her go wide-eyed. What? How did? Ino began until she felt the ground under her feet begin to shake. Ino looked for just in time to see Sakura coming out of the ground with kunai aimed towards her face. Ino moved her head at the last minute as the kunai cut into her. Sakura's kunai cut Ino from her left side jaw, up her cheek, missing her eye, continuing up her forehead and ending at her hairline. Sakura, now completely out of the ground, sent a kick towards Ino, hitting her in the chest and sending her flying and rolling backwards. Thanks Naruto, looks like that jutsu you taught me came in handy after all, Sakura thought as she used the Earth-style, subterranean voyage, jutsu Naruto taught her. She was surprised how an academy-level Earth jutsu could be so effective as she looked at Ino. Gaah, you bitch, Ino shouted as she held her face which was bleeding profusely. Ino sat back up showing off the 6-inch long gash running up her face. You cut my fucking face. You weren't much to look at anyway, piggy, Sakura said getting back into her stance. You going to sit there and cry or are we going to fight? Ino growled as she got back to her feet. You're going to pay for that, Sakura, Ino said as she gripped her kunai and rushed towards her. With Uken and Saken. Uken used the hardened skin on his right arm to block a slash from Tenten's katana, making a loud clanging sound as the metal blade bit into his artificial armor. Unko sent a kick towards Tenten's midsection, knocking her back a few feet before charging at her. Uken sent a back fist strike with his right arm in an attempt to hit Tenten in the face. Tenten put up her sword to block the attack, but the force from the blow knocked her sword out of the way, leaving her right side open. Uken threw a left punch towards Tenten, hitting her square in the jaw and making her spit up blood. Tenten however wasn't taken out of the fight and rolled with the punch and spun around swinging her sword. Unko saw the sword coming towards him and tried to move his body to block with his right arm. However, at the last moment Tenten changed the angle of the attack and slashed Uken across the chest. Uken jumped back and looked at his wound and cursed. Damn, that hurt, Uken thought as he checked his wound. Just a flesh wound. Tenten wiped some blood from her mouth and stabbed her sword into the ground. Damn it, looks like I need a change of plan, she thought. Tenten reached into her pouch and took out 2 scrolls before jumping into the air and spinning around. Tenten opened the scrolls and began her attack. Twin rising dragons, Tenten shouted as she touched a seal on the scroll and brought out a kunai in a puff of smoke from one of her scrolls. Tenten threw the kunai at Uken, who dodged out of the way. Tenten touched another seal and took out a shuriken. Tenten repeated this several times, taking out various weapons. Uken down below was running and dodging wildly as kunai, shuriken, swords, spears, axes, maces, clubs and various other weapons rained down on him. A kunai cut him across the leg, making him stumble until an axe came flying towards his head. Uken raised his right arm and the axe stuck into it, saving him from dying. Uken ducked behind a tree as Tenten continued barraging him with weapons. Wooden splinters flew past his face as the tree was slowly being chopped down from the weapons hitting it. Shit, where the hell is Saken? Uken thought in frustration. Human boulder, Choji shouted as she rolled towards Saken, who was running away. Choji was 10 times his normal size and rolling towards Saken in an attempt to crush or cripple him. Shit, Saken shouted as he ran up a tree just as Choji collided with the bottom, making the tree shake from the impact. Saken jumped off of the tree and landed behind Choji just as his attack ended and charged towards Choji. Choji spun around just in time to see Saken closing the distance and Saken pulling back his fist. Saken punched Choji in the face, knocking him back into the tree, making him spit up some blood. Saken continued his attack as he sent a kick to Choji's chest, making some of his ribs crack and making his injuries worse. Saken finished his attack by bringing back his left hardened arm and punching Choji in the stomach. The force from the punch sent Choji flying through the heavily damaged tree and rolling onto the ground, and Saken spoke up. What's wrong, fat body? Too much for you, Saken said, mocking Choji as he walked forward. Get your fat ass up. Choji groaned as he reached into his pouch and produced a medicine organizer with 3 pills inside them. There was a green one, a yellow one and a red one, all the size of a gumball. Choji popped open the cover of the green pill and popped it into his mouth. Hopefully the spinach pill will help me in the fight, Choji thought as he slowly got back up. Saken, seeing this, chuckled and spoke. Well, look at that, finally grew a steady H. Saken said as he continued walking forward. Now we can. Partial expansion jutsu, Choji shouted as he spun around and swung his fist at Saken. Choji's fist was now 10 times its normal size and barreling towards Saken. Saken was hit dead on and was sent flying across the clearing into a tree. Saken coughed up blood as he slid down the tree as his brother Uken, who was several feet away, looked on wide-eyed. "That the hell?" Uken thought as he ran out and grabbed his brother and helped him up. "Get up, Saken." Tenten, who landed on the ground, looked over to where Saken just came from and saw Choji walking out. Choji reached into his pouch and took out a long wire that went through the rings of over 30 kunai. "Tenten, back me up," Choji said as he looked over to Tenten. "I got this." Tenten, seeing Choji take charge, nodded and spoke. "Go on ahead, be my guest," Tenten said, and Choji nodded. Choji wrapped the wire holding the kunai around his body and made a hand sign. Choji increased the size of his body one again before he started rolling forward with the kunai wrapped around him, acting like spikes on a tire. "Spiked human boulder," Choji shouted as he rolled towards Saken and Uken. Saken and Uken, both seeing this, shouted at the same time. "Oh fuck," Saken and Uken shouted as they went through hand signs and slammed their hands onto the ground, summoning jutsu, Rashomon. A large gate with a demonic face appeared between Saken and Uken and Choji. Choji collided with the gate and there was the sound of metal grinding against the gate. Choji made such an impact that the gate dented slightly as he continued to roll and his spikes acted like a grinder against the metal. "We better think of something, and fast," Saken said, and Uken nodded. Uken swallowed hard and spoke. "I'll take the fat boy next, you take the girl and use your technique," Uken said, and Saken nodded and spoke. "Okay brother, let's go," Saken said. Both Saken and Uken ran out from behind the gate and swapped targets, with Uken going after Choji and Saken going after Tenten. With Tayuya was still fighting Sai as he was proving to be more difficult than she expected. "Pale ass motherfucker," Tayuya thought as she played another melody, sending her club doki out to attack Sai. The club doki closed the distance between itself and Sai got ready as the doki raised its club above its head and swung down towards him. Sai jumped away from an attack from the club doki as the club went under his feet and smashed into the ground. The ground shook from the attack and Sai landed several feet away. Sai opened his scroll and began to move his brush across the parchment and made several paintings. Sai made a hand sign and his paintings came to live as a flock in ink. Birds with explosive tags appeared and started flying towards Tayuya and her doki. Tayuya, using a split-second decision, moved her claw and contorted doki in front of her as the birds closed in. The birds exploded as they hit all of Tayuya's doki, but she was not harmed. All three doki were damaged, but not to an extent where they were useless. "Nice try, dickhead," Tayuya thought as she began to play her flute again. "Looks like I can play the finale." The three dokis' mouths opened and something began to come out. Ninth passage, Demon Flute Revolution, Tayuya thought. Three multi-mouthed translucent worms began to come out of the doki, making Sai go wide-eyed. "Kami above," Sai said under his breath as he began to paint inside his scroll once more. As the worms approached, Sai made a hand sign and the paintings on the scroll came to life. Three large inked golems appeared and got in front of Sai to attack the worms. They all swung their fists at the worms, but their attacks withdrew and the worms began to consume them. Sai, seeing his creations be destroyed, jumped back and ran into the woods to get out of Tayuya's line of sight. Tayuya stopped playing her melody as she looked around for Sai. "Where are you?" Tayuya thought as she began to scan around for Sai. Meanwhile, Sai was looking at Tayuya, trying to come up with a plan. "She has 3 summons, those unusual worms and that flute," Sai thought as he opened his scroll and began to paint a picture. "Looks like I need a change of plan." With Hinata and Shino. Hinata was sitting across from Shino after explaining everything that has happened in the past year or so since she's been gone. She told him how she was knocked out by Naruto and taken away, although she did not say to where, as to keep Naruto's home a secret. "And now me and Naruto have started a relationship. We are still new at it and it may seem a little unorthodox due to the Hinata began and Shino continued. "The polygamy," Shino said, and Hinata nodded. "It's not all that bad. The other girls treat me like the sisters I never had," Hinata said, and Shino nodded as he remembered Hinata's volatile relationship with Hanabi. "I've just been a lot happier ever since I left." "But why did Kurenai-sensei leave?" Shino asked. "She was a Jonin of Konoha and had no connection to Naruto other than you." Hinata swallowed hard and decided to speak. "Well, the best way I can explain it is this," Hinata said, trying to find the words. "Kurenai-sensei was in a relationship with Asuma-sensei and was keeping it secret from everyone, but Asuma-sensei did something horrible not only to her but someone else." Shino cocked an eyebrow at this and spoke. "What could be so horrible that it'll cause her to desert the village?" Shino asked. Hinata looked down and twiddled her thumbs for a few seconds and then spoke. "Asuma-sensei, Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke, they all Hinata began until she decided to just admit it. "They all forced themselves on Sakura during the team tests after graduation." Hinata was immediately bombarded by a wave of malicious chakra running off of Shino, who looked at her with narrowed eyes. What? Shino said, his anger seeping out in his words. They raped Sakura, Hinata said, not realizing it was a rhetorical question. I didn't know about it until I came back for the Chunin exams. I see, so that explains why Kurenai-sensei, Sakura and Anko Mitarashi left, Shino said, clenching his fists. Hinata. Are you happy with Naruto? Hinata's eyes widened and she spoke. Yes, I am. Hinata said, I'm finally with people who love and appreciate me. I never felt that way in the Hyuga clan. Hinata smiled softly and spoke. I'm now reunited with Naruto, my first friend and my first love. I see, Shino said as he put his sunglasses back on. Very well then, Hinata. Our conversation is over. Shino stood up and looked at the trees behind him. You two can come out. I am not here for conflict, Shino said, surprising Hinata. Naruto and Haku both jumped down and Naruto looked at Shino with a look of suspicion. How long have you known I was here? Naruto asked and Shino spoke. About 3 minutes, Shino said before looking at Hinata, who was on her feet now. Take care, Hinata. I hope you continue to find happiness away from Konoha. Hinata smiled at this and spoke. Thank you, Shino, she said, and Shino nodded before looking at Naruto. Take care of her, Uzumaki. Give her a better life, a life worth living, Shino said to Naruto, who nodded and spoke. Sure think, Shino, Naruto said, trying to get his name right, and Shino nodded. And if I may say, in regard to your mistreatment in Konoha, I know how you feel, Shino said as several bugs came out of his body. People are afraid of things they don't understand and too stupid to learn. You got that right, Naruto said, walking forward and extending his hand. Naruto and Shino shook hands. Thanks, I guess not everyone from Konoha is an asshole. No, just the majority, Shino said, and Naruto chuckled. One more thing, Shino removed his sunglasses and threw it on the tree branch before stepping on it, breaking it. I cannot go back to Konoha uninjured, it'll be suspicious, Shino said, and Naruto nodded with a sigh. What do you want? Naruto asked and Shino spoke. Broken nose, arm and collar bone, Shino said, and if possible to be knocked unconscious. Naruto nodded and cocked back his fist while hardening it. You're one tough bastard, Naruto said before throwing a punch and hitting Shino in the nose, breaking it. Naruto then grabbed Shino's left arm and snapped it at the forearm to not cause long-lasting damage. Shino groaned in pain and Naruto finished off his attack with a chop to the collarbone, snapping it. Shino fell onto the branch and backed up into a tree trunk. Oh. God. That hurt, Shino said. Sorry, Naruto said before looking at Haku. Hey baby, would you be so kind? Haku nodded and took out 2 senbon. Of course my love, Haku said as threw the senbon at Shino. The senbon hit Shino in the neck, hitting 2 pressure points and knocking him out. Shino slumped over and Naruto decided to use his threads to tie him to the tree. Haku, seeing Naruto do this, went over to Hinata and spoke. Are you okay? Haku asked. Hinata nodded. Yes I am, but what happened to you? Hinata asked, looking at how bruised and battered Haku looked. And why is Naruto so hurt? And not wearing a shirt? I fought that boy with the pineapple-shaped hair, Haku said, referring to Shikamaru. I won the majority of the fight until I fell into his trap and an explosion went off in my face. Luckily Naruto arrived in time to keep me from being taken prisoner, Haku said, and Naruto nodded as he was done securing Shino to the tree. Yeah, that was lucky, Naruto said. As for me, I killed Sume and Izuka, her dog and her daughter's dogs. I spared her daughter, Hana thought. Really? Why did you spare her? Haku asked, and Naruto looked at her with a mischievous grin. She was hot, and hot girls shouldn't die, Naruto said. Haku gave him a playful slap to the arm, making him laugh. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. She was trapped under a burning tree and was already beaten, Naruto said. She wasn't bad, so I didn't see a reason to kill her. Hinata let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, Hinata said. Although I wish you didn't kill Sume or the dogs. Naruto frowned at this and spoke. That's what makes you a better person than me, Hinata, Naruto said. I don't forgive people who wronged me so easily. Hinata nodded as she understood, as did Haku. Naruto shook his head and spoke. We should go, we need to catch up with Kimimaro, he said. Wait, we can't just leave, Hinata said, stopping them. Sakura, Tayuya, Ukin and Sakin are still in the area, we have to help them. Crap, you're right, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Alright, I'll go help Tayuya. I'll go help Ukin and his brother, Haku said, and Hinata nodded. And I'll go assist Sakura, Hinata said. Let me check for their locations. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked around. Hinata pointed southeast and spoke. Ukin and Sakin are that way, Hinata said, and Haku nodded. Okay, be safe you two, Haku said, giving Hinata a hug and Naruto a kiss before running off. Tayuya is northwest of here, Hinata said pointing in the direction and Naruto nodded. Okay then, see you in a little bit Hinata, Naruto said as he gave her a kiss on the cheek before running off. Hinata smiled as she put on her helmet and began running east where she last saw Sakura. With Kimimaro, Jirobo and Shizune. Kimimaro, Jirobo and Shizune were continuing their run north as they tried to make as much distance as they could between them and the pursuit team. Jirobo was still carrying the coffin containing Sasuke and Kimimaro was getting a little worried. This is not good, we are running out of time, Kimimaro thought as he continued to run while looking at the coffin Jirobo was carrying. These delays are slowing us down. Kimimaro was about to speak up until something came out from their left. Kimimaro and Shizune both got ready for a fight until they saw who it was. Whoa, hold up, Enko said stopping them from attacking. Enko, you're back, Shizune said with happiness and relief. Yes, sorry, I had to kick the crap out of that Hyuga, Enko said as she began to run along with them. As I was running over here I passed up guy's mini-me, Lee I think his name was. Just one pursuer remaining, Jirobo asked looking at Enko who nodded. Well I guess that Naruto kid took out those two ladies and their dogs then, if he didn't they wouldn't caught up already. Most likely, Naruto's about Jonin level at this point, Enko said as she ran along with the others, but just because we only have one pursuer doesn't mean we let our guard down. She's right, Kimimaro, form a triangle formation around Jirobo and the package and stay on alert. Enko and Shizune nodded as Y both took the back two corners and Kimimaro took the front. If one of us splits off from the group we would be vulnerable to an attack, Kimimaro thought. So as long as we stay ahead of that pursuer we should be in a good position to launch a counter-attack. With Tayuya. Tayuya was looking around for Sai as she was waiting for him to come out of cover. Tayuya was standing behind her claw doki for protection while her club and contorted doki stayed at the ready. Tayuya was scanning around and keeping her flute close to her lips in order to play a melody once Sai revealed his position. Where are you, you bastard? Tayuya thought looking around. Suddenly from her left side Tayuya saw Sai run out from behind a tree and Tayuya began to play her flute and sent her contorted doki over to attack him. The doki rushed over towards Sai who was still running and jumped into the air and sent a kick towards Sai. The doki stomped down on Sai and there was a large splatter which Tayuya expected. However Tayuya then realized that it was not blood that splattered but ink. Fuck, she thought in a panic. Suddenly some leaves above her began to fall and Tayuya looked up and saw 3 ink centipedes. Tayuya jumped out of the way as the centipedes fell down on top of the club and claw doki with the third landing on the ground. The centipedes began to constrict around the doki to the point where they went up in a puff of smoke. The final centipede rushed towards Tayuya who began to play her flute calling back her contorted doki and sent it towards the centipede and the doki stomped on it before the other 2 centipedes charged at the doki. The doki jumped into the air and landed on the 2 centipedes and destroyed them. Tayuya stopped playing her flute and when she did she heard something behind her. Tayuya spun around and saw Sai coming up behind her with his sword drawn. Sai slashed at Tayuya with his sword and Tayuya got into a defensive stance. Tayuya blocked the slash from Sai with her flute using it as a baton. Tayuya parried the attack and sent a kick towards Sai's chest. Sai spun around avoiding the kick and sent a slash towards Tayuya hitting her on the side leaving a gash along her ribs. Tayuya flinched because of this and swung her flute towards him. Sai jumped back avoiding the attack and landed on the ground. Upon hitting the ground Sai sunk into it making him and Tayuya go wide-eyed. Sai landed in a waist-deep mud pit making him unable to move. Tayuya not wanting to waste this moment played her flute and her doki spun around and jumped into the air above Sai. Sai tried to pull himself out of the ground but wasn't able to as the doki came down. The doki slammed its foot into Sai crushing him, splattering blood and limbs all over as the doki stood in calf-high mud. Whoa that was brutal, came a voice and Tayuya turned and saw Naruto coming out from behind a tree. Sup Tayuya, having fun? Blondie, wow just in time, Tayuya said surprised, wait. Was that you who made the mud pit? Naruto smiled and nodded at this, Earth style, mud moat, Naruto said and Tayuya nodded. I swear, I love academy level Earth jutsu, they're just so useful. Naruto looked on as the doki poofed into smoke showing the remains of Sai. Naruto frowned at this, oh yeah. He was Sakura's other teammate, he thought. Naruto then shrugged. Oh well, not like Sakura gives a shit, he thought. Naruto then looked to Tayuya who was still in her final curse mark mode. Well look at you Tayuya, you look like a demon. That's like the pot calling the kettle black, dickhead, Tayuya said with a smile while flipping off Naruto who flipped her off with a smile of his own. Tayuya undid her curse mark mode and winced as the pain of her cut came on full force. Fucking fuck, this hurts. You're injured, let me see, Naruto said as he rushed over and looked at Tayuya's side. Oh yeah. He got you good. Naruto reached into his pocket and took out a small medical kit that Tsunade gave him. I'll clean your wound and stitch you up with my threads, Naruto said. Take off your shirt and raise your arm. You want me to take off my cloths? Tayuya said with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. You can at least take me to dinner first before asking for that. Naruto got a tick mark and a blush and spoke. Just let me see the wound, Naruto said, and Tayuya laughed as she took off her shirt, so now she was only wearing her bra as Naruto healed her wound. Pervert. With Sakura. Ino swung wildly at Sakura with her kunai and Sakura was dodging and parrying her attacks. Seeing how sloppily Ino was fighting, apparently Ino hasn't improved that much since their fight during the Chunin exams. Sakura saw an oncoming stab from Ino and decided this was her time to strike. Sakura used her kunai to parry Ino's blade to the side and used the same hand holding the kunai to grab Ino's wrist. Sakura formed her opposite hand into a tiger palm and came up fast. Sakura palm stoked Ino's elbow, sending it up and breaking it with a resounding snap. Ino screamed and Sakura sent a kick towards Ino's ribs, sending her skidding across the ground. Ino was now on the ground crying and gasping as she held her arm. Wow, Ino, you really haven't gotten that much better from last time, Sakura said, looking down at her former friend. Maybe if you trained more instead of playing dress up, maybe you could have landed more than one blow on me. Ino looked up to Sakura, seething mad. Sakura not only kidnapped Sasuke and cut her face, but now she was mocking her. Fuck you, Ino growled out as she got back up. I won't lose to you, now here and not now. Well, your action seems to speak otherwise, because I've been kicking your ass for the past 15 minutes, Sakura said, and Ino got up and charged at Sakura, gripping her kunai. Sakura, seeing this, went through hand signs before stopping on the final one. Ino closed the distance and slashed at Sakura, who dispelled into flower petals once more, and Ino began to look around and made a hand sign. Release, Ino thought as she tried to undo the genjutsu. Ino looked around and saw Sakura coming over from her right side. Got you now, Ino shouted as she slashed at Sakura, but this Sakura also dispelled into flower petals. What? Ino began looking around in a panic as she realized she did not break out of the genjutsu. Why the hell didn't the genjutsu dispel? Ino thought as she tried it again. Ino barely made the hand sign until she realized Sakura was in front of her again. Ino threw the kunai she was holding at Sakura and Sakura ducked under it and was sending a stab towards Ino. Ino sent a kick with her left leg towards Sakura in an attempt to hit her. However, Ino's foot went through Sakura and a sharp pain ran through Ino's right leg. Ino fell to the ground and held her leg as the genjutsu let up and Sakura looked at her. Sakura stabbed Ino in the knee with the kunai to cripple her. Sakura looked down at Ino, glad her plan worked. Sakura used a reversal jutsu, making everything look like it was in reverse. The reason Ino wasn't able to break out of the genjutsu was because she made the right hand sign backwards. Sakura, came a voice. Sakura spun around and saw Hinata wearing her helmet standing in a tree above her and Ino, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Mie, Sakura said using Hinata's alias. Just finishing up, Sakura looked down at Ino and spoke. Later, Ino, try to train while I'm gone, Sakura said to Ino, maybe you'll be able to beat me next time. Ino looked at Sakura as she jumped up towards Mie, and shouted, you bitch, next time I see you I'll fucking kill you, Ino shouted and Sakura waved her off. Keep telling yourself that, Sakura said before she looked over to Hinata. Let's go, Hinata nodded and both of them ran off, leaving Ino lying on the ground screaming obscenities at them. With Ukin and Sakin. Sakin tried to hit Tenten with his hardened arm, but Tenten ducked under the attack and sent a kick towards Sakin, hitting him in the chest and knocking him back. Sakin stopped and was getting frustrated as Tenten kept on keeping him at a distance. Sakin had to get in close in order to use his technique, but he couldn't get a hold of her. Damn it, why couldn't this be simpler, he thought as he charged at Tenten. Meanwhile, Ukin was still fighting Choji and making decent ground as he was a lot better at taijutsu than Choji, who was slower but more powerful. Ukin threw a punch towards Choji, who got ready to block the attack. Ukin using his Kekkei Genkai then created two more arms, surprising Choji, who was too slow to react. Choji was punched in the chin, arm and chest by Ukin, who then got low and performed a sweep kick, taking Choji off of his feet. Ukin finished his assault by throwing a kick towards Choji while repeating the same technique and creating two more legs. Choji was kicked with all three legs and was sent flying into a tree while coughing up blood. Choji reached into his pocket and pulled out the pills again and popped open a tab and ate the yellow pill. I have to use the curry pill, then I'll only have the chili pill left. Choji swallowed the pill and felt energized again. Choji got back to his feet and looked at Ukin, who was surprised at this. Whoa ho ho, looky here, the fat fuck is back on his feet, he said, and Choji looked at him. Don't call me fat bastard, Choji roared as he charged towards Ukin before he expanded in size once more and began rolling towards him at an even faster speed than before. Human boulder. Oh shit, Ukin said as he jumped out of the way and Choji made a U-turn and came back. Ukin dodged once again and cursed, "Damn it Sakin, hurry up." Sakin was still fighting Tenten as she took out a scroll and opened it, bringing out a spear and getting ready to use it. Tenten rushed towards Sakin, sending a thrust his way, but Sakin was ready for it. Sakin used his hardened arm to block the spear and grab onto it. Sakin pulled the spear towards him, taking Tenten off balance and making her lean forward. "Got you now," Sakin thought as he grabbed Tenten by the shoulder and performed a leg sweep, taking her off balance and making her face plant to the ground. Sakin then got on top of her and sunk his claw into her back, making her scream. "Now to end this," he said. Choji blocked a punch from Ukin before throwing his arm away and sending a punch towards Ukin's stomach, sending him flying back into a tree. Choji was about to rush in an attack when someone spoke up. "Hey fat ass," came a voice, and Choji turned and was shocked. Tenten was walking towards him with her arms around her neck, strangling herself while Sakin's head popped out of her shoulder. "Make another move and the bitch gets it," Sakin said. "About damn time brother," Ukin said, getting back up. "Let her go, just let her go, there's no need to kill her," Choji said, and Tenten looked at him. Help," Tenten said hoarsely as Sakin strangled her. "But I want to kill her," Sakin said, tightening the grip around Tenten's neck. "Now you're going to," Sakin began until a voice spoke up. "Enough," came Haku's voice, and everyone turned to her as she stood in a tree. "Let the girl go and restrain the boy, we don't have time for this." "Shut up, it's my show," and Sakin began until he got a sunbon to the eye, making him and Tenten scream in combined pain. "Gah. What are you doing?" Ukin shouted, and Haku looked at him. "You and your brother are under our command," Haku said in a warning tone. "I will not hesitate to kill you both." Haku looked to Sakin and spoke. "You have 5 seconds to get out before I kill your brother," she said. 1, 2. Okay, Sakin said as he got out of Tenten's body as she fell to the ground gasping for air. At the same time Choji let out a sigh of relief. The next second 4 sunbon flew through the air and 2 hit Choji and 2 hit Tenten in the neck, knocking both out as they fell to the ground. Sakin went back over to Ukin and reformed, and Haku looked at them both and spoke. "Naruto and Kimimaro will hear of this. Now let's go," Haku said as she jumped away. Ukin cursed as he looked at both Choji and Tenten unconscious. "Damn it all," Ukin thought as he chased after Haku. With Naruto, Tayuya, Hinata and Sakura. Naruto and Tayuya ran into Sakura and Hinata as they made their way through the forest. Currently they were all running full speed trying to catch up to Kimimaro and the others. "Hey Naruto," came Haku's voice, and everyone looked over and saw Haku and Ukin rushing towards them. "I see you found the others." "We found Sakura and Hinata first actually," Naruto said, and both girls nodded. "Nice for you to join us. How was your fight?" Haku got an annoyed look and looked over to Ukin. "Some people have a hard time following orders," Haku said, and Ukin sneered. "Ukin, shut the fuck up and listen," Tayuya shouted at him. "These guys know their shit and you better goddamn listen to them." "Whatever," Ukin said. As they continued moving along, Naruto spoke up. "Hey look, it's..." "Oh wait a second, that's not them," Naruto said as he pointed up ahead. Naruto and the others looked ahead until Naruto shouted, "Hey Lee," Naruto shouted, giving away their position. Lee spun around and saw Naruto and the others behind him. "Naruto, my youthful rival, how are you?" he asked. "Oh, you know, kidnapping the Uchiha, nothing special," Naruto said, making the others' sweat drop. "Wait, why are they talking like old friends?" Tayuya thought. "Is this really happening?" Sakura thought. "Naruto, why would you converse with the enemy?" Haku thought, rubbing her temples. "Hey Lee, since we outnumber you, do you wanna fight me right now?" Naruto asked, and everyone looked at him wide-eyed. "I mean, there's not really a point in you fighting all of us, since we could just gang up on you, and that wouldn't be fair." "There is no fucking way he'll agree to that," Tayuya said under his breath. "You make a good point, besides the rest could just run away leaving it as a one-on-one," Lee said. "Very well then, I accept your challenge." "Are you fucking serious right now?" Tayuya said, not believing what she was hearing. "Alrighty then, 1 second, Naruto said as he took out a food pill he got from Sum and swallowed it. Naruto felt his chakra be restored and his hunger subside. "Wow, I feel like a new man." Naruto looked to Hinata, Haku, Sakura and Tayuya. "I'll be right back girls, gotta fight Lee real quick," he said before he ran off to the side, and so did Lee. Hinata was wide-eyed under her helmet. "Did that really just happen?" Hinata asked, and Sakura spoke. "With Kimimaro, Anko, Shizune and Jirobo." Jirobo was holding the coffin when he spoke up. "Kimimaro, the coffin is becoming unstable," he said, and Kimimaro sighed. "Very well, stop ahead," Kimimaro said, and everyone nodded. The squad stopped in the middle of a large grass clearing, and Kimimaro looked at the coffin. The seals were wearing down and looked like they were going to wear off any minute. Looks like we'll have to knock out the Uchiha once he emerges, he thought. Kimimaro looked to the others and was about to speak when he and the others heard the sound of buzzing. Everyone looked to the origin of the sound and saw a swarm of bugs coming towards them. Enko, seeing this, went through hand signs, fire style, majestic flame jutsu. Enko fired a stream of fire at the bugs, incinerating them all. As soon as she did that, everyone heard rumbling and two figures popped out of the ground on two sides of the squad. Kakashi had a raikiri in his hand and was heading towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro dodged out of the way and sent a kick towards Kakashi, knocking him away. Kakashi landed a few yards away in a crouch. Tenzo meanwhile landed while making a hand sign, and a pillar of wood shot out of the ground towards Jirobo, who blocked it. Jirobo, using his massive strength, broke the pillar and threw it at Tenzo. Tenzo moved out of the way as the wooded pillar flew by him. Kimimaro, Enko, Shizune and Jirobo got into a diamond formation as they were surrounded on four sides by Kakashi, Tenzo, Torun and Fu. Enko, I should have known you'd run back to Orochimaru, Kakashi said, looking at the her. Fuck off, Cyclops, Enko said. The day I take lip from a rapist is the day hell freezes over. Enough, Kimimaro said, stopping all conversation. Enko, take on the Aburame. Enko scoffed but did not go any further. Shizune, take on the auburn-haired man, Kimimaro said, referring to Fu. Okay, Shizune said as she got into a taijutsu stance while Fu took out his short sword. Jirobo, take out that wood user, Kimimaro said. He must be Lord Orochimaru's experiment to recreate the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai. Alright, Jirobo said as he activated his curse mark and entered his final form as his skin darkened, eyes turned black and his hair grew longer. I'll handle Kakashi myself, Kimimaro said as he activated his curse mark and entered his final form. Kimimaro's tail grew out, bones began popping out of his back and his skin darkened. Kakashi and the others, seeing this, were all disgusted and scowled at the transformations. You freaks of nature, Kakashi said, taking out a kunai. I'll send you to hell where you belong. With Naruto and Lee. Naruto and Lee were both in a small grass clearing in the woods and both were stretching, getting ready for their battle. Okay Naruto, before we begin I would like to say something, Lee said, and Naruto looked at him. What's up? Naruto asked. When I heard your speech in Konoha I was appalled by how you were treated in the village, Lee said. I find it most unyouthful for someone to be blamed for the actions of a monster. Lee stood up straight and bowed. I humbly express my apologies for your mistreatment and hope you can forgive me for being a Konoha ninja. Naruto brushed it off and spoke. I don't blame you, Lee, I just blamed Konoha, Naruto said, making Lee look at him. If anything, if more people in Konoha thought the way you do, then maybe all this could have been avoided. Well, don't worry Naruto, I will show them the error of their ways, Lee said as he got into his taijutsu stance. I promise you I will make Konoha change their ways and treat everyone with fairness and tolerance. Naruto looked at Lee and spoke. Well, if you want to do that then you'll have to be Hokage, he said, and Lee nodded. Then I will become Hokage, and I'll show Konoha the power of youth, Lee said, and Naruto chuckled. Well, you'll still have to fight me first, Naruto said as he got into his taijutsu stance and looked at Lee, who just smiled. Naruto, even thought you're my enemy, I can tell you are a good person, Lee thought as he looked at Naruto. One day things will change, and I hope you will accept Konoha's apology. Lee looked at Naruto, who was looking at him with a glare of total focus. He's already focused on the upcoming battle, he is a truly formidable opponent, he thought. Meanwhile Naruto was looking at Lee while going through his mental pre-battle warm-up. I don't own the song Roy Jones does. I mean what I speak, I do as I say, I hustle, I grind, don't get in my way. I'm pimping my hoes, I'm checking my foes, as I spit at police and duck my POs. I ain't going to court, you can call a judge, tell him kiss my ass cause I ain't gone, budge. And I ain't going back to lock up, you try and my hands'll pop up. I ain't going back to broke, and I'm never gonna stop the puffin'. Not for nothing, the block, they need me, the streets, they need me. The club scene, nigga is mine, believe me, you don't believe me. Can't be touched, can't be stopped, can't be moved, can't be rocked. Can't be shook, we hot, when will you niggas learn? Came to get crunked, came to bring life, came to get it started, came to get right. Turn down the music, turn up my mic, when will you niggas learn? Oh man, I'm pumped now, Naruto thought as he was now fired up and bouncing on his feet. Okay Lee, you want a fight, I'll give you a damn good one. Naruto activated his body hardening jutsu, cracked his neck and spoke to Lee. Time to throw down, Naruto said, let's do this. Naruto and Lee both charged at each other as their long-awaited battle began. Chapter 49. With Naruto and Lee. Naruto approached Lee and sent a punch towards him and Lee blocked it. Naruto's hardened arm hit Lee's flesh and Lee could only describe it in bone rattling. Lee's training had hardened his bones and muscles far beyond what a normal person is able to have. That felt like Guy-sensei in the bamboo rod training, Lee thought, remembering when Guy-sensei repeatedly hit his arms and legs with bamboo to harden his bones. Lee shooed off this thought as he sent a high kick towards Naruto's face and Naruto raised his arm to defend himself. Lee's foot slammed against Naruto's arm, pushing his hardening jutsu to its limits. Holy crap, his attacks got stronger since last time, Naruto thought. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when Lee jumped up and sent another kick with his free foot, hitting Naruto in the chest and sending him skidding back. Lee landed in a crouch before rushing towards Naruto, cocking back his fist. Lee sent a punch which Naruto blocked, followed up by another punch which Naruto did not, as it hit him in the gut, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Lee finished his combo with a roundhouse kick to Naruto's ribs and the attack hit, sending blinding pain through Naruto's side. Naruto wrapped his arm around Lee's leg, holding him in place and cocked back his free hand. Got you bushy brows, Naruto said before throwing a punch, disconnecting his hand and using his threads to control the limb. Naruto punched Lee in the face, knocking his head back and sending him flying backwards. Lee flew several feet back and Naruto used his detached hand to grab onto Lee's jumpsuit and got a firm grip. Naruto pulled Lee back towards him and when he was in range kicked Lee in the gut while also letting go of him. Lee was sent flying backwards and crashed into a tree several dozen yards away. Naruto reattached his hand to his body and waited. There's no way that took him out, Naruto thought. A few seconds later he saw Lee rise to his feet from under the splintered remains of a tree. I knew it. Lee wiped his bloody lips and smiled. Seems we are both evenly matched right now, Lee thought. Lee kneeled down and took off his leg warmers, revealing he was wearing weights the entire time. Sorry Guy-sensei, I'm going to need to take them off. Naruto went wide-eyed at this. Wait, he's been wearing weights this whole time, Naruto thought. Lee took off the weights and threw them to the side. Well, it's not like taking those off will help him out that much. Both of Lee's weights crashed into the ground, making the earth shake and Naruto's jaw dropped and Lee spoke. Finally, I can now move freely, he said. Lee turned to Naruto and spoke. Well Naruto, now it's time for me to get serious, he said. Lee crossed his arms in front of himself and began to focus. First gate, gate of opening, open. Lee felt a surge of power rush over himself and in a flash Lee blurred forward towards Naruto so fast that Naruto could not even comprehend it before Lee sent a rising kick and hit Naruto under the chin. Naruto was launched into the air with some blood shooting out from his mouth. Lee jumped up and continued to repeatedly kick Naruto, sending him further up into the air with kick after kick. After getting high enough, Lee got behind Naruto and undid the bandages covering his arms and wrapped them around Naruto. Naruto was dazed by how fast the attack was that he did not realize what was going on until he felt himself be restrained by Lee's bandages. Lee turned upside down and began to head towards the earth at an incredible speed while spinning clockwise. Primary Lotus, Lee shouted. Not again, Naruto shouted as he fell towards the earth. Unlike last time when he fought Lee in the Land of Waves, he did not have one of his hearts down below to catch him. As they approached the ground, Lee jumped off and Naruto smashed into the ground. Lee did several flips into the air and landed and winced as he felt his muscles begin to hurt. Lee groaned as he walked over to a deep hole which was where Naruto hit the ground. As Lee walked forward he heard groaning from inside the hole. Naruto crawled out of the hole and Lee gagged at what he saw. Naruto's head was at a completely backwards in a contorted position. Before Lee could say anything, Naruto reached up, grabbed his head and with a quick twist spun his head around with a sick, wet popping noise echoing. Oh my god, Naruto said, shuddering as he tried not to whimper or cry. Oh my god, that hurt so bad. You're lucky you did that, boy, the Kyuubi said, otherwise you would have surely died. Naruto, before he collided with the earth, used his threads to stitch together his spinal columns, brainstem and nerve endings, that way he wouldn't be paralyzed from a broken neck. But even with this, Naruto was still in excruciating pain as he felt every nerve and pain receptacle in his body go off at the same time. The only upside was that with his body hardening jutsu, Naruto's skull wasn't caved in, but he was sure he had a concussion. Naruto made a hand sign and reached down to the ground and placed his hand onto the ground. Earth style. Earth Dragon Blast, Naruto said. The head of a dragon made from earth appeared from the ground and opened its mouth towards Lee. The earth dragon fired a massive volley of mud balls from its mouth towards Lee. Lee, despite being a lot slower from using the first gate and the forward lotus, attempted to dodge the incoming mud projectiles. Lee was successful at first, but there were too many projectiles heading towards him. Lee was hit in the gut by a mud ball, knocking the wind out of him. Lee was hit a few more times in the head, chest, legs and arms before being running behind a tree for cover. When the mud dragon's attack died down and it went back into the ground, Naruto stood there trying to figure out what to do next when the Kyuubi spoke in his mind. "This boy's taijutsu is most formidable," the Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. "Yeah, no shit, he nearly broke my neck," Naruto said in his mind. "Most of my jutsu deliver blunt force trauma and I shouldn't use my hearts to fight because they don't move as fast as I do." The Kyuubi hummed before speaking. "What about the Inuzuka woman? Didn't you take her heart?" Naruto, hearing this, had a moment of realization. "Oh yeah, I did," Naruto thought. "I guess I can use that. Not sure what'll happen though." Naruto made a hand sign and began to charge his chakra as he attempted to activate his new and unknown ability. Lee was behind the tree groaning as he held his ribs and chest. Lee opened up the collar of his jumpsuit and saw he had a lot of bruising from being hit by Naruto's attacks. "Darn, I didn't expect that," Lee thought as he got to his feet shakily. "Looks like I have no choice, I have to activate the second gate." Lee grit his teeth, closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Second gate, gate of healing. Open," Lee thought. Lee felt a rush of energy as his muscles began to bulge and his injuries started to hurt less. "Okay, let's go," Lee thought as he rushed from behind the tree to go and fight Naruto once more. Lee stopped as he looked on and saw Naruto and what he was doing. Naruto was growling and grunting as red chakra began to cover his body and he twitched and flexed. Naruto's eyes became red and slitted, his canines began to elongate and his nails began to grow into long sharp claws with a slight reddish tint. Naruto fell onto all fours and began to growl like a dog as the red chakra fades back into his body. Naruto began to shake as the fire heart on his back began to come undone. The fire heart shot out of Naruto's back and landed beside him and began to take shape. The heart, instead of taking a humanoid shape, turned into a large canine the size of a timber wolf with simulator glowing red eyes like Naruto. Lee looked on slightly disturbed before steeling himself. Lee reached into his pouch and took out a scroll that Tenten had given him and opened it. A puff of smoke erupted and a pair of nunchucks appeared and Lee grabbed them before he began to spin and swing them before getting into his stance. Without saying a word, Naruto, his heart and Lee charged towards each other. With Kimimaro. Kimimaro dodged to the side as Kakashi thrusted his raikiri towards him, missing him by mere inches. Kimimaro created a bone sword and slashed at Kakashi, but Kakashi ducked underneath the attack and with the raikiri still activated swiped at Kimimaro. Kimimaro wasn't able to move into time as the raikiri neared his right chest. Kimimaro, seeing this, began to morph his ribs into a single bone plate just as the raikiri made contact. Kakashi slashed Kimimaro across the chest, cutting his skin open and revealing the bone breastplate which only had a small gash on it. Kimimaro sent a kick towards Kakashi, who put up his arm to defend himself. Kimimaro used his Kekkei Genkei to expand and sharpen his toe bones which popped out of his skin and became like small daggers. Kimimaro's kick hit Kakashi's arm and his bones pierced his flesh about 3 inches deep, with his big toe bone appearing on the other side of Kakashi's arm. Kakashi grunted from the pain and took out a kunai using his other hand and slashed down towards Kimimaro's foot. Kimimaro, seeing this, used his sword to block the kunai before pulling his foot back and sending a kick towards Kakashi, hitting him in the stomach, sending him skidding back. Kakashi stopped and began to go through hand signs. "Fire style. Fireball jutsu," Kakashi said as he fired a large fireball towards Kimimaro, who jumped out of the way. Kimimaro pointed his left hand towards Kakashi and fired the bones from his fingertips towards him. Kakashi, seeing this, used his kunai to knock the oncoming projectiles out of the air, knocking them to the ground before reaching into his pouch and taking out some shuriken and throwing them at Kimimaro. Kimimaro used his bone sword to block the shuriken and Kakashi charged towards him once again. Kimimaro got into a defensive stance as Kakashi closed the distance. Kakashi swung his kunai at Kimimaro, who blocked it with his bone sword, parried and sent a thrust towards Kakashi. Kakashi dodged to the side, avoiding the bone sword before aiming another slash at Kimimaro's neck to cut his throat. Kimimaro ducked back as the blade missed him by a few inches before spinning around and swinging his tail at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped over the tail and threw his kunai towards Kimimaro's head. Kimimaro moved his head to the side before creating a massive cone-shaped bone lance with his right arm and thrusting it towards Kakashi while he was in mid-air. Kakashi, seeing this, went through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Kakashi launched a powerful wind jutsu to both damage Kimimaro and blow him away to create some distance. Kakashi landed and looked at Kimimaro, who had several cuts along his body from the wind. "Persistent, aren't you?" Kakashi said, and Kimimaro looked at him. "I'm Lord Orochimaru's second strongest ninja. I will not fail him," Kimimaro said as he got rid of his bone lance and bent his neck forward. Kimimaro's spine popped out from his back and he grabbed it before ripping it out and holding it like a spear in front of himself. "You will not pass, Hatake," Kimimaro said, and Kakashi scoffed. "We'll see about that," Kakashi said before he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi created about 30 shadow clones who all took out kunai and got ready to attack. Kimimaro got into a defensive stance as his battle was about to continue. With Shizune. Shizune used her kunai to block a slash from Fu's sword before it had gotten close to her. Fu tried to use his superior strength to force Shizune back, but Shizune attacked first. Shizune kicked Fu in the chest, sending him stumbling back a few feet. Shizune, seeing that she now had some distance, lifted her left arm sleeve, revealing a hidden Senbon launcher. Shizune pulled on the string, firing a volley of Senbon towards Fu. Fu used his sword to block the oncoming projectiles, sending them to the ground. Fu went through hand signs, water style, water bullets. Fu fired a volley of water bullets towards Shizune, who went through hand signs herself. Earth style, mud wall. Shizune slammed her hands onto the ground and a wall of earth rose from the ground just as the water bullets approached. The water bullets hit the wall, protecting Shizune. Shizune, seeing that she had cover, went through hand signs once more. Fu, seeing that his jutsu had failed, rushed forward to go around the side of the mud wall to take out Shizune. Fu took out a kunai with an exploding tag and threw it towards the left side of the wall. Shizune, seeing the kunai land off to her right, went wide-eyed and jumped to her left just as the kunai exploded. Shizune was hit by several pieces of flying shrapnel, but other than that she was fine. Shizune looked in front of herself and saw Fu was about 15 yards away and closing in fast, but luckily for her she already completed her jutsu. Ninja art, poison mist jutsu. Shizune unleashed a large cloud of purple mist from her mouth and the cloud went towards Fu, who was now 10 yards away. In the time it took Fu to realize what was going on, he jumped back, but not before getting a whiff of the poison. Fu landed and began to cough as the poison entered his system. Poison, he thought as he shook his head at his careless mistake. Fu stood up and got into a defensive stance. I should be fine for a while, but I have to end this fight soon, he thought. Due to his many years of training with Torun, Fu had grown a tolerance for poisons to a certain extent. However, this was by no means a for sure defense and he had to defeat Shizune quickly and get medical attention. Shizune looked at Fu and cursed, crud, he only got a little in his system. Shizune thought as she put up her kunai. With the amount I think he breathed it might take 15 minutes for him pass out and 30 to die. Shizune focused her chakra into her hands and created 2 chakra scalpels and got into her taijutsu stance. I can defeat him in 15 minutes or wait for him to pass out. Either way it's now a waiting game, she thought. With Naruto. Naruto ran towards Lee on all fours with his heart beside him and Lee also running towards him at full speed. Naruto jumped into the air along with his heart with his claws above his head and his mouth open, unleashing a feral roar. Lee, seeing Naruto and his heart coming towards him, jumped into the air and spun around. Lee launched a spinning kick to the heart since it was closest. Lee's kick slammed into the heart, sending it flying into a tree and smashing through, with the tree falling down a few seconds later. Lee attempted to throw a second kick towards Naruto, hoping for the same results. However, Naruto sent his clawed hand towards Lee's leg and the force and momentum of both hits cancelled each other out. Naruto slammed into Lee, sending him to the ground, and was now on top of him. Naruto slashed at Lee with his claw and his claw sliced through Lee's jumpsuit and cut his chest, leaving 4 long claw marks. Lee winced at the strike but wasn't deterred as Naruto raised his other hand and attempted to slash at him. Lee raised his arm and blocked the attack and with his free hand gripped his nunchucks like a knife. Lee sent a stab towards Naruto with the ends of his nunchucks, the blunt end of the weapons hitting Naruto in the gut and knocking the wind out of him. Lee, using his strength and agility, proceeded to buck Naruto off and sent him flying through the air. Naruto did several flips through the air before landing on the ground just in time to get hit in the face by Lee. Lee had swung his nunchucks and the lead-filled wooded weapon smashed into Naruto's cheek. Naruto spit up blood and one of his canines as his head spun to the side. Lee followed up by swinging his second nunchuck at Naruto's knee, making him buckle. Lee finished his assault by sending a kick to Naruto's chest, but Naruto raised his arms just in time to block it, although the force of the blow made him skid across the ground about 10 yards until he stopped. Lee was about to attack once more when he heard a noise off to his left and he went wide-eyed. There was a red spinning vortex much like the fan over fang, heading straight towards him. Lee jumped into the air, performing a backflip over the red vortex. The heart inside the vortex landed a claw strike onto Lee's back, leaving a large gash before flying past. The heart hit a tree and stopped, with the heart sinking its claws into the bark to steady itself and stay on the tree. Naruto, seeing Lee in mid-air, rushed forward as fast as he could in order to gain as much momentum as he could. Naruto launched both of his clawed hands towards Lee, using his threads to control them. Lee barely landed on the ground when Naruto's hands grabbed him onto his shoulders. Naruto's claws sunk into his flesh, making him wince, but before he could even make a sound he was pulled towards Naruto. Naruto was running straight towards Lee when he pulled back, and when he was flying towards him, Naruto jumped into the air and began to spin at a fast rate until he was a red vortex. Fox Fang over Fang. Naruto roared as he shot towards Lee. Lee put his arms in front of himself as a final form of defense. Naruto slammed into Lee, sending a flurry of claw strikes slicing into Lee's skin and tearing his cloths. Blood began to fly around, and with one final strike Naruto spun around and sent a kick hitting Lee in the gut. Lee was launched several dozen yards away into a tree, hitting it and coughing out blood. Lee fell towards the ground and stayed down. Naruto landed on the ground after recalling his hands back and reattached them. Naruto stood there as his heart hopped down from the tree and stood next to him. Naruto was breathing heavily as his wounds began to take their toll on him. Is he down? Naruto thought as he stood there. A few seconds later he saw Lee begin to get back up to his feet. Fuck. With Jirobo. Tenzo made a hand sign before shouting, "Wood style, great forest." Tenzo pointed his arm towards Jirobo and several wooden spikes grew out of his arm and went towards Jirobo, who was several yards away. Jirobo, seeing this, went through hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground. "Earth style. Earth shore return," he shouted. A wall of earth appeared in front of him and the wood spikes hit the wall. Jirobo's confidence in the wall was ripped to shreds when the spikes punched through the wall and hit Jirobo. Jirobo put his arms as just in time as the spikes hit him in the arms and stomach, causing him to bleed and be pushed back about 100 yards. Jirobo grit his teeth from the pain and threw a punch with his arm towards the wood spikes. Jirobo, using his great strength, smashed through the wood and shattered them to splinters, making Tenzo go wide-eyed. Jirobo reached down towards the ground and sunk his fingers into the earth. The earth began to shake and crack as Jirobo strained until he began to pull up. Jirobo strained for a moment until he ripped a massive chunk of earth out of the ground and held it above his head. "Earth style. Sphere of graves," Jirobo shouted as he threw the massive chunk of earth towards Tenzo. Tenzo, seeing this, went through hand signs. "Wood style. Wood dome," Tenzo said as several pillars of wood sprouted from the ground and surrounded him. Tenzo was encased into a dome of wood as the chunk of earth slammed into it. Jirobo hoped that the attack would smash through Tenzo's defenses. However, he was soon disappointed as the dust cleared and revealed not only was the dome intact but it didn't even seem to be damaged. "Damn," Jirobo thought as the wooden dome opened up and Tenzo walked out. "This guy's tougher than he looks. I'm going to have to try a little harder, I guess." With Anko. Anko launched a fireball at a swarm of Torun's beetles and incinerated them. Torun cursed as more of his bugs were killed by Anko. "I cannot keep wasting my beetles like that," Torun thought before he pulled out his sword. Anko, seeing this, smiled. "Finally, you're going to fight me without the help of your little creepy crawlies," Anko said, trying to rile Torun up. "Well, bring it, bitch." Torun didn't respond. Instead, his skin began to turn purple from his insects spreading through his bloodstream. "All I need to do is touch her," Torun thought as he got ready to attack. Torun rushed forward, gripping his sword, closing the distance between himself and Anko. Anko, seeing Torun's skin turn purple, understood what was happening and decided to fight in a different way. Anko went through hand signs and spoke. "Earth style. Rock fists," Anko said as earth went up to her hands and covered them. "Now it's a little more even." Torun finished closing the distance and sent a slash towards Anko, who ducked under the blade and sent a punch towards Torun. Torun jumped out of the way, avoiding the hit before Anko spun around and sent a spinning kick towards Torun's stomach, causing him to stumble back. Anko used her rubber-soled sandal to hit him as to not allow his bugs to enter her body. Anko charged forward and delivered an uppercut to Torun's jaw, causing it to crack and spit up blood. Anko sent another punch with her other fist and hit Torun in the ribs, causing a few to crack. Anko finished her assault by pointing her rock fists at him and them focusing her chakra into her hands. "Earth style. Rock throw," she shouted. Anko launched both of her rock fists at Torun from close range, hitting him in the chest and sending him flying back. Torun landed and wiped his bloody mouth as he looked at Anko. As Torun was about to attack again, he heard something off to his right and turned and swung his sword just in time to hit an arrow out of the air. Anko was surprised at the arrow and turned and smiled. "Well, damn girl, about time you showed up," Anko said. Hinata, wearing her helmet, landed with her bow in her hands. "Sorry I'm late, we had some difficulties," Hinata said. "Do you want my help?" "Hell yeah I do," Anko said before looking at Torun. "Let's kick his shit in." With Shizune. Shizune blocked a slash from Fu as Fu continued to push against her. Shizune began to bend backwards as Fu pressed his blade closer and closer to her neck. "You're done," Fu said before he realized something. A large shadow was casting over him. Shizune could see the massive club doki behind Fu as it raised its club and was about to swing down. "Hey, move your ass before my doki fucks you up," Tayuya shouted, and Shizune looked at her. Shizune didn't hesitate as she sent a kick towards Fu, hitting him in the chest before falling to the ground and rolling away. Fu stumbled back and saw the club coming towards him. Fu jumped over the club as it barely missed him before landing and rolling away before getting into a defensive stance. "Damn it, where the hell did she come from?" Shizune hopped back up and ran next to Tayuya, who was in her final curse mark form. Thanks Tayuya, Shizune said with a smile, and Tayuya nodded. Who the fuck is this asshole? Tayuya asked, and Shizune spoke. A Konoha ninja who wants the Uchiha, Shizune said, and Tayuya nodded. Good enough for me, Tayuya said as she put her flute to her mouth. Let's waste this dick. With Jirobo. Jirobo sent a haymaker towards Tenzo, who blocked the punch and retaliated with several punches and kicks of his own. Tenzo rapidly hit Jirobo multiple times in the face and abdomen before making a hand sign. Wood style. Wood pillar, Tenzo said. A wood pillar shot out of the ground and hit Jirobo in the chest, sending him flying through the air before hitting the ground. Jirobo was grunting as he got back up and Tenzo got ready to finish him off. Tenzo was going through hand signs when he suddenly felt the air around him go cold. Above him an ice mirror formed and Haku was inside holding several senbon in her hand. Haku threw the senbon at Tenzo, who looked up just in time and jumped to the side. Tenzo avoided the senbon and got his footing just in time for Sakin in his curse mark mode to rush in and began his attack. Sakin threw a series of punches and kicks towards Tenzo, who blocked the attacks before grabbing one of the punches and putting Sakin into a jujitsu hold and was preparing to break his arm. Before he could, however, Jirobo closed the distance and delivered a full-powered punch to Tenzo's chest, sending him flying across the clearing. Jirobo helped Sakin up and spoke. Nice of you to join us, Jirobo said with a smirk. Bite me, Sakin said as he got into a taijutsu stance and Haku jumped down to join them. He's quite formidable, isn't he? Haku said as she gripped her senbon. Tenzo, seeing that he was now outnumbered, made a hand sign. Wood clone jutsu, he said. Out of his back 3 wood clones appeared, so now there were 4 Tenzos in total. Ukin, Sakin said, don't get too comfortable, brother, I'm going to need you. Very well, Ukin said as he disconnected with his brother and stood next to him, 4 on 4. I like those odds. With Kimimaro. Kimimaro slammed his hands onto the ground and shouted, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Out of the ground came dozens of bone spikes the size of trees heading towards Kakashi and his remaining shadow clones. Kakashi ran back as the spikes came towards him. His clones were destroyed by the attack and Kakashi turned around and made a hand sign. Earth style. Earth flow divide, Kakashi shouted as the earth in front of him split in half, disrupting Kimimaro's attack. Kimimaro appeared out of one of the bone spikes and rushed towards Kakashi with his spine spear. Kimimaro closed the distance and Kakashi attacked first. Kakashi slashed at Kimimaro, who dodged his kunai attack. Kimimaro retaliated with a thrust from his spine spear and Kakashi jumped back in order to gain some distance. Kimimaro rushed forward to attack him before he hit the ground. Kakashi landed on the ground and was about to move until he felt something grab his feet. Kakashi looked down and saw 2 hands popping out of the ground and grabbing his ankles. Earth style. Headhunter jutsu, Sakura shouted before pulling Kakashi down into the earth. Kakashi, realizing what was going on, pumped earth chakra into his hand and hit the ground to keep himself above the surface. Kakashi was now waist deep into the earth and was effectively a sitting duck. Kimimaro, seeing this, thrusted his spear towards Kakashi and Kakashi tried to put up his defenses. Kakashi parried the spear to the right and it ended up hitting his shoulder. Kakashi let out a shout of pain before he sent lightning chakra to his kunai and slashed at the spear in his shoulder. Kakashi cut through the spear and without using any hand signs slammed his hand onto the ground. Earth style. Earth pillar, Kakashi shouted as an earth pillar shot out from under his feet, freeing the lower half from the ground. Kakashi was in the air for a few seconds before landing and looking at Kimimaro while holding his bleeding shoulder. Kimimaro stood there and out of the ground next to him Sakura appeared with a rage-filled look on her face. Well, look at this. Must be my lucky day, Sakura said with a scowl. Looks like I get to see my former teammate and my predator sensei die on the same day. Kakashi looked at Sakura and glared at her. You little tramp, I should have known, Kakashi said in a growl. I should have killed you after you ratted on me to Lord Third. And I should have killed you after you, Asuma and Sasuke, forced yourselves on me, Sakura said, taking out a kunai, but better late than never. Unseen by Sakura, Kimimaro or anyone else in the area, the coffin containing Sasuke began to smoke as the seals began to weaken. With Naruto. Naruto looked on as Lee got to his feet and tossed his weapons to the side. Lee was battered and bloody, his muscles ached and his bones popped with every movement. The only thing keeping him up was his grit and his will to win. Lee grabbed the remains of the top half of his jumpsuit. You're strong, Naruto, I'll give you that, Lee thought as he ripped off the fabric, exposing his upper body, revealing his new wounds and his scars from countless hours of training. But I will win, even if it means destroying both my body and yours. Lee crossed his arms and began to focus. Third gate. Gate of life. Open, Lee shouted as his skin began to turn red, his eyes turned white and his muscles began to bulge. There was a layer of visible green chakra around Lee and the ground began to shake, making Naruto go wide-eyed. Holy crap baskets, Naruto said astonished. Naruto recalled his heart back into his body and as it was combining back with him he spoke in his mind, "Hey Kyuubi. Looks like I'm going to need your help." It seems so, the Kyuubi thought as it began to give Naruto its chakra. A cloak of red chakra formed around Naruto as his threads began to glow and the cloak took shape. Naruto's cloak grew a tail and 2 long pointed ears, his whisker stitched came undone, his threads began to move like tendrils and he felt the power flow through his body. "There you go boy, use it and claim your victory," the Kyuubi roared. Naruto hearing this roared, shaking the earth, and Lee standing across from him let out an equally loud battle cry as they both charged towards each other as 2 blurs of red and green. Chapter 50. With Naruto and Lee. Naruto and Lee rushed towards each other to re-engage in battle once more. Naruto was in his one-tail cloak and Lee had opened his 3rd inner gate and were essentially on equal footing. Lee attacked first by jumping into the air and sending a flying side kick towards Naruto. Naruto put his arms in front of him in a X formation to protect himself. Lee's kick hit Naruto's arms and both of them stopped in place. The force of the kick hitting Naruto's arms sent a shockwave kicking up dust and sending it shooting out in all directions. Naruto, not moving his arms, used his chakra tail to swat Lee away, sending him flying through the air. Lee flew through the air and began to spin until he landed on a tree, cracking the bark as he used it to springboard off and go back towards Naruto. Lee spun around, sending a flying roundhouse kick towards Naruto. Naruto once again put up his arms to block the kick, but at the last minute Lee cancelled the attack and sent a kick towards Naruto's opposite side. Naruto was kicked across the side of his face, jerking his head taut he sighed and making him spit up some blood as Lee landed on the ground. Lee sent a punch towards Naruto's gut, hitting, knocking the wind out of him. A flurry of punches began to ram into Naruto's body as Lee's hands were nothing but white blurs to him. Lee decided to go low and performed a sweep kick on Naruto, knocking him off his feet and sending another kick towards Naruto's ribs. Naruto was punted across the clearing before hitting the ground and skidding several yards before coming to a halt. Naruto got on all fours and saw Lee rushing towards him. Naruto took a breath and began to charge chakra inside his lungs, and when Lee was only 50 yards away he attacked. Naruto let out a roar and a Kyuubi-powered wind jutsu equal in power to that of his wind heart. Lee was hit dead on by the winds of Naruto's attack and planted his feet into the ground and covered his face with his hands and arms. The wind was so powerful that it was sending rocks, sand, pine needles and other debris towards Lee at high speeds, so not only was he being cut by the wind itself but also by foreign objects like he was in a sand blaster. When the winds died down, Lee dropped his hands and saw Naruto use the moment to rush over and sent a slash with his chakra claws. Naruto slashed Lee across the stomach in an attempt to disembowel him. But to Naruto's surprise, Lee's abs were like a steel plate due to the amount of chakra running through his system, so Naruto only cut through his skin. Naruto, deterred by this, sent a knee to Lee's ribs, and this produced results as he felt Lee's ribs cave in. Lee shouted in pain as he felt his ribs crack from Naruto's attack, and Lee jumped back and got some distance. Lee was breathing heavily because even though he had 3 gates open, it was taking its toll on him. "I cannot give up now. I won't give up," Lee thought as he crossed his arms and began to speak. 4th gate. Gate of pain. Open. Lee felt another rush of chakra through his body and his nose began to bleed from the strain on his body. Naruto, seeing this, went wide-eyed. How many times can he do that? Naruto thought. Looks like you're going to need more chakra, the Kyuubi said inside Naruto's mind. Naruto's cloak shifted and he grew a 2nd chakra tail. There you go brat, try not to die. Gee, thanks, Naruto thought as the Kyuubi laughed. Naruto looked Lee, who got ready to charge at him once more. This isn't going to end well. With Kimimaro and Sakura. Kimimaro sent a series of fast thrusts with his spine spear towards Kakashi, who dodged and blocked the spear with his kunai. Kakashi parried the spear to the side and sent a slash towards Kimimaro's neck in an attempt to decapitate him. Kimimaro, seeing this, used his Kekkei Genkai to grow a 6-inch spike from his collarbone. Kakashi's kunai hit the spike growing from Kimimaro's neck, and the result was his kunai breaking from the impact. Kakashi, seeing his weapon break, decided to continue with his current momentum and sent a kick towards Kimimaro's side. Kakashi's kick hit him in the ribs and knocked him back several feet. Kakashi went through hand signs while looking at Kimimaro. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, Kakashi shouted as he fired a large ball of fire at Kimimaro. Kimimaro was hit dead on by the fire, but to Kakashi's surprise he was not killed. Kimimaro was standing there with some his skin burned, charred or burned off in places but otherwise unaffected. Kimimaro's bones protected his organs and arteries from any serious damage from Kakashi's jutsu, and as he stood there his skin began to heal and grow back. Kakashi was about to attack again but was stopped when he heard something behind him. Sakura rose out from the ground behind Kakashi with a kunai in her hand and sent a slash towards Kakashi's Achilles tendons in order to cripple him. Kakashi, seeing her come up from behind him, jumped over Sakura's attack, narrowly saving himself, and Sakura cursed. Sakura quickly got out completely out of the ground as Kakashi was still in the air. Sakura, seeing where Kakashi was about to land, quickly made a hand sign. Earth style. Bottomless swamp, Sakura shouted as she slammed her hands onto the ground just as Kakashi landed. Kakashi landed and sunk waist deep into a mud pit. Sakura, using her previous jutsu to her advantage, made another hand sign. Earth style. Earth flow river, she shouted. Kakashi was struggling to get out of the mud when suddenly the mud began to flow and pushed like a powerful stream of water, taking Kakashi away. Kakashi struggled against the mud until he made a hand sign. Kakashi pumped lightning chakra through his body and he was able to jump out of the mud and land on the ground. Kakashi barely had enough time to regain his footing when he looked up and saw a bone bullet mere inches from his face. Sakura had made the river of mud push Kakashi closer towards Kimimaro, and Kimimaro took his chance and fired a single bone bullet towards Kakashi. He did this because a single bullet would be more accurate than his usual volley. Kakashi had barely a second to respond as he moved his dead to the right, which was his biggest mistake. The bone bullet hit Kakashi in his Sharingan eye, destroying it, exploding his eye socket and carving a groove in the side of his head. Kakashi screamed in pain as he grabbed his eye as blood began to pour out. "Fuck," Kakashi shouted. Kakashi's Sharingan, his greatest tool, his last gift from his dead friend Obito and the reason for his fame throughout the elemental nations, was destroyed. Sakura, seeing this, got a smile on her face and she charged forward while going through hand signs. Earth style. Rock fist. Earth rose from the ground and surrounded her fists as she closed the distance. Kakashi barely comprehended Sakura was in front of him before she threw her punch towards him. Sakura slammed her hand into Kakashi's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Sakura sent another punch towards Kakashi, hitting him in the chest and sending him rolling and skidding back several yards until he stopped. Kakashi coughed as he got back up while still holding the bleeding eye socket where his Sharingan once was, and glared at both Sakura and Kimimaro. "My eye. You destroyed my eye," Kakashi said in a pained growl. "That was irreplaceable to me." Sakura smiled and spoke. "Ask me if I give a shit," she said cheekily, making Kakashi growl. "I intended to end your life with that shot," Kimimaro said as he walked up next to Sakura. "But even so, looks like our victory got even more certain." Kakashi scoffed at this and used his headband to cover his bleeding eye socket and spoke. "I'm not done yet," he said. "I still have some fight in me." Kimimaro and Sakura both got back into their stances and Kimimaro spoke. "Come at us then," he said. With Anko and Hinata. Hinata fired a flaming arrow towards Torun, who dodged the arrow as it landed a few feet away from him. The arrow, upon hitting the ground, began to engulf a 3-square-foot patch of grass, setting it alight. Hinata took out 3 more fire arrows and shot them on 3 different sides, forming a square around Torun. "Anko, hit him now," Hinata shouted to Anko. Anko, hearing this, went through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough, Anko thought as she fired a wind jutsu towards Torun. Torun, seeing what she was trying to do, went through hand signs. Earth style. Earth dome. Torun shouted as he slammed his hands onto the ground as an earth dome covered him just as the wind jutsu met with Hinata's fire. The result was the fire imploding and expanding, surrounding the area in fire and smoke. Torun felt the temperature rise inside his dome and saw smoke trying to creep in. Torun made a hand sign and coated his lungs in chakra in order to not get carbon monoxide poisoning. After a few seconds he brought down the dome and looked around, and he couldn't see anyone or anything. Thick clouds of smoke obstructed Torun's vision, making it hard to see Anko or Hinata. "Damn, this smoke is so thick, I can't see a damn thing," Torun thought as he looked around. "Well, maybe I can use this to my advantage. If I can't see them, then they can't see." Torun's thoughts were stopped when he heard whooshing from his right side as an arrow flew through the smoke towards him. Torun attempted to avoid the arrow by dodging to the side but was still hit in the shoulder. Torun was sent to the ground holding his wound as he tried to stop the bleeding. Torun's microscopic insects went to work as they began to clot his sound by stemming the blood coming from the severed veins in his artery. All this happened in a fraction of a second, and the next second Torun had to get back up as another arrow came out from the smoke and hit the ground. Torun began to run to get outside the smoke, trying to figure out what was going on. "How can she see me through this smoke?" Torun thought, thinking about Mie, Hinata. Does she have some kind of thermal vision inside that helmet she's wearing? Torun exited the smoke just, and as soon as he did so, saw Anko in front of him with her hands covered in earth and cocked back ready to strike. "Peekaboo, dickhead," Anko shouted as she punched Torun in the stomach, sending him stumbling back. Torun was about to counterattack when he felt a sharp pain in the back of his right foot. Hinata fired another arrow through the smoke and hit Torun in his right Achilles tendon. Hinata made this shot in order to cripple him and create an opening for Anko. Anko, seeing that Torun was now basically immobilized, smirked as she charged towards him. Torun pointed his hand towards her and sent a swarm of his insects towards her. Anko went through hand signs and took a deep breath. Fire style. Majestic flames jutsu. Anko fired a stream of fire at the bugs, incinerating them, before proceeding to jump into the air over Torun. As she flipped over him, Anko summoned a snake from out of her trench coat sleeve towards him. The snake wrapped around Torun's neck and his microscopic insects began to enter the snake, but Anko expected this. Anko landed and with all her might pulled as hard as she could on the snake. The result was Torun being pulled back by the neck with such force that his windpipe was crushed and his spine was broken. Torun fell to the ground and Anko let go of the snake that she summoned from her sleeve. Anko turned towards Torun one more time and unleashed a small fire jutsu, hitting his corpse and setting it alight. Hinata ran through the smoke and stood next to Anko and spoke. "Why did you set him on fire if he was already dead?" Hinata asked, and Anko spoke. "He was dead, his bugs weren't," Anko said, and Hinata nodded in understanding. "I'd rather not take any chances with those fucking things." "Alright, 1 down, 3 to go," Anko said to Hinata. "You go and help out Shizune and Tayuya over there, I'm going to help out Haku." "Okay," Hinata said as she and Anko split up to assist their comrades. With Naruto. Lee and Naruto were currently in a fast-paced taijutsu battle as the both of them were fighting with all their might, trying to gain the upper hand against the other. Lee threw a kick at Naruto and Naruto blocked it with his forearm, protecting himself from being hit. Even thought Lee's kick was stopped, he did not relent on his attack as he pushed Naruto's arm down before jumping up and spinning around, sending a kick towards Naruto's head. Naruto was kicked in the back of the head and was sent to the ground and skidding a few feet away. Naruto pushed himself up and turned over as he saw Lee jump into the air with his foot raised. Lee came down attempting to stomp Naruto in the back, but Naruto dodged to the side as his foot hit the ground. The ground cracked from the force of Lee's kick and Naruto began his counter-attack. Naruto, still low on the ground, sent a sweep kick towards Lee's foot, hitting the back of his leg, taking him off his feet and making him fall backwards. Naruto sent a rising punch towards Lee and his punch hit him in the kidney. Lee felt the pain from his kidney spread throughout his body and coughed out some blood. Naruto, not wanting to lose his momentum of attack, sound around and used his chakra tails to smack Lee up and away in the tree branches above. Lee spun around in the air as he reached the tree and placed both of his on the branch and used it to springboard back down towards Naruto. Lee pushed off the branch so hard that the branch exploded into a million pieces from the force. Lee shot down towards Naruto like a missile and put his leg in front of himself, sending a flying kick towards Naruto. Naruto raised both his arm and blocked the kick, but the force was too much. Naruto's arms nearly broke from the pressure and he was knocked to the ground so hard a crater formed. Naruto was slightly dazed and Lee grabbed Naruto by the shoulders. "This ends now," Lee shouted as he threw Naruto into the air with all his might. Lee felt his muscles sting as they tore more and more with each movement, but he kept pressing on. Lee jumped into the air and appeared in front of Naruto and sent a punch towards him. Naruto was punched in the face and felt his jaw crack as he was sent sailing through the air. Lee appeared behind Naruto in a blur of speed and sent a kick towards Naruto, sending him flying in another direction. Naruto was being knocked around in different directions like he was in a pinball machine. His bones were cracking, his organs were rupturing and his vision was going blurry. Naruto was then knocked up into the air and Lee appeared over him. Naruto realized at the last moment that Lee had wrapped the bandages from his left arm around his waist. Fifth gate. Gate of limit. Open, Lee shouted as he opened the fifth gate. Lee pulled Naruto towards him with all his might while coming down at the same time, preparing for his finishing move. Lee pulled back his right arm and right leg at the same time, and when Naruto was in range he struck, sending out a simultaneous punch and kick, hitting Naruto in the chest and stomach. Hidden Lotus, Lee roared as the strike sent Naruto rocketing towards the ground while simultaneously breaking Lee's arm and his leg. Naruto slammed into the ground, creating another crater while Lee fell towards the earth. Lee smacked the ground hard as his skin returned to normal. Lee's right forearm was snapped in half and his right leg was twisted and his tendons were severed from the abuse. Lee was breathing heavily as he looked at the crater where Naruto landed. I did it, Lee thought, before he could attempt to get up. 2 objects shot out of the hole. Naruto's water and wind hearts shot out of his body before collapsing onto the ground into giant piles of threads. A hand shot out of the edge of the crater and Naruto pulled himself up and out of the crater. Naruto no longer has his red chakra cloak on and was bleeding from all over his body. His left eye was swollen shut, his left shoulder was dislocated, several of his ribs were broken and he was sure he had internal bleeding. Along with that he had 2 holes in his back where his 2 destroyed hearts shot out from. "I'll handle your injuries, boy, finish off your enemy," the Kyuubi said inside his mind as it began to use Naruto's threads to repair his organs. Naruto limped forward as he felt his liver and spleen get stitched back up inside his body. Oh god, this hurts, Naruto thought as he walked over to Lee. Naruto used his right hand to pop his shoulder back into place, and after he did that he was not standing over Lee. Lee was essentially defenseless as his bones had fractures and his muscles and tendons were torn. Lee looked up at Naruto from the ground and spoke. Why, you're alive, Lee said with a weak smile. You are very resilient. Lee was breathing heavily as he spoke and Naruto looked at him with a smile. If I was a normal person I'd most definitely be dead, Naruto said before looking behind himself and say his 2 destroyed hearts. You destroyed 2 of my hearts. Not a lot of people are capable of that, so I guess that means you're stronger than most people I have faced. Lee smiled at this. I'm honored, Lee said before losing his smile. Are you going to kill me now? Naruto looked at Lee and shook his head. Nah. You're too cool of a guy to kill, Naruto said with a chuckle. Naruto bent down and groaned as he did so. Ow. I feel like I got hit by a flying mountain. Naruto was now on one knee and pulled out his small medical kit. He opened it and saw nearly everything was smashed to hell. What do you know? Naruto pulled out a still intact syringe full of morphine. One left, Naruto said before he took off the cap covering the needle and sticking it into Lee's unbroken leg. Giving your enemy painkillers, Lee said with a smile. You are a most youthful opponent. Lee's eyes began to get heavy and after a few seconds he passed out. Naruto checked Lee's pulse to ensure he was still alive before getting back up and turning in the direction where Hinata and the others were going. Naruto began to run even though his bones and muscles ached. Naruto reached into his pouch and took out a blue scroll and looked at it. Should I use this now? Naruto thought. Naruto shook his head and put it up. No, Fu told me to only use it in case of emergencies, he thought. Naruto reached around in his pouch again until he found the remaining food pills, popping one in his mouth. With a sudden burst of energy Naruto continued to run through the forest and he had a thought. I only have 3 hearts left. The one in my chest, my fire and my lightning one. Naruto thought. I hope I don't need to fight again. I'm nearly worn out. With Haku, Saken, Ukin and Jirobo. Haku was running towards Tenzo as she threw a dozen Senbon towards him. Tenzo jumped out of the way of the oncoming projectiles and waited for Haku to get closer. Tenzo took out a kunai and went in to engage Haku at close range. Haku took out a 1/4-inch thick Senbon and began to use it as a melee weapon. Haku spun around and attempted to stab Tenzo in the neck but Tenzo blocked it with his kunai. Haku followed up with a low kick aiming for his knee but Tenzo kicked using his opposite leg, using his leg to block the attack. Tenzo seeing got close, he was sent a punch towards Haku. Wood style. Great forest technique, he shouted. Wooden spikes began to grow from his arm and Haku seeing this jumped back with one of the spikes hitting her in the shoulder causing a minor wound to form. Haku landed and began to go through hand signs. Ice style. 1,000 needles of death, she said. Haku slammed her foot onto the ground and water began to rise from below and went into the air. The water hardened into 1,000 ice needles before heading towards Tenzo. Tenzo went through hand signs and spoke. Wood style. Wood dome, he said. Wood shot out from the ground and surrounded him in a dome made of his wood just as the ice needles reached him. The ice needles stuck into the dome like a pin cushion but did not penetrate all the way through. Jirobo seeing this reached down into the ground and dug his fingers into the earth and began to pull. Jirobo using his strength pulled out 2 bowling ball-sized chunks of earth and cocked back his arm. Suck this, Jirobo shouted as he threw the first chunk towards the dome. The impact was hard as the wood was depressed and splintered. Jirobo ran towards the dome and threw the second chunk hitting the same spot making it break even more. Jirobo seeing that the structure was now weakened cocked back his fist. Come out here, he shouted as he threw a punch with as much force as he could muster. The punch contacted the part of the dome that was damaged and the dome began to splinter and shatter. Before Jirobo could get inside, 3 wooden spikes shot out of the dome, hitting him in the hip, stomach and chest sending him flying across the field. Jirobo landed on the ground with 3 large wooden spikes still inside him and he coughed out some blood. Crap, he thought as he kept pressure on the chest and stomach wounds. Tenzo ran out from the inside of the dome and charged at Jirobo in an attempt to finish him off. Halfway there he was confronted by Ukin and Saken. Not so fast you bastard, Ukin shouted as he threw several punches towards Tenzo but he dodged and blocked the attacks. Saken sent some attacks as well but Tenzo blocked them easily. Saken couldn't use his Kekkei Genkei on Tenzo due to his altered DNA and the harm that would affect him and Ukin if they combined again. As they attacked, Saken looked over to Hako and spoke. Hey, help out Jirobo, we got this guy, Saken said and Haku nodded. Haku ran over to Jirobo and knelt beside him. Jirobo, are you still with me? Haku asked while taking out her medical kit and Jirobo groaned as he held his wounds. Barely, Jirobo said as he looked at his wounds and how bad they were bleeding. Oh boy. I'm not going to make it, am I? Don't say that, Haku said as she began to administer first aid to him, just hold on. Sakin and Ukin were still both fighting Tenzo, keeping him on the defensive. Tenzo with his superior training and greater experience was keeping up with both brothers. Tenzo blocked a punch from Ukin and countered with a punch of his own, hitting him in the gut. Sakin, seeing his brother get hit, threw a kick toward Tenzo, who grabbed Ukin and pulled him towards himself. Sakin accidentally kicked his own brother, sending him to the ground before Tenzo went in and delivered a punch to Sakin's nose, breaking it. Tenzo proceeded to sweep Sakin's feet, sending him to the ground. Tenzo raised his foot to stomp on Sakin's head but was stopped when he was attacked. Two snakes originating from Enko's sleeves shot out at Tenzo and Tenzo jumped back in order to avoid being bit by the two snakes. Tenzo landed and went through hand signs. Water style. Water bullets. Tenzo fired a large volley of water bullets at Enko, who dodged and took out several shuriken, throwing them at Tenzo. Where the hell did you come from? Sakin said as he got back up, and Enko looked at him with a smirk. I killed the Aburame with the help of Mie, Enko said using Hinata's alias. Looks like you guys need some help. Yes we do, Sakin said as he looked at Tenzo. This fucker is tougher than he looks. Alrighty then, Enko said as she looked at Tenzo. Sorry Tenzo, we had a lot fun together at one point, but looks like I'm gonna have to kill you. Tenzo nodded at this. It's a shame we have to fight Enko, especially with our similar past, he said, referring to the both of them being used and abandoned by Orochimaru. But may I ask, why are you working with Orochimaru? I'm not, Enko said, making Tenzo raise an eyebrow. I'm here for my friends, nothing more. I see, Tenzo said before getting into his taijutsu stance. Shall we continue? With Hinata, Tayuya and Shizune. Tayuya played her flute, sending her club doki towards Fu, with the doki raising its club and taking a swing at him. Fu jumped away from the club, which contacted with the ground and landed a few feet away. Upon landing, he turned to his side and swung his short sword, slicing an arrow in half. Hinata was at a distance shooting arrows at Fu, trying to keep him pinned down. Fu took out several shuriken and threw them towards Hinata. Hinata ducked and rolled as the shuriken went over her before getting into a crouching position and firing another arrow. Fu dodged the arrow and threw several more shuriken at Hinata, who dodged them again. Fu then heard the sound of footsteps behind him and spun around to see Shizune with chakra scalpels activates. Shizune sent a slash with her hand, aiming for Fu's neck. Fu tilted his head back and the chakra scalpel cut his cheek but left no serious wound. Shizune began to send a flurry of slashes towards Fu, who bobbed and weaved around her attacks. While not a medical ninja, Fu knew that if he got hit by a chakra scalpel, not only will his body be injured but so will his chakra network. Fu dodged another slash from Shizune's hand and grabbed her by the wrist. Fu performed a judo throw, slamming Shizune into the ground, and was about to stab her with his sword when Hinata ran up. Hinata sealed up her bow and sent a punch to Fu's kidney, followed by a kick to the stomach, sending him stumbling back. Hinata took out a kunai and was about to charge Fu when she looked behind him. Using her Byakugan, she saw something that made her stomach drop. Oh no, Hinata said. Shizune, Tayuya and Fu all turned around and saw what Hinata was looking at. Oh fuck me, Tayuya said. The coffin containing Sasuke was smoking and shaking violently as the seals covering it were getting weaker. The coffin then exploded and everyone in the area looked at the smoke cloud. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke came into view, his curse mark receding and his hair shrinking. Sasuke, you're out, Kakashi shouted. Quick, help me and the others kill these people, then we can get you back to Konoha. Sasuke didn't even look over to Kakashi as he spoke. Why would I want to do that? Sasuke said as he flexed his arms. Before he could do anything else, he took off running to the north. Shit, he's getting away, Ukin shouted, distracted by Sasuke running off. This was his mistake, as in that small lapse in judgment he took his eyes off of Tenzo, who rushed in. Tenzo made a wooden spike from his hand and shoved the spike through Ukin's heart, killing him almost instantly. UKON, Sakin shouted as Tenzo let Sakin's body hit the ground. Shit, Enko cursed. Enko and Sakin both rushed over to fight Tenzo, with Sakin arriving first. Tenzo sent a kick towards Sakin's chest, knocking him into Enko before turning and running in the direction where Sasuke took off in. Fu, Kakashi, I'm going after the Uchiha, Tenzo shouted as he ran off. No you fucking don't, Enko shouted as she pushed Sakin off of her and got up. Haku, with me. Haku, who was still tending to Jirobo, looked at him and he nodded. Go, Jirobo said, and Haku nodded. Haku got up and ran off to follow Enko. Son of a bitch, Tayuya cursed before looking at Hinata. Hey princess, get your ass in gear and help them, me and Shizune here got this. Hinata flinched and nodded. Oh okay, Hinata said before running after Haku and Enko. Sakura and Kimimaro both saw everything, as well as Kakashi. Fucking ingrate, what the hell is he doing? Kakashi said. Sakura was now worried because Sasuke was now free and she wondered what she and the others were going to do. Kimimaro saw this and spoke. Sakura, have faith in them, Kimimaro said. Naruto has trust in their abilities, focus on the fight in front of us. Sakura hearing this nodded. Right, she said before looking at Kakashi again. Fu was looking on with a smile. Despite Torun being killed, he was sure that they could still complete their mission. Shizune and Tayuya could still be defeated and now there were only 4 enemies left. Fu adjusted the grip on his sword and looked at Shizune and Tayuya and spoke. Seemed like the battle has turned in out. Fu began but was stopped when he was grabbed by the back of the neck, surprising both Shizune and Tayuya. Naruto appeared from the woods behind Fu using his hand controlled by his threads. Naruto proceeded to lift Fu into the air and slammed him onto the ground. Fu coughed up blood before Naruto recalled his arm still holding Fu. Fu attempted to slash Naruto with his sword but Naruto caught his arm. In a swift motion Naruto broke his arm making him scream as he dropped his weapon. Naruto! Shizune shouted in excitement and Naruto looked at her. Hey Shizune, give me a second real quick, Naruto said before looking at Fu. Naruto's threads shot out from his chest and into Fu's. In a gross display of gore both Shizune and Tayuya saw Fu's heart get ripped out of his body and enter Naruto's. The ordeal only lasted for a minute but it seemed like an eternity to them. A new mask for his water heart appeared and Naruto felt slightly better. Thank God, Naruto said before casually tossing Fu's body aside. Working with only 3 working hearts is exhausting. Naruto walked up to Shizune before falling to a knee breathing heavily. What happened? What was that explosion? Naruto asked. Shizune seeing how injured he was ran over and began to heal him while talking. Sasuke's coffin exploded and he got out, Shizune said and Naruto groaned in annoyance. He's currently heading north. Hinata, Haku and Anko are in pursuit. But that's not all, a man who used wood style is chasing after Sasuke as well, Shizune said and Naruto went wide-eyed. Like Hashirama? Naruto asked and Tayuya spoke up. He's Lord Orochimaru's former experiment to recreate it, Tayuya said. Naruto groaned harder. Crap, Naruto said. Okay, so I have to fight Sasuke and that other guy. Fantastic, and I don't even have all my hearts. You can take mine, Saken said as he walked up emotionless and dazed. My brother is dead. I have no reason to live now. Just do it. Naruto expected Tayuya to say something but she didn't. Tayuya knew that Saken and Uken were all that they had. Now with one brother dead the other saw no reason to live. And along with that Uken was the main body, so without him Saken was going to die soon anyway. You sure? Naruto asked and Saken nodded. Yeah, I'm sure, Saken said. Naruto nodded and got up in the middle of Shizune healing him. Naruto stood in front of Saken and spoke. This is going to hurt like a motherfucker, he said and Saken nodded. Do it, Saken said. The next minute Naruto's threads shot out of his body once more and into Saken's chest wrapping around his heart. Saken grit his teeth through the pain as his heart was ripped out of his chest and taken into Naruto's. Naruto groaned in pain and discomfort as his organs rearranged and a new wind mask appeared. Naruto grabbed Saken's body and put him on the ground gently. Damn it, Naruto cursed, feeling bad for killing Saken. Naruto then paused, taking a breath and collecting his thoughts before looking at Shizune and Tayuya. Help out Kimimaro and Sakura, I'm heading off. Before Tayuya or Shizune could say anything Naruto ran off. Son of a bitch, Tayuya cursed as now the sound 5 were down to 4. Tayuya looked to Shizune and spoke. Tag and bag Uken and Saken, then go help Jirobo, I think I saw him get hurt, she said. I'll go help Kimimaro. Okay, Shizune said as Tayuya ran off to help out Kimimaro and Sakura. As Tayuya ran over she had bad feeling in her chest. You better come back alive you little blonde fucker, she thought. With Naruto. Naruto was dashing through the woods following the trail of footprints as he ran ahead. As Naruto ran through the woods he wondered how things got so off the rails. Everything was going fine until he broke off. Now one of Orochimaru's henchmen was dead. Not to mention Naruto didn't feel like he was at 100%. His bones, muscles, tendons and organs ached, and up until a few minutes ago he only had 3 hearts remaining. Damn it, Orochimaru better pay me extra for all this shit, Naruto thought. Naruto reached into his pouch and took out another food pill and ate it. Hold on girls, I'm coming. Naruto felt another surge of energy as ran ahead in a burst of speed, attempting to catch up with his group and his target. Chapter 51. With Hinata, Haku and Anko. Hinata, Haku and Anko were running at full speed in an attempt to catch up with Sasuke and Tenzo. All 3 women were tired from their previous battles but were ignoring their fatigue as they continued running ahead. As they hopped from tree branch to tree branch Hinata was using her Byakugan to scan around and as she did so saw something behind the group. Someone is behind us, Hinata said making both Haku and Anko stand on edge. Enko took out a kunai ready to fight whoever was coming after them, but Hinata stopped her. "Wait, stop, it's Naruto," Hinata said, and Enko and Haku looked behind themselves. Sure enough, Naruto was gaining distance fast and was nearing them. "Hey girls," Naruto shouted as Hinata and Haku smiled in relief in seeing that he was okay. Naruto made it to the group and spoke. "What's up, you ladies doing okay?" Naruto asked. "We're just a little tired," Haku said, and Naruto nodded in understanding. "Yeah, I get it," Naruto said as he reached into his pouch and took out some food pills. "Here, take these, they've been doing me wonders." Enko took the pills because she was the closest. She popped open the bottle and took one and put it in her mouth and swallowed. Enko went wide-eyed and she handed the pills to Haku. "Oh damn, that's some good stuff, where'd you get it?" Enko asked and Naruto smiled. "I got them from Dodo, these are Snow Country pills," Naruto said. "Don't know what they put into them, but damn did they help." Hinata and Haku popped a pill into their mouths and immediately felt energized. "Wow, these really do help," Haku said astonished. Hinata looked at Naruto and spoke. "Naruto, your chakra network is different, I could barely make out your chakra signature," she said, and Naruto nodded. "Yeah, Lee destroyed 2 more of my hearts," Naruto said, his body still aching from the fight. "I replaced them not that long ago." "Replaced them?" Haku said astonished. "With who, may I ask?" "That guy Shizune was fighting, and with Saken," Naruto said, shocking all 3 of them. "Uken didn't make it and he saw no point in living. I didn't want to, but I had to." "We get it, Naruto," Enko said. "Sometimes you got to make some shitty decisions." "It doesn't make it any easier," Naruto said with a sigh. "Alright, so what are we dealing with here?" "Runaway Uchiha, Tenzo chasing after him and us being stupid enough to follow them," Enko said, and Naruto nodded. "Alright, tell me about this Tenzo guy. I was told he uses wood style like Hashirama does," Naruto said, and Enko nodded. "Yeah, Tenzo was one of Orochimaru's experiments to recreate wood style," Enko said, beginning the story. "He had the genius idea of pumping a kid full of Hashirama's DNA and hoping it developed into wood style. And after some tests and about 100 dead kids later, Tenzo was the only one who passed and survived," Enko said, and Naruto and the others grimaced. "Damn it, Orochimaru, your failure has come back to bite us in the ass," Naruto said with some annoyance. "I swear we better be getting paid extra for this. I don't do extra work for free. We're on a life or death mission and you're worried about our pay." Haku said incredulously, and Naruto looked at her. "Haku, I love you, but you have to realize that this is how I pay my bills," Naruto said. "Besides, I have a reputation to keep. How can I get jobs if people think I'm going to bitch out?" "He's got you there, Haku," Enko said, and Haku rolled her eyes. "I swear you're turning more and more into Kakuzu every day," Haku thought. Naruto and the others continued running along as they tried to catch up with Sasuke and Tenzo in order to get the mission back on track. With Sakura, Kimimaro and Tayuya. Kakashi was on the back foot as he was getting overwhelmed by his opponents. Kimimaro was attacking him at close and medium range with his bones. Tayuya was using her doki, keeping herself at a safe distance, and Sakura was using her genjutsu and her earth jutsu for sneak attacks. Normally this wouldn't be a problem for Kakashi, but given the fact he just lost his Sharingan, now he was at a disadvantage. He had grown so accustomed to using it that not having it anymore was aggravating him. The only positive side was that without it he had more chakra to spare for jutsu since it wasn't being eaten up by his Sharingan, but still he already used up a lot of his chakra and the fight was dragging on for too long. Kakashi went through hand signs before stopping on the last one. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kakashi copied Sasuke's technique and fired over a dozen small fire balls towards Sakura, Kimimaro and Tayuya. Sakura, seeing this, went through hand signs and slammed her hands onto the ground. Earth style, Mud Wall, Sakura shouted. A wall made of mud appeared in front of her as 4 fireballs collided with it. Kimimaro put both of his arms in front of himself and began to grow bones across the entire form of his body. 4 fireballs hit him dead on, but Kimimaro didn't flinch as he brought down his arms and his bone armor crumbled off of him, revealing he was unhurt. Tayuya moved her club and her claw doki in front of her, and the 4 fireballs aimed at her hit them instead. The doki received some minor damage from the fire, but not enough to be worried about. "One-eyed fuck," Tayuya shouted before playing her flute and sending her doki towards Kakashi. Kakashi, seeing both doki swim towards him, got ready for their attack. The club doki raised its club and swung at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped into the air doing a backflip and landing several yards away as the claw doki attacked next. The claw doki began to send a series of wide and fast swipes with its claws, trying to cut Kakashi in half. Kakashi dodged the first strike before ducking under the second strike. The claw doki raised both claws into the air and come down simultaneously. Kakashi rolled out of the way as both claws hit the ground and sank in. Kakashi took out a kunai with an exploding tag attached to it and threw it at the doki, hitting it in the side. The tag exploded, knocking the doki to the ground. Kakashi got ready for another attack, but before he could, Kimimaro came up behind him with a bone sword and slashed at his head. Kakashi ducked under the slash and sent a punch to Kimimiro's gut, making him wince from the pain. Kakashi followed up with a sweep kick to Kimimiro's legs, but Kimimaro jumped over the kick and retaliated with a kick of his own. Kimimiro's heel bone elongated through his sandal into a spike heading towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi raised his left hand and the bone spike pierced through, causing him pain but not killing him. Kakashi grabbed onto Kimimiro's leg and threw him across the clearing. Kimimiro's bone spike pierced his hand, leaving a through and through hole and making him unable to flex his fingers because his tendons were severed. Sakura, seeing her chance, rushed forward and went through hand signs for a genjutsu. Kakashi's world began to morph and shift as he tried to make sense of what was happening. Kakashi, a voice shouted from behind him. Kakashi recognized the voice and turned around and went wide-eyed as he saw Rin, his long-dead teammate, running towards him. "I can't believe I ever loved you, you monster," Rin shouted as she drew a kunai. Rin, please, Kakashi began until he had a realization. Wait a minute, Rin's dead, I killed her. Kakashi continued to look at Rin and made a hand sign. Kai, Kakashi shouted, breaking the genjutsu. Upon the genjutsu breaking, he saw Sakura in front of him with a rock fist. Chaa! Sakura roared as she threw the punch and hit Kakashi in the chest full force. Kakashi felt his ribs break and the air get knocked out of his lungs as he was sent flying back across the ground. Sakura stopped as Tayuya and Kimimaro ran up to join her, and Tayuya looked at Sakura. "Nice punch, Pinky, you really rocked his shit," Tayuya said, and Sakura smiled in appreciation. Kakashi was slowly getting back up, holding his chest. Kakashi was no fool, he knew he couldn't go on any longer. His Sharingan was gone, he was heavily injured and he was running out of chakra. When he first began fighting Kimimaro, he had a high chance of winning. But now, with fighting Kimimaro, Sakura and Tayuya, Kakashi knew he could not hold out much longer. "Damn it," Kakashi said as he made a hand sign and began sinking into the earth. "You'll pay for this," Sakura went wide-eyed and shouted. "He's trying to escape," Sakura shouted, and Kimimaro aimed his hand at Kakashi and fired the bones from his fingertips towards him. Kakashi already sunk into the ground and disappeared, and Sakura shouted, "Shit. Coward," Kimimaro said as his curse mark began to revert back to its original state. "Bastard," running away with his tail between his legs, Tayuya said as her curse mark reverted too. "Fucking pathetic." Sakura felt anger rise inside her as Kakashi had gotten away. She then took a calming breath. "Don't worry, Sakura, there's always next time," she thought. "We need to move," Kimimaro said, gaining Sakura and Tayuya's attention. "He's heading back to Konoha, and when he tells them what he's seen, he'll come back with reinforcements." Both Sakura and Tayuya nodded. "We should check on Shizune and Jirobo," he said. Shizune was across the field healing Jirobo's wounds. Jirobo was not back in his normal state as his curse mark mode was taking energy that he needed. Shizune healed his wounds as best as he could, but Jirobo was still heavily injured. Shizune turned and saw Sakura, Kimimaro and Tayuya running up. "How is he, Shizune?" Sakura asked, and Shizune spoke. "I closed up the wounds, but he still need more medical attention," Shizune said as she helped Jirobo sit up. "He's need plasma, now." Kimimaro nodded at this and spoke. "Sakura, Tayuya, assist Shizune here in taking Jirobo back to Oto," he said before turning and looking north. "I'll head out and assist Naruto and his team." "Wait," Shizune said, reaching into her pocket and taking out a vial of pills and took out a single one. "Take a pill, it'll help you regain your strength." Kimimaro reached out and took the pill and swallowed it. "Much appreciated," he said before running off after Naruto and the others. "Here, you girls take one too," Shizune said, handing a pill to both Sakura and Tayuya. After swallowing it, Shizune helped Jirobo to his feet, assisting him, and then she spoke. "Let's go, keep watch for anyone coming after us." Sakura and Tayuya nodded as the group began to head off to get Jirobo medical attention. With Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Anko. Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Anko continued to follow the trail that Sasuke and Tenzo left them as they attempted to find and recapture Sasuke before Tenzo could. So far they've been running for nearly 15 minutes and haven't even seen either of their targets. Hinata, using her Byakugan to scout ahead, was keeping the rest of the group informed on any changes. As they continued running, Hinata saw something at the edge of her range of vision and spoke up. "I see them up ahead," Hinata said, speaking to the group. "Sasuke and Tenzo are standing across from each other but not fighting. I see a waterfall and two large statues." "Waterfall and statues, huh?" Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. "Well, that'll help me out along with my water heart." "Alright then, let's do this," Naruto said as he and his group got ready. Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Anko all burst through the tree line and landed on solid stone ground, all in a defensive posture. Tenzo looked behind himself and say Naruto, Anko, Hinata and Haku all looking at him. Damn it, they caught up, he thought, looks like I'm going to have to fight my way out. Sasuke, who was standing on the head of a large statue of Hashirama, looked at Tenzo, Naruto and his group with his one good eye. Sasuke's right eye had a long vertical scar going from his forehead to his cheekbone. The eyes was sliced in half and healed as best as it could, and the eyelid barely covered the eye. To Naruto and the others it looked disgusting. Well, about damn time, Sasuke said with a smirk as he looked at Naruto, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Naruto looked at him and spoke, what the hell you talking about? Naruto said, and Sasuke cracked his knuckles. I've been waiting for a proper rematch, ever since the Forest of Death, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. I want to fight you, Nico or Naruto or whatever your damn name is. I want to fight you to test my skills and to test my new power. Now come at me, let's finish this thing, Sasuke said with a psychotic smile. Naruto just looked at him dumbly and spoke, yeah. I'm not going to be the one fighting you, Naruto said, making Sasuke and Tenzo stop in their tracks. I'm going to be fighting that Tenzo guy. Naruto pointed at Tenzo and continued, he's the bigger threat here, and to be honest, if I was to fight you, you'd probably die, he said, so sorry, but the girls here are going to fight you, because they won't kill you. No promises there, Anko said, and Naruto shot her a look, just kidding, don't be so uptight. What? Sasuke roared, I've been waiting for this fight, you cannot deny me, now come here. And suddenly a chill came from behind Sasuke and an ice mirror formed and Haku came out of it. Haku sent a kick towards Sasuke, who raised his arms to block it. The force of the kick knocked Sasuke off of the statue and down to the river in the valley below. Haku came out from the ice mirror and looked to Naruto, we'll handle him, Naruto, just focus on Tenzo, Haku said as she, Hinata and Anko jumped off after Sasuke, leaving Naruto and Tenzo alone. Wise choice, strongest person should handle the biggest threat, Tenzo said as he made a hand sign and trees began to grow out from underneath him. But still, you're very outmatched, even with you having the Kyuubi inside you, my wood style is a perfect counter. Naruto smirked as he activated his body hardening jutsu and got into a taijutsu stance. I've handled worse odds, Naruto said as he remembered fighting Rasa, Yugito and Jiraiya, and I'm still kicking, so do your worst. Very well, Tenzo said, let's begin. Tenzo launched the trees he grew towards Naruto as their ends turned to spikes and Naruto cracked his knuckles. Let's do this, Naruto thought. With Hinata, Haku and Anko. Sasuke landed on the water below using the walk-on-water jutsu to stand on top of the river. Sasuke looked up just in time to see Anko coming down towards him. Take this, Anko shouted as she came down with an axe kick aimed towards Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke blocked with a high block and the shock sent ripples through the water. Sasuke grabbed her lean and flung Anko several yards away. Anko did a few flips in the air before landing and seeing Sasuke running towards her. Sasuke jumped in the air and sent a spinning kick towards Anko. Anko raised her arm, blocking the kick before Sasuke sent a punch towards her. Anko used her other arm to grab Sasuke's fist before it could contact her face. Sasuke used his free leg to send a kick towards Anko, hitting her in the stomach and breaking her grip on him. Sasuke jumped back several yards, landing on the water before going through hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke launched a large fireball towards Anko and Anko went through hand signs herself. Water style. Water wall. Anko formed a water wall in front of herself just as the fireball was in front of her. The fireball hit the water wall and the force of the two jutsu colliding knocked her back as she skipped back across the water several feet. Smirking at his handiwork, Sasuke was about to rush towards Anko to finish her off when he sees a shadow coming from his right side. Sasuke moved to the side just in time as Hinata's arrow narrowly missed him, grazing his right shoulder. Hinata was standing on the large valley wall using her bow to shoot at Sasuke from long range, but with Sasuke's single remaining Sharingan this was difficult as he could see the arrow coming towards him as if it was moving in slow motion. Taking out an explosive arrow, Hinata put it on her bowstring and pulled back, taking aim at Sasuke before shooting. The arrow flew towards Sasuke and Sasuke recognized what kind of arrow it was, jumped out of the way. The arrow hit the water and the arrow exploded just a few feet away from Sasuke. Sasuke was hit by the shockwave of the explosion and was knocked into the water for a few seconds before standing on the water once again and going through hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke thought before firing 6 small fireballs at Hinata. Hinata, seeing the fireballs coming towards her, ran across the valley wall to avoid the attack. Hinata dodged the first 5 fireballs, but one of the last one hit close to her and knocked her off the wall. Hinata fell down several feet and hit a boulder before hitting the ground. Hinata groaned as she held her ribs as they felt like they were on fire. She was sure she cracked or broken at least one rib as she got back up, grabbing her bow. Hinata then realized that her bow was no longer usable as the top cam was bent. Hinata tossed it to the side as it was no longer going to help her. Sasuke was still on the water and was plotting his next move when the water under his feet began to freeze over. Sasuke jumped into the air as a platform of ice appeared under him. By the time Sasuke landed on the platform again, the ice was now 50 square feet in diameter. His feet hit the ice and he immediately almost slipped as his sandals had no traction on the ice. Haku rose out of the ice behind Sasuke and threw several senbon towards his neck to knock him out. Sasuke, hearing the senbon, spun around and raised his left arm. The senbon hit Sasuke's arm, making him wince in pain. Haku, realizing that her plan didn't work, began to run towards Sasuke. Haku was running like she was on dry land while Sasuke was struggling to stay up. Haku closed the distance and threw a punch towards Sasuke's stomach. The punch knocked the wind out of Sasuke and Haku continued her attack by throwing a kick towards Sasuke's left ribs. Haku's kick slammed into Sasuke's side and sent him sliding across the ice. Haku sank back into the ice, mimicking and moved through it like with her ice mirrors. Sasuke was still sliding across the ice when Haku came out of the ice in Sasuke's path. Haku spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's back. Sasuke coughed up blood as he was sent skidding back in the other direction. Haku went back into the ice to repeat what she just did, but Sasuke was preparing for it. Sasuke went through hand sign and grabbed his left arm as it began to crackle with lightning. Chidori! Sasuke roared as he plunged his hand into the ice, slowing him down and cutting through just as Haku appeared out of the ice. Sasuke got back up and attempted to pierce Haku with his Chidori, but Haku moved at the last minute. Sasuke's Chidori left a glancing blow on Haku's side, making her shout in pain. Sasuke, seeing her distracted, sent a kick, nailing her in the chest and sending her flying off the ice platform and into the river. Fucking pests! Sasuke snarled as his curse mark began to spread from his neck and across his body. Sasuke's curse mark spread over his body as he was now covered in dozens of black lines. If Naruto didn't want to fight me before, let's see what he'll do when I bring him your heads, Sasuke said. Haku shot out of the water and landed on the ice platform she created and took out several senbon and held them in her hand. Enko landed on the other side of the platform facing Sasuke, so now he was in the middle of her and Haku. Enko took off her trench coat and threw it to the side as she needed all the free movement she could get. Hinata, recovering from her fall, ran across the water and stood at the edge of the ice platform, so now Sasuke was in the middle of a three-sided encirclement. Hinata got into her modified taijutsu stance and looked at Sasuke. Naruto is counting on us, Hinata thought. We won't let him down. With Naruto. Naruto used his hardened arm to block one of the wood spikes coming towards him. The force of the spike pushed him back several feet, causing some dirt to be kicked up, but Naruto held it back. Naruto clenched his fist and sent a punch to the wood spike, shattering it before grabbing the piece and throwing it back at Tenzo. Tenzo, seeing this, immediately made a hand sign and created a wood wall to protect him as the top half of the wood spike hit like a battening ram. Son of a bitch, Naruto said, annoyed by how useful Tenzo's Kekkei Genkai is as the other wood spikes continued towards him. Naruto went through hand signs before slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth spikes, Naruto shouted as earth spikes shot out from the ground and went towards Tenzo. The wood and the earth spikes collided and the earth spikes won out as the stone from ground was a lot more solid than just regular earth. The earth spikes ripped through the wood spikes and continued towards Tenzo, who jumped back towards the river. While in mid-air, Tenzo made a hand sign and a wood pillar shot out of the river for him to stand on. When Tenzo landed, he got ready to launch another attack, but Naruto was continuing his assault. Naruto's lightning heart shot out of his back and stood next to him on the edge of the river, and he made a hand sign as his heart opened its mouth. Water style. Water dragon jutsu, Naruto shouted. Water rose from the river and a large water dragon formed, and that's when the lightning heart fired a stream of lightning at the water dragon. The lightning from the heart mixed with the dragon, electrifying it. The water dragon went towards Tenzo, who was in the middle of the river, and Tenzo went through hand signs. Water style. Severing wave, Tenzo fired a concentrated stream of water that acted like a water jet at the water dragon. The water sliced through the water dragon, slicing it into pieces and even cutting down some trees behind it. The dragon was destroyed and Tenzo felt relief for a second before realizing what happened. In the few seconds that Tenzo focused on the dragon, Naruto used that time to close the distance and launch another attack. Naruto cocked back his fist and sent a punch towards the wooden pillar. The punch snapped the pillar in half and made Tenzo fall down towards Naruto. Naruto jumped into the air and spun around before sending a kick to Tenzo's chest and sent him sailing to the other side of the river. Tenzo skidded across the water several times before reaching the other side of the river. He immediately got back up and saw Naruto and his lightning heart rushing towards him. He made a hand sign and focused his chakra. Wood style. Wood clones, Tenzo shouted. 5 clones popped out of his back and stood next to him and Naruto groaned. Clones, I hate clones, Naruto thought. I can't imagine a guy who uses those as his main fighting skill, that'll be annoying as hell. Naruto and his lightning heart were nearing the other side of the river when the lightning heart opened its mouth and fired a stream of lightning at Tenzo and his clones. Tenzo and his clones scattered and Naruto went right while his heart went left. Naruto ran towards the real Tenzo and 2 of his clones who were all in their taijutsu stances. Naruto used his gold rings and wristbands to form his gold dagger into his right hand as he got ready for the fight. One of Tenzo's clones rushed in and sent a hook aimed towards Naruto's head, but Naruto ducked and sent a slash towards the clone. Naruto's dagger cut the clone across the chest but did not destroy it. Naruto followed up with a kick to the clone's midsection, knocking it back a few feet. Tenzo and his second clone both rushed Naruto and attacked him simultaneously. Tenzo sent a punch towards Naruto and Naruto blocked it with his offhand before sending a slash with his dagger. Before the dagger could get close, the clone grabbed his hand, stopping it mid-swing, and sent a punch towards Naruto's face. Naruto's head snapped back as blood shot from his mouth and nose. Tenzo sent a kick hitting Naruto in his midsection, knocking him back a few feet. Naruto rolled to a stop and got back up in time to see the first clone he attacked charge back in. The clone sent a kick towards Naruto, who blocked the kick before grabbing onto the leg. Naruto used his elbow to strike the clone's leg at the knee, snapping the leg off. Now with only one leg, the clone was nearly immobile, so Naruto continued by performing a sweep kick and taking the clone off its feet. The clone fell to the ground and Naruto raised his foot and stomped down, crushing its head into thousands of splinters. That all you go? Naruto said to Tenzo and his remaining clone. You gotta try better than that, you bastard. Meanwhile, Naruto's lightning heart was fighting the other 3 clones and was doing fairly well. The heart opened its mouth and fired another stream of lightning at the clones. 2 of the clones jumped out of the way in time, but one wasn't so lucky as it was cut in half. The 2 clones landed on both the right and the left of the heart and charged in, attacking from both sides. The lightning heart focused on the clone on the right and swung its arm at it. The clone jumped over the limb and shot out wooden spikes from its arm, hitting the lightning heart and making it stumble back. As this happened, the second clone aimed for the lightning heart's legs using the same technique as the first clone. The wooden spikes hit the heart in the legs and knocked it off its feet. The lightning heart hit the ground and both clones jumped above it and aimed both of their arms at it. 4 sets of wood spikes came raining down on the lightning heart, slamming into and piercing it. The lightning heart, knowing it was about to be destroyed, opened its mouth and charged up one more attack. The lightning heart fired one last stream of lightning at the clones, hitting and destroying both of them. The lightning heart let out a groan before falling into a pile of threads. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his chest and realized what it meant. Damn it, I'm going through hearts like socks today, he thought. This lapse ended up costing Naruto as Tenzo delivered a solid punch to his face. Naruto rolled with punch and grabbed his arm and performed a shoulder throw, slamming him onto the stone ground. Naruto raised her dagger to stab him when the wood clone grabbed his arm and put him in a headlock. Naruto choked for a moment before using his elbow to hit the clone and roll it over his shoulder and slamming it into the ground. Tenzo, seeing this, sent a kick to Naruto, hitting him in the chest, knocking him off of him and giving him room to get back up. Tenzo and his clone were about to attack once more when from behind them there was the sound of rumbling. Strange white spikes shot out of the ground and headed towards Tenzo and his clone. Shit, Tenzo shouted as he jumped out of the way. Tenzo landed and looked and saw Kimimaro in his final curse mark form standing there with a bone sword in each hand. Naruto, seeing the bone spikes, smiled and looked over to Kimimaro. I was wondering if you or anyone else was going to show up, he said, and Kimimaro looked at him. He is getting in the way of our mission, Kimimaro said as he gripped his bone swords. I don't want to let Lord Orochimaru down. So then, may I assist you in this battle? Kimimaro said in his polite and monotone voice. Naruto smiled and nodded as he readjusted his grip on his dagger. Sure thing, but this guy is one thought customer, Naruto said as he pulled a scroll out of his pocket. Might need a little extra something to beat him. Naruto opened the scroll and a half-full water bottle appeared in the Kyuubi inside. Naruto began to chuckle. Your recklessness never ceases to amaze me, brat, the Kyuubi said inside Naruto's mind. Well, if I use your chakra to fight him, he'll counter it, Naruto thought as he popped open the cork. So I'm going to have to do this without your help, as much as I rather not to. Naruto put his lips to the bottle and began to chug the half-full bottle of water, and both Kimimaro and Tenzo looked at him curiously. You stopped a battle for a water break, Tenzo said just as Naruto finished the bottle of water. Naruto tossed the bottle to the side and began to cough and groan. It's not normal water, dumbass, Naruto said as he began to glow a blue aura. Remember a few years ago, when a group of people broke into Taki and stole some scrolls, money and a secret weapon? Naruto's blue aura began to flare up even more and both Kimimaro and Tenzo realized that it was Naruto's regular chakra physically manifesting itself. "No, you didn't," Tenzo said and Naruto looked at him now blazing with blue chakra. "That's right dickhead," Naruto said, "that was half Taki's hero's water. Naruto and Fu decided years ago to split the hero's water between them for emergencies. This is because according to Kakuzu they would most likely be the two people who can drink it and not die in the process due to being Jinchuriki and their chakra systems being a lot stronger than a normal person's." Kimimaro jaw dropped as he knew of the legend of the water and could not believe Naruto not only stole the hero's water, but was even brave enough to drink it. Naruto's wounds healed and he felt more energized than ever and he looked at Tenzo with a renewed vigor. "Alright buddy," Naruto said as he got into his stance, "bring it." Chapter 52. With Naruto and Kimimaro. Naruto and Kimimaro both looked at Tenzo as he stood a few yards away from them. Naruto was bursting with chakra and Kimimaro was in his final curse mark form ready to battle. But Tenzo looked at them with a calm demeanor analyzing them both and concocting a plan of attack. Tenzo reassured himself and launched his attack by going through hand signs, wood style, deep forest emergence, he shouted. All around him small trees began to shoot out of the ground making Naruto and Kimimaro go wide-eyed. The trees began to crack and split the ground around Naruto and Kimimaro's feet and the both of them had to jump as trees and roots began to erupt all around them. The trees began to form into a large circle entrapping both Naruto and Kimimaro as the trees began to intertwine together. Naruto realizing what happened shouted, "Crap, he trapped us," Naruto shouted and as soon as he said that he saw Tenzo running towards him. Wood style. Great Forest Jutsu, Tenzo shouted as he aimed his arm at Naruto and launched a series of wooden spikes at Naruto. Naruto seeing this went through hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth spikes, Naruto shouted as earth spikes shot out of the ground towards Tenzo. Tenzo's wood jutsu collided with his spikes and smashed through them continuing towards Naruto. Naruto still having his body hardening jutsu activated put his arms up at the wood spikes neared. The spikes slammed into him knocking him back a few feet before he recovered. Kimimaro seeing that Naruto was hit ran over in order to attack Tenzo but Tenzo was ready for him. Tenzo seeing Kimimaro with his bone swords created two wooden swords from the ground and grabbed it just as Kimimaro closed the distance and sent two slashes towards him, one low and one high. Tenzo raised the swords and blocked both slashes with ease surprising Kimimaro by how resilient the wooden weapon was as his bone was able to cut and pierce through steel with ease. Tenzo parried Kimimaro's bone swords and sent a slash of his own aiming for Kimimaro's neck in order to decapitate him. Kimimaro moved his head back just in time with Tenzo's sword missing his neck by an inch. Tenzo sent another slash towards Kimimaro's chest and Kimimaro dodged but Tenzo ended up scoring a glancing blow creating a cut across his chest and spilling first blood. Kimimaro retaliated by sending a thrust aimed at Tenzo's heart with his right sword but Tenzo sidestepped to the left of the attack now on Kimimaro exposed right side. Tenzo sent a slash to Kimimaro's side but Kimimaro reinforced his ribs and the sword was stopped albeit giving Kimimaro in a lot of pain. Seeing his attack failed Tenzo sent a kick towards Kimimaro's side and the attack knocked Kimimaro off his feet. Kimimaro was hit in his damaged ribs and knocked to the side, skidding on the ground a few yards before stopping and placing his hand on the ground. Dance of the seedling fern, spikes of bone began to shoot out of the ground heading towards Tenzo who did a backflip to avoid being hit. Tenzo barely landed on the ground several yards away before Naruto came in from the side and sent a punch towards him. Tenzo making a hand sign summoned a wood wall in between him and Naruto in an attempt to stop it. But Naruto using his increase in chakra focused a large portion into his fist to increase the power of the blow. Naruto's fist smashed into the wall shattering it and continuing towards Tenzo. Tenzo went-eyed as he raised an arm and transformed it into wood in an attempt to protect himself. Naruto's fist slammed into the now wooden arm and the force of the blow sent Tenzo flying through the air. Tenzo slammed into the trunk of a tree and landed on the ground coughing up a little blood before looking at Naruto and Kimimaro. "Is that all you got bastard?" Naruto shouted and Tenzo stood up and made a hand sign. Wood style. Wood clones, Tenzo said as 20 wood clones grew from his back and stood next to him. "Clones huh?" Kimimaro said readjusting his grip. "This should be a challenge." Kimimaro got back into a stance and looked to Naruto. "Are you ready?" he asked and Naruto nodded. "Time for round goddamn 2, Naruto said getting into his taijutsu stance. "Bring it," upon saying that Tenzo and his clones all rushing in to engage them. With Hinata, Haku and Anko. Hinata, Haku and Anko were all fighting Sasuke on the ice platform that Haku created and so far were having a difficult time trying to fight him. Despite only having one Sharingan Sasuke was proving it was more than enough to counter them. Hinata was using her modified taijutsu to fight Sasuke at close range. Hinata sent several strikes towards Sasuke, who was using his Sharingan to track her attacks. Sasuke was using his arms to block the attacks, and Sasuke was confused at how much the strikes hurt. With each strike that contacted his arms felt like they were burning. Even using his curse mark, his chakra felt off as he constantly felt his chakra points close then reopen. Hinata threw another strike towards Sasuke, who blocked her attack before grabbing her arm and pulling her forward. Sasuke aimed a kick at Hinata's head, and Hinata bent backwards with the heel of his sandal grazing the chin of her helmet. Hinata used this opportunity to use her leg to perform a sweep and take Sasuke off his feet, sending him to the ice floor below. Sasuke hit the ice below, landing on his back, but immediately springboarded himself up and sent a double kick to Hinata's stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Hinata was stunned for a moment, and Sasuke got back to his feet and attacked. Sasuke threw a punch towards Hinata, who blocked it, but then was followed up by another that hit the left side of her helmet, cracking the visor and sending the metal. Sasuke finished his attack by sending a spinning kick towards her and hit her on her left side, sending her flying off the platform into the water. Seeing this, Anko went through hand signs and took in a deep breath. Fire style. Majestic Flames Jutsu. Anko fired a large stream of fire towards Sasuke, who turned around and went through hand signs himself. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke fired a large fireball towards Anko's jutsu, and both of them collided and exploded, cancelling each other out. The result was a large cloud of smoke obstructed Sasuke's view of Anko. Suddenly, two snakes shot out of the smoke and went towards Sasuke, their mouths wide open and fang protruding. Sasuke swatted away the first snake before the second one bit down into his arm, securely grabbing him just as the smoke cleared. Anko, seeing her snake make contact, pulled the snake back towards herself and dragging Sasuke with it. Haku, seeing Sasuke get pulled towards Anko, took out some senbon and threw them towards his neck. Sasuke, seeing this, raised his arm and both senbon hit him, drawing blood and causing pain but not knocking him out. Anko, seeing the attack failed, clenched her fist and threw a punch at Sasuke as he neared. Anko's fist slammed into his face, knocking some teeth loose and making him spit up blood before he was sent sailing back. As he flew through the air, Hanku went into the ice and moved to where Sasuke was going and popped out of the ice. Haku spun around and threw a kick towards him and hit Sasuke in the ribs, sending him to the icy floor below. Sasuke got back up immediately and looked at both Anko and Haku. Haku took out several senbon while Anko got into her taijutsu stance, ready for another fight. Before anyone could make a move, someone shot out of the water and climbed onto the platform. Hinata got back to the surface and was struggling to take off her helmet, which had filled up with water due to the damaged visor. Finding the clip, Hinata ripped off her helmet and began to vomit water onto the platform. Upon doing this, Sasuke's remaining eye widened. "Wait a minute," Sasuke said, gaining Hinata's attention. Hinata then realized she just took off her helmet and showed Sasuke her true identity. "You're that Hyuga girl who went missing several months ago," Sasuke said before his surprise turned into excitement. "Oh, this just got good. 4 traitors in one group. What is he doing? Collecting women like playing cards." Hinata, hearing this, got a very rare angry look on her face. "Naruto loves us all for who we are. I went with him willingly," she said, and Sasuke chuckled. "You know what?" Sasuke said as he got a smirk on his face. "I wonder how your precious Naruto would react when I kill 3 of his whores in one day," he said, and Anko scoffed. "Please, Naruto's nice but he's way too young for me," Anko said. "I'm not a cradle robber." Anko looked at Sasuke and continued. "That being said, I'll be damned if I let you do anything to these 2, Anko said with a death glare. "I'd die first." "That can be arranged," Sasuke said as he went through hand signs before grabbing his wrist and lightning began to crackle. "Let's continue, shall we?" With Naruto and Kimimaro. Naruto gripped his gold dagger and took out his club just as Tenzo's wood clones closed the distance. Naruto swung his club towards the first clone that approached him, and the clone ducked under the club and threw a punch at Naruto, hitting him in the stomach. Naruto coughed out his breath but did not waver as he sent a kick towards the clone, hitting it in the face and knocking it away. As soon as he did that, another clone wielding a wood sword slashed down at Naruto with an overhead swing. Naruto put up his club and dagger in an X formation to stop the sword just above his head. Using a parry, the clone pushed Naruto's weapons aside, leaving him wide open. The clone sent a horizontal slash at Naruto, who ducked under the slash and used his dagger to counter. The dagger cut through the clone's knees, making it fall to the ground, and Naruto, gripping his club, swung and hit the clone in the head, shattering it and killing it. As soon as he did that, wood spikes shot out of the ground and hit Naruto in the chest, sending him flying backwards until he landed and stopped. Tenzo himself used the jutsu to give his remaining clones the opportunity to attack Naruto. 5 of the remaining 9 clones charged at Naruto and pointed their arms at him. Their arms turned into wooden spikes, and Naruto put his weapons into his belt and began to go through hand signs. Fire style. Fire Dragon Jutsu. Naruto took in a deep breath before firing a massive stream of fire that took the shape of a dragon and sent it towards the 5 clones. The clones' wood spikes were hit first, setting them on fire before continuing towards the clones. 2 of the clones were fast enough to avoid the attack, but 3 others were hit and set alight like matches, flailing and burning. Tenzo and his other clones all made protective wood domes around themselves as the fire jutsu engulfed their areas. Tenzo cursed as this fire jutsu was a lot more powerful than a normal one. Damn it, he just had to drink that water, Tenzo thought as he kept his dome up. Naruto cut off the fire and coughed while rubbing his throat. Man, fire jutsus hurt my throat. This is why I have my heart to it, he thought. After a few seconds, Naruto saw 7 wood domes that were charred open up with Tenzo and his remaining clones coming out. Damn it, Naruto thought in annoyance as he took out his weapons once more. Kimimaro meanwhile was completely surrounded by the wood clones as was having to multitask as he fought them. One of the wood clones swung a wood sword at Kimimaro and Kimimaro used his bone swords to block it. Upon blocking the sword, another clone came up from behind Kimimaro and swung its sword at Kimimaro, hitting him in the back and leaving a large gash. Kimimaro's skin and muscle were sliced open, but the sword was stopped from doing any major damage due to hitting his reinforced ribs and spine. Kimimaro, feeling the pain, used his Kekkei Genkai to create a dozen bone spikes from his back that shot out and impaled the clone that attacked him from behind, destroying it. Kimimaro, still with locked blades with the clone in front of him, sent a kick towards it. A bone spike shot out from the bottom of his heel and the spike pierced through the clone. Swinging his leg to the side, Kimimaro cut the wood clone in half before looking around at the other approaching clones. Kimimaro aimed his fingers at 2 clones and fired a volley of bone bullets. The bullets hit the clones, punching holes in them and dropping them to the ground as the remaining 6 clones continued to attack. 4 of the clones got around Kimimaro in a square formation and all made a similar hand sign. Wood style. 4-pillar prison jutsu. Trees began to shoot out of the ground and surrounded Kimimaro into a square wooden cage with thick wooden bars on all sides. Kimimaro, seeing he was trapped, swung his bone swords at the bars in order to cut through them. The swords struck the bars and broke as the wood was treated with a chakra coating, giving it extra durability. The 4 clones changed and signs and both the bottom and top of the cage turned into sharp spikes, cutting the bottom of Kimimaro's feet. The cage top and bottom then slammed shut like a fly trap, crushing and stabbing Kimimaro and making the clones think that he was dead. The next moment, large bone spikes shot out of the cage and the ground and destroyed the 4 clones that made the cage. Kimimaro came out of the ruins of the cage heavily bleeding. His right eye popped out of his skull and with chunks of flesh torn off his body. Kimimaro reinforced his bones at the last second, keeping himself from being crushed like a bug. Kimimaro used his right hand to put his eye back into his head as he looked at the 2 remaining wood clones. His flesh was slowly healing as he leaned his head forward and his spine popped out the nape of his neck. With one swift motion, Kimimaro pulled out his spine to use as a spear and got into a stance. Is that the best you could do? Kimimaro said to the clones. What a pitiful attempt. With Hinata, Haku and Anko. Sasuke charged at Haku with his Chidori crackling in his hand as he dashed forward, closing the distance quickly. Haku, seeing this, made a hand sign and spoke. Ice style. Ice wall. Haku shouted as a wall of ice appeared in front of her just as Sasuke thrusted his Chidori towards her. Chidori, Sasuke roared as he thrusted his Chidori forward and into the ice wall. The wall stopped the lightning jutsu for just a few moments before it started cracking. Sasuke forced his way through and the other side of the wall exploded and Haku, in a moment of desperation, raised her arms to protect herself. Sasuke's Chidori hit Haku, cutting through her left arm, making it hang on only by a piece of skin while cutting her right arm, but not severely. Haku screamed as blood began to gush from her left arm. Sasuke, satisfied with this, spun around and sent a kick towards her, hitting her in the ribs and sending her flying off the platform into the water. Haku, Anko shouted as she charged forward and sent a flying kick towards Sasuke. Sasuke turned around just in time to have Anko's foot collide with his face, knocking him off the opposite side of the platform. Anko landed and looked atop Hinata, who was frozen in shock. Hinata, get your ass in gear and get Haku, Anko shouted before running after Sasuke. Hinata snapped out of her shock and jumped into the water and swam down. Hinata saw Haku sinking as she tried to kick herself back up while bleeding heavily. Hinata swam over and grabbed Haku and pulled her back to the surface. Hinata and Haku both surfaced and they both swam over to the shore. Hinata pulled Haku onto the stone surface and immediately reached into her pouch and took out a tourniquet and put it around Haku's arm. Hinata began to tighten the tourniquet around Haku's arm and Haku screamed. "Oh Kami, damn it," Haku screamed before whimpering in pain before looking at Hinata with worry. Am I going to die?" Hinata took out a roll of bandages and began to bandage Haku's right arm and stuttered as she tried to speak. "No, you're going to be fine," Hinata said, sounding unsure. Just stay here and keep this tight." Here, have this. Hinata pulled out morphine syringe and injected Haku with it. That'll help with the pain, Hinata said. I need to go and help Anko, just stay awake as much as you can. Oh okay, Haku said, breathing hard. Hinata got up and ran back across the water. Haku looked at her left arm, the upper and lower half barely connected, and felt nauseous. Haku, using her right hand, made a hand sign and ice began to form around the lower part of her arm. The arm was fully encased in ice and Haku hoped they could end the fight soon, so hopefully Naruto or Kakuzu could reattach it. Anko meanwhile reached down into the water and pulled out Sasuke by his shirt collar. Sasuke was coughing up water when Anko cocked back her fist and sent it towards him. Anko slammed her fist into Sasuke's gut, making him cough up blood. Sasuke quickly recovered and reached out and grabbed Anko by the back of the head by her ponytail. Sasuke pulled her head down while also bringing up his knee. Sasuke kneed Anko in the face, knocking her head back and making a stream of blood rush out of her nose. Anko let go of Sasuke, who landed on the water before throwing a punch, hitting Anko in the gut, knocking the wind out of her. Sasuke continued sending a series of fast punches towards her, hitting her harder each time. Sasuke finished his attack by kicking her in the chest and sending her flying back. As she flew through the air, Sasuke went through hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke launched a massive fireball towards Anko as she landed on the water. Despite being dazed, Anko went through hand signs to defend herself. Water style, water wall. Anko formed a wall of water in front of her before jumping back and making another one several feet behind it. The fireball hit the water wall and was weakened but continued. It then hit the next water wall and was destroyed as it turned into a cloud of steam. Sasuke waited, focusing on the steam, and was expecting someone to come out, and he was proven right as both Anko and Hinata burst out of the cloud of steam and attacked him. Both Anko and Hinata closed the distance and began to engage Sasuke at close range, sending a series of attacks at him. Sasuke blocked a kick from Anko only to receive a palm strike to the stomach from Hinata. Sasuke then blocked a palm strike from Hinata only to be kicked into his stomach by Anko. Sasuke, even with the use of his Sharingan, could not keep up with the rapid assault from both women. Hinata threw a palm strike, hitting Sasuke in the chest and sending him stumbling back. Hinata, seeing an opportunity, lunged forward and began to rapidly hit Sasuke's chakra points with a series of well-placed attacks. She finished with a double palm strike to the chest, sending Sasuke flying back and skipping across the water to the other shoreline. Both Anko and Hinata looked on as Sasuke slowly got back up and looked at them with hate in his one remaining eye. You damn whores, Sasuke snarled as his curse mark began to expand once more. You will not humiliate me here. Sasuke began to transform as his skin became dark gray, his hair became longer and dark blue, the whites of his eye turned black and his nails became longer and sharper. Sasuke groaned for a few seconds until out of his back 2 bat-like wings sprouted and flapped. Kami above, Hinata said, disturbed at the sight. Anko, however, was not gritting her teeth. Damn it, me and Hinata are outclassed now, Anko thought before an idea popped into her mind. Unless. Anko groaned as she made a hand sign. I swore I'd never use it, but it looks like I don't have a choice, Anko said, and Hinata looked at her. Anko's curse mark on her neck began to glow and spread across her body as she grit her teeth in pain. Anko's curse mark covered nearly her entire body and an aura of chakra formed around her. Anko's veins felt like they were on fire as she tried to keep focus on Sasuke. Hinata, I'll do most of the fighting, back me up, okay, Anko said, and Hinata nodded. Okay, Anko-sensei, Hinata said as both she and Anko got ready to fight Sasuke. With Naruto and Kimimaro. Naruto blocked a slash from a wood-clone sword with his club and countered with a kick to the chest, knocking it back slightly. Naruto detached his left arm holding his gold dagger, using his threads to control it, and sent it towards the clone. The clone couldn't move in time as the dagger pierced through its head, shattering it before Naruto swung it around like a whip. Tenzo was right next to one of his wood clones as Naruto did this and ducked down as the gold dagger went over his head and bisected another one of his clones. Damn this kid, Tenzo thought as he went through hand signs before slamming them onto the ground. Earth style, bottomless swamp. Naruto brought back his arm and reattached it just as the ground under him turned to mud and he sunk in. Before he could do anything, one of Tenzo's clones closed in and attacked him with an overhead slash with his wood sword. Naruto raised his weapons above his head and blocked the strike. Suddenly from behind, Naruto was pierced through by a wooded spike from another one of Tenzo's clones as it turned its arm into a wooden spear. Naruto coughed up blood as he grit his teeth. "Be bastards," Naruto said before letting out a roar. Threads shot out of Naruto's chest and back and grabbed both of the clones that attacked him and entangled them. Naruto with great effort pulled himself out of the mud while simultaneously pulling his threads as tight as he could as fast as he could. The result was both wood clones being shredded to pieces and Naruto jumped away and landed on the ground kneeling over. Naruto's wind heart suddenly popped out of his back, making him scream in pain before landing in a lifeless mass of threads. Naruto got to his feet shakily as his chest wound was healed by the increased chakra in his system due to the hero's water. Damn it, I lost my lightning heart and now my wind heart, Naruto thought. This is not my day, Naruto thought as he went through hand signs before shouting, water style, water vortex jutsu. Using the water that was already on the ground, Naruto launched a massive water vortex towards Tenzo and his two remaining clones. Tenzo and his clones made hand signs and pillars formed under their feet, raising them off the ground as the water vortex rushed under them. The jutsu with its increased power due to the hero's water cut the bottoms of the pillars, surprising Tenzo. That must be because water is one of the elements for wood style, he thought, analyzing the damage. Tenzo was brought back to the fight when he saw Naruto run up a pillar towards one of his clones. I'm not done yet, bastard, he shouted as he rushed the top and thrusted his dagger at the clone. The clone blocked the attack and Naruto followed up by swinging his club at the clone's head. The club hit the clone and both the club and the clone shattered to pieces. Damn, Naruto thought as he threw the broken club aside. The last clone jumped from its pillar and sent a flying kick towards Naruto, hitting him and knocking him back towards the ground. Tenzo, seeing this, jumped down to assist his last clone. Kimimaro meanwhile was still fighting the last two wood clones while heavily wounded and exhausted. Kimimaro blocked a slash from one of the clones with his spine spear and parried it to the side before sending a thrust. The clone dodged to the side before transforming its arm into wooden spikes and sending them towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro jumped backwards, doing a flip in the air before landing several yards away as the other clone attacked him. Kimimaro sent a series of fast thrusts towards the clone as it began to block and dodge the attacks from his spine spear. Kimimaro pulled back its spear and swung it at a wide arc and the clone put its sword in front of it to block it. The spine spear hit the sword, but instead of saping it bent around the sword and wrapped around the clone. Kimimaro, now with a firm hold of the clone, spun around to throw it at the first clone. Both clones collided and smashed to pieces before Kimimaro looked off in the distance and saw Naruto still fighting Tenzo. Kimimaro, even though he was exhausted, ran over to assist him. Naruto blocked a punch from Tenzo's clone and the clone sent a back fist to Naruto's left hand, which held the gold dagger, and knocked it from his grasp. Naruto, not wanting to stop, grabbed its arm before throwing it off to the side. As soon as he did that, the real Tenzo ran in and threw a punch towards Naruto, hitting him in the face. Naruto's head cocked to the side and Tenzo followed up with another powerful punch, knocking Naruto's head in the opposite direction. Tenzo placed his hand onto Naruto's chest and grew a wooden spike and shot it through Naruto's chest. Naruto fell backwards as another one of his hearts was destroyed. Naruto groaned and gripped his chest before sending a punch controlled by his threads towards Tenzo. Tenzo was too close to dodge and he was hit in the face and was sent stumbling back. Naruto began to get back up when his water heart shot out of his back, now destroyed. 2 hearts left, Naruto thought, as fatigue was taking its toll on him. The hero's water was healing his wounds, but the boost was wearing off and Naruto was feeling fatigued. Upon getting up, the last remaining clone charged at Naruto, who got into his taijutsu stance. Before the clone could get close, it was saddlery hit from behind by several bone bullets fired by Kimimaro. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as he saw Kimimaro rushing over to help him. Naruto spun around and saw Tenzo get back up and he went through hand signs. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Naruto, using the mud Tenzo created earlier, created a mud dragon that opened its mouth and fired a volley of mud bullets at Tenzo. Tenzo made a hand sign preparing to block the mud bullets when suddenly his right kneecap exploded. Kimimaro shot a well-aimed bone bullet through Tenzo's knee, crippling him and making him unable to finish the hand signs. Tenzo was pelted by the barrage of mud bullets and was knocked to the ground. As he tried to get back up, Naruto ran over, cocked back his fist and punched him in the face. Naruto got on top of Tenzo and spoke. I think you owe me something, Naruto said as his threads shot out of his chest and Tenzo saw this. Tenzo grew wood on his chest to stop Naruto's threads, which it did, and Naruto grew angry. Fine then, have it your way. Naruto opened both of his palm with his fingers pointing forward. Earth style. Earth spear. Naruto came down with both his hands acting like spear points and stabbed through Tenzo's improvised wood armor and piercing his chest, making him scream. Naruto with great strength turned his hands and ripped open his ribcage, revealing all his organs including his still beating heart. Naruto's threads shot out and grabbed the heart and pulled it back into his own chest. When the heart was inside Naruto, he hurriedly got off of Tenzo and made a hand sign before firing a weak fire jutsu, setting him on fire. Naruto was breathing heavily as he turned and saw Kimimaro, who was standing a few feet away. Naruto and Kimimaro both looked like they took a beating as they had bruises, cuts, broken bones, and by the looks of it Kimimaro's eye was barely inside the socket. I only got 3 hearts now, Naruto said before spitting some blood and teeth on the ground. Shit. Those are my teeth. Naruto used his tongue to feel around and he felt his two empty slots on the bottom left side of his mouth and one on the top. Fuck me, Naruto said, rubbing his jaw. We should help the others, Kimimaro said while breathing heavily, and Naruto nodded. Let's go, Naruto said before looking at the forest wall surrounding them. Naruto began to go through hand signs for a fire jutsu. This might take a few minutes. With Anko and Hinata. Sasuke flew towards Anko using his wings to give him a burst of speed. Anko, seeing this, got ready and timed her attack. When Sasuke was a few feet away, Anko jumped over him while spinning around and sending a kick to his side. Sasuke was knocked off course and crashed into the valley wall before getting back up, and when he did, Hinata ran in. Hinata sent a palm strike to Sasuke's chest, knocking him back and knocking the wind out of him. She followed up with another, and another and another at the point which she was just attacking him as rapidly as she could. The attacks seemed to have little effect as Sasuke was still conscious and clenched his fist. Sasuke swung at Hinata, who jumped back, and Sasuke rushed forward. Sasuke sent a kick which Hinata blocked before jumping up and sending another. This kick hit Hinata across the face, making her see stars, and Sasuke landed on the ground and got into a stance. Hinata, recovering, sent a palm strike towards Sasuke, who blocked it and opened up his fist. Sasuke in an instant began to gather chakra into his palm until an unstable blue ball of swirling chakra formed and he thrusted it forward. Rasengan, Sasuke shouted as he sent the jutsu straight into Hinata's chest. The Rasengan began to rip through her chakra armor and through the fabric and began to shred her skin. Hinata was sent flying back from Sasuke, and Anko, seeing this, rushed over. Hinata, Anko shouted as she opened her arms and caught Hinata. Hinata, despite not weighing much, slammed into Anko, who looked down at her. Hinata's chest was smoking and bleeding, and Hinata was coughing up blood and struggling for breath. From the looks of it, Hinata's breastbone was pushed. From Anko's best guess, Hinata's sternum was broken and she had massive internal damage, most likely her heart. Anko then heard chuckling and looked over to Sasuke. Not bad for a jutsu I haven't mastered yet, Sasuke said smugly. Oh well, 2 down and 1 too. Before he could finish, a hand being controlled by threads grabbed Sasuke by the neck and slammed him back into the stone valley wall. Naruto landed along with Kimimaro, and Naruto, controlling his arm, pulled Sasuke back towards him at high speeds. Naruto's free hand began to get covered in stones until his fist was completely encased, Earth-style, rock fist. When Sasuke was in range, Naruto sent a punch straight towards him, hitting him in the face and knocking him to the ground. Sasuke slammed into the stone ground, and before he could get back up, Naruto grabbed him by the collar and cocked back his rock fist. Naruto sent another hard punch towards Sasuke's face, slamming his head back against the stone ground. Naruto punched Sasuke several more times until Kimimaro grabbed his arm. Enough, Kimimaro shouted before regaining his calm. He's done. Naruto looked to Sasuke and saw his curse mark was receding as his consciousness began to fade. Go and help the women, I have the Uchiha, Kimimaro said. Naruto got up and rushed over to Hinata and Anko while Kimimaro used his spine to restrain Sasuke. You are more trouble than you are worth, Kimimaro thought as he restrained the barely conscious Sasuke. Naruto skidding to a halt as he kneeled with Anko on the ground over Hinata as she began to cough and shake violently. What happened to her? Naruto asked, and Anko spoke. She got hit in the chest by a jutsu. I think her sternum is broken, it might be her heart, Anko said as she reached her fingers into Hinata's mouth and dug out some blood and vomit. I don't think she's going to make it. Hearing this, Naruto began to panic. Hinata's not going to make it. Naruto thought as his hearts began to race. No, 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 no. I can't lose her. I won't, Naruto said quietly. I won't lose her again. Naruto pushed Anko to the side before reaching down and grabbing Hinata's shirt and ripping it open so her entire top half was bare. Naruto leaned over her and his chest opened and Naruto's threads shot out into Hinata's chest. Hinata was barely conscious when eyes open in shock as she let out a blood-curdling scream as her chest was ripped open. Naruto's threads then began to move his fire heart into Hinata's chest and Naruto began to scream in pain too. Anko, seeing this, fell back on her ass as she saw Naruto transfer his last original heart into Hinata. In the span of less than a minute, Naruto's threads sewed back up both his and Hinata's chest and Naruto fell over to the side. Naruto, Anko shouted as she rushed over and picked him up. Kimimaro, now having fully restrained Sasuke, ran over as well and looked at all the blood on the ground, most of it originating from Naruto. Hiku was barely walking across the river holding her frozen severed arm when she saw this and made it ashore. What did you do? Hiku said weakly as she kneeled down and looked over Hinata, who was stone still and looking pale. I was trying to save her, Naruto said weakly as he was on the verge of passing out. Naruto began sob softly. I didn't want to lose her, I couldn't. Hinata suddenly shot up with a gasp and everyone jumped in surprise and went wide-eyed as she clutched her chest and began to cough. What happened? Hinata said. Naruto was the most stunned out of everyone. Holy shit, it worked, Naruto said, not believing he actually did it. Hinata looked down at her chest and saw a large circular area above her left breast that was stitched with Naruto's threads. Just then Hinata realized that she wasn't wearing anything covering her upper body and began to grow red. Kyaaaaaah, Hinata shouted in embarrassment as she jumped up and hid behind Haku, who was too stunned to even protest. Well, she seems to be fine, Naruto said before his vision began to get blurry. Hey guys, everyone looked at Naruto, whose head began to sway from side to side. I, Naruto stuttered out, aw crap. This was the last thing Naruto said before he passed out and everything went dark. Chapter 53. In Oto, with Naruto. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and saw the lights above him and he was immediately blinded. So bright, Naruto said in a hoarse voice. Naruto, using his hands, felt around and touched the bed in his body. Naruto had bandages wrapped around his entire torso and his arms. Along with that, he only felt 2 heartbeats inside his chest. Why are there only 2? He thought before it all clicked with him. Oh yeah, I lost 2 to that Tenzo guy and I gave 1 too. His thoughts immediately stopped and he sat up. Hinata, Naruto said in alarm. The second he did that, his body felt like it was on fire and he immediately collapsed back onto the bed. Oh shit, that hurt. Suddenly the door opened up and Naruto craned his neck up to see who it was. Kabuto entered the room with a tray of medicines and equipment. Upon seeing Naruto awake, he smiled and spoke. Why, hello Naruto, nice to see you in the land of the living, Kabuto said with a cheeky smile. How are you doing? I feel like hammered shit, Naruto said as he laid back down. How long have I been out? About 3 days, Kabuto said with a normal tone as he put down the tray and walked over. And I must say, you really did a number on your body. 4 broken fingers, 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, a concussion, a hairline skull fracture, missing teeth, damaged chakra system, missing 3 hearts, a cracked tailbone and a broken nose, Kabuto said. Tisk Naruto, you need to take better care of yourself. Naruto chuckled and spoke. Fuck you too, Naruto said with a smile. How are the others? With the exception of Sakin and Ukin, everyone else is alive, Kabuto said, and Naruto looked at him and Kabuto nodded. Jirobo is alive, albeit in a coma right now, so thankfully we only lost 1 member of the Sound Ninja 5. Although Sakin and Ukin were separate people if you think about it, so I guess you can say we're down 1.5 members, Kabuto said jokingly, and Naruto frowned at this. You're one heartless son of a bitch, you know that. Naruto said. Wasn't he one of your top guys? Kabuto shrugged at this. It is what it is, Kabuto said, and he continued. Haku tragically lost her arms since neither you nor Kakuzu were able to reattach it, although frankly with the amount of nerve and muscle damage it would have been difficult anyways. Naruto went wide-eyed at this and he looked at Kabuto. Don't worry, she's alive and will make a full recovery, Kabuto said. Also, Hinata is still getting accustomed to her new heart. Very intriguing if I may say so myself. Naruto sat up with some difficulty and spoke to Kabuto. Take me to them, Naruto said, and Kabuto smiled as he walked over and got a wheelchair. With pleasure, Kabuto said. In another room, with Hinata, Haku, Sakura, Anko, Kurenai and Shizune. Hinata was wearing only her bra as she stood in front of a mirror looking at the stitches that adorned her chest and the numerous bandages that were on her body. She was touching the spot where Naruto implanted one of his hearts in order to save her. It felt strange as she had 2 separate heartbeats in her chest, one in her left side and one on her right. Hinata put her shirt back on and let out a sigh. I'll never get used to this feeling, Hinata thought, but at least I'm alive. Don't worry Hinata, you'll be fine, came Haku's voice, and Hinata turned around and saw Haku sitting in a bed with both Shizune and Kurenai on either side of her. I mean, at least you gained something instead of lost something. Haku held up her left arm, or what was left of it. Her arm had to be amputated just above the elbow in order to properly repair it. You lost an arm, Haku, how can you joke about it so easily? Hinata said, and Haku looked at her with a smile. I'm right-handed anyway, Haku said with a chuckle. I'm sorry Haku, Shizune said with a sad tone. If only I was a better medic I could have helped you better. It's not your fault Shizune, Haku said. Besides, it wasn't for you I wouldn't be here at all. Well, I'm glad you're staying positive, Kurenai said, patting Haku's leg. Don't worry, we'll help you through this together. Meanwhile, Sakura and Anko were both sitting on a bed across from them looking on passively. It sucks I missed out on that fight, Sakura said, gaining their attention, but I'm also kind of glad because from the sound of it, if I was there I'd be outclassed. You're not wrong there, Anko said as she had bandages wrapped around her arms. legs and head, I had to use my curse mark and I still got my ass kicked. As they all talked there was a knock at the door. Hello ladies, can I come in? Kabuto asked through the door. Come in, Anko said and the door opened up. As the door opened up everyone saw Kabuto wheel Naruto in with a wheelchair. Hinata, Haku and Sakura all smiled and Naruto smiled in return. Hey girls, Naruto said. Hinata ran over and stood next to Naruto grabbing his hand. Naruto, you're awake, Hinata said with happiness before leaning in and giving him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. We were so worried. Nice to see you too Hinata, Naruto said. How's the new heart? Hinata broke the hug and put her hand on her chest. It feels strange having two heartbeats, Hinata said, but other than that I feel fine. Glad to hear it, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto turned to Haku and spoke. Hey Haku, how's the arm? Haku looked at him and at her stump. I can still flex my fingers, even though they're not there anymore. Haku said, it's a strange feeling, not having your arm. It's there but it's not really there. Like a phantom feeling. But other than that I'm fine, Haku said and Naruto nodded. That's all that matters to me, Naruto said before he looked over to Sakura and spoke. Hey Sakura, how are you doing? Naruto had no idea how Sakura was going to react, considering the mission was solely around Sasuke and how she hated him for what he did to her. Sakura looked at Naruto and gave him the biggest smile he's ever seen from her. I'm doing great, in fact I'm doing fantastic, Sakura said surprising Naruto. You may not know this, but when we first got here we handed Sasuke over to Orochimaru, and what he did to him. Kami above, I can't even begin to explain it, she said with a faraway look but keeping her smile. First he took out Sasuke's damaged eye so he can try to fix it, Sakura began, and just yesterday to be exact, that's when it all began. Flashback, yesterday, in another room with Orochimaru, Sakura, Anko, Kabuto and Sasuke. Sasuke still battered and bloody was tied to a chair in front of Orochimaru who stood in front of him. Sasuke was completely awake, restrained and helpless. Sakura stood in another corner of the room with Anko and Kabuto looking on with an anxious look on her face and Orochimaru turned to her. Do you really want to see this Sakura? Orochimaru asked. It's not exactly going to be a pleasant sight to watch if I was to be honest. Sakura gulped down her fear and nodded. Yes. I want to see it with my own eyes, Sakura said before she looked at Sasuke. That bastard did something horrible to me, and I want to see his last moments in this world. Anko hearing this put her hand on Sakura's shoulder and said nothing. Anko knew that this was what Sakura wanted. Sasuke however looked to Sakura and spoke. Sakura please, Sasuke said in a weak voice. Please help me, you loved me once right, there still has to be something. Sasuke was hoping that there was still some side of Sakura that still cared about him. Come on you stupid pink-haired bitch, say something, do something, Sasuke thought while keeping up his meek facade. Sakura walked over and Sasuke began to feel some hope as he thought Sakura was about to help him. However once she was in front of him Sakura balled up her fist and sent a punch to Sasuke's gut knocking the wind out of him and making him vomit on himself. Yeah right, like I'll actually help your sorry ass, Sakura said with a scowl on her face. You raped me, betrayed my trust, tried to kill me several times and tried to kill the boy I loved. Sakura turned around and walked back to Anko. I don't know what's going to happen next, but Kami be damned if it was up to me it'd be worse than what you're about to get. Oh and by the way, just to give you one final, fuck you, Sakura said as she walked away. One of Naruto's senseis killed Itachi when we fought in that gambling town a few months ago. Sasuke upon hearing this got a look of despair upon his face as the whole reason for everything he has been striving for all these years, has been taken away and he didn't even know it. Sakura stood next to Anko and Kabuto and Anko patted her shoulder. Well said Sakura, fuck him, she said. Orochimaru seeing this let out a chuckle of amusement. My, Orochimaru said. Such hate, contempt and malice in your words young Sakura. I find it most delicious indeed, Orochimaru said licking his lips before looking at Sasuke. And poor dear Sasuke, she's right about one thing, he said with a dark chuckle. If it wasn't for the fact I need your body, I'd gladly hand you over to her in a heartbeat. Because while I'm a murderer and a traitor, at least I'm not a cowardly rapist. Like you, Orochimaru said as he went through hand signs before stopping at the last one. Time to begin. Sasuke went wild-eyed as the jutsu began and let out a horrified and feral scream as Orochimaru began his jutsu. What Sakura saw was indescribable because what she saw was so disturbing and disgusting that she looked away for a second and wanted to cover her ears to block out the screams from Sasuke. However when the second was over Sakura looked back at Sasuke and Orochimaru and watched with morbid fascination as a small smile crept across her face. Flashback end. Whoever said that revenge won't make you feel any better was wrong beyond all comprehension, because I feel great, Sakura said with a smile, but as soon as it was there it vanished, but there are still 2 more I need to kill, and that'll finally bring me peace of mind once and for all. Naruto was looking at Sakura wide-eyed and spoke, oh wow. That's pretty dark, Naruto said, but I respect that though. Naruto turned to Kurenai and became confused. Kurenai, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, not that I'm not glad to see you, just curious. Kurenai looked at Naruto with a smile, it's fine Naruto, I never intended to come here, but when you were brought here with the others Orochimaru sent a snake messenger to us and we made our way here, Kurenai said. We arrived shortly after Orochimaru performed his body transfer, Kurenai said and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who's we? Naruto asked. Me, Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade, Kurenai said making Naruto go wide-eyed. They're all with Orochimaru conversing over something, and they're waiting for you specifically. Naruto sighed and looked to Kabuto, well, looks like I need to go and talk to Orochimaru now, Naruto said and before he was wheeled out of the room Hinata spoke up. Naruto wait, Hinata said stopping him, before you go, there is also someone else you need to talk to. But it can wait until after you talk to Orochimaru, Hinata said and Naruto got confused. Really, who? Naruto asked and Anko spoke up. I captured her cousin Neji, Anko said making Naruto go on alert, he wanted to know where you and Hinata were, I could tell you more but it'll be better to hear it from him directly. Oh great, Naruto said with a hint of annoyance, alright, me and Hinata will talk to him later, Kabuto, wheel me out. Orochimaru's throne room, with Kakuzu, Sasori, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade were all standing together looking at Orochimaru who was sitting in his throne and a heavily bandaged Kimimaro who was standing next to him. Orochimaru was now in Sasuke's body which was wrapped up in bandages to hide the temporary deformities. As Kakuzu looked at him he had a look of annoyance on his face. What was supposed to be a pretty straightforward mission went off the rails due to a multitude of factors, in particular Danzo. If from what Kimimaro, Haku and the others have reported the mission went sideways when Kakashi, Tenzo and 2 high-ranking root shinobi appeared and ambushed them, killing 2 of Orochimaru's subordinates. Along with that the Uchiha nearly killed Hinata and Haku while he was temporarily free from his restraints. Damn Orochimaru, my apprentice and 2 of our most useful shinobi almost died because of your desires Kakuzu thought, as soon as he thought that the doors to the room opened up and in came Naruto being wheeled in by Kabuto. Well hello Naruto, seems you are finally awake, Orochimaru said while sitting in his throne, how do you like my new body, isn't it much more appealing than my old one? Naruto looked over at the bandaged Orochimaru in Sasuke's body and he grimaced, trust me Orochimaru, no matter what form you take, you still make my blood curdle, he said and Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto turned to look at Kimimaro and he spoke, Kimimaro, glad to see you're okay, he said. Likewise, Kimimaro said to Naruto. Hey brat, how are you feeling? Tsunade asked as she walked over. Like crap, my bones, skin, head and organs all hurt, but I think I'll live, Naruto said with a chuckle. Just then Tsunade proceeded to flick Naruto in the forehead hard with a resounding thwap, echoing in the air, OWWW, what the hell? You dumbass, you drank the hero's water from Taki, what were you thinking? Tsunade chastised as she reached into the back of her waistband and pulled out a file and opened it. Your chakra system was nearly fried because of it, if you didn't have the fox inside you, you'd be dead. Hey I was getting my ass handed to me by that Tenzo guy, you can ask Kimimaro as well, he's nearly as messed up as me, Naruto said as he pointed at the bandage-wrapped Kimimaro. Well you were still stupid due to that, Tsunade said and Naruto huffed in annoyance. Tsunade then leaned down and gave Naruto a kiss on the forehead, making him blush and smiled at him, but I'm glad you are okay. Naruto smiled as well and spoke, thanks Tsunade, Naruto said. Sasori walked up next and spoke. Well Naruto, you seem to once again cheat death, you must have some kind of guardian watching over you, Sasori said and Naruto chuckled. I don't know, my guardian angel let the shit get kicked out of me for a good 30 minutes, Naruto said and Sasori chuckled in amusement. Well in any case, you should know I have been productive since you were out of commission, Sasori said making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Once we get back to the land of snow me and Toka plan to help out Haku with her disability, it'll be good practice for Toka. Really? Thanks Sasori, I'm sure Haku would appreciate it, Naruto said and Sasori nodded. Naruto then turned his attention to Kakuzu and spoke, alright, let me hear it. Tell me I'm a fuck up, or a failure, let me have it, Naruto said and Kakuzu looked at him impassively. You got the mission done and got paid, That's all that matters, Kakuzu said bluntly, although the fact you nearly died shows how pathetically weak and stupid you are. And there's the Kakuzu I know and loathe, Naruto said, and Kakuzu merely stood there. Alright then, now for the main issue, I'm here. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and spoke, so when do I get my money and your help? Naruto asked, and Orochimaru chuckled. You don't miss a beat, do you? Orochimaru said, looking at Naruto, I'll transfer the money to you at once, and as for the help you requested, once I'm healed I'll be ready for your plan. Naruto hearing this nodded and spoke, good to know, he said before he looked at Tsunade. Hey Tsunade, can you heal me a little more? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and spoke. Sure, but what for? Tsunade asked, and Naruto sighed. I have someone I need to talk to, and I don't want to be sitting while I do it, Naruto said to everyone's confusion. 1 hour later, in a prison cell, with Neji. Neji was sitting in a dark cell by himself with his hands and feet restrained by shackles. Neji's wounds from his beating by Anko were cleaned and bandages to the bare minimum. When he was thrown in the cell by Anko, she informed Kabuto to heal him enough to where he won't die from infection, but she also told him not to waste a lot of medical supplies because Naruto might kill him anyways. Even after a few days his face, ribs and chest all still hurt, his face was especially swollen with one of his eyes unable to open. How long am I going to be in here? Neji thought to himself, maybe this was a bad idea, but I had to try at least. Suddenly the door opened showing light into the room and Neji looked up blinded by the light. Upon inside the door frame there stood Naruto with a scowl on his face. Beside Naruto, Tayuya who was guarding the door spoke up, this isn't a conjugal visit, so don't take forever, she said, and Naruto looked at her. Trust me, I don't even want to do this, Naruto said as he walked in and stood in front of Neji. Neji groaned as he moved to a way where he was now on his knees. You surrendered to talk to me, Hyuga. Neji nodded at this. Yes, I did, Neji said. Well, you got me, and depending on what you say to me, I may or may not kill you, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. So. What the fuck do you want? Neji took in a deep breath. 2 things, Neji said, and Naruto listened. The first is, I wish to apologize to you. Naruto clenched his fists but kept his anger under control. Explain, Naruto said. Naruto knew what Neji was about to say because Hinata already told him that he was the one who ratted him out to her father. I was the one who told Lord Hiashi about you and Hinata's friendship, Neji said, looking and speaking at him with unwavering conviction. I am the reason you were tortured and mutilated, and for that I apologize. I was blinded by my hate and my undying devotion to the Hyuga clan, Neji said. I was holding on to the hate from a traumatic experience. You mean your dad being sacrificed to save your ungrateful clan's ass? Naruto said, and Neji looked at him wide-eyed. Don't speak in code, buddy. I traveled through all of the nations on the continent at one point or another. So your daddy died, tough shit, doesn't give you the right to be a prick, Naruto said as he kneeled down to Neji's face. I was skinned alive for hours, had my fingers, toes, nose, even my dick and my balls were cut off. Naruto reached out and grabbed Neji by the throat, making him choke slightly. You'll get no sympathy from me, Naruto let go of Neji, who coughed slightly. I understand, Neji said. I know I caused you an untold amount of suffering and trauma, and for that I am sorry. I don't expect to ever receive your forgiveness, but I hope you'll have mercy on me for my second request, Neji said, and Naruto looked at him unblinking. And if it's any consolation, Lord Hiashi is crippled now. He lost an eye, an arm, and even his dick and balls, as you put it. I know, the fox did that, Naruto said, making Neji go wide-eyed. Naruto tapped the side of his head. He gave me a play-by-play of what he did to Hiashi, and frankly, I am slightly satisfied, to be honest. So, may I have your mercy? Neji asked. He had no idea what Naruto was planning, and in all honesty this was a Hail Mary of an idea. If he kills me, so be it. You want my mercy? Naruto asked, and Neji nodded. Okay then. Naruto swung his fist at Neji and clocked him in the jaw, cutting the inside of his cheek and making him spit up blood before falling over. You're gonna have to earn it, Naruto said as Neji groaned and got back to his knees. You're gonna be in debt to me. You're going to do things for me, and trust me when I say this bill is long as hell and I don't expect you to live long enough to pay it off. Neji, now back on his knees, nodded. I deserved that punch, Neji said before spitting out another stream of blood from his mouth. And I will pay back my debt, this is my redemption. Naruto uncrossed his arms and uncalled his fists and nodded. Alright then, what else you want? Naruto said, and Neji spoke. I wish to know where Lady Hinata is, Neji said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I wish to apologize to her as well, and once I do I'll leave her alone forever. I'm sure she hates me for all the abuse and distress I caused her. Naruto hearing this tapped his foot for a few seconds, nodded. If I tell you where she is, you must never know where she lives and never go there. Naruto said, I'll tell her and she'll come to you. I agree, Neji said with hope in his voice. Alright, Naruto said before turning his head to the side. Come on out Hinata, he's all yours. Neji went wide-eyed at this and the next moment Hinata rounded the corner and spoke. Did you have to punch him Naruto? Hinata said as she walked to Neji with a handkerchief and began wiping the blood from his mouth. I got my genitals chopped off because of him, Naruto said. He's lucky I didn't take his heart to replace one of the ones that I'm missing. Lady Hinata, is that really you? Neji asked as he looked at her and Hinata nodded. Yes, Neji, it's me, Hinata said as she began to clean his mouth. I've been here the entire time. Neji looked at Naruto and Naruto spoke. Hinata is, Mie, the one that wears the helmet, Naruto said. I knocked her out and took her with me, she didn't want to go back to Konoha so she stayed. And also, Naruto said gaining a grin, blushing and rubbing the back of his head, me and her are kind of going steady, dating, whatever term they use now. Wait really? Neji asked Hinata who nodded. Yes, we started dating very recently, Hinata said poking her fingers together and blushing. It took us a while but we both told each other how we feel, and so far things are going great. Me and Naruto finally got together, the other girls accepted me into the family and even Kurenai-sensei joined us, Hinata said, so everything has gotten better for me. Wait, other girls? Neji asked, as in, you're not the only one. Oh yeah, Naruto began scratching his cheek. I kind of have several girlfriends, it's a little unorthodox but we make it work. Seriously? Neji said surprised, how many, may I ask? Naruto scrunched up his face and began listing on his fingers. Well, Fu and Karen were the first two, followed by Haku. Naruto began, Fubuki joined in shortly after I reunited with Hinata. Then Hinata joined in so she's number 5, although I knew her before the others so she's kind of the first in a way, Naruto said, but that gets a little confusing since my first official girlfriend was Fu while Hinata started off as a childhood friend. Tayuya then poked her head around the corner and spoke up, by the way I'm not really his girlfriend yet, I'm more like a side chick, Tayuya said butting into the conversation, but I think I'm getting close, aren't I Blondie? Tayuya winked at Naruto who groaned. Okay so like half of what Tayuya said was right, Naruto said, but I didn't promise anything and I still need to talk it over with the girls. Tayuya then flipped him off before making a kissing face and going back around the corner. Damn that girl, Naruto said, and finally there is Sakura and Hotaru, she's a girl I met in Kiri, they're both stuck in a kind of weird limbo on where we stand. Neji hearing this explanation was wide-eyed and shook his head and looked at Hinata, really? Him? Neji asked Hinata making Naruto gain a tick mark, why? Hinata smiled while poking her fingers and blushing, he was the first person to accept me for who I was and I love him for that, Hinata said making Naruto smile, also he transplanted his heart into my chest to save my life. Well Hinata I'm very glad that you, Neji began before stopping himself, wait he did what to you? Meanwhile, in Konoha, with Jiraiya, Danzo and the council. Jiraiya stood in the middle of the council chamber hearing what happened over the past few days. Since he's been gone Sasuke Uchiha has been taken and a rescue team has been sent to recover him and they all came back either injured or dead. Not only did they lose the 4 root operatives Tenzo, Sai, Fu and Torun, but they also lost the Inuzuka clan head Sum and 4 ninja dogs. Along with that the current clan heir Henna is out of commission along with her brother Kiba. And the final nail in the coffin was the fact that Kakashi Hatake while surviving the mission, lost his Sharingan eye. Jiraiya looked at Danzo and the council and spoke, how could you people screw up so bad? Jiraiya said rhetorically, not only did you lose the last genetic user of the Sharingan, but you also lost the last member of the Uchiha clan. Lord Jiraiya, the fact that he was taken from the village was not our fault, Kaharu said, this is solely on Orochimaru and his followers. Upon hearing this Jiraiya stomped his foot on the ground so hard that the room shook and almost everyone felt fear course through their system. Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha again, and has delivered a crippling blow again, Jiraiya shouted, I'm hearing reports from Suna, Iwa and other villages about attacking Konoha since we seem to be so weak, this fall on your collective incompetence. Jiraiya turned towards Danzo and spoke, and I spoke to the genin, they said that Naruto Uzumaki was the one who did it, he was their leader, he said, how the fuck are we supposed to be taken seriously if we keep on failing? Lord Jiraiya please, Inoichi said trying to calm him down, our children risked their lives to try and get Sasuke back, this must show. Your heirs are nothing but fucking failures Inoichi, Jiraiya said staring the man down, your daughter got her ass kicked, Choji lost his fight, and even Shino was bested by them. The only one who put up a decent fight was that lazy-ass son of Shikaku, and he retreated only when Naruto arrived and correctly assessed he would lose if he fought him. Jiraiya said. Rock Lee got close to beating Naruto after going through hell, and even that civilian girl Tenten did a better job. Jiraiya turned to Danzo and spoke, once again. How could this happen? Jiraiya asked and Danzo spoke. Simple, the civilian council along with others have been hindering our defenses, Danzo said, and the entire civilian council looked at him. They wanted to begin missions again, dragging valuable shinobi away from our defenses, leaving a vulnerability. Danzo turned to the civilian council and spoke. I think it's time we reconsider the civilians on the council, he said. Homura hearing this rose from his seat. Danzo, don't be a fool, we needed to keep our economy intact, he said. We could not stop the missions, we had to. Danzo snapped his fingers and from the ceiling of the room Root Anbu dropped down and drew their swords. In one swift slash Homura, Kaharu and the other civilian council members were all killed in one fell swoop. Finally, Danzo said, we are free of those parasites. Shibi Aburame, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akamichi and Hiyashi Hyuga all looked on in shock. This is a shinobi village, we should not have civilians ordering us around, Danzo said before looking at Jiraiya. Are you done complaining, Jiraiya, or should we get on with business? Jiraiya crossed his arms and spoke. Business, he said coldly, acting like he didn't even see all those people be cut down in front of him. Alright then Jiraiya, tell me then, can we get back the Uchiha or no? Danzo asked and Jiraiya shook his head. With all honesty, no, Jiraiya said shaking his head. By now he's either Orochimaru's vessel, dead, or is being experimented on. He was dead the moment he was taken. Danzo and the clan heads hearing this all nodded and Shibi Aburame spoke up next. What do you recommend we do then, Lord Danzo, Lord Jiraiya? Shibi said as his eyes moved to the dead civilian council. After all, you no longer have any civilians councilmen holding you back. Danzo stood up from his seat and spoke. We will build our forces and prepare for the next threat. Danzo said, all this has shown us is that we have become weak and complacent. That will no longer be happening. We will increase the amount of ninja coming out of the academy, and we will put the shinobi and clans of this village first, Danzo said. Jiraiya nodded and looked to the council. Building off that, your children have failed us due to their lack of training and the lowered standards of Konoha. That's going to change, he said. From now on all of them will be trained under me in order to take out our biggest threat. You think they can take on Orochimaru? Choza asked. I mean they're genin right now, it'll take years for them to. No, not Orochimaru, Jiraiya said. I'm talking about Naruto Uzumaki. All the clan heads went wide-eyed and Jiraiya continued. Due to the idiots in this village, we have a rogue weapon of mass destruction running loose, Jiraiya said. First we take care of him, then we take care of Orochimaru. Very well Jiraiya, Danzo said as he began to walk out. When the heirs and the others from the rescue mission are recovered, start training them immediately. As he reached the door he stopped and spoke. And if they are killed in the line of duty because of Naruto Uzumaki, I'll hold you personally responsible, Danzo said before walking out. Jiraiya didn't say anything as he let out a sigh and looked up at the ceiling. Minato, how has it come to this? Jiraiya thought, your own flesh and blood against the village, all because we needed a weapon. Jiraiya let out another sigh and began to walk out of the room. I better talk to the toads about this, maybe they can help me. Jiraiya thought as he walked out. 1 week later, Land of Snow, Naruto's house, with Naruto and the others. Naruto plopped down on his couch with a groan and sunk into the cushions. Oh man, I'm still hurting, Naruto said as Kakuzu, Sasori, Hinata, Fu, Karen, Haku, Sakura and Tsunade all looked at him. Wow Naruto, this has to be the most injured I've ever seen you, Fu said looking at him. How on earth did you get so beat up? Long story short, I fought 2 women and their ninja dogs, then I fought that green spandex guy, Lee from the Chunin exams, and then the icing on the cake was I fought a guy who used wood style, Naruto said as he rested on the couch, and I got to say, it was not pleasant. Well, I'm glad you're back safe Naruto, Karen said as she leaned down and gave him a kiss. Can I get you anything? Can I get some juice? Naruto asked. I don't even care which kind. Karen nodded and began to walk to the kitchen. Say Naruto, mind if I ask you something? Sakura asked and Naruto looked at her. What happened to Neji? Last time I saw him was the day before we left Oto. Oh yeah, well, Naruto began before leaning back. He's got new employment now. Flashback, 3 days ago, in Oto, with Neji. Neji was standing in front of Orochimaru with Kimimaro, Tayuya, Kitamaru and the heavily wounded Jugo standing in beside him. Hello there young Hyuga, I hope you are recovering well. Orochimaru asked and Neji nodded. Neji was slightly disturbed by the fact that Orochimaru was in Sasuke's body but he did not show it. I am doing well, Neji said keeping his guard up. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Orochimaru said, gaining a smile which was hidden by his bandages, because I have a proposition for you, dear Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes and spoke. And that would be? Neji asked, and Orochimaru spoke again. I have an opening in the Sound 5, since the untimely death of Saken and Uken. Orochimaru said, you will have safe refuge from Konoha here, and I will remove that curse mark from your forehead. Neji went wide-eyed at this, and Orochimaru continued, all you have to do is pledge your loyalty to me, Neji, and I'll give you the freedom you never had in Konoha, he said. Neji closed his eyes and began to think critically, so my options are either leave this place and be hunted by Konoha, or to serve one of Konoha's most notorious traitors and a no-terrorist, he thought. Neji opened his eyes and looked at Orochimaru and spoke, considering both of those choices will most likely end up with me dying an early death, I believe I'll live a little bit longer serving under you, Neji said, but I will not take that curse mark you gave the others, I will not shed the bondage of the Hyuga for one by you. Orochimaru chuckled at this and spoke, I expect nothing less, Neji, Orochimaru said as he slowly got up and began to walk over in a slow and steady pace as he was still adjusting to his new body. Upon reaching Neji, Orochimaru reached into his kimono and pulled out a Odo forehead protector with a purple cloth and extended it towards Neji. Here you go, your new life, he said. Neji took the forehead protector and tied it around his forehead and looked up to Orochimaru. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Neji said. Flashback ends. Don't get me wrong, I still hate Neji, Naruto said to everyone, but working for Orochimaru. Naruto leaned back into his couch and let out a whistle. That's a fate worse than death in my opinion, Naruto said, and Hinata felt dread wash over her. Brother Neji, Hinata thought as she began to poke her fingers together. So what now, Naruto? Fu asked. I mean, you just completed another mission and now you're on Konoha's watchlist. Naruto scoffed at this and spoke. I've always been on Konoha's watchlist, nothing's changed in that department, Naruto said. Naruto then began to sit himself up and his tone became more serious, but there is something that's changed though. Hinata, Fu, Karen, Haku and Sakura all looked at Naruto wondering what he was talking about, while Kakuzu, Tsunade and Sasori all knew what he was talking about. Naruto reached out his hand and held it in the air, palm down over the wooden floorboards. Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus his chakra, and the floorboard began to vibrate. Suddenly from the wooden board several small saplings began to rise from the board, making Hinata and the other girls go wide-eyed. What is that? Karen asked, confused. Your chakra signature is completely different now. Why you're growing trees from the floor, how the heck is that possible? Fu asked, and Hinata gasped and everyone looked at her. Tenzo, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded and opened his eyes. Correct, Hinata, Naruto said as he stopped and looked at his saplings and how small they were. Only 1 inch long, I got to work on that. I took Tenzo's heart, and he had the first Hokage's wood-style Kekkei Genkei, Naruto said with a smile, so now I got it, although I need a lot of work. And healing, Tsunade said looking at Naruto, you need at least another month to fully heal both your body and your chakra system. Yeah, my chakra system is Fu, Naruto began before he saw Fu tapping her foot as he was about to use bad language. Not fully healed yet, Fu stopped tapping her foot and nodded. So when I'm healed, Kakuzu and Sasori are going to help me master my new Kekkei Genkei, Naruto said looking at both men. Kakuzu is a master of all 5 chakra natures and Sasori is smart and can figure out what I'm doing wrong. With their help I can learn wood style. And Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll that both Hinata, Haku and Sakura recognized was the scroll that Naruto took from Sasuke. This, in no time flat, Naruto said, waving the scroll. What's that? Fu asked, and Naruto smiled. It's a jutsu called rasengan, Naruto said. Apparently Jiraiya or whatever his name was gave this to Sasuke to learn. He even used it on Hinata, which is why I had to give her my heart. I'm going to learn this jutsu too, anything to give me an edge, Naruto said, and Kakuzu spoke up. And you'll need it too, boy, Kakuzu said. If you want your little plan to work, you'll need to master both within the next 3 months. Upon hearing this, Hinata looked at Naruto and spoke. Plan? What plan? Hinata asked, and Naruto merely smiled at her with a mischievous look in his eye. Oh, you'll see, Naruto said, and all the girls got a bad feeling. And trust me when I say this, once I mastered wood style and the rasengan, nothing will stop me. Not Jiraiya, not Konoha, not even the Akatsuki, Naruto said while clenching his fist. It's all in a matter of time. Chapter 54. One day after returning, Land of Snow, in Dodo's castle, with Naruto and Kakuzu. Naruto was slowly walking down a hallway with Kakuzu as they both followed a snow ninja sent to them by Dodo. So far it's only been a day since Naruto has returned and he was not in any shape for a mission. I hope whatever mission Dodo offers us is not that important, I can't do anything, apart from getting up and walking around, Naruto said and Kakuzu looked at him. People these days are too soft, Kakuzu said as he looked to Naruto. Back in my day there was no rest and recovery, we fought every single day no matter how injured, tired or hungry we were. Shove it up your ass you greedy bastard, Naruto said to Kakuzu before getting a coy look on his face. I remember you talking about how you got ragdolled by Hashirama, you couldn't do much after that if I remember correctly. Kakuzu snapped his head to Naruto and spoke, watch it boy, you're 1,000 years too early to be talking to me like that, Kakuzu said in an annoyed tone. Whatever you say, old man, Naruto said and Kakuzu grunted. The group walked for a few more minutes until they reached Dodo's throne room and the ninja opened the door. Lord Dodo is waiting for you, Lord Naruto, the ninja said and Naruto chuckled. He called me, Lord, like I'm a prince or something, Naruto said jabbing his thumb at the ninja as he walked in. Kami you're an idiot, Kakuzu said as he walked in behind Naruto and the doors closed behind them. As they walked in Dodo was sitting in his throne with Fubuki, Roga and Mizore standing beside him. Ah, Naruto, you're here, how's the recovery going? Dodo said as Naruto and Kakuzu stood in front of him. My bones feel like they're made of glass and pop whenever I walk, Naruto said and Dodo chuckled. Well, I hope you have a speedy recovery. Anyway, the reason I called you here is to give you something, Dodo said with a smile. Think of it as a thank you for all your years of loyal service to me and my country. Fubuki, if you would kindly, Dodo said and Fubuki nodded. Yes Lord Dodo, Fubuki said as she walked over to Naruto and gave him a quick kiss and smiled. Welcome back and here you go, Fubuki said as she reached into her pouch and pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked at the scroll and it was a normal-sized scroll that was white with light blue edges. It also had the kanji for wisdom in gold stitching sewn into it. A scroll? Naruto asked confused and Roga spoke up. That is a summoning contract, Roga said and Naruto looked at him. It has been lost for a while, but due to me, Mizore and Fubuki here we found it for you. Lord Dodo ordered us to go and find it for you, and after some trial and tribulation we found it, Mizore said crossing his arms. I have no use for it, so I'm giving it to you, Dodo said and Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. Naruto then bowed to Dodo and spoke, thank you Dodo, I appreciate it. Naruto then looked to Fubuki, Roga and Mizore and spoke, and I appreciate you guys finding it, he said and they all smiled. Well don't just stand there, Fubuki said patting his shoulder, open it up and sign it. Right, Naruto said before opening the scroll and seeing a seal matrix in the middle. Naruto turned towards Kakuzu, okay so what do I do? Bite your thumb and put it on the seal, Kakuzu said and Naruto nodded. Naruto bit his thumb and drew blood before wiping it across the seal. Okay, now go through these hand signs. Kakuzu went through a series of hand signs and Naruto observed closely. Did you get it? Kakuzu asked and Naruto nodded. Good, because I wasn't going to do it again for you. Naruto got a tick mark and spoke. Why are you always such an asshole? Do you get joy from constantly insulting and ridiculing me? Naruto asked and Kakuzu looked at him. Yes I do, Kakuzu said and Naruto began to fume. Now shut up and summon the animal. Asshole, Naruto muttered before going through hand signs and slamming his hand onto the scroll, summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke and when the smoke cleared Naruto and the others looked on at the animal that appeared. There was an arctic snow owl standing on the scroll. It had snow-white feathers, blue-tipped wings, black eyes and talons with silver blades on each toe. Who dares summon me? The owl said in a stern feminine voice. The owl looked up at Naruto and spoke. Was it you boy, have summoned me for my knowledge? Ah crap, Naruto groaned out. I summoned out a creature that's as big of an asshole as Kakuzu. Kakuzu proceeded to slap Naruto on the back of the head. Gah. You dick, Naruto shouted. Such insolence, you are quite an immature and brash child, the owl said. Tell me about it, Kakuzu said making Naruto get even more annoyed. That's it, I'm killing this fucking bird, Naruto said as he cocked back his fist. The owl hearing this jumped up and clamped its right claw into Naruto's shirt and put its other bladed claws to his neck. My name is Chizuko boy, and you'd be wise to show me respect, Chizuko said and Naruto scowled at the owl. Respect goes both ways you overgrown chicken, Naruto said and Chizuko chuckled. I suppose it does, Chizuko said as it let go of Naruto and landed on the ground. I am the leader of the Snow Owl summoning contract, I am also one of the wisest of the summons. The only other ones who are on par with my intellect is the Great Toad Sage and the Sage of Six Paths, Chizuko said making the entire room go wide-eyed, so do not think you can fool me easily. Alright then Chizuko, I'm Naruto. Just Naruto, Naruto said as he did not want to use his clan name. Not wanting to say your clan name. Chizuko said looking at Naruto, I sense conflict in your soul boy, usually the Uzumaki are very prideful and resilient. Naruto was surprised at this and Chizuko continued, I can tell your lineage just by your appearance, I sense you are a half-breed, half Uzumaki and half Namikaze. Chizuko said, strange, I never thought the apprentice of Jiraiya would mate with one, I must be slipping in my knowledge of current events. I'd rather not be associated with that man, Naruto said crossing his arms, okay enough talk, what do I gotta do in order to be accepted into your contract? Simple boy, you must pass a test, Chizuko said as the ON made a hand sign and a puff of smoke erupted. A large ball of rope the size of Naruto appeared and the she spoke. This is very difficult not boy, your test is to untie it. If you untie it in under a minute you'll be accepted as a summoner, Chizuko said, but be warned, only 2 have ever solved this test. Untie this whole thing in a minute. Naruto said alarmed, aw crap, can't I just? Beginning now, Chizuko said and Naruto jolted and looked at the ball of rope. Kakuzu looked at Naruto as he began to panic, it's simple boy, just use your head for once, Kakuzu thought as the time ticked away. 30 seconds, Chizuko said and Naruto panicked even more. Aw man, oh crap, Naruto thought before he had a realization, fuck it, Naruto made a hand sign and his gold jewelry turned into his dagger and he pumped wind chakra into it forming a wind blade around it. Naruto sliced down the middle of the ball of rope and cut the entire thing in half, the rope came apart and fell to the ground in a heap. Chizuko chuckled and spoke, looks like you passed boy, Chizuko said and Naruto looked at her surprised, you may call on us for knowledge or assistance in battle. Huh, I knew I could do it, Naruto said with pride and Chizuko turned away, Chizuko turned her head around and spoke. Let not the wise man boast his wisdom, Chizuko said and Naruto raised an eyebrow, let not the mighty man boast his might, let not the rich man boast his riches, Jeremiah 9:23-24. Huh, where did that come from and what does that mean? Naruto asked and Chizuko turned her head around. You will know soon enough, Chizuko said before looking to Kakuzu, as will you. Mercenary, Chizuko vanished in a puff of smoke leaving the room silent. Naruto and Kakuzu both looked at the spot where Chizuko was and felt a sense of dread wash over them, both of them felt unease as the words of the owl. Fubuki was standing there and patted Naruto on the back, Congrats on the summon, I guess, she said. 1 month later, near Naruto's house, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade. Naruto was standing in the middle of a field with Kakuzu, Sasori and Tsunade looking on at him as he once again attempted to perform the rasengan. Naruto held out his hand and began to focus his chakra in the palm of his right hand. Here we go, Naruto said to himself as he began to focus his chakra. A chakra began to form in the palm of his hand in wild and uneven strands but still remaining in his palm. Naruto put his left hand over his right hand and began to exert chakra from his other palm. Naruto's swirling chakra from both his left and right hand began to fuse together into a lumpy and uneven sphere. After a few seconds the sphere began to stabilize and the other looked on intrigued. Do you think he'll get it this time Tsunade? Sasori asked looking at the older woman, I mean it's been over a month since he began training with that jutsu. Tsunade looked over to Sasori and spoke, I don't know, Tsunade said before turning back to Naruto, he has a hard time trying to form it into the right shape, he can't do it one-handed so he's trying with 2 hands, but still. Okay, Naruto said to himself as he tried to smooth out and stabilize the chakra sphere in his hand, I think I almost got it, I just need a little more. Suddenly the rasengan began to violently shake and a few seconds later exploded outwards knocking Naruto off of his feet and onto the ground. Ah. Crap, Naruto said. It's too unstable, Tsunade said looking at Naruto get off of the ground with a groan. Tsunade reached down into her pocket and pulled out the rasengan scroll that Naruto stole, he seems to just have a problem molding the chakra into the correct shape. That's not surprising, Kakuzu said gaining both Tsunade's and Sasori's attention, Naruto's chakra control has always been horrible, that's why I taught him jutsu that do not require that. He pumps more chakra than what's necessary into his jutsu and it only makes them more powerful, Kakuzu said as he looked ahead towards Naruto who was walking towards them. Damn it, Naruto said as he shook his hands that kind of string from his latest attempt at the rasengan. What am I doing wrong? I could have sworn I had this in the bag. I think your forming of the rasengan is what's holding you back, Sasori said as he walked up. You need to find a way to mold your chakra better in order to stabilize it. Okay, but how do I do that? Naruto asked, I mean I only have 2 hands and I'm already busting my butt trying to push the chakra out of my palms at a steady rate. Suddenly Tsunade went wide-eyed and spoke, wait Naruto. Say that again, Tsunade said and Naruto looked at her confused. I'm already busting my butt trying to, Naruto began until Tsunade cut him off. No, the other thing, Tsunade said and Naruto spoke. I only have 2 hands, Naruto said confused, what are you getting at? All you need is an extra set of hands, right? Tsunade said and Naruto and the others looked at her confused, so what if you do have an extra set? Tsunade made a hand sign and spoke, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Tsunade said and a puff of smoke appeared next to her. Naruto saw another Tsunade in front of him and the clone spoke. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is an advanced version of the Clone Jutsu, Tsunade's clone said, but unlike a regular clone I'm completely solid and can move, manipulate chakra and transform. So in simple terms, my clone can be my extra set of hands, Tsunade said as she made a hand sign and dispelled the clone as it puffed into smoke. Oh, I get it, Naruto said snapping his fingers, I learned this Shadow Clone Jutsu thing and then I can work on the rasengan easier. That's not a bad idea, Kakuzu said looking at Tsunade, very impressive, Tsunade chuckled and spoke. I'm a Sannin for a reason, besides chakra control is a necessity for medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said, this is kind of in my area of expertise. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, well I'm glad you figured something out, otherwise I'd be out of ideas, he said, hee, looks like I do have more hands now. Naruto paused and had a thought about having another set of hands, that would be pretty cool I mean just imagine how many things I could grab, he thought. Hehehehe, the Kyuubi laughed from inside Naruto's head and Naruto jolted a little, as you wish boy. Naruto felt white-hot pain from both his arms and began to scream, Gah, my arms, Naruto shouted shocking the 3 adults in front of him. Naruto, what's wrong? Tsunade asked concerned at his sudden outburst. Look, his arms, Sasori said pointing at Naruto's arms. As soon as it began the pain stopped and Naruto looked at his arms. Naruto how had an extra right and left hand, Gah, I have more hands, he shouted. Ha, the Kyuubi roared in laughter, you really are an imbecile boy, did you forget the heart you took from that sound ninja? Naruto went wide-eyed. Wait, Sakin and Ukin, Naruto said out loud before looking straight up into the air making the others confused, you couldn't have told me I had this ability, what the hell fox? I thought it would be funny, which it is, the Kyuubi said inside Naruto's mind, have fun brat, the Kyuubi severed the conversation and Naruto began to fume. Damn fox, Naruto said before looking at Kakuzu and the others, so apparently I had this ability for a month and the damn fur ball inside me didn't bother to tell me. Wait, you have the ability to grow extra limbs. Sasori asked in confusion and curiosity, how did you get that? One of Orochimaru's henchmen had the ability to do this, Naruto said as he began to flex his extra hands and ball them into fists. When I took his heart I obtained the ability to grow extra limbs, but I guess it slipped my mind, but the fox knew the entire time. That, disturbing, Kakuzu said slightly off-put by the fact Naruto had extra hands now, how? How does it feel? Strange, I can feel them but it's like a disconnected feeling, like I have to use extra willpower to make them move, Naruto said as he made different hand signs with his hands, weird. Hey dad, Naruto, came Karen's voice and Naruto turned his head and saw Karen, Toka and Fu walking up, Mom said dinner is almost ready, wrap up training and let's go. Naruto spun around and hid his hands behind his back. Sure, we'll meet you there, Naruto said trying to hide his extra hands. I'll be there soon, Sasori said with a smile and Karen raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Karen asked and Naruto shook his head. Nothing, Naruto said quickly and Toka frowned. Big brother you shouldn't lie, lying is bad, Toka said pointing at him and Naruto cursed in his mind. Dang redheads and their chakra sensing, Naruto thought and Fu began to walk up. What's behind your back? Fu asked and Naruto took a few steps back, Naruto. Okay, I'll show you, just don't freak out, Naruto said and all 3 girls nodded. Naruto brought out his extra hands and showed them, it's a new ability, don't worry. Naruto looked at them all and waited for their reactions and he didn't have to wait long. Karen fell backwards passing out from shock, Fu gagged for a second before vomiting onto the ground and Toka just stood there shocked. Sasori said gaining Kakuzu and Tsunade's attention, I half expected Toka to be the one to pass out. 1 month later, near a lake, with Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Tayuya. Naruto was standing on the edge of a lake with Hinata, Haku and Tayuya standing behind him. Will you hurry the fuck up? I didn't come all the way from Oto to deliver you those scrolls just to see you stand by a lake, Tayuya shouted and Naruto turned around and shouted. Give me a minute damn it, this requires a lot of concentration, Naruto shouted back before turning around, Hinata hearing this then spoke up. Take your time Naruto, we believe in you, Hinata said and Naruto turned around and spoke. Thank you Hinata, it's nice to have words of encouragement for once, Naruto said and Hinata smiled and nodded. Naruto regaining his focus, took a deep breath before going through hand signs before stopping on the last one. Wood style. Mangrove bridge, Naruto shouted before slamming his hands onto the ground. Out of the water grew mangrove trees on both his right and left side. As the trees grew out of the water their roots began to tangle together forming a bridge that was wide enough for two people standing side by side to walk across. More and more trees grew out of the water heading further and further into the lake. Naruto began to growl as he continuously pumped more and more chakra into the jutsu trying to see how far he could go. Naruto did this for several more minutes until he stopped and began to breathe heavily. Okay. That's enough, Naruto said panting and sweating heavily, man that takes a lot out of me. Hinata, Haku and Tayuya all looked at Naruto's handiwork and were genuinely impressed. Naruto made a bridge that went out nearly 100 yards from the shore into the lake making it nearly an eighth of the way across. Tayuya let out a whistle and spoke, not bad Blondie, especially since you've only been training with it for a little while, she said. Thanks Tayuya, and with those new scrolls you brought me I'll be able to master this a lot easier, Naruto said and Tayuya nodded, but still this takes a lot out of me, I don't know how that Tenzo guy was able to spam all those wood jutsu. Probably because he was genetically engineered to do it, Haku said speaking up, remember what Orochimaru told you, he experimented on Tenzo and 100 others. Good point, Naruto said as he held out his hand, palm down and focused his chakra again, a tree began to grow out of the ground and began to take the shape of a sword. Naruto grabbed his new wooden sword and spoke, Orochimaru may be a crazy bastard, Naruto said as he swung his sword getting a feel of it, but I'd be lying if I say he wasn't one of the smartest people I have ever met. Well I appreciate your new wood style, Haku said before she raised up her left arm and pulled up her sleeve, revealing her new arm, after all it's given me a new lease on life. Haku's left arm was a fully functional wood prosthetic limb. Naruto and Sasori both came up with the idea to make Haku a new arm to assist her recovery and help her continue her ninja duties. Along with that Sasori seeing Naruto create tree after tree to perfect his new Kekkei Genkai decided to use the wood in order to make the prosthetic. Upon doing so Sasori discovered that the wood from the trees Naruto was making was a lot stronger and lighter than regular wood, this resulted in Sasori making a wooden arm for Haku that was light but durable. Now I don't have to worry about doing everything one-handed for the rest of my life, Haku said as she twitched her fingers. It's quite ironic isn't it? Hinata said speaking up, gaining both Haku and Tayuya's attention. Naruto gave me a new heart and then he gave you a new arm. So in a way we'll always have a part of Naruto with us, Hinata said smiling and Haku chuckled. Huh, I never thought of it that way, Haku said. Wow, that is just super fucking gay, Tayuya said ruining the moment and both Hinata and Haku looked at her with annoyed expressions. Tayuya then looked over to Naruto and pointed her thumb at them. What is this, a romance anime? They do realize that you had to kill someone in order to do both of those things right. Let them have their moment, Naruto said with a chuckle, but I will say that this new Kekkei Genkai sure is something. I remember talking to Hashirama after the invasion of Konoha, he wanted me to reignite the will of fire, he said. Naruto made another hand sign and tree began to grow behind him and he continued. And with this power I can actually do that, this is Hashirama's power and I can bring on the change that he envisioned, Naruto said. Reignite the will of fire. Hinata said and Naruto looked to her and nodded, how do you plan on doing that? Tayuya looked to her and began to speak, well Naruto, Lord Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Dodo all, Tayuya began until Naruto butted in. Hold up Tayuya, Naruto said stopping her, I'm going to tell them the plan but not right now. Seriously, you're keeping them in the dark? Tayuya asked and Naruto nodded. Why don't you want to tell us Naruto? Haku asked and Naruto looked at her. Because most of you won't be participating in my plan, Naruto said making both Hinata and Haku go wide-eyed. It's not because you two are not strong enough, it's because I don't think you two will have the stomach to do it. What do you mean? Hinata asked, we've already done some of the worst things imaginable, what could be so bad that you can't bring us? Hinata, please, Naruto said holding up his hand, trust me when I say this, it's for the best. 1 month later, Naruto's house, with Naruto, Hinata, Fu, Karen, Haku, Fubuki, Sakura, Anko, Kurenai and Shizune. Naruto was standing up and looking at Hinata, Haku, Sakura, Kurenai and Shizune. Fu, Karen, Fubuki and Anko were standing behind him waiting to hear what he was about to say. Alright then, as you all know me, Fu, Karen, Fubuki and Anko are going to be leaving today, I think it's about time I told you why, Naruto said as he took in a deep breath. It started when I went to do a mission for Orochimaru before the final stages of the Chunin exams. I was sent to kill Rasa, the fourth cage. Before that mission me and Orochimaru had a conversation and he brought a lot of light on my situation, Naruto said as he crossed his arm, and to put it in simple terms. I'm not strong enough to protect any of you. What? Sakura said, not believing what Naruto just said. You saved us all more times than we can count. You saved Fu and Karen, and me and you. I'm not talking about that, Sakura, Naruto said, stopping her. Look at what happened with Jiraiya. If it wasn't for Kakuzu and the others coming, I would have been taken back to Konoha. Or recently, look at Tenzo. If Kimimaro wasn't there, I'd be dead. Naruto said, no matter how much I train or how many hearts I get, I'm not strong enough. Heck, according to Orochimaru, there's a group of S-class ninja who are hunting down Jinchuriki like me and Fu. And I'd just like to point out that one of those ninja killed Zabuza and nearly killed my dad, Karen said, referring to Itachi. Naruto, we've always been targets to other people, and we've been fine so far, Haku said, speaking up, and Naruto looked at her. But what if they find out where we live? Naruto said, speaking up. Do you think I can protect Mie and Toka if we have an entire army against us? Naruto rubbed his hands through his hair and spoke. I got word from one of Orochimaru's spies that bastard Jiraiya is going to be training a special group in order to hunt us down. Naruto said, exasperated. We are 14 against an entire village that actively wants revenge on me personally. And we can't hide behind Dodo forever. He has 400 ninja versus Konoha's thousands and more are getting trained every day. Naruto said, we don't have the skills or the manpower. Well, what else can we do, Naruto? Hinata said. Naruto looked at her and spoke. I'm going to get more power, and I'm not talking about jutsu, Naruto said as he raised his finger in the air. There's only one thing more powerful than a jutsu, one thing that can keep an entire village at bay. Well, don't keep us in the dark, Kurenai said. What is it? Political power, Naruto said, making them all confused, in particular clan status and a village. Why do you think no one wants to invade Konoha or Kumo? It's because they have thousands of ninja, a large chunk of land and a village to back them up, Naruto said, and that's what I need to protect us. You want us to join a village? Shizune asked, and Naruto shook his head. No, we're not going to join a village, Naruto said with a smile. We're going to get a village. Everyone went wide-eyed at this and spoke. We've seen how crooked the hidden villages are. Look at Konoha, Taki and Kusa, all three villages are rotten to the core, Naruto said, but it doesn't have to be that way. Me, Kakuzu, Sasori, Orochimaru and Dodo have all been planning this for a while now, and with our combined power, we can do it, Naruto said. I will bring Hashirama's dream to life and create an era of peace, and along with that I will protect those I love and cherish the most. Naruto, have you lost your mind? Sakura asked as a legitimate question. How on earth do you plan on doing this? There's no way you can create your own country from nothing. Naruto looked at her and let out a small chuckle. What's so funny? Sakura asked. Who said anything about creating a country? Naruto said with a smile. I was planning on stealing one. Before Sakura, Hinata or anyone else was able to ask a question, Naruto began to walk out. Just keep an eye on the news, and you'll see what I'm talking about, he said. Fu, Karen, Anko, let's go, I don't want to be late. Right behind you, Fu said as she followed behind Naruto. Later, Kurenai, Anko said, waving to her friend. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Watch over my mom and my sister for me, Karen said as she followed the others out. Hey, wait a minute, Haku shouted as the door closed. They didn't even say where they were going. They're not serious, are they? Shizune said with worry in her voice. 3 days later, outside Takigakure, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Fu, Tsunade, Fubuki, Roga, Mizur and Anko. Naruto was standing on a hill with Kakuzu, Tsunade and Fu overlooking Taki, which was several miles away. Fu had an angry look on her face as the hatred for her former village began to bubble to the surface. Naruto turned to them and spoke. Remember, my love, we need this village mostly intact, he said, and Fu nodded. I've been waiting for this for nearly 8 years now, Fu said, clenching her fists. They treated me like garbage, and as a weapon, it's time they feel a little bit of what I've felt for all these years. I have no love for this village, it betrayed me and destroyed my honor, Kakuzu said, narrowing his eyes, although I'm sure emptying the village's reserves will help me fill the void. Greedy as always, Kakuzu, Naruto said, take all the money you want, I don't care. Naruto turned to Tsunade and spoke. You too, Tsunade, you deserve a little compensation, you can buy as much booze and gamble to your heart's content. Tsunade looked to Naruto and smirked. I quit drinking and gambling months ago, brat, Tsunade said, surprising Naruto. I'm here for you. Thanks Tsunade, Naruto said before turning around and looking at Fubuki, Anko, Roga, Mizer and over 400 snow and sound ninja gathered and hiding in the forest behind them. You guys ready to begin? Naruto asked and Roga nodded. We'll be awaiting the signal, Roga said and Naruto nodded. I'm ready to kick ass and take names, Anko said getting up and cracking her neck. I couldn't care less about reasons or grudges, all I care about is the fight. Fubuki walked up to Naruto and gave him a kiss on the lips before backing up and smiling. I'll follow you anywhere, she said and Naruto smiled. Thanks Fubuki, Naruto said as he bit his thumb drawing blood. Naruto went through hand signs before slamming his hand onto the ground and a puff of smoke erupted. A large snow owl the size of a horse appeared and Naruto jumped onto its back and looked to Fu and Fubuki. Alright ladies, let's fly, he said. Fu's wings popped out of her back and began to flutter. Fubuki and 50 other snow ninja activated their chakra armor's wings as they got ready. Let's get going, Naruto said as the snow owl he was riding took flight. Fubuki and the flight-capable snow ninja all took off after Naruto as they began to fly into the clouds towards Taki. Kakuzu seeing this said nothing as he turned around to Roga and spoke. Get the others ready and let's get moving, Kakuzu said as he and the remainder of the force all began to move to the outskirts of Taki. Chapter 55. In the skies above Taki, with Naruto, Fu and Fubuki. Naruto, Fu, Fubuki and the rest of the snow ninja were flying in the air towards Taki to begin their assault. Naruto on the back of the giant snow owl was looking through a pair of binoculars at the village down below. So far the village wasn't as busy as he thought it was as it was still early in the day. This would make what was about to happen a lot easier as this meant they will be caught completely off guard. Putting away his binoculars Naruto looked over to Fu who was flying off to his left and spoke. Alright Fu, you remember the plan right? Naruto shouted and Fu looked over to him and nodded. Yeah, begin in the furthest part of the village, away from the civilian population but close enough for the shinobi to come over, Fu said and Naruto nodded. Exactly, once you begin, that'll be the signal for me, Fubuki and the others to begin our part of the plan, Naruto said, be safe okay. Alright Naruto, good luck, Fu said as she peeled off from the group and began flying towards a largely empty part of the village towards the west. You sure this is going to work? Fubuki asked Naruto as she flew a little closer, I mean. Will they take the bait? Naruto looked at her and gave her a nod and a smile. Trust me, it'll have its effect, he said. With Fu. Fu landed in the western part of the village away from any prying eyes and hid in the woods. After looking around for a few minutes she found a spot and sat down and got into a meditative position. She closed her eyes and made a hand sign and began to focus her chakra and her senses. Hopefully this will work. That all Chizuko said it will, Fu thought as she began to go through hand signs. Chome, are you ready to do this? Yes child, Chome said from within Fu's mind. This village's corruption and malice will end today, I am ready for this. Alright Chome, let's do this Fu thought as she finished her long series of hand signs. Release. With Shibuki. Shibuki was in the main of Taki in an early meeting with the village council and several retired shinobi totaling 24 in all. The past few years have not been good for Taki. First was the disappearance of Fu the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails during her transport to Konoha. Shibuki and his late father was against the idea seeing it as cruel and unfair to the young girl. However the council overruled them and sent her to Konoha anyways because the third Hokage basically strong-armed them into compliance. Then it was the theft of the hero's water, a scroll of forbidden jutsu and an entire month's worth of money shortly afterwards which resulted in several deaths. To add insult to injury a few months ago Fu was discovered to have helped Orochimaru and Suna attack Konoha which weakened relations with them, and now Konoha was breathing down their necks for assistance. We do not have the manpower to assist Konoha, Shibuki said. Lord Danzo must accept that we cannot help them, if we do. If we don't assist them then we'll be on our own, a council member said cutting him off. We have failed Konoha time after time and they're not sure why they even bother. Danzo is considering breaking the alliance we made with the first Hokage and leaving us behind, the councilman said. What is to stop Kusa, or Kami forbid Iwa from attacking us? We have no chance in winning a war, we are not as powerful as we used to be. Well you should have thought of that before you sent Fu off to Konoha, Shibuki said, and now she's in the wind and we have no way of finding her. As soon as he said that there was a large explosion that rocked the entire building and Shibuki and the others stood up in alarm. Shibuki and everyone present ran outside. Upon exiting the building everyone looked to the west and looked in horror at what they saw. Off to the west was the Seven Tails in its full glory. The massive seven-tailed rhinoceros beetle made the village look puny. The beetle began to charge up a large black orb at the tip of its horn. Okami no, Shibuki said as the Seven Tails launched the tailed beast bomb to the east side of the village. The giant black ball flew over their heads and went to the eastern wall. As it impacted the wall there was a loud boom that shook the ground and knocked Shibuki and the others over. After a few seconds Shibuki got to his feet breathing heavily as fear and adrenaline. GGG, Shibuki stuttered out before swallowing hard, get every ninja in the village to the west and stop that thing. And get me the Anbu commander, we have to evacuate the civilians, Shibuki said as he ran back inside the building with the others. Unseen by any of them Naruto and his snow owl landed on the roof of the building. Naruto dismounted the bird as it puffed into smoke and crouched down. Alright then, time to get to work, Naruto thought as he began to sneak across the roof to gain access to the building. With Kakuzu, Tsunade, Roga, Mizer and Anko. Kakuzu was waiting with the others a little bit away from the eastern wall of the village when the explosion happened. He and the others shielded their eyes as dust and debris covered the area. Upon the explosions dying down Kakuzu looked at the devastation in awe at what he saw. Nearly half a mile of the eastern wall was destroyed and smoking from the Biju bomb. Kakuzu shook his head in disbelief. How the hell did I survive fighting Hashirama when he tamed that thing by himself? He thought. Kakuzu refocused on the task at hand and looked to Tsunade, Roga and Anko. Let's move in and take the objectives, Kakuzu said and the three nodded. I'll head to the armory. Me and Anko will head to the hospital, Tsunade said and Anko nodded. Sounds good to me, Anko said with a smile. Me and Mizer will keep a foothold at the opening and take on anyone who tries to plug the gap, Roga said and Mizer who was beside him nodded. Very well, let's go, Kakuzu said as he and the entire invasion force began to rush towards the opening created by the Biju bomb. At the wall there were over 24 Taki ninja trying to recover from what happened. All of those where the explosion originated were killed instantly. Some who were further away were either killed from the debris or being thrown through the air. Out of the 24 or so who were still alive less than half were able to walk. What the fuck was that? A Taki ninja shouted as he got to his feet and looked at the massive chunk of wall that was missing. After stumbling forward for a few seconds he saw movement at the wall and he spoke. Hey, survivors. The Taki ninja began to slowly run towards the movement of people only to stop couple dozen yards away. None of the ninja wore Taki clothing, nor were they stopping to look for survivors. What is it? Came a voice from behind him. The ninja turned and saw a squad of 9 Taki ninja approaching. The squad stopped as well and gaped in fear at what they saw. The Taki ninja turned around and began to speak. It's a Inva, the Taki ninja began until something shot out and grabbed him by the neck. Kakuzu launched his arm towards the Taki ninja using his threads to control the limb. The arm grabbed the ninja by the throat and using all his strength Kakuzu proceeded to crush this throat. Kakuzu swung the ninja's body around using it as a weapon and crashed him into another ninja sending him flying. Seeing this the other Taki ninja took out kunai and looked at Kakuzu. Get that bastard, one of the ninjas shouted and they all charged towards him. Kakuzu seeing this recalled his arm and it reconnected to his body. As soon as he did so he went through hand signs and stopped a couple yards away. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Kakuzu fired a stream of fire that took the shape of a dragon and went towards the squad of ninja. The Taki ninja seeing the fire jutsu coming towards them all attempted to scatter and avoid the attack. 6 of the ninja were able to avoid the jutsu but 3 were unable to move in time and they were all hit by the fire jutsu. The 3 ninja were ignited and began to shout and scream as the fire engulfed them. Kakuzu turned his attention towards one of the groups of 3 and charged towards them. One of them saw Kakuzu coming and shouted. You son of a bitch, the ninja shouted as he charged towards Kakuzu. The ninja slashed with his kunai and Kakuzu seeing this hardened his body. Kakuzu raised his arm and the kunai hit it with a loud clang and the ninja went wide-eyed. Kakuzu quickly twisted his arm and grabbed the monk's wrist. With a quick movement Kakuzu snapped the arm, breaking it and making the bones pop out. The ninja began to scream in pain but was quickly silenced by a punch to the head from Kakuzu. The punch caved in the monk's skull causing a brain bleed and Kakuzu proceeded to kick the ninja away before rushing towards the other 2. The other 2 ninjas seeing their friend die, charged Kakuzu and Kakuzu was more than ready to kill them. One of the ninjas sent a stab towards Kakuzu and Kakuzu dodged to the side. Kakuzu countered the attack with a hand chop aimed towards the back of the ninja's neck. The chop hit the ninja and with the hardening of Kakuzu's body the attack broke the monk's spine and severed his brain stem. The last ninja rushed Kakuzu and began to send a series of fast slashes towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu began to dodge the attacks with ease and made a hand sign. As the Taki ninja continued to attack Kakuzu a earth spike shot out of the ground and impaled him through the gut. The Taki ninja coughed out a large glob of blood before dying and Kakuzu turned around to see the other group of Taki ninja. The other group was scared stiff in fear of Kakuzu and were not sure what to do. Before they could make a move a volley of ice shards ripped through the men tearing them apart. Kakuzu looked to where that attack came from and saw Roga standing there holding his hand sign. Roga looked over to Kakuzu with a smirk on his face. "Don't you have an armory to take, Kakuzu?" Roga said, and Kakuzu grunted in annoyance. "Stay out of my way," Kakuzu said as he ran off, slightly annoyed that Roga assisted him even though there was no reason to. With Fu and Chome. Fu was inside Chome looking through the eyes of her biju as Chome went on a rampage in the western part of the village while slowly approaching the central part of the village. Looking through Chome's eyes, Fu saw as hundreds of Taki ninja frantically attempted to stop the biju. "Wow, there are a bunch of them down there," Fu said inside of Chome's mind. "I say nearly half of the village's ninja are trying to stop you." "They won't be able to, my child," Chome said as one of its tails swung down, destroying a building, collapsing it and crushing anyone who was inside. "There is no Hashirama Senju, no fourth Hokage and no Uchiha here. The only people who could stop me is Naruto and Kakuzu. Just remember, Chome, we got to keep this show going as long as possible," Fu said inside of Chome. "We need to make it look as real as possible." "But of course," Chome said before flapping its wings and rising into the air above the battlefield. "I will do that to the best of my abilities." Chome flew nearly 100 feet into the air before coming down full force. The impact shook the ground, making the ninja down below fall over or get thrown back due to the shock wave. With Tsunade and Anko. The shock wave nearly took Anko off of her feet as she stumbled for a second before she continued running with Tsunade. "Holy hell, in a hand basket, Fu and her buddy are really tearing it up over there," Anko said, and Tsunade looked at her. "Now you know what it was like for Konoha when the Nine Tails attacked," Tsunade said as she continued running with Anko. "Lucky for the both of us, we were not there at the time." Tsunade, Anko and their team of snow and sound ninja were running towards the hospital of Taki in order to take it over. With Fu and the Seven Tails wreaking havoc in the west and the snow and sound ninja in the east, Tsunade knew there's going to be casualties. She deduced that taking over the hospital would be strategically important so they can capture any ninja who showed up either wounded or bringing wounded, not to mention it'll also deny them a vital part of their village. As Tsunade led Anko and her group of snow ninja towards the hospital, she saw a group of Taki Chunin rushing towards them. Anko, seeing this, took out a kunai. "Allow me, Lady Tsunade, I can handle them," Anko said, but Tsunade shook her head. "No, let me," Tsunade said as she dashed ahead before jumping into the air. Tsunade raised her leg into the air and with a roar came down, kicking the earth with an axe kick. The force of the kick caused the ground to shake and a large cavern to open up and head towards the Chunin. The Chunin all paused and attempted to avoid the attack but were too slow as the cavern parted at their feet. The Chunin fell into the deep dark cavern and Tsunade along with her group bypassed it. Anko whistled in astonishment and spoke. "Hot damn, that's some power," Anko said, and Tsunade smirked and looked at her. "And believe it or not, I was the least combat-oriented of my team," Tsunade said, and Anko looked at her. "Sensei was the professor, Jiraiya was a seal and ninjutsu expert, and Orochimaru was good at kenjutsu and summoning expert. So I focused solely on taijutsu and medical ninjutsu," Tsunade said, "but I'm sure I can give that old pervert a good fight." After running for a few more minutes, Tsunade, Anko and their ninja saw the hospital up ahead and Tsunade turned around and spoke. "Okay, the hospital is up ahead, stay alert," Tsunade ordered her ninja. "And no unnecessary killing of patients and wounded," Tsunade said with a death glare. "Disobey this order. And I will kill you without hesitation." The ninja behind her all nodded in both understanding and fear. The snow and sound ninja had great fear of their respective leaders and Tsunade was giving them the same amount. Scary, Anko thought as she continued running. Up ahead there were two Taki ninja guarding the front gate to the hospital. Anko took out two kunai just as the ninja realized who was coming their way. "Enemy ninja," one of the Taki ninja shouted as he and his partner took out a kunai each. Anko threw both kunai at the same time towards the enemy ninja. The one who shouted was able to block the projectile, but his partner was hit in the right eye, piercing his brain and killing him. Anko closed the distance as the other ninja rushed forward to engage her. Upon reaching each other ninja, he took a swing at her with his kunai. Anko in a swift, fluid motion used her left hand to grab the arm, swinging at her, stopping the attack. Anko then sent a fast kick to the ninja's genital area, breaking his stance and leaving him vulnerable. Anko used her other hand to grab the mont's arm. She proceeded to break his wrist, disabling and disarming him of his weapon. Before the pain could register to the ninja, Anko grabbed the kunai and sent it into the mont's neck, making him gag and gargle as blood began to fill his throat. "Good work, Anko," Tsunade said as she and the other reached her. Tsunade turned around and looked to the ninja following her. "All right, people, secure the hospital. Enemy reinforcements could be coming soon. Keep your eyes open." "Yes, ma'am," said the lead ninja, a Jonin from Oto. "You heard the woman. Move out." The other sound and snow ninja ran past her to enter the hospital. Enko, with me, Tsunade ordered as she began to walk into the building. Let's find the medical director, I need to see if I can get his cooperation. Enko smirked and nodded. Oh. I can be very persuasive, Enko said as she began to walk with Enko. With Shibuki and the Taki Council. Shibuki and the Taki Council were in the building with 8 Taki Anbu. Due to the small size of the village, the Anbu were not as big as Konoha or any other of the big villages, but they were still on par in terms of skill. Shibuki was looking at the Anbu commander and 5 of his subordinates as 2 were guarding the entrance to the room. Shibuki then began to speak. Commander, I need you and your Anbu to fight off the 7 tails and assist in evacuating the civilians, he said, and the commander nodded. Yes sir, the Anbu said with a nod. I'll take all but one of my men. One of my Anbu is more than capable to help organize an evacuation. Shibuki nodded at this and spoke. Good, now then let's, Shibuki began, but the Anbu commander raised a finger and stopped him. Commander, we're under attack at the front door. An Anbu over the commander's radio shouted as the commander listened. One enemy ninja, short, blonde and GAAAH. The radio died after a short scream and the commander went on alert. Lord Shibuki, we have a problem. Stay here and boom, the Anbu commander began until a loud boom interrupted him. Outside the large iron door to the council room a continuous rumble continued until it hit the door. The councilmen all huddled behind the Anbu while some of those who were prior ninja got into defensive stance. A boom hit the door and Shibuki began to shake. Shibuki reached down and took out a kunai with a shaky hand. Another boom hit the door and the Anbu all took out their swords ready to fight whoever was on the other side. A loud crash echoed and the 2 iron doors were sent flying into the room at high speed. One door hit one of the Anbu full force, splattering him into pieces, while another hit a councilman's head, decapitating him. "Ah shit, who did I kill?" Naruto asked as he walked into the room. Behind him was a large column made of wood that Naruto used as a battering ram. Crap, I better have not killed the leader of this village, that would suck. Naruto looked around and saw 5 Anbu, some councilmen and a young guy wearing a tacky forehead protector. Naruto saw he was shaking and he pointed to Shibuki. "Hey dude, which one of these guys is the head honcho here? I need to chat with him." Shibuki swallowed hard, shaking like a leaf. He may be the leader of the village, but he was not a great warrior like his father was. Shibuki through fear raised his hand and Naruto went wide-eyed. "You. Oh, thank Kami, just the guy the first need to see," Naruto said with a smile before looking at the others. "Hey everyone, if you guys can just leave, I need to talk to whatever that guy's name is." "No way," the Anbu commander said as he pointed his sword at Naruto. "We will not let you harm Lord Shibuki." Naruto groaned in annoyance. "Does he speak for the rest of you?" Naruto asked and the other Anbu and some council members nodded. "Oh well, can't say I didn't try." Naruto clapped both of his hands together and made a ram hand sign. "Wood style, punji stake impalement," he shouted. In front of Naruto, thin wooden spikes began to shoot towards Shibuki and the others, and the Anbu commander shouted, "Scatter," the commander shouted as he grabbed Shibuki and he and his Anbu jumped away. The council members were too slow or unable to move and the wooden spikes began to impale them multiple times. Some were killed instantly while others were screaming as they got hit. "Alright, the assholes who tried to send food to Konoha are dead," Naruto thought, not even caring he killed nearly 24 people without batting an eye. Naruto looked up and saw the Anbu and Shibuki standing on the ceiling out of range of his attack. "Alright, wanna surrender now?" Naruto asked, hoping they'll take his warning. "Get him," the Anbu commander shouted as he and his men jumped down to attack Naruto. Naruto used his body-hardening jutsu and got into a defensive stance. The first Anbu landed in front of Naruto and swung his sword at him. Naruto raised his arm and the sword hit his hand before snapping in half. The Anbu went wide-eyed at his sword shattering and seeing Naruto smile. Naruto using his other fist sent a punch straight towards the Anbu's masked face. His hardened fist smashed through the mask, broke the Anbu's nose and knocked him out cold. 2 other Anbu landed to Naruto's right and left and both swung their swords at Naruto's neck and legs, coming from both the front and the back. Naruto put his hand out in front of himself to block the strike to his neck and made a hand sign with his free hand. Naruto created a wood column and hit the ninja, aiming at his legs with it. The ninja was sent skidding back across the ground. At the same time, Naruto caught the other sword and sent a punch towards the other Anbu, who jumped away at the last minute leaving his sword. The Anbu landed and went through hand signs. "Water style, black rain jutsu," he shouted. A black mist erupted from his body and went above him and Naruto. Suddenly the black cloud began to rain onto Naruto and Naruto felt it and it didn't feel like water. "Huh, what the?" Naruto began until a ball of fire hit him from behind. Naruto was set ablaze and the ninja Naruto knocked away. The ninja fired a small fire jutsu towards Naruto, igniting the liquid which turned out to be a flammable oil. The Anbu commander, Shibuki and the fourth remaining Anbu landed and looked at the fire. The Anbu commander let out a sigh of relief at the sight. Suddenly 2 arms shot out of the fire and grabbed the 2 Anbu. The arms were being controlled by threads and they clenched the Anbu by their necks. With a fling the 2 Anbu were tossed across the room towards the Anbu commander and his subordinate. The commander ducked at the last minute as his comrade flew over his head and crashed into the wall. The other Anbu was hit dead on by his comrade and was knocked out. Wow, for Anbu you guys kind of suck. Naruto's voice sounded in the fire as the arms went back. Naruto rushed out of the fire smoking like a log but apparently unharmed as he rushed the Anbu commander. The commander put his sword in his left hand before focusing chakra into his right. Water style. Water cutting sword. The Anbu commander shouted as a sword made of water formed in his palm. Naruto made a hand sign and turned his gold rings and bracelet into 2 small daggers. Naruto slashed at the Anbu commander who used his swords to block the attacks. Both Naruto and the commander began to slash at each other at a fast speed and Shibuki swallowed hard. I got to do something, Shibuki thought before making a hand sign and creating a water sword of his own and charging in. The Anbu commander sent a stab towards Naruto with his water sword and the attack actually cut Naruto's hardened body leaving a small cut on his left pectoral muscle. Naruto winced before he saw Shibuki rushing towards him. Naruto smiled at this. Just a little closer, Naruto thought as Shibuki was only a few feet away. Now. Wood style. Splinter shrapnel, Naruto shouted before exploding into thousands of wooden splinters. The splinters shot out hitting both Shibuki and the Anbu commander with splinters. The wood pierced their muscles and tore their flesh but did not kill them as they fell to the ground too wounded to continue fighting. The ground began to crack and a hand shot out. Naruto rose from the ground, his cloths heavily burned from the fire jutsu. How do you like that, my own personal jutsu? Naruto said with a smile as he looked at the wounded ninja on the ground. Yeah, it took a while but I finally got it down, although if I wanted to I could have killed you with it. Lord Shibuki, the Anbu commander groaned as he looked to his leader. Don't hurt him, Shibuki said to Naruto, please, kill me instead. Shibuki was scared out of his mind but was trying to save the life of his Anbu commander. I'm not killing you, you dumbass, Naruto said as he walked over and crouched next to the wounded Shibuki. I just want to talk is all. Talk, Shibuki said, barely able to stay conscious. About what? Naruto smirked and patted his shoulder. About our new partnership, Naruto said, making Shibuki go wide-eyed. The Anbu commander, unable to fight, just looked on confused. Who the hell is this guy? The commander thought. At the armory, with Kakuzu. Someone kill this bastard already, Ataki shouted as he and his dozen or so comrades tried to stop Kakuzu from entering deeper into the armory. Kakuzu was holding Ataki ninja by the neck and with a fast and hard squeeze crushed his windpipe before tossing him aside. Pathetic, the quality of ninja in this village is even lower than I expected, he said as he continued walking forward. Fuck you freak, Ataki Chunin shouted as he went through hand signs. Fire style. Majestic flames jutsu. The Chunin fired a stream of fire that filled the entire hallway where Kakuzu was coming from. Kakuzu seeing this went through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough, he said before launching a wind jutsu towards the oncoming fire. Kakuzu's wind jutsu mixed with the fire jutsu increasing its power and sending it back towards the Taki ninja. Oh shit, one of the Taki ninja shouted as the fire approached. With no way of escape, the fire incinerated the group of ninja, leaving nothing behind. Kakuzu continued to walk through the burning hallway deeper into the armory. So far he's killed over 24 ninja trying to get weapons to fight the Seven Tails. Kakuzu let out a sigh as he walked around a corner. This is way below my pay grade, Kakuzu thought as he walked. Suddenly a Taki ninja hidden on the ceiling jumped down trying to land on Kakuzu to kill him. However, without looking up, Kakuzu balled his fist and raised his hand above his head, launching his arm towards the ninja. The punch hit the ninja in the gut and sent him rocketing up back towards the ceiling. The ninja smacked the ceiling, cracking his head open and dying instantly. The dead ninja's body fell back towards the ground and landed just behind Kakuzu in a loud, wet, splat. Naruto and the others better hurry up. Patience is not one of my virtues, Kakuzu thought as he continued his one-man rampage through the armory. With Fubuki. Fubuki and the other flying snow ninja were flying above Fu and the Seven Tails. Even though they were high in the air, they could see the battle raging down below. Explosions and jutsu dotted the battlefield. Ninja ran around like a disturbed ant colony and the Seven Tails just continued to stomp and swing its tails around. Wow, Fu had that thing in her the entire time. Fubuki thought, I wonder how but Naruto's 9 tails is. Fubuki continued to look around until she saw a large force moving in from the east. Fubuki took her binoculars and saw it was the force of Snow and Sound ninja rushing in. Alright people, party time. Fubuki shouted as she put away her binoculars and took out a scroll. Let's shake these people up. Fubuki and the other ninja got into small formations before beginning their attack. Fubuki along with two fellow ninja began to dive down towards where the Taki ninja were. Fubuki could feel the cold wind in her face and going around her goggles as she gained speed. On my mark, Fubuki shouted as she and her two wingmen continued towards the ground. Now, Fubuki and the other two opened their scrolls, revealing seals. Dozens of kunai with paper bombs began to fall out and head towards the amassed ninja down below. With Fu and Chomei. Fu was looking through Chomei's eyes as the bombs began to fall all around her. Chomei stopped the rampage as the Taki ninja began blowing up and were getting confused as to how they were getting attacked. That must be Fubuki, Fu said inside Chomei's mind, which means, Fu thought as Chomei began to look around. Off to the east there was a large force of snow and sound ninja approaching. Well child, it looks like our work here is done, Chomei thought as the Biju proceeded to begin flapping its insect wings. Chomei began flying to the eastern side of the village where it launched the Biju bomb earlier. After flying for 2 minutes, Chomei saw the gap in the village walls and landed in a clearing nearby. Okay Fu, let's do this, Chomei thought. Fu nodded and made a hand sign and began to focus her chakra as she began to get a greenish glow around her. Roga, Mizer and the others guarding the opening in the village's walls looked in awe as in a flash of green light the seven tails vanished. Roga and Mizer were shielding their eyes from the light before moving their hands. Upon doing so, Roga and Mizer both saw Fu standing in the middle of the clearing with all the vegetation around her gone. She stood only for a few seconds until collapsing. Roga and Mizer both ran over and Mizer took out a scroll and opened it. In a puff of smoke a blanket appeared and in an instant he wrapped up Fu in the blanket and picked her up. I guess turning into a giant beetle takes a lot out of you, Mizer said and Roga chuckled. I guess so, Roga said as several more snow ninja ran up. Form a perimeter around Fu, we need to protect her until the village is pacified. Once the fighting has died down we will take her to Lady Tsunade, Roga said and the others nodded. Yes sir, one of the snow ninja said as they all got into a defensive formation around the unconscious Jinchuriki. 2 hours later, at the hospital, with Kakuzu, Fu, Tsunade and Fubuki. Biwa, Fu vomited into a bucket as she sat in the courtyard of the hospital. Okami, she said as she wiped her mouth. Fu was sitting in a chair with an IV in her arm and Tsunade behind her with her hands glowing with medical chakra. Let it all out, Tsunade said in a soothing voice, your body is adjusting itself, undoing your seal before redoing it takes a lot out of you. I feel awful, Fu said breathing hard, I never want to do that again. You might need to one day girl, Kakuzu said leaning up against a tree away from the others, there may be an enemy that you cannot defeat on your own, so you better learn to use that Biju's power more effectively. Don't listen to him Fu, Fubuki said patting her shoulder, you did great. Hey guys, came Naruto's voice, everyone turned and saw Naruto walking up and they noticed his cloths were burnt. What happened to your cloths? Tsunade asked and Naruto looked to her. Fire jutsu, Naruto said simply before looking at Fu, hey babe, how are you? Biwa, Fu interrupted by vomiting into the bucket again. Oh god that sounded chunky, Naruto said grossed out a little, Fu spit into the bucket before looking at Naruto. Thanks jerk, Fu said with a pout. Naruto leaned in and gave her a kiss on the forehead. How'd everything go, did you find Shibuki, is he still alive? Yeah he's alive, just like you wanted, Naruto said crossing his arms. He's lucky he was nice to you when you lived here, otherwise I would have killed him. Where's Anko, Roga and Mizer? Naruto asked and Kakuzu spoke up. Counting the prisoners we took, Kakuzu said before walking over, roughly half of the village's ninja are dead, another quarter are wounded, the rest are under armed guard. Glad to hear it, Naruto said. Naruto opened his mouth to speak again but before he could a puff of smoke erupted and a snow owl appeared. Lord Naruto, a message from Lord Sasori, the owl said and Naruto looked at the owl and spoke. Sasori, is he done with his mission too? Naruto asked and the owl nodded. Yes Lord Naruto, it went well, the owl said. Flashback 3 hours earlier outside Kusa, with Sasori, Karen, Kimimaro and the Sound 5. Sasori, Karen and Kimimaro were all looking at the village of Kusa from a hilltop. Karen had a scowl on her face as she looked down at her former village. Kusa was surrounded by walls much like any other village but surrounding it there was a large grass plain which was open and provided no cover. This place again, Karen said with barely controlled anger, this is the place where mom was treated like a slave. Where they wanted me to be a slave. Calm yourself Karen, Sasori said patting her shoulder, you will have your retribution soon enough. Sasori looked over to Kimimaro and spoke. Is it ready? Sasori asked and Kimimaro nodded. I believe so, Kimimaro said as he turned and saw Tayuya, Neji, Jirobo and Kitamaru standing at the edges of a large 5-pointed seal painted on the ground. Can we hurry the fuck up? I wanna go to Taki and hang out with Naruto, Tayuya said and Kimimaro looked at her. What a vulgar woman you are, Kimimaro said and Tayuya got a tick mark. Let's begin the jutsu. Very well, Neji said as he cracked his knuckles. This is the first step, Neji thought. Kimimaro and the others all outstretched their arm before simultaneously beginning their long set of hand signs. Sasori and Karen looked on as they went through dozens of hand signs. Finally they all stopped and slammed their hands on the edges of the seal. Summoning jutsu, the sound 5 shouted as a large puff of smoke appeared. Karen went wide-eyed at what she saw. Almost 100 men and women wearing prison uniforms were standing in the middle of the seal. Some were muttering to themselves while some rocked on the floor and others stared off into space. What the hell is this? Karen asked and Kimimaro looked at her. Lord Orochimaru's failed experiments, Kimimaro said before looking back at the crowd. A large orange-haired boy walked up to Kimimaro and spoke in a soft tone. Hello Kimimaro, the boy said. Hello Jugo, Kimimaro said. Am I going to kill people now? Jugo asked like it was normal, which made Karen shudder as this Jugo boy was giving her the creeps. Yes, you are, Kimimaro said. I'll be there to stop you when we are done. Okay, Jugo said and Kimimaro nodded. Now to begin, Kimimaro said as he made a hand sign. All of the test subjects began to scream as their curse marks began to glow and spread across their bodies. Karen and Sasori looked on as the test subject turned into their final curse mark forms. Kimimaro, Tayuya, Kitamaru and Jirobo all activated their curse marks as well as they took their final forms. Shall we begin the assault? Kimimaro said and Sasori nodded. Yes we shall, Sasori said as he walked to the top of the hill again and took out a scroll, HMPH. It's been a while since I used this, ironically to do the exact same thing. Sasori tossed his cloak revealing his puppet body, opened a compartment in his right chest and opened the scroll. Red secret art, performance of 100 puppets, Sasori shouted. Puffs of smoke began to fill the air and chakra strings began to shoot out of his chest into the smoke. Karen's jaw dropped as she looked at what Sasori had summoned. Sasori had summoned out his 100 puppets, the same puppets he used to destroy Kono Kuni a long time ago. Amazing, Karen said before snapping out of her stupor. Karen pulled out a scroll of her own and opened it. 2 puffs of smoke appeared and Karen used her chains to control the puppets that appeared. Both were exact versions of the flame puppet that was destroyed by Kisame back during the search for Tsunade. Are you ready Karen? Sasori asked and Karen nodded. Yes, I'm ready, Karen said before taking a deep breath. Karen breathed out and in a cold voice spoke, let's wipe this damn village off the face of the earth. Chapter 56. Kusa Wall. 2 Kusa ninja were standing on the wall of their village as they stood guard, keeping an eye out for anyone or anything coming towards the village. One of the ninja walked over to his comrade and spoke. Can't believe we got this shift, the Kusa ninja said as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. How much longer do we got? The other ninja looked at his watch and spoke. 3 hours, he said with a sigh. As the 2 men talked, one of them realized there was someone walking towards the wall. Hey, look there. Both ninja looked out into the field and saw 2 people walking towards the wall. Who are those 2? The ninja asked and his friend squinted. I have no idea, they don't look like villagers, the Kusa ninja said. Get on the radio, we might have. The man was cut off when someone stepped behind them and both ninja turned around. They turned around just in time for a single puppet to whip out its swords and cut off their heads. Both of the headless corpses dropped to the ground before the puppet went back into the air. Sasori recalled his puppet back into the air as he walked with Karen towards the now undefended sector of the wall surrounding Kusa. 2 down, Sasori said into his radio around his neck, commence the attack. Suddenly from the ground behind both Sasori and Karen a large hole appeared and Kimimaro, Tayuya, Neji, Jirobo and Kitamaru all jumped out of the hole and began to walk behind Sasori and Karen. A few seconds later the test subjects from Orochimaru's lab ran out of the hole and began to charge towards the wall. The test subjects in their final curse mark forms ran towards the wall with reckless abandonment. They swarmed the wall like ants climbing up within seconds, letting out shouts and screams as they jumped off. Karen saw this and for a few seconds nothing happened. Suddenly from the other side of the wall there began a series of screams and shouts as alarms began to go off and the battle began. That was quick, Karen said in slight surprise. I thought we'd have more of a problem taking the wall and entering. Kusa was never really a significant threat to anyone, Sasori said coolly. They couldn't even take on Aim or Taki in their many conflicts, their ninja are nothing special. Karen nodded as she remembered Kusa ninja dying in droves during the war that was raging when she and her mother lived in the village. Never mind that, do you remember your objectives, he said. Yes we do, Kimimaro said. The test subject should be handling the citizens and the shinobi. We'll head to the hospital and put it out of commission and kill anyone who tries to stop us. Karen hearing this looked towards him and spoke. Not the babies or children, Karen stated, and Kimimaro and the others looked at her. If I hear about you killing babies, children or pregnant women, I'm telling Naruto. Tisk. What do you take us for? We're not that heartless, Yuya said, and Karen shot her a look. See you in a little while. Red. Kimimaro led Yuya, Jirobo and Kitamaru up the wall while Neji stayed behind. Karen, go and find the council and the village leaders. Neji should be able to assist you in more accurately finding them, Sasori said, and Karen nodded. I'll be on the wall controlling my puppets. Make it quick, I wish to have this done before dusk. Yes sir, Karen said before looking at Neji. Karen heard about Neji from Hinata and was wary about him, even so she had no choice but to work with him. Are you ready? Let's get going, Neji said. Karen and Neji both rushed forward and began running up the village walls, scaling it in a few seconds before disappearing into the village. Sasori activated the wings on his back and flew up towards the top of the wall and landed where the two dead Kusa ninja laid. Alright then, Sasori said as he brought down his 100 puppets, let's begin. With Karen and Neji. Karen was running through Kusa with her two puppets at her side and Neji bringing up her rear. All around them Orochimaru's experiments killed everyone they laid their eyes on. Numerous Kusa ninja attempted to stop them but they were easily swatted aside as their attacks were easily brushed off. Neji looked around slightly disturbed by the carnage as his Byakugan made him see everything going on around him. He saw one of the experiments grab a Kusa ninja with his claws before ripping him in half. Kami above, Neji said under his breath, this is barbaric in every sense of the word. Karen hearing this scoffed and continued running. These people stood by as me and my family were used by this village, Karen said to Neji, these people don't deserve any sympathy. Neji hearing this didn't seem convinced but he did not argue with her. They both ran for a few more minutes until Karen saw what she was looking for. The main building of the village where the village leader and the village council were most likely to be. There it is, the head shinobi and the council should be in there, Karen said and Neji spoke up. And if they're not? Neji asked and Karen spoke. Then we go door to door and find them, Karen said and Neji nodded. They use me and my family like objects, they must pay for what they did. Upon reaching the building both Karen and Neji jumped down to the streets below. None of the experiments had reached this part of the village so there were people gathered around the building trying to force their way in to gain shelter. A dozen Kusa ninja stood in front of the main doors trying to keep the civilians out and tried to restore order. People, calm down and go home, we are handling the problem right now, one of the ninjas said. Let us in, we have children, those monsters are only a few blocks away, the crowd shouted. We're handling it, we cannot have you all here so. The ninja began again until he looked at the back of the crowd and saw something that made his heart drop. He saw a red-haired girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and had two Suna puppets by her side. Wait. She looks familiar, he thought. Suddenly it clicked in his mind as he remembered the two red-haired women that ran away from the village several years ago. One of them was a little girl who wore glasses. The ninja pointed to the back of the crowd and shouted, "Someone get that," he began. Karen sent one of her puppets towards the ninja, the puppet flying over the crowd as in their panic they did not realize it happened. Karen activated the puppet's hidden blades within its wrists and ran through the ninja with both blades. The crowd which was screaming suddenly went silent as one of the village's ninja dropped dead from a puppet. Karen jumped over the crowd and landed next to her puppet and she brought both of her puppets in front of herself. The other Kusa ninja snapped out of their shock and one of them shouted, "Get her," he shouted as he and 6 of his comrades rushed towards her while taking out their kunai. Before they even got close Neji jumped and landed in front of the group of charging ninja and rushed towards them. Neji with his Byakugan activated sent a palm strike to the first ninja hitting him in the heart and killing him instantly. His comrade behind him seeing this sent a slash towards Neji but Neji ducked under the attack and sent 3 quick strikes to his body. Neji hit the ninja in his liver, spleen and stomach bursting all 3 organs and dropping him to the ground. 3 of the Kusa ninja attempted to attack Neji at the same time but Neji seeing this began to spin around as a dome of chakra appeared. Rotation, Neji shouted as all 3 ninja were hit by the jutsu and were sent flying back. Neji began to slow down and the last ninja seeing his other comrades be taken out threw a kunai at the back of Neji's head. Neji without looking caught the kunai and flung it backwards over his shoulder hitting the ninja in the neck with his own kunai. Karen meanwhile aimed both of her puppets towards the other group of Kusa ninja and before they could move Karen activated both of their flamethrowers and show multiple streams of fire towards them, setting them alight. The crowd seeing Neji and Karen kill 12 ninja in such a short period of time began to scream and scatter as they tried to run away from the carnage they just witnessed. Karen, seeing the people run away, looked to Neji and spoke. "Let's go inside," she said simply as she began to walk to the doors of the building. Neji nodded and began to follow until he heard the sounds of screaming behind him. Neji turned around and saw that several of the experiments made it to the area and began to attack the villagers. Neji felt unease as he saw men, women and children being torn aspartame in front of him. However, all he could do was push those feelings down and follow Karen inside. At the Kusa hospital, with Kimimaro, Tayuya, Jirobo and Kitamaru. Kimimaro shot the bones from his fingertips towards a three-man squad rushing down a hall to attack him. The 10 flying bone projectiles hit the ninja, going through their bodies and shredding their organs. 2 of the ninja died immediately, but the other one wasn't killed and kept charging towards him. Kimimaro brought out a bone sword, and when the ninja was in range he proceeded to slice the ninja's head off, sending both it and the body to the floor. Kimimaro looked behind himself and saw the bodies of those he's already slain lying on the ground behind him in pools of crimson blood. Most were ninja, either visiting, defending or current patients at the hospital. However, some were just regular civilians that got in the way, trying in vain to stop him. As he walked through the hallway there was a loud crash and something shot through the wall. Akusa came flying out of the wall from a powerful hit, and the large dent in his head showed he was dead. Jirobo stepped through the hole he created and looked over at Kimimaro. "How's things going on your end?" Jirobo asked, and Kimimaro spoke. "I've eliminated over 30 combatants so far," Kimimaro said, and Jirobo nodded. "I'm at about 20, Jirobo said before keying his mic. "Hey Kitamaru, how are you doing up there?" Kitamaru was on the roof of the hospital using his bow to snipe anyone approaching. "So far so good, I'm at 40. "Hold up," Kitamaru said as he loaded another arrow and pulled back his string. Kitamaru spotted a Kusa ninja missing an arm approaching the hospital. Kitamaru fired another arrow, hitting him in the head and decapitating him. 41 now, he said. Kimimaro and Jirobo, hearing this, nodded and continued through the hospital until their radios went off. "Kimimaro, Jirobo, get your asses to the 3rd floor. Wing B," Tayuya said over the radio, and both Kimimaro and Jirobo looked to a sign saying, "2nd floor, Wing A." "Looks like we're going up," Jirobo said, and Kimimaro nodded. Tayuya was standing behind a glass panel looking on with her arms crossed. In the hallway she was standing in there were multiple dead shinobi and doctors who tried to stop her. Behind the glass there were over 50 babies, ranging from newborns to babies that were a few days old. The babies were all crying as alarms and screams echoed through the hospital. "Kami, look at all those little shit machines," Tayuya said to herself as she looked at the crying babies. "Why the fuck would anyone want one of those things?" Tayuya heard some noise off to her side and she saw Kimimaro and Jirobo walking toward her. "Tayuya," Kimimaro said as he walked over and looked at what she was looking at, "I assume none of the children were hurt." Tayuya scoffed and spoke. "No, the little fuckers are fine," she said. "So what do we do now?" "We put a sleep genjutsu on them and seal them," Kimimaro said. "Karen is the second in command and she ordered that we do not hurt them." "Use your flute and put them to sleep," Kimimaro said, and Jirobo chuckled. "Looks like you finally found your calling, Tayuya," Jirobo said, and Tayuya looked at him with gritted teeth and a tick mark. "Fuck off, fat ass," Tayuya said as she took out her flute and opened the door and walked in. "Oh god, it fucking stinks like shit in here. Can you imagine her as a mother?" Jirobo said as he and Kimimaro looked through the glass as Tayuya played her flute and began her genjutsu. "No, I cannot," Kimimaro said as he pulled out a sealing scroll. "Let's move quick, we don't want to leave Lord Sasori waiting," he said as Tayuya finished her jutsu and the babies quieted down. Kimimaro and Jirobo both entered the room to prepare the babies for sealing. With Sasori. Ha. Jugo laughed down below as he crushed another Kusa ninja with his bare hands before swinging his lifeless corpse towards another ninja, hitting him dead on. "Come to me, come to your death." More Kusa ninja ran out into the street as they tried to gang up on Jugo and overwhelm him by sheer numbers. Flying above Jugo, Sasori looked down at this as he simultaneously controlled his puppets. What did Orochimaru do to that poor boy, or was he always that way? Sasori said to himself as he manipulated his puppets. Sasori looked away and saw a group of a dozen ninja rushing towards Jugo and his fellow experiments. Sasori manipulated 4 of his puppets and sent them down towards the group of ninja. Sasori's puppets were armed with swords, axes and a handsaw-like weapon and should make short work of the group of ninja. The Kusa ninja, unaware of the danger they were in, didn't look up as the puppets descended down towards them. It wasn't until the shadows covered their eyes did the ninja look up and see what was coming down towards them. The puppets opened their mouths and unleashed a shower of poison senbon down towards the ninja. The group scattered, but 3 were hit by the poison needles and fell to the ground, violently convulsing as the poison rushed through their systems. The puppets all hit the ground and flew towards the ninja, who were not prepared and not trained on how to battle puppets. One of the ninja attempted to attack the puppet like it was a living person, but all that amounted to was the puppet swinging its axe and decapitating him in a single stroke. Another puppet, one that wielded two swords, flew in between a group of 3 ninja and began to spin around swinging its blades. The result was the ninja being sliced up like they went into a blender as they fell to the ground in bloody chunks. "God damn it," a Kusa ninja shouted as he went through hand signs, fire style, flame whirlwind. Fire erupted around the ninja's body before it formed into a spiral and fired it towards the sword-wielding puppet. The puppet was too close to avoid the hit and was set ablaze by the fire jutsu. Sasori, unaffected by this, released the chakra string and let the burning puppet fall. Sasori refocused on his other 2 puppets and sent them in. The ninja who set the puppet on fire thought he was safe until out of the flames 2 more puppets flew towards him. The puppets each held one end of a large saw, and without stopping the puppets ran through the last group of Kusa ninja. The ninja who used the fire jutsu ducked under the blade, however his teammates weren't so lucky as they were bisected and sent to the ground. "Son of a bitch," the ninja shouted as he looked up and saw Sasori flying above him. "Come on. Kill me, give me your fucking worst." Sasori, without saying a word, pointed one of his arms at the ninja and opened his arm and pointed a cylindrical object towards him. With a soft thunk sound, Sasori launched a grenade at the ninja, hitting the ground in front of him. The resulting explosion blew up the ninja, killing him instantly as Sasori put up his weapon. "Fool," Sasori said as he brought back his puppets and continued to fly over the battlefield as the battle raged on. With Karen and Neji. Karen and Neji were moving their way through the main building of Kusa as they looked for the village leader and a council. Neji was using his Byakugan to see through the walls and avoid any ambushes, while Karen used her sensory abilities to scan around. As they both ran down a hallway, Neji took out a kunai and threw it as a Kusa Chunin appeared from around a corner. The Chunin was hit in the temple and killed instantly as he fell to the floor. Karen sent both of her puppets forward, and as they reached the corner and turned, they were face to face with 2 men wearing kimonos. The men were older and had graying black hair, but Karen recognized one of them as a council member. Activating the flamethrowers of her puppets, Karen unleashed a stream of fire towards the 2 men, setting them alight as they began to dance around in a panic as the flames consumed them. "Were either of those men council members?" Neji asked, and Karen looked at him. "One of them was. I couldn't give less of a damn about the other one though," Karen said to him as they continued making their way through the building. "Just keep moving." After running through the building for a few more minutes, Neji spotted something with his Byakugan. "I think I see something," Neji said. A large room with a dozen people inside, behind a large door and with 2 guards outside it. "Sounds like a good place to look," Karen said as she dragged her puppets along. "Lead the way." Neji nodded and he ran in front of Karen, leading her to the location. Neji rounded a corner, and at the end of a long hallway there was a large metal door guarded by 2 Kusa Jonin. The Jonin, seeing Neji, immediately whipped out their sword and rushed him. Neji waited until they were close before he unleashed his attack. One of the Jonin slashed at Neji, aiming for his head, but Neji slid under the blade, and as he passed him he sent a strike to his right calf, shutting down the chakra point and making him immobile. As Neji got back to his feet, there rushed the second ninja as he raised his sword above his head and attempted to slice Neji in half. However, Neji was a lot faster and quickly attacked by sending several strikes to his abdomen and chest, shutting down his chakra system and rupturing organs. Neji finished his attack by sending a kick to the head, sending the ninja to the ground. As he did so, the first Jonin, seeing his comrade get taken out by Neji, spun around and attempted to slash him from behind. Seeing this with his Byakugan, Neji leaned forward with the blade missing him by mere inches and sent a strike to his assailant's elbow, shutting down his arm. Neji followed up with a strike to the chest, bursting the mon's heart and killing him instantly. Karen, who was walking toward Neji, saw this, and Neji got to his feet and gestured towards the door. "All yours," Neji said, and Karen nodded. "Much appreciated," Karen said as she got ready. "I waited nearly 8 years for this." Inside the room, the head shinobi of the village was trying to calm down the village elders and the council. The attack happened right in the middle of a meeting and all of the men present were panicking. Most were old men and retired shinobi who haven't trained in years, so in effect the head shinobi was the only real threat inside the room. "Please calm down, everything is under control," the head shinobi said as he tried to calm down the room of panicking councilmen. "Our ninja will handle this threat and we'll re-establish order." "How the hell did this happen?" a councilman said, who was in charge of guarding against invaders. "Don't we have sentries on the wall?" "Like I said, we're handling the councilman began until he was cut off by the large metal door being blown off its hinges. The door hit the ground and 2 puppets went into the room. The puppets opened their mouths and pointed their arm nozzles at the gathered councilmen and proceeded to launch several streams of fire towards them. The head shinobi of the village jumped out of the way, but the group of old men were not as lucky as they were hit dead on by the blast and were set alight. When the shinobi landed, he was about to counter, but before he could, someone appeared in front of him. Neji got into a stance and attacked, 8 trigrams. 2 palms, he said before striking the head ninja twice. 4 palms, Neji attacked again, shutting down more of his chakra points. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, Neji continued as he continued to attack the head ninja. 32 palms, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The head shinobi flew back and hit the wall. All of his chakra points were shut down and he slumped against the wall. Neji looked on with no readable emotions and spoke. "He's all yours," Neji said. The head shinobi looked to who he was talking to and he went wide-eyed. Karen walked into the room as she let her puppets fall to the floor and walked over to where Neji was standing. "Thanks. Now step out for a little while. I need to do this alone," she said. Neji without saying a word walked out, leaving Karen alone with the head ninja of the village. Karen looked down to the head shinobi and spoke. "Do you remember me?" Karen asked and the head shinobi nodded. "I thought you were dead," he said, surprised, and Karen scowled. "I was rescued. Or liberated, depending on how some people see it," Karen said, and she went down to one knee to look the crippled shinobi in the eye. "You know. My mother was near death that night we got attacked, and if she died they would have used me as her replacement." Karen reached out and grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him towards her. "What kind of coward uses defenseless women like that, using us as nothing more than living IV bags?" Karen said. "We needed you to heal us," the shinobi said. "You were vital to our village," and he was interrupted by a punch to the face by Karen, who scowled even harder. "Vital to the village," Karen said in a sarcastic tone. "We were treated like outcasts, used for nothing more than our chakra. If it wasn't for that attack my mother would be dead, my sister would never be born. And I'd still be your slave." Karen stood back up and made a hand sign, and from her back 4 chakra chains appeared. "Now. It's time for my retribution," Karen said as she removed her glasses as to not get blood on them. 1 hour later, outside Kusa, with Sasori, Kimimaro, Tayuya, Jirobo and Kitamaru. Sasori stood with Kimimaro as they looked at Orochimaru's experiments. As they stood in the middle of a field, they were all vomiting and panting from exhaustion as their curse marks receded and they went back to normal. The only one who was not like this was Jugo, who just sat under a tree with his knees tucked to his chest. Behind them there was what was left of Kusa. The entire village was currently on fire due to Sasori and the experiments running amok. "How many do you think we killed?" Kimimaro asked Sasori, who looked at him and spoke. "Enough," Sasori said as he looked at the village. "It's safe to say that any survivors of this attack will be leaving this or soon. The hospital, power station, and everything else was destroyed. Trust me when I say this. Kusagakure is no more," Sasori said, and Kimimaro nodded. Sasori turned his attention to 2 figures making their way towards him. He realized it was Karen and Neji and lowered his guard. "Hello, father," Karen said as she stopped in front of him. "Is it done?" Sasori asked, and Karen nodded. "The head shinobi and the council are dead. There is no more leadership inside the village," Karen said, and Sasori nodded. "Very good, Karen," Sasori said as he patted her shoulder. As soon as he said that, Sasori heard the sounds of footsteps behind him and he turned around. "Kabuto, are you done?" Kabuto appeared in a swirl of leaves and Tayuya spoke. "Holy shit, when the fuck did you get here?" Tayuya asked as she walked up, and Kabuto chuckled. "I was here the whole time, just on a different mission," Kabuto said as he walked up to Sasori. "I raided the Kusa prison. 50 imprisoned ninja are now free and heading to Taki as ordered." "Good, looks like all objectives were taken," Sasori said as he pulled out a scroll and opened it, revealing a cloak to cover his body. "Karen, send word to Naruto that Kusa was taken. Kabuto, wait until your Oto forces arrive to secure what's left of the village." "Yes, Lord Sasori," Kabuto said with a smile. "Yes, father," Karen said as she opened a scroll and a poof of smoke erupted. A snow owl appeared and spoke. "Lady Karen, do you have a message?" the owl asked, and Karen nodded. "Yes, I do," Karen said as she took out a scroll and began to write on it. "Please take this to Naruto as soon as possible." The owl nodded and Karen wrote down her message. Flashback ends. Hours later in Taki, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Fubuki and Tsunade. Naruto finished reading the scroll and rolled it up as he finished saying what was written on the scroll. "So, Kusa is ours now too," Naruto said with a relieved sigh, and the others looked at him. "Now it's time to begin the next phase, brat," Kakuzu said, and Naruto nodded as he looked at Kakuzu. "Yeah, I know," Naruto said, and Fu, who was looking at him, spoke up. "Wait, next phase," Fu said, surprised there was another part of the plan. "What are you doing now? We just took over the village, what else is there to do?" "No, Fu, it's now what I'm going to do," Naruto said as he walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's what you're going to do." "Wait, hold up," Tsunade said, stopping Naruto. "How is Fu factoring into this? This was your plan." "And it still is," Naruto said with a smile. but now I need to cement ourselves here, and Fu is the perfect person to do it. I'm confused, how am I supposed to do that? Fu asked Naruto, who just looked at her and smiled. Well, first things first, Naruto said as he patted her shoulder, you need to address your new village. Chapter 57. In Konoha, in the Hokage Tower, with Danzo and Jiraiya. How is the training going, Jiraiya? Danzo asked, sitting at the Hokage's desk looking at Jiraiya. It's been over 3 months since you began training those kids, I want progress. It's going to take some time, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. Most of those kids don't have any other training than their clan styles, with the exception being Tenten and Lee. With Kakashi, Asuma and Guy assisting me it's going well, but we need to remember these kids are not special, Jiraiya said. If they go against Naruto the way they are now, they'll lose. Very well, Danzo said as he took a breath. If only we had that Uchiha. No more than a second later the door to the office burst open and a Chunin ran in. Lord Hokage, it's urgent, turn on the TV, the Chunin shouted, startling both Danzo and Jiraiya. Taki and Kusa have fallen. What? Danzo shouted as he picked up a remote and turned on the TV. Danzo didn't even have to change the channel as he heard a voice on the screen despite it being nothing but static. How the heck does this thing work? Said the voice of a young woman, possibly a teenager. Are you sure this will broadcast across the continent? Okay, fine, just get the... Suddenly an image appeared and a young girl with short mint green hair and tan skin appeared. Finally, there we go, she said. Jiraiya immediately recognized her as Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, rogue shinobi of Taki and associate of Naruto. Fu cleared her throat and began to speak. People of the elemental nations, I am Fu, the container of the Seven Tails, Fu said as she stood away from the camera pointed at her, and I have an announcement to make. In Taki, in the main building, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Fu, Karen and Tsunade. Fu was standing in front of a TV camera being operated by a snow ninja as she began her speech. Naruto, Kakuzu, Karen and Tsunade all looked on as Fu spoke. As of today, the villages of Taki and Kusa have both been taken by me and my shinobi forces. Fu continued looking at the camera. I ran away from Taki as a girl to escape my miserable life and to prevent myself from becoming a mindless weapon for Konoha. Over the past couple years I have been training and building my strength to one day exact my revenge, Fu continued, and as of 2 hours ago, I have achieved my dream. Fu put her hands on her hips and continued, me and my forces stormed Taki, captured the leader and destroyed all opposition, she said, and at the same time in Kusa, my partner, former Kusa citizen attacked and exterminated the village, killing all of those who wronged her. As if on cue Karen walked over and stood next to Fu and looked at the camera. My name is Karen Uzumaki, member of the near-extinct Uzumaki clan, Karen said, crossing her arms. For most of my life me and my family were used as nothing more than disposable assets to Kusa. My mother nearly lost her life from constantly giving chakra transfusions to wounded Kusa shinobi, Karen said, her anger flaring. And what did we get in return? Distrust, abuse, and scars on our bodies. Karen then lifted up her sleeve revealing her bite scars. Naruto chuckled at this. Nice touch, Karen, although most of those are mine and Fu's, Naruto thought, appreciating her use of improv. Now, Kusa is no more, Karen said, lowering her sleeve. They have received their dues for their sins against me and my family. We did not do this out of malice, we did this out of compassion, Karen said before looking at Fu, who spoke up. The corruption in the shinobi villages is sickening, Fu said. Meanwhile in Kiri, with Mei, Utakata, Hotaru and Ao. Mei, Utakata, Hatora and Ao were all in the Mizukage Tower watching the TV as Fu and Karen gave their speeches. Mei had her arms crossed with a smile on her face. Utakata and Ao were stoic and listening carefully while Hotaru had her hands clasped together. Shinobi and Jinchuriki are not disposable tools, they are living, breathing people, Fu continued. They have hopes and dreams, but they are crushed due to greed and a lust for power. They fight and die senseless wars and it's those in power who profit off their blood and sacrifice, Fu said. She's got that right, Mei said. Karen spoke up next, and that's not a world we want to live in, Karen said. Meanwhile in Suna, with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. The Sand siblings were all sitting in the cage office and Gaara had a creepy smile on his face as he looked at the television as Karen continued her speech. We want a world where shinobi and their families can live as equals. No aristocratic clans like the Hyuga or the Uchiha, she said. A world where no matter your station in life you can work hard and build yourself up, instead of staying where you are, Karen said. She's one of the girls, Gaara said with a wild look in his eyes. She was with that Naruto boy from the invasion. The one that got away. Enough, Gaara, Temari said in a commanding voice. Gaara turned and looked at Temari, who was sitting at the cage's desk. I'm your elder sister in the cage, and you will not leave the village under any circumstance. We still have not signed a reconciliation treaty with Konoha, so until then you will not leave, Tamari said, and Gaara was about to object until Tamari got ready to make a hand sign. Gaara saw this and stopped dead in his tracks. Upon the return to Suna after the invasion of Konoha, Tamari asked Elder Chiyo to place a seal on him. After an eventful battle between the two, Chiyo successfully placed the seal on him. Now under the threat of intense pain, Gaara was now able to be controlled, and at this end Tamari was even more angry at her father, the previous cage, for not doing it sooner. Fine, Gaara said coldly before turning back to the screen and saw Fu speak up again. Meanwhile in Kumo, with Yugito and Samui. Yugito and Samui were both in their house, sitting on the couch, watching the TV as Fu continued with her speech. So we ask all those who are oppressed throughout the land to come to the new Takigakure, Fu said, rogue ninja abandoned by their village, those who lost honor, the disillusioned and the distraught, we will welcome you with open arms. And as the new leader of Takigakure I vow that with the power of the Seven Tails and my allies, we will not fall, Fu proclaimed, that if we work together Taki can become a shining beacon in the shinobi world. Fu smiled and bowed to the camera, I look forward to the future and the allies that will come with it. Suddenly the connection cut off and both Yugito and Samui looked at each other, is this for real? Samui asked, did they really take over 2 villages at once? Yugito scoffed and leaned back on the couch, I wouldn't doubt it, Yugito said with a smile, Naruto, along with those Kakuzu and Sasori guys. I can see how it's possible. Yugito smiled and began to chuckle, oh man, I cannot wait to see the fallout from this, Konoha must be flipping out right now, she said. Back in Konoha, with Danzo and Jiraiya. Danzo and Jiraiya looked at the static running across the TV and both felt a mixture of anger and panic at the speeches. Not only has Fu and Karen openly announced that they took over 2 shinobi villages but also singled out Konoha specifically during their speeches. This is not good, Jiraiya said clenching his fists, Naruto must be behind this, that has to be the case, there's no way those 2 girls would do this on their own accord. Not only that, but there's an even bigger problem here Jiraiya, Danzo said narrowing his one eye, if Naruto is the one behind this, then he played his cards right. How so? Jiraiya asked and Danzo looked at him like he was an idiot. He used Taki's Jinchuriki as a figurehead to seize power, Danzo said and Jiraiya went wide-eyed. She was hated and feared by the village when she lived there, now she's the one ruling over the village. If the civilians and shinobi are anything like Konoha they'll be so panicked and afraid of her, that the chance of them rebelling against her are minimal at best, Danzo said and Jiraiya walked towards him. There's no way this can fly, especially with the other villages, Jiraiya said, there's no way in hell that any of the other cage will support this. I hope you're right Jiraiya, Danzo said with a frown forming on his face, because if they are recognized as a village, then we have a lot bigger problem than just 2 rogue Jinchuriki. In Taki, with Naruto and the others. How was that Naruto, was the speech good or a little too cliché, Karen asked as she and Fu walked off the stage and walked to Naruto and the others. Nah, I think it was perfect, Naruto said with a smile on his face, it got the message across and I'm sure it'll work. But I still don't know why I'm the leader of Taki now, why not Kakuzu? Fu said pointing to Kakuzu who was standing next to Naruto, I mean he's a S-class shinobi. And a wanted criminal in nearly every single country on the continent, Kakuzu said crossing his arms, if I became the leader then there would be an uproar and most likely there would be a combined effort from the other villages to kill me. You on the other hand are a tragic figure, Kakuzu said, a little girl abused by her village, only to return later on in life and take what's rightfully hers. Not to mention a Jinchuriki as a village leader would be a powerful statement, Naruto said, Mei told me about that Yagura guy who was the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails and how he went mad with power. I have the 9 tails which as you all know, nearly destroyed Konoha, Naruto continued, but the 7 tails has essentially a clean record, no rampages or use in battle. That's pretty smart I must admit, Karen said, although I don't know why you had to reverse summon me here. Same reason as Fu, a tragic figure, Naruto said, a young girl destroying the corrupt village that abused her and her family, perfect justification. But we killed nearly an entire village, Karen said, how can that be justified? One death is a tragedy, Naruto said closing his eyes and cracking his neck, 1,000 deaths is a statistic, trust me. No one outside Kusa territory will care. And why did you empty out Kusa's prison? Tsunade asked finally speaking up and Naruto pointed to Kakuzu. Kakuzu brought up a good point, we need guys loyal to us so I found them, Naruto said and Kakuzu nodded. There were 50 shinobi in the Kusa prison, most were from the village but there were a couple outsiders as well, Kakuzu said, most are in there were disillusioned by Kusa or committed a crime worthy of being put in there. We freed them and offered them a new life here in Taki, although there were a couple we had to dispose of, Kakuzu said and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What for? Tsunade asked. 2 rapists, 1 drug smuggler and 1 who sold village secrets, came a voice and everyone turned and saw Anko walking in with a smile on her face. Don't worry, I took care of them. How'd the interrogation go? Kakuzu asked and Anko smirked. Most of them seem grateful for the opportunity to join us, some are on the fence though, Anko said, I'll keep my eye on them. Tomorrow I'll do the same to those in Taki's prison, we have nearly 100 candidates but I might have to get rid of a few, Anko said. Do what you need to do, Naruto said, I don't want any freaks or psychopaths in the village. Gotcha, Anko said as she left just as soon as she arrived. So what now? Fu asked, I mean we took the village, what's the next step? Now, Naruto said before taking a pause, now we play the politics. Fu and Karen both looked confused while Kakuzu and Tsunade both knew what he was talking about. 1 month later, in the Land of Iron, with Danzo, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Danzo was in a castle in the Land of Iron with both Jiraiya and Kakashi acting as his bodyguards after the deaths of Fu and Torun. All around him there were the other Kage and their advisors' bodyguards. Mei Terumi sat in a chair with Ao, Utakata and Chojuro by her side. She had a mostly passive expression on her face but underneath her mask was a boiling rage towards Danzo. Naruto told her about him and his deeds, in particular his and Hiruzen's plan to replace Fu as Konoha's Jinchuriki. The Raikage was sitting next to Mei with his brother B and Yugito beside him. B, much like his older brother A, was a large dark-skinned man with a goatee. B wore a slightly modified Kumo Jonin outfit and had what looked like 7 swords on his back. Next to A was the current Kage, Tamari along with her 2 brothers Gaara and Kankuro. Tamari wasn't necessarily hostile towards anyone but definitely wasn't friendly either. Despite being tricked by Orochimaru into helping destroy Konoha, no one trusted her nor Suna. After Tamari was the current Tsuchikage Onoki with 2 Iwa Anbu next to him. Onoki was an old man way past his prime as he was almost bald with only the hair on the side of his head remaining and tied into a top knot behind his head. Onoki was also the shortest person present and his appearance was an oddity in the ninja world as there was hardly any elderly shinobi. He and Hiruzen were by far the oldest active shinobi as of recent. Lastly there was Mifune, a samurai and the moderator for the current Kage Summit. He was also an elderly man with long gray hair hidden behind a head wrap of bandages, a long mustache and goatee and a face that showed wrinkles from both age and battle experience. Alright then, let's get this meeting underway, Mifune said announcing the meeting to start. As you all know the countries of Takigakure and Kusagakure have both been taken over and annexed into a single country. The 2 leaders known as Fu of the 7 Tails and Karen of the Uzumaki clan have both declared themselves as co-leaders, Mifune continued, both of them wish for their village to be recognized as a sovereign state. So far 3 minor villages have recognized them, Mifune said and at this Tamari raised her hand, yes Lady Tamari. Which villages may I ask? Tamari asked and Mifune nodded. The Land of Snow, Otogakure and the Land of Steam, Mifune said and Tamari nodded. Upon hearing this Jiraiya was surprised, wait. Why the Land of Steam, how are they connected to this? He thought. Flashback 2 weeks ago, in the Land of Steam, with Naruto and Gato. Naruto and Gato were both in the palace of the daimyo of the Land of Steam standing in front of the daimyo himself. The daimyo, a middle-aged man sitting on his throne with 2 guards beside him was looking at his 2 guests in suspension. So let me get this right Gato, the daimyo said looking to Gato, you want me to recognize Takigakure's sovereignty, despite the fact that my fellow daimyo in Taki and Kusa went missing. Come on Yoshimura, you owe me, Gato said to the daimyo, don't forget the loan I lent you. Which I paid back with interest, Yoshimura said crossing, and I have no obligation nor reason to assist you, I will not give you my support. Excuse me Mr. Daimyo sir, Naruto said walking up with a smile and reaching into his pocket. Both guards got ready to defend their lord but Yoshimura waved them off, will this change your mind? Naruto produced a single 1000 ryo note and handed it to Yoshimura and he looked at him, a 1000 ryo note. Yoshimura said confused. If that doesn't work I have about 5 million more of those. To change your mind, Naruto said with a smirk and the daimyo went wide-eyed. 5 million ryo. About 32 million, the daimyo thought before looking at the note and folding it and putting it into his pocket, I think. Our 2 lands will have quite a bright future of cooperation. Naruto and Gato both smiled at his response. Flashback ends. So as of right now 3 countries recognize the new Takigakure as 3 countries that recognizes it, Mifune said as he scanned the room. Now the question is, who amongst you will recognize Takigakure? Danzo immediately stood up and spoke. Konoha will not recognize Takigakure, he said. Takigakure was an ally of the Konoha. With the alliance going back to the first Hokage, I will not. Don't act so high and mighty, Lord Hokage, Mei said, cutting him off. I heard the same broadcast as everyone else did. The leader of Taki, I think it's Fu, told us all that she was being sent to Konoha to replace your rogue Jinchuriki. Danzo looked at her, his one eye narrowing dangerously at Mei. And frankly, to be honest, Konoha has done nothing but strong-arm Taki into doing its bidding, she said. Enough, do not interrupt a member, Mifune said, and Danzo looked at Mei. Let us not forget that none of the villages would have had Jinchuriki is not for Hashirama Senju, Danzo said. He and my sensei divided the Biju in order to equally distribute power. Suna got one because it's surrounded by desert and would be hard to invade, Danzo continued. Iwa, Kiri and Kumo all got two in order to ensure that each nation was equal as well. Konoha originally wanted to have the 9 and 7 tails, but Lord Hashirama gave it to Taki as a peace offering, Danzo said. May I remind you that Taki sent an assassin after our first Hokage, and yet our Hokage gave it to them to erase any bad blood. Upon hearing this, Tamari raised her hand and spoke. Who cares about the past? Tamari said, stopping the conversation. What happened, happened, this is now. And frankly, I don't even see a point in this whole summit. This has nothing to do with Suna at all, Tamari said, standing up. Suna will not recognize Taki as a village, but we will not be opposed to it either. Kankuro, Gaara, let's leave this meeting, we've wasted our time, Tamari said as she and her brothers left without saying another word. Suna abstained from recognizing Taki, Mifune said. Onoki scoffed and crossed his arms while looking at the door where Tamari and her siblings exited. Tisk, arrogant brat, Onoki said in disgust, not even asking permission to leave, this generation is doomed. Mifune hearing this looked to Onoki. What say you, Lord Tsuchikage? Mifune asked. Onoki looked at him and spoke. I do believe this is a problem for my village, Onoki said, gathering the room's attention. Taki, now combined with Kusa lands, now shared a border with our eastern territory. I cannot sleep soundly at night knowing that a rogue nation is bordering us, Onoki said. Iwa will recognize Taki as a rogue and hostile nation. Any Taki ninja will be killed if they attempt to enter our borders. Mifune nodded at this and spoke. So Iwa recognizes Taki as a rogue nation, he said before looking at Kumo and Kiri. What say you? Mei stood up and spoke. Kiri will recognize Taki as a legitimate village, Mei Terumi said, making Danzo and Onoki scowl. I spent years trying to get my village's independence from Yagura, and I'll be damned if I deny another village's right to govern itself. And let this be known, if Taki wished to ally itself with Kiri, we will accept it, Mei said as she sat down and crossed her legs. After years of infighting, we lost all our allies. It's time for change. And if there is any attack on Taki, Kiri will respond with swift and decisive action, Mei said, putting her foot down. Mifune nodded. Kiri recognizes Taki as a legitimate state, Mifune said. What say you, Lord Raikage? Snorted and spoke. I don't care about what happened in Taki or Kusa. Good riddance, he said bluntly. Both of those villages were weak, nothing more than buffer zones between hostile nations. If anything, I respect those two girls for what they did. Trim the fat a little, Ace said before crossing his arms. They are not a threat to Kumo, so we will recognize them as a legitimate village. But don't get me wrong, Kumo will not ally with them at all, Ace said, crossing his arms. Kumo stood alone for most of its history, and I intend to keep it that way. Mifune nodded. Kumo recognizes Taki as a legitimate state, Mifune said before looking back at Danzo. You are the last one, Lord Hokage, what say you? Danzo looked at Mei and spoke. Unlike the Mizukage and the Raikage, I see this threat for what it is. A disruption in the ninja world, he said. This village not only threatens the 5 great villages but the whole continent. If this village is left unchecked, it will be like letting an infection spread from a wound, Danzo said, and he looked at Mifune. Konoha will recognize Taki as a rogue nation, and just like Iwa, we will kill any Taki ninja within our borders. Mifune nodded. Konoha has recognized Taki as a rogue nation, Mifune said with finality. Is there any other questions? Everyone looked around and Mifune stood up and spoke. This cage summit is adjourned, Mifune said, and without saying anything else, Danzo, Jiraiya and Kakashi walked out of the room. Upon exiting the room, Kakashi got next to Danzo and whispered, Is this wise, Lord Danzo? Kakashi asked. Konoha hasn't fully recovered from the invasion that happened a few months ago. Danzo, without looking at Kakashi, spoke in return. We don't have to worry about Taki as of this moment, Danzo said. They are also recovering from their own little invasion. Both sides are unable to fight one another as of this moment, Danzo said, and Jiraiya spoke up. But it's only a matter of time though, Jiraiya said. Eventually one side will have to make the first move. If so, Ensure it is us who is able to do it, Danzo said and Jiraiya nodded. We will continue training those genin and bolstering our forces. I don't care if they do have 2 Jinchuriki, they are still lacking in numbers, Danzo said. Let's just make sure that when the time comes, we can meet them head on. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location. In a dark cave hidden somewhere in the elemental nations, a meeting was taking place. A stone statue stood in the middle of the cave. It was a disturbing statue to say the least. It was a strange, almost alien-type creature. Both of its hands came out of the ground bound by shackles and screaming a silent scream of agony. 6 shadowy holographic figures stood on the statue's fingers, flickering in the dimly lit cave. One of the holograms, a male, spoke up, breaking the silence of the room. The mont's purple-ringed eyes glowed in the dark, revealing the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. As you have all heard, the new Taki has now been recognized as a hidden village, the Pain said, and one of their leaders is the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails. Along with that, the red-haired one with the glasses, she was one of the kunoichi who fought against Kisame during the search for the 9 Tails, Pain said before looking to the tallest of the holograms. Isn't that right, Kisame? Right on the money, Kisame said. Both girls are with the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, so you know that Kid is with them too. The female of the group, Konan, then spoke up. Let's not forget about the reports about the others, Konan said. Apparently 2 of the candidates we tried to recruit, Kakuzu and Sasori, are also with them. A Kusa survivor mentioned the village being attacked by 100 puppets, and a Taki survivor mentioned a man using threads to kill his teammates, Konan said, not to mention they also have ties to Orochimaru. Bah, that traitor. A loud voice announced, I'd gladly sacrifice that heathen to Lord Jashin, just send me out and I'll finish him off. No, said the voice of Pain, we wait and build our forces. Everyone looked at him and Pain continued. We are still too undermanned, so we must try and find alternative members, Pain said. Look for ninja from Taki and Kusa, along with any others who may be useful to us. We will need number for the battles to come, Pain said, looking at the other Akatsuki members. A few days later, in Takigakure, with Naruto, Kakuzu, Fu, Karen, Orochimaru, Dodo, Mei and Gato. In the conference room of Takigakure, Naruto along with Kakuzu and Fu sat at a table with their allies. Orochimaru was now fully accustomed to his new body and now showed off his perfected appearance. Orochimaru in Sasuke's body was now at his regular adult height, and Naruto assumed this is what Sasuke would have looked like as an adult. The hair was long and straight like Orochimaru's original body, but now he had the added benefit of Sasuke's face, which Mei quoted as handsome. However, he did not have Sasuke's complexion, as he was now as pale as he was in his original body and had the tinge of purple around his snake-like eyes. Orochimaru saw Naruto staring at him and he chuckled, surprised Naruto. After all, the last time you saw me I was wrapped in bandages, Orochimaru said, and Naruto twitched. Trust me when I say this, Orochimaru, Naruto began, you scare the piss out of me, wearing another guy's face like that. Orochimaru chuckled and spoke, unlike the others I saw no reason to go back to my original appearance, he said, besides, most find this form more flattering. Orochimaru looked to Mei and spoke, isn't that right, Mei? Orochimaru said. Mei smiled and tilted her head, I'd think you'd be more attractive as you weren't a demented bastard, she said, and Orochimaru chuckled at the comment. Enough, Kakuzu said, his deep voice stopping the conversation, we need to discuss what happens next. As you all know, we have enemies on all sides now, Kakuzu said, Iwa to the west, Konoha to the south and the Akatsuki. Unlike the others, we have no idea where the Akatsuki are or how many. Sadly my knowledge is outdated, Orochimaru said with a sigh, however I can saw that without Itachi, they'll be a lot weaker than before. And we still don't know their plans, Mei said. As far as we know they want the Jinchuriki, but for what we have no idea. As of right now we have the 3 Tails guarded 24/7 and Utakata within the village walls again. They continued, I hate to say this, but Kiri might need another Jinchuriki for the 3 Tails. Is that wise? Dodo asked, doesn't your village still have a lot of hate for the Biju due to Yagura? Mei sighed and nodded. Yes, there is still a lot of problems, Mei said sadly, but over time wounds will heal. Utakata has been making attempts to show the village the positives of Jinchuriki. Although I must say I abhor the practice myself, Mei said, and Naruto and Fu looked at her. If you do decide to have a Jinchuriki for the 3 Tails, let us know, Naruto said as he patted Fu's shoulder. We can help train and raise them right, Fu said. We never had help and we don't wish that on anyone else, Mei smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mei said. On another note, let's talk about manpower, Dodo said. Taki has about 300 shinobi right now, and most are former prisoners and rogue ninja who came to the village for a new start. Me and Orochimaru have several hundred shinobi each. Dodo said, and Orochimaru nodded at this. Kiri has the most out of all of us with nearly 1500. Even so, we do not the numbers that Konoha and Iwa has, Dodo said. Well, what we lack in numbers we'll have to make up in ability and equipment then, Kakuzu said before looking to Dodo. I recommend you and your armament department begin researching new technology. Your chakra armor could be most useful to us, Kakuzu said, and Dodo nodded. Sasori and Karen could also use your help too, Fu said, speaking up, for their puppets and weapons and stuff. I'll see what I can do, Dodo said. One more thing, Mei said, gaining everyone's attention. Why is Gato here? What does he have to play in all this? Gato, who was puffing on a cigar, took it out of his mouth and spoke. I have a large amount of financial investments in each of your countries. I can't just let you all fall, he said. I have connections in every village, town and city on the continent, Gato said. I can easily turn that into a spy network to feed you people information. Anything else? Kakuzu asked, and Orochimaru spoke. Who's really in charge of Taki? Orochimaru said, looking at Naruto and Fu. Don't get me wrong, Naruto, you're a resourceful boy, but you're not ready to lead a village. No, you're right, Naruto said. Fu is acting as the figurehead and I may be the mastermind, but we're not fully in charge. Orochimaru, Mei and Gato all looked at him and he continued, me, Fu, Kakuzu, Sasori, Tsunade and Anko are all in a committee. We all have an equal say in village matters, he said, and Gato nodded. Ah, an inner circle, Gato said. I understand that better than anyone. Gato backed out of his chair and began to walk out. I'll keep my ear to the ground for any news of these Akatsuki jokers, same thing with Konoha and Iwa, Gato said as he grabbed the door handle. Later, kid. Gato exited the room and everyone else got up and began to walk out. Meanwhile, in the Takigakure main building, with Tsunade, Shizune and Shibuki. Tsunade was doing some paperwork in Fu's office. This office was originally Shibuki's before the invasion. But now Shibuki was sitting at another desk organizing papers that Tsunade had signed. Over the past month, Shibuki has been working with Fu and the others in order to keep Taki running and to get it back on track. The blonde boy Naruto had given him an offer, either help or die. Shibuki, not wanting to die, decided to collaborate with the new leaders of the village. Some saw this as treason, while others saw this as the former leader trying to keep them alive by working with them. Alright, I'm done for the day, Tsunade said as she scooted back her chair and got up. Shizune, let's get going, we need to go see how the hospital is doing. Shizune was at mother desk and stood up. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizune said before walking over to Shibuki and putting a hand on his shoulder. You're doing great. Shibuki smiled and Shizune walked out of the room, leaving Tsunade and Shibuki alone. You're lucky, you know, Tsunade said to Shibuki as she put on her greed Haori. Kakuzu wanted to kill you, but Naruto and Fu vouched that you can be helpful. I didn't want to die, but I also don't want Taki to go to ruin, Shibuki said. I don't know how to feel. Take it one day at a time, Tsunade said as she walked past him. That's what I do. Tsunade opened the door to catch up to Shizune, leaving Shibuki alone in the room. Meanwhile, in the land of snow, with Sasori, Mie and Toka. Sasori and Mie were standing in a field watching Toka play with her puppets. Toka was controlling two flying puppets, a ladybug and a butterfly, and was using her chakra strings to make them fly circles in the air. She's growing up so fast, Mie said, holding onto Sasori's arm. Despite being nearly 100% puppets now, Sasori could still feel the warmth off her. Metaphorically, she'll be a puppet master like you in no time. No, I'm sure she'll be better than me, Sasori said as he looked at his daughter in the field. Sasori had a quick flash of memory as he remembered playing with his puppets alongside his mother and father. I wish this could last forever, Sasori thought as he held his wife. Later that night, on the opposite side of the village, with Naruto, Kakuzu and Fu. Naruto, Kakuzu and Fu were walking down a road and approaching a large wooden house tucked away in an empty part of the village. The wood house was made by Naruto over the span of the last month. Even though his wood style is not perfect, he was still able to make the house for him and the others to live in. Upon reaching the door, Naruto opened it and walked in before taking off his shoes and putting them on a shoe stand next to the door. Fu and Kakuzu walked in as well, and as they entered, the smell of food resonated through the house. Oh man, that smells good, Naruto said as he walked to the kitchen. Poking his head through the door frame, Naruto saw Hinata and Sakura cooking over the stove. Hey girls, Naruto said, and both Sakura and Hinata turned around and smiled as Naruto entered. Naruto, you're back, Hinata said in her soft tone. Glad you can make it, dinner's almost done, Sakura said as she tasted the broth of the pot in front of her. I'd never miss dinner if you two are cooking, Naruto said as he walked up and gave both Hinata and Sakura a peck on the cheek, making the girls blush. Over the past month, Sakura has joined Naruto's, harem, as Dodo called it, despite him knowing Naruto doesn't like him using that word. Sakura has adjusted to being with Naruto and the others, although she constantly butts heads with Karen and Tayuya. All three of them were stubborn and usually needed Hinata or Haku to mediate. Well, you're lucky you came back just in time, Sakura said. We cooked a special meal. Sakura winked and Naruto realized what they made. Ramen, Naruto asked excited and both girls smiled and nodded. Naruto pumped his fist. Yes, both girls chuckled and Naruto walked over to the dining room. Upon entering the dining room, Fubuki, Haku, Tayuya, Hotaru, Kurenai, Anko, Tsunade, Shizune and Mei were gathered. Karen and Utakata who were playing chess. Both Karen and Utakata had their hands on their chins as they strategized their next move. Finally Utakata moved his queen in front of Karen's king and spoke. Checkmate, Utakata said and Karen sighed. Darn, Karen said as she extended her hand. Good game, Utakata shook her hand and Naruto spoke up. Whoa, someone finally beat Karen. Naruto said walking into the room. I've been playing her for nearly 8 years now, never beaten her once. Because you keep forgetting what pieces are which, Karen said and Naruto blushed. Oh come on, Naruto said with a chuckle as he walked up and gave Karen, Haku, Fubuki and Tayuya some quick kisses. How have you ladies been doing? We've been fine, Haku said. Me, Hinata, Karen and Sakura have been training with Lady Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded and spoke. They got a long way to go, but it's a start, Tsunade said and Haku nodded. Luckily my training from Lord Zabuza prepared me. I know most of the human anatomy off the top of my head, Haku said. Also I'm getting better with my arm. Haku raised her prosthetic arm and flexed her fingers. It's weird, it feels like it's my real arm but it's not, she said. Phantom arm, Shizune said to Haku. Your nerves are still active but it's all in your head. Well, while you four are out playing doctor, me and Fubuki here are training to become badasses, Tayuya said wrapping her arm around Fubuki. Training with Anko and Kurenai has really sharpened our skills, so the next time we go into battle we can kick their fucking teeth in. Damn straight, Fubuki said crossing her arms. Language, both Fu and Kurenai said at the same time and Anko, Fubuki and Tayuya groaned. You guys are such buzz kills, Fubuki said before looking to Anko and pointing her thumb at Anko. Was she always this way? Anko scoffed. Hell yeah she was. Anko stop beating him. Anko don't use explosives. Anko don't teach Toka bad words, Anko said using a mock voice of Kurenai. Kurenai snapped her head to Anko and spoke. She's 5 years old and doesn't need to know what a sea-sucker or a-hole is, Kurenai said and Anko waved her off. How about you Hotaru, how've you been doing? Naruto asked and Hotaru looked at him and smiled. I've been great, Hotaru said with a smile. Lord Utakata and Lady Mei have been training me. I hope in a few years I could be on par with you and the others. One step at a time Hotaru, Utakata said patting her on the head, but you are making progress. Who knows, maybe you'll be the next Mizukage by the time we're done, Mei said with a smile. Alright everyone, time for dinner, Hinata announced and everyone began to sit down at the table as she and Sakura brought out the food. A few hours later. Naruto was staring up at the ceiling as the moonlight flooded through his bedroom window. Naruto looked to his sides and saw both Hinata and Fu sleeping soundly beside him. Naruto almost chuckled as Fu was wearing the bug-bring pajamas that he got her while Hinata wore her plain purple shirt and pants. Without making a sound Naruto got out of bed and put the blankets back over his two girlfriends. Naruto walked out of the room towards the kitchen in order to get a drink of water. As he did so he looked out of the window and saw the glow of a fire in the distance. Wonder what that is he thought. Naruto walked to the door leading out to the outside but before he did he grabbed his leather jacket and put on his sandals and walked out. Naruto walked for maybe 5 minutes until he reached the fire and he spoke. Oh. Just you, Naruto said. Kakuzu was sitting by the fire and gave a quick look at Naruto. Why you out here sitting like some crazy hermit? Kakuzu grunted and spoke. I just wanted to get out of that house. Kakuzu said, I'm used to being alone, not having anyone around. Geez, even after all these years you're still a crusty old bastard, Naruto said as he sat across from Kakuzu. And you're still the loudmouth blonde brat I found skinned on that tree, Kakuzu said and Naruto chuckled. But now I'm not some scared little kid from Konoha, Naruto said and Kakuzu stayed silent. That's because of you, Sasori, Zabuza and everyone else. Say whatever you want to say about me, pretend like you don't give a shit, Naruto said leaning back using his hands to keep himself upright, but you're my sensei, no matter how flawed and screwed up you are. Kakuzu looked at him and spoke. I guess I could have picked a worse apprentice, he said and Naruto smiled. Wow, that is like the second nicest thing you've ever said to me, Naruto said with a smirk and Kakuzu began to get annoyed. Shut up, brat, you may not be in debt to me, but don't forget who I am, Kakuzu said and Naruto chuckled. So why are you still here then? Naruto asked and Kakuzu paused, he thought for a second and then finally spoke. You're a long-term investment, Kakuzu said and Naruto chuckled once more. That's number 3, Naruto said and Kakuzu stayed silent. You know a storm is coming, right? Kakuzu said and Naruto's smile faded. Konoha, Iwa, the Akatsuki. They're preparing as we speak. Kakuzu looked Naruto dead in the eyes and continued, and they will not stop until you and everyone in that house back there is dead, he said. That won't happen, Naruto said, his anger rising and his eyes becoming red and slitted. I'll die before something happens to the girls or anyone else. I won't let them take any of them away from me, destroy everything I work so hard for, Naruto said, his voice in a growl. I'll burn the whole fucking world to the ground before that happens. Kakuzu hearing this chuckled, and you call me greedy, he said and Naruto looked at him, do you really love those girls? Of course I do, Naruto said, his eyes turning back to its normal blue. They give me their love, something I never had before, and something I never want to lose. Well then we better get to training, boy, because you'll need all the strength you can get for what's to come, Kakuzu said and Naruto nodded, and I promise you this, by the end of the training you're going to hate me with all you body and soul. Bring it on, Naruto said with determination, I'll take your training head on, I will protect my girls and everyone else. Both Naruto and Kakuzu stood up and looked at each other, and when it's time to fight Konoha and the Akatsuki, Naruto said, I'll be ready.